Level 55 elite flying creature with 60,000 HP. When someone revealed the stats of the Nightmare Crow, the others immediately turned pale. An elite monster at level 55 having 60,000 HP was clearly far stronger than the creatures on the Apocalypse continent. Moreover, they could only fight by instinct. Such a harsh battle environment, combined with entirely new creatures, instantly put the soul of the flame dragon in a crisis. However, unlike the others' panic, Chung Qianma stood calmly at the rear of the group. Though it was his first time at Falling Star Mountain, he was essentially starting at the same point as everyone else. But he came equipped with night vision goggles, allowing him to clearly see the Nightmare Crow's movement patterns from afar. On top of that, he had seen similar creatures before. The Nightmare Crow's attack patterns were very similar to the dark hummingbirds of his previous life. Perhaps they shared the same weaknesses. Possibly. Doesn't matter. Time is tight. We can only try anything at this point. At that moment, Chung Qianma's mind was working rapidly. Based on his memory, dark hummingbirds were incredibly fast-flying creatures that wielded innate shadow powers. Anyone struck by their talents would lose a lot of HP, and their skin would immediately darken. This darkening was an extremely powerful dark attribute effect, a debuff that reduced the target's main attribute by 30% within 20 seconds. And this characteristic matched exactly with what had happened to the injured teammates just now. So, Chung Qianma boldly theorized. He thought that since both species had such similar attack styles, they might also share elemental traits. With that decision made, he immediately switched his flowing light blade to its staff form. Then he shouted loudly, "Judgment of Light!" And then, a 10-meter-long blade of light suddenly appeared in the dark night sky, brightening the surroundings significantly. Immediately after, the blade swept across the air and flew into the flock of nightmare crows. Very soon, a deafening scream echoed through the... Just as expected, nightmare crows are indeed afraid of holy light damage. Chung Qianma observed through his night vision goggles and found that just one strike of holy light judgment instantly killed at least 15 nightmare crows. He could basically confirm that these unknown creatures fear light attribute attacks. Holy light judgment is not even a powerful move. Its damage is quite limited. Even though his attack power far exceeded normal, there's no way it could deal over 60,000 damage in one hit. So for that instant kill to happen, there must have been some extra damage bonus. When Zhang Feixiang saw the sudden appearance of holy light judgment, he froze for a second, but quickly, a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had noticed the same thing. Everyone listen up, anyone with light attribute skills. Blast them now. These nightmare crows fear light. As soon as Zhang Feixiang gave the order, everyone followed without question. They began unleashing all sorts of light attribute skills. In that moment, tank and healer classes shone the brightest. They had the highest number of light element skills. Especially the healers. Almost everyone had multiple holy light spells. They instantly dealt massive amounts of damage. 10 minutes later, nearly 300 nightmare crows lay dead on the ground. Some even had scorch marks on their feathers. The previously pitch-black sky gradually began to brighten a little, thanks to the soul of the flame dragon's quick response. Only a dozen or so people were lightly injured. At this moment, they had overcome yet another crisis. Their performance could only be described as flawless. In that instant, praise for Zhang Feixiang poured in from all directions. Although no one knew who had used the holy light judgment, that didn't affect anyone's assessment. Everyone believed it was mainly because their captain made the right call. That was what prevented everyone from suffering greater harm. So it's only right that he receives praise. As for the other three captains, they all showed surprised expressions at that moment. They were quite shocked by Zhang Feixiang's reaction. Despite the crowd's praise, he didn't show any sign of arrogance. Instead, he instinctively glanced toward the rear of the formation. Could it have been him? Was he secretly lending a hand? Chapter 576. Dignity lies only at the edge of the blade. True resignation. Since Chung Qianma wasn't greedy for credit, and his main role was to protect the team in the shadows. Once daylight returned to normal, he resumed moving forward. He kept a safe distance behind the main group, so he could better guard the rear. In his view, it didn't matter who received the praise. What mattered was, Chung Qianma had already aligned himself completely with the lower valley. But Zhang Feixiang was no fool. Even though he couldn't see Chung Qianma's figure, he had already started suspecting something. Even he himself had felt flustered earlier, let alone the others. If anyone had the ability to respond so, the most likely candidate would be that newly promoted captain. His terrifying exploits were now known throughout Soul of the Flame Dragon, and currently, he was the only one unaccounted for, which only added to the suspicion. I remember before we set out, he was wearing an assassin's street outfit, and since he was a solo player, he naturally knew how to move forward stealthily, and also cast Judgment of Light. Considering all that, the chances that it was him just now are very high. Zhang Feixiang's eyes flickered. He had basically made up his mind. Even though he didn't need to know what mission Chung Qianma was on, he still kept his composure, and quietly cast a grateful glance toward the back of the formation. Brother, I owe you one this time. Your battle achievement. I'll need to borrow it for now, buddy. Don't hold it against me. I'll personally put in a good word for you later. Since Chung Qianma's whereabouts are currently unknown, and Zhang Feixiang is the most he naturally needs to establish even stronger authority in order to lead everyone more effectively. There were quite a few rookies in the team who had just joined the hunting plan, and they had never fought alongside Zhang Feixiong before, so their level of trust in him was certainly lower than that of the veterans. This was not a good thing, because, if on the battlefield, the commander's orders are not carried out smoothly, that's often how tragedies begin. So, Zhang Feixiong chose not to voice his suspicions, and instead planned to temporarily borrow Cheng Qianma's credit, because only with everyone's unconditional trust in him could the tactical plans be fully executed, and his recent performance had undoubtedly boosted everyone's morale. This way, their chances of survival would be much higher, though I don't know how dangerous your mission is, he thought. Please stay safe. Zhang Feixiong silently prayed in his heart, then led the main force forward once more. In the blink of an eye, it had been half an hour since awakeners from all countries entered the Fallen Star Mountain. Currently, the rankings on the Starry Sky projection hadn't changed much. They were basically in line with each country's current power level. At this moment, the leaders of the three major powers were gathered beneath the Starry Sky projection, chatting casually. Their faces all showed a sense of pride. Meanwhile, leaders of smaller nations subconsciously stood to the side, not daring to interrupt. They could only huddle in small groups, seeking warmth in numbers, still as dominant as ever. Your great nest empire is impressive as always. Indeed. Not only are you ranked first on the national leaderboard, even the top 10 on the individual rankings, your teams have taken up almost half the spots. Smida. That level of strength is terrifying. Smida. Lee Dongwook, team leader of Korea, looked at the Starry Sky projection results and said with a hint of envy in his eyes, Wugwa's strength was terrifyingly stable. They had taken first place in the Eastern Division for 5 consecutive years. Undeniable proof of their power. Although Korea was strong too, compared to Wugwa, there was still a gap. After hearing this, Yahello Shizuru replied with a cheerful smile. Your country did pretty well this year too. You've already pulled ahead of 4th place by a third in points, and you've got 3 people on the individual rankings too. Looks like the top 3 this year will once again be claimed by our 3 nations. The other countries are just too weak. No threat at all. As soon as Yahello Shizuru finished speaking, the team leader from Peacock Country, Salman Dianhan, also smiled. He shook his head slightly and spoke with a curry-flavored tone. But of course, Peacock Country has always been rich in talent, not something other third-rate nations can compare to. Some countries have large populations, but their strength is downright pitiful. Giving such a massive population advantage to them is simply a waste of heaven's blessings. For them to catch up to us 3 nations, it'll take at least another 100 years. After the 3 of them spoke, they burst into laughter, completely ignoring the feelings of other nations. In their eyes, why would the strong care about what ants think? If anyone's unhappy, they should just prove themselves in battle. Might makes right. At that moment, Li Wenchuan and many other team leaders from minor nations didn't look very pleased, thanks to Shizalong and his crew as well. Though they didn't say it outright, the disdain in their tone was more than obvious. Their meaning was crystal clear. Every other country present, apart from theirs, was complete trash. Salman Dianhan of the Peacock Nation nearly called out names directly. You could almost tell exactly which country he was insulting. Many wanted to argue back, but faced with their crushing results, any retort would be nothing but empty words, pale and powerless. Without enough strength to back them up, no one would care about the voice of the weak. Li Wenchuan's fingers tightened subconsciously. There was a bitter anger in his chest that he couldn't release, a deep sense of frustration. And his reaction was the truest reflection of many weaker nations. Weak nations have no diplomacy. Dignity rests only at the tip of the sword. Truth exists only within cannon range. This well-known doctrine applies in any world. Always the same. Chapter 577. The only exception. Entered the top 5. People always say, Asan's brain has never worked properly. Seeing it today just proves the point. When did we ever provoke them? Why are they always targeting us? Must have cleaned their plates too well. Didn't eat enough of the periodic table. Peacock Nation targeting Xia Nation wasn't just a recent thing, which is why Kong Mingle was filled with indignation. While Jiapan clenched both fists, his expression burning as he shouted, before the apocalypse continent even opened, Peacock Nation was a total nobody. They just got lucky. 30 years ago, a peerless genius emerged, even with 10,000 times the courage. They wouldn't dare talk to us like this. Ever since the apocalypse continent appeared and merged with the Blue Star world, Peacock Country's power was actually quite weak at first, even below that of Shagwa. But just as Japan had said, somehow their nation hit a stroke of absurd luck. 30 years ago, a peerless genius suddenly emerged, a man named Mada Denshabi. From that year onward, Peacock Country's national fortune underwent a dramatic transformation. Under his leadership, their citizens' power grew rapidly. In just 15 years, Peacock Country not only doubled its territory within the apocalypse continent, but even surpassed Xiagwa in national strength. They shot up into the top 6 of the Blue Star Eastern Division. Then, after another 15 years of development, Peacock Country's power had stabilized in the top 3. Such rapid growth naturally sparked envy from other nations. Xiagwa, also a major population power, shared many similarities with Peacock Country. in various fields, so comparisons between the two were inevitable. And when Peacock Country overtook Xiaohua in strength and gradually widened the gap, its citizens developed a strange sense of superiority. That feeling of surpassing the old guard gave them immense satisfaction. Any action that belittled Xiaohua seemed to bring them pleasure. It was the classic nouveau riche mentality, fully embodied by Peacock Country, national fortune. You can't see it or touch it. But I'm certain, Xiaohua's national fortune is already on the rise, and the momentum is massive. Just endure a little longer, everyone. The dignity we lost. Everyone, just endure a little longer. The dignity we lost. We will definitely win it back someday. And in the future, our motherland will strike fear into every nation. Li Wenxuan's words weren't meant just to comfort his two comrades. He truly believed them, from the bottom of his heart. Because today's Xia nation had produced a once-in-a-lifetime genius. In his eyes, the terrifying potential of this genius far surpassed that of Madura Diantia. Their potentials weren't even on the same level. That's why he believed, as long as this genius was given enough time to grow, in the not-so-distant future, Xia nation would rise to the top of the world, and make all those who once looked down on them pay a heavy price. I've said all this big talk now. You better not make me look bad. Li Wenxuan murmured to himself. At the same time, a person's image surfaced in his mind. However, just then, a burst of excited voices suddenly came from nearby. At the same time, every face was filled with utter shock. Oh my God, look at the starry sky projection. How is this possible? Our nation's awakeners suffered massive losses. No, even our country lost dozens of awakeners. What kind of disaster happened in Fallen Star Mountain? Wait, every country clearly suffered some degree of casualties. So why is Xia nation's ranking rising so fast? They don't have a single death recorded. That's unbelievable. At that moment, everyone's eyes were glued to the starry sky projection. By looking at the personal rankings, they could see the performance of their country's awakeners. There have already been considerable casualties, because next to some names, a horizontal line suddenly appeared, which means they've fallen in Starfall Mountain. Even the top 3 ranked nations have lost quite a few people. It's just that, compared to the other nations, the numbers are lower. But only Xiaohua's soul of the Flame Dragon has had 0 casualties. Because of this, Xiaohua jumped from 8th place, all the way up to 5th. All the team leaders present showed expressions of disbelief. After all, 5th place had far surpassed Xiaohua's best result in any previous hunting plan. Although the current rankings aren't final yet, it already gives Xiaohua a major advantage. After all, only in the early and mid stages can unnecessary losses be minimized. That's the only way to achieve better results in the later stages. Nothing is more important than the number of awakened fighters. This is a consensus shared by countless people. At the same time, Kongningel and Japan were both stunned. Just a second ago, they were cursing in anger, and the next second, their nation's results skyrocketed unexpectedly. Such a shocking performance. Even they could hardly believe it. It was real. That feeling of triumph after hardship filled them with excitement. Now among everyone present, there was only one person who still remained calm. That was Li Wenxuan. The look on his face was both complex and proud. Is this the grand gift you spoke of? It's truly priceless. Li Wenxuan's voice. There was a slight tremble, because it had been a very long time since Xia Nation had felt this kind of pride and dignity. For the past several decades, Xia Nation's awakeners had always advanced. Under the scorn and ridicule of other countries, they were in desperate need of results to prove themselves. And today, they finally saw a ray of hope. Come on, everyone. Let those foreigners see the strength of Xia Nation. In Li Wenxuan's eyes burned unwavering determination. He believed in the members of Soul of Yanlong, and believed even more in Qing Qianma. Chapter 578. Soul of Yanlong. Never retreat, even in death. After the nations suffered a devastating they entered a period of relative peace. In the 4 days that followed, they barely encountered any truly terrifying opponents. As for Xia Nation's Soul of Yanlong, during this stretch of time, they entered high-speed clearing mode. On their path, countless beast-type monsters were slaughtered under their blades. Now, Soul of Yanlong, in both unity and morale, was at an all-time high, and everyone's trust in Zhang Feixiang had also reached unprecedented levels. If one had to say who the most idle person in Fallen Star Mountain was, it would definitely be Qing Qianma, because he had silently followed behind Soul of Yanlong for 4 straight days. Other than 3 beast nest attacks, where he helped secretly behind the scenes, he had pretty much done nothing else the entire time. Then finally, he ran into teams from 2 countries, but since none of them were particularly strong, things remained fairly restrained. No major conflicts had broken out yet, which left Qing Qianma feeling quite frustrated. Though he didn't want Soul of the Flame Dragon to suffer losses, he also didn't want to be a bystander. Before departure, Li Wenxuan had gone to great lengths to grant him autonomous kill rights, and yet 4 days had passed, and he still hadn't had a chance to act on his own. Where the hell are the Wugwa bastards? Why haven't they come to stir up trouble? My greatsword is starving for blood already. However, Qing Qianma's grumbling seemed to become the invisible fuse to a ticking time bomb. Just as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly shook violently nearby. The next second, a deafening roar echoed across the entire Starfall Mountain. That distinct sound. It's a Demon King. Everyone, stick with me. Full speed ahead. Zhang Feixiong, with his vast experience, instantly recognized that the roar just now came from a Demon King. In the entire hunting operation, the most valuable target is undoubtedly the Demon King of Starfall Mountain. The points from slaying one Demon King could equal 2 or 3 days of effort from entire nations. Although Zhang Feixiong didn't know what rank Xiahua currently held, he did know that today's Soul of the Flame Dragon, in terms of roster integrity and team cohesion, was far stronger than the teams he had led in his past 2 missions. This gave him confidence to fight for the Demon King. Now that 4 full days had passed, this hunt might very well be the least bloody one in Soul of the Flame Dragon's history. We absolutely must not miss this opportunity. Zhang Feixiong knew that the members of Soul of the Flame Dragon had held back for too long. And he knew how many years Xiahua had endured being looked down upon. All of it came down to lack of strength. But today, Soul of the Flame Dragon, a golden opportunity to bring glory to the nation. If we can successfully defeat the Demon King, this hunting plan will breathe new life into Xia country. So he decided to lead his team toward the Demon King's location without delay. After hearing the Demon King's voice, Cheng Qianma suddenly became energized. Judging by the recent commotion, most of the teams from other countries have likely discovered the Demon King's presence. So, can't I take advantage of the chaos and stir things up? The thought of finally having a chance to act brought a look of excitement to Cheng Qianma's face. 2 hours later, Yanlong Soul was the first to arrive at the deepest part of Meteor Mountain, where the Demon King's lair was located. Cheng Qianma quietly followed, but suddenly frowned. He noticed a massive cocoon on a nearby cliff. What was even more nauseating was that the cocoon was covered with countless eyes. This appearance is just too grotesque. If someone with trypophobia saw the scene, they'd probably faint on the spot. Looking at the bizarre creature before him, Cheng Qianma felt a wave of discomfort. At that moment, the entire Yanlong Soul team, upon seeing the Demon King's form, felt a chill run down their spines. This strange creature could hardly even be called a demonic beast. It might be more fitting to describe it as a lump of rotting flesh with eyes on its belly. However, while everyone was still in shock, 2 more teams arrived from behind. They were the Sakura team from What country and the Sadu team from Peacock country. Your Yanlong Soul team really got lucky to be the first to arrive here. Not that it matters much though. The Sakura team's captain, Gang Benjichiro, mocked with clear disdain. Meanwhile, the Sadu team's captain, Karat Singh, also voiced their agreement. Kamban Kuan is right. That Demon King is extremely powerful. Soul of the Flame Dragon has no business touching it. If you ask me, we should first drive them back, and then figure out how to take down the boss. Kara Singh, like Zhang Feixiong, had already participated in 2 hunting plans, so he knew that the roar from the Demon King was merely a sign of its impending awakening. Right now it was still in a half-asleep state, so Kara Singh decisively suggested clearing the field first. His suggestion wasn't just to block Soul of the Flame Dragon. There was deeper intent behind it. Kamban Juichiru and Kara Singh were longtime acquaintances, so he naturally agreed with the plan. Zhang Feixiong, you'd better take your Soul of the Flame Dragon and get out of here, or don't blame us for being impolite. If it weren't for the presence of a third party, Kamban Juichiru wouldn't even waste words on Zhang Feixiong. He'd have started a fight on the spot. After all, a team like Soul of the Flame Dragon was laughably weak in his eyes. However, faced with the enemy's escalating threats, Zhang Feixiong did something rare. He didn't show a single sign of backing down. He let out a furious laugh and said, Starfall Mountain is a neutral zone. You have no authority to command any nation. Soul of the Flame Dragon will not retreat this time. If you've got what it takes, bring it on. The moment Zhang Feixiong finished speaking, everyone in Soul of the Flame Dragon felt their blood boil. The next second, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth. Soul of the Flame Dragon would rather die than retreat. Chapter 579. Scheming in secret, striking in the shadows. Zhang Feixiong's resolute stance left both Kamban Juichiru and Kara Singh utterly shocked. Are these still the timid Xiahua people we knew? Did they take the wrong meds? But in truth, Zhang Feixiong hadn't spoken out, just on a sudden emotional impulse. He had carefully observed the combat strength of the average strength of these 2 teams was indeed above that of Yanlong Soul, but their current numbers were not at full capacity. Clearly, their combat power was not at its peak. In contrast, Yanlong Soul's forces had barely suffered any losses. Only a few on their side had minor injuries, and not a single person had died. With this disparity, the gap in strength between Yanlong Soul and the enemy was not as large as imagined. Moreover, once the Demon King awakens, he won't just let the 2 teams attack him. His attacks are always indiscriminate, showing no favoritism toward any nation. So Zhang Feixiong was certain that the 2 leaders before him were merely bluffing to intimidate. As long as he stood his ground, they wouldn't dare make a move. What's more, What country and Peacock country were not a united front. They were also far more cunning than the people of Xia country. Thus, they would never take reckless risks. Zhang Feixiong's judgment was spot on. Sure enough, Although Gangbin Jichiro's face was grim, he didn't issue an attack order. While he and Carrot Singh appeared to be allies, on the surface, in reality, both sides were wary of each other. After all, who would truly befriend? Their direct competitor? In this web of deceit and schemes, no relationship could be trusted. Backstabbing was all too common. Which great power didn't rise? By stepping on the backs of its enemies? No one was cleaner than the other. The two nations before them, under normal circumstances, could keep up appearances, playing along and putting on a show. They could unite to pressure their opponents and gain benefits. But when their interests diverged, their fragile alliance would crumble instantly. Even if the Sakura team was the strongest in the field, Gangbin Jichiro would never dare act rashly. If his team were the first to clash with Yanlong Seoul and let Peacock Country reap the benefits, that'd be a huge loss. As the leader of the first team, Gangbin Shirlang would never do something so foolish. So he was just talking tough earlier. If Peacock Country doesn't make the first move, he'd never let the Sakura team attack Yanlong Seoul proactively. He's not stupid. In fact, Gangbin Shirlong's concerns aren't baseless. Kala Diansinj indeed has ulterior motives. He wants Snail Country and Xia Country to fight until both are crippled, then profit from it. After all, Peacock Country has long been stuck as the East District's second, so how could they not covet first place? But his little scheme was shattered instantly by Zhang Feixiong's uncompromising response. So now, none of the three powers dare to act rashly, and they're stuck in an awkward stalemate. A few minutes later, 3 more teams arrived. With that, the top 6 ranked nations. As for the remaining countries, whether they knew their limits and avoided this mess or were still on their way, they were nowhere to be seen. When the newcomers saw the scene before them, they couldn't hide their shock. They never imagined that Yanlong Seoul would stand firm against the combined pressure of 2 major powers, without a hint of retreat. Compared to their past performances, this was simply unbelievable. Have the Xia people lost their minds? They're daring to offend both Snail Country and Peacock Country at once? Wait, it looks like they haven't taken any losses. How is that possible? It really seems that way. My goodness, how did they manage that? Could it be that Yanlong Seoul hasn't been fighting monsters these past few days, and was hiding in some safe place instead? More and more people started to notice something off about Yanlong Seoul. Their team size was almost unchanged from when they set out. That's absolutely terrifying. Gangbin Shirlang and Kala Diansinj, blinded by their preconceptions, hadn't noticed earlier. But now, with everyone's reminders, they instantly realized the issue. Regardless of whether they've been slacking off for 4 days, the fact that they've suffered no combat losses is undeniable. Good thing I didn't act recklessly just now. It seems this year's Yanlong Seoul is much tougher than I expected. Although Gangbin Jichiro wasn't sure of Yanlong Seoul's actual strength, he still didn't dare let his guard down. Even though a country's Sakura team had the strongest force in the field, this was, after all, a chaotic melee. Gangbin Jichiro couldn't guarantee he could quickly defeat Yanlong Seoul. What's more, with countless eyes watching, openly attacking another nation was even less realistic. After all, nominally, the nations of the world prohibit humans from killing each other in the real world. Meanwhile, Carrot Singh felt deep regret. In his view, given Yanlong Seoul's current cohesion, if they had clashed with the Sakura team just now, it would have been ideal. That way, the Sakura team's strength could have been greatly weakened, giving the Sadu team a chance to vie for glory. Unfortunately, once an opportunity is lost, it's gone forever. Now, all 6 teams in the field could only remain cautiously on guard. None dared to be the first to attack the Demon King. However, Chung Qianma, who had been silently observing for a while, as an onlooker, clearly understood everyone's intentions. Since no one dares to make a move, I don't mind taking the initiative for you. Standing around like statues, isn't that exhausting? Chung Qianma gave a slight smile, then made an astonishing move. Chapter 580, Compound Eye Laser. The unlucky Sakura team. While advancing, Chung Qianma carefully maneuvered to the rear of the Sakura team. Then, with astonishing speed, he unleashed a 2-hit combo. First, he quietly snapped his fingers, then instantly activated ghost form, returning to stealth mode. Since the entire process was extremely fluid, and he was positioned behind everyone, no one noticed him. The next second, a dark green missile suddenly appeared directly above the giant cocoon. Everyone's expressions changed upon seeing this. Which bastard gunslinger disobeyed orders and attacked recklessly? Gangbin Jichiro, with his vast experience, naturally recognized this dark green as the gunslinger's ultra-long-range skill, quantum missile. But he never imagined that an awakened would dare attack the Demon King first, before everyone was prepared for battle. That's why he roared in fury. Yet no one paid him any mind. With a deafening boom, in that instant, Meteor Mountain seemed to quake as if the heavens and earth were collapsing. The Demon King's countless eyes, previously half closed, suddenly opened wide. At the same time, everyone finally saw its information, but soon, they all displayed expressions of utter shock. Ugnaroth, level 80 Great Demon King, health, 100 trillion. It's actually a Great Demon King. How could a medium threat hunt possibly involve a Great Demon King? Gangbin Jichiro couldn't believe his eyes. And then, something terrifying happened. Ugnaroth burst out from the cocoon, its body sprouting dozens of pairs of legs beneath. It slowly crawled down the cliff, and from its body extended a tentacle over 100 meters long, sweeping from left to right, toward everyone's position. Such an astonishing attack range shocked everyone for a century. In an instant, cries of agony echoed through the heavens. Anyone struck by the tentacles was severely injured. Some unfortunate souls were instantly killed by the spikes on the tentacles. But an even more terrifying event was yet to come. The next second, countless lasers shot out from Ugnaroth's abdominal eyes, and the vast majority of these lasers were aimed at the Sakura team's position. Quick! Defend now. All tanks, move forward. Cover the right flank. Gangbin Jichiro was utterly shocked. He couldn't fathom why, with 6 teams present, Ugnaroth specifically targeted his side. Could it be because the Sakura team was too strong, making Ugnaroth focus on them? The truth proved he was overthinking it. The reason Ugnaroth targeted the Sakura team first was mainly because Cheng Qianma was behind them. The quantum missile he fired earlier had been the first shot, so it was only natural for Ugnaroth to prioritize counterattacking the source of the damage. It's just that no one noticed Cheng Qianma's subtle actions. The Sakura team's tanks had already deployed their defenses immediately, but Ugnaroth's attack speed was simply too fast. In an instant, over 20 country awakened were burned alive by the compound eye lasers. At this moment, the awakened from other nations didn't feel schadenfreude, because as long as Ugnaroth remained alive, everyone was doomed together. Originally, in a medium threat hunting plan, a great demon king like this would never appear. Otherwise, the major nations would have sent 4th-tier powerhouses. But now that an anomaly had occurred, everyone had to temporarily set aside their grudges and focus on attacking the enemy. But the logic behind Ugnaroth's defeat was clear to everyone. In that moment, the ranged classes of the 6 awakened teams launched a simultaneous counterattack. Instantly, a sky full of dazzling skills lit up like brilliant fireworks, raining down toward Ugnaroth. At the same time, melee units from all major nations also emerged from the ground in time. From a high vantage point, the ground was densely packed with people, yet the instigator, Cheng Qianma, was now silently hiding on the side, concealed. He stared at Ugners in the distance, lost in thought. Could he be a creature from the Void Rift? Now isn't the time for revenge. Let's keep them alive for now. As a walking encyclopedia, Cheng Qianma knew all the creatures in the known ecosystem. But after entering Fallen Star Mountain, in just a few days, 2 completely new species had already appeared. They were creatures he had never seen before. This made him feel the true terror of the Void Rift. Facing a super boss with 1 million HP, even he didn't dare underestimate it. Now that all 6 major armies had launched a full assault, he also blended into the melee units amid the crowd. Soon after, an unprecedented grand battle erupted in the depths of Fallen Star Mountain. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Once Ugners faced a massive barrage of attacks, his health began to plummet rapidly. But members of the 6 major armies were also suffering heavy damage constantly. They were already experiencing casualties to various degrees. Even the soul of Flame Dragon was no exception. When Ugner's HP dropped to 70%, he actually began moving toward the ranged forces. Everyone was immediately shocked. Those classes are all glass cannons. If Ugners even touches them, they could die instantly. But they're also the main damage dealers. They must not suffer mass casualties. If Ugners enters the crowd, this battle won't be able to go on. So at this moment, the commanders of the 6 armies all ordered the ranged units to fight while retreating, and the melee troops were told to try their best to stall Ugner's advance. Cheng Qianma, Ugner's body structure, and instantly noticed something. Next, a shocking idea surfaced in his mind. Chapter 581, The Terror of the Great Demon King. Trapped in a desperate situation, Ugner's has at least 40 eyes on his body. If we could destroy all of them, wouldn't that cut off his vision? Cheng Yuxuan's mind was racing with calculations. At Ugner's current movement speed, reaching the distant main force would take only about 3 minutes, and with his height exceeding 20 meters, his secondary eyes are all on top of his head. In Fallen Star Mountain, due to some special force, no flying mounts can take off. So, ordinary skills can't reach his eyes at all. Moreover, many melee fighters are currently at his feet, in an extremely awkward position. They can't even see his eyes, so how can they attack? Now, only a few classes can use certain ultra-long range skills to attack Ugner's head. Perhaps it's worth a try. After making up his mind, Cheng Qianma immediately aimed at Ugner's body and fired his grappling hook. But the next second, a clanging sound echoed. The hardness of Ugner's skin completely exceeded Cheng Qianma's expectations. My grappling hook couldn't even pierce it. Since the 1,000 blades of flowing light was created, the grappling hook form had helped Cheng Qianma overcome many challenges. But today, it failed him. Seeing the grappling hook fail, if it weren't for the fear of something going wrong, Cheng Qianma would have even considered using spatial teleportation to get up there. But facing a completely unknown creature, he couldn't take such a risk. Soon, with one plan failing, he came up with another. Then I'll throw a grenade, using a parabolic trajectory, to arc over his head. Very soon, Chung Qianma took out the demolition expert's G-61 gravity grenade. After a quick ballistic calculation, he threw it with force. The G-61 gravity grenade formed a perfect arc in the air, flying right over Ugner's head and landing on his abdominal eye. At the same time, Chang Yuxuan dashed toward the direction Ugner's was heading. This way, he could witness the effect of the grenade's impact. Boom! With a loud explosion, the G-61 gravity grenade instantly blew up 5 of Ugner's eyes. Chang Qianma was initially thrilled. But in the next moment, his face turned to shock at the sight of the destroyed eyes. Within just 5 seconds, 5 new eyes had regenerated. Ugner's eyes have high-speed regeneration. Chung Qianma exclaimed in disbelief. The surrounding foreign awakeners, though unfamiliar with Chung Qianma, had all seen his previous actions. They also understood the tactic he was trying to execute. But that shocking scene just now immediately threw everyone into despair. Damn. That regeneration is insane. Someone couldn't help but exclaim. The entire melee force felt a chill down their spine. A 4th-tier Demon King was simply too powerful for this group of 3rd-tier awakeners. Even though each one of them was a prodigy, in the face of absolute power, they were still like ants. Among the large force, Zhang Feixiong had initially thought, upon spotting Chung Qianma, that he had come up with a plan, but what came instead was even deeper despair. All Solar Flame Dragon ranged units, listen up. Attack Ugner's abdominal eye with everything you've got. Zhang Feixiong refused to sit and wait for death, so he issued the command for a full-ranged bombardment once more. Zhang Feixiong refused to sit and wait for death, so he once again ordered a ranged bombardment. In his view, Chung Qianma's judgment was likely correct, but due to insufficient individual firepower, Ugner's eyes kept regenerating. If long-range attacks could reach a certain intensity, could it stop the regeneration? With this thought in mind, Zhang Feixiong wanted to try again. At the same moment, awakeners from other countries nearby also saw the situation clearly. They knew that if Ugner's got close, everyone would die. So they followed the soul of the flame dragon and attacked Ugner's frantically. 1 told 10, 10 told 100, and soon all ranged units, any class with ultra-long range skills, joined the soul of the flame dragon in the assault. Instantly, countless spells surged like a tidal wave, rushing toward Ugner's eyes. Although the attack firepower at this moment was dozens of times stronger than Chung Qianma's earlier efforts, it only caused Ugner's eyes to be destroyed more frequently in a short time. A few seconds later, new eyes would still grow back. And what was even more terrifying was that, perhaps due to triggering some hidden mechanism, when the latest batch of eyes regenerated, they began emitting compound eye rays into the distance. Such a ferocious defense mechanism caught all the ranged units off guard. Now they too were plunged into endless despair. In their view, if even that level of firepower couldn't destroy Ugner's compound eyes, even a god would be powerless. Boom. 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 Although Ugner's health was still dropping, but he was also getting closer and closer to the long-range troops. At most, in another 2 minutes, there could be heavy casualties. Right now, no matter how hard the melee fighters tried, they couldn't sever Ugner's tentacles. After all, the Great Demon King was level 80. The overwhelming penalty made it impossible to inflict fatal damage. However, at that critical moment, Chang Qianma, who had been observing for a long time, suddenly lit up with realization. No, there's still hope. I know how to destroy that disgusting belly eye. There's only one chance. Once he understood it, Chang Qianma immediately activated the swift as the wind skill from the Tower of Space. His movement speed instantly soared to the limit. The next second, his body turned into a flash of lightning, and he rushed straight into Ugner's path. At that moment, Chung Qianma became the center of everyone's attention. Meanwhile, for the first time, all foreigners clearly saw his class and level. Chapter 582. Double Aerostorm Return. Sword Immortal Reborn. Flame Dragon Soul actually brought a level 52 solo player? Are they out of their minds? At first, when everyone saw that Chung Qianma was an extremely rare solo player, they all looked down on him. They thought he was like a manish trying to stop a chariot, totally overestimating himself. But after seeing his level, they were all stunned in disbelief. In that moment, a mix of complicated emotions spread among the crowd. He's a solo player, and he's level 52. That's hilarious. Is Flame Dragon Soul a trash recycling center? Even solo players can get recruited? A mere solo player trying to stop Ugner's? Keep dreaming. Don't say that. He's fighting with everything he has. You shouldn't mock a brave warrior. So what if he's a solo player? He still managed to reach level 52. You don't even know him. Even so-called trash dares to stand up. Then what about you? Not even worth calling trash. At this moment, public opinion at the scene split instantly. One group had no faith in the freelancer class at all, because in their country, freelancers barely had any room to survive. But the other group believed that regardless of Chung Qianma's class, he was still making efforts to stop Ugner's. Therefore, he deserved respect. Only the members of Flame Dragon's Soul were truly moved by Chung Qianma's actions. Although they knew Chung Qianma was strong, Ugner's power had already far exceeded everyone's imagination. For Chung Qianma to step up, alone at a time like this, clearly required fearless courage. So, On the faces of Flame Dragon's soul members, there was nothing but admiration. Captain Chung, you can do it. You're the eternal pride of us, Xiaogua people. Someone started it. And the cheer of Flame Dragon's soul instantly echoed through the world. Even Lu Qing'an, who previously had issues with Cheng Qianma, shouted his support with a voice that tore the skies. In that moment, all prejudice vanished. To him, Cheng Qianma was the true pillar of Xiaogua. Even the 4 Azure Dragon captains, including Zhang Feixiong, now officially recognized Cheng Qianma's identity. Whether or not he could stop Ugner's advance, his courage alone was worthy of the title Azure Dragon Captain. Go now. Show those ignorant foreigners the power of a Xiaogua genius. Zhang Feixiong silently clenched both fists, his eyes full of hopeful longing. At this moment, Cheng Qianma clearly heard the voices in the distance, but he showed no emotional reaction. He no longer cared what others thought. He acted only according to his heart. He scattered the flowlight 1,000 blades in his hand, and instantly switched to a one-handed sword form. He was about to create an unprecedented miracle. Spatial fold. Cheng Qianma shouted loudly. Then his body vanished in an instant. The next second, he suddenly appeared on top of Ugner's head, and right in front of him was a ring of more than 50 compound eyes. What kind of skill is that? He actually teleported that far? When the others saw Cheng Qianma use such a terrifying movement skill, they all looked stunned. Even Gamoto Jichiro and Caladian Singer couldn't believe their own eyes. That skill clearly didn't belong to any known class. So what grade of equipment can grant such an insane movement skill? The answer was obvious. It could only be from a legendary item. The two of them couldn't help but sigh at the wealth of this young man before them. But what they didn't know was, Cheng Qianma's performance had only just begun. Cheng Qianma instantly boosted his attack speed to the absolute limit. He unleashed all kinds of rapid hit sword skills, one after another. Though his hand movements dazzled the eyes, Ugner's eyes kept regenerating endlessly. When the others saw this, they all showed puzzled expressions. Could it be that Cheng Qianma thought this miracle alone would stop the eye regeneration? If so, wasn't that a bit too naive? Once again, mocking voices from foreigners began to rise. Cheng Qianma's godlike skill earlier had already embarrassed them enough. Now they had to regain some pride. In their eyes, someone from Xia Nation didn't deserve the spotlight, but the ridicule didn't last long. Because 4 seconds later, a miracle happened. Behind Cheng Qianma, 37 glowing swords suddenly appeared. He had successfully triggered the passive skill of the 10,000 sword return technique. Now whether it was the foreign awakened or members of the divine soul, they all widened their eyes in shock. None of them understood how a solo player could unleash the 3rd-tier ultimate of the sword soul class. Even more outrageous, most people's 10,000 sword return only summoned 20 light swords, but he summoned as many as 37. That's an 85% increase in quantity. This is impossible. Takamoto Jichiro stared at the scene before him, eyes wide open, his face pale as a sheet, and Caladian Shinga's reaction wasn't much better. He too was in a state of utter shock. Yet even so, this still wasn't Cheng Qianma's limit. His astonishing performance continued. He glanced back at the swords behind him, a confident smile forming on his face. Ultimate Divine Sword, Myriad Sword Return, rise again. As soon as Cheng Qianma spoke, 20 more light swords appeared behind him. Unleashing the 3rd stage Sword Soul Ultimate twice in a row, left everyone petrified. Such a terrifying freelancer completely shattered their worldview. A total of 57 light swords now hovered behind Cheng Qianma. With a flawless performance, he proved to the world that Xiaogua people have the right to stand in the spotlight too. At this moment, a total of 57 light swords hovered behind Cheng Qianma, like a sword immortal reborn. Chapter 583. One sword, 300k damage. Spatial cage line. Break for me. Cheng Qianma pointed with his right hand in the air, and 57 light swords shot out at high speed, each heading toward one of Ugner's 50 sub-eyes. Ugner seemed to sense the danger, and tried to block the attack with its tentacles, but it was completely useless. Cheng Qianma's light swords had strength-based power boosts. They were far beyond a regular sword god's ultimate. In the next second, Ugner's let out its first ever blood-curdling scream. The agony of losing all its eyes made it rampage uncontrollably. Blood poured down endlessly from its head. In an instant, it turned into a rain of blood. His HP dropped from 600,000 and was instantly cut down to only 300,000 by Cheng Qianma. The power of the double arrow storm return was absolutely terrifying, and those 50 compound eyes did not regenerate after being destroyed by countless light swords, just as I thought. My guess was right. To destroy those compound eyes, they had to be taken out all at once. Earlier, Cheng Qianma had carefully observed and noticed that whenever Ugner's compound eyes were destroyed, the surrounding eyes emitted a strange wave. Right after that, the destroyed eye would regenerate miraculously. Therefore, he concluded that to eliminate Ugner's compound eyes completely, he had to destroy all 50 in a single blow. But such a feat would be nearly impossible for a 3rd tier awakened. Yet Cheng Qianma, through a miraculous combo, achieved an unprecedented feat. At that moment, a thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Almost everyone applauded Cheng Qianma's performance, but just then, a terrifying change suddenly occurred on Ugner's body. Everyone's excitement instantly turned to dread. Ugner suddenly opened its massive bloody mouth and spat out a black seed into the sky. The next second, the black seed began expanding endlessly, gradually transforming into a spatial cage. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Because from that spatial cage, an overwhelming energy wave was radiating. That skill clearly possessed unfathomable power, and everyone's suspicion was right. Once the spatial cage fully formed, it fired countless black beams toward the ground. In an instant, countless awakened were struck down in a flash. Even Chung Qianma wasn't spared. Help me. What is this power? I can't control my body anymore. No, let go of me. Cries of despair echoed through the world. Chung Qianma tried to dodge, but the black beam was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already upon him, impossible to evade. Soon after, Chang Qianma felt an immense suction force, pulling him into the spatial cage. In just 10 seconds, 6 awakening teams, and over 15% of all members were completely taken over. When Zhang Feixiong saw Chang Qianma's body fading away, his face instantly turned pale. This is bad. Everyone, attack the spatial cage now. To rescue Chang Qianma, Flame Dragon's Soul's entire ranged unit unleashed their fiercest attacks, even their ultimates. They held nothing back, but it was all in vain. The spatial cage's defense was beyond monstrous. No matter how they attacked, only the clanging of impacts could be heard, not a single scratch inflicted. At that moment, all human awakeners once again fell into despair. They had just seen Chung Qianma deal 300,000 damage to Ugners on his own. They thought they saw the dawn of victory, but with the appearance of the spatial cage, that flame of hope was instantly extinguished. Unlike the sorrow-overwhelming Flame Dragon Soul, Takamoto Jichiro and Caladian Shinga stayed secretly alert, though their forces also suffered heavy losses. The incredible techniques Chung Qianma just displayed had already pushed Flame Dragon Soul's boss damage into a clear lead. If he kept attacking like this, the right to claim Ugners would inevitably go to Flame Dragon's Soul. That was a truth the two of them could never accept. Ugners now only has 300,000 HP left. As long as everyone keeps attacking, there's still hope for victory. After all, we've only lost 15% of our combat power. It's far from being a fatal blow. From their perspective, they'd rather suffer a 15% loss in exchange for Chang Qianma's death, because his strength was simply too terrifying. If allowed to grow unchecked, he would definitely become a major threat. But as long as he died, Xia Nation's rising national fortune would be instantly cut short. Since the spatial cage can't be broken, everyone should continue attacking Ugners. We must avenge our fallen teammates. Gamoto Jichiro shamelessly urged everyone to switch targets. As for his own subordinates, they had already been deemed expendable, although the awakened from other nations despised his actions. There was no better solution at the moment. They had no choice but to switch targets, or else they'd all die together. Captain Zhang, are we giving up the rescue too? Lu Cheng'an asked urgently. After witnessing Chang Qianma's stunning performance, his mindset had completely changed. By now, he was practically Chang Qianma's biggest fanboy, so he was extremely worried for his idol. However, Zhang Feixiong was now caught in a dilemma. Though he desperately wanted to save his teammate, rationality told him that attacking Ugners was the better choice. Since they couldn't even break through the spatial cage, there was no point in talking about rescue. After struggling with his thoughts, Zhang Feixiong gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, focus fire on Ugners. We can't let our fallen comrades down. We must avenge them. As for the Sakura squad, I, Zhang Feixiong, will remember this blood debt. If the Sakura squad is not destroyed, I, Zhang Feixiong, am no longer human." A wave of sorrow swept through every member of Flame Dragon's Soul. They knew this was a last resort. Yet after entering the spatial cage, Chung Qianma wasn't injured. Instead, strange sights began to appear around him. Chapter 584. Breaking the shackles of the 5 divine wall steps. Upon entering the spatial cage, Chung Qianma found himself in what felt like a separate world. It was completely dark, with no light whatsoever, and he couldn't see any other awakeners who had entered with him. This so-called spatial cage seemed to have space-isolated properties. Let's try attacking it. To test the environment, Chung Qianma swiftly switched Flowlight 1000 blades to machine gun mode. Then he used the Gatling machine gun, because this skill has a high chance to trigger a flurry of attacks. It was the best choice to test the spatial cage's durability. The sound of rapid firing rang out. Blue flames flickered from the Gatling gun. This time Chung Qianma was very lucky. He triggered 4 passive effects. A total of 90 bullets were fired into the endless darkness. Although he couldn't see anything, he could clearly hear the clanging impacts. The first 30 or so bullets didn't make much noise, but starting from the 40th shot, the sound noticeably intensified. There seemed to be a flicker of light. Chang Qianma said excitedly. In the previously pitch-black space, a faint glow. This meant the spatial cage. It had weaknesses. As more bullets fired, the light grew stronger. But once all 90 bullets were spent, the surrounding light was no brighter than a dim candle. Wait a second. Something's wrong with this spatial cage. Logically speaking, with my attack power and frequency, A normal barrier shouldn't be able to hold up, yet after 90 bullets were fired, the light vanished the moment it reached its peak. It seemed like once my attack ended, all previous effort was for nothing. Through continuous observation, Chung Qianma gradually began identifying a pattern. Based on his calculations, there should be countless small cages within this spatial cage. That's why even though many awakened entered it, they couldn't see each other at all. This must be the reason. To break free from the restraints, one must shatter the shackles all at once. Just like with the Gatling gun earlier. Although it had tons of hits and looked very fierce, the actual damage per hit was low. So the light would rise gradually, but disappear once the attack stopped. It never passed the... And all that effort before would be for nothing. The spatial barrier here has a self-defense mechanism, just like how earlier, Ugner's compound eyes could regenerate endlessly. That may very well be his core ability. After much reflection, Chung Qianma finally grasped the key to the problem. He believed that as a great demon king, Ugner's must have some core strength. And from the signs so far, his strongest ability should be regeneration or self-defense. And the spatial cage is no exception. I think I know how to break through now. Chung Qianma's lips curled up slightly. He then switched Flowlight 1000 Blades into full form mode. He held his breath and focused, then threw a powerful punch forward. Heavy Strike Assault. Heavy Strike Assault is an exclusive skill of the Brawler class. This class's most notable trait is its incredibly high burst damage in single target combat. While other classes may throw flashy combos with a dozen hits, it might not match one punch from a Brawler. The Brawler class pursues maximum efficiency in damage output. If one punch can end it, they won't throw a second. As the saying goes, one force crushes all tricks, as long as the power is absolute. Everything else is just flair. In that instant, a loud bang echoed. Chung Qianma's right fist seemed to hit an invisible wall. The next second, a massive crack suddenly appeared before his eyes. At the same time, a dazzling light radiated from the crack. The effect of this punch had surpassed the previous 9 forms technique. However, just as Chung Qianma thought the task was complete, the cracks he had created vanished entirely, and the space, which had briefly glowed, plunged back into darkness. The principle was now clear. It seemed the explosive force of a heavy assault strike was still not enough to break through. If that's the case, then I'll have to go all out. Chung Qianma wasn't discouraged by this failure. On the contrary, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. The next second, he crouched slightly, left foot forward, right foot back, assuming the starting stance of a certain skill. Not enough damage, huh? Time to unleash the ultimate move. The power of the strongest single target attack. 5 Gods Mighty Kick. Chung Qianma's right leg began to gather energy continuously, and the surrounding temperature rose rapidly at a visible rate. 3 seconds later, Chung Qianma finally finished charging. Then, he unleashed a fierce kick forward, with a deafening boom. The black space in front of Chung Qianma shattered completely. This time, no cracks even had time to form. The surrounding space was utterly pulverized. This showed just how powerful the instantaneous force of the 5 Gods Mighty Kick was. After successfully breaking free, the scenery before Chung Qianma's eyes suddenly became clear. So the void cage was a massive sphere. The outer surface of the sphere was made of a special kind of material. Inside the sphere, you can see the outside world, but from the outside, it's nothing but pitch black. At the same time, the large sphere also contained countless smaller spheres. All the awakened who were sucked in earlier were each trapped in separate spheres. However, only Chung Qianma managed to break out successfully, just as I thought. Everyone was forcibly separated. If that's the case, then the real show is about to begin. Chapter 585, Precision Verbal Attack, Team Escape. Chung Qianma looked around, as rhythmic thumping sounds echoed in his ears. From time to time, on the black spheres around him, some power ripples would appear. Some of the smarter awakened already realized that to break out of the cage, they must shatter the invisible wall. But their attack power was nowhere near as monstrous as Chung Qianma's. So for the vast majority, no matter how hard they tried, they would always fall short at the most crucial moment. After a quick estimate, Chung Qianma figured the number of people who could successfully escape would not exceed 20%. The next big challenge was figuring out who were allies. Chung Qianma never had a savior complex, so he definitely wouldn't waste too much energy trying to rescue everyone. The fact that he wasn't using this chance to slay foreigners was already merciful enough to ask him to treat everyone equally and save them all. Forget it. Not a chance. Got it. I just thought of a good idea. Very soon, a mischievous smile appeared on Chung Qianma's face. A few minutes later, Chung Qianma arrived at the very center of the void cage. And then something astonishing happened. He took a deep breath and then he was speaking one word at a time, with a 3-second interval between each word. Moreover, he would occasionally reverse word order on purpose, or lower his volume. A few minutes later, if you combine those words correctly, the general message was as follows. To all members of Flame Dragon's Soul, please listen carefully. This is Chung Qianma. The key to breaking the shackles is to unleash an explosive burst in an instant. I have already escaped successfully. To distinguish your identities, soon, I will return to speaking at normal speed. No matter what you hear me say, Do not respond under any circumstances. That way, I can help you escape. After these difficult words were finally delivered, all Flame Dragon's soul members were both surprised and confused. What surprised them was, not only had Qing Qianma entered the spatial cage, he was also the first to discover the method to break out. That meant there was still hope for everyone. What puzzled them, however, was why Qing Qianma used such a bizarre tone to communicate with everyone. Even though the message was hard to catch, its general meaning was still understood. Still, the whole thing felt way too strange. But just then, Qing Qianma suddenly returned to a normal speaking pace. I've escaped successfully. If anyone needs help, shout as loud as you can. We're all awakeners here. I won't just stand by and watch you suffer. With Qing Qianma's loud declaration, nearly all the black spheres instantly erupted with desperate cries for help. Yet what no one knew was that this was a trap Qing Qianma had intentionally set. Now I get it. She used deliberate word breaks, muted sounds, and altered word order. He disabled the foreigner's translation devices. What she just tried to express, how could a mere translator possibly understand? Now, as long as no one from Xia Nation speaks, Qing Qianma can easily tell who's native. Genius. Absolute genius. He truly lives up to being my idol. Lu Qing'an was quite unlucky. Just as she made a contribution, she was one of the first to be caught in the spatial cage. After multiple failed attempts, she was about to give up breaking out, ready to wait for death. Who would have thought her idol Qing Qianma would also be sucked in? And once she realized his true intention, she was absolutely blown away. Xia Nation has a history spanning thousands of years, and is the most culturally rooted nation on Blue Star. Therefore, the Xia language is both refined and flexible, with the unique feature of multiple interpretations for one word. In fact, every Xia citizen, from the moment they're born, possesses a god-tier language ability, automatic context filling, recognizing implied meanings, reordering characters mentally, even from scattered or broken syntax. For example, after reading the sentence above, you'd realize the word order is completely messed up, yet did it affect your understanding? Not at all. That's the innate ability of every Xia citizen, something foreigners will never comprehend, which is why, through this clever little trick, Qing Qianma ensured that none of the foreigners understood the meaning of his first sentence. All they understood was the part about him saving people. So at this moment, everyone was screaming for help at the top of their lungs. Xiaogua's culture is vast and deep. Current translation devices are still too immature. It's time to act. Just now, Qing Qianma moved at lightning speed and circled around every black orb. So in her mind, she had already confirmed the positions of all Flame Dragon's soul members. Over the next few minutes, she kept attacking from the outside to help Flame Dragon's soul free one teammate after another. As more members were rescued, they followed Qing Qianma's instructions to help others escape too. As a result, the overall rescue speed continued to accelerate. 6 minutes later, all members of Flame Dragon's soul had been saved. Salute, Captain Cheng. This was Lu Cheng'an's first time seeing Qing Qianma up close, and he was visibly emotional. Everyone else also stood at attention and greeted her, gratitude written plainly across their faces. It was only at this moment that those foreigners finally realized, and soon came a flood of nasty curses. But Qing Qianma remained calm, completely unfazed. What foreigners think doesn't matter at all. What truly matters is, now that Flame Dragon's soul has been fully rescued, it's time to break through the outermost cage. Everyone, listen up. In a moment, follow my lead, and unleash your strongest single-target attacks. We, Flame Dragon's soul, will shatter this spatial prison from within today. After hearing Qing Qianma's words, everyone's blood instantly boiled with passion, and together, they shouted, Captain Qing, at your command. We guarantee the mission will be completed. Qing Qianma's face immediately showed a look of relief. He was quite satisfied with everyone's response. Open fire. Author's note. Thankfully, I managed to finish 3 chapters before heading to the hospital. I'm absolutely exhausted. My child will be born tomorrow, but I'll do my best to keep updates coming. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 586. Turning the Tide. Reversing Fate. Everyone, keep pushing. Ugners only has 100,000 HP left. The ownership of this great demon king will definitely go to our Wugwa Empire. Komodo Juchiro watched Ugners' HP steadily drop, and the stiff expression on his face finally softened with a hint of a smile. Ever since Qing Qianma was sucked into the void cage, the tide of battle had completely shifted. Previously, thanks to Qing Qianma's incredible DPS, Xiao had gained a significant advantage. But once they lost their main damage dealer, Wugwa, the strongest nation, began to catch up again. After all, such a massive power gap couldn't be closed in a short time. With Qing Qianma, the cheat code tier player, everything was manageable. His power was absolutely overwhelming. But now, Captain Zhang, the great demon king, only has 100,000 HP left, but we're falling behind in DPS. What do we do next? At that moment, a member of Flame Dragon Soul shouted in frustration. He had thought this would finally be Xiao's moment to shine. But just as the total damage was about to determine the kill on the great demon king, Wugwa overtook them. There's nothing more frustrating than that. Zhang Feixiang's expression at the moment was also extremely grim. although he really wanted to maintain the lead that Cheng Qianma had created until the very end. Unfortunately, they lacked the strength. It seemed unlikely they'd have the chance. After a brief moment of thought, Zhang Feixiong shook his head helplessly. What he said wasn't arrogance. It was just the brutal truth staring them in the face. Not far away, Takamoto Jichiro seemed to hear his words. He laughed and said, "Some backwater Xiaogua fools dare dream of first place. Without that freak Xing Qianma, you're nothing but trash." With victory within reach, Takamoto Jichiro's smile grew even more radiant. But just a few seconds later, Ugners, who had about 60,000 to 70,000 HP left, suddenly dropped dead on the spot. At that exact moment, a massive crack burst open in the spatial cage up in the sky. What just happened? How did Ugners get instantly killed? Quick, check who got the boss rights. As soon as Awakeners from various countries saw the massive body of Ugners collapse to the ground, they all exclaimed in shock. Everyone wanted to know, which country would get ownership of the great demon king Xiaogua or Waguo? In any previous year, no one would have believed that Xiaogua could rival Waguo. But this year, with Cheng Qianma in the mix, even though he disappeared during the second half, his earlier contributions were already staggering. That's why, until the very last moment, none of the Awakeners could say for sure who the final victor would be. Glory will belong to the great Waguo Empire. Takamoto Jichiro's expression was one of unwavering confidence. But right at that moment, from the crack in the sky that had just exploded open, over a dozen figures suddenly flew out. And when everyone saw their yellow skin and black hair, they were all stunned in disbelief. They're all from Flame Dragon Soul? How did only they manage to escape? What about the others? Damn it. That guy, Cheng Qianma, his strength is terrifying. He actually rescued people from inside. This is bad. Does that mean the ownership of Ugners belongs to Xia Nation now? Was the sudden drop in the boss's HP earlier also because of Cheng Qianma? At that moment, everyone wore looks of utter shock. Xia Nation's performance in this hunting plan completely exceeded expectations. Even Wagua, the most powerful nation, was trampled beneath their feet, with no chance to fight back. And the weaker nations completely lost their confidence. If they had known Xia Nation was this strong, they would have allied with them earlier. How is this possible? Could the boss's final tens of thousands of HP have also been taken down by Cheng Qianma's team? Then why haven't any of my teammates come out? Gamoto Jichiro's expression turned extremely grim, because after today's battle, Wagua not only lost its reputation, but also a large number of awakened. The losses were so devastating that even he couldn't bear the consequences. It's highly likely that once he returns home, he'll have to commit seppuku. Why is it only your Flame Dragon Soul team that got out? What about the others? Are you kicking others while they're down? Did you abandon your comrades? Gamoto Jichiro had completely lost his composure, so he began flinging accusations, even without any proof. He said them with full confidence. But in the very next second, people from several other countries started voicing their support. The reason they were so to believe such nonsense. There were two main reasons. First, this entire hunting operation. All nations had already paid a heavy price earlier. If another batch were to die in the final battle, then aside from the Flame Dragon Soul Captain, all the other captains would be in deep trouble once they returned home. No way to explain themselves. Second point, everyone now fully realized the potential of Xiaogua's growth, and how terrifying Cheng Qianma truly was. If left to grow unchecked, Xiaogua might soon become the top power in the eastern zone of the Blue Star world. Others might not dare say it. But as long as Cheng Qianma is alive, Xiaogua taking the top spot in the east is only a matter of time. This was the collective consensus reached by all foreign awakeners after witnessing Cheng Qianma's performance. What about those losers? They're still stuck in the spatial cage. If we go too late. Cheng Qianma casually curled his lips. With the most relaxed tone, he uttered the most terrifying truth, and even teased everyone a little at the end, just to stir their emotions. Sure enough, the awakeners from all countries no longer wanted to argue about earlier events. They just wanted to quickly rescue their teammates. When Zhang Feixiong saw Cheng Qianma leading many team members out of the spatial cage safely, his eyes became a little teary. Originally, he had already considered these people as martyrs, but unexpectedly, not only did Cheng Qianma lead them out through a bloody path, he also, in the final moment, reversed the entire situation, earning Xiaogua an unprecedented first place. Captain Cheng, go loot the boss. We believe in your luck. Zhang Feixiong said this from the heart, and the other members also looked at him with anticipation. Author's note, out of story commentary. Thank you to all my friends for your concern. Here's a quick update for everyone. It's a boy, 6 genes 6 Liang, 3.3 kilograms. Mother and child are both safe. Though I feel a bit ashamed. With so many things happening, I ended up writing slower than planned. Didn't manage to finish this chapter before heading to the hospital. Now that the anesthesia is wearing off, my wife isn't, so there's a lot I need to take care of. I'll try to resume regular updates tomorrow. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 587. A dramatic turn. Dominating the top 10, Cheng Qianma saw everyone looking at him expectantly, and knew it would be hard to decline. So, he slowly walked over to Ugners. Ugners was the first unknown boss I encountered after arriving in this world. I wonder, As the Void Rift continues to expand, will even more terrifying beasts emerge. It's been a long time since I've felt the thrill of a real challenge. I hope there are even more surprises ahead. As the only transmigrator from Blue Star, Chung Qianma's strength and experience need no further explanation. Therefore, in recent times, he had felt no excitement toward combat, just going through the motions. But now, with Ugner's appearance, his long-dormant fighting spirit was beginning to awaken. Born a battle maniac, Chung Qianma was now eagerly looking forward to facing stronger and more mysterious beasts in the future. Only then could he break through his limits once more. Pressure is always the foundation of growth. This he knew very well. Come on then. Show me. A prize from the great Demon King. Chung Qianma slightly curled his lips into a smile and slowly walked toward Ugner's. However, what he didn't know was that right around the time he was pulled into the spatial prison, something rather interesting was happening outside Mount Fallen Star. At the time, the national team leaders couldn't see the actual combat happening inside the mountain, but they could infer the situation by watching the individual and national rankings. Those two leaderboards calculated points based on individual performance. Awakeners earned points whether they killed mobs or dealt damage to various demon kings. All of it could be converted into score. The national leaderboard, on the other hand, was the sum of all scores from awakeners of the same country. They were totaled and ranked. Because of this scoring system, the top 10 of the individual rankings were typically dominated by the top 3 countries. Having a high individual score didn't necessarily mean one's country had a high total score, but the reverse. If the total national score was high, then on average, individual scores wouldn't be low either. After all, the number of participants in each hunt plan never fluctuated much, and top players from powerful nations could easily leave players from other countries far behind in the dust. That's why the Starfield projection was the most direct and transparent data panel. Just a few minutes ago, that previously calm projection suddenly showed dramatic changes. At the time, Li Wenxuan's expression was extremely excited, while Yegao Jushiru and the others looked as if they'd just eaten dirt, because for the first time in history, Xiaohua had taken first place on the national leaderboard, and even more shocking, Chung Qianma had, in an incredibly short time, soared to the top of the individual leaderboard. In that instant, Xiaohua held the top spot. Before this moment, no one would have ever believed such a thing was possible, but now it had really happened, so vividly and truly. At that moment, Li Wenxuan was grateful not only to the young team in front of her, but even more so to Chung Qianma's contributions, because she knew, without Chung Qianma's involvement, they could never have achieved such an incredible result. But her joy didn't last long. Soon, the Starry Sky projection underwent a massive change. The total points for all countries were suddenly reduced by at least 20%, but Xia Nation's drop was even more severe, a staggering 58%. And this happened exactly when Ugners unleashed the spatial cage and captured a group of people. Congratulations, Commander Yekao. Looks like this hunting operation has ended once again in Wugua's sweeping victory. That's right. Wugua actually managed to make a stunning comeback. Incredible. Xia Nation was strong this time, but unfortunately fell just short. Sigh. Better luck next time. Even though no one knew what miracle Xia Nation had taken to suddenly rise like that, at least Wugua pulled off a comeback. Otherwise, the fallout would have been ugly. Some people took the chance to flatter Yekao Jushiro, while others felt sorry for Xia Nation. After all, when it comes to Xia, in any field, they've always been a hot topic. All one could say is that Xia Nation's performance today greatly shook the dominance of the top-ranking countries. It's a pity, yes, but I'm also very satisfied. Remember how that felt. Next time, we'll win for sure. Li Wenxuan never believed in overnight success, so she wasn't discouraged when Flame Dragon's soul faltered at the last second. After all, in the previous few tournaments, they hadn't even dared to dream of making the top 6, and now they almost took first place. What more could they ask for? Even though Yegao Jushiru had nearly pissed himself earlier, he eventually regained his composure. He then casually glanced toward Xiaohua and muttered quietly, "You think you can surpass us? You're 100 years too early." That's just how Wagyu people are. As soon as they get a slight edge, they start bragging nonstop, like getting a few more points on a test, but boasting as if they outscored you by hundreds, or taking on some ordinary job, doing it just a little seriously, and then yelling about craftsman spirit. Sometimes they even randomly crown people as, but in reality, if we followed their standards for immortals, then Xiaohua would be crawling with them. Even dogs wouldn't compare. That's why Li Wenxuan couldn't even be bothered to respond to Yegao Jushiru's provocation. As long as Flame Dragon's soul keeps improving, surpassing the Sakura team is just a matter of time. Li Wenxuan was absolutely certain of this. But just then, the rankings in the Starfield projection changed once more. Xiaohua, which had just been overtaken, suddenly returned to first place. Even the entire top 10 of the individual leaderboard was now dominated by Xiaohua. All the team leaders, upon seeing this, were expressions of absolute disbelief. Author's note: managed to write one more chapter, hoping to post another in an hour. Thanks for all your support. Chapter 588. A reward that changes a nation's fate. Huaxiao first to witness it. How could this happen? Even if Xiaohua retook first place, how could they push all our country's top 10 players down the list? Li Wenxuan, You owe us an explanation. Yes, yes. We demand a clear answer today. Now even Yegao Jushra looked visibly shaken. The team leaders of Peacock Nation and Goryo Nation were equally baffled. The recent changes in the Starfield projection made it feel like Xiagua had suddenly gained a massive number of points, while all the other nations had suddenly lost a lot. Only such a zero-sum swing could explain the dramatic reversal at the top of the individual rankings. Unfortunately, all they could see now were cold, hard numbers. Even Li Wenxuan himself, for the moment, had no answer for everyone's questions. While he was also incredibly excited, he couldn't shake the feeling that a storm had been triggered for some unknown reason. Why are you all looking at me? I don't know either. Let's just wait until they come out. Li Wenxuan knew that no amount of explanation from him could compare to a single sentence, so he immediately chose to stay quiet. As long as Cheng Qianmo returned, everything would be revealed. The small commotion outside Mount Fallen Star, Cheng Qianmo naturally knew nothing about it. At this moment, he was already standing atop Ugner's head, slowly lowering his right hand. And in the next second, the entire Mount Fallen Star began to shake violently. At the same time, an overwhelming aura surged up from the peak of Mount Falling Star, then shot straight into the sky. Every awakened one present received the same notification, due to the Xia Nation successfully slaying the great demon king Ugners. All members of Flame Dragon Soul receive SSS and hunt rewards. Since Cheng Qianmo ranked first in the individual scoreboard for this hunt, he receives SSS and solo rewards. Due to Flame Dragon Soul defeating the great demon king despite the odds, a special reward is granted. Xia Nation's exclusive hidden class, Huaxia Sword Immortal. All Xia players with one-handed sword classes can now choose to awaken into the exclusive hidden class upon 4th advancement, Huaxia Sword Immortal. At this moment, everyone in Flame Dragon Soul wore a look of sheer disbelief. Even Cheng Qianmo found the rewards almost too outrageous to believe. Meanwhile, awakened players from other countries were still struggling to save their teammates inside the Void Prison. When they saw Xia Nation's rewards, many instantly lost their inner composure. What the hell? What kind of bullshit is this? Xia Nation actually unlocked an exclusive hidden class. Isn't that supposed to be a privilege only for the top-ranked countries? What rank were they? And now they've caught up just like that. This Huaxia Sword Immortal sounds badass. Feels way cooler than the Ronin class from the One Nation. Totally. Damn, just hearing that name makes me want to change my nationality to join Xia Nation. At this moment, everyone's focus wasn't on the group or individual rewards, because they'd all seen those before. But an exclusive hidden class, now that could influence national destiny. It wasn't even in the same league as the other two. In the world of Blue Star, not every nation has access to an exclusive hidden class, because this privilege only has a chance of being granted upon slaying a great demon king. So practically only the world's top 30 ranked countries have this special edge. Previously in the east zone of Blue Star, only the top 3 nations, One Nation, Peacock Nation, and Goryo Nation, possessed exclusive hidden classes. But now, Xia Kingdom has risen to the top. It became the 4th owner. And this exclusive hidden class, even putting aside its strength, just by the sheer dominance of its name alone, it already leaves many countries far behind in the dust. For example, Hua Kingdom's exclusive hidden class is called Wandering Ronin, while Peacock Kingdom's is called Venomous Fusion God. If we're just talking about how badass the names sound, among the top 3 nations in the East Zone, only Goryo Kingdom stands a chance, because their exclusive hidden class is known as the originator of the universe. Although an exclusive hidden class doesn't benefit every awakened one in a nation, it can significantly boost the country's average power and its influence in global discourse. As long as a country's strength rises sharply, there's still a chance to obtain even more exclusive hidden classes in the future. Even the strongest nation on Blue Star, Lighthouse Country, has 3 exclusive hidden classes of its own. Their strength is downright terrifying, and precisely because these classes are so powerful, having them or not will steer a country toward vastly different futures. What Xia Kingdom never dared dream of before, today it has easily. This moved Li Wenxuan and the 2 team leaders beside him to tears in an instant. It's been tough. So even our Xia Kingdom can have an exclusive hidden class. After being bullied for so many years, we're finally standing tall. It probably won't take long for the number of sword-type awakened ones in our country to surge. Maybe in the near future, Huaxia Sword Immortals will become a fearsome existence. The 3 team leaders grew more excited and more passionate as they spoke. Xia Kingdom had been bullied for too long, to the point that everyone's spirit had started to grow numb. If one day, Xia Kingdom's people no longer even have the courage to compete, then this nation is truly finished. So, the incredible reward just obtained by Flame Dragon Soul has already changed Xia Nation's future national destiny. Today is destined to go down in Xia Nation's history. Huaxia Sword Immortal. Now that's interesting. Does this mean that there will no longer be a Soul Sword God ranked number 1 in Apocalypse, and instead, the top title will be Apocalypse's number 1 Sword Immortal? That does have a nice ring to it. When Cheng Qianmo first saw the words Huaxia Sword Immortal, the figure of Huang Tian immediately appeared in his mind. He didn't even need to think about it. He already knew that guy. Must be jumping for joy right now. Not bad. Let the rise of Xia Nation begin with the birth of the first Huaxia sword immortal. A resolute light appeared in Cheng Qianma's eyes. Chapter 589. Double Champion. The Foreigner's Shock. After Cheng Qianma finished looting Ugner's corpse, the hunting mission was officially over. In that instant, the barrier outside Mount Falling Star suddenly vanished. A brilliant light shot up from within Mount Falling Star into the starry sky projection. It's over. So how do we rank? At this moment, the team leaders of all nations had mixed feelings. Nations with top-tier strength were eager to know their final results. After all, so many bizarre and abnormal occurrences had taken place. Their nerves were already on edge. As for the leaders of weaker nations, they held little to no hope, so their emotions remained calm. They simply played the role of bystanders, and were fine with that. Red flowers always need green leaves to set them off, and they had always been the most qualified green leaves. But today, one of those green leaves not only changed its color, it became one of the brightest flowers of all, the most dazzling blossom of all. The newly crowned top beauty was naturally Xia Kingdom's elite force, Soul of Yanlong. This can't be real. Xia Kingdom actually took first place in both categories? There must be a mistake in the results. How could our Hua Kingdom suffer such a devastating loss? Nakao Jushiro was completely unwilling to believe the results displayed on the starry sky projection, and the team leaders of Peacock Kingdom and Goryo Kingdom were just as shocked. Because on the starry sky projection right now, Xia Kingdom was not only ranked first on the national leaderboard, but had also outscored second place Hua Kingdom by nearly 30%. Such a massive lead. Even Hua Kingdom with its 6 consecutive titles had never achieved it before. However, that wasn't even the scariest part. Even more outrageous was the individual leaderboard. The top spot on the individual board was completely dominated by the name Cheng Qianma, and his total individual score was 20 times higher than the runner-up. Such a massive gap, not just in the East, but even on a global scale, had never been seen before. Achieving such results, it could only be attributed to Cheng Qianma's personal power. His performance this time was simply on a different level from everyone else. Perhaps only in a world with fourth-tier awakenings could he feel even a hint of pressure. However, the individual leaderboard spotlight was not Cheng Qianma's alone. The top 12 ranks, aside from him, were also completely taken by members of Soul of Yanlong. Such terrifying results were absolutely unthinkable in previous years. Without a doubt, Xia Kingdom is the true winner of this hunt program. So in the end, the ultimate winner, is it you people from Xia Nation? Did you ambush the other nations in there? Otherwise, how could you be the only ones with such astonishing results? These results, they've dealt a huge blow to the entire Wano nation. Yeko Juro shouted almost furiously as he confronted. On one hand, he couldn't bear such a massive shock. After all, Wano nation had held the #1 spot in Blue Star's East Zone for a very, very long time. But today, they were overtaken by the once obscure Xia Nation. To him, this was a stain on his career, one that couldn't be washed away. That's why he was so agitated. However, before he could finish his words, information about the exclusive hidden class appeared above the starry sky projection. Due to the successful execution of this hunt and the defeat of the great demon King Ugners, a special reward is granted. All Xia players who use one-handed swords may, upon their 4th advancement, choose to awaken the exclusive hidden class, Huaxia Sword Immortal, a great demon king. This was a medium threat hunt. How could there have been a great demon king? How did they even manage to win? And what kind of ridiculous class is Huaxia Sword Immortal anyway? After reading the reward announcement, Yeko Juro felt like his head was about to explode. Either of those 2 announcements alone would be enough to shake all of Blue Star's East Zone. Although he had never heard of the name Ugners before, this was his first time hearing it. But the power of a great demon king. As a 4th advancement expert, he knew it well. So he couldn't understand. How could a bunch of 3rd advancement weaklings possibly slay Ugners? What was even more unbelievable, even if they did defeat a great demon king, the credit should have gone to one of the top 3 ranked nations. How could Xia Nation have reaped all the benefits? During those 7 days in Mount Falling Star, just what on earth happened in there? Right now, Nakao Jushiro was certainly not the only one in disbelief. Every team leader from the top-ranking nations turned their gaze toward Li Wenxuan. They all needed a reasonable explanation. However, Li Wenxuan was just as confused as they were. Even though he was in great spirits, he had no idea how to answer them. Just as he was feeling awkward, a group of people slowly emerged from the entrance of Fallen Star Mountain. When the team leaders from various nations saw who it was, their expressions instantly turned icy cold. Just a single glance was enough to tell that the members of Soul of Yanlong hadn't suffered much loss at all, and their current mental state was excellent. It matched perfectly with the results they had just seen. Instructorly, we did not let you down. We were fortunate to claim first place in this hunt. Zhang Feixiong, the most senior captain of Soul of Yanlong, also performed excellently in this battle, in the absence of Cheng Qianma. The survival of Soul of Yanlong was entirely thanks to his quick thinking, so he naturally had the right to take the lead in reporting. Although he originally intended for Cheng Qianma to do the briefing, he had just noticed Cheng Qianma's subtle refusal, so he could only step up himself. After all, Cheng Qianma's humility was something Zhang Feixiong had long admired. After hearing the report, Li Wenxuan repeated good several times, his tears flowing uncontrollably. Happiness came too suddenly. As Qing Qianma's team observed Soul of Yanlong for a while, many thoughts surfaced in their minds, especially whose face muscles twitched uncontrollably. Chapter 590, Who are you? Do I even know you like that? It had been 20 minutes since Soul of Yanlong walked out of Fallen Star Mountain. Although teams from other nations were also gradually making their way out, on their faces, there was not a single trace of joy to be seen. Instead, a deep and indescribable sadness hung over the entire team. Although Qing Qianma had already told everyone earlier that his team had been forced into the Void Prison by foreigners, the Void Prison was up in the sky, and the rescue took time. So, among the 5 major teams other than Xian Nation, only a small number of people returned in the end. The rest all perished with the collapse of the Void Prison. Qing Qianma naturally didn't care about the lives of foreigners. Just giving them directions for the rescue was already a show of mercy, but the foreigners didn't see it that way. They completely forgot that the Void Prison was originally a powerful ability of the great demon King Ugners, and they were all victims drawn into it. Their fate wouldn't have changed much regardless. It was only because of Qing Qianma's appearance that he was able to save all his teammates. But now those who had previously mocked Xian Nation were demanding that he should have saved everyone, and even if not everyone, at least they believed he should have saved them. Human nature can sometimes be so ugly. When the captains of the 5 major teams reported the battle situation to their respective leaders and recounted everything that happened before, nearly every leader's expression became rather complicated. In this hunting operation, Flame Dragon Soul, as the double champion, suffered the least losses, and thanks to Qing Qianma repeatedly stepping in to assist, Flame Dragon Soul only had a 13% casualty rate in this battle. Even more shocking, their death rate was just 6%, which means, out of 100 members of Flame Dragon Soul, after days of bloody combat, only 6 people died in the end. Such an absurdly low casualty rate. It was simply unbelievable. But compared to Flame Dragon Soul, the casualty rates of other nations were absolutely horrifying. Take the Wano Nation's Sakura team as an example. They dispatched a total of 200 awakened players this time, and just the number of injured reached a staggering 124 people. Even worse, the death toll was an unprecedented 39 people. This was the most devastating loss Wa Kingdom had suffered since joining the Hunt program. Among the 6 nations that participated in the final battle, even the strongest nation sustained such heavy casualties. The others fared even worse, not worth mentioning. It was a massacre one after another, especially Peacock Kingdom. Their casualty rate reached a staggering 72%. With results like that, they were just one step away from total annihilation. Team leader, please stand up for us. It was that guy Qing Qianma who deliberately tricked us and refused to save us. Otherwise, our Sakura team would never have lost so many people. At this moment, Kanemata Juichiro was speaking in a furious tone as he appealed to Nakao Jushiro. By now they all knew about Qing Qianma's trickery in the Void Prison earlier, so the awakened ones from the other 5 nations now held a deep grudge against him. Sometimes, this world is just that ironic. When you're the strong one, you treat others' lives like ants beneath your feet. Saving or not saving them is purely up to your mood. But once the roles are reversed, so comes the double standard. If they themselves are in danger, then regardless of others' ability or willingness, others must save them. Otherwise, it's called heartless betrayal, a lack of morality and virtue. This habit of high-handed hegemonic thinking has thoroughly corrupted their hearts. To borrow a quote from Lord Chao, I'd rather wrong the world than let the world wrong me. This is exactly the mindset shared by Kanemata Juichiro and many members from powerful nations. With Kanemata Juichiro's bold accusation, the other top 6 nations also launched their attacks. On one hand, they had suffered heavy losses in the battle, and they urgently needed a convenient excuse to shift the blame. What Ganbin Juichiro just said was the perfect excuse. Otherwise, these team leaders from powerful nations present might be completely removed from office after returning home. Some might even face serious punishment. On the other hand, everyone also saw through this battle the potential of Xian Nation. In order to protect their existing national interests, they had no choice but to take action. After all, the pie of the Apocalypse continent is only so big. If Xian Nation gets a bigger slice, another nation is bound to get less. Among all these people here, who would willingly take the short end of the stick? The answer is obvious. No one. So the cake that Xian Nation just barely got their hands on had to be taken back again. During this battle, they could only speak in an arrogant tone as they interrogated Qing Qianma. After all, in their eyes, no matter how strong Qing Qianma was, he was still just a 3rd advancement expert. In the presence of a 4th advancement expert like them, he was basically nothing. So their tone carried no politeness whatsoever, and even bore a hint of command and superiority. But Qing Qianma didn't even respond. He didn't even turn his head the entire time. I'm talking to you, boy. Are you deaf? Yeko Jiro, already humiliated in front of everyone, could only use his haughty tone again to interrogate Qing Qianma. After being blatantly ignored by Qing Qianma, Yeko Jiro felt his blood pressure spike. He practically roared out his final question. If Qing Qianma continued to pretend not to hear, he wouldn't hesitate to teach him a lesson. After all, in the brutal world of Blue Star, everyone must show proper respect to the strong. Otherwise, the strong had every right to step in and establish the rules, as long as it didn't cause public fatalities. It almost never stirred up any waves. But this time, although Cheng Qianma turned his head away, what he said next sent chills down everyone's spine. Who are you? Are we even close? As soon as those words fell, the whole venue was plunged into dead silence. Chapter 591. Nakao's Resolve. The fourth tier killing move line. After Cheng Qianma said something so dismissive, right in front of everyone, everyone's face showed utter disbelief. No matter what irreconcilable grudge existed between Xia and Hua kingdoms, Nakao Jushiro was still a high-level fourth-tier powerhouse. For Cheng Qianma to speak to him like that was undeniably bold to the extreme. Even the members of Soul of Yanlong couldn't believe Cheng Qianma would go that far, though they all felt incredibly satisfied hearing his line. Are we even close? They also knew very well how the Hua kingdom operated, so they were seriously worried that Cheng Qianma might face revenge from Hua kingdom later. In Blue Star affairs, though a set of common constraints had been established, officially, no awakened person from any nation was allowed to cross tiers and bully weaker ones. But who really knows what happens behind closed doors? According to incomplete statistics from all nations around the world, some geniuses mysteriously disappear every year. As for who's behind it, no one dares look into it too deeply. At the end of the day, to have a voice in this world, you must possess absolute power. Rules are made by people, sure, but if your power is great enough, you can overturn them at will, without fear of protest. This is the brutal reality of the world today. And Nakao Jushiro, backed by Hua Kingdom's overwhelming strength, was also a top-tier fourth-tier powerhouse. He naturally assumes he has the authority to speak like this. However, he completely underestimates Tan Thien Mat's determination, and even more, his strength. With Tan Thien Mat's current power, although defeating someone above his level is tough, against a fourth-rank powerhouse like Deep Qua Thap Tu Lang, he can still protect himself without issue. So he doesn't need to show Deep Qua Thap Tu Lang any respect. Not convinced? Then let's fight it out. When the time comes, Deep Qua Thap Tu Lang will naturally shut his mouth. Very well, really impressive. It seems Deep Qua Thap Tu Lang, haven't made a move in too long, so much that some people from certain countries have forgotten the pain that's hard to erase. Since you won't speak properly, I'll bring people to teach you some manners. These words from Deep Qua Thap Tu Lang undoubtedly insult all the awakened ones from Ha Quoc, including Tan Thien Mat, and his verbal attacks target the deepest pain of Ha Quoc's people for years. At this moment, all members of the Dragon Soul team glare angrily, but without Lai Van Hien's approval. They dare not act on their own. Lai Van Hien's emotions are extremely complex right now, though he wholeheartedly supports Tan Thien Mat's actions. As Ha Quoc's instructor, he must prioritize the bigger picture. If Deep Qua Thap Tu Lang is allowed to act under the guise of teaching a lesson, not only will Tan Thien Mat be harmed, but Ha Quoc's reputation will also take a painful hit. Right now, Ha Quoc's morale is at its peak, but Lai Van Hien has fallen into a dilemma. Why let Deep Qua Thap Tu Lang seize this chance to regain dominance? That's clearly a bad deal. In Lai Van Hien's view, as long as Tan Thien Mat is alive, Ha Quoc's rise is only a matter of time. There's no need to take risks for momentary satisfaction, so reason tells Lai Van Hien he must do everything possible to stop this farm. Tan, don't be impulsive. He's using provocation tactics. As long as you don't respond, then I have a reason to act. Li Wenxuan was also very experienced, though he couldn't defeat Yi Cao Shilang. Cheng Qianma taking the blame wouldn't be an issue at all, as long as Cheng Qianma didn't escalate things further. He, as the instructor of the Dragon Soul, would naturally have a valid reason to intervene. However, after hearing Li Wenxuan's words, Cheng Qianma gave a meaningful smile. Since when did Instructor Li become so cautious? Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After speaking, Cheng Qianma walked alone slowly to the front of the Sakura team. Then, he placed his left hand behind his back, extended his right hand forward, and made a come-on gesture. Cheng Qianma's entire movement was fluid and seamless, though he didn't utter a single word. His provocation was instantly maxed out. At that moment, no one could believe their eyes. Everyone realized that in this world, there existed such an audacious young man, daring to provoke a fourth-turn powerhouse at just level 52. Someone with such courage was either unimaginably strong or completely out of their mind. Because even if a fourth-turn powerhouse couldn't kill on the spot, taking action in private, who could stop them? Even investigating would be nearly impossible. Clearly, except for the Dragon Soul members, everyone thought Cheng Qianma was the out-of-his-mind type, but in the entire history of Blue Star, there had never been a case of a third-turn powerhouse defeating a fourth-turn one. The gap between them was unimaginably vast, far beyond what mere talent could bridge. It wasn't something that the word genius could overcome. So, even though Cheng Qianma had shown astonishing personal performance before, people still didn't believe in him. Bold. At this moment, Yu Cao Shilang, He was almost knocked out by Chung Qianma's hand gesture. It was outright mockery. Not the slightest attempt to hide it. But the problem is, since when does a third realm cultivator openly taunt a fourth realm one? Though he couldn't figure it out, Yi Cao Shizalong saw that the bait had been taken. So he decided to launch a reckless plan. By the grace of the Emperor, for the glory of my great empire, I, Yi Cao Shizalong, am willing to bear any punishment afterward. Today, I will personally slay this lowly dog from the inferior nation. Yi Cao Shizalong truly lives up to his name, as was Loyal Hound. He was ready to sacrifice the self, to fulfill the greater cause, eliminating the greatest threat to his future. You ignorant brat, a year from today will be the anniversary of your death. Yi Cao Shizalong let out a thunderous roar, then suddenly unleashed his fourth realm ultimate skill. The abrupt development shocked everyone into silence, while the entire soul of Flame Dragon team fell into utter despair. Chapter 592, Weight of the Lower Nation. A clash between nations. Nebula Thousand Slay Slash. Yi Cao Shizalong roared once more, then used the ultimate skill exclusive to his profession. The Ronin Swordsman's fourth realm ultimate move. Nebula Thousand Slay Slash. The Ronin Swordsman's fourth realm ultimate can unleash 12 sword strikes instantly. With each strike that hits, the damage increases by 10%. When the crowd saw the Nebula Thousand Slay Slash, their expressions changed. Because this skill has a damage stacking effect, which means the more it strikes, the more terrifying the damage becomes. Now Yi Cao Shizalong, as a fourth realm powerhouse, targeted Chung Qianma with his exclusive ultimate move. That was beyond ruthless. Li Wenxuan instinctively tried to intervene, but Yi Cao Shizalong struck too fast, and he wasn't prepared in advance either. So there was no time to help Chung Qianma block this attack. Just as the Nebula Thousand Slash was about to hit Chung Qianma, all the members of Soul of Yanlong showed panic on their faces. A fourth turn expert's ultimate skill. Its power is nothing short of world-shattering. Even someone of the same level, if hit by it carelessly, would be in serious trouble, let alone Chung Qianma, who's only level 52. Yet at that moment, Chung Qianma not only showed no sign of panic, but even had a hint of bloodlust on his face. An exclusive ultimate skill? You think that's impressive? Phantom Manifestation. Blood Realm Beyond. Chung Qianma swiftly switched Flowlight Thousand Blades into War Hair mode. Behind him, a massive demonic phantom appeared, and so did a giant Azure Dragon. The Azure Dragon instantly coiled around the demon's silhouette, as if the two had become one. In the next second, a 10-meter-tall bicolored tornado of blue and red hurtled toward Yi Cao. Is that the Blood Mage's ultimate? Wait, he's actually a Qinglong captain too? That Qinglong blessing effect. Why have I never seen it before? Yi Cao 14 Lang looked at the blue-red tornado, his face filled with disbelief. If Chung Qianma using the Blood Mage's third turn ultimate was already shocking, then that Azure Dragon illusion just now was even more astonishing, because anyone with a keen eye could tell that mighty Azure Dragon actually amplified the power of Blood Realm Beyond. With a loud boom, the sword light from Nebula Thousand causing his skin to crack in multiple places. But Yi Cao 14 Lang was also hit by the bicolored tornado. Left equally battered and miserable, Chung Qianma, whose health had been dropping rapidly, was now recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. It had turned into a contest between the damage of Nebula Thousand Slash and the healing power of Blood Realm Beyond. Holy crap, Captain Chung truly lives up to his name. The effect of his Azure Dragon blessing. It probably surpasses all former Azure Dragon captains, using a third realm power to directly clash against a fourth realm ultimate move. Damn, that's badass. This is the true fighting spirit of Xia Nation. Let those foreigners open their damn dog eyes and see clearly. At this moment, the entire soul of Flame Dragon team let out a thunderous roar. Their blood boiled. Thanks to Chung Qianma's jaw-dropping performance, it was instantly ignited. Everyone initially thought Chung Qianma would be cornered in an instant, but under the effect of dual buffs, he was actually fighting Yi Cao Shizalong on even ground, and judging by appearances alone, Yi Cao Shizalong looked even more battered than Chung Qianma. Because his ultimate move lacks any recovery ability, how could this be possible? This monster must not be allowed to live. If he becomes a fourth realm powerhouse in the future, no one in the eastern district of Blue Star will be his match. By then, Xia Nation's rise will be unstoppable. General Yamada, General Longha, join me in attacking. For the glory of the great empire, Yi Cao Shizalong was not someone afraid of death. Since he had already made his move today, he left himself no retreat. The people of Wa may be shameless, but when it comes to dying for their nation, they are brutal. Thus, General Yamada and General Longha also joined Yi Cao Shizalong in the assault. They too recognized Chung Qianma's terrifying potential. Right now, he's only level 52, yet he could withstand Yi Cao Shizalong's ultimate and survive. What about in the future? So they were ready to stop at nothing. To kill Chung Qianma on the spot, even if they would be harshly punished afterward, they were willing to pay the price. After all, Xia Nation's most promising genius had already fallen at Mount Falling Star, so it was all worth it. Japan, Kongningua, defend with me. They're going in for the kill, even if we have to sacrifice ourselves. We must protect Chung Qianma at all costs. He is the future of our Xia nation. Earlier, Yi Cao 14 Lang struck when Li Wenxuan wasn't mentally prepared, so Li Wenxuan couldn't intercept his ultimate in time. But now that both sides have suddenly called for backup, there's enough time to make a move. So he's made up his mind. No matter the cost. He must save Cheng Qianma. Even if it means facing life and death, he is willing. Because this is the hope for Xia nation's future. At this moment, the awakeners from other nations were trembling with fear from the sudden clash, facing a battle between 6 fourth-turn powerhouses. Even third-turn awakeners were like ants, and the leaders of their countries were quite pleased to see the top 2 ranked nations going at it, so they naturally had no intention of stopping it. They were even hoping that all 6 fourth-turn powerhouses present would perish in the fight. No one could have imagined that a well-planned hunting operation would end up becoming a showdown between the elite forces of Xia and Wu nations, and the spark that ignited all of this was none other than the monstrous genius, Cheng Qianma. So you like using power to oppress others? If you want war, then war it shall be. In the next second, madness surged in Cheng Qianma's eyes. Chapter 593. That damn Sakura team? Screw every single one of them. Even though Xia Nation is currently taking a passive stance, they also have 3 fourth-turn powerhouses, but their strength is clearly outmatched by that of Wan Nation. Li Wenxuan, Jiapan, and Kong Ningyue are level 73, 72, and 70 respectively. Meanwhile, on Wan Nation's side, Yi Cao 14 Lang has the highest level on the field, a staggering level 77. His companions Yamada Takamasa and Reup are level 75 and 74 respectively. His companions, Yamada Takamasa and Reup Genichiro, are level 75 and 74 respectively. In comparison, even Wan Nation's weakest fighters like Longhe Genichiro were stronger than Li Wenxuan, so to many foreign onlookers, this battle might look intense. But the actual impact seemed minor. With Xia Nation's current strength, they likely wouldn't last more than 10 minutes before falling into a clear disadvantage if the fight continued. Someone getting killed on the spot wasn't out of the question, but it was exactly because of this that many foreigners now had excitement written all over their faces, because no matter which side won, the other's strength would be significantly weakened. That was undoubtedly great news. After all, in the past few decades, the original Wan Nation had already oppressed everyone, and now, Xia Nation suddenly rose out of nowhere. Some even believed that given enough time to grow, Xia Nation might surpass Wan power. That brutal possibility left everyone suffocating. It was like falling into endless darkness, where not a single ray of light could be seen. But since 2 tigers were clashing today, one was bound to get hurt. Many foreign awakeners, if not for concern over appearances, would have each bought a megaphone to wave flags and cheer on sight, urging Xia and would have fight even more fiercely. If both sides could fight to their last soldier, that would be perfect. However, unlike the gleeful bystanders, the entire Soul of Flame Dragon team was trapped in despair. Right now, their teachers were fighting with blood and sweat to protect Xia Nation's future, yet they could only stand and watch helplessly. The frustration was unbearable. Captain Zhang, please give the order. I, Lu Cheng'an, request to lead the charge. Let's kill those bastards. Lu Cheng'an had already felt his blood boiling, and now he could no longer hold back his urge to fight. His teacher and idol were currently locked in battle with the enemy. Although his strength isn't enough to join the battle between fourth-turn awakeners, it's more than enough to kill those Sakura team members. Now, in his eyes, fear no longer exists. All he wants is to slaughter every cowardly mutt in the world. It seemed that all of Soul of Yanlong's morale was ignited by Lu Cheng'an's bold call for battle. For a moment, earth-shaking war cries echoed across the field. Everyone shared one wish: to have Zhang Feixiong give the order to attack the Sakura team. They also wanted to help relieve the pressure on their teachers and Cheng Qianma. Zhang Feixiong looked into everyone's determined eyes, feeling torn inside. Right now, the instructors were resisting external enemies. As the overall commander, he was naturally the de facto acting fossil, so every decision he made had to be weighed carefully. After all, the hundreds under his command were the future of Xia Nation. If a wrong decision on his part cost Xia the national fortune it had so painstakingly built up, Zhang Feixiong would never forgive himself, even in death. But just as he struggled with the decision, mocking voices came from the Sakura team opposite them. You trash dare to take the initiative to fight. Can't you see your weak-ass instructors are already being suppressed? Xia Nation wants to be number 1 in the East? Huh. Keep dreaming. In dreams, anything is possible. You could even fantasize about becoming the top of Blue Star. For over 100 years, Sakura team has never seen Soul of Yanlong as worthy opponents. So when they heard that Soul of Yanlong wanted Qin Dianyuan to join the fight, they all showed looks of contempt. Even though they were outnumbered right now, their average level and strength still gave them an overwhelming advantage. As long as Cheng Qianma wasn't present, Soul of Yanlong posed no Screw your so-called weighing of pros and cons. You're cowardly dogs. I've had enough of this frustration. Soul of Yanlong, hear my command. Charge, every damn one of you. Anyone who's even a step late. Don't blame me for being ruthless. You make your choices, you take the consequences. I, Zhang Feixiong, hereby withdraw from Soul of Yanlong, and will take full responsibility for today's actions. It has nothing to do with any other member. Now charge. The always calm and composed Zhang Feixiong was now showing signs of madness, although all the members of Soul of Yanlong were utterly shocked. After all, in their eyes, Zhang Feixiong, he was always calm and confident, composed and in control. Who would have thought he also had such a wild side? Though shocked, they were deeply moved by Zhang Feixiong's courage and leadership. Everyone's blood was instantly ignited with passion. They charged straight toward the Sakura team. In that moment, the entire Soul of Flame Dragon team let out a thunderous roar. Their shouting carried not only their unshakable resolve, but also burning fury. Their roaring was like dragon cries, tearing through the heavens and earth. The Sakura team, who had been shouting arrogantly, was instantly stunned by this overwhelming aura. At this moment, every member of Soul of Flame Dragon had fierce battle wings and fearless eyes, because each of them was fighting for their homeland. Watching Soul of Flame Dragon's response, Cheng Qianma was deeply gratified. Only at this moment did he fully acknowledge this group of Xian Nation prodigies. Then, a trace of madness appeared on his face. Perfect. This is the pride of Xian Nation. To hell with the damn Sakura team. They can all just drop dead. Cheng Qianma shouted loudly, and his body instantly vanished. The next second, he suddenly appeared alone, in the very center of the Sakura team's formation. Chapter 594. Let his father come pick up his corpse early. Portal of Traverse. Activate. Shield barrier deploy. Once Cheng Qianma appeared in the middle of the Sakura team, he immediately unleashed a double combo. In an instant, 2 violet portals appeared, one inside the Sakura team and one in front of Soul of Flame Dragon. This allowed all melee fighters from Soul of Flame Dragon to dive straight into the enemy formation at lightning speed. They skipped the vulnerable dash phase entirely, and to ensure everyone's safety, Cheng Qianma thoughtfully activated an ultimate grade protection barrier. This way, the melee units wouldn't be instantly burned down the moment they emerged. With this combo unleashed, it was like striking the snake's 7-inch weak spot, viciously hitting the Sakura team's softest point. The members of Soul of Yanlong naturally had strong combat discipline, so they instantly understood Cheng Qianma's tactical intent. In just a few seconds, 35 melee-class fighters passed through the gate of traversal. Yanlong 11 Lang charged straight into the enemy formation, launching a fierce assault. Break the ultimate barrier. Quick, everyone, pour it on. Hurry. At this moment, Gamodo 11 Lang shouted in fear. Of course he knew, if they couldn't break the ultimate shield quickly, all of the Sakura team's squishy ranged members would face a nightmare. Even if their average level was higher than Soul of Yanlong's, they couldn't defy the nature of their classes. No matter how strong a magic caster is, once a melee gets close, they still have to flee. Otherwise, it's a one-way trip to death. The Sakura team responded quickly too. As soon as they heard Gamodo 11 Lang's command, they all launched attacks. But just then, Cheng Qianmo gave a slight smile, then revealed a mocking expression. Trying to break through my absolute defense? No way. Frost Shock. Cheng Qianma had already predicted the Sakura team's next move from the start, so after successfully activating the ultimate barrier, he used its invincibility effect to begin chanting Frost Shock. And now, the cast had just finished. In the next second, with Cheng Qianma's body as the center, a wave of extreme cold spread rapidly in all directions. Team members could feel the temperature around them plummeting. All of them showed expressions of dread. This is Razor Highland's Yaminal's ultimate skill. He actually knows such a broken ability? Crap. Everyone, get out, now. Upon recognizing Cheng Qianma's killer move, Gamodo 11 Lang's face turned pale. Now that Soul of Yanlong's melee force had broken into Sakura team's formation, if all their ranged glass cannons were frozen, they'd become sitting ducks, ripe for slaughter. Such a consequence would be absolutely unbearable. Gamodo 11 Lang immediately issued the retreat order. However, he was still a step too slow. Even though all Sakura team members retreated immediately, 40% of them still couldn't escape the range of the frost blast. They were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. Brothers, attack. The entire Soul of Flame Dragon team knew this was a God-sent opportunity, so everyone was riding high on morale. Even their attacks became much faster. In an instant, the Sakura team's formation echoed with wails of anguish. It was only then that Yamamoto Juichiro realized how dire the situation was. He wanted to report the battle status to the rear, hoping their leader could quickly defeat the Soul of Flame Dragon's instructor and return to assist them. But just as he was about, Cheng Qianma's ghostly figure suddenly appeared behind him. You like yelling? Save it for your next life. Martial God's Fierce Kick. Cheng Qianma launched a powerful kick at Yamamoto Juichiro at lightning speed. Although the kick wasn't fully charged to 100%, its sudden execution caught him off guard. Yamamoto Juichiro had no time to dodge. His chest was struck squarely by the kick. His vision blacked out, and he couldn't breathe. Crack. A mouthful of blood burst from his lips. At the same time, intense pain surged through his entire body. He could feel at least 5 of his ribs were broken. If he wasn't treated soon, the consequences would be disastrous. A wave of overwhelming fear began to make his whole body tremble. After all, this was Mount Falling Star, real-world territory. If he died here, there would be no coming back. No, My father is the second strongest in our nation. You can't kill me. Yamamoto Juichiro could already feel death looming over him. So, to save his own life, he even went as far as bringing up his father. However, Chang Qianma didn't buy it at all. Instead, he smirked and said, "Your name is Gangbin Shijuru. So is your father's name Gangbin Jiro? Second place in Wagyu, is that impressive? Doesn't matter. I'll kill you anyway today." A cruel glint appeared on Chang Qianma's lips. In the next moment, his right fist smashed into Gangbin Shijuru's temple. People of Wagyu, listen carefully. The one who killed Gangbin Shijuru today is Chang Qianma from the lower nation. Tell his old man to come collect the corpse. Chang Qianma kicked Gangbin Shijuru's body toward the fleeing members of the Sakura team. He hoped to leave them with a memory they'd never forget. At the same time, he wanted to plant a seed of fear deep in the hearts of Wagyu people. However, the fleeing team members had already been terrified by Chang Qianma's cruelty. They were scared senseless. No one dared to stop to catch Gangbin Shijuru's body. As the saying goes, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Now that even their captain was killed instantly, how could they dare mess with the killing god Chang Qianma? Just running away in time was already a miracle. The selfishness and cowardice of Wagyu people were fully displayed in that moment. Meanwhile, the foreign awakeners watching from afar were struck speechless, because the contrast between the two teams was simply too stark. One side was weaker, but none feared death, afraid only of being late to charge. The other side, though stronger, collapsed at the first blow, lacking any courage to face Chang Qianma. It took Chang Qianma just a few minutes to become a living nightmare for the entire Sakura team. Author's note. Another day of near-death deadlines. I'm really exhausted. If one day I don't upload 3 chapters, please call one. Chapter 595. The Sakura team was completely defeated. 3 instructors fought hard. Zushi rushed forward. Yikao Shizuru never expected that before he could finish off the 3 4th-tier elites, his rear would suddenly catch fire. Chang Qianma had infiltrated his base. After the first ambush, just now, the Sakura team had already suffered at least 30% casualties. But the anxious Yikao Shizuru was being held back with all his might by Li Wenxuan. Unable to break free. If you want to leave, step over my dead body first. Since you dared to strike, then bear the consequences. I'll trade my life for the lives of your island nation's next-gen elites. Totally worth it. At this moment, Li Wenxuan felt exhilarated. Even though he'd been beaten down badly by Yikao Shizuru before, he felt that what he said now was the most heroic thing he'd ever uttered in his life. For a moment, Xiaopeng and Kong Mingyue were also moved by his action. They shouted in agreement, "Let's fight to our heart's content today. No one is allowed to leave." At that moment, awakeners from other countries were stunned by Yanlong Soul's performance. They couldn't believe. This was a dialogue between the Xia and the island nations. More than 10 minutes later, the turning point of the battle finally arrived. Kill. Kill every damn traitor on Earth. The members of Yanlong Soul were completely... Their morale had climbed continuously. Now it had reached its peak. On the Sakura team's side, Captain Tsunemoto Juichiro was beheaded instantly by Chang Qianma with lightning speed, sending their morale to the verge of collapse. So with their rise and fall in contrast, they saw their commander being held down tightly by 3 Xia instructors. There was no way to retreat and defend. This finally caused their morale to completely collapse. That's how it is on the battlefield. Victory belongs to the brave in a narrow encounter. Although the average strength of soul of Yanlong is lower than the Sakura teams, they are unafraid of death, and they embody more spirit of sacrifice for their country than the Wagwa people. Because of this alone, the Xia nation will never remain in decline forever. Chang Qianma saw the chaos on the battlefield was already decided. The fall of the Sakura team was just a matter of time. So he slightly curled his lips into a smile. Then he turned his gaze into the distance. Thank you 3 for stalling them. Otherwise, wiping out the Sakura team wouldn't have been so easy. Now it's my turn to help out. Chang Qianma, wielding the radiant thousand-blade umbrella, rushed toward Wagwa's weakest, Longha Genichiro. At this moment, the one fighting Longha Genichiro was instructor Kong Mingyue. Although she was the weakest among the 6, and the only woman, she showed no fear of death. Every strike she made was with unwavering resolve, because she knew that if she took one step back, the children behind her would face total annihilation. So even if it meant dying, she would never retreat. You people of Xian Nation are so cruel. You actually ignore international conventions and attack your own race in public. After today, I will report this to the International United Committee without fail, and demand strict punishment for Xian Nation. But before that, you better lie down quietly first. Longha Genichiro's face was twisted with rage at that moment. Her entire body was radiating murderous intent. She knew that even if she killed all 3 in front of her, she could never bring back the elite of Wagwa's next generation. So she had to make this incident as big as possible, so that Xia Nation would never rise again. Xia Nation doesn't belong to Xia University either. Do you think the International United Committee is run by Wagwa? That you can punish whoever you want? What a joke. If it's war you want, war it is. Cut the crap. We're already in a full-blown fight. Kong Mingyue naturally wouldn't be intimidated by Longha Genichiro. There was only one thing on her mind, to give it her all to stop the person in front of her. Fine. I'll grant your wish. Heavenly Thunderwave Flash. Long and Xianyi Lang as 4th tier Asura class, had advanced to the profession of Thunder God. Every strike they launched was lethal. Thunder Gods can harness the power of lightning to control a massive lightning orb with incredible speed and launch it at their enemies. Once the arc hits its target, it causes a brief paralysis for 0.5 seconds, rendering them unable to move. And with the high frequency of Thunder Wave flash attacks, once you're hit once, you basically have to endure the full damage. At that moment, the giant lightning orb rushed toward Kong Ningyue with terrifying speed. But since Kong Ningyue had been hanging on desperately, her stamina was critically low, and she had no strength to dodge the lightning orb strike. If you take the full brunt of my Thunder Wave flash, in your current state, not even a god can save you. Looks like today we'll see the first fallen 4th tier elite. When Long and Xian Yilang saw Kong Ningyue's twisted expression, they felt a great sense of satisfaction. Kong Ningyue herself seemed to have seen her end. Exhausted, a final flash of madness flickered in her eyes. So what if I die? This lady's taking you with her. Kong Ningyue, as a Storm Cavalier, the 4th tier advancement of the Gunner class, possessed immense long-range burst power. To make one final contribution, she completely abandoned defense and aimed her barrel at Long and Xian Yilang. Take this, bastards. Ancient chestnut cannon. In an instant, a massive energy beam blasted out from Kong Ningyue's. A second later, the lightning orb and energy beam brushed past each other, and because both attacks were so powerful, they even caused spatial turbulence. You crazy fucking bitch. Long and Xian Yilang were completely caught off guard. They never expected Kong Ningyue to have the guts to trade her life. In their eyes, Kong Ningyue's HP was already hanging by a thread. It wasn't even worth anything, and he still had a bright future ahead, so there was no need to clash head-on with him. Thus, to avoid the ancient chestnut cannon strike, Longha Genichiro forcibly sidestepped to the right, but that moment of distraction caused a slight flaw in his control. As a result, the thunder orb veered slightly off its intended path. Stop struggling pointlessly, even if you've bought a few seconds. So what? Your ancient chestnut cannon is uncontrollable. Once it misses, it's over. But my thunder pulse flash can still strike you. Now die like a good boy. Longha Genichiro excitedly hurled the thunder orb with all his might. But just as he was basking in triumph, a familiar voice came from not far away. Not so fast. Chapter 596. 3-tier, 4 experts join forces. Slaughter ensues. After giving it everything she had, Kong Ningyue had already prepared to die heroically. But just as she was about to close her eyes, she heard Ching Qianma's voice. Position shift. In the next moment, Kong Ningyue and Cheng Qianma switched places. Immediately after, Cheng Qianma activated the special ability of the Tower of Space, Spatial Warp. Everything happened so fast, and so unexpectedly, that Longha Genichiro couldn't react in time. All they heard was a loud bang. The thunder orb didn't hit anyone. It smashed into the nearby mountainside. In an instant, crackling arcs of electricity echoed nonstop. As expected of awakened ones from the skies of 2 nations, even foreign onlookers, watching with cold detachment, were left speechless. Cheng Qianma actually saved Kong Ningyue at the last moment. He managed to rescue her just in time. What skill was that just now? It allowed Ching Qianma to teleport 100 meters instantly. Long and Xian Yiwolf couldn't believe their own eyes. The first skill was Displacement Swap, a signature mobility spell of mages. That Ching Qianma, a solo player, could use it. Wasn't that surprising? But the second miraculous movement skill was completely beyond their understanding. A skill attached to a legendary grade item. Yu Cao Shirsi Lang truly deserved to be the strongest here. He instantly understood what Ching Qianma had just done. To obtain a legendary item after only 3 class advancements, his luck was simply heaven-defying. He must die today. Shan Tian's team, Long's team, forget the others. Focus all your strength and kill him with me. Even if we get hurt, we must strike. After witnessing so many of Cheng Qianma's techniques, Yu Cao Shirsi Lang finally felt the urge to kill. He couldn't allow a monstrous genius like Cheng Qianma to continue growing unchecked. So, even at the cost of pride, Yu Cao Shirsi Lang and his 2 teammates went for an instant kill, all for the sake of speed. Who knows what other ridiculous trump cards Cheng Qianma might have. If he escapes again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Long and Xian Yiwolf and Yamada Xiaojing also realized the gravity of the situation, so they joined Yu Cao Shirsi Lang in attacking. The enemy's sudden switch in focus shocked Li Wenxuan and Jiapan. They wished they could draw all the fire away from Cheng Qianma, but unfortunately they were already weaker, and trying to force the enemies to target them was nearly impossible. Just now, I used Space Fold to appear in a place with no one around, so they won't be able to reach me in time. You Wugwa bastards are despicable, just to eliminate a genius from Xian Nation. You'd go this far? To think it takes 3-tier for experts joining forces. I hate this. At this moment, Li Wenxuan's face was filled with utter despair. All he could do was vent his rage entirely onto Ye Cao Jushiro. However, in Ye Cao Jushiro's eyes, there was only Cheng Qianma. So even while enduring Li Wenxuan's attacks, he did not stop his assault. Li Wenxuan had never felt such hopelessness. He hated himself for being so weak, unable to fulfill his duty as team leader. Even Japan and Kong Mingyue's expressions were turning grim, especially Kong Mingyue. His heart was filled with sorrow. His life had been saved by Chung Qianma's sacrifice, but now he was badly injured, completely unable to fight. That feeling of helplessness, only he truly understood it. In that moment, every Xia Nation member fell into endless self-blame. They hated not just their weakness, but also the disgrace they brought to their country. Letting a peerless genius of their nation be executed publicly by an enemy nation. It was a national humiliation. From afar, the foreign observers were equally conflicted expressions. On one hand, they saw what was shamelessness and cruelty. On the other, they felt Xia Nation's sorrow. At this point, no one had any schadenfreude left in them, because they knew, as long as their strength was lacking, the next Xia Nation could be any of them. Stand strong. We from weaker nations aren't pushovers either, someone suddenly shouted. The crowd of onlookers erupted in an uproar. Almost every lower-ranked country let out a thunderous cheer. From Chung Qianma's actions, they saw the resolve of the weak defying the strong. It was something every member of a weak nation had dreamed of possessing. Since they lacked the courage and power to do it themselves, they could only pin all their hopes on Chung Qianma. The weak, so overconfident. The teams from the Peacock Nation and Goryeo showed scornful looks. After hearing the crowd cheering, in their view, the weak will always be weak. No matter how many of you there are, you can't change the outcome. It's nothing more than noisy mosquitoes, just a bit louder, that's all. At this moment, Chung Qianma stood alone, outside the main group, with a trace of sorrow on his face. And then, from directly in front of him, the left and the right L, 3 terrifying skills flew toward him. In an instant, the world changed color. 3 fourth advancement experts, joining forces to kill a single target. Such a scene, even among peers of equal rank, was incredibly rare. And today, it happened to a level 52 solo player. This is sure to be etched into human history. These damn bastards, they really think highly of me. Who knows? Maybe something big really will happen this year. But so what? I'm already living my second life. Maybe I won't make it through this. But if you want me dead, then come and try. After speaking, Chung Qianma's eyes turned blood red. Facing 3 fourth advancement powerhouses, he finally chose to stop holding back. If I, Chung Qianma, survive this battle today, one day I'll personally drown Wugwa in blood. Chapter 597. That's the war-style glyph. How could I? Ultimate thought. Level 7 trillion. Chung Qianma stood alone against the attacks of 3 fourth advancement powerhouses. Mounting a counterattack was nearly impossible. So the only choice was to rely on ultimate mind. 7 trillion to survive first, then look for a way to turn the tide. In an instant, a golden barrier rose up around him. Bang! 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 3 powerful skills struck in succession, instantly hitting ultimate mind. 7. Among them was a skill, launched by Yamada Takamasa, the high-frequency laser gun. Its attack speed was incredibly fast. In just 3 seconds, countless cracks had already appeared on the golden barrier. You little brat. You think copying a Chi Master's ultimate move can protect you from our attacks? What a joke. Seeing that ultimate mind, 7 trillion was about to shatter, Yamada Takamasa sneered with a mocking expression. The next second, crack. Despite having been reinforced many times by Chung Qianma's sword skills, ultimate mind, 7 trillion finally couldn't withstand the tier 4 assault and shattered. And at that very moment, Chung Qianma let out a fierce shout. Rapid cooldown. In an instant, all of his skills completed their cooldown. Then, with lightning speed, he unleashed 3 more skills in a row. Ultimate Barrier, Azure Dragon Phantom, and 10,000 swords to the core. The golden barrier that had just vanished suddenly reappeared. And behind Chung Qianma, an enormous, majestic Azure Dragon materialized. The Azure Dragon Phantom increased all his damage by 20% and reduced his skill cooldowns by 30%. This gave him explosive combat power. 20 light swords suddenly flew out from behind him, rushing straight at Yamada Takamasa, who had just used the laser gun. The same mistake. He wouldn't make it twice. So this time, he would stop Yamada Takamasa from launching another attack and make his ultimate mind, 7 trillion, even more resilient. At this moment, the whole arena was in an uproar. At this moment, every spectator was full of admiration for Chung Qianma's courage. Just a level 52 solo player, facing the combined assault of 3 powerhouses. Yet he wasn't thinking about how to survive. Instead, he was trying to strike back. This kind of resolve alone was something far beyond the reach of most. If it were an average 3rd advancement warrior, they'd probably wet themselves in fear. No way would they dare fight back. Yamada Xiaojing was still in a state of shock. In his mind, he never imagined Chung Qianma could counterattack under such dire circumstances. And because of that delay, he failed to dodge in time and was struck by several light swords. Yamada-kun, don't treat this guy as an ordinary 3rd advancement warrior. The strength he's shown now. He's clearly the strongest below 4th advancement, even though I know how he managed to unleash 2 consecutive ultimate thought, level 7 trillion. I believe that must be his limit. As long as we strike together one more time, he will surely die. Yu Kao Shirsi Lang truly lived up to his veteran status. He never treated Chung Qianma as an ordinary opponent, but as a rival on the same level. So he immediately warned his 2 teammates not to drag things out for the future of Wugwa, and to eliminate this genius from Xia Nation. He was going all in. Nodded slightly after Yi Kao Shirsi Lang's reminder. They also became fully serious, as Qing Qianma watched his second ultimate barrier, about to be broken. He made a bold decision. I can't keep defending. Only by going on the offensive do I stand a chance. With that determination, Qing Qianma activated. Swift as the gale from the Tower of Space, it pushed his movement speed to the limit, maximizing his movement speed to the extreme. In the next second, he charged straight toward Longhe Genichiro. The reason he chose to target Longhe Genichiro was due to several factors. First, Longhe Genichiro was the weakest among the Wugwa trio. Clearly, using him as a breakthrough point offered the highest chance of success. Second, from watching Kong Ningyue's battle against Longhe Genichiro just now, he noticed that this guy's reaction speed seemed slow. So, Qing Qianma decided to take full advantage of that. Third, when you squeeze a persimmon, you pick the softest one. Even if he had to fall here today, he had to take someone down with him, and the unfortunate Longhe Genichiro was his chosen target. After pushing his speed to the limit, Qing Qianma's movements left after images. Longhe Genichiro never expected that Qing Qianma, who had just been attacking Yamada Takamasa, would suddenly redirect his assault toward him. But he was already highly focused now, so he wasn't panicked at all. Looks like you've picked me as your breakthrough point, huh? A mere level 52 solo player dares to look down on me? What outrageous arrogance. Since you've come, then stay here for good. Longhe Genichiro was already in a full defensive stance, ready to take Qing Qianma's attack. 2 seconds later, Qing Qianma's rapidly moving body suddenly vanished, reappearing behind Longhe Genichiro. He had used the signature assassin skill, Shadow Step. But this time, he didn't follow up with a standard assassin combo. Instead, he thrust his radiant thousand-blade umbrella, in spear form, into Longhe Genichiro's body from behind. Piercing combo. Qing Qianma shouted loudly. However, Longhe Genichiro heard Qing Qianma. He only used a minor battle mage skill. A mocking expression immediately appeared on his face. You put on such a flashy show for so long, just to use a mere thrusting strike? Come on, let's compare damage. Longhe Zuanyulang neither dodged nor evaded, allowing the thousand-blade flash to hit him. At the same time, he thrust his sword tip into Qing Qianma's shoulder. For a moment, both sides exchanged a wave of damage. Qing Qianma instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. Even a basic skill from a 4th-turn powerhouse had terrifyingly high attack power. With just that one strike, Longhe Zuanyulang had taken nearly 2,000 HP from Qing Qianma. Is that all? Longhe Zuanyulang's mocking expression grew even more pronounced, but the next second, his expression froze, because behind Qing Qianma, an assassin-like orb of light suddenly appeared. It was a radiant orb he had never seen before. What the hell? That's a battle mage's aura pattern. How have I never seen it? Chapter 598. First transformation. Azure Dragon conceals the moon. Dragon's roar shakes the heavens. The reason vibrant aura patterns appeared behind Qing Qianma was naturally due to the effects of his fused passive skill, Aura Pattern Evolution. The brand new version of Aura Pattern Evolution imbued his aura patterns with ice, lightning, fire, dark, and void, a total of 5 effects. Thus, both the visual impact and the power were utterly astonishing. At this moment, those in shock were no longer just the 3 4th-turn awakeners from the land of cherry blossoms. Even members from other countries showed expressions of disbelief. In just a single day today, they had witnessed from Qing Qianma a multitude of unbelievable abilities. It made their long-held worldview feel like it was about to collapse. Even many warrior mage players present had a burning glint flash in their eyes. As professionals, they could instantly recognize the uniqueness of Qing Qianma's radiant patterns. His radiant patterns possessed all attributes by default. My god, how is that even possible? And the requirements to generate his radiant patterns seemed much simpler than theirs. Could this be a unique trait of the solo player class? After reaching the 3rd rank, the warrior mage players, clueless of the truth, were completely baffled by the astonishing changes in Qing Qianma. They could only rely on shallow reasoning to guess the source of these multicolored radiant patterns. Meanwhile, Longhe Genichiro was also completely stunned. He had thought he already gave Qing Qianma enough credit, but he had been so wrong. Wild Cow was right. This guy must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, our mighty Wugwa Empire will face a formidable enemy. We must go all out and eliminate him. Longhe Genichiro's eyes sharpened, and his attack speed increased once again. He even gave up part of his defense, just to deal greater damage to Qing Qianma. Such determination made everyone in Seoul of Yanlong feel tightness in their hearts. And not far away, Yekao Jushiro and Yamada Takamasa were also approaching. Even with Li Wenxuan attacking furiously from behind, he couldn't stop the two from moving forward. He must die today. Yekao Jushiro endured his pain and continued to accelerate. And continued accelerating. In that moment, Qing Qianma once again found himself in a desperate situation. Bring it on. Even if I die, I'll take one of you down with me. In Chung Qianma's eyes, a glint of madness appeared. Then he instantly pushed his attack speed to the absolute limit. The only thing he wanted now was to kill Long and Xian Ewolf. After several exchanges, thanks to the cooldown reduction from the Azure Dragon's Phantom, Chung Qianma's rapid thrust had cooled down again. In a flash, he unleashed 4 consecutive thrusts at lightning speed. Behind him, 15 5-colored orbs finally lit up. Golden Dragon technique. Don't let me down. In an instant, a golden dragon soared from the tip of radiant thousand blades. Its size was 5 or 6 times that of a normal golden dragon. With a mighty roar, it echoed across the heavens and earth. Everyone who saw this scene was visibly shocked. None of them had ever witnessed such an outrageous battle mage ultimate. One battle mage even shouted with crazed excitement. Now that's a true golden dragon. What we've been using until now didn't even qualify as dragon cubs. But just as that battle mage cried out in amazement, an even more shocking scene occurred. The golden dragon flying through the air suddenly became surrounded by a dark green energy, and in the next second, its body underwent an astonishing transformation. That's the Azure Dragon. Since Long and Xian Ewolf were closest to Chang Qianma, he saw it more clearly than anyone. When he saw the golden dragon evolve into the Azure Dragon, he immediately sensed mortal danger. So his body began to retreat rapidly, and in Chung Qianma's eyes, it also glowed with a hint of gold. He hadn't expected his ultimate skill to undergo such a strange transformation. Could it be the effect of the Azure Dragon Phantom? Back then, he had forcefully transformed Blue Ribbon into an Eastern Dragon. Perhaps this was the same principle now. Then I'll call you Azure Dragon, I moan. Crush the enemy. Chang Qianma's face turned incomparably resolute. This was, by far, the strongest skill he had ever unleashed. Good. The Azure Dragon let out a sky-shaking roar, then instantly transformed into a stream of cyan light, and, with speed imperceptible to the naked eye, struck Longha Genichiro as he tried to retreat. Ack! Longha Genichiro screamed in agony, feeling an unbearable surge of pain in his back. At the same time, his vision began to blur, and all the bones in his body cracked under immense pressure. The next second, his body was completely consumed by the Azure Dragon, and thus, a tear for Powerhouse fell. Seeing such a terrifying sight, the entire audience was stunned into silence. Even Yahello Jushiro and Yamada Takamasa, who were on their way, turned pale as well. Their faces showed utter disbelief. They had never imagined that Longha Genichiro, a tier 4 powerhouse, would actually be killed by a tier 3 solo player. It was completely illogical. Since the Apocalypse continent descended upon Blue Star a century ago, nothing this outrageous had ever occurred in battle. It ends here. Yamada-kun, let's activate our ultimates together and execute this villain. At this moment, Yahello Jushiro's face turned fierce. He could no longer sit still. If they didn't manage to kill Chang Qianma today, Wagwo would become the laughingstock of the entire Eastern District. Yamada Takamasa was equally enraged. He instantly activated his ultimate skill. The sight of 2 tier 4 experts unleashing their ultimates simultaneously was undeniably terrifying. The sky above Falling Star Mountain instantly darkened. 2 terrifying forces shot toward Chung Qianma at once. Seeing this, everyone from Soul of Flame Dragon turned pale. But just at that critical moment, Chung Qianma's body suddenly erupted with an unprecedented radiance. Chapter 599, Qin Lao's Arrangement. Isthar War Zero's descent. Just as Yi Kao Shirsi Lang and Yamada Xiaojing's ultimates were about to strike Chang Qianma, the Qin ring on his finger suddenly burst out with an overwhelming power. The next second, a humanoid figure, shining with golden light and holding a war spear, appeared out of thin air. Then it dissolved into countless stars and merged into Chung Qianma's body. In that instant, Chung Qianma felt his power explode from within. At the same time, behind him, a phantom image of Isthar War Zero appeared. Break them for me. On instinct, Chung Qianma swung his radiant 1,000-blade umbrella in its war spear form. At that moment, a surging force clashed head-on with the 2 incoming ultimates. With a massive bang, a huge shockwave swept across the arena. Several slow-reacting awakeners were instantly blasted dozens of meters away. When the dust settled, Chung Qianma was standing in place, completely unharmed. His entire body was now clad in exquisite golden armor, like a god of war in gold. Seeing this scene, Yi Kao Shirsi Lang's pupils shrank. He shouted in disbelief. That's Isthar War Zero's possession. You've only had your 3rd advancement. How can you use a 4th advancement ultimate? That's impossible. Even though Chang Qianma had already displayed terrifying abilities, Yi Kao Shirsi Lang had never lost his composure like this before. Even when Long and Xian Ewolf fell, he still remained calm. But now, he finally couldn't hold back, because Chung Qianma had just activated Isthar War Zero possession, a tier 4 battle mage ultimate skill, with an insanely overpowered effect. It allows the caster to enter a berserk state for the next 30 seconds, reducing cooldowns of all battle mage skills by 70%, and doubling their power by 100%. Without exaggeration, in this golden statue state, Chung Qianma was now strong enough to challenge Yahello Jushiro. In fact, with all his overpowered bonuses and game-breaking abilities, he might even have the upper hand. In Yahello Jushiro's eyes, This kind of terrifying power definitely did not belong to Cheng Qianma. That's why his face showed such disbelief. This is Elder Qin's power. Li Wenxuan, who had been consumed by despair, finally saw a glimmer of hope. Qin Feiyu wasn't just Xia Nation's #1 battle mage. He was also the strongest in the entire Eastern District. He was Xia Nation's only true trump card. Had it not been for his presence these past years, Xia Nation's situation might have been far worse. As an instructor of Soul of Yanlong, Li Wenxuan naturally knew Elder Qin's strength. He also knew that Elder Qin had a deep connection with Cheng Qianma, so the moment he saw it, he recognized the power as Elder Qin's. Only someone like him could destroy the ultimate skills of two top-tier Wuguo elites with one strike. In that moment, Soul of Yanlong erupted in thunderous cheers. Because Cheng Qianma not only killed Long Genichiro, but he also survived. Unbelievable. Back then when Elder Qin asked me for the ring, he had already planned this in advance. Without his power, I would have died just now for sure. I owe him another favor. Back when Elder Qin first met Cheng Qianma at the headquarters of the association, he had once asked for his ring, but returned it shortly afterward. Cheng Qianma didn't think much of it at the time. After all, the ring had been gifted by, it was only natural for him to want to check it out. Who would have thought? He had already prepared a grand gift for himself so early on. A gift from the East District's top battle mage. One that allowed him to experience the power of a 4th advancement expert in advance. Now possessed by Isther war spirit, Cheng Qianma looked like a golden god of war. The light radiating from his golden armor shone as brightly as the sun. Long live Cheng. Long live Xia Nation. At that moment, the entire soul of Flame Dragon let out a deafening roar. They had waited far too long for this moment. And Xia Nation had waited nearly half a year for it too. Now, everyone could finally, proudly vent all their pent-up frustration, without needing to care about others' judgment. 30 seconds, huh? Fine then, let me get used to the power of a 4th advancement warrior early. Cheng Qianma smirked slightly, then suddenly vanished. Now he wasn't just an ordinary Isther war spirit. He was one powered by full class support. What followed next day was the most unbelievable moment in Apocalypse's history. Warlord charge. Meteor strike assault. Cheng Qianma first used the closing the gap to Yi Kao Shirsi Lang in the blink of an eye. Then he followed up with the battle mage's powerful single-target burst skill. The first focused on movement, the second on output. It was a match made in heaven. Although both Warlord and Battle Mage wield war spears, their class styles were completely different. Battle Mages excelled at powerful single-target burst damage, while Warlords favored wide-range, powerful sweeps. They not only had great reach, but also remarkable flexibility. So now, Cheng Qianma had become a war machine with no blind spots. And though Yi Kao Shirsi Lang had dominated Apocalypse for decades, he had never seen a battle this absurd. All of his past experience failed him in this moment, because even across the entire Blue Star, no one like Cheng Qianma existed. And just like that, he was pushed back blow after blow by Cheng Qianma, unable to mount any meaningful counterattack. With the terrifying burst and low cooldowns granted by Isther War Spirit, Cheng Qianma, still only at 3rd advancement, was able to suppress the level 76 Yu Kao Shirsi Lang, a feat worthy of going down in history. No, if this keeps going, I might not last the full 30 seconds. After weighing the pros and cons, no matter how unwilling Yekao Jushiro was, he could only choose to retreat. Yamada-kun, as long as we survive, there's always a next time. Let's pull back for now. After today, our mighty Wuguo Empire will not rest until revenge is taken. We will repay this debt 100-fold. After delivering this final threat, Yekao Jushiro and Yamada Takamasa retreated at full speed. Everyone who witnessed this felt like they were dreaming. And thus, this year's hunting plan ended with the near-total annihilation of the Sakura team. Xia Nation's Soul of Yanlong became the center of attention, and Cheng Qianma created a terrifying legend of cross-diet killing. Episode 600, Heavy Bounty, Execution Order against Wano. 3 days have passed since the end of the current hunting. Thanks to Yanlong's soul and Chung Qianma's outstanding performance, Xia Nation not only claimed the top spot on the national leaderboard for the first time in history, but also dominated the top 10 of the individual rankings. Chung Qianma alone scored 10 times more than the second place. In contrast to Xia Nation's glory, the once arrogant Wano Nation was nearly wiped out this time. Their 200-member Sakura squad was completely annihilated. Even one of their 3/4 transition leaders was forcefully killed. Such devastating casualties spread rapidly across the eastern region of Blue Star. Through word of mouth among various nations, perceptions of Xia Nation have drastically changed. Although on the second day after the hunt ended, Wano Nation issued a bounty through a third party, placing a hit on Chung Qianma within the assassin community. Wano promised that anyone who could kill Chung Qianma, if done on the Apocalypse continent, would receive 1 purification stone per kill, with no limit on the quantity. You should know, purification stones are treasures capable of forcibly refining equipment to legendary level. Their value is immeasurable in any nation. Offering such treasures without limit, Wano has truly gone all in. It shows just how deep their hatred for Chung Qianma runs. But even that isn't the most shocking reward. After all, death on the Apocalypse continent isn't real death. To the Wano people, merely making Chung Qianma lose levels is not enough to avenge the Sakura squad, nor is it enough to halt Xia Nation's rising fortune. To truly end it, there's only one way. Kill Chung Qianma in the real world on Blue Star. That way, Xia Nation will lose all hope of rising again. So to ignite the assassin world's fervor, Wano even offered a reward no one could refuse. Anyone who successfully kills Chung Qianma, Wano would fulfill any one request. By any request, they mean, as long as it's feasible and reasonable, they're willing to make it happen. Such a terrifying temptation is truly unprecedented. So once the news broke, it caused an uproar throughout the assassin world. Several highly skilled assassins even declared they're planning to head to Xia Nation soon. They're determined to claim the reward. However, unlike the tension outside, Xia Nation is currently basking in a joyful atmosphere due to the outstanding performance of the entire Dragon Soul team in this hunting operation. The Management Association headquarters awarded generous rewards based on their contributions. As the top contributor, Chung Qianma naturally received significant attention. He was specially invited today to attend a high-level meeting at the Management Association headquarters. At exactly 9 a.m., Chung Qianma arrived on time at the door of the high-level meeting room. After adjusting his appearance, he slowly pushed open the door. A wave of orderly applause immediately followed. Chung Qianma scratched his head, suddenly feeling a bit embarrassed. Just kidding. Everyone present was not only a prominent figure in Xia country, but also a group of old men well into their 50s. Some of the older ones were even over 65 years old. That age was enough to be his grandfather. Now, they were collectively applauding for him, making Chung Qianma feel somewhat overwhelmed. Everyone, please stop for a moment. Look how shy the young man is. At that moment, an elderly man in his 60s seemed to notice Chung Qianma's discomfort and took the initiative to ease the situation. He was none other than one of the 5 great elders who had previously spoken up for Chung Qianma, Lang Hongyi. Lang Hongyi had initially supported him only because of Sheet's eye, but now his mindset was completely different. The more he looked at Chung Qianma, the more he liked him, and the more delighted he felt. For Xia country to produce such a peerless genius, he was happier than anyone. What are you standing there for? Sit down already. Today, you're the star. We old folks are just here to have a casual chat with you. Don't be nervous. Lang Hongyi, as expected of the liaison among the 5 great elders, spoke in an extremely friendly manner to ease Chung Qianma's concerns. He didn't use his authority to intimidate, nor did he even mention it. Instead, he positioned the high-ranking Xia country officials as kindly elders, greatly reducing the sense of distance. This made the relationship between both sides feel much closer in an instant. Chung Qianma nodded slightly after listening, and quickly sat down. What do you think of the power of the Ista battle spirit? How does it feel? Qin Feiyu, sitting with a relaxed posture, looked at Chung Qianma with a subtle smile. As the mastermind behind it all, he was quite curious about Chung Qianma's response. Chung Qianma was truly grateful to Elder Qin for everything he had done, so he nodded in appreciation first, then slowly began to speak. The power of a 4th transition warrior is truly extraordinary. The combat boost from the Ista battle spirit felt absolutely exhilarating. But moving forward, I'd rather rely on my own strength. I don't want overwhelming external power to become a poison that kills my fighting spirit. What Chung Qianma said was truly what he felt in his heart. If one indulges too much in borrowed power, a lazy mindset will soon follow. And that's not what he wants. Very good. That shows you're teachable. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. However, next, I have some bad news for you. Wano Nation has secretly issued a kill order on you. Soon, many highly skilled assassins will be coming after you. How do you plan to respond? As soon as Qin Feiyu finished speaking, all eyes in the room turned to Chung Qianma. The Xia Nation's Management Association is taking this very seriously. However, Chung Qianma was not at all shaken by the terrifying news. He said with great confidence, "Then let them see. who the true king of the night really is. As soon as those words left his mouth, a powerful confidence instantly radiated from Chung Qianma. Author's note. Celebrating chapter 600. Never thought I'd reach this many chapters in my first book. Looking back, it feels like another lifetime. Today, I've once again updated right on schedule. I'm honestly afraid I'll drop dead one day. Chapter 601. The birth of the seventh instructor. A historic first. Excellent. This is the true spirit of Xia Country's finest. Rest assured, starting today, Xia Country will enter a state of alert. Whether it's the Tianchi continent or Blue Star incidents, any foreigner entering our territory will be thoroughly investigated. But you must also be cautious, as some assassins can slip through undetected. Qin Feiyu was very satisfied with Chang Qianma's response, so he immediately conveyed the stance of Xia Country's leadership. To think that one person, and someone just in their early 20s, could prompt the entire nation to enter a state of alert. Such a thing had never happened in Xia Country's history. But with Chang Qianma's current strength and potential, he was more than worthy of the full support of Xia Country's leadership. Everyone now believed that as long as Chang Qianma was given enough time, he would surely lead Xia Country to rise. That day would not be far off. Thank you, Elder Qin, for saving me. This time, I'll be extra vigilant. Chang Qianma had always wanted to formally thank Qin Feiyu, but he had never found the right moment. Now, with all of Xia Country's leadership gathered, it was the perfect opportunity. So, he sincerely expressed his gratitude and bowed to Qin Feiyu. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing this, and Qin Feiyu's face also bore a kind smile. Chang Qianma was a genius he had personally discovered when the two first met. It was by the seaside in the beginner village. Even back then, he never imagined that the fishing boy would grow to such heights. Chang Qianma was now not only an idol for Xia, but also the hope for Xia Country's future. So Qin Feiyu's support for him was without any reservation. He was certainly worthy of receiving Chang Qianma's respect. Good child. You are the future of our Xia Country. It's entrusted to you to protect. I hope the dragon soul, under your leadership, will flourish and shine. As soon as Tan Feivu said these words, everyone gave knowing smiles and looked at Tan Thien Mat. But Tan Thien Mat was extremely puzzled. He couldn't quite understand Tan Feivu's words. What did he mean by the dragon soul flourishing under his leadership? Weren't there still the other 4 captains? And online, there were 6 instructors, right? When did it become his turn to lead? Tan Feivu seemed to have anticipated Tan Thien Mat's confused expression, so he chuckled lightly and said, Tan Thien Mat, listen up. Due to your significant contributions in this hunting plan, after unanimous agreement by the Hakwak Management Association, you are appointed as the Dragon Soul's 7th instructor. Additionally, you are specially awarded a skill experience book, an SSS rank random skill book, and a purification stone. I hope you'll keep up the momentum and bring glory to our Hakwak. Tan Feivu appointed as the 7th instructor was naturally not a unilateral decision, but the result of discussions with senior leaders. Although the Dragon Soul currently has 6 instructors, Kang Nin Noyet is currently severely injured and unhealed, basically requiring several months of rest. So, Tan Feivu's words just now are enough to go down in Hakwak's history. They simultaneously set 3 records. First, Tan Thien Mat becomes the youngest instructor in the history of Hakwak's Dragon Soul. Even when considering the time of joining, he took less than a month to achieve the leap from a rookie to Azure Dragon Captain, and then to instructor of the Dragon Soul in 2 consecutive promotions. Such a terrifying promotion speed is simply unimaginable. Chang Qianma took only a little over half a month to walk a path that others couldn't complete in a lifetime. Besides him, no other instructor has ever achieved such a feat. It's truly astonishing. Secondly, Chang Qianma is the first person to become an instructor of the Dragon Soul without reaching the 4th turn. According to past conventions, to become an instructor of the Dragon Soul, there are strict requirements. First, one must have reached the 4th turn. This is an absolute rule. Otherwise, how could you teach a group of genius 3rd turn students? They simply wouldn't respect you. Next, the age must be over 45. This requirement corresponds to the graduation age of the Dragon Soul. After all, if the age is insufficient, it means a lack of sufficient combat experience, making it impossible to teach students effectively. Finally, one must have served at least 10 years in the Management Association or the Dragon Soul. Only then does the nation have enough resources to thoroughly investigate your background, to ensure there's no possibility of you being a foreign agent or spy. The Dragon Soul is the future of Xia Country, and no mistakes can be tolerated. Therefore, it's perfectly normal for the nation to be cautious. Yet, Chang Qianma meets none of these 3 criteria. Yet he was chosen as an instructor, which shows just how remarkable his achievements are, enough to make Hakwak's leadership break established rules for him. Third, the 3 items Tan Thien Mat received are from the Hakwak Management Association, marking the most valuable rewards ever given in its history. Without exception, any one of these 3 items he received, if taken out and sold at auction, would fetch an unimaginable price. So, Hakwak's leadership has certainly not shortchanged him. Even Tan Thien Mat, usually composed and eloquent, after hearing the rewards announced by Tan Phai Vu, felt a surge of excitement. At the same time, he sensed the sincerity of the leaders present. They truly valued him highly, enough to entrust Ha Kwok's future to his shoulders. Until this moment, since his transmigration, he felt a sense of belonging, for the second time. And that second time was right now. At this moment, Tan Thien Mat finally felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. He silently vowed to ensure that Ha Kwok and himself would stand together at the pinnacle of Blue Star. In the future, no one would dare look down on Ha Kwok's people again. He guaranteed it. Thank you all for your trust. I know my abilities are limited, but I'm willing to give my all. Ha Kwok's future, leave it to me, Tan Thien Mat declared resolutely. With this, the transition between Ha Kwok's old and new generations officially began. In the near future, Chung Qianma will lead all of Xia Country's people to break out of the Eastern District and step onto the world stage. Chapter 602. Double Promotion. The terrifying SSS record. Yesterday's meeting, besides celebrating Cheng Qianma, also involved discussions about Xia Country's future development strategy. Now, all the top leaders have noticed that schools joining Xia Country's University Development Alliance are progressing much faster than other schools. Although everyone knows that this is largely due to Chung Qianma playing a pivotal role, they also hope to replicate this success across the top 20 ranked schools nationwide. Therefore, they wanted to seek Chung Qianma's opinion. This matter, if it had happened half a year ago, would have been utterly unthinkable. Who would believe that a group of fourth-turn powerhouses would need to consult a third-turn warrior's opinion? No one would believe it, not in a million years. After all, the gap in strength and status between third turn and fourth turn is glaringly obvious in any country. Such an absurd situation would never occur. But Cheng Qianma, with his astonishing achievements, has made it a reality. With his current status in Xia Country, he is virtually on par with fourth-turn powerhouses. At the same time, he possesses advantages that even those powerhouses cannot match. That is youth. Extreme youth. The stage ahead is destined to belong to Cheng Qianma. So, Xia Country's leadership felt that seeking his opinion was only natural. Although Chung Qianma didn't like Yunba University, but his mindset now, compared to half a year ago, has undergone a world-shaking change. The old him acted solely based on personal preference, but now, he feels a sense of belonging to Ha Kwok. Moreover, as an instructor of the Dragon Soul, he has a duty to set aside prejudices and lend a hand to all Ha Kwok students. Furthermore, the current Vanba Academy, in his eyes, means nothing anymore. After his status rapidly rose, his vision and perspective naturally expanded as well. Holding grudges against these young kids would be far too petty. So, Tan Thien Mat readily agreed to the proposals of the senior leaders. Effective immediately, the Ha Kwok University Development Alliance will be directly led by the Management Association headquarters, incorporating the top 20 ranked schools in Ha. If the results remain positive, 6 months from now, it will expand to all universities nationwide. By then, Ha Kwok's reserve forces will undergo a qualitative leap. For Ha Kwok to become the top power in the Eastern District, relying on Tan Thien Mat alone is clearly not enough. Only when the old, middle, and young generations advance together will Ha Kwok's national strength have a chance to completely surpass Na Kwok and break out of the Eastern District. After leaving the Management Association headquarters, Tan Thien Mat's journey to the outside world came to a temporary close. Unlike the other members of the Dragon Soul, he has a 7th-tier guild pharmacy, and at the same time, his core team, he's still striving on the Tianchi continent, so he needs to return to training. I wonder, after such a long time apart, how much Ruashi and the others have grown. And Gu Qian, he hasn't messed up Eternal Peak, has he? Thinking of those friends and brothers, Chung Qianma's lips unconsciously curled into a slight smile before heading back. Let's open the rewards first. Premium Experience Book, SSS Grade, Random Skill Book, and Evolution Stone. Every one of them is a treasure. I'm pretty excited. With a curious heart, Cheng Qianma first activated the Premium Experience Book. Congratulations. Successfully absorbed the Premium Experience Book. Gained 25 million experience points. Congratulations. Level successfully increased to LV54. Gained 12 free attribute points. Right after absorbing the Premium Experience Book, 2 beams of golden light shot out from Chung Qianma's body. The Premium Experience Book provided such an immense amount of experience points. Elder Qin is really generous. This thing, if sold at an auction house, would fetch at least 10,000 gold, right? Next, let's see what the SSS Grade Random Skill Book has in store. After such a great start, Chung Qianma's curiosity grew even stronger. As he opened the scroll of the SSS Grade Random Skill Book, his vision was instantly enveloped by a dazzling radiance. Congratulations! You have successfully acquired the special skill, Elemental Clone. Elemental Clone. Upon activation, it can instantly create clones of metal, wood, water, based on a primary attribute. For every 200 points in a main attribute, an additional random attribute clone can be created. With no upper limit, clones possess 60% of the original body's attack power and 40% of its health points. This skill cannot be upgraded. When Mat saw the attributes of Elemental Clone, the shock on his face was beyond words, a non-upgradable special skill. With these attributes, even without upgrades, it's outrageously overpowered. Mat's greatest advantage is his attribute points, which are naturally 50% higher than everyone else's, based on his current attribute values. A single use of Elemental Clone could unleash 7 clones. In the midst of battle, Mat suddenly releasing 7 clones, with 60% of his attack power. What a terrifying scene that would be. Even if these clones only have 40% of the original body's health, with Mat's monstrous base attributes, that still amounts to nearly 4,000 HP. This is already equivalent to the level of many awakened ones above level 40. So, without a doubt, Elemental Clone gives Mat an enhancement that's simply terrifying, truly worthy of an SSS rank skill. Special skill with Elemental Clone. Now, even without Elder Chin's help, I might be able to hold my own against a 4th turn powerhouse. Lastly, there's one evolution stone left. Let's use it on that piece of equipment. After confirming his target, Chang Qianma's lips curled slightly upward. Chapter 603. The second legendary equipment, Soul Oscillator. After deciding on the evolution target, Chang Qianmo removed the tidal amulet from his body. Then, he placed the evolution stone onto it. The next second, the evolution stone instantly disintegrated into countless specks of starlight, which then merged into the tidal amulet. Instantly, a line of text appeared before Chang Qianma's eyes. Congratulations! Successfully evolved the tidal amulet into the Soul Oscillator. Soul Oscillator. Quality, legendary. -50 strength, -50 constitution, durability, indestructible. Item level, 100. Equipment effect 1. Can actively cast the skill, Soul Shock. Releases a shockwave within a 5-meter radius, forcing any enemy target hit to be stunned for 4 seconds. Cooldown, 2 minutes. Equipment effect 2. Can actively cast the skill, Soul Control. Can control the behavior of a target for 1 minute. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Ineffective against humans. Cannot be used on bosses or elites. After Mat reviewed the effects of the Soul, he revealed a satisfied smile. Honestly speaking, before the evolution, he wasn't confident it would succeed. After all, the tidal talisman came from a hidden quest, not classified as traditional equipment. So, whether it could evolve was still uncertain. But the ever-bold Mat, with a mindset of taking a gamble, to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle, decisively threw in the evolution stone. The results proved he won the bet, and won big. Even setting aside the 10x attribute amplification, just the evolution of Soul Impact into Soul Oscillation is worthy of a legendary grade effect. Although the force stun duration remains unchanged at 4 seconds, its range has upgraded from a single target to all targets within a 5-meter radius. This enhancement is undoubtedly astonishing. In the history of Thian Kai, no matter the class, no matter the rank, no matter the level, there has never been a skill capable of Yet Mat now possesses it. This is absolutely an unprecedented breakthrough. Moreover, besides Soul Oscillation, there's a new skill, Soul Control, which is also extremely useful. Although this skill can't be used on humans or bosses, it's still an excellent skill. In a secret realm, the difficulty often lies not in the boss itself, but in the elite minions along the way. Some special minion skills, if not handled properly, can wipe out an entire powerful secret realm team instantly. But with Mat's Soul Control, he can directly control elite monsters with team-wiping skills, then make them turn on each other. What could be more ideal than this? It's even more exhilarating. No wonder, no matter the era, there are always so many gamblers. In that moment of winning, it does make dopamine surge rapidly in the body, creating a sense of euphoria. The new effects of the Soul Oscillator are already enough to thrill me. After allocating my points, it's time to return to the Tianqi continent. Soon, Chang Qianmo re-equipped the Soul Oscillator and opened his personal stats panel. Name, Chang Qianmo. Race, human. Class, 3rd turn Divine Enchanter. Level 54. HP, 215,478/15 million. Strength, 142. Equipment bonus, plus 210. Agility, 210. Equipment bonus, plus 143. Spirit, 126. Equipment bonus, plus 57. Constitution, 120. Equipment bonus, plus 127. Health points, 10,857. Mana points, 6,440. Armor value, 790. Physical damage reduction, same level, 32.3%. Attack speed bonus, 45.2%. Critical hit rate, 53.9%. Magic resistance, 20%. Penetration, 15%. Ignore resistance, 20%. Magic damage bonus, 20%. Mana regeneration, restoring 8% of total mana every 5 seconds. Awaken talent, X-grade conversion LV8. Combat power assessment, 609,544. Baptism buff, primary amplification, magic blessing, advanced penetration, advanced luck, dream blessing. Now, Tan Thien Mat's agility attribute has once again broken through 200 points first, creating a marginal effect compared to other attributes. So, to maximize the value of free attribute points, he began stacking strength attributes again, after adding 12 attribute points, combined with the 40-point strength boost from the Soul Oscillator compared to the Tidal Blessing. His total strength reached an astonishing 352 points. This is almost equal to his agility attribute. Incredibly exaggerated. In addition, Tan Thien Mat's vitality attribute also gained an additional 40 points, bringing his total health to a terrifying 10,857 points. Such health is nearly comparable to tank classes of the same level. Practically a health monster. More importantly, after adding 40 points to vitality, Tan Thien Mat's total vitality also smoothly surpassed 200 points, allowing his elemental clone to produce one more clone, reaching a total of 8. Such a comprehensive enhancement directly boosted Tan Thien Mat's combat power by 90,000 points, successfully breaking the 600,000 mark. He once again elevated his combat power record. It's imaginable that almost no one will ever try to break this record in the future. Even a single glance at it would leave people awestruck, finding it incomprehensible. My current attributes already carry a hint of being overpowered, but they're still far from my former peak form. After returning this time, there's still a lot to do. I wonder. Enemy assassins could emerge at any moment. I must hurry. According to Chang Qianma's plan, after returning to the Tianqi continent, he had several tasks to accomplish. For instance, meeting with Fan Hanyu of the Divine Domain Guild to discuss future development directions, or visiting the Dark Brotherhood to update his rank, and acquiring a new set of assassin gear to prepare for the enemy's arrival. Another task was to break out of the Lingwei City region and continue expanding into neighboring areas, transforming Eternal City into a regional hub. Time waits for no one. Tianqi continent. I'm back. Cheng Qianma gave a slight smile and headed toward the teleportation portal. Chapter 604. Dark Brotherhood of Fengyu City. I'm here to apply. After returning to the Tianqi continent, Cheng Qianma didn't immediately head back to Eternal City. Instead, he rode Qingdai, flying northward. After half a day's journey, he arrived at a small mountain village outside a city. This should be the Dark Brotherhood's branch in Fengyu City. Cheng Qianma leapt effortlessly off Qingdai's back. Fengyu City is the closest advanced main city to Lingwei City. The Awakeners lingering here are typically third-turn powerhouses above level 50. The reason he came to the Dark Brotherhood's branch first was mainly to upgrade his assassin rank. At this moment, he donned a full set of black assassin gear and put on his mask. His name now changed from his real name to the codename 567, judging solely by appearance. No one could discern any information about him. He was just a silent, enigmatic assassin. If I remember correctly, the village's sewer is the entrance to the Dark Brotherhood. Cheng Qianma briefly recalled in his mind and opened the sewer hatch. After passing through the dark and damp sewer, he finally saw light. The gate of the Dark Brotherhood in Windrain City was much larger than the branch he visited in Thunder City. Moreover, 2 level 60 assassins were standing guard at the entrance. Stop. Show your assassin token, one of the guards said in a cold, flat tone. The guards were just doing their job, as expected. So Tan Thien Mat wasn't annoyed. He slowly handed over his tall, tier token. When the guard saw the character, even with a mask on, a trace of disdain could be sensed between his brows. His reaction wasn't exactly surprising. After all, the tiers are all ranks for assassins below the 3rd advancement. But this was the advanced branch of the Dark Brotherhood, where even the weakest assassins had reached the absolute tier. Assassins are a profession that walks in the shadows. Here, status and background don't matter. Only strength does. And the clearest reflection of an assassin's ability is the rank of the token at their waist. So, the 2 guards' gazes toward Tan Thien Mat weren't particularly polite. A mere tier assassin. What are you doing at our Windrain City branch? You should be at the intermediate branch. The leader's tone carried an obvious hint of mockery. Seeing that Tan Thien Mat was only level 54, he thought coming here was simply a waste of time. However, Tan Thien Mat didn't get angry at being looked down upon. In his eyes, these guards were merely the lowest tier awakened ones. There was no need to stoop to their level, so he calmly said, I'm here to apply for the advancement exam. If not here, then where? The leader seemed puzzled by Tan Thien Mat's confidence, and continued, the absolute tier exam can be taken at the intermediate branch. You're already a tall tier assassin. Don't you even understand the forbidden rules? Just as the leader finished speaking, his companion even let out a chuckle. To enter here, you need an absolute tier token, impossible without it. Go pass the test at the intermediate branch first, then come back. Don't waste our time. The 2 lieutenants originally thought that after hearing their words, Cheng Qianma would back down, but to their surprise, Cheng Qianma gave a slight smile and countered, Who said I'm here for the supreme rank exam? I'm applying for the Earth rank. Are you telling me that the Dark Brotherhood's mid-tier branch is qualified to oversee such an exam? At those words, the two lieutenants' faces changed instantly. They never imagined that Qing Qianma would aim to skip ranks for the exam. Such a precedent wasn't unheard of, but it required extraordinary strength. Without it, passing was simply impossible. One lieutenant seemed to think that Qing Qianma was deliberately mocking them, and said in an unfriendly tone, "What a joke. You think you're worthy of a rank-skipping exam? Stop wasting my time. Get." But before the lieutenant could finish the word out, he felt a heavy blow to his abdomen. A wave of intense pain surged through his body. The next second, his face turned deathly pale, and sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. He looked at Qing Qianma in disbelief, his pupils contracting involuntarily. A level 60 awakener couldn't even see his attack coming. Is this the strength a level 54 awakener can possess? Clearly, Qing Qianma's power far exceeded the lieutenant's understanding. They instantly realized they had made a grave mistake. So, the other lieutenant, while pushing open the door, hurriedly clasped his hands and said, "Lord 567, please come inside. We were blind and failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive us." Qing Qianma let out a cold snort and slowly walked through the door. A few minutes later, guided by the lieutenant, he arrived at the branch's office. The one on duty today was a female assassin with the codename Lai Lai. Though Tan Thien Mat couldn't see her face, just from the striking curves of her figure, he could tell the woman before him had an absolutely stunning physique. "Don't just stand there daydreaming," Lai Lai said, head lowered, completely unaware of Tan Thien Mat's gaze roaming over her. Her work style was always about efficiency, with no tolerance for nonsense. Tan Thien Mat appreciated this no-nonsense approach, so he placed his tall tier token on the table and said, "I want to apply for the Earth tier exam." Upon hearing the words Earth tier, Lai Lai's body visibly froze for a second. She slowly raised her head to inspect Tan Thien Mat's assassin token. Her brows immediately furrowed. "What's the captain doing today? Letting a mere tall tier assassin walk in here? Take your stuff and leave. This isn't the place for you." Lai Lai, growing impatient, pushed Tan Thien Mat's token back toward him and resumed her work, head down. But at that moment, Tan Thien Mat's large hand suddenly pressed down on the token, and with a grim expression, he said, "I think I've made myself clear." Lai Lai snapped her head up because she realized her hand couldn't budge the token an inch. Chapter 605. A test that shocks the audience. On the sword and armor platform. Who is this guy? Just a tier assassin. And he dares to confront Lai Lai head on? I heard Lai Lai is in a bad mood today. She must have a bad temper. This guy's probably in for some bad luck. He's practically walked right into the line of fire. Isn't that the truth? I heard that last week. Sister Lily took down 68 wanted criminals. She's absolutely ruthless. They say it won't be long before she advances to Shungdi Street. Now we're in for a good show. When the assassins in the Dark Brotherhood's hall saw Qing Qianma facing off with Lily, they immediately felt a sense of schadenfreude. Though Lily's temper was usually fiery, and she rarely showed a kind face to anyone, her strength was undeniably formidable, making few dare to provoke her. If someone was unlucky enough to ignite her explosive temper, they'd be in for a thorough tongue-lashing at the very least. Faced with Lily's intimidating presence, most people could only swallow their grievances. But now, some fool had suddenly appeared, and everyone naturally hoped she'd make an example of him, though no one truly expected Qing Qianma to overpower Lily. Serving as a punching bag to let her vent some steam would still be useful. At the very least, it might make life a bit easier for everyone else in the days to come. However, just as the crowd was eagerly anticipating the spectacle, a storm of shock was brewing in Lily's heart. His strength is so immense. I'm a whole 12 levels above him, and I still can't push him back. Lily stared at Qing Qianma's large hand, her heart drenched in cold sweat. It was only at this moment that she finally realized this assassin, named 567, was no ordinary person. At the very least, a typical level 54 awakener could never possess such exaggerated strength. But shocked as Lily was, her professionalism remained intact. She quickly regained her composure and said slowly, "A rank-skipping exam isn't out of the question. Go check your combat power at the testing machine. As long as it exceeds 400,000, I'll help you process the exam registration." Although within the Dark Brotherhood, there's no explicit rule about what level you must reach to take the Earth tier exam. Theoretically, as long as you're a third advancement powerhouse, all assassins are eligible to apply for the advancement exam. It's just that those with higher levels face negative consequences if they attempt a cross-tier exam, because every assassin can only apply for one exam per year. If Tan Thien Mat fails the Earth tier exam today, he'll have to wait until next year. The reason Lai Lai asked Tan Thien wasn't because she was worried about him wasting his once-a-year chance. It was simply because she had just lost a strength contest to him, and was purely curious about his actual combat power. Perhaps he just allocated a lot of points to strength. I'm level 66 now, with a combat power exceeding 480,000 points. He's probably not surpassing that number. Lai Lai watched as Tan Thien Mat calmly walked toward the combat power tester, muttering to herself in her mind. But the next second, when the combat power tester's voice rang out, not only Lai herself, but every assassin in the Dark Brotherhood's hall showed expressions of disbelief. Tier Assassin 567. Current level, 54. Actual combat power, 609,544 points. Potential rating, Supreme A. After hearing Tan Thien Mat's combat power and potential rating, no one could believe their ears. Whether it was the combat power exceeding 600,000 or the Supreme A potential rating, neither was something a mere tier assassin could possibly achieve. Clearly, Tan Thien Mat's strength far surpassed the standard for his level, even shattering everyone present's understanding. He's actually this strong, having over 600,000 combat power at level 54. Is he some kind of reincarnated deity? Lai stood as if turned to stone, the shock in her heart beyond words. Only now did she realize the clown was herself. So, Tan Thien Mat could easily overpower her, purely due to his strength. Not just because he had more strength points. Lai, having been in the assassin world for many years, had never seen a Supreme A rating. Today, she felt like her eyes had been opened wide, an eye-opening experience. Yet Lai didn't know that this Supreme A result was actually Tan Thien Mat's second time achieving it. If she knew, her expression would be 10 times more dramatic. Can you register me for the Earth tier exam now? Tan Thien Mat asked with a playful smirk. His words felt like a sharp sword, piercing deep into Lai's body. Why yes, you're qualified. I'll register you right away. Lai's emotions at this moment were incredibly complex. On one hand, she felt a strange sense of shame for being so thoroughly humbled. On the other hand, she was intensely curious about Tan Thien Mat's identity. We're all human, so how can you possess such monstrous strength? It's just too unreasonable. Though her heart was filled with countless questions and shock, Lai still quickly completed the registration process for Tan Thien Mat's Earth tier exam. Since you're registering on short notice, you'll be the only candidate today, so just follow me. Lily gave Chang Qianma a meaningful glance and then led him deeper into the Dark Brotherhood. More than 10 minutes later, Chang Qianma was brought to a room where, in the center, stood a teleportation portal. Pointing at the portal, Lily said, I'm sure you've taken in our Dark Brotherhood's tests before, but the lower tier assessments are a bit different. We assassins don't care about other skills. We only look at your ability to kill. So far, how many bounty missions have you completed, and what were their difficulty levels? Also, how many wanted criminals have you taken down? 100, perhaps? At this moment, Lily no longer dared to underestimate Chang Qian, so she spoke with great caution. However, Chang Qianma's next response sent a chill down her spine. Sorry. Chapter 606. Shocking the crowd. An intriguing lower tier assessment. Sorry. Both numbers are 0. I haven't done a single mission, nor have I killed any wanted criminals. When Chang Qianma said these words, his expression was calm, as if it were nothing unusual, but the looks in everyone else's eyes shifted dramatically. The scene fell into dead silence. No one could comprehend how someone who had neither killed a wanted criminal nor completed an assassin mission had risen to the rank of Chi Street. It completely defied logic and the Dark Brotherhood's internal promotion rules. Could he have connections at the top? Did he get in through the back door? At this moment, unlike the crowd's confusion and shock, Lily, with her superior strength and insight, far surpassed the others. So she quickly realized the deeper meaning behind Chang Qianma's words. Could it be that he earned the Chi Street token directly through the initial entry assessment, and in the time since, he hasn't taken on a single mission? Coming straight here today for the Earth rank exam? The more Lily thought about it, the more alarmed she became, and the more frightened she felt. She was increasingly convinced that her guess was likely correct, as there was no other way to explain how Chang Qianma could have obtained the Chi Street token with a kill record of 0. What was your score in the initial entry exam? To confirm her suspicions, Lily cautiously probed further. Chang Qianma had no intention of hiding anything, and answered openly. Jiashan Shang. At those words, the entire room was stunned. At this moment, including Lily, everyone in the room gasped in unison. Before this year, people here had only heard of the Jiashan Shang rating in Legends. Who could have imagined that today they would not only witness such an assassin with their own eyes, but that he was a peerless genius who had earned the Jiashan Shang rating twice. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime sight. No wonder Chang Qianma said he had neither completed missions nor killed any wanted criminals. If he had earned directly through the entry test, everything would make sense. Sorry. I apologize for my short-sightedness earlier. Please forgive me. After hearing about Tan Thien Mat's astonishing deeds, Lai was finally completely convinced. In her eyes, a single feat might be explained by sheer luck. Being able to get fake top is definitely there's no luck involved at all. Therefore, Lily took the initiative to apologize to Chang Qianma, saying she had made assumptions just now. Chung Qianma naturally didn't bother arguing with her, so she simply nodded. Seeing Chung Qianma didn't intend to pursue it further, Lily instantly let out a sigh of relief. Then she realized, to pass the Earth rank trial, one's killing skills are assessed. Generally speaking, the more people you've killed before the test, the lower the difficulty of the mission will be. But in your case, you passed the entrance exam and got the street token, and now you're going for the rank advancement exam. From my experience, this Earth rank trial is going to be extremely difficult. If you still want to challenge it, please be well prepared. Based on her experience, Lily seriously explained to Chung Qianma, because she didn't want Chung Qianma to fail, and then blame it on her. Lily herself was also about to take the Earth rank trial, so she had studied its difficulty thoroughly. She knew very well how hard it is for a killer with 0 kills to pass the Earth rank trial. However, Chung Qianma didn't care. She had great confidence in her strength. No problem. Just tell me the rules. Seeing Chung Qianma's firm attitude, Lily didn't say anything more. She then briefly explained the requirements to pass the Earth rank trial. Once Chung Qianma enters the portal, she'll enter a virtual space similar to a secret realm. But this space is different from a secret realm. It only contains one huge town, and there are no monsters. Only a large number of fugitives. To pass the trial successfully, Chung Qianma must, within 1 day, achieve the required number of kills or arrests. Just as Lily mentioned earlier, assassins with different track records will face varying requirements when participating in this assessment. In principle, the more people you've killed or bounties you've completed, the simpler your task will be. For someone like Chung Qianma, a blank slate, his task will most likely be the hardest in history. This advancement mission is actually kind of interesting. It's like I've become a constable from ancient times, required to apprehend as many criminals as possible within the given time frame. After hearing the full set of rules, a golden glint flashed in Chung Qianma's eyes. Chung Qianma kept walking into the space portal. Lily watched his disappearing figure, her heart mixed with emotions. She then felt this matter was extremely important and must be reported to the branch leader of the Storm City Dark Brotherhood. So she hurriedly left the assessment hall. Over 10 minutes later, she arrived at a dimly lit office. Inside the office were a man and a woman. The man's hair was graying, and he looked to be in his 60s. He was the branch leader of the Storm City Dark Brotherhood. The woman appeared to be around 28 or 29 years old, wearing a distinctive Absolute Realm token. If Chung Qianma were here right now, he would recognize this woman as someone he knew well. Author's note. Luckily this chapter is done. Pressure off. Chapter 607. Enemies meet again. Aquan's shock. Office of the Storm City Dark Brotherhood branch leader. As expected of my daughter, after going through such hardship, she can still enter the Absolute Realm. Such perseverance and determination are rare. A white-haired old man said with a warm smile. Sitting across from him was a young girl dressed in, Father, you're underestimating your daughter too much. Even if I, Aquan, was framed by that vile brat, I wouldn't fall and stay down. If I hadn't been grinding hard to level up, I would have already caught her and torn her to pieces. The young girl conversing with the old man was none other than Aquan, the one Chung Qianma once locked up in the Flowing Cloud Pavilion. Ever since Aquan killed herself in grief last time, she not only dropped 4 levels, but also suffered serious physical injuries. Although she had always held a grudge against Chung Qianma, to quickly regain her lost levels, she had to temporarily bury her hatred deep inside. After all, back then, she had a great chance of entering the Absolute Realm Assassins. So during the past 6 months, Aquan had gone into full seclusion, training like crazy. She only returned to the outside world once during that time, and her father Lebengsi, as the branch leader of Storm City's Dark Brotherhood, provided tremendous support behind the scenes. Whether it was unlimited supplies of high-grade potions, or hiring people to clear areas in advance, he created the perfect training environment for Aquan. Hard work pays off. 1 month ago, she not only regained her lost 4 levels, but even gained 1 more, reaching level 46. Such an insane leveling speed is unimaginable for most people. After reaching level 46, she immediately took the severance trial, and successfully passed it yesterday. That's why her father Lebengsi was so proud. Seeing his daughter slowly rise again from such a painful blow, Lebengsi felt incredibly gratified. Not bad. That bastard actually dared to bully my daughter. He must die? Before, you stayed silent, to focus on training. Now that the goal is achieved, isn't it time for us to strike back? Tell me everything about her. I will make sure she wishes she were dead. As Lebengsi said these words, a murderous aura suddenly burst from him. He was not only a respected branch leader, but also a near 4th transition powerhouse at level 69. He would never allow outsiders to treat his daughter like this. If not for Aquan's pride, that made her refuse to name the culprit earlier, she had already sent people to... Father, there's no need for that. I am now a fully qualified Absolute Realm Assassin. I absolutely don't need anyone's help. Even if that person had potential, she was only level 29 at the time. Now it's only been half a year. I figure at most she'd be level 40. No way she could be any higher. If Aquan still can't handle this on her own now, how will she stand her ground in the Dark Brotherhood in the future? Please rest assured, Father. Let your daughter take care of this matter herself. As Aquan spoke these words, a strong confidence shone in her eyes. She had completely broken free from her past predicament, and once again returned to being that proud assassin. From his daughter's expression, Rebengsi could feel her unwavering determination. He also realized that her emotional wounds had fully healed, so he didn't say much more. He believed in his daughter's ability, that she would one day slay her enemy with her own hands. But just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door of Aquan's office. "Is President Liu here? I have something to report." Upon hearing the sweet voice, Rebengsi instantly knew who it was. He calmly responded, "Lily, is that you? Come in." Then, Lily entered the branch leader's office with a somewhat complicated expression. Only after seeing Aquan did her expression soften a bit. Aquan and Lily were close friends, so upon seeing her looking so troubled, she immediately asked with concern, "Sister Lily, what happened?" Lily hesitated a bit and said, "Just now, a very strong young person came to our branch." Hearing the keywords very strong and young person, Aquan's heart suddenly skipped a beat, but she quickly regained her composure. Meanwhile, Rebengsi's interest was instantly piqued. "Oh, for a girl like you to give such an assessment. This young person must be quite something. Tell me more." Rebengsi knew Lily had always been strong-willed, which made her demanding of others as well. For her to calm down and admit someone else's talent was an extremely rare thing. So, Rebengsi's curiosity was immediately piqued. As a branch leader of the Dark Brotherhood, seeing Rebengsi's interest rise, Lily continued speaking. She broke 600,000 combat power at just level 54. As soon as Rebengsi heard that, her eyes instantly narrowed, and even Aquan took a deep breath. They both knew what it meant to surpass 600,000 combat power at level 54. For someone like that, even calling her a genius would be an understatement. Interesting. Roughly how old is she? At that moment, Rebengsi's eyes lit up. Recalling Chung Qianma's youthful voice, Lily also felt a chill on her scalp. Even though she was wearing a street assassin outfit, her eyes told a different story. Even though she wore the assassin gear, I couldn't clearly see her face, but judging by her voice alone, she's probably just in her early 20s. As soon as she said that, Aquan's hair stood on end. Suddenly, deep inside, she had a very bad feeling. "What's her name?" Aquan asked nervously. Although Lily didn't know why Aquan was suddenly so emotional, she still replied calmly, "Her codename is 567. In the next moment, Aquan's mind went completely. She's already level 54? How is that possible? Chapter 608. A bounty list with over 100 targets. Chung Qianmo. The moment she entered the virtual space, she sneezed loudly. With a body as strong as mine, even she can catch a cold? Could someone be secretly cursing me behind my back? Of course, Chung Qianmo had no idea how unlucky she was. She randomly picked a high-level main city to participate in the domain assessment and ended up running into her old enemy, Aquan. But fortunately, her strength was now vastly different from the past. Even if Aquan came looking for revenge, she would be taken down in seconds. Now, Chung Qianma had arrived at the gate of a massive city. The entire city was nearly as large as Storm City. Moreover, the city was filled with various shops, offering everything imaginable. The pedestrian traffic was also extremely high. While she was carefully observing, a message suddenly appeared before her eyes. "Welcome to Assassin City. This mission is a domain advancement assessment. Mission objective. Within 24 hours, eliminate or capture as many targets on the wanted list as possible. If completion exceeds 90% by the end of the time limit, you pass the trial. Otherwise, you fail and enter a 1-year cooldown period, during which the domain exam cannot be retaken." As the message faded from view, a booklet appeared in Chung Qianma's hand. On the cover of the booklet, golden characters were embossed. Most wanted list. At the same time, a pair of handcuffs appeared at her waist. Multiple sets of handcuffs. Once successfully locked onto a target, they would completely disable the enemy's combat abilities, signaling a successful capture. Cooldown time, 1 minute. Let me take a look at this wanted list and see how many people are actually on it. She slowly opened the cover of the statistics list. Very quickly, her face revealed a very amused expression. Zhang San, level 52 awakened. Threat level, C. Current coordinates, 393,221. Li C. Level 54 awakened. Threat level, C+. Current coordinates, 112812666. Wang Wu, level 51 awakened. Threat level, C. Current coordinates, 376,773. Zhao Lu, level 74 awakened. Threat level, S+. Current coordinates, 127728844. Zhang Long, level 75 awakened. Threat level, SS. Current coordinates, 551,277. There are actually more than 100 fugitives, and the strongest one, Zhang Long, is a whopping level 75. No wonder that girl named Lily looked so uneasy earlier. Although I don't know what other people's completion rate requirement is, my 90% target is definitely not low. If it were an ordinary person trying to pass the Earth rank trial, it would be nearly impossible. But luckily for me, it's not that big of a problem. Just a matter of spending more time. Even the calm Chung Qianma couldn't help but sigh upon seeing the detailed bounty list. Just as she said, for ordinary peak rank assassins trying to advance to Earth rank, their pass rate is is usually below 10%, and most of them already had countless kills by the time they reached peak rank. So the trial requirement would never be as crazy as 90% completion. But even so, many still failed to pass. From this, it's clear, becoming an Earth rank assassin, how difficult it truly is. Although I don't know if the final completion rate is based on the number of targets, or on the strength of those killed or captured. In the end, it's still a race against time. Only 24 hours. I need to set off right away. Due to the time pressure, Chang Qianma didn't dare waste a moment. After quickly scanning through the wanted list, he opened the map of Assassin City. Very quickly, he used the coordinates of the fugitives to plan a continuous pursuit route. Because of his overwhelming strength, he could completely ignore all the targets. Even Zhang Long, the strongest on the list, he was now confident he could kill. That's why he could boldly and confidently follow the most efficient route, slaying along the way. If it were any other challenger, they would find route planning extremely difficult. They would not only have to consider route efficiency, but also avoid targets they couldn't defeat. This would drastically lower their clearance efficiency. Chang Qianma's planned route and upcoming strategy strictly followed 3 principles. First, the route completely ignores target strength, strictly advancing from outside to inside, and from left to right. This ensures full coverage and sweep. No one slips through the cracks, because logically speaking, to reach the required 90% completion rate, he may need to kill or capture 90% of the people on the wanted list. In that case, to ensure the headcount, Chang Qianma must not let anyone go. Second, if there are multiple targets within an effective range, he will prioritize killing the strongest one. After all, stronger individuals are more likely to escape, and each one holds more value. So by doing this, Chang Qianma could effectively increase his completion rate. Thirdly, use capture tactics for weaker targets, and use kill tactics for extremely strong ones. Because according to Chang Qianma's analysis, since the mission includes a capture option, it must serve a purpose. Otherwise, it would just ask for full kills, and for any given target. Capturing alive and killing outright are 2 very different levels of difficulty. Therefore, to improve her completion efficiency, Chang Qianma decided to control the weak fugitives in one move, and then arrest them directly. After all, this method carries no risk of failure, and barely wastes any time. It's still a 1-move takedown, and the difference between capturing and killing is minimal. But for S-rank or higher fugitives, capturing them alive is much harder, and carries risk of unexpected accidents. Therefore, to be safe, Chang Qianma chose not to take chances, and opted for instant execution. After finalizing her battle strategies, Chang Qianma's figure gradually disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, inside the Storm City Dark Brotherhood, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Author's note. One more part. Still writing. Please wait a moment. Chapter 609. It's really her. Wait a second. You said her name is Chang. My dear daughter. Don't tell me you know this girl called 567? When Lebingsi saw his daughter's unnatural reaction after hearing Lily say the name, he became suspicious. But Aquan's expression was more than just unnatural. She looked like she'd swallowed crap. She's already level 54? How is that even possible? Aquan acted like she didn't hear her father's question, still murmuring in a daze. Her fragile little heart, which she'd only just recovered, was once again shattered completely, once again pierced mercilessly by harsh reality. And this time, the pain was even worse than 6 months ago. No, that's impossible. Sister Lily, are you sure you didn't hear wrong? Her codename is really 567? Unwilling to give up, Aquan asked Lily once more for confirmation. Lily had known Aquan for many years, and had always treated this genius girl like her own little sister. Seeing her in such pain now, her heart ached a little, so she continued explaining. Yes, her codename really is 567. At first, I didn't think much of her either, so I didn't take her seriously. But then I saw she not only had the strength to fight alongside level 60s, she even earned a top-tier A+ rating in the guild entry exam. That's when I realized there was no way I heard wrong. When Rebanksy heard the words A+ rating, his eyes lit up. He immediately let out a sound of admiration. So it's true. There really are monsters in this world who earn A+ upon entry. This person, I must recruit her. Rebanksy never imagined that his beloved daughter had a grudge with Chang Qianma. All he wanted now was to bring this peerless genius into his fold. But in the next second, Aquan felt something shatter inside her. Her once unshakable pride had once again been crushed under Chang Qianma's heel, and she couldn't resist at all. An A+ rating. It really is her? I can't accept this. In the past 6 months, I've given it everything I had and only gained 5 levels, but she went from level 29 all the way to 54. Why is the world so unfair, letting a monster like that exist? I hate it. Aquan seemed to fall into madness. Her heart-wrenching scream left Rebanksy and Lily frozen in place. She was only level 29 half a year ago? How is that even possible? Lily originally thought she had already held Chang Qianma in high regard, but reality turned out to be far more terrifying than she imagined. If what Aquan said was true, then Chang Qianma wasn't just a monster. She was a monster that left even prodigies far behind. As far as Lily knew, no one in the history of Xi'an Nation had ever leveled up this fast. and the look of anticipation in Lebinski's eyes instantly turned extremely complicated. She wasn't a fool. At that moment, she finally realized that the one who caused her daughter to commit suicide back then was this prodigy known as 567. She instantly withdrew her previous intent to recruit her and replaced it with overwhelming killing intent. So it was her. The one who set you up back then. Very good. Searched high and low in vain, only to find her effortlessly. Today I must give her a painful lesson, so she learns that not everyone can be framed so easily. Lebinski didn't care how this person, named 567, managed to reach level 54 in just half a year. She only had one precious daughter, Aquan, and now that her daughter couldn't beat her, then she had to take matters into her own hands to vent the hatred in her heart. Lily, where is she now? Lebinski asked coldly. Lily now also realized how serious things had become. Of course she was on Aquan's side. So she replied, she's currently taking the Earth rank trial. By this time tomorrow, she'll be out of the city of assassins. What? She dares to take the Earth rank trial at just level 54? She's overestimating herself. Fine then, let her live 24 more hours. Tomorrow at this time will be her death day. Lebinski didn't know where Chung Qianma's confidence came from, but the intent to kill had been lit, and she would act tomorrow for sure. At the same time, seeing his daughter so devastated, Lebinski also felt deeply pained. To cheer her up a little, he continued asking, my dear daughter, what's that girl's real name? Back then, weren't you the proctor for her guild entry exam? This time, I won't just kill her in Apocalypse Continent. I'll also make sure she suffers terribly in the real world. Knowing she definitely couldn't beat Chung Qianma now, Aquan had no choice but to swallow her big talk and let her father handle it. Humph. Even if I can't kill you, my dad can still destroy you. So-called genius? Just some level 54 trash. After quickly adjusting her mindset, Aquan tried to recall what happened during that entry exam. Then she slowly said, I remember when he took the combat strength test. The machine showed the name Chung Qianma. Chung Qianma, huh? Good day. I'll remember that. Let's see how I deal with her later. Dare to bully my precious daughter. You must be tired of living. At first, Lebinski didn't think much of it. He just answered instinctively. But the next second, his heart suddenly raced wildly, and his blood pressure shot up to 180 on the spot. Wait a minute. Did you say his name is Chung Qianma? Lebinski blurted out in shock. Author's note. Another day, another cliffhanger. If you like to chat, feel free to join our QQ group 255205579 for fun. Chapter 610. Danger approaches the greenhouse flower. Aquan was instantly confused upon seeing her father's shocked expression. That guy's name is Chung Qianma. I'm absolutely sure I remembered right. Could it be that father knows him? Just as Aquan was puzzled, Lu Banhai spoke again. My dear daughter, let's think this over carefully. As soon as these words were spoken, a tone instantly fell into a daze. She didn't understand why her father was so determined to seek revenge for her one moment, even interfering in real life, but then back down the next. Is the name Tan Thien Mat really that terrifying? Feeling indignant, a tone said somewhat angrily, why think it over? Now that he's finally shown up, and he's in our hands, wouldn't it be easy to take him down? Seeing the strange expression on the branch leader's face, Lai Lai also felt puzzled. Is this still the ruthless, hot-tempered boss she knew? How did he suddenly change his tune? Oh, you really don't know what the name Tan Thien Mat means in our Hakwak now? At this moment, Lu Banhai looked at his daughter with an extremely odd expression. A tone seemed to sense something, and instinctively mumbled, what does it mean? Just then, Lai Lai suddenly shouted, he's the one hailed as the greatest genius in Hakwak's history, Tan Thien Mat. It's actually him. No wonder he's so strong. Now it all makes sense. After witnessing Tan Thien Mat's terrifying performance earlier, Lai Lai had felt deeply shaken. But now, upon learning his true identity, she felt completely at ease. Such is human nature. If someone exceptional loses to an unknown nobody, they'd feel extremely frustrated and even resentful. But if they lose to a nationally recognized genius, it feels entirely normal. Sometimes, the influence of strength and status far exceeds people's imagination. And today, Tan Thien Mat's status in Hakwak stands at the very pinnacle of the pyramid, without a doubt. So even Lu Banhai, a half-step fourth advancement powerhouse, who was brimming with killing intent moments ago, he wanted to avenge his daughter. But upon learning 567's true identity, he immediately backed down. According to the rumors, whether Lebinski feared or not aside, the terrifying force behind Chung Qianma alone made it uncertain if he could even defeat her head-on himself. In such a situation, how could he dare stir up trouble? As long as Chung Qianma didn't come after him and Aquan, Lebinski already felt grateful. At this moment, seeing that both her father and best friend seemed to know about Chung Qianma's deeds, Aquan panicked. She couldn't understand what the two were saying at all. The strongest genius in Xian Nation's history? Why don't I know anything about this? I just went into seclusion for half a year, and suddenly Xian Nation has a #1 in history? Isn't that ridiculous? Aquan muttered in disbelief. Lebinski looked at his daughter's pained face, and could only sigh in his heart. I've spoiled her too much, to the point where she sees no one else. A father's fault for not teaching well. This is my mistake. Lily also felt helpless now. She knew her best friend was deeply hurt, but she believed it was better to face the pain all at once than to prolong it. Rather than continue deceiving, it was better to tell her the truth, so she could finally let go of the need to compare herself with Chung Qianma. Otherwise, she'd only hurt herself more. With that decision made, Lily began recounting in detail the many deeds of Chung Qianma that were now widely known across Xi'an Nation. Over 10 minutes later, the president's office fell completely, and Aquan, overwhelmed with unwillingness, burst into tears. So she really was the true genius. I was just a flower in a greenhouse. After saying that, Aquan ran out in tears. Lily instinctively tried to chase after her, but Rebanksy stopped her. This blow she suffered was partly due to her own personality, but also my negligence. If she wants to stand back up again, she must figure it out on her own. Not everyone is someone you can compare yourself to. Let her go. A flower raised in a greenhouse will eventually have to face the storm. During her date, Aquan experienced a heated and dramatic debate. Now it's been 40 minutes. Since Chung Qianma entered the city of assassins, I've already arrested 3 targets and killed 1. If I continue at this pace, clearing the trial might be risky. After all, I can't guarantee that my efficiency will stay at this level the entire time. Looks like I not only need to speed up, but also find a way to take down multiple targets at once. Chung Qianma's original plan was to move from the outer ring inward, sweeping clockwise from left to right, to comb through the city of assassins. But later she discovered her movement generated too much attention, and the fugitives weren't necessarily staying at their coordinates. Sometimes, they would roam around within a small area, which brought Chung Qianma quite a bit of trouble, because she had to spend extra time searching for her targets. As a result, her mission pace slowed down by roughly 20% from what she had planned. At this rate, achieving a 90% completion rate within 24 hours might not be so certain. So, while increasing her speed, she also rushed to find a more efficient strategy. Time kept ticking away, and 20 more minutes passed in a flash. Chung Qianma arrested 2 more low-level fugitives. For those in the 50 to 60 level range, she could usually subdue them in just 1 or 2 moves, with a combo of stun, followed by a quick arrest. Not long after, just as Chung Qianma was about to place handcuffs on a wanted criminal, she suddenly felt 2 sharp sand wings approaching from both sides. Chapter 611. Bold speculations. Mutual slaughter. Sensing the sand wings, Chung Qianma kicked the wanted target away and swiftly leapt back. 3 seconds later, 2 awakened beings suddenly launched an attack from both sides. Chung Qianma narrowed her eyes and quickly identified them. They were both S-class threats. Level 70 awakened Guan Xiangyu and level 71 awakened Li Mubai. Could it be that wanted criminals, rated S-class and above in danger level, can move far from their initial coordinates? Seeing the 2 charging at her, Chung Qianma showed no sign of panic. Instead, a spark of excitement lit up her eyes. In fact, her assumption was correct. In Assassin City, if a target's danger level is below S-class, meaning they're below the 4th evolution stage, they can only move within a 30-meter radius of their spawn point. But once the danger level exceeds S-class, their movement range extends to 3 kilometers. That's a full 100 times greater range. If it were an ordinary challenger, they would have panicked by now. After all, they couldn't even defeat a single 4th evolved opponent, let alone face 2 attacking from both sides. In a situation like this, they'd have no choice but to give up the mission and flee for their lives. Even though she's only level 54 now, she already has the strength to kill 4th transition powerhouses. With boldness matching her strength, she now believed this might be the perfect opportunity to improve her trial efficiency. This city of assassins was actually a simulated virtual environment, created through some mysterious power, which meant that the fugitives here definitely weren't real people. I've already arrested quite a few. None of them attempted to speak with me. That's very abnormal behavior. Perhaps at their core, they're no different from beasts or ghosts, just wearing the skin of a human. If my guess is correct, then that one move might finally be useful. At that moment, just then, 2 4th transition powerhouses rushed toward her. Chung Qianma used astonishing footwork, and with minimal movement, dodged their pincer attack. In the next second, she seized the moment as Guan Xiangyu and Li Mubai pulled back their swords, and launched her attack. Soul control. Chung Qianma's eyes widened. A massive wave of mental power transformed into a sharp blade, and burst forth from her body, then flew directly toward the stronger of the 2, Li Mubai. In an instant, Li Mubai was struck like lightning. Her eyes instantly turned from clear to cloudy, like a corpse possessed by a spirit. So my guess was right after all. I've now gained full control over Li Mubai's body. Chung Qianma's face lit up with excitement as she felt Li Mubai's power coursing through her. Now, with a mere thought, she could control Li Mubai's every move. You're a 4th transition sword god, huh? Then let's start with divine sword art to calm things down. As soon as Chung Qianma said that, Li Mubai's sword erupted with a dazzling glow. In an instant, a terrifying wave of sword energy, with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, she struck Guan Xiangyu not far away. Guan Xiangyu clearly didn't expect her own companion to attack from behind. A look of confusion appeared on her face. But confused or not, the sword wound she took was absolutely real, no illusion at all. So, Guan Xiangyu immediately coughed up blood and let out a scream. These two clearly aren't stronger than me, yet they dared to attack first? Looks like the system's assessment of challengers isn't based on actual strength, but on level. And judging by my current level of 54, I could definitely exploit that. The quick-witted Cheng Qianma immediately grasped the key point. The more she thought about it, the more pleased and excited she became. Even her instructions to Li Mubai came at a much faster pace than before. Originally, Guan Xiangyu was no match for Li Mubai. Now after being caught off guard and seriously injured, she had absolutely no power to fight back. This Guan Xiangyu is just too pitiful. Come on, I'll speak on Li Mubai's behalf. Go ahead and slice him a few times. Aim for the heart. Or some major arteries. That's how you get your revenge, right? If the scheming old Yin-type Weisheng were here, he'd definitely shout that Cheng Qianma was shameless. To get Guan Xiangyu, he actually had Li Mubai charge forward, with no intention of defending himself, after heavily wounding Guan Xiangyu. After all, Guan Xiangyu was just a virtual human NPC. How could she outplay an old fox like Cheng Qianma? Of course, she was completely manipulated. Soon, she really did start furiously attacking Li Mubai. Yes, that's it. Can you slice Li Mubai's head off in one blow? If not, turn him into a human stick. That works too. Faced with these robot-like beings, Cheng Qianma felt no mercy at all. After all, if she were weaker and died at the hands of these people, she would have lost her own life. And in the Dark Brotherhood, no one would show her sympathy. An enemy is an enemy. Once you strike, there's no room for mercy. Now that she had the upper hand, of course she would choose the most efficient and reliable way to win. There were still over 80 people left, waiting for her to take down, so saving any bit of stamina was worthwhile. 2 minutes later, with Cheng Qianma's intervention, Li Mubai was beaten to death by Guan Xiangyu. However, during the fight, she had also used Li Mubai to injure Guan Xiangyu to a frozen death state. So just as Li Mubai died, Cheng Qianma stepped in herself and instantly ended Guan Xiangyu's life. Just like that, using soul control. Cheng Qianma didn't even lift a finger, yet managed to kill 2 fourth transition fugitives in a row. Absolutely terrifying. Soul control's cooldown is only 1 minute. Maybe I can go even further with this. After successfully confirming her idea, Cheng Qianma grew even bolder. Chapter 612. Run faster. I'm in a hurry. President Liu, how confident are you that Cheng Qianma can pass the Earth rank trial? After Quan left the office, Lily, still full of curiosity about Cheng Qianma, didn't leave. She now asked with some uncertainty, her eyes carrying a trace of unconscious anticipation. Even she didn't notice. If it were anyone else attempting the trial, at level 54, I would say without hesitation, it's pure fantasy. But if it's someone like Cheng Qianma, a true genius, even I can't figure it out anymore, judging by her current strength and status. If she initiated the challenge, she must be confident in winning. For someone like Rebangxi, a half-step tier 4 awakened, to make such a judgment. Cheng Qianma's reputation was undoubtedly terrifying. As the saying goes, a person's name is like a tree's shadow. Now the name Cheng Qianma, within Xia Nation, symbolized limitless potential. No one could deny her ability to create miracles. So, Rebangxi's cautious optimism toward her was completely reasonable. After hearing that, Lily also nodded slightly. Although she and Rebangxi couldn't see what was happening inside Assassin City, that didn't stop them from having high hopes. After all, Cheng Qianma wasn't just representing herself now. She was representing the future of Xia Nation. The stronger she became, anyone in Xia Nation who wasn't resentful would feel proud. While the two were talking, Cheng Qianma had already altered her original plan. She abandoned the strategy of moving from outside to inside, left to right, and instead chose to charge straight ahead, adopting a blitz tactic. According to her observations and deductions, the entire Assassin City might look no different from any high-level main city, but in reality, it was different. Once she realized that the people here were all non-living beings without self-awareness, Assassin City could then be seen as a secret realm full of humanoid creatures. And since it's a secret realm, then it would surely follow the rule of easy first, hard later. In nearly every secret realm, the final boss is the strongest, and they always reside in the deepest part of the zone. So by analogy, the strongest target on the wanted list, Zhang Long, could be viewed as the final boss of Assassin City, which means there's a high probability. Located at the very center of Assassin City, Tan Thien Mat, to speed up his clear efficiency, decisively adopted a strategy of targeting the leader first. He charged straight from the outskirts of Assassin City into the core area of the city. After several small-scale ambushes along the way, he was now close to his destination. At that moment, he decisively activated Ghost Form. The 2 fourth advancement powerhouses he just encountered had an alert range of roughly 3 kilometers, and Shuang Long, as the strongest level 75 awakened one, likely has an even larger alert range. So I can only activate Ghost Form early to have a chance at getting the first strike. In a completely invisible state, Tan Thien Mat sneaked into the core area of Assassin City while scanning for his target. More than 10 minutes later, he finally spotted, at the top of a tall tower, a man dressed in a gray mage robe, holding an ornate staff. The man's expression carried an innate authority, and his body radiated terrifying elemental fluctuations. I didn't expect the strongest person in Assassin City to be a 4th advancement elemental saint. What a pleasant surprise. Upon seeing Trong Long's class, Tan Thien Mat's face immediately lit up with joy, since the wanted list only marked the target's danger level and rank. He didn't know Trong Long's class until he saw him in person. Before this, he had considered various scenarios. If Trong Long were a melee class, his plan's effectiveness would only be average, but if it were a ranged class, especially a magic-based ranged class with immense attack power, the tactical advantage would be significantly enhanced. Clearly, his luck was quite good. A 4th advancement elemental saint is undoubtedly a ranged magic class with exceptional area of effect capabilities. This was exactly what Tan Thien Mat wanted. With the target's location confirmed, the next step was to execute the bait-and-pull operation. At this point, Tan Thien Mat had completely started treating these humans like wild monsters. To complete his final plan, he didn't recklessly charge up the tower, but cautiously approached the tower's outer perimeter. At that moment, he deactivated his ghost form. In an instant, he suddenly sensed a terrifying aura locking onto him. The most terrifying of them naturally came from the top of the tower. At this moment, Zhang Long, from high above, as expected of the core area of the City of Assassins, the number of experts here is impressive, and each one is stronger than the 2 from before. But that's fine. According to the stronger you are, the better the results I'll achieve in the end. Come on. I'll be waiting for you right here under the tower. The reason Cheng Qianma chose to linger at the tower's outer perimeter and deliberately deactivate his ghost form was, of course, for a specific purpose. Just as Zhang Long was about to complete his chant and prepare to attack Cheng Qianma, he suddenly pushed his speed to the limit and dashed toward the tower's entrance. The next second, Zhang Long, having lost his target, had his nearly completed spell instantly interrupted. Immediately after, he rushed down the tower's stairs to quickly find Cheng Qianma. At the same time, the other 6 auras were closing in at an alarming speed. For a moment, Cheng Qianma stood his ground, about to face the attacks of 7 4th-turn powerhouses. Zhang Long's speed was dangerously fast, but Cheng Qianma showed no trace of panic. Instead, he leaned casually against the wall. Hurry up. I'm in a rush. Chapter 613. Terrifying soul control and multitasking. Since Cheng Qianma was right under the tower, Zhang Long was the first to reach him. At this moment, the other 6 4th-turn powerhouses would take about 10 more seconds to arrive. As Zhang Long burst out from the tower's entrance, he began chanting a spell against Cheng Qianma. But Cheng Qianma didn't run away immediately. Instead, he let Zhang Long cast his magic alone. He was chanting Meteorite Fall. The casting time was 4 seconds. No rush. Let him finish chanting slowly. Cheng Qianma, bold and fearless, completely disregarded Zhang Long's magic. He didn't even keep his eyes on Zhang Long. Instead, he stared at 6 approaching Tier 4 Awakeners in the distance. 4 seconds flew by in a flash. Multiple powerful enemies were now less than 200 meters away from Cheng Qianma, and Zhang Long's meteorite fall was almost complete. At that moment, Cheng Qianma, who had timed everything in advance, suddenly activated magic reflection. A faint blue light barrier instantly appeared around him. In that instant, a small rift appeared in the sky. Then a massive fireball came crashing down. But the moment it hit Cheng Qianma, it only burst into dazzling light, causing no real damage. Ripples spread across the pale blue barrier, as if it had completely absorbed the fireball's impact. Immediately after that, the scorching fireball suddenly deflected and flew straight toward Zhang Long. Zhang Long never expected Cheng Qianma to possess such a miracle, so he was completely unprepared and was hit instantly. With a muffled groan, Zhang Long coughed up a mouthful of blood. At the same moment, 3 of the 6 Tier 4 Awakeners nearby launched long-range attacks. The remaining 3 melee Awakeners drew their weapons and charged straight at Cheng Qianma. Perfect timing. Now the attacks will be fiercer. Soul control. At this critical moment, Cheng Qianma took advantage of Zhang Long's injury and launched a psychic attack on him. In the next second, Zhang Long, just like Li Mubai before, fell into a dazed state. Now come block all those ranged attacks for me. Cheng Qianma multitasked with full focus. On one hand, he controlled Zhang Long to charge forward, blocking all 3 incoming ranged attacks. More importantly, under his control, Zhang Long didn't take any defensive measures. On the other hand, he activated the ultimate aura shield for himself to block the 3 melee physical fighters who had gotten close. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions echoed across the land. Cheng Qianma's dual control achieved great results. The first wave of assault from the 6 elites was perfectly neutralized by him. Let Zhang Long guard the Smoke Annihilation Black Hole. The ultimate aura shield still has time left. Smoke Annihilation Black Hole creates a black hole that continuously pulls in enemies and deals elemental damage to nearby enemies. Lasts for 5 seconds. When it explodes, it knocks back surrounding enemies. Charging enhances the effect. While the ultimate aura shield had 3 seconds left, Cheng Qianma had Zhang Long return. Next, Zhang Long, following his command, began chanting Smoke Annihilation Black Hole without hesitation, and Cheng Qianma wasn't idle either. He switched his flowing light blade scatter into staff form. Legendary summon, Moonstone Beast. In an instant, a massive beast over 4 meters tall, with a crescent-shaped mark on its head appeared out of nowhere. It was the strongest summon of a third-tier summoner. Moonstone. Good. Moonstone let out a thunderous roar, instantly forcing back the 3 melee fighters around Cheng Qianma, throwing them over 10 meters away. This was its innate passive effect, unrelated to the target's level, but it could only be triggered once. At that moment, Zhang Long finished chanting Smoke Annihilation Black Hole, and the ultimate aura shield's effect finally faded. But Cheng Qianma didn't have Zhang Long release the black hole immediately. Smoke Annihilation Black Hole can charge for up to 3 seconds. By then, the power and attack range will be doubled. Keep chanting. For now, there's the tanky Moonstone Rampager as a meat shield. While it can't do much damage to the 3 melee fighters, it can still hold them off for a while. So Cheng Qianma decided to let Zhang Long continue charging up. Meanwhile, he rushed toward the 3 ranged classes in the distance. He wanted to buy time for Zhang Long. Second by second passed. The 3 ranged classes saw Cheng Qianma charging toward them, and quickly switched to fast-cast minor spells. But with Cheng Qianma's agility exceeding 350 points, and his 20% magic resistance, their attacks barely affected him. 3 seconds passed in a flash. Zhang Long finally completed his fully charged 6-second extinguishing black hole. Seeing the perfect opportunity arrive, Cheng Qianma suddenly used Poison King Capture from the Venomous Interlink set. It instantly pulled all 3 ranged classes together. In the next second, a massive black hole appeared in the sky. A terrifying suction force constantly emanated from its core. Because Cheng Qianma had already laid the groundwork, the 3 ranged classes were tightly bound together, so they were quickly sucked into the extinguishing black hole. The perfect time to deal damage had arrived. Now it's my turn. Destruction Ray. Fire. For classes with powerful AoE abilities, seeing a group of mobs, or scumbags, is like a man freed from prison, suddenly seeing a crowd of naked women. He just can't resist, and Cheng Qianma's current state was quite similar. Destruction Ray, a powerful ranged attack of the gunner, may not have a wide range, but it has 2 stages and tremendous power. So using it to hit the 3 enemies trapped in the black hole was the best choice. Cheng Qianma's radiant 1,000 blades instantly shifted into machine gun mode. The barrel burst with extreme heat. In the next second, 2 red laser beams fired straight into the center of the black hole. Boom. Boom. After 2 loud explosions, the 3 arrogant Tier 4 elites were instantly reduced to ashes under the combined assault of Zhang Long and Cheng Qianma. Chapter 614. Reverse Push. Smooth Clearance. The 3 melee fighters still battling the Moonstone Beast were stunned when they saw their teammate turned into chicken dust. They never expected such heavy losses after just 10 seconds of fighting. Cheng Qianma's terrifying methods were completely beyond their comprehension. In fact, under normal circumstances, a 4th evolution powerhouse isn't that easy to kill, but Cheng Qianma's tactics, just now, were executed thoroughly and flawlessly. First of all, Zhang Long, being the strongest 4th-tier elemental saint, had unquestionable offensive power. And with Cheng Qianma's protection, just now, he even managed to unleash a fully charged Smoke Annihilation Black Hole. Such a terrifying skill is extremely rare in normal battles. In a battle between equally strong opponents, who would give you a full 6 seconds to cast? No one is dumb or blind. Of course they wouldn't let someone like Zhang Long do as he pleases, without interference. That's why in a solo duel, Zhang Long could never unleash such devastating damage. But with Cheng Qianma on the field, everything changed. With his protection and coordination, Zhang Long brought his offensive power to the extreme, and Cheng Qianma himself also dealt massive damage. With good teamwork, 1 + 1 can definitely be greater than 2, and that last moment was clearly such a case. There are less than 30 seconds left on Soul Control. Now Zhang Long must go all out against the remaining 3 melee classes. In his current state, it's nearly impossible to take on 3. I need to balance out the HP. Though controlling a powerful magic user like Zhang Long is extremely satisfying in terms of output, Cheng Qianma didn't lose his rationality. In his mind, he was constantly calculating the remaining time on Soul Control. Once the strategy was decided, the battlefield shifted noticeably. Cheng Qianma chose the weakest of the 3 melee fighters and launched a crazy offensive, doing his best to pull him out of formation to create a one-on-one situation, while Zhang Long, though not in peak condition, but facing only 2 enemies, he wouldn't die so easily. What Cheng Qianma wanted was for Zhang Long to maximize his damage in the last 30 seconds, not to simply try and stay alive. So under his control, Zhang Long fought with brutal aggression. Every move was a life-for-life trade. Turns out even reckless high-level mages can be this fierce. Though Cheng Qianma was the one in control, he had never tried such a reckless playstyle before. Until now, Feeling the madness of Zhang Long like a rabid dog, he gained a new perspective. Second by second passed, and just seconds before soul control ended, Zhang Long finally died, outnumbered and overwhelmed. But his death was not in vain. Because the remaining two Tier 4 were both left in a near-death state, their lives were like fragile reeds swaying in the wind. As for Cheng Qianma, with one final strike from his radiant 1,000 blades, pierced deep into the enemy, he finally claimed complete victory. Don't be fooled by the sheer number of powerful foes in the city of assassins. After all, they lack true. So in terms of actual combat power, they were far inferior to human awakeners of the same level. Otherwise, no matter how strong Cheng Qianma was, there's no way he could have defeated them. Now, seeing the two near-death enemies, Cheng Qianma didn't hold back. With two quick skills, he took them out one after another. And with that, in the core zone of the city of assassins, the 7 strongest enemies were all completely wiped out. The remaining enemies were far weaker in comparison. The hardest part was already over. From now on, it would be smooth sailing, slaughtering more same-level foes. Looking at the 7 corpses on the ground, Cheng Qianma smiled. Then, his figure faded into shadow and began moving from left to right, from inside to out. This way, he could lure in all the nearby elites, leading them straight into his trap. More than half a day had passed when Cheng Qianma entered the assassin city. It was around 9 a.m. And now, the sun was about to rise again. The plan was executed successfully, and the efficiency was even better than expected. At this moment, Cheng Qianma appeared once again at the outskirts of Assassin City, but unlike before, he had already eliminated all the wanted criminals in the area through lure and attack tactics. This meant that most of the powerful wanted criminals were gone, which also meant there were barely any strong targets left. And as for the small fry, he could just use Chicken Cloud to arrest them. There were 108 people on the wanted. Now the number of those killed or captured had reached 105. Only 3 stragglers remained. Let's hope it ends soon. Once this mission is over, I need to hurry back to Eternal Peak. There's still a lot left to deal with. After all, Cheng Qianma runs a level 7 guild. Naturally, there's plenty on his plate. He wished there were 48 hours in a day. Otherwise, it just wouldn't be enough. After checking the coordinates of the last 3 targets, he accelerated again. In the blink of an eye, 40 minutes had flown by. As Cheng Qianma cuffed the last one, his transition level assessment was finally complete. After a full night's work, it was finally over. As Cheng Qianma stepped on the wanted man and sighed, a notification finally appeared before him. Chapter 615, SSS Item Box. Global Assassin. Congratulations on passing the assassin assessment. This wanted list contained 108 criminals. You killed 37 and arrested 71. Total time, 2 hours, 9 minutes, and 18 seconds. Completion rate, 100%. Assessment rating, false upper. Congratulations on being promoted to Transition Assassin with a 100% completion rate. You've earned 5,658 assassin points. Your current rank is 198th on the Global Assassin Leaderboard. For setting the best record in history during your promotion, you've been awarded SSS Item Box ×1. He could freely choose the specific type of loot box. For example, a weapon box, an equipment box, a materials box, and so on. Once the string of system messages ended, a portal to the outside world appeared beside Cheng Qianma. Before leaving, I'd better open the loot box first. Since I can freely choose the type of loot box, I'll definitely go with the materials box. Currently, he still lacked for materials. To upgrade Radiant 1,000 Blades to Phase 3, he didn't need much else. Just the crucial materials. So without hesitation, he set the SSS tier loot box to materials. Cheng Qianma believed that with a chest of this quality, whatever he got wouldn't be ordinary. So there was a good chance he could get one of the materials he needed. Here we go. Let's see how lucky I really am. With a smile, Cheng Qianma opened the SSS tier loot box. A dazzling light burst out from within the box. Congratulations. You've obtained the epic material, Xiantian Silk. When Cheng Qianma saw the name Xiantian Silk, he was fully focused. He actually pulled it off. Xiantian Silk was one of the 4 remaining materials he needed. Now only 3 more to go. Cheng Qianma held the Xiantian Silk in his hands, feeling its softness. A delighted expression appeared on his face. Don't be fooled by how thin and soft it is. That's just in its raw state. Once it's polished and forged properly, its toughness becomes absolutely insane. It's a perfect material for weapon upgrades. What's this assassin leaderboard thing? Why has no one mentioned it before? With curiosity, Cheng Qianma opened the assassin leaderboard, and right in front of him appeared the assassin rankings. Rank 1, codename, Light of Freedom. Assassin points, 19,283. Country, Beacon Nation. Current status, not yet grounded. Rank 2, codename, Blood Lion. Assassin points, 17,247. Country, Beacon Nation. Current status, not yet grounded. Rank 3, codename, Ripper. Assassin points, 16,354. Country, Lighthouse Nation, currently not at Earth tier. Rank 4, codename, The Butcher. Assassin points, 15,115. Rank 5, codename, Panda Nation, currently not at Earth tier. Rank 9, codename, Jean Ku. Assassin points, 12,956. Country, Xia Nation, currently not at Earth tier. Rank 198, codename, 567. Assassin points, 5,658. Country, Xia Nation, currently not at Earth tier. Cheng Qianma stared at it for a while, and his expression turned quite strange. He now understood why he hadn't known about the assassin ranking before. Because there are two strict conditions for getting on the list. First, the assassin must reach Earth tier. If not at that level, no matter how strong, you can't be ranked. Second, the assassin must be among the top 200 of all Earth tier assassins worldwide. If you fall below that rank, you're also disqualified from the list. For someone like Cheng Qianma to be ranked right after reaching Earth tier is unprecedented worldwide. This shows just how terrifying that 100% completion rate really is. As expected of the Lighthouse Nation, they actually took the top 3 spots just in the assassin domain. Even among those 3, their scores, compared to other countries, there's a huge gap. Still, unexpectedly, our Xia Nation actually has a big city-level assassin in the top 10. That name Jean Ku really does mean something. After quickly scanning the global assassin leaderboard, Cheng Qianma immediately felt the current global landscape. The Lighthouse Nation is clearly the undisputed hegemon. Even the former Eastern power, Wano country, can't even lift their heads before them. As for the other countries, they're simply too weak to mention. On just this small assassin leaderboard, the Lighthouse Nation holds such dominance. If there were rankings in other fields, Cheng Qianma didn't even dare to think further. Seems that only after conquering Wano and breaking out of the east will we see the true mountains ahead. Our current vision and foresight are still far too narrow. Unable to see the full picture of the world, Cheng Qianma was feeling a bit conflicted at this moment. After experiencing a series of events, his worldview had changed significantly. His current goal was far more than just reaching the top of the world alone. He wanted to bring along his old teammates and comrades from his homeland to break through all the chains and see the world beyond. One day, if there's a chance, he'd like to meet that senior named Jean Ku. But everything happens in its own time. Someday they'll meet. Time to head out. Now that everything had settled, Cheng Qianma slowly stepped into the gate leading to the Dark Brotherhood in Stormwind City. A flash of white light appeared, and he could feel the environment around him changing immediately. As his vision returned to normal, he suddenly saw a row of people standing before him. Surrounded by them was an elderly man with graying hair. Cheng Qianma instinctively examined the old man's appearance, and immediately felt puzzled. Why does this old man look so familiar? I don't think we've met before, right? This is so strange. Chapter 616. Shocking everyone. The gap was massive. He actually came out in under 24 hours, so he must have failed, right? Wait a second. I think I saw a letter D on his identity badge. Holy crap. It really is a D. He actually passed it? As soon as the portal from the City of Assassins appeared, it immediately caused a stir in the outside world. Every assassin in the Dark Brotherhood of Stormwind City rushed to the testing chamber. Even Lily and Lebanxi were no exception, because this was a rare D-rank assessment. Whether he becomes a dragon or remains a worm, all depends on this moment. Everyone had been waiting for a long time. Only after opening the SSS treasure box did Cheng Qianma slowly emerge from the portal, which instantly sparked a heated discussion. At this moment, Lebanxi's gaze first swept across Cheng Qianma's face, then locked tightly onto his waist. Not only did he pass the D-rank assessment, he even completed it ahead of time. That's just terrifying. Lebanxi had heard from Lily that before taking the D-rank test, Cheng Qianma had never done any assassin missions. His assassin record was practically a blank slate. Under those circumstances, the difficulty of his D-rank trial had to be extremely high. Lebanxi was very sure of it. That's why he had such a shocked expression. And Lily didn't react much better. There was a raging storm in her heart. Driven by her curiosity, she eagerly asked, "Excuse me, what was the required completion rate for your D-rank mission?" Knowing what Cheng Qianma had just accomplished, Lily subconsciously spoke in a respectful tone. That question was exactly what everyone wanted to ask. So the whole scene fell into silence. Everyone was eager to hear Cheng Qianma's answer. Cheng Qianma smiled slightly, showing no intention of hiding it. So he calmly said, "To pass the mission, the required completion rate had to be over 90%. As soon as those words came out, the crowd was stunned. Many high-level assassins couldn't believe their ears. Among them, there were plenty who had taken the D-rank assessment, and most had failed. Whether from their own experience, or from hearing others talk about the assessment, most people who took the D-rank trial faced completion rate requirements around 50 to 60%. That was the common understanding among all absolute tier assassins. So, when everyone heard about Cheng Qianma's terrifying requirement, that's what made it so unbelievable. He not only completed such an insane task, but even finished it over 2 hours early. What kind of strength must he have to pull something like that off? Everyone was completely baffled. But at that moment, Lebanxi spoke with a meaningful tone. I am Lebanxi, acting as the deputy head of the Dark Brotherhood in Stormwind City. I offer my respects today. May I ask, after passing the D-rank assessment, did you make it onto the Global Assassin Leaderboard? Although Lebanxi was a half-step tier 4 elite, his advanced age had led him to focus on raising his daughter instead. But precisely because of that, he treated Chung Qianma with extreme respect. After all, in both potential and strength, he couldn't compare to this young man. Right now, he only wanted to know one thing: whether Chung Qianma had truly made it onto the legendary assassin leaderboard. Not every assassin present knew about the leaderboard's existence. So when they heard Lebanxi mention it, their curiosity was immediately piqued. Thanks to a kind bystander's explanation, everyone's eyes turned toward Chung Qianma. They all wanted to hear his answer. Though I made it, my rank is near the bottom, only ranked 198th, to Chung Qianma. He really was second to last on the leaderboard. So it wasn't anything to brag about. He even found it a little embarrassing. After all, with his skills, he'd always been the undisputed top performer wherever he went. But the surrounding onlookers didn't see it that way at all. This leaderboard was global in scale. Naturally, ranking on it was far harder than any domestic list. Not to mention, Chung Qianma had only reached level 54 and already made the cut. Once his strength increased even further, could he aim for the top 100 or even top 50? Everyone hoped their nation's talent could shine abroad and go even further. And when Lebanxi heard Chung Qianma was ranked 198th, he was clearly emotional. Looks like the heavens are still smiling on our Xia nation. 20 years ago, a genius assassin appeared in our country, and 20 years later, our country saw the rise of an even more terrifying prodigy. Is this some kind of cycle? At this moment, Luke Banhai no longer had the earlier resolve to avenge his daughter. He had even subconsciously chosen to ignore the matter. What a joke! Asking him to seek revenge against an underworld assassin. Was he tired of living? Of course, Tan Thien Mat had no idea about Luke Banhai's inner calculations. He only paused to think when he heard the keywords 20 years ago and genius assassin. His heart stirred with thoughts. Chairman Luke, I saw on the assassin rankings that our country actually has a senior ranked 9th, but in the top 100, only one person from our Hakwak made the list. Why is that? Is the gap in strength really that vast? After hearing this, Luke Banhai first showed a spark of excitement, but then his expression faded. He shook his head helplessly and said, "You're absolutely right. In our country's assassin world, the gap in strength is indeed that exaggerated. If Master Qin Ka hadn't emerged 20 years ago, we wouldn't even be able to hold our heads up." When Tan Thien Mat heard that Qin Ka, ranked 9th, had risen to prominence 20 years ago, his eyes instantly lit up. Chapter 617. The Great Assassin Tournament. Champion Bok Lak Tuong. Do you know the true identity of Senior Qin Ka? Tan Thien Mat asked with a trace of anticipation. However, upon hearing this, Luke Banhai could only shake his head helplessly. Master Qin Ka is like a divine dragon, seen only fleetingly. No one knows his true identity. The only thing we know for sure is that he's in his prime. So, his ranking on the global assassin list still has room to climb higher in the future. This is also what our Ha Kwak Dark Brotherhood and all its members eagerly hope for. When Luke Banhai mentioned Qin Ka, the admiration in his eyes was completely undisguised. Qin Ka's status in Ha Kwak's assassin world is like that of a god. Still unknown to this day, this is getting more interesting. Though Tan Thien Mat didn't press Lu Banhai further, his curiosity had been thoroughly piqued. He was looking forward to, in the near future, meeting this so-called top assassin of Ha Kwak face-to-face. Lu Banhai, of course, didn't understand the intent behind Tan Thien Mat's sudden question. He simply assumed Tan Thien Mat, like himself, regarded Qin Ka as a spiritual leader and wanted to learn more. Alright, everyone disperse. Our chief has been busy all day and must be exhausted. Stop crowding around here. Go back to your homes. Find your moms. When Lu Banhai said these words, but the crowd being dismissed, showed puzzled expressions. Tan Thien Mat wasn't a fool either. He immediately sensed a hint of conspiracy. President Lu, this chief you just mentioned isn't me, is it? Though Lu Banhai felt a bit awkward hearing this, he brazenly replied, "Of course it's you. In the mighty Windrain City, besides you, who else is qualified to be the chief assassin here?" Fearing Tan Thien Mat might deny it, Lu Banhai quickly started flattering him. "Don't try to flatter me. Just tell me your real intentions. This chief assassin role definitely isn't an easy job." Tan Thien Mat wasn't some naive rookie. He could see right through Lu Banhai's unusual behavior just now, which surely had a reason behind it. So he didn't commit to anything, and chose to observe quietly instead. If the situation seemed promising, he wouldn't mind getting involved, but if it wasn't worth his time, he'd naturally just walk away. After all, he came to Windrain City to advance to Earth Tier Assassin, only because it was close to Lin Viet City. He and Luke Banhai have no familial or personal ties. In fact, today was their first meeting. Naturally, there was no need to consider his feelings. Perhaps Luke Banhai realized this as well. So, after the crowd dispersed, he quietly invited him to his office. "Please, have a seat. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it." Luke Banhai didn't wait for Tan Thien Mat's reaction. and directly took out an exquisite box from his pocket, stuffing it into his hand. But Tan Thien Mat was always cautious, and naturally wouldn't accept gifts from others so easily, so he politely declined. Chairman Luke, let's not beat around the bush. Get to the point. As for this gift, I'll decide after hearing you out. Seeing Tan Thien Mat speak so directly, Luke Ban Hai could only nod in agreement. Although you've already advanced to Earth Tier Assassin, I assume you're not familiar with the inner workings of the Dark Brotherhood. Every 5 years, our organization holds a grand tournament. This tournament is not only for members of different branches to spar amicably and improve their combat skills, but also to give them a chance to enter the headquarters. The champion of the tournament over the years can unconditionally enter the Dark Brotherhood's headquarters. There, they will gain astonishing status and wealth with your strength. If you participate in this tournament, the championship will surely be yours. Luke Ban Hai's words were quite well crafted. Not only did he explain the reason, but he also dangled a significant temptation in his final sentence. He even heavily flattered Tan Thien Mat. If it were an ordinary young person, they'd probably already be floating with pride. But not only was Tan Thien Mat unmoved, he even countered with a question. Chairman Luke, you've painted a grand picture, but you've left out your own interests. What's in it for you? You're hiding something, aren't you? How could you possibly make a losing deal? Though Tan Thien Mat wasn't deeply familiar with the internal dynamics of the Dark Brotherhood, he wasn't a fool. He and Lu Ban Hai were neither kin nor close, so why would Lu go all out to help him? It was obvious. The higher he ranked in the grand tournament, the more rewards Lu Ban Hai, as branch president, would surely receive. This point was something Tan Thien Mat confirmed with absolute certainty. After closely observing Lu Ban Hai's eyes, Lu Ban Hai hadn't expected that despite his youthful appearance, Tan Thien Mat would be so sharp, seeing through his little scheme in an instant. So he could only force a few awkward laughs to mask his embarrassment. In truth, the reason he invited Tan Thien Mat to become the chief of his branch was indeed because he had his eyes on the rewards from the grand tournament. According to the Dark Brotherhood's internal rules, only the chief assassins of each branch are eligible to participate in the grand tournament, and chief assassins are personally selected by the branch presidents. So, as long as they achieve outstanding results, the branch president, as their patron, naturally receives rewards from headquarters as well. To encourage branch presidents to diligently scout talent, headquarters even set exceptionally generous patron awards for champions. Lu Ban Hai, now advanced in age, had only one wish left: to nurture a tone into a true talent. Thus, upon discovering Tan Thien Mat's terrifying strength, he set his sights on the champion's patron award for this grand tournament. He believed that if Tan Thien Mat agreed to compete, he'd have a high chance of winning the title. But at this moment, Tan Thien Mat showed no interest in participating, making Lu Ban Hai visibly anxious. Please, don't be so quick to refuse. We can discuss this calmly. Luke Ban Hai hurriedly spoke conciliatory words. The next second, Tan Thien Mat's lips curved slightly upward. Chapter 618, Chief Assassin, Unexpected Fortune. Seeing Luke Ban Hai relent, Tan Thien Mat slowly extended his right hand and made a gesture indicating the number 3. Luke Ban Hai hesitated. Though somewhat reluctant, he still nodded in agreement. 30% it is, then. I, Luke Ban Hai, am not a stingy man. I can give you 30% of the Baklak award. But just as he finished speaking, Tan Thien Mat suddenly laughed. Chairman Luke, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. What I meant was, you can take at most 30%. At these words, Luke Ban Hai's eyes widened in shock. He never imagined Tan Thien Mat's appetite would be so enormous. This Baklak award is exclusively for branch chairman. If you compete, you'll have your own separate prize. Why should you take the lion's share of the Baklak award? Luke Ban Hai was now furious. He felt he hadn't taken a single cent from Tan Thien Mat. The Baklak award was something only a branch chairman could claim. Moreover, he had already compromised by offering 30%, yet Tan Thien Mat still opened his mouth wide. This was completely unacceptable to Luke Ban Hai, so he voiced his objections. But Tan Thien Mat looked at Luke Ban Hai coldly and said with a chilling calm, "Why? Because of my name. It's registered under your Fong Vu City Dark Brotherhood." If anyone else had said those words, Luke Ban Hai would have slapped them on the spot and angrily cursed. Your name means nothing. What's so great about your name? Demanding 70% of the profits? That's just daydreaming. But those words, when spoken by Tan Thien Mat, carried an entirely different weight. At this moment, Lu Ban Hai realized the true meaning behind Tan Thien Mat's statement. He was saying, with my name under the Windrain City branch, you'd still get 30% of the profits. But if I join another branch, you wouldn't get a single percent. So, you'd better think it over. At any time, the upper hand in negotiations always lies with the stronger party. And the greater the gap in strength between the two sides, the more unequal their status, the larger the disparity in their bargaining power. Clearly, Tan Thien Mat today, even when negotiating with a branch president, held absolute authority. The aura he exuded while speaking was nothing like that of a mere level 54 third advancement awakened one. It was more like that of a peerless powerhouse who'd been fourth advanced for years. Liu Banhai seemed to be intimidated by Tan Thien Mat's presence. After some deliberation, he ultimately chose to compromise. In fact, he felt Tan Thien Mat wasn't wrong. With Tan Thien Mat's astonishing strength, no matter which Dark Brotherhood branch he went to, people would eagerly roll out the red carpet for him. By then, Liu Banhai certainly wouldn't find an assassin stronger than him. This, Liu Banhai was absolutely certain of. Come on. Tan Thien Mat is an Earth-tier assassin. Where else could you find a chief like that? It was precisely for this reason that he was willing to give up the majority of the profits. After all, the remaining 30% was practically guaranteed. Fine, 30% it is. I agree. This is the outfit of our Storm City Dark Brotherhood's chief assassin. Take it. It's yours. Liu Bunshi, overwhelmed by his love for his daughter, ultimately decided to compromise. In his view, even if it was just 30% of the reward, it was still the champion bull prize. So, without hesitation, he brought out the chief assassin outfit, fearing that Cheng Qianma might suddenly go back on his word. Seeing Liu Bunshi finally gave in, Cheng Qianma smiled and took the chief assassin outfit. The outfit was in shades of blue and purple, far more refined than his previous all-black gear. It looked much more exquisite, clearly high-end. This year's Assassin Grand Tournament will commence in 1 month. When the time comes, wear this chief assassin outfit, bring your Earth rank token, and meet me in Shanyong City. Our Dark Brotherhood's headquarters is located there. Don't be late. Liu Bunshi was quite perceptive. He understood that a peerless expert like Cheng Qianma valued his time greatly. Since they had already reached an agreement, there was no need to waste any more time. So he took the initiative to end the Cheng Qianma nodded in response, indicating he would definitely come. Then he left the Storm City Dark Brotherhood. After leaving the city, he flew for a while on Qing Dai. Then he took out the chief assassin outfit. Blue-purple with gold trim. Pretty stylish, actually. Cheng Qianma was quite fond of the new outfit, so he replaced his old assassin gear with it. However, not long after, a look of joy appeared on his face. The chief assassin outfit, as the gear of a chief assassin from a Dark Brotherhood branch, naturally required top-tier assassination skills. When equipped, it does not take up an armor slot, increases movement speed by 10%, 10% overall damage, and reduces skill cooldown time by 10%. Looking at the stats of the chief assassin armor, Tan Thien Mat grinned with delight. To think the chief assassin armor has such terrifying stats, this is truly an unexpected bonus. If that guy had mentioned this earlier, I might not have been so harsh. At this moment, if Liu Banhai could hear Tan Thien Mat's muttering, he'd probably faint from anger. It turned out Tan Thien Mat had been deliberately fleecing him from start to finish. As for why? Simply because Tan Thien Mat felt Liu Banhai's appearance resembled someone he disliked, which soured his mood. Thus, by extension, Liu Banhai got caught in the crossfire. This time, Tan Thien Mat's trip to Windrain City concluded successfully. Next, Tan Thien Mat finally rode Tan Doi, heading swiftly toward Eternal City. Chapter 619. Return to Eternal City. Demon President. Half a day later, Tan Thien Mat, riding Tan Doi, finally returned to the outskirts of the Dark Forest. Since he last left this place, nearly a month had passed. At this moment, high in the sky, Tan Thien Mat kept scanning the ground below. That guy Ko Thien really pulled it off. The traffic in Eternal City has seen a significant boost. Looks like I underestimated him before. Tan Thien Mat looked down from above, easily discerning the direction of the ground traffic flow. Because Eternal City's traffic had firmly shifted toward Lin Viet City, all guilds were now subsidiaries of Eternal Peak. Thus, Eternal Peak held absolute authority in this region. Moreover, due to Eternal City's highly developed commerce, more and more people prioritized it as their first choice over Lin Viet City itself. As a result, an increasing number of people subconsciously regarded Eternal City as the main hub of the region. Naturally, the vast majority of traffic chose to flow primarily toward Eternal City. A few minutes later, at the outskirts of Lin Viet City, just then, he suddenly heard a few familiar dragon roars. All right. 5 emerald wormlings suddenly took off from within the city, seemingly preparing to fly in his direction. Now even Ma is organizing a sky patrol team. Cheng Qianma sat on Qing Dai's neck, watching with great interest. At the same time, directly ahead of him, the 5 people riding the emerald wormlings were also thinking, Captain Li, who is that person over there? He dares defy our guild's ban. And that mount of his, that guy riding the emerald wormling, his mount is like a dragon from ancient mythology. Seriously, that's just too cool. I even think it looks more elite than our emerald wormlings. Someone who can own a mount like that must be extraordinary. We better be careful. Cheng Qianma guessed right. These people riding the emerald wormlings were all members of the Eternal Pinnacle's guard squad. Their main duty was to ensure the base's daily security and block any intruding enemies. Even though the guards couldn't clearly see Cheng Qianma's face from their current position, that didn't stop. The person they referred to as Captain Li, full name Li Qingfeng, although he had just been selected as the captain of the Eternal Guard Squad, he had only recently joined Eternal Pinnacle, eager to prove his worth. He took his duties very seriously, so even before approaching Cheng Qianma, he shouted a stern warning. Who goes there? This is eternal pinnacle territory. Outsiders without permission are strictly forbidden from flying. You have 3 seconds. Land now. Or don't blame the eternal guard for being merciless. While shouting, Li Qingfeng also ordered his emerald wormling to accelerate. Perhaps heaven had granted him an opportunity to make a name for himself. After all, with Eternal Pinnacle's current power and reputation in the entire Lingwei City region, no one would dare show them disrespect. As for anyone daring to come looking for trouble, there hadn't been a single one, unless someone went completely insane, wanting to become an enemy of Eternal Pinnacle. But now someone had come, riding a flying mount over their territory, blatantly ignoring Eternal Pinnacle's rules. In Li Qingfeng's eyes, this person was obviously picking a fight. That's why his tone was completely unkind. However, as the distance between both sides decreased, one of the team members behind him suddenly began trembling uncontrollably. Xiao Wang, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? A fellow team member asked with concern. Hearing this, Li Qingfeng also turned his head to look back. You okay? We might be about to fight. If you really feel unwell, you should just go back and rest. The 4 of us here, plus our emerald wormlings fighting together, should be enough. Li Qingfeng didn't want any unexpected factors to affect the others, so he decisively offered those words to send him back. But not long after, the trembling team member spoke up, visibly excited. HE's president, Cheng Qianma. Especially Li Qingfeng, who just spoke up boldly. He instantly felt his back drenched in sweat. He even had a feeling that, just days into his new role, he might already be on his way out. Just kidding. In any company, an employee who dares to talk to the boss like that is most likely to be shown the door. Captain Li, good luck to you. I heard President Cheng has quite a fiery temper. Who knows? You might have already offended him. In my opinion, you should hurry over and apologize. Maybe there's still a chance to make things right. Those who made it into the Eternal Guard are naturally no fools. They all know. Now is the time to make a strong impression on this elusive dragon sword president. So they immediately flew over. Only Li Qingfeng was filled with a regret so deep he wished he could slap himself. He flew over reluctantly. Soon, the 5 members of the Eternal Guard stood before Cheng Qianma. Li Qingfeng, nervous and uneasy, didn't dare lift his head to meet anyone's eyes. Cheng Qianma, who's seen it all, saw right through Li Qingfeng's thoughts. He said with a cheerful laugh, "What's your name?" Li Qingfeng, realizing the president had singled him out, felt his scalp tingle, but perhaps because things couldn't get any worse, he felt a reckless abandon. So he answered loudly, reporting to President Cheng, "I am Li Qingfeng, captain of the Eternal Guard." Li Qingfeng thought to himself, well, I've already said what I said, so be it, even if it means death. But in the next second, the punishment he imagined never came. Instead, Cheng Qianma smiled and said, "Well done. Keep it up." After saying that, Cheng Qianma rode Qingdai and flew toward the center of the base. Li Qingfeng was stunned. The so-called ruthless demon guild master, who kills without blinking an eye, turned out to be so easygoing? Episode 620, Qingdai and the Cat. The astonishing change at the base. Cheng Qianma, of course, didn't know that during his 1-month absence from the guild, everyone had given him a nickname, the Demon Guild Master. Just now, when he saw Li Qingfeng looking energetic and working with enthusiasm, he felt genuinely pleased. So for once, he gave some encouragement. At this moment, Cheng Qianma and Qingdai landed beside the world tree. "Qingdai, you've been following me around for quite some time. You must be exhausted. Now that we're back home, feel free to do as you please. If I need you, I'll call you." Cheng Qianma gently patted Qingdai on the head with affection. He originally thought Qingdai would return to Emerald Dragon Farm and hang out with the young Emerald Dragons there. But to his surprise, in the next second, Qingdai transformed into human form. "Since Master allows me to move freely, I'll go shopping then." "Alright. Master, could you give me some human currency, please? I don't have a single coin on me." Qingdai spoke pitifully, while tugging at the pocket of her hanfu, clearly showing she had no money. Such a human-like gesture completely startled Cheng Qianma. Could it be that after Qingdai evolved into a green dragon, her intelligence increased significantly? Her expressions just now, and her tone of speech, were no different from that of a human girl. Can I even treat her as a pet from now on? At this moment, Cheng Qianma was completely stunned by Qingdai's behavior, to the point where he began to worry about how to interact with her going forward. "Here's 1,000 gold. Go enjoy yourself. If it's not enough, just come find me again." Cheng Qianma wasn't a stingy person. Since Qingdai wanted to shop, he let her spend to her heart's content. Qingdai took the bag of gold coins and instantly lit up with a big smile. But right then, the spatial storage item in Cheng Qianma's hand suddenly began to glow brightly. The next second, a lazy little kitten landed on the ground. It stretched lazily, then instantly leapt into Qingdai's arms. "You Jiang, you want to go shopping too?" "Sure. I'll buy you some dried fish snacks." Qingdai had been worried it would be boring shopping alone. So now that she had a companion, she was naturally very happy. "But you Jiang, didn't seem interested in dried fish at all. He waved his little paw, indicating he didn't want any. Aren't you a cat? Cats are supposed to love dried fish. Don't tell me. You'd rather drink wine? Qingdai asked with a puzzled expression. Yujiang patted her belly, while nodding, indicating she wanted to drink. Seeing this scene, Cheng Qianma's face was covered in dark lines. This strange little kitten, from the moment she appeared, no matter how you looked at her, didn't seem like a cat at all. In Cheng Qianma's heart, there was even an absurd illusion that Yujiang, to some extent, possessed human-like thinking abilities. And this thinking ability wasn't like Qingdai's somewhat naive thoughts, but rather like an old monster who'd lived for many years, seeing through everything with clarity. Honestly, this idea even seemed ridiculous to Cheng Qianma herself, but she couldn't help thinking in that direction, even if, taking 10,000 steps back, her assumptions were wrong. Yujiang, at the very least, had the ability to understand human speech. This point, after observing multiple times, Cheng Qianma was absolutely certain of. Who knows what kind of soul is hidden inside your body? A cat that wants to drink, that's really something else. Fine then. Qingdai, I'll give you another 500 gold coins. Go with her for a drink. Consider it a reward for her help last time. Cheng Qianma, somewhat ily, reached into her pocket to pull out a bag of gold coins and hand it to Qingdai. But she didn't know that just as she was expressing her thoughts, Yujiang's eyes suddenly flashed with an imperceptible light, and in an extremely brief moment, in a flash, just like that, Qingdai, holding Yujiang, walked toward the bustling street. The liveliness of the base now has increased at least 6 or 7 times compared to before I left. Let me see. What level Eternal City has reached? Under Gu Qian's management, with great anticipation, Cheng Qianma opened the base panel. Guild name, Eternal Pinnacle. Guild level, 7. Base name, Eternal City. Guild master, Cheng Qianma. Guild members, 1,198/1,200 people. City area, 387 square kilometers. Occupied territory, 70% of Yuecheng. Number of subguilds, 11, including Snow Sand Guild, level 3. Galaxy Guild, level 5. Huijing Guild, level 4. Special building, Emerald Dragon Fong LV2. World Tree, growth phase. Special products viewable. Produces 15 units of life source every 2 days. Hatches 1 emerald dragon egg every 5 days. Guild buildings, Ultimate Training Hall, Advanced Residences, Guild Warehouse, Guild Quest Board, Merchant Facilities, Advanced Smithy X4, Advanced Herb House X4, Advanced Leather Workshop X3, Advanced Engineering Shed X2. Upgrade requirements, 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of stone, 60,000 units of masonry, 5,000 units of metal, 60,000 units of leather, 40,000 units of herbs. For million gold coins, guild must exceed 1,000 members. When Cheng Qianma saw the current base status, his face showed a mix of shock and confusion. Not only is the guild full, but even the Emerald Dragon Fong has leveled up. This progress is impressive. Also, the buildings in the guild have actually split up. Why are there several of each type of commercial building? At that moment, a hearty laugh came from the distance. Chapter 6:21. Gu Qian's shock. Slack. So what do you think? Pretty surprising, huh? After a month apart, the changes to our base are so big even you can't believe it, right? When Gu Qian heard Cheng Qianma had returned, he rushed over immediately, and just now, he happened to catch Cheng Qianma spacing out, so naturally he had to show off a bit. In fact, he had every reason to brag. Under his leadership, the Eternal City had undergone earth-shaking changes in just 1 month. I really didn't expect this. You've worked hard during this time. Don't worry. The promises I made to you can now start being fulfilled. Looking at the dark circles under Gu Qian's eyes, Cheng Qianma knew he must have been incredibly busy. After all, the entire guild has nearly 1,200 members, plus Eternal Peak, and hundreds of peripheral life skill workers. Managing so many people must take an enormous amount of effort. With the Eternal City division, Cheng Qianma was very grateful to Gu Qian. He now has abilities surpassing your 4th job change, so naturally, he can start reporting to you. You're messing with me, aren't you? Only level 54 and already showing off. Knowing Cheng Qianma as well as he does, Gu Qian knew she'd only recently hit her 3rd job change. You could reach level 54, which isn't exactly outrageous, but this level of strength is clearly not enough to fulfill your past promises. That's why Ko Kim was being sarcastic. But just then, Tan Thien Mat suddenly pulled out a badge, and Ko Kim's nonchalant expression instantly turned utterly rigid, overwhelmed by the shock. He stammered. This is the Flame Dragon Soul. Instructor. Badge. The existence of the Flame Dragon Soul, though shrouded in mystery for most people, was hardly unfamiliar to someone like Ko Kim, who wasn't too old, and was already close to 4th advancement. In fact, you could even say, he once dreamed of joining the Flame Dragon Soul to bring glory to his country. Unfortunately, his talent fell just a tad short, and he wasn't selected. Now do you believe me? Tan Thien Mat handed the instructor badge to Ko Kim, asking with a half smile. After examining it closely, Ko Kim finally said with deep admiration, I don't know how you managed to become an instructor, but you must have done earth-shattering, God-defying feats. Of that, I'm absolutely certain. Come on. Let's go inside, drink, and chat. My curiosity is practically overflowing. With an excited expression, Ko Kim slung an arm around Tan Thien Mat's shoulder, pulling him toward his room. However, Tan Thien Mat wasn't used to such close physical contact with another man. In his mind, some strange memories from a past life even surfaced. So, with a hint of disdain, he took a step back. Talk is talk, but keep your hands to yourself. You better not say, you've got some great treasure to show me. After hearing Chung Qianma's words, Gu Qian was initially confused, but seeing her cautious stance, his anger instantly faded. Only a filthy mind would think filthy thoughts. I won't name names, but you know who you are. Oh, get lost. My preferences are perfectly normal. While the two were bantering, a familiar voice came from nearby. Old Mo. You finally decided to show up. Holy crap. Are you cheating or what? You're already level 54. Me? After my third job change, I've been working my butt off, and my level is still lower than yours. The heavens are so unfair. Why did they have to create a freak like you? If they made me, why make Huang such a loudmouth? No need to guess, it's Huang Tian. But no sooner had he finished complaining than a few more people approached from afar. Chung Qianma took a closer look, and a smile instantly spread across her face. Not long after, a striking figure rushed into her arms. A familiar, comforting fragrance filled Chung Qianma's senses. No need to guess the scent. She knew right away. It was Lin Ruashi. You big meanie. You finally decided to come back. Do you know how long we've been waiting for you? Huh? Lin Ruashi said coquettishly. But just as she finished speaking, not only did no one agree with her, Hygiene even jumped in to tease her. Ruashi, don't say that. You're probably the only one who was eagerly waiting for this demon king to return. The rest of us guys were hoping he'd take even longer. Am I right, everyone? Hygiene's playful teasing instantly resonated with the group. Even the usually shy Li Mingho couldn't help but laugh. Perhaps Chung Qianma wanted to break the awkwardness, or maybe he felt guilty for not checking on Li Mingho in a while. Only now did he realize that Li Mingho had not only reached third class, but also hit level 52. He nodded with satisfaction. You've finally caught up in levels. It's clear to see that you've been working hard lately. Very good. Chung Qianma rarely compliments anyone, but today, he said it without hesitation. Because Li Mingho truly deserved it. Li Mingho didn't expect Chung Qianma to praise him in public, so he scratched his head awkwardly. At that moment, Wang Fuguei chimed in. Mingho has indeed been putting in a lot of effort lately. We've all seen it. After reaching third class, many of us have started slacking off a bit. Once those words came out, many people lowered their heads. Just as Wang Fuguei said, after reaching third class, everyone's motivation had significantly dropped. After everyone successfully reached third class, their drive became much weaker than before. In fact, Chung Qianma, he had always been quite concerned about this matter, so he was ready to propose the next phase of the development plan. Alright, everyone follow me to the meeting room. Gu Qian Yu 2, Chapter 622. The crazy contractor makes 20,000 gold a day. After I successfully completed my third class transfer, this has basically been the situation. So, I'll need you all to join Yamlong Soul as well. After bringing everyone into the meeting room, Chung Qianma began sharing everything that had happened over the past month. Now that he's the 7th instructor of Yamlong Soul, he naturally has the right to recommend outstanding potential members. Previously, Huang Tian and the others kept a low profile, so they hadn't yet been discovered by Yamlong Soul. But Chung Qianma knew very well in his heart that not only were they qualified to join, they could become the backbone. So in order to inject fresh blood into Yamlong Soul, and to further temper them, he decided to recommend them all to join Yamlong Soul. He wasn't at all worried that they wouldn't be able to pass the entry test. What he was worried about was whether these little monsters would end up giving the Yamlong Soul members a series of heavy shocks. This speech lasted a full 15 minutes. Although there were a few confidential parts he didn't disclose, the impact it had on everyone's hearts was beyond words. Especially Huang Tian, who now said excitedly, Damn! So the Sword Immortal of Huaxiao appeared because of you? That's insane. On behalf of all sword-wielding professions in Xian Nation, I thank you. Speaking of the Eternal Peak team, this time, who benefited the most? It's definitely the Sword Master, Huang Tian. In the past, he was the first Soul Sword God of Tianqi, and now it seems he's likely to become the world's greatest Sword Immortal. As a Xia countryman, if Huang Tian had to choose between Soul Sword God and Sword Immortal, he wouldn't even hesitate. He'd absolutely pick the latter. The Sword Immortal is forever the romantic ideal in the bones of Xia people, irreplaceable at its core. Who wouldn't want to soar through the skies? Who wouldn't want to see a blade's gleam chill 19 provinces? So Huang Tian's gratitude toward Chung Qianma, just now, came straight from the heart. without the slightest hint of pretense. Hold it right there. No need for that. Taking down the country. It's everyone's duty. I just lent a hand in passing. Nothing worth bragging about. Chung Qianma, fearing Huang Tian might unleash another causal attack, hurriedly cut him off mid-spell. Hearing this, everyone burst into laughter. Should I join the soul of Yanlong too? If we go by graduation age, I don't have many years left to bounce around. Though Gu Qian has the highest level here, his age is also quite advanced. He's only 2 years shy of the soul of Yanlong's 45-year retirement age. Just 2 years left. He feels at his age there's really no need to join the soul of Yanlong and compete with the youngsters. So he asked with genuine confusion. After hearing this, Chung Qianma shook his head. Ambition doesn't depend on age. If you want to reach the fourth realm, you've got to show some resolve. Without a spark of drive, how can you climb higher? Chung Qianma knows that over the years, Gu Qian was first the top dog in the arena, then the second in command at Eternal Peak. He's used to being a leader, so he's struggling to accept this. His identity had become that of an ordinary soldier, and he also had to compete with a group of young geniuses. No matter what, it was hard for him to swallow his pride. In Chung Qianma's view, staying in one's comfort zone forever makes it hard to achieve anything. So he decided to pull Gu Qian out of that comfort zone and reignite his motivation. If he really joined Yanlong's soul, he would certainly have less time to manage the guild. By then, with your core team gone, who will handle the affairs? Gu Qian still seemed a bit reluctant, so he made one final struggle. However, Chung Qianma smiled faintly. He had actually been prepared for this. This matter would have an answer very soon. Just be obedient, and go report to Yanlong's soul with Huang Tian and the others. By the way, when I came back this time, I noticed quite a few similar stores around the city. What's the reason for that? Seeing his request denied once again by Chung Qianma, Gu Qian had no choice but to accept it. Then he slowly explained. This is the power of the newly added free business rights for level 7 guilds. Now the development of Eternal City has fully entered a self-sufficient, healthy growth cycle. All the commercial buildings we built earlier have been entirely contracted to the Life Professions Association. However, they felt that a city as large as Eternal City, having only one of each type of building, was far too limited in scale. So they used their own money to build more shops, expanding production capacity. Of course, there were also some wealthy merchants who bought their own stores with their own money. Anyway, we just need to collect rent daily now. You can check the subcontractor subpage. While explaining this part, Gu Qian's face was filled with a proud smile. After all, this was all his excellent contribution. Chung Qianma nodded slightly after hearing this. Previously, he only saw the new feature, but hadn't looked into it carefully. After listening to Gu Qian's explanation, he finally opened the subcontractor subpage to check. Advanced Blacksmith Shop 01. Contractor. Life Profession Association. Contract fee, 200 gold coins per day. 20% of daily output per day. Advanced Herb Shop 01. Contractor. Life Profession Association. Contract fee, 150 gold coins per day. 20% of daily output per day. Ultimate Leatherworking Shop 01. Contractor. Shui Pingue. Contract fee, 80 gold coins per day. 15% of daily output per day. Total number of contracted shops, 131 shops. Daily gold coin income, 20,015 coins. Daily shop output contribution automatically enters the guild warehouse. When Chung Qianma scrolled to the bottom of the contractor list, he was finally shocked by the data. Eternal City now earns over 20,000 gold just from rent each day. Add in the sales of inventory, and it's practically soaring to the heavens. At this moment, Chung Qianma felt for the first time the joy of making money. Chapter 6:23. Start the money printer. Let's head to the Divine Realm Guild. That's a given. Chung Qianma's shops, besides the contracted ones, also include his own businesses, like Old Sheen and Old Dew. The shops they run are also raking in buckets of gold daily, whether it's peak brand potions or high-quality epic-grade equipment. They're the golden trademarks of our Eternal City. They sell like hotcakes. Gu Qian got more excited as he spoke. Since this was all his blood and sweat, Chung Qianma now understood Gu Qian's development strategy. The contracted buildings, on one hand, draw in crowds and stabilize foot traffic, while on the other, they generate rental income. As things grow even bigger, rents will inevitably skyrocket. Gu Qian's first batch of shop slots was just over 100, not opened all at once. Given Eternal City's current land area, at full capacity, it could easily hold nearly 500 shops. He limited the slots on purpose to hold back and drive up value, stoking everyone's interest. Merchants are always profit-driven. Without seeing enough profit, they won't invest heavily. Gu Qian could foresee Eternal City shops making massive profits in the future. Renting them out cheap now would be a total loss. So, he only opened a portion of the slots to build reputation, while giving a shot of adrenaline to the merchants still watching. A real wake-up call. Imagine what merchant could stand watching others rake in fortunes while they're left staring in envy. So shop slots will only get more coveted. This plays right into Gu Qian's hands. When he opens the, not only can he jack up prices, but people will scramble for them. After all, the the Linghua City region, is now Eternal City's absolute seller's market. Think it's too pricey? Don't buy. There's a long line waiting behind you. Meanwhile, it will also give the first batch of merchants who settle at a low price the thrill of making a huge profit. They will naturally value their shop slots more and strictly adhere to the regulations set by Eternal City. Otherwise, one careless mistake, and their operating rights could be revoked. That would be a huge loss. From this, it's clear. Gu Qian's development strategy is downright ruthless. Completely grasping the merchant's pain points, it's indeed profitable. After a month away, the guild's account now has over 3 million gold coins. Calculating it this way, Eternal City's own businesses generate a daily profit of up to 80,000 gold. It's starting to feel like running a money printing machine. Cheng Qianma, after some quick calculations, easily figured out the guild's current revenue situation. Income from its own industries takes the lion's share, while rent is a smaller portion. Combined, it earns at least 100,000 gold coins a day. This earning efficiency, he's very satisfied with. By the way, when I came back just now, I was almost stopped by the guard team. What's the deal with this new organization? What's going on? Recalling the earlier incident, Cheng Qianma broke into a smile. Gu Qian, hearing this, chuckled and said, now that Jade Dragon Fong has reached LV2, the hatching time has gone from 7 days to 5 days. So we now have the ability to organize a flying patrol team. According to the rules you set before, the member with the highest contribution can receive a Jade Dragon hatchling. So I thought about it and decided to track contributions based on the hatching cycle. The enthusiasm for completing guild missions has never been higher. The Eternal Guard team currently has 13 members. Apart from Huang Tian and a few core members, another 66 guild members have received Jade Dragon hatchlings. Once the Jade Dragon population grows, this guard team will become a cavalry unit for our guild. When Gu Qian mentioned the word cavalry, his eyes lit up. Imagine this, in future battles with other guilds. A formation of Jade Dragons suddenly descends from the sky. That feeling is simply indescribable, absolutely awe-inspiring. After hearing Gu Qian's description, Cheng Qianma was somewhat shocked. He never could have imagined that by simply being a hands-off leader, he'd unlock Gu Qian's management potential. Even if he had personally taken charge, he might not have done better than Gu Qian. So now he's extremely grateful to Gu Qian for wholeheartedly contributing to the guild's development. While I was away, you've worked hard. It's been a while since you've improved your own strength. So next, it's my turn to take over. Cheng Qianma, seeing Gu Qian about to speak, but hesitating, Cheng Qianma quickly interrupted him. Just bear with it a few more days. After we return, you and Huang Tian can head to the soul of the flame dragon together. At these words, everyone showed puzzled expressions. What does he mean by, after we return? Where are we going? Where are we headed? Lin Ruoshi asked, somewhat confused, and everyone else. We're still a few 100,000 short of reaching a level 8 guild, right? Let's borrow some from another guild. Cheng Qianma said it like it was no big deal. But everyone, upon hearing this, grew even more confused. A few 100,000. Is that something you can just borrow? Besides, the Linghua City region has already been completely taken over by Eternal Peak. Where exactly is Cheng Qianma planning to borrow from? Are we really going to another region? Old Mo. Where are we going to borrow money? Wei Sheng, who loves borrowing money, perked up instantly. Cheng Qianma, hearing this, gave a slight smirk. We're going to borrow money from the Divine Realm Guild. This statement shocked everyone present. Chapter 624. Joint Siege. The god driven to a dead end. After a day of rest. Early the next morning, Cheng Qianma led the Eternal Peak team out of their base. Their destination wasn't too far. Just a half-day ride on their Jade Dragons. Old Mo. Just the 7 of us going to borrow money. Doesn't that seem a bit off? Huang Tian, not being from Divine Realm University, naturally felt a bit uneasy. Though Cheng Qianma said they were borrowing money, any fool could tell it was closer to outright robbery. In this world, no one would lend hundreds of thousands of gold coins for no reason. Even brothers settle accounts clearly. Not to mention, Divine Realm University and Divine Realm Guild have always been at odds. Who knows if they'll get kicked out this time? You should know. Fan Hanyu's name is well known among many school leaders. This guy's strength and talent are impressive, but his temper is notoriously bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't clash so much with his own school's principal. Based on all these factors, Huang Tian couldn't help but ask the burning question. Uncle Fan's temper is indeed very strange. If you can't earn his approval, it doesn't matter who goes, it's the same. Lin Ruoshi, being Ling Zhao's granddaughter, had met Fan Hanyu a few times before. Back when things hadn't soured, Fan Hanyu was already very volatile, let alone now. So she showed a worried expression. Stop worrying for nothing. I know what I'm doing. Hurry up and move. The reason Cheng Qianma dared to bring so few people to the Divine Realm Guild's base was naturally because he had a plan. Half a day later, the group, riding their flying mounts, arrived at a map called Lingfeng Plains. As soon as they entered the area, they felt fierce gusts of wind. Old Mo, are you sure the Divine Realm Guild's base is here? Holy crap. This wind is insane. It's blowing my nose crooked. Because the wind was so strong, Wei Sheng's voice could barely be heard clearly. At that moment, Cheng Qianma felt the massive winds with a grave expression. Even he hadn't expected the Divine Realm Guild's base to have such harsh geography. Plains naturally lack barriers. And if there's this level of wind, raging all the time, it's barely a place for people to live. Did Fan Hanyu choose this place on purpose? Or is there some hidden reason? Cheng Qianma's eyes narrowed, his mind filled with guesses. After a while, the group continued toward the Divine Realm Guild's location. Just as they spotted the edge of the base, the howling winds finally stopped. Thank goodness. There's no sand in this wind, or it'd be a full-on sandstorm. Huang Tian complained helplessly. But at that moment, the Divine Realm Guild's base spotted the Eternal Peak team's traces. Their scouts immediately sent out a level 1 alert on the guild channel. Guild warning. Multiple unidentified flying creatures detected, 2,500 meters northwest of the base. Specific details currently unknown. Everyone, stay on high alert, and prepare for combat at any moment. Once the warning was issued, it sent a shockwave through the Divine Realm Guild. Fan Hanyu immediately gathered all senior members on the base's walls. 7 flying creatures in the distance. Who knows what kind of power they represent? Damn. Their flying speed is so fast. In just a few seconds, they went from a speck to the size of a mung bean. It's not that bunch of bastards coming to stir trouble again, is it? Damn it. We've already hidden in this godforsaken place, and they still won't let us go. At this moment, the group of leaders, unable to clearly see the newcomers, made various speculations. A vice president named Shi Hongyuan said with a grave expression, "That damn Nightmare Descent Guild. They've actually teamed up with Cloud Tyrant Guild. I can't accept this. Cloud Tyrant Academy outside is practically being crushed by Divine Realm University. Why do we still have to take this here?" Before Shi Hongyuan could finish, a deep, heavy voice rudely cut him off. Enough. When Shi Hongyuan recognized the source of the voice, he immediately realized he'd said something wrong, and quickly fell silent. The one who had just lashed out was none other than the president of Divine Realm Guild, Fan Hanyu. At this moment, Fan Hanyu stared ahead, fixing her gaze firmly on the northwestern sky. Though she had interrupted Shi Hongyuan, what he said wasn't wrong. The current situation of Divine Realm Guild was indeed quite tragic. A grand level 9 guild like theirs had actually been driven out by Nightmare Descent and Cloud Tyrant Guild working together. This, whether for Fan Hanyu or for Divine Realm Guild, was an utter humiliation. Don't push us too far, or even if it means mutual destruction, I'll make you pay. In her extreme anger, Fan Hanyu's face turned ashen. Her right hand's knuckles cracked loudly from being clenched. In her heart, she had already prepared for the worst. If she didn't have over 1,000 people under her command, with her fiery temper, she'd have already rushed out alone to fight to the death. Oh no. They're all awakened, each one riding a dragon mount. Could this be those 2 guilds, hiring Gu Yongjun's mercenaries? We're done, completely done. We've hidden here, and they still won't give up. As time ticked by, the people on the city wall finally got a clear view of the newcomers. Though they didn't recognize them, it didn't stop their cries of despair. Because a group fully equipped with dragon mounts, no matter where they are, represents immense power. What's more, Divine Realm Guild now has grudges with 2 guilds, making it easy to assume it's their enemies. And those 2 guilds together do have the resources to hire such a lavish lineup. At this moment, endless despair slowly crept into everyone's hearts. Fan Hanyu's mood likewise sank to rock bottom, but not long after, everyone on the city wall showed expressions of disbelief, especially Vice President Shi Hongyuan, who exclaimed in shock, This is Divine Realm University's Azure Token. Chapter 6:25. This rundown place of yours thinks it's worthy? What's going on? Divine Realm University actually sent people? Could it be the principal knows we're in trouble, so you brought help? We're all branches of the same tree. Why make things so absolute? I heard our Divine Realm University has been doing much better lately. Maybe our guild still has a chance. At this moment, the big shots of the Divine Realm Guild were heatedly discussing among themselves. Fan Hanyu, with a complicated expression, gazed at the distant sky. No one knew what she was thinking. After a long while, Cheng Qianma led the Eternal Peak team, slowly flying toward the airspace above the Divine Realm Guild's base. The guild members were ready to attack at any moment. After all, anyone would feel uneasy with 7 giant dragons hovering overhead, especially the dragon under Cheng Qianma, an azure dragon from ancient Xiao mythology. This amplified their psychological pressure several times over. But just then, Shi Hongyuan suddenly shouted, "Everyone, don't attack. They're sent by Divine Realm University." At these words, the guild members noticed the cyan token in Cheng Qianma's hand. This token is something only successive principals of Divine Realm University are entitled to hold. Cheng Qianma had no intention of starting a full-on war with the guild. His main goal today was to negotiate. So, hearing Shi Hongyuan's words, he nodded slightly in acknowledgement. I am Cheng Qianma. This person behind me is Principal Lin's granddaughter, Lin Ruashi. We come today with no hostility. Everyone, please don't be too tense. As soon as Chung Qianma spoke, it caused a stir on the scene. On one hand, they were shocked by Chung Qianma's astounding reputation. After all, his name, in Xia territory, is at its zenith, known to all, famous far and wide. That's no exaggeration. On the other hand, they were surprised that Principal Lin and her granddaughter would personally risk coming here. As everyone knows, Principal Lin and Fan Hanyu have never gotten along well. In recent years, they've practically cut all ties, and she dotes on this granddaughter. More than anything, isn't she afraid that if Fan Hanyu gets upset, she might detain Lin Ruashi? At this moment, everyone's emotions were mixed, and Fan Hanyu was no exception. From the moment Chung Qianma appeared, her gaze never left him. Strangely, she didn't even glance directly at Lin Ruashi once, so that's Chung Qianma. Though Fan Hanyu, in recent years, has had little contact with Divine Realm University, that doesn't mean she's unaware of outside affairs. She'd heard of a genius rising at Divine Realm University, a name that came out of nowhere. So, seeing Chung Qianma now, she couldn't help but take a few extra looks. Our Divine Realm Guild is now only tied to your university in name. If I could change the name, I'd have done it long ago. As for anything else, we have nothing to do with your university, not even half a cent's worth. Don't flatter yourselves. Please leave. Fan Hanyu, looking displeased, issued an eviction order to Chung Qianma. And these words seemed to stir unpleasant memories for many members. Their expressions turned grim. Seeing this, Chung Qianma didn't get angry, but in her mind, she began to speculate what exactly had happened to make Fan Hanyu and Principal Lin so irreconcilable, and from start to finish, her gaze seemed to deliberately avoid Ruashi. Could there be some hidden story? Though she had doubts, Chung Qianma didn't voice them. She thought for a moment, and decided to approach from another angle. I think President Fan might have misunderstood. We came here today, not representing Divine Realm University. Look closely at the guild name we carry. Everyone already knew Chung Qianma and Lin Ruashi were called the twin stars of Divine Realm University, so they naturally assumed the two belonged to Divine Realm University's camp. But now, after Chung Qianma's reminder, everyone finally noticed their guild was named Eternal Peak. This was quite intriguing. The most famous geniuses of Divine Realm University, bringing the principal's granddaughter to start their own guild, so their purpose in coming here today was crystal clear, unless you're a fool. You could guess Chung Qianma's true intentions. What? Just because you started a new guild, your stance has changed? Dare you say you didn't come here today to reconcile with us? Fan Hanyu felt she'd seen through Chung Qianma's little trick. She thought this young woman, though talented, was far too naive in her methods. So at this moment, she showed a look of disdain. At these words, others nodded in agreement, thinking Chung Qianma's plan was too simplistic. But just then, Chung Qianma suddenly laughed. This rundown place of yours thinks it's worthy of negotiating peace with me? Your base was already taken by others, and you still dare to act cocky here. Aren't you being a bit too full of yourselves? Chung Qianma's way of handling things was always to meet strength with strength, and weakness with weakness. Since Fan Hanyu didn't appreciate the gesture, she saw no need to be polite, so she chose the phrase full of yourselves for a perfect comeback. Originally, she wanted to probe the misunderstanding between to see if she could mediate and turn conflict into harmony. But now it seemed there was no need for that. In this world, to make others listen obediently, there's always one method that works best, and that is to see whose fist is stronger. So Chung Qianma decided, no more playing nice, and to lay her cards on the table. I didn't come here today to seek peace. You're overthinking it. At these words, the entire room was stunned. Chapter 626. In that case, what are President Fan's intentions? After hearing Chung Qianma's words, everyone found it utterly unbelievable. They never expected Chung Qianma to be so brazen. On their own turf, even if Divine Realm Guild has fallen on hard times, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. What's more, Chung Qianma only brought a handful of people today, and all of them looked incredibly young. How much combat experience could they possibly have? Everyone believed if Fan Hanyu gave the order, taking down these young awakened would be no problem at all. The gap between the two sides was simply too vast. They couldn't even be compared. So now everyone thought Chung Qianma had lost her mind to say such things. Sure, Hong Yuan had originally thought Chung Qianma was sent by Ling Xiao as reinforcements, so his tone had been less than friendly. But now, knowing her stance, his attitude did a complete 180. Kid, even if your reputation is loud right now, that's just empty fame. When you get down to it, you're only level 54. As for your teammates, some are even weaker than you. With such average strength, what does it matter if you have flying mounts? What gives you the right to talk about conquest? Many members of Divine Realm Guild nodded in agreement after hearing this. Due to their deep-seated bias against Divine Realm University, everyone was essentially looking at Cheng Qianma through tinted glasses. Ling Ruoxi, who had been silent all this time, seeing Cheng Qianma become the target of criticism, suddenly felt indignant. You old fossils, haven't been out in the world for a long time, have you? Xia country is advancing by leaps and bounds, far beyond your imagination. You'll eventually be left behind by this era. You'll be abandoned by this era. As Ling Xiao's granddaughter, Ling Ruoxi knew a bit about the conflict between Ling Xiao and Fan Hanyu. Logically speaking, Ling Xiao, being older than Fan Hanyu, should be less receptive to new ideas. But in reality, their personalities were the opposite. Ling Xiao liked to take unconventional paths and was open-minded, while Fan Hanyu was extremely traditional and rigid. It was precisely because of their clashing personalities that led to their conflict. They often had disagreements in their daily work. This eventually became the trigger for their split. Of course, Lin Ruoxi was still young at the time, so she only knew a small part of the truth. She knew that her grandfather and Fan Hanyu split ways, but there had to be deeper reasons behind it. However, now wasn't the time to dig into that matter. Now that Cheng Qianma was being looked down on, she had every reason to speak up for him. What a joke. Now you suddenly want to strive and improve. What were you doing back then? If only Lin Xiao had realized earlier. Back then too, Fan Hanyu, who had remained silent, seemed to have been struck by Lin Ruoxi's words. Her reaction just now was very strange. Although she seemed emotional, she cut herself off midway and forced herself to hold it back. All of this was seen clearly by Cheng Qianma. Back then, it seems the conflict between Fan Hanyu and Lin Xiao was far more than just a difference in teaching philosophy. It's likely that there were personal grudges between them too. Being observant as he was, Cheng Qianma quickly caught on from Fan Hanyu's strange expression just now. Forget it. Let's put this matter aside for now. The urgent problem at hand is rescuing the Divine Realm Guild. Who knows when the other two guilds might show up? Before coming to the Divine Realm Guild, Cheng Qianma actually wanted to have a proper talk with them. Even if they couldn't reconcile, at least they could unite against a common enemy. But as the situation evolved, Cheng Qianma's thoughts changed. On one hand, he realized the conflict between Fan Hanyu and Lin Xiao ran deeper than he imagined. It wasn't something that could be resolved with a few words. And on the other hand, the Divine Realm Guild's current situation, extremely difficult. There's even a high chance of being absorbed by the other two guilds. With Fan Hanyu's rigid and irritable temper, she definitely wouldn't accept help from Cheng Qianma. So after giving it thorough thought, Cheng Qianma decided instead of negotiating with this old stubborn woman, he'd just break through her psychological defenses. By then, he could merge the Divine Realm Guild into Eternal Pinnacle, and also give Fan Hanyu a proper knockdown, thus creating an opportunity to resolve her grudge with Lin Xiao. Cheng Qianma knew very well that to bring true happiness to Fan Hanyu, he had to show overwhelming strength. That's also why she only came over after everyone in the Eternal Pinnacle squad reached 3rd evolution. Seems like guild leader Fan is not too convinced. Actually, I want to say Ruoxi was right. Your Divine Realm Guild is outdated now. You're completely behind the times. Just a few flying dragon mounts were enough to scare you all like this. If you were to see our Eternal Pinnacle's base, you probably wouldn't sleep at night. To proceed with the next plan, Cheng Qianma decisively pulled out his tried-and-true provocation method. With arrogant old relics like her, provoking them is always the most efficient tactic. And sure enough, just as expected, as soon as Cheng Qianma finished speaking, not only did Fan Hanyu's face turn cold, but the others were clearly displeased too. So the reason you all came from so far was to challenge us? Our Divine Realm Guild's current strength, although not what it once was, isn't something a mere 7-person squad can come and throw their weight around with. Next, I'll let you see the foundation of the Divine Realm Guild. Fan Hanyu seemed to have great confidence in her subordinates. Seeing this scene, the corners of Cheng Qianma's lips curled slightly. He muttered inwardly, "That was fast." Since that's the case, President Fan, do you dare to read it? Chapter 6:27. Master of Yin and Yang, sitting proudly and arrogantly. This is the Divine Realm Guild's territory. Why should we be afraid of you? How do you want to settle this? Fan Hanyu said with some disdain. If we're talking overall guild strength, the Divine Realm Guild might not be impressive right now, but if you handpick a few elites, they're still quite strong. At the very least, against Cheng Qianma's squad, a bunch of just advanced, 3rd-tier rookies, they're very confident. When Cheng Qianma saw Fan Hanyu take the bait so easily, a smile appeared on his face. There are 7 of us here this time, making a complete squad. Given your current situation, let's just keep it simple and direct. You pick 7 people too. Let's have a team match. Winner takes all. After hearing Cheng Qianma's proposal, Fan Hanyu was a little surprised. She didn't expect that even in such a confrontational situation, Cheng Qianma was still thinking about the Divine Realm Guild. In fact, a single team match to decide the outcome was the most favorable format for the Divine Realm Guild. First of all, a single match between both sides wouldn't take too much time. That way, even if Dong Hui were attacked, Fan Hanyu and the others wouldn't be caught off guard. Secondly, the Divine Realm Guild
with home advantage, had plenty of members to choose from. Whereas Chung Qianma's team had no choice. Everyone had to participate. In fact, if Fan Hanyu were in Chung Qianma's position, she would definitely have chosen a 1v1 or a gauntlet format. Only with those formats could Chung Qianma fully leverage his individual strength. His name, the Shadow of the Tree. Even though it was Fan Hanyu's first time meeting Chung Qianma today, she had to admit, her strength was formidable. If she were to step in, there was a good chance she could defeat several opponents on her own. That would put the Divine Realm Guild in a very passive position. But even so, Chung Qianma still chose the most difficult mode. This left Fan Hanyu completely puzzled. Was she doing it on purpose, or just being foolish? Even after thinking it over and over, Fan Hanyu still couldn't figure out Chung Qianma's intentions, but she had no reason to refuse either. So she said seriously, "Since you're a guest, I'll respect your choice. Now then, let's confirm the wager." Even though Fan Hanyu could guess easily what Chung Qianma wanted, she still decided to confirm it again. Not long after, Chung Qianma smiled and said, "If we lose, kill us or torture us, do as you please. But if by some chance we win, then starting today, the Divine Realm Guild will merge into Eternal Pinnacle." Even though she had mentally prepared herself in advance, Fan Hanyu still found Chung Qianma's words a bit absurd. The others also revealed mocking looks, especially the Vice Guild leader Shi Hanyuan, who asked with a sarcastic tone, "Let's not even talk about that chance of yours. Even if, just hypothetically, we lose. Let's go with that for now. Even if we really lose, can your Eternal Pinnacle even handle merging with Divine Realm Guild? Even in our decline, we're still a level 9 guild. Right now, we have over 2,000 members. How many members does your guild even have? Could you possibly take in that many?" Shi Hongyuan's barrage of words pretty much hit the nail on everyone's thoughts. In their eyes, Chung Qianma may be strong, but guild development still has to follow realistic pacing. Even if the Divine Realm Guild doesn't have a full roster right now, it still has the foundation of a level 9 guild. That kind of legacy isn't something just any random guild can swallow up at will. So no one in Divine Realm Guild believes that Chung Qianma has what it takes to absorb their guild. Or rather, most of them don't believe they could lose at all. They were all waiting to see what Chung Qianma could really do. Just then, a loud, rough voice suddenly rang out. "Sorry to say, our Eternal Pinnacle has already reached level 7, and we're just a bit of money away from level 8. Your Divine Realm Guild has been around for years, right? And all you've managed is being a level 9 guild. Are we just too fast, or are you running too slow?" If there were a competition for sarcasm and snark, Weisheng would undoubtedly take first place. When it comes to this kind of thing, he loses to no one. After hearing Shi Hongyuan's words, Weisheng couldn't hold back anymore. Of course they're just too slow. Otherwise, how could they not even protect their assistant? We're all guilds affiliated with the academy, so why can others crush you? While you have to flee with your tail between your legs and move your whole base, the reason is simple. You're just not strong enough. Seemingly infected by Weisheng's energy, Huang Tian, who had held back for a long time, also joined the verbal assault. The two of them were absolutely masters of snide remarks. No ordinary person could keep up. The members of Divine Realm Guild, after hearing their back and forth, all had darkened expressions. Meanwhile, the members of Eternal Pinnacle couldn't help but burst into laughter. It had been a long time since they saw those two fiery troublemakers go off on outsiders together. Humph. We're competing with strength, not talk. Let's hope your guild can still act this cocky when the real fight begins. We'll see about that. Shi Hanyuan knew that his trash-talking skills were definitely no match for the two in front of him, so he decisively chose to retreat. "Since you chose a rule that puts you at a disadvantage, then I won't take advantage of you either. Shi Hanyuan gives you 10 minutes to select 7 participants." Fan Hanyu said seriously. Seeing this, Chung Qianma secretly thought to himself that Fan Hanyu truly was an old fossil. A huge advantage was right before her, yet she refused to take it, all for the sake of pride. As for your choice of a team match, I'm not being considerate to you. I simply don't want to waste time. Since you've chosen to tie yourself up, then I'll just accept it all without holding back. Fine. We'll give you 10 minutes. Chapter 628. There are many ways to shut someone up. Lanzhan, you're already a core member of our Divine Realm Guild. You'll lead the team later. You know what to do, right? Shi Hanyuan truly lived up to being vice leader. He was highly familiar with the guild's members. In just 7 or 8 minutes, he had assembled a rather solid lineup. Lanzhan, who was called out earlier, was the strongest among them, with a level of 63, and the other 6 members had an average level above 58. A very powerful group. Vice leader, sure, don't worry. I know exactly what to do. They'll soon learn just how ignorant they really are. Lanzhan said with full confidence. He couldn't believe that a team he led, with an average level 6 or 7 higher than the enemies, would lose, normally speaking, in a standard tournament. If 2 teams had such a power gap, the organizers wouldn't place them in the same bracket, unless under special circumstances. So Lanzhan was very confident that he could crush Chung Qianma's team. After he gave his confident promise, the other 6 members responded with equal enthusiasm. They had already been crushed earlier by Nightmare Descends and the Cloud Tyrant Guild, leaving them demoralized. Now they finally thought they found someone to take it out on. There was no way they'd let it slip. A few minutes later, Chung Qianma and the Eternal Pinnacle members slowly arrived at an open field. Some wooden boards had been used to construct a makeshift arena. It looked pretty crude, since the Divine Realm Guild had fled here as refugees. The infrastructure at this base was extremely poor. There wasn't even a basic battle arena. They had to make do for now. And as they looked at the rundown scene before them, the sarcasm duo, Huang Tian and Wei Sheng, fired up again. TSK, TSK, TSK. So this is the so-called level 9 guild. How pitiful. Such a huge guild, and not even a decent battle arena? Exactly. This makeshift setup isn't even as fancy as the bathroom at our base. Also, do outsiders never visit your base at all? I looked around for a while, and only saw your own people. Sigh. Our base is packed with people every day. Even buying something means waiting in line. But here, nice and peaceful, huh? The sarcastic duo kept bouncing off each other, leaving the Divine Realm Guild members speechless. Though they had fallen on hard times, their old base had actually been quite large. But even back then, they had never seen such prosperity as the two described. Scenes like that only existed in the major capital cities. Some looked disdainful, thinking the two were just bragging nonsense, but others were clearly shaken inside. After all, Chung Qianma's name was red hot right now. His subordinates had no reason to lie. Otherwise, wouldn't they just be shooting themselves in the foot? Fan Hanyu stood quietly to the side. She didn't say a word, but her guild members' reactions, she had seen them all just now. Sigh. Once people's morale starts to waver, the team would be hard to manage. Our Divine Realm Guild really is in a tough spot right now. Even if we manage to push them back later, it won't change anything. After all, they're all from Divine Domain University. And now that old guy's granddaughter is here too. Am I really supposed to kill them all? Fan Hanyu felt incredibly conflicted at this moment, though she sighed inwardly. She didn't show it on her face. Right now, no one could understand the struggle and pressure in her heart. As the guild leader, even if Fan Hanyu had personal conflict with Ling Xiao, that was still a family matter. As the saying goes, don't air family dirty laundry. If they wanted to fight privately, fine. But neither side would ever destroy their foundation over it. Such a foolish thing. They would never do. At most, they'd just stop associating entirely, each minding their own business. So from the beginning, Fan Hanyu never intended to go all out on Chung Qianma. Ultimately, these brilliant young people before her were also students of her own school. Though their ideologies differed, they didn't need to fight to the death. Fan Hanyu just wanted to use this opportunity to teach Chung Qianma and the others a proper lesson, to let them know, even if you're talented, you haven't reached the pinnacle yet. Being a mere third evolution awakened doesn't mean you're a true powerhouse just yet. In this world, there's always someone stronger. There's always a higher sky. They mustn't be too arrogant. Humph. Anyone can talk big. A mere level 7 guild dares to be this arrogant. Besides, who's to say you're even level 7? Who can prove it? Let's hope that on the arena, your strength matches your loud mouths. As the captain of Divine Realm Guild's team, Lanzhan naturally had to step up and rally his team. As soon as he said that, his words resonated with many guild members. Seeing the morale surge on his side, Shi Hanyuan figured the time was right, so he spoke calmly. Enough talk. Both sides, please enter the arena. After exchanging glances, both teams moved to opposite ends of the makeshift battlefield. Right now, Divine Realm Guild had the full home advantage, so the cheers were overwhelmingly one-sided. Behind Eternal Pinnacle, some of the audience even started booing loudly. The noise annoyed Huang Tian so much his head was about to explode. He was just about to lash back, when suddenly, Chung Qianma stopped him. There are many ways to shut someone up. Talking isn't always necessary. After saying that, Chung Qianma calmly stared at the opposing team. Chapter 629. The storm is coming. Joint action from 2 guilds. Lord Ren. According to the latest report from our scouts, a mysterious force entered the Lingfeng Plains just over 10 minutes ago. Even more surprising, the scouts identified this force as belonging to the Eternal Pinnacle Guild. According to our assessment, they are most likely targeting the Divine Realm Guild. A young man in blue armor was reporting the intel. With great respect, he was Ji Shu, intelligence officer of Nightmare Descends, in charge of all external espionage affairs. Since half a month ago, the Nightmare Descends Guild, working together with Cloud Tyrant Guild, had driven out the Divine Realm Guild from their original base. Since then, they had been rebuilding their strength, while secretly continuing to investigate the Divine Realm Guild's activities. At the same time, they also scouted the reaction from Divine Domain University on the outside. After all, it's no secret that Divine Realm Guild and Divine Domain University don't get along. That's already common knowledge. Anyone with some sense of the scene basically knows that, if it weren't for Divine Domain University, currently enjoying unmatched prestige in Xi'an Nation's education system, then the two wouldn't have hesitated in how to deal with Divine Domain. They still weren't sure whether Divine Domain University's stance toward the guild was truly as tense or even hostile as rumored, so the only move they could make was to expel Divine Realm Guild from their original base of operations, then wait for the right moment to gradually devour them. Now Ji Yishu had a gut feeling that the chance to wipe out Divine Realm Guild had arrived, so upon receiving his subordinate's report, he immediately rushed to the base of Nightmare Descends. Standing beside him at the moment were two people. They were respectively Ren Tianhong, leader of Nightmare Descends, and Guan Zipeng, leader of the Cloud Tyrant Guild. After hearing the report, Ren Tianhong didn't rush to make a decision. Instead, he turned his head toward Guan Zip. Guild leader Guan, what do you think of this? If this had been 6 months ago, Ren Tianhong would never have spoken to Guan Zipeng in such a tone. After all, whether it was Cloud Tyrant University or the Cloud Tyrant Guild, their power had always been formidable. But as the saying goes, 30 years on the east side of the river, 30 years on the west side of the river. After being tossed around by Wu Xueqing, both their reputation and strength had taken a heavy blow. They had even quietly lost their status as the #1 academy in Xi'an Nation. He was both president of the Cloud Tyrant Guild and acting president of Cloud Tyrant University. Under normal circumstances, such a situation would never happen. Because according to Xi'an Nation's regulations, the top leaders of a guild and a university must be strictly separated. There are many reasons for this, such as power separation and more effective management, etc. But ever since Wu Xueqing was removed due to the major university incident in Xi'an Nation, Cloud Tyrant University was left without a leader, and for the time being, no suitable candidate for president could be found. So after a unanimous discussion by the Xi'an Nation Administration Association headquarters, they decided to appoint a temporary acting president for Cloud Tyrant University, and Guan Zipeng, as the vice president, naturally stepped forward for the role, thus becoming the first person in history to control both a guild and a university at the same time. When he heard the news, he was beyond thrilled. Although being the acting president might not guarantee an official promotion in the end, he had still made history. And if he did succeed, he could absolutely become a landmark figure in Xi'an Nation's education world. Therefore, for the sake of that great ambition, he wanted to take some practical actions to boost his chances for confirmation, lay some bricks and tiles, so to speak, and stepping on the Divine Realm Guild to strengthen his own side would be the perfect achievement right now. Everyone knew Eternal Pinnacle belonged to Qing Qianma. That was common knowledge. And Qing Qianma was seen by Ling Xiao as his future grandson-in-law. Ling Xiao and Fan Hanyu had a long-standing feud. You and I both know that well. Now Eternal Pinnacle, sending people to find the Divine Realm Guild, most likely isn't for a good reason. I think we should activate. Guan Zipeng still wasn't used to that feeling of being looked down on like a dwarf, but the Nightmare Descends Guild has always been without any backing. An old guild established solely by awakened ones. Their strength is extremely formidable. Now Guan Zipeng, desperate to stir things up, still had to keep his displeasure in check. After all, he was the one seeking help, so he suppressed his frustration and expressed his opinion. For Guan Zipeng to hold his current position, he obviously had his abilities. Not only did he convey his ideas clearly and accurately, he even offered quite a sound prediction. Sure enough, after listening to him, Ren Tianhong understood Guan Zipeng's point of view. He nodded repeatedly. He completely agreed with Guan Zipeng's judgment. Our two guilds both have aerial mobility squads. Taking this chance to go observe isn't a bad idea at all. If Eternal Pinnacle is there to cause trouble, we can just sit back and watch the tigers fight. There would be plenty of room for maneuvering afterward. If they're there to negotiate peace, we can also prepare ahead of time. Though the latter is highly unlikely, we can't rule it out. This situation is definitely worth opening a teleportation gate. I approve it. Ren Tianhong's response hit exactly the point Guan Zipeng wanted to hear. Since all they were doing was going to observe, no matter how things developed, they would profit either way. As for the teleportation gate both of them just mentioned, that's a unique structure only available to level 8 guilds. It can, under limited conditions, connect different regions, allowing for high-speed transportation. However, each activation of the gate comes with a hefty cost. Ordinary guilds, without a major situation, would never consider opening it. And the base of Nightmare Descends. It was relatively close to Lingfeng Plains, which was why Ren Tianhong just said he agreed to open the teleportation portal. With this approach, Cloud Tyrant Guild's rapid mobility team could quickly enter Nightmare Descends base, saving a massive amount of travel time. The last time they drove the Divine Realm Guild out of their old base, they had used this exact portal linkage tactic, a blitzkrieg strategy. Following Ren Tianhong's command, Nightmare Descends teleportation portal was quickly activated. Guan Zipeng also gave the order at once for the flying mobility teams from several guilds to immediately enter the portal and set out together with Nightmare Descends forces. Yet all of this, whether Qing Qianma or Fan Hanyu, none of them knew. At this moment, they were just getting the team match underway. Chapter 630, Temporary Formation. The conflict within the grind. It had been a long time since Huang Tian last fought alongside Qing Qianma. Now, as the team match was about to start, he asked excitedly, Old Mo, how are we going to fight this? We've got to leave them with a lasting impression. As soon as Huang Tian spoke, the rest of the Eternal Pinnacle members also looked eagerly at Qing Qianma. As their guild master and team captain, Qing Qianma had always been their pillar of strength. As long as he was around, no matter how difficult the challenge, they wouldn't panic. But this time, Chung Qianma didn't give a detailed battle plan. Instead, he calmly said, "What? You can't fight without me guiding you. Where's your spirit? This time, I'll design the strategy. But I'm only acting as an executor. There are still 3 minutes left. Before the match begins. There are still 3 minutes. Before the match begins. You guys can brainstorm a bit." What Chung Qianma said completely caught everyone off guard. No one expected that in the face of a formidable enemy, Chung Qianma would choose to act as a regular soldier. At this moment, if anyone remained, it was definitely with full confidence, he said. Everyone quiet down. To be honest, I'm also a tactical genius. Now that the old strategist is gone, isn't there still me? Swallow your pride. And I, Old Wei, will lead you all to victory. However, just as Wei Xing finished bragging, he suddenly felt a hard kick on his butt. Ouch. Who the hell? Oh, it's the guild leader, huh? Then it's fine. I misspoke earlier. You're not gone. You just gave up command temporarily to help us train our leadership skills. Such thoughtfulness. It's truly touching. I'm about to cry here. Wei Xing's dramatic performance had the Eternal Pinnacle members laughing so hard they could barely breathe. Even the Divine Realm audience nearby was completely dumbfounded. They couldn't understand at all. Was this really how these people acted? Could it be that everyone in Eternal Pinnacle was this eccentric? They really dared to joke about anything. If this were Divine Realm Guild, you could give them 100 guts, and they still wouldn't dare joke like that with Fan Hanyu. So when they saw Chung Qianmo being so casual and relaxed, blending in completely with the guild members, they found it totally unbelievable. But when Fan Hanyu saw this scene, she frowned and shook her head with displeasure. She felt Chung Qianmo was still too young. He didn't truly understand what it meant to be a guild leader. It carried significant meaning. If a guild leader loses authority and mingles too closely with regular members, how will they issue commands in the future? At this moment, a serious clash occurred between the strategic philosophies of the old and new guild leaders. Fine then. Since you're so eager to step up, I'll give you the chance. The stage has already been set. Now it's up to you to perform. Though Chung Qianma's words carried a hint of doubt toward Wei Xing, deep down, she was perfectly calm. Because in her past life, Wei Xing was not only exceptionally skilled and known as the Eagle Pin, but also had outstanding tactical awareness. Think about it. Could someone so adept at manipulating fate be a reckless brute? Obviously not. Wei Xing was originally just joking around. Who would have thought Chung Qianma would actually hand over command? It was truly a surprising honor. Boss Missouri. Don't worry, I guarantee success. Come on. Everyone gather around. I've got something to say. Now acting as temporary team captain, Wei Xing wasn't shy at all. He immediately gathered everyone together for a private talk. This scene was witnessed by the Divine Realm Guild and left them completely baffled. Did I hear that right? They just casually swapped captains? This is a team match with a wager. How can they be so careless? Could it be their original captain got scared by our strength and now wants... You know what? That actually sounds plausible. Seriously. Given Chung Qianma's current status and position, if he were to lose today, the rumors afterward would be ugly. Humph, so cunning. We have to teach them a lesson later. The members of Divine Realm Guild, after seeing Eternal Pinnacle's carefree attitude, were all very upset. Now they just wanted to see them fall, then launch a furious counterattack. However, on Chung Qianma's side, he was seriously listening to Wei Xing lay out the tactics. He completely ignored all the outside chatter. 2 minutes later, the people huddled together, finally stood up slowly. What was strange was, everyone had bizarre expressions on their faces. Huang Tian gave Wei Xing a pat on the shoulder with admiration, and casually said, "When it comes to dirty tricks, you are hands down the king. The rest of us combined probably can't match half of you. You've earned my respect, big bro." After hearing that, Wei Xing immediately let out a proud old man sigh. "Glad you know, kid. Old me still has plenty of tricks up my sleeve. Just take your time learning." Lao Ying burst into laughter, showing zero concern about the upcoming battle. A minute later, the match time arrived. With a command from Shi Hanyuan, the team battle officially began. Fan Hanyu waved her hand, casting a protective barrier over the entire makeshift arena. With this in place, the aftershocks of battle inside wouldn't affect the spectators watching at close range outside. It's understandable for young people to be cocky, but they better have the strength to back it up. Come on then, let me see where your confidence actually comes from. Fan Hanyu's gaze locked firmly onto Chapter 631. Laoamo. Finally, it's our turn to shine. Blue team, the match has already started. Why are none of the Eternal Pinnacle members moving? A third-stage destroyer from Divine Realm Guild, Zhao He, asked in confusion. At the moment, all 7 people led by Chung Qianma were standing still in the distance, showing no signs of initiating an attack. Lan Zhan hadn't expected his opponents to be so laid back at the start. Logically speaking, teams participating in group battles usually adopt aggressive opening tactics. If they could take down 1 or 2 opponents quickly with a sudden strike, it would put the enemy at a disadvantage early on. That way, they'd gain a huge edge in the battle. You have to know, in a team match, it's possible to overwhelm the few with the many. So as long as you focus fire correctly and act fast, you can instantly burst out massive damage. But on Chung Chinma's side, everyone was standing in place, showing no sense of urgency at all. This immediately made Lan Zhan pause and think for a moment. He didn't dare act rashly either. I've heard Chung Chinma is really good at unorthodox strategies. Could there be some kind of trap? A person's name is like the shadow of a tree. Now, even if Chung Chinma does nothing, others still have to stay on guard and analyze his thought process. This is the kind of influence that comes with elevated status. Old why aren't they coming over yet? Could they have figured out your tactic? Huang Tian asked a little anxiously, but Wei Xing wasn't nervous at all. In fact, he even smiled and said, a bunch of clowns. They're just hesitating for now. It won't take long. They won't be able to resist attacking us. After all, we're clearly putting on a full display of being defenseless right now. I don't believe they'll resist attacking after seeing our formation. Just like Wei Xing said, Eternal Pinnacle's team really looks sloppy right now. Not only do they show no intention to attack, even their formation is a mess. In a typical team battle, tanks lead the charge, ranged in the middle, healers in the rear. If there are high mobility units, they take the flanks. But Chung Chinma's team, they have both Wei Xing and Chung Chinma up front. Huang Tian, Lin Ruoxi, and Li Mingho, all three melee classes, in the middle, and Xiuling and Wang Fuguwei, the healer duo, are at the very back. You can't just call this a bad formation. It's outright unconventional. The enemy team has a destruction class ranged DPS. Without tanks up front, their squishies could get wiped in one burst. But Eternal Pinnacle still followed Wei Xing's instructions and lined up like this. Blue team, let's go. Their formation is garbage. They're full of openings from head to toe. Looks like Eternal Pinnacle is just an overhyped team. Zhao He, the ranged DPS, was thrilled when he saw Eternal Pinnacle's setup. His eyes lit up. This was a perfect chance to unload damage. Lan Zhan thought it over and over, but couldn't figure out the catch. So he had no choice but to give the order to attack. After all, they were playing on their home field. There was a whole crowd of guild members watching. If they didn't capitalize on such an advantageous setup, they'd be cursed to death. Zhao He, take 3 ranged classes with you and start attacking from the max distance. Make sure you're alert for any sudden counterattacks. The rest of the melee classes follow behind the tank in an orderly advance. Healers stay in the back of the group. Focus on protecting yourselves. There's an assassin on their side. Lan Zhan truly lived up to his name as Divine Realm Guild's ace captain. He either didn't act or issued the most precise command when he did. Very quickly, the entire Divine Realm Guild launched their assault, led by Zhao He. 3 ranged fighters instantly targeted the core of the enemy formation. In that moment, bullets and magic flew together, rushing straight toward the front lines. Just seconds later, even before Lan Zhan and the others approached, Eternal Pinnacle's side had already descended into chaos, trying to dodge the long-range barrage. Several were injured. The spectators who saw this scene immediately erupted into loud, mocking laughter. What kind of genius is that? Some rising stars, huh? Looking at them now, they're nothing but a bunch of overrated losers. However, Fan Hanyu frowned slightly at this moment. She thought Eternal Pinnacle's reaction was way too off. Even the weakest guild wouldn't put on such a terrible performance. But even she couldn't see through what they were trying to do, so she could only keep watching. Lan Zhan was also a bit confused, but once the sword is drawn, there's no turning back. With 2 melee teammates, he had already reached Chung Chinma and Wei Xing. I don't know what tricks you're trying to pull, but those injuries of yours are very much real. Not to mention your battlefield positioning is a mess. If you're faking weakness, at least keep it believable. You've stalled long enough. Take my mountain-crushing earth-splitting slash. As a brutally powerful earth crab-type fighter, once within attack range, Lan Zhan immediately unleashed his mountain-crushing earth-splitting slash. This skill summoned a sword of blood energy and slammed it into the ground, causing a massive shockwave that hit enemies and knocked them into the air. In addition, scorching magma continuously erupted from the ground, attacking nearby airborne enemies. It was truly a powerful skill that combined both area damage and crowd control. At the same time, the Sacred Spear Soul and Sword God beside him also unleashed their own skills to help Lan Zhan maximize the outcome. At this moment, all 3 frontline fighters struck together with ranged suppression. It could be said without exaggeration, Eternal Pinnacle was thrown into crisis within just 30 seconds of the match starting. However, just when everyone thought this bizarrely positioned Eternal Pinnacle team was about to be fully locked down and beaten hard in a combo, Wei Xing suddenly smiled. Laomo, our performance finally begins. Chapter 632. Double Coordination. Capturing Lan Zhan. Facing the triple skill combo, Chung Chinma and Wei Xing did not panic at all. In fact, this moment was a part of Wei Xing's original Qi Gathering Barrier, Bone Chain Bind. Both shouted at the same time, each releasing their respective techniques. In an instant, a golden shield appeared, centered around Chung Chinma, and in front of Wei Xing. Countless bone chains suddenly flew out. With the appearance of the Qi Gathering Barrier, the melee skills of Lan Zhan's trio were completely neutralized. At that moment, even though cracks split across the ground, and magma was gushing out. Everyone on Eternal Pinnacle's side remained completely unscathed. Seeing this scene, not only the Divine Realm members on the field, even the spectators off the field, and Fan Hanyu, all showed expressions of disbelief. He actually used a Chi Master's ultimate skill. So this is your barrier? But Wei Xing's tactics were only... What he had just launched was the Spirit Bone Chain. It was now flying directly at Lan Zhan. Although Lan Zhan was shocked, he didn't intend to just give up. After all, his level was the highest on the field. Since mountain-crushing, earth-splitting / failed, he would simply retreat and regroup. Anyway, his level advantage was overwhelming. He could take his time. There was no need to panic. But just as he was preparing to retreat with a jumping slash, Cheng Qianma, who had already completed casting his entangling aura shield and freed up his hands, launched a second attack. He instantly switched his Flowlight Blade Scatter into hook mode and whipped it toward Lan Zhan's ankle. His strike speed was much faster than Wei Xing's, so, in less than a second, Lan Zhan's right foot was firmly hooked. As a result, Wei Xing's Spirit Bone Chain, also naturally, wrapped tightly around Lan Zhan's body. While the Spirit Bone Chain has no offensive power, it provides two very powerful control effects. Anyone caught by the Spirit Bone Chain will be immobilized for a full 6 seconds. During this time, the target cannot move at all. On top of that, the Spirit Bone Chain also inflicts a debuff called Stone Bone on the target. It causes them to take 25% more damage from all attributes. The effect lasts for 12 seconds. After Lan Zhan was bound by the Spirit Bone Chain, he instantly felt his limbs weaken, as if suffering from osteoporosis. The Eternal Pinnacle, originally in a desperate situation, miraculously turned the tide. Through the perfect coordination of Wei Xing and Cheng Qianma, it could actually be done like this. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Lan Zhan's calm and composed expression finally showed a trace of change. Before the fight began, he could never have imagined that he would be captured by others. In just a few seconds, "Captain, we're here to save you." The others, seeing Lan Zhan captured, reacted extremely quickly. They immediately turned their attacks on Wei Xing and Cheng Qianma. But Eternal Pinnacle wasn't just the two of them. The other 5 members had deliberately played poorly before. Now, with the first step of Wei Xing's strategy successfully achieved, everyone could finally fight without restraint. First, Lin Ruoxi and Huang Tian, positioned perfectly in the middle of the formations, were able to respond separately to the 2 enemy fighters besides Lan Zhan. Meanwhile, Li Mingho seized the chance to go invisible, cutting straight to the... Then, Xiuling, with incredible, rushed forward from the rear to stand in front of Cheng Qianma, using defensive skills to block all ranged attacks for them. Wang Fuguei, already in the back line, could now focus on healing the team's lost health. It was only at this moment that the members of the Divine Domain Guild realized one thing. Eternal Pinnacle's seemingly bizarre positioning before was not bizarre at all. It was a carefully planned strategy. If they hadn't positioned themselves so unconventionally, there's no way they could have reacted to the enemy's attack so quickly. Fan Hanyu saw what happened, and a flash of gold appeared in her eyes. This tactic not only made full use of Cheng Qianma's ability to cast Entangling Aura Shield, but also lured Lan Zhan's team into initiating the attack. It seems Eternal Pinnacle's tactical level is indeed quite high. Even so, winning is still no easy feat. At the moment, Fan Hanyu was looking at the bigger picture from a completely neutral perspective. Sure, Eternal Pinnacle used clever tactics to trap Lan Zhan, but the vast level gap between the two sides wasn't something a trick like this could overcome. Divine Realm Guild could simply have their healers rush to support Lan Zhan, helping him survive the 6-second bind. Once Lan Zhan regained mobility, the tide of battle would shift back in their favor. Yu Xinyue, keep my HP up. You, one of the ranged units. Keep an eye on Yu Xinyue's position. Eternal Pinnacle's assassin has disappeared. Though Lan Zhan was physically bound, his mouth was still working fine. He knew he'd be taking heavy damage next, so he preemptively told the healers to keep an eye on his HP. At the same time, he noticed that Li Mingho had quietly vanished from the battlefield. With this level of awareness, Lan Zhan was truly worthy of being team captain. In fact, as a berserker-type fighter, Lan Zhan already had a huge HP pool, and the lower his HP dropped, the stronger his attack power became. Not to mention, he was the highest leveled player on the field, so he wasn't especially worried. As long as Yu Xinyue could keep him alive for 6 seconds, then it would be his time to shine. That made keeping him alive their top priority, and Lan Zhan's judgment was, once again, spot on. The moment he finished speaking, a strange airflow suddenly appeared beside Yu Xinyue. Come out already. He thought he had already spotted Li Mingho in advance, and a smug look instantly appeared on his face. At the same time, he aimed his gun toward the area next to Yu Xinyue, attempting to flush Li Mingho out. But at that very moment, a sudden anomaly occurred on the battlefield. Significant changes happened simultaneously around Yu Xinyue and Lan Zhan. Chapter 633, Victim of a Legitimate User. A dead zone emerged. He aimed at the area where the strange airflow had appeared moments ago, and unleashed his Gatling gun. When it comes to exposing invisible targets, Fast, multi-hit skills are usually the most effective, and the Gatling gun was a perfect fit for that purpose. But right after he started firing, the speed of the heat balloons increased. Zhao He emptied a full clip without flushing out Li Mingho. But just then, Li Mingho suddenly revealed himself and launched a fatal slash at Yu Xingyue. It left her stunned for a full 3 seconds. Seeing this, Zhao He was furious. Li Mingho clearly didn't take him seriously. Now that you've come out, you're not leaving. Zhao He immediately unleashed his focused flamethrower on Li Mingho. The focused flamethrower is a signature skill of the gunner class. It continuously shoots flames in the target's direction. If it hits, it not only deals fire damage, it also causes burn status. For stealth-based classes, getting hit with a dot effect makes it impossible to stay hidden. Even if they force a vanish, they'll get knocked out of stealth once damage ticks again. So Zhao He using this move shows his veteran experience. But just as the flames were about to hit Li Mingho, he dodged with a bizarre motion. At that moment, his S-rank talent, Combat Perception, showed its power. What kind of reflexes are these? I attacked from behind, and he still dodged? Does he have eyes in the back of his head? Zhao He didn't dare advance anymore. He couldn't believe his own eyes. Then he suddenly heard Lan Zhan's pain screams nearby. Turning around, he saw Lan Zhan being relentlessly attacked by Cheng Qianma and Wei Shen, especially Cheng Qianma. His fists were moving so fast they left afterimages. You think a few minor skills can finish me off? Simple physical abuse can't break me. Though Lan Zhan was being beaten to the point, his spirit remained unyielding. But Cheng Qianma didn't seem to hear a word of it. Instead, he had a bloodthirsty grin on his face. Cheng Qianma's body was like a punching bag built to take a beating. Don't take yourself too seriously. Just as he finished speaking, a golden barrier formed around his body. The passive skill Ultimate Nian Qizhao activated. Everyone was stunned. For a freelancer like Cheng Qianma, to be able to use the Qigong Master's ultimate, that alone was shocking enough. But now, barely 30 seconds since the last use of Ultimate Nian Qizhao, he activated it again. That defied all common logic. Even the usually composed Fan Hanyu broke into a cold sweat. But he didn't realize. The scariest part was still yet to come. Brothers, let's move out. Wei Xing waved his hand proudly. The tactic he had said earlier, its most critical component, had now been achieved. Next step was to sweep the battlefield. Everyone except Li Mingho was now moving rapidly with Cheng Qianma. And Cheng Qianma, while running, kept punching and kicking Lan Zhan. At that moment, Eternal Apex's Fist Squad seemed like a mobile, invincible fortress. No matter how the Divine Realm Guild attacked, they couldn't do any damage. The audience nearly went crazy upon seeing this. They just couldn't figure out how a rogue like Cheng Qianma's knockoff, Ultimate Aura Shield, could move along with people. Could a bootleg skill actually outperform the original? Chi Masters are the true victims of licensed skills. Eternal Apex, of course, didn't bother explaining. They had already reached Zhao He. At that moment, Yu Xingyue had just woken up and was frantically trying to heal Lan Zhan. What are you guys trying to do? Zhao He had been through countless battles, but he had never seen such an absurd team match. Now, he was completely dumbfounded by these invincible monsters. What are we trying to do? Obviously, we're here to fight. Wei Xing smiled faintly and launched his attack. The other members of Eternal Apex also joined in fiercely. Just as Yu Xingyue was trying to heal Zhao He, Li Mingho reappeared. With no third party interfering, he could go all out on Yu Xingyue. Thanks to the group invincibility effect, the Divine Realm Guild, who thought they had the upper hand, was now getting utterly wrecked. They couldn't even inflict damage on their enemies. What a pitiful sight. Time flew by in a flash. Everyone thought that after 5 seconds, Cheng Qianma's ultimate aura shield would disappear. But they waited a full 8 seconds, and only then did the shield start fading away. Don't mind me, guys. Hurry up and attack. Lan Zhan shouted in utter frustration. Although the bind effect had long worn off, he was still trapped in Cheng Qianma's grasp. How could he possibly escape that grip? Against a freelancer with a full set of control skills, he had absolutely no chance to get away, just as he was ready to sacrifice himself for the greater good. An overwhelming scene left everyone in the arena breathless. Under Cheng Qianma's relentless attacks, the fading ultimate barrier appeared once again as the golden shield returned to the battlefield. The entire arena fell into utter despair. Everyone in the Divine Realm Guild was plunged into hopelessness. Chapter 634. President Fan is trying to retire? If I'm not, then how can he cast the ultimate chi barrier that moves with him? That's the 3rd time now. This is insane. The entire Eternal Peak team is invincible. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Our blue team has become nothing but punching bags. Our faces are swollen from the beating. We can't take this anymore. If we keep fighting, it's just humiliation. The members of Divine Realm Guild, fully consumed by despair, have hit rock bottom in morale, though they knew their strength was no longer at peak condition. Aside from the opening moments, when the enemy deliberately left an opening, they barely dealt any damage. The rest of the match? 0 damage across the board. Such a devastating scene. No one had the heart to keep watching. Anyone with eyes could tell. As long as Qianma is still on the field, Divine Realm Guild has no chance of winning. Old fan, what should we do now? If we don't stop the match soon, even if Qianma and the others don't go for the kill, still, Lan Zhan and the others will end up seriously injured, because the match has become so one-sided. Shi Hanyuan couldn't bear to look at the arena anymore. He had no choice but to seek help from Fan Hanyu. But Fan Hanyu didn't seem to hear Shi Hanyuan at all. His gaze was entirely fixed on Qianma, using ultimate skills from other classes. At least that could be explained by an ancient altar. But pulling off 3 ultimate skills in a row completely defied the understanding of this world. This kid's secrets might be 100 times scarier than the rumors out there. That old geezer really did pick up a treasure. I've spent most of my years in the Apocalypse continent. Guess I've been too out of touch. Getting old, one has to accept it. Very well then, handing the Divine Realm Guild to him wouldn't exactly break. After an intense internal struggle, Fan Hanyu finally made a partial compromise. He waved his hand broadly and directly canceled the protective barrier. Then he declared loudly, "Our Divine Realm Guild concedes." Effective immediately, all 2,491 members of the Divine Realm Guild will merge into Eternal Apex. Once Fan Hanyu announced, the battle inside the arena came to an abrupt halt. Under Qianma's control, the invincible mobile fortress immediately stopped. The Divine Realm team, who had been suffocating under constant pressure, was finally released from the oppressive state. They collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. All of them felt a sense of liberation. Lan Zhan, who had served as Qianma's punching bag for refreshing, the ultimate aura shield, had taken nearly 100 hits in total. Now that the torment was finally over, the man, aching all over, just laid flat on the ground. The sweat from his body had soaked the ground beneath him. Meanwhile, the spectators outside looked at their team members' pained expressions, each with mixed emotions. Among them, the majority, they felt utterly humiliated. A grand level 9 guild, actually being absorbed by a mere level 7 guild. If word of this got out, everyone in Divine Realm Guild would no doubt become the laughingstock at every meal table. To put it bluntly, they'd be a joke. But now that the tide has turned, and they've lost the bet, they had no choice but to accept it. All they could feel was sadness. However, a few cleverer members actually looked quite thrilled. These were the ones who knew Qianma fairly well. They didn't believe that a stagnant level 9 guild had more potential than a rising and energetic level 7 guild. What's more, the leader of this guild was currently one of the hottest talents in all of Xiaogua. No matter how you looked at it, following him wasn't such a bad outcome. There might even be a chance to soar to the top. So, these people were actually feeling pretty good about it. President Cheng, this way please. Let's discuss the details regarding the follow-up arrangements. Shi Hanyuan truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned opportunist. The way he changed his tune was lightning fast. Now that Fan Hanyu had agreed to the merger plan, he immediately approached Qianma to show goodwill. It was obvious that the one taking the lead after the merger would be Qianma, not Fan Hanyu. So to get in early and make a good impression, he had to act fast. Fan Hanyu seemed long used to Shi Hongyuan's flattery. There was no trace of displeasure on his face. Or perhaps, after admitting defeat, he was already considering stepping away, no longer wanting to wade through muddy waters. President Fan, let's have a proper discussion then. Qianma didn't even spare a glance at Shi Hanyuan and directly asked for Fan Hanyu's thoughts. I'm a bit tired. Since we're merging anyway, it doesn't matter who you talk to. From now on, you hold absolute authority. After saying that, Fan Hanyu used his guild leader privileges to directly submit a vassal request to the Eternal Apex Guild. Although Qianma pressed the confirm button, he was also quite surprised by Fan Hanyu's move. President Fan, are you planning to retire? Qianma asked cautiously. As soon as those words came out, Shi Hongyuan's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. If Fan Hanyu truly intended to step down, then, as the vice president, wouldn't it be natural for her to take over? Even after the merger, if she couldn't be president, the Divine Realm Guild still had over 2,000 active members. With a guild of that size, under normal circumstances, it would never become a vassal guild. If Qianma wanted to maintain good communication with Divine Realm Guild members, he would definitely need someone to coordinate between them, and she was clearly the ideal candidate. When the time came, even if just as the leader of a vassal guild, she would still be a top-tier figure within Eternal Apex. Given Qianma's capabilities, Shi Hanyuan firmly believed he would. After Eternal Peak successfully absorbed Divine Realm Guild, their strength would skyrocket. By then, her own status and standing would rise as well. So naturally, a hint of joy flashed across her face. She carefully glanced at Fan Hanyu, hoping for a clear answer. Fan Hanyu didn't shy away. He calmly nodded and said, I'm getting old. It's time for a long vacation. Upon hearing this, Shi Hanyuan was overjoyed. But in the next moment, Qianma's response felt like a plunge into an ice pit. What if I don't approve it? Qianma said with a faint smile. Chapter 635. Forceful Persuasion. President Fan still had Shi Hongyuan's dreams of promotion in mind. But with one sentence from Qianma, those dreams were shattered. Her expression now looked extremely stiff. Meanwhile, Fan Hanyu had a flash of golden light in his eyes. He hadn't expected Chung Qianma to say something like that. What now? President Chung doesn't intend to let me retire? Though I'm not as old as Ling Xiao. I'm close to 50 already. Now that Divine Realm Guild is in your hands, is it so wrong for me to want some rest? Fan Hanyu's tone carried a hint of displeasure. He felt that Chung Qianma, refusing to fight overpower with him, wasn't that a good thing? So why was his resignation being rejected? It made no sense. President Fan, I think you're mistaken. I believe we should have a proper talk. Maybe you'll change your mind. You never know. While Chung Qianma was saying this, he kept a calm, faint smile on his face. He looked completely composed. Seeing this, Fan Hanyu couldn't help but feel puzzled. She had no idea what kind of trick Chung Qianma was playing. Alright then, let's hear what you've got to say, Fan Hanyu said meaningfully. She then led Chung Qianma to the door of her office. Just as Shi Hongyuan was about to follow them in, Chung Qianma casually waved his hand. Vice President Shi, please excuse us. I'd like to speak with President Fan in private. Shi Hongyuan had wanted to listen in, but Chung Qianma had outright told her to leave. In the end, all she could do was awkwardly walk out of the office. Though Shi Hongyuan could be a bit opportunistic, she was still quite capable at her job. After I retire, you'll still need a liaison. Why treat her like that? Fan Hanyu said earnestly, as she sat down on the sofa. However, Chung Qianma didn't take it to heart, and instead returned to the topic. As long as you don't retire, isn't that problem solved? Seeing that her words had gone completely ignored by Chung Qianma, Fan Hanyu couldn't help but show a helpless expression. I'm already over 50, at the age of knowing my destiny. Why keep forcing me like this? Chung Qianma chuckled at her words, then responded seriously. President Fan, you're about to reach 4th advancement. What does age matter at that point? I only have one question for you now. Think about it carefully before you answer me. Would you be willing to serve as Vice President of Eternal Apex? As soon as he said that, Fan Hanyu froze for a second. She never expected that Chung Qianma, right after merging with her guild, would ask her to become Vice President of Eternal Apex. Logically speaking, a defeated general being allowed to remain as the president of a vassal guild is already a generous outcome. Chung Qianma's vision and magnanimity far exceeded her expectations. Seeing that Fan Hanyu didn't immediately refuse, and even looked a little dazed, Chung Qianma seized the opportunity. She continued to raise the stakes. You might not know this, but the Vice President of Eternal Peak carries weight. Even though our guild is currently only level 7, we're just a few 100,000 gold away from reaching level 8. With Divine Realm Guild's inventory, we could even reach level 9 in no time. What's more, I've unified the Lingua City region. Under our command, we now have 11 with a total member count nearing 10,000. At first, when Fan Hanyu heard these details, he was surprised, but not too shocked. Given Chung Qianma's abilities, it was normal for Eternal Peak to grow quickly. That was understandable. But when he heard that Chung Qianma had unified an entire region and had 11 vassal guilds under her, his expression finally changed. What? How is that even possible? Usually in a unified region, guilds are either rivals or mortal enemies. If anyone tries to dominate the area, they're quickly ganged up on. How did you manage to unify the entire region? Unifying a whole region, even at Divine Realm Guild's peak, they never achieved that. Back then they only controlled half of the unified territory. But Eternal Peak, just newly formed, had already done it with ease. How could Fan Hanyu not be shaken by that? Chung Qianma could already tell from Fan Hanyu's expression that he was starting to waver. So she calmly laid out her brutal achievements, one by not to brag. It was merely to further increase the temptation. 5 minutes, Fan Hanyu drew a sharp breath. Her emotions remained stirred for a long while. A peerless talent. His future is full of promise. Fan Hanyu didn't comment further. She summarized her thoughts with just 8 simple words. But Chung Qianma wasn't done yet. He continued to raise the stakes. My guild also has even more unique advantages. With a bit of thought, you should figure it out. Now that everything's been said, take some time to really consider it. After all, Fan Hanyu hadn't agreed to become Vice President of Eternal Apex, so there were things she couldn't make too explicit. Chung Qianma believed that with Fan Hanyu's insight in mind, she'd easily grasp the core of it all. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, Fan Hanyu's eyes lit up. Dragon. Fan Hanyu was a smart woman and knew when to stop talking. To be honest, she was indeed a bit tempted now. It was clear, Eternal Apex's potential and growth prospects far exceeded that of the aging Divine Realm Guild. Going from top leader of Divine Realm to second in command at Eternal Apex wasn't. If anything, it was a promotion. Now with Divine Realm Guild's inventory, Eternal Apex wouldn't take long to rise to a level 9 guild. By then, the total member count of the guild system could exceed 15,000 people. To become vice president of such a guild was something many only dreamed of. Just look at Shi Hongyuan's performance earlier, and it's obvious. Yet even so, after much internal struggle, Fan Hanyu still shook her head reluctantly. Seeing her still unwilling to give in, he finally asked the ultimate soul question. Does President Fan still have a lingering knot in his heart? As soon as those words were spoken, Fan Hanyu's body visibly trembled for a moment. A second later, Chung Qianma continued his questioning. Is it related to Lin Ruashi? Upon hearing that, Fan Hanyu's expression changed drastically. Chapter 636. The past is like smoke. Let me be the one to settle this grudge. You're quite the monster. How did you see through it? Go ahead, tell me. Fan Hanyu, who had been rather tense, unexpectedly opened up, after being hit right in the heart with that comment. Once Ching Qianma confirmed his guess was correct, he calmly said, honestly, I wasn't 100% sure. It's just that, ever since we arrived, you glanced at everyone in the group. Except for Lin Ruashi. Not even for a second. Everyone knows you have a grudge with Principal Lin. That alone says a lot. After hearing this, Fan Hanyu unexpectedly let out a bitter smile. People always say, Cheng Qianma is a 1 in a million monster. Not only is your talent off the charts, but your intellect is downright terrifying. I never paid much attention to the talk back then. I thought it was just hype and praise. But seeing you today, I now know I was wrong. Terribly wrong. You're right. It really does have to do with that girl, Lin Ruashi. Can you deduce anything more from that? Now that his heart had completely opened up, Fan Hanyu actually smiled. He even started quizzing Cheng Qianma in reverse. After a moment of thought, Cheng Qianma slowly said, based on my deduction, it probably has something to do with her parents. As soon as he said that, the smile on Fan Hanyu's face froze in an instant. A storm of emotions surged in her heart. How did you know? Fan Hanyu's tone was unusually rushed. Actually, even Cheng Qianma hadn't expected that out of all his guesses, the one he voiced with the highest probability turned out to be right. Now faced with Fan Hanyu's question, he could only continue speaking. I deduced it based on age. Lin Ruashi and I are both around 20 years old, and Principal Lin is already over 70. Doing the math, her deceased parents would have been roughly the same age as you. The age and strength gap between you and Principal Lin is obvious. Aside from differing teaching philosophies, there could hardly have been direct conflict. Lin Ruashi was raised by Principal Lin and grew up at Divine Realm University. There's no way you didn't know her, but you deliberately avoided her earlier. That was clearly abnormal. Putting all the clues together, the conflict between you and Principal Lin likely has something to do with Lin Ruashi's late parents. Cheng Qianma laid out his deductions calmly, his expression composed and confident. Fan Hanyu's mind had already gone completely blank, and in that moment, the mental barrier she had guarded for years was shattered entirely by Cheng Qianma's words. At the same time, she finally realized just how terrifying the young man before her truly was. The world is not lacking in powerful individuals, but it severely lacks monsters who possess both strength and intelligence. Clearly, Cheng Qianma didn't just meet those criteria, he was the most outstanding of them all. Fan Hanyu now believed it without a doubt. Now I finally understand why all your enemies fall one after another. Because to face you is a lifelong misfortune for anyone. To deduce the truth from so little information, I truly admire you. My conflict with Principal Lin did indeed originate from Lin Ruashi's parents. At this moment, even Fan Hanyu herself didn't realize she had unconsciously changed how she referred to Lin Xiao. From that old bastard, earlier, to calling him Lin Xiaozhang. This showed that deep down, she didn't truly resent Lin Xiao. Ruashi is a pitiful girl. After her parents passed away, I treated her as my own child. But because of certain conflicts, I had to suppress my feelings. This story goes back 20 years. 20 years ago, right after Lin Ruashi was born, there was a rare beast invasion that spread across the entire Blue Star. To defend against the threat, countries all over the world deployed their elites in full force. At the time, Divine Realm University, though it was already declining due to the maturation of secret realm development, was still a massive force. A dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Its overall strength back then was far greater than what it is today, thanks to its rich heritage and strong patriotism. The number of awakened it sent was the highest in the entire Xia nation. Fan Hanyu and Lin Ruashi's parents were not only classmates at the time, but also extremely talented, so the bond between them was very strong. Under normal circumstances, all three of them should have fought together, but by sheer misfortune, just before that, Fan Hanyu suffered a mishap during a secret realm challenge and was seriously injured. At that time, she hadn't fully recovered. Out of concern for her, Lin Xiao chose not to mention any of it. So she ended up missing that major battle. But because of that serious injury, it turned out to be a blessing. She didn't die on the battlefield. But Lin Ruashi's parents weren't so lucky. They remained on the battlefield forever. When Fan Hanyu recovered and learned the truth, she was heartbroken beyond words. She went mad, rushing to confront Lin Xiao. But at that time, Lin Xiao was grieving the loss of his own son and was in no state to deal with her. Desperate, Fan Hanyu could only investigate the battle by herself. Later on, she discovered that the deaths of Lin Ruashi's parents weren't entirely caused by monsters. The people of Wagyu had also played a major role. After learning the truth, Fan Hanyu once again approached Lin Xiao, asking to go to Wagyu to avenge their fallen comrades. But this time, crossing into Hejing County required high-level approval. Fan Hanyu had little influence and couldn't go on her own. After hitting walls twice in a row, Fan Hanyu fell into utter madness. From that point on, she became like a different person. She shifted her focus completely to the Divine Realm Guild, cutting ties with Lin Xiao. Just like that, 20 years passed, and the two ended up in the awkward situation they're in now, as an outsider. Chung Qianma silently listened to the whole story, and didn't speak for a long time. For a while, the president's office was dead silent. After a long pause, Chung Qianma suddenly looked up, his eyes filled with determination. I'll avenge this grudge myself. Chapter 637. Nice. Time to make another fortune. After hearing what Chung Qianma said, Fan Hanyu could only shake his head helplessly. With the potential you've shown so far, you may very well earn the right to represent the country someday. Bring honor to the nation. But your current level is still too low. It's too soon to talk about going abroad. First, focus on getting into Seoul of Yanlong. Only by joining that special unit can you gain early contact with foreigners. Oh right. You probably don't know yet what Seoul of Yanlong actually is. Let me explain it to you in detail. It's our nation's. Fan Hanyu had been feeling deeply gratified ever since learning that Chung Qianma wanted revenge, because, in this harsh and realistic world, young people like Chung Qianma were already very rare. Most only care about their own front doors, and ignore the frost on their neighbor's roof. So now even his tone was gentler than before. He was even willing to reveal some inside information. However, even with Chung Qianma's exceptional talent, he still didn't believe that Chung Qianma was currently capable of revenge. If he couldn't even leave the country, what revenge was he talking about? The nation has strict controls on all matters of entry and exit for its citizens. Fan Hanyu understood this all too well. Yet, just as he was about to explain Seoul of Yanlong in detail, Chung Qianma's face suddenly showed a strange expression. President Fan, there's something I'd like to interrupt with. Fan Hanyu, hearing that, also looked quite puzzled. What do you want to say? Soon after, Chung Qianma slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out a turquoise dragon-shaped badge. In the very next moment, Fan Hanyu's eyes widened in shock. Her face showed utter disbelief. This is the instructor emblem of Yanlong Seoul. It's yours? Fan Hanyu looked utterly shocked. She even started stammering. Chung Qianma didn't speak, just nodded with a smile. Fan Hanyu, visibly excited, ran up to Chung Qianma in a few steps and closely examined the dragon-shaped badge. It's real. It's actually real. How the hell did you become an instructor of Yanlong Seoul? Come on, tell me everything. After confirming a bright joy appeared on Fan Hanyu's face. Seeing her so thrilled, Chung Qianma knew exactly what to do. So he began recounting his experience with the Yanlong Seoul. He even spoke about the details of the hunting operation. This was to give Fan Hanyu a final piece of reassurance. So the sword immortal of Huaxiao appeared because of you. Well done. You're the kind of man Xia Nation needs. You've got spine. You've got fire. Our people must avenge the fallen. From now on, go and slay your enemies freely. Eternal Apex is in my hands now. Thanks to Chung Qianma's persistent effort, Fan Hanyu was finally convinced. Her words clearly expressed her stance. Chung Qianma smiled slightly, and then officially set Fan Hanyu as the vice president of Eternal Apex. At first, Fan Hanyu didn't feel anything unusual, but when she carefully checked Eternal Apex's guild interface, she was completely shocked. You really are something, kid. Hiding this so deeply, huh? Jade Dragon Rock and World Tree. Either one is a national treasure, and you actually have both? Besides that, the guild's warehouse was overflowing with resources. Its members were overwhelmingly strong. They completely crushed other guilds of the same level. Managing a guild like Eternal Peak, I may have been reaching too far. Now that he had accepted the role of vice president, Fan Hanyu quickly adjusted his mindset. After learning the true foundation of Eternal Peak, he finally realized what he had almost missed. Once the merger is complete, Eternal Peak will be left in your hands for the time being. As for the other vice president, Gu Qian, I'll have him join Seoul of Yanlong, together with Lin Roashi and the others. Once they're all strong enough, I'll organize an expeditionary force to head for Wugwa. Just wait for me to return with good news. Chung Qianma said with a smile, as he laid out his development plan. After listening to it, Fan Hanyu nodded with great satisfaction. To be honest, after seeing how terrifying Chung Qianma's trump cards were, he had been worried that Chung Qianma would rush into battle recklessly. Now, knowing he was still planning to build up strength, the stone in his heart finally dropped. This young man is calm, patient, and broad-minded. With him, Xia Nation's rise is only a matter of time. In his heart, Fan Hanyu silently gave Chung Qianma the highest of praises. You can rest assured, while I may not claim to be an extraordinary administrator, Divine Realm Guild was built by my own hands. You trusting me with a wealthy guild like Eternal Peak, that's an honor I won't take lightly. I will give everything I have to make it flourish. Also, as long as I still draw breath, I will not allow a single enemy to step into Eternal City. After saying this, Fan Hanyu suddenly released a formidable aura. Now, aside from Chung Qianma himself, he was without question the strongest in Eternal Peak. Go forth without hesitation. I trust your capabilities, and I trust my judgment. Just then, as Chung Qianma was about to speak further, the door to Vice President Fan's office suddenly rang with urgent knocking. My lords, bad news. According to our scouts, both Nightmare Descends and Cloud Tyrant guilds have each dispatched an aerial mobile unit. They will reach our base in approximately 7 to 8 minutes. Due to the urgency, the voice outside the door was loud and clear. Upon hearing this, Fan Hanyu's face turned grave. But when Chung Qianma heard the name Cloud Tyrant Guild, a smile appeared on his face. Perfect timing. Time to make another fortune. Vice President Fan. Chapter 638 Friends of Eternal Apex. Shall we talk? Brother Zhua. You're mobilizing so many high-level members for a guild. That's practically on its deathbed. Isn't that overkill? A middle-aged man spoke with clear dissatisfaction. The brother Zhua he referred to was Zhua Bufan. He was the leader, sent by Nightmare Descends this time. He was also an extraordinary powerhouse. At level 65, the Divine Realm Guild might be crap now, but the main reason we're here is to observe Eternal Apex. Brother Long. Your Cloud Tyrant branch, whether facing Eternal Apex or Divine Realm University, has suffered quite a few losses, right? And yet you still haven't learned your lesson? Currently, although Nightmare Descends is technically allied with Cloud Tyrant, due to Cloud Tyrant's steady decline, Nightmare Descends members don't really take them seriously. Even within the Alliance, they don't place much importance on them. Even within the Alliance itself, they were vaguely gaining the upper hand. So when they spoke, they became a bit loose-lipped. After hearing Zhua Bufan's words, Lung Yuxuan looked slightly displeased, but he didn't say anything. If this had happened 6 months ago, Chung Qianma. In fact, the name Chung Qianma had now become a kind of reverence within Yunba Guild. Hardly anyone dared to mention it openly, which goes to show just how much psychological damage Chung Qianma had dealt them. To the point where many of them subconsciously tried to ignore his existence. That's not quite right. Everyone knows that the one backing Chung Qianma is Ling Xiao. Since their guild members have appeared here on Lingfeng Plains, they must be here to stir up trouble. As they say, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Our interests align right now. Why worry? We'll split Divine Realm Guild together. Wouldn't that be sweet? Though Lung Yuxuan didn't say it outright, his tone clearly carried a hint of defiance. In his view, Chung Qianma's power was at its peak. Losing to him wasn't exactly disgraceful, but Divine Realm Guild had long been past its prime. Destroying them was only a matter of time. Since their interests aligned, why not form a temporary alliance? Making money isn't shameful. Oh, you make a fair point. But have you considered the possibility that Eternal Peak is actually here to reconcile with? If that's the case, what will your Yunba Guild do? Zhua Bufan could clearly tell that Lung Yuxuan wasn't convinced by him, so he mocked him without hesitation. Even now, Nightmare Descends hasn't lost its strength, naturally daring to oppose Eternal Pinnacle. But things are quite different for Yunba. First, with Wu Xueqing's downfall, their strength has gradually declined. Moreover, Chung Qianma has always been their nemesis. If the two sides clash again, it's hard to say whether the Yunba Guild would still dare, as before, to face them head-on. Zhua Bufan's counterattack was quite forceful. At these words, Lung Yuxuan was momentarily stunned, truly unsure how to respond. After a long pause, he said somewhat awkwardly, Fan Hanyu and Ling Xiao have been at odds for years. Reconciling so easily is unlikely. Besides, Chung Qianma has a bad temper. Him sending someone to seek peace proactively? I wouldn't believe it even if you beat me to death. Even taking 10,000 steps back. Even if both sides joined forces. We're an alliance too. What's there to fear? When Lung Yuxuan said these words, his confidence was clearly lacking, to the point that he had to drag Nightmare Descent into the fray to even dare discuss a direct confrontation. Though Zhua Bufan didn't say it outright after listening, a trace of disdain flashed across his face, clearly looking down on him. Let's assess the situation first. We're almost there. This time the two guilds have sent out a flying strike team of over 400 members in total, roughly 200 per guild. Though this number is less than a fifth of the Divine Domain Guild's forces, every one of them has a flying mount, and their average level is quite high, making them a true elite force. Their goal this time isn't to wipe out the Divine Domain Guild, but merely to probe their strength and take a look around. Can we use our mobility advantage to stir up some trouble and deal Divine Realm Guild another mental blow? So having fewer people isn't the real issue. If they wanted to leave, no one could stop them. 3 minutes later, the aerial mobile squad finally arrived above Divine Realm's base. They finally laid eyes on the members of... See, I told you, there's no way they're reconciling. Aren't the people of Eternal Peak currently in a standoff with Divine Realm Guild? From the looks of it, they might even come to blows. Wait a minute, they're all riding dragons. That's insanely rich. At first, Lung Yuxuan was happy to hear that Eternal Peak members were arguing with Divine Realm. He was glad at first, but then he realized each of them had a dragon mount. His face instantly changed. After all, that kind of extravagant mount setup, not even their two guilds combined could pull that off. At this moment, Chung Qianma was nowhere to be seen in Eternal Peak's ranks. Instead, it was Huang Tian and Wei Xing, those two spray masters, who were confidently and skillfully hurling insults at Divine Realm's members. Your base is falling apart. What kind of crappy Divine Realm Guild is this? You're an embarrassment to Divine Realm University. With this level of strength, you dare go independent and cut ties with Principal Len? Who gave you that kind of courage? Huang Tian and Wei Xing took turns roasting them. Every word made people's blood pressure skyrocket. Members of Divine Realm Guild stood on top of the city walls, each of them fuming with rage. Their expressions were full of indignation. Their shouting matches were just as loud as Huang Tian and Wei Xing's. Zhuo Bufan had initially remained cautious, but after clearly hearing both sides, his doubts began to ease. Then he exchanged a glance with Leng Yuxuan, and they led their respective teams slowly toward Huang Tian and the others. At that moment, the members of Divine Realm Guild were all on high alert. Some even began trembling, unable to control it, as if some bad memory had suddenly resurfaced. Zhuo Bufan, strong and imposing, called out, "Friends of Eternal Apex, may we have a word?" Chapter 639 If you want to save someone, bring the ransom. You are? Huang Tian asked in confusion. Zhuo Bufan smiled slightly, and replied, "I am Zhuo Bufan, from the Nightmare Descends Guild. This lady beside me is Leng Yuxuan, from the Cloud Tyrant Guild." When the words Cloud Tyrant Guild were mentioned, Leng Yuxuan touched her nose sheepishly, her expression awkward. "Oh, what do you want?" Huang Tian asked very casually. "You're here to give Divine Realm Guild a hard time too, right?" Zhuo Bufan emphasized the word hard, to show where he stood. Hearing this, Huang Tian immediately caught on and said, "Well, I wouldn't call it trouble exactly. We don't have that many people. We came here mainly for the loot points." As he said this, Huang Tian looked extremely confident, openly talking about loot points, right above someone else's base. That was definitely an arrogant move. They clearly had no fear of a sudden ranged attack from the city. Zhuo Bufan glanced meaningfully at the flying mounts of Huang Tian's group, secretly impressed, and even a bit envious. He thought to himself, the flying speed of those high-tier dragon mounts. They must be incredibly fast. But don't worry about ranged attacks from inside the city. Besides, Divine Realm's temporary base, their current ranged firepower is basically garbage. Then our goals are about the same. Both our guilds are here to launch a raid. Seeing how arrogant Huang Tian was, Zhuo Bufan refused to be outdone. At this moment, the members of Divine Realm Guild were all seething with frustration but didn't dare speak. Their bottled-up anger had reached a boiling point. "That's great then. We don't have many people, so it's hard to fly in directly. If you're going into plunder, we can follow behind and provide support fire," Huang Tian said calmly. Zhuo Bufan thought, even without Eternal Peak's people, they had already planned an air raid, so he readily agreed. "No problem, just follow behind us. Brother Leng, let's go." Zhuo Bufan didn't take Divine Realm Guild seriously at all. He said, "Attack," and launched immediately. In the next second, he mounted his beast and charged forward at full speed. Divine Realm Guild's base, though temporary, had extremely weak defenses. However, they were already being humiliated and walked over, so of course they had to fight back. Thump, 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 In an instant, hundreds of bolts shot rapidly from the city walls. But strangely, those bolts seemed to have minds of their own. Their targets were all members of Nightmare Descends and Yunba Guild. As for Huang Tian and his group, following behind, they passed through almost unimpeded. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Bufan suddenly felt a jolt in his heart. A wave of unease instantly swept through his entire body. Crap, they're working together. Only at that moment did Zhuo Bufan realize Eternal Apex had been putting on an act all along. And just then, a massive 8-meter-long turquoise dragon suddenly soared out of the city. Its clear, resounding roar instantly echoed across the skies. In that instant, almost all flying mounts felt an overwhelming pressure in their bloodline. Their bodies began trembling involuntarily. Some of the weaker mounts even lost control entirely. What kind of dragon is that?" Zhuo Bufan shouted in horror. As soon as he spoke, the massive cyan dragon opened its bloody maw. It unleashed a beam of cyan light at the trembling mounts in the sky. This was the signature skill of Qing Dai after evolving into the Azure Dragon, Sangyan Thunder. It was equivalent to a full-powered strike from a level 65 awakened human. How could ordinary lackeys withstand it? In an instant, over 30 nearby awakened ones were knocked out of the sky. And at that same moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Zhuo Bufan. Then, a faint purple portal appeared between him and Leng Yuxuan. "The portal of traversal is open. Lao Fan, it's up to you now." The figure that appeared was none other than the long-absent Cheng Qianma. Using the folding effect of spatial collapse, he teleported instantly behind Zhuo Bufan. At the same time, he activated the Dimensional Walker's portal of traversal. This allowed Fan Hanyu, who had been waiting on the ground, to rush at lightning speed toward Leng Yuxuan. "Yunba brat, take my Dance of the Storm." As soon as Fan Hanyu emerged from the portal, he launched his attack. Not to be outdone, Cheng Qianma struck Zhuo Bufan with a martial god's mighty kick. Their coordination was flawless, and their speed was astonishing. Before Zhuo Bufan and Leng Yuxuan could react, they were hit by the skills. The next second, both of them fell from their flying mounts with 2 loud crashes. They hit the ground hard and were instantly gravely wounded. In that moment, the waiting members of the Divine Realm Guild swarmed in. They surrounded the two completely. And just like that, Zhuo Bufan and Leng Yushuan were captured less than 15 seconds after entering the city. The whole thing happened in a flash. They had thought their high-speed flying mounts, combined with the Divine Realm Guild's weak temporary defenses, would let them do whatever they pleased without resistance. Indeed, if not for Cheng Qianma, they really could have run roughshod over the Divine Realm Guild. After all, the guild had only just been forced to relocate here and was still unstable. Its strength had plummeted drastically. They couldn't possibly muster 400 aerial troops to fight back, so the enemy could come and go as they pleased. But now, with Cheng Qianma and the Eternal Apex Squad joining the fray, everything had changed. With Qing Dai, the top-tier Azure Dragon, on their side, the Divine Realm Guild had instantly gained air superiority, because regular flying mounts, in its presence, had their bloodlines and levels suppressed, unable to perform at full capacity. This gave the Divine Realm Guild a perfect chance to strike back. Now, seeing Zhuo Bufan and Leng Yushuan captured, their two teams, leaderless, were stunned in the sky. Just then, Cheng Qianma stepped on Zhuo Bufan's mount's head. He shouted with absolute dominance, "If you want to save your leaders and grounded teammates, bring ransom. Otherwise, I'll kill them straight to their soul cores." As soon as he said that, every enemy in the sky broke out in cold sweat. As for the two captives, overwhelmed with humiliation, they passed out on the spot. Chapter 640. Since they're so valuable, let's keep going. Is this how you usually scam people? I finally get it today. No wonder people from Cloud Tyrant act like they've seen a god when they see you. You're ruthless, alright. After witnessing Cheng Qianma's shocking tactics firsthand, Fan Hanyu was truly impressed. Back when Cheng Qianma learned that Nightmare Descends and Cloud Tyrant were arriving together, a money-making plan popped into his head. He had Fan Hanyu lead the Divine Realm Guild to temporarily withdraw from Eternal Peak, as if nothing had happened. Then he instructed Huang Tian and the others to stage a dramatic standoff outside the city. Meanwhile, he quietly hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. This way, he could fully exploit the public knowledge of the discord between Ling Xiao and Fan Hanyu, as well as his own close relationship with Ling Xiao, to mislead Nightmare Descends and Cloud Tyrant, thus successfully luring them into the city. The entire plan was flawlessly executed. Not only did they capture 2 enemy captains alive, they also took down over 60 people. Not only did we win today, it was a glorious victory. So Fan Hanyu actually showed a rare look of excitement. He had waited far too long for this day. You'll get used to it. Old Mo's schemes haven't even shown 1% yet. As the main actor in today's performance, Huang Tian quipped with mock annoyance. Without his stellar performance, Leng Yushuan and Zhuo Bufan wouldn't have been fooled so easily. Everyone burst into laughter upon hearing that. We captured quite a few elites from the 2 major guilds this time. We should be able to sell them for a good price, right? Wei Sheng, who always only cares about money, got straight to the point. The others all turned to look at Cheng Qianma with anticipation. After all, who doesn't love making money? But Cheng Qianma didn't answer right away. Instead, he turned his head toward Fan Hanyu. You've got a lot of history with them. I'm still new here and not fully familiar with the situation. Vice President Fan, why don't you propose a base price first? Fan Hanyu quietly did some mental math after hearing that. Then the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. I've done a rough calculation. To level Eternal Peak up to level 8, we're still short a few 100,000 gold coins. Plus, based on the Divine Realm Guild's current reserves, adding that to the remaining materials you have, you'll need roughly 2.4 million gold coins, 80,000 wood, 70,000 eggs, 40,000 food, 20,000 metal, 50,000 leather, 40,000 herbs. That should get us to level 9. Right now, Divine Realm Guild has over 2,000 members, so there's no need to worry about manpower for the upgrade. If we want to reach level 9, I suggest we demand 1/3 of the upgrade cost as ransom. After hearing Fan Hanyu's suggestion, everyone gasped in shock. Even Cheng Qianma was a little surprised. Although he asked Fan Hanyu to give a baseline estimate, he had his own expectations in mind. That estimate was at least half of what Fan Hanyu proposed, which is why he was shocked. 2 captains and over 60 captives. Are they really worth that much? Would those 2 guilds really pay so much to rescue them? I can't help but feel they're not worth that kind of money. Cheng Qianma couldn't help but voice his doubt. After hearing it, Fan Hanyu showed a strange expression. Aren't you the guild leader of a level 7 guild at least? Don't you understand how valuable flying mounts are? 60 captives may not sound like much, but every single one of them has a flying mount. If we really kill them at the respawn site, their mounts will be scrapped too, not just the people. It's not just about casualties. The flying mounts will be wasted too. That's why those 2 guilds are bound to pay. Fan Hanyu is, after all, the leader of a level 9 guild. When it comes to experience, he far surpasses Cheng Qianma on the continent of Apocalypse. Whether an awakened one has a flying mount or not makes a huge difference in combat capability. Take Zhuo Bufan for example. He dared to charge into the Divine Realm Guild with over 400 people against more than 2,000 defenders. That says a lot. Even if the Divine Realm Guild is in decline now, they're not exactly pushovers. If Zhuo Bufan hadn't brought a full flying squad, there's no way he'd have the guts to be so cocky. That alone proves the point. Flying mounts are incredibly valuable. You have to understand, even 2 major guilds with immense power could only gather about 400 members for an airborne squad. Weaker guilds fared even worse. It's downright tragic. For any guild, flying mounts are considered core strength. The number of mounts directly determines the overall power of a guild. You can always recruit new people. But once a flying mount dies, it's not so easy to replace. Because of their scarcity, they're actually more valuable than people in a way. That's why Fan Hanyu was so sure. The two major guilds would definitely pay up to save those 60 flying mounts. Old Mo could never understand. Our guild hatches an emerald drake every 5 days now. Getting a top-tier dragon mount has become almost effortless. How could he possibly grasp the value of flying mounts? Huang Tian truly lived up to his opportunist nature. He seized the perfect chance to poke fun at Cheng Qianma. Hearing that, Fan Hanyu's confident expression froze awkwardly. He cursed in his heart. What kind of hell joke is this? Damn it. Rich people really do think on a completely different level than us poor folk. Just as Huang Tian said, with Cheng Qianma holding the Emerald Dragon Fang, a miraculous building in its own right. It's no wonder he can't understand how precious flying mounts are to everyone else. Cheng Qianma responded by instinctively kicking Huang Tian first, then showing a devilish grin. Since they're worth that much, we might as well raise the price a bit more. Chapter 6. Asking for a sky-high, the two furious guild leaders exploded. How do you losers even have the nerve to come back? I spent so much money training you all, and ended up losing almost 15% of our people. Zhuo Bufan and Leng Yushuan are absolute trash too. Didn't even use their heads before the battle started. Ren Tianhong flew into a rage after hearing about the airborne squad's crushing defeat. He was practically fuming at the table. It was like getting caught red-handed. Before him stood a line of messengers who made it back. Give me a detailed report on the battle at that time. Don't miss a single detail, or else, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ren Tianhong pointed to the guild member closest to him. His roar was thunderous, shaking everyone's ears. Reporting to the guild master, we lost this time mainly because Cheng Qianma suddenly showed up. His power was overwhelming, and he was riding a dragon mount over 8 meters long. What's even scarier is that this dragon looks almost exactly like the mythical dragons from our own Xia legends. All our flying mounts were completely suppressed by its terrifying aura. Then, before the guild member could finish his report, he was abruptly interrupted by Guan Ziping's harsh outburst. You? Say that again. Cheng Qianma personally showed up and was riding a rare dragon-type mount. At this point, he wasn't the only one stunned. Even Ren Tianhong felt his head buzzing. Before, he didn't think much of Cheng Qianma. After all, he had never fought him personally. But now, his mind was full of dread. Cheng Qianma alone was able to help the weakened Divine Realm Guild turn the whole tide of battle. He even managed to capture over 60 enemies alive. That level of power was earth-shattering. Sigh. With a monster like Cheng Qianma involved, you can't be fully blamed. Forget it. I'm guessing what he wants is ransom money. Just as Ren Tianhong finished speaking, outside the office door came a burst of hurried footsteps. Guild Master, Divine Realm Guild just sent an official notice. It lists the ransom demands in detail. The liaison from Nightmare Descent spoke with a worried look. Ren Tianhong had already expected this, so he didn't look surprised at all. I knew they were here for money. Their guild is in a phase of rapid development. They're short on both funds and resources. Go ahead. How much are they asking for? Ren Tianhong said with a gloomy expression. The liaison officer, knowing the exact ransom amount, looked a bit pale at the moment. They're asking for 1.2 million gold coins. When Ren Tianhong first heard the number, his brows instantly furrowed into dagger lines. What a greedy demand. Over 60 captives. And they dare ask me for 1.2. That's 20,000 per person on average. What a brilliant scheme. Though Ren Tianhong was cursing outwardly, he had more or less accepted the proposal in his heart, but there was no way he was paying it all himself. So he casually turned his head toward Guan Zip. President Guan, regarding this payment, Ren Tianhong didn't finish the sentence. He hoped Guan Ziping would take the hint and offer a number voluntarily. At that moment, in his mind, Guan Ziping had already cursed all 18 generations of Ren Tianhong's ancestors, because among the more than 60 captives, only about 40% were actually from Cloud Tyrant Guild. But judging from Ren Tianhong's tone just now, it was clear he wanted to split the cost 50/50ths to minimize his own loss. Ever since forming an alliance with Nightmare Descends, Guan Ziping had fully experienced what it meant to bow your head when under someone's roof. Back in their prime, Cloud Tyrant basked in glory. Now in decline, they were utterly miserable. Many guilds nowadays dare not associate with Cloud Tyrant, out of fear of offending Cheng Qianma and the Divine Realm University, both at their peak. Only Nightmare Descends, whose base was near Divine Realm Guilds, and a direct competitor at that, was willing to ally with Cloud Tyrant. So Guan Ziping had no choice but to compromise multiple times, just to keep the alliance going. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and said, we're allies, after all. We share burdens in tough times. We'll split the cost 50/50. Upon hearing that, Ren Tianhong instantly looked satisfied. But just then, the liaison officer, who had been previously cut off, was already trembling in fear. He realized that both guild leaders had completely misunderstood the situation. He thought Xing Qianma was only asking for 2.4 million gold coins. So not only did he not dare to keep talking, he even began to tremble uncontrollably. Ren Tianhong seemed to notice something was off. He frowned and said with displeasure, "What do you know? What kind of behavior is this?" It seemed that Guan Zipping knew Xing Qianma's style quite well, so he sensed that the liaison officer was hiding something. Suddenly, a bad feeling struck him. Then he subconsciously asked, "Is there something else you haven't said?" The liaison officer nodded instantly, almost as if relieved. "Spit it out. Damn it, you're killing the vibe." At that moment, Ren Tianhong still didn't realize how serious it was. He was just in a bad mood. After slightly calming himself down, the liaison officer clenched his teeth and quickly continued. "They also want 40,000 wood, 35,000 bullets, 20,000 food, 10,000 metal, 25,000 leather, and 20,000 herbs." After he finished speaking, the liaison officer felt a weight lifted off his shoulders. But Ren Tianhong and Guan Zip felt like they were struck by lightning. Their faces twisted in rage. Chapter 642. Western Market Comms. Mass Migration of Families. This ransom negotiation, after many twists, ended with the two guild leaders compromising. Even though Ren Tianhong was furious when he learned the full ransom and rejected it on the spot, he even threatened to pull his main forces and wipe out the Divine Realm Guild. But shortly after that, Divine Realm Guild sent a second notice, based on the contents of the letter. Calling it a final warning wouldn't be an exaggeration. Cheng Qianma made it clear, if the two guilds don't pay the full ransom, he'll immediately execute all 60+ captives, kill them all, and using the excuse of the first conflict, slaughter them to the very edge of At the same time, he would issue a bounty to the public. Anyone who could kill any core member over level 60 from either of the two major guilds would be rewarded with an emerald drake hatchling. When the two saw this bounty notice, they were both stunned. On one hand, they were shocked by Cheng Qianma's wealth. Offering a dragon as a reward? It would surely trigger a frenzy among the top players. By then, the core members of the two guilds would have no safety left at all. Although they were powerful, they couldn't possibly go up against countless guilds. If this plan took shape, then the two guilds would end up in serious conflict with many powerful players from other guilds. At that point, even without the bounty, fighting would break out endlessly, with such severe consequences. Ren Tianhong and Guan Zipping dared not even think further. And on the other hand, they finally realized something. Eternal Peak seemed to have the capability to mass-produce emerald drakes. Otherwise, there was no way they could be this generous. Killing a single level 60+ awakened could net someone an extremely rare dragon mount. It was a deal that was all profit, no loss. So once the bounty was made public, it would undoubtedly cause a huge stir. Ren Tianhong did consider exposing Eternal Peak's secret to the public, but Cheng Qianma's current prestige was simply too immense. No one would dare offend him lightly. Besides, there were too many complications, so after weighing all options, he ultimately chose to give up. In the end, the Divine Realm Guild, after receiving the resources and money they wanted, released all 60+ captives. When Zhuo Bufan and Long Yushuan left, their faces were full of fear. They no longer doubted Cheng Qianma's resolve. If he wanted to, he really would kill them back to their soul registry. Now that the resources were secured, everyone, follow me to Lingua City. With this, the initial mission of the Divine Realm Guild had been perfectly completed by Cheng Qianma. So once everything had settled, he gave the order to relocate. There were several reasons behind this decision. First, the Divine Realm Guild had now formed unresolvable feuds with both Nightmare Descent and the Yunba Guild. Cheng Qianma and the others couldn't stay here to protect them all the time. If the merger took too long, the Divine Realm Guild could really be in danger. So relocating early as a group was the best protection for them. Second, the resources Cheng Qianma had now could instantly upgrade Eternal Apex to level 8, and it was not far from level 9 either. By then, a large number of guild members would be needed to meet the upgrade requirements. If he wanted to recruit quickly, he preferred taking in members from the Divine Realm Guild. After all, the vast majority of them graduated from Divine Realm University, so he knew their background well. Therefore, bringing all 2,000+ members back to Lingua City was absolutely necessary. Lastly, Fan Hanyu had now been appointed as the vice guild leader of Eternal Apex. Cheng Qianma, from now on, wouldn't be spending much time at the base. She still had many things to handle. So whether the Divine Realm Guild members moved to Lingua City or not, Fan Hanyu was leaving regardless. But once she left, the Divine Realm Guild would become leaderless. For these three reasons, she had to bring everyone back to their base as quickly as possible. When the members of the Divine Realm Guild heard they could finally leave the Ridge Peak Plains, they all cheered with excitement. Such a barren and dangerous place. If they had a better choice, they would have left long ago. They thought. Even if the environment in Lingua City wasn't as good as the old base, it was still better than staying in this hellhole. So, everyone quickly started packing their things, so they could reach the destination faster. Half a day later, the Divine Realm Guild, over 2,000 members strong, finally set out together. except for a few elite members with flying mounts, who had to take turns patrolling the skies. The rest had to travel using land mounts. As for Chung Qianma and the others, they didn't go back ahead of them either. After all, a migration of this scale was bound to attract attention. Moreover, they would be passing through multiple guild territories along the way. It would be easy for others, without knowing the truth, to think the Divine Realm Guild was launching a surprise attack, which could lead to unnecessary conflict. Because of that, the Eternal Peak Squad also joined the aerial patrol team. Just like that, a week went by in a flash. Although the Divine Realm Guild had over 2,000 people, and everyone had land mounts. For safety reasons, they had to maintain a steady pace while advancing, to prevent ambushes from opportunistic enemies. But because of that, their travel speed was heavily slowed down. What should have taken just 3 or 4 days ended up taking a full 7 days, though the migration was long. Fortunately, when passing through other territories, both sides acted with restraint. No major conflicts broke out, and much of the credit for this peaceful journey was due to Qingdan's impressive display. And with such an exaggerated appearance, some guilds who had planned to cause trouble backed off after seeing the 8-meter-long Cyan Divine Dragon. They all felt a chill run down their spines, and when they realized that it was Chung Qianmo riding, they nearly wet themselves in fear. Any thought of blocking the road and robbing them vanished. So, 7 days later, the main force finally arrived safely at the Dark Forest. When they saw the towering, majestic walls of Eternal City, everyone looked utterly astonished. Chapter 643, Level 8 Guild Promotion, Official Integration. This is Are you kidding me? This place is way too prosperous. The foot traffic inside the city is even higher than ours at our peak. They actually have so many shops inside. Oh my god. Is the entire traffic of Lingua City gathered here now? When the Divine Realm Guild members saw the prosperity of Eternal City with their own eyes, everyone's mind went completely blank. Although Eternal Apex had fewer members than the Divine Realm Guild, in terms of population flow and commercial development, they completely crushed the competition. You have to understand, the Divine Realm Guild was a level 9 guild. Its scale far surpassed that of level 7 Eternal Apex. So, what they were seeing right now was truly abnormal. It could even be said, it completely overturned everyone's perception of guild development. Even Fan Hanyu herself was utterly stunned deep inside. Although she already greatly acknowledged Chung Qianma's strength, seeing it with her own eyes now still felt unbelievable. I'm kind of regretting boasting in front of you earlier. Now I just feel like I embarrassed myself. Fan Hanyu said to Chung Qianma with a helpless look. She originally thought that as the president of a level 9 guild, assisting a level 7 guild's development would be a piece of cake. But Eternal Peak's level of advancement completely exceeded her expectations. Now, she didn't even know where to begin. It's alright. You'll get used to it in time. You just have to believe in your abilities. Just like I believe in you. Chung Qianma gave a faint smile, his expression calm and composed. Fan Hanyu nodded, feeling the pressure weighing on her shoulders. Chung Qianma had entrusted such a well-established guild to her, and if she mismanaged it, she'd blame herself more than anyone else. You go ahead and organize the members of the Divine Realm Guild to enter the city in order. I'll upgrade the guild to level 8 first, to see how many more members we can hold. Even if the capacity isn't enough, with the resources I have on hand, it won't take long to reach level 9. After giving his instructions, Chung Qianma mounted Qing Dai and slowly flew into the city. He then opened the guild interface. Congratulations. Your guild now meets the requirements for upgrading to LV8. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Seeing the familiar message, Chung Qianma's lips curled slightly. He then pressed the upgrade button. In that instant, Eternal Peak's territory began expanding rapidly. The entire land began to shake violently. At that moment, neither the members of Eternal Peak nor those of the Divine Realm Guild showed any signs of panic. Because this scene clearly meant one thing. Eternal Peak was being upgraded. A few minutes later, the violent shaking finally stopped. Chung Qianma quickly checked the updated guild info. Guild name, Eternal Peak. Guild level, 8. Base name, Eternal City. Guild leader, Chung Qianma. Guild members, 1,198,240. Territory, 420 square kilometers. Occupied region. Subguilds, 12 in total, including Divine Realm Guild, level 9. Bloodfiend Guild, level 3. Galaxy Guild, level 5. Ashes Guild, level 4. Special buildings. Emerald Dragonfang, LV2. World Tree. Growth Phase, viewable. Special resources. Produces 15 units of life essence every 2 days. Hatches 1 emerald dragon egg every 5 days. Guild buildings. Ultimate training hall. Advanced housing. Guild warehouse. Guild quest board. Merchant facilities. Advanced blacksmith shops times 4. Advanced herb houses times 4. Advanced leather workshops times 4. Advanced engineering cabins times 3. Upgrade requirements. 200,000 wood units. 200,000. 100,000 ore units. 80,000 metal units. 100,000 leather units. 70,000 herb units. 6 million gold coins. Guild members must exceed 1,800. When Chung Qianma saw Eternal Apex's territory, had expanded to 420 square kilometers and occupied 82% of Linghua City's region. A smile appeared on his face. Then he opened the panel for Linghua City. It now showed that to gain control of Linghua City, only 12 million. It seems that with the guild level rising and further expansion into Linghua City's plots, once Eternal Apex reaches level 9, the purchase cost might drop to around 5 million instantly. Looks like taking control of the entire Linghua City region is just around the corner. Chung Qianma smiled as he checked the guild's current stockpile. Although there were still some resources missing to reach level 9, the gap wasn't that large. With the addition of the Divine Realm Guild, Eternal Peak's strength would see a major boost. Judging by their current income rate, it would take no more than about half a month to gather all the required materials. After leveling up to 8, Eternal Peak's member limit had increased to 2,400. That meant there were now 1,200 open slots. Old fan, go ahead and screen members from the Divine Realm Guild. Prioritize bringing in the strongest ones first. The rest can remain under the Divine Realm Guild. As an affiliated faction, we should be able to reach level 9 in about half a month. At the current rate of growth, we'll be able to accept the remaining members and even have space to spare. After some quick calculations, Chung Qianma gave Fan Hanyu the merge directive. Fan Hanyu nodded slightly after hearing it, clearly agreeing with the plan. Don't worry. Leave this to me. I'll set up more temporary housing to accommodate the rest of the guild members. I know you're a busy man. You'll probably be leaving Eternal City again soon. In half a month, I'll present you with a brand new Eternal Peak. Fan Hanyu patted his chest and spoke with great confidence. Now that he was new to the scene, he had to deliver an impressive performance to establish authority. Otherwise, his position as vice president would be hard to hold on to. All right, I'll be waiting for your good news, Chung Qianma said, reaching out his right hand toward Fan Hanyu. And then, an elder and a youth, their hands tightly clasped together. Eternal Peak's development was once again stepping onto the fast track. Chapter 644, Revisiting Old Grounds. Full team entry test. After arranging the guild's follow-up tasks, early the next morning, Chung Qianma led the Eternal Pinnacle team, along with Gu Qian, to collectively depart from the Tianxi continent. This time, he planned to take everyone to the Management Association's headquarters. At exactly 10 a.m., Chung Qianma and his group appeared at the main entrance of the Management Association's headquarters. Gu Zizhen, having received prior notice, as the headquarters representative, had come early to greet them. Although this was Gu Zizhen's second time welcoming Chung Qianma, the significance of the two occasions was entirely different. Previously, Gu Zizhen, as Chung Qianma's sponsor, naturally needed to act as a guide and welcome Chung Qianma. But today, it was because Chung Qianma's status had risen to the upper echelons of Xia Nation. Thus, his presence was akin to a peer-level reception. Instructor Chung, it's been a while. You've brought quite a few people today, haven't you? Though Gu Zizhen appeared calm on the surface, his gaze kept darting behind Chung Qianma. He noticed that the group Chung Qianma brought today was a study in extremes. There were people like Gu Qian, who appeared to be quite elderly, and then there was Lin Ruoshi, Huang Tian, and others, youngsters roughly the same age as Chung Qianma. Bringing so many people, what exactly was he planning? Surely he wasn't intending to get them all into the Yanlong Soul, was he? Gu Zizhen was extremely puzzled at the moment, though he had received prior notice from Chung Qianma about today's visit. He was unaware of his true intentions. At this moment, though he had some suspicions, was Chung Qianma thinking of recommending some people to join Yanlong Soul? But he seemed conflicted, because under normal circumstances, the people he brought today fell into two very different age groups, and those two age groups are both rare within Yanlong's soul. Only a freak like Chung Qianma could graduate at lightning speed like a rocket, and even become the youngest instructor in Xia Nation's history. If everyone were like him, Xia Nation would have stopped being a weakling long ago. It hasn't been that long. I just went to Apocalypse Continent to handle a few things. These people behind me, they're here today to take the Yanlong Soul entrance test. Chung Qianma didn't beat around the bush. He stated his intentions outright, and when Gu Zizhen heard it, though he had already guessed as much, he was still quite shocked. Chung Qianma recommending 7 people at once for Yanlong Soul? That seemed a bit too much. Although Gu Zizhen wasn't quite convinced, he didn't say it aloud. After all, Chung Qianma had created multiple miracles already, and he didn't want to eat his words later. No problem, come with me, Gu Zizhen said with a meaningful look. Although Chung Qianma was now the 7th instructor of Yanlong Soul, after being appointed, he hadn't spent even a minute on duty before running off, so he knew nothing about an instructor's responsibilities or the related procedures. That was exactly why he called Gu Zizhen over. He needed a guide who knew what they were doing. After taking office, Gu Zizhen walked him through all the procedures, then led Chung Qianma and the others to the entrance of the Hall of Honor, returning to a familiar place. Chung Qianma felt a wave of emotion as he looked around. He could still vividly recall the last time he came here to take the entrance exam. As soon as he stepped into the Hall of Honor, a loud, unified greeting rang out from inside. Greetings, Instructor Chung. Everyone instantly stood upright, their faces filled with admiration. Ever since Chung Qianma turned the tide during the hunting plan last time, after that unprecedented miracle, His reputation within Flame Dragon Soul reached its peak. Even Li Wenxuan couldn't compare. Although Cheng Qianma wasn't yet familiar with instructor duties, the management association's higher-ups, upon learning his intent, still gave him full respect. They didn't assign another instructor to monitor the exam. Instead, they gave him full authority. The meaning behind this was self-evident. It was complete, unwavering trust. They believed Cheng Qianma would uphold fairness, strictly assess the candidates he brought, without favoritism. Seeing the organized and respectful greetings, Wang Tian and the others couldn't help but show admiration. Who doesn't want to be respected? At that moment, they made a silent vow. One day, they too would shine like Cheng Qianma. They too wanted to achieve dazzling results. Gu Qian's emotions, however, were more complex. Before meeting Cheng Qianma, his only life goal was to become the owner of a high-level arena. Any greater ambitions were simply beyond his imagination. He thought that achieving that dream was already more than most could hope for. But after meeting Cheng Qianma, his life trajectory changed drastically. Watching Cheng Qianma and Eternal Apex grow step by step, his vision and perspective changed completely. For the first time, he wanted to follow a peerless genius like Cheng Qianma and carve out a sky of his own. So, even at his age, he still chose to come along and give it a try. He wanted to push himself hard to reach the incredibly difficult fourth evolution stage. Seeing what had just happened, his long-dormant heart was once again ignited. Cheng Qianma had reignited his passion. This is what a true powerhouse looks like in Xia Nation today. Gu Qian's fists clenched unconsciously. He was deeply moved. Cheng Qianma glanced at the expressions of his old friends beside him, and a slight smile curled on his lips. His main reason for bringing everyone here was to make use of his own, give them a shot of motivation. And as it turned out, his plan didn't just work. It worked extremely well. Everyone quiet down. We'll now begin the entrance evaluation. In the next second, all eyes shifted to the people standing behind Cheng Qianma. Chapter 645 ***. Stunning results. A full roster of monsters. Whoa. Except for one older guy. Everyone else looks so young. Do they really have what it takes to pass the test? I'm not so sure either. Maybe one or two of them will make it. After all, they're brought in by Instructor Cheng. That doesn't mean much. Just because Instructor Cheng is amazing, doesn't mean his people are too. Exactly. Everyone knows how ridiculously hard our Yanlong Soul tests are. There's no way it's that easy to pass. It's not like everyone's a freak like Instructor Cheng. As Cheng Qianma announced the start of the evaluation, the members of Yanlong Soul began whispering among themselves. Truth be told, it wasn't surprising that Huang Tian and the others weren't well regarded. They had all grown up under Cheng Qianma's wing, so of course they didn't stand out much. But in reality, compared to others of the same class and level, they held overwhelming advantages. Members of Yanlong Soul rarely paid attention to domestic affairs, just like they didn't know about Cheng Qianma at first. They didn't know much about Huang Tian and the others either, so it was understandable. But Cheng Qianma bringing everyone here today wasn't just to fire up the Eternal Peak team. It was also to give the members of Yanlong Soul a wake-up call. After Xia Nation took first place in the last hunting plan, a lot of Yanlong Soul members had let it get to their heads. Cheng Qianma didn't want that arrogance to keep spreading. So today, he called in every available member at HQ. Even a few of the team captains showed up on site. And at that moment, an old friend of Cheng Qianma's, Zhang Feixiong, appeared. Even several of the team captains had come to the scene. At this moment, Cheng Qianma's old acquaintance, Zhang Feixiong, arrived. He sat in the audience with a serious expression. As the general commander of the last hunting campaign, he understood Cheng Qianma better than anyone else. He was likely the only one here who had faith in the Eternal Apex squad. Could this entire group be freaks, just like him? Zhang Feixiong looked at the stage with a strange expression. Phase 1 of the squad entry test, combat power evaluation. Even though you're here under me, you must strictly abide by the rules of Flame Dragon Soul. If anyone fails to meet the standard, reflect on your own and head back. I will not give any special treatment. Cheng Qianma said sternly to the Eternal Apex squad. Though he trusted his own judgment and believed in everyone's strength, if something went wrong, if someone failed the test, he would not bend the rules because of personal ties. He had always been a man of principle. At that moment, the Flame Dragon Soul members in the audience all showed expressions of admiration. They completely agreed with what Cheng Qianma said. Flame Dragon Soul only accepts monsters, not trash. That's something no one can change. But after hearing what Cheng Qianma said next, they were all stunned. Line up in order now. Step onto the combat tester. You need to hit over 350,000 to pass. If you fail, then get out of here. Reflect on yourself. Cheng Qianma pointed calmly to one side of the Hall of Glory. He signaled Huang Tian and the others to head over. His tone was so casual. It was like he was just mentioning a mundane matter. But the audience's reactions were anything but ordinary. Back then, Li Wenxuan had deliberately raised the bar to test Cheng Qianma with a 350,000 threshold. That insane number, in the end, proved that Cheng Qianma, a peerless genius, could handle the challenge. But now, Cheng Qianma was doing the same thing. setting that insane requirement for the people he brought. Could they all really be peerless geniuses too? Such outrageous results. No one could believe it. However, weren't the least bit intimidated by Cheng Qianma's demands. On the contrary, they looked eager to go. That kind of reaction only made the members of Yanlong's soul more curious. Very soon, the LED screen on the power test machine began displaying the results one by one. Huang Tian, level 52, class, Sword God, combat power, 415,772. Ling Ruoshi, level 52, class, Bayana War God, combat power, 410,058. Wei Sheng, level 52, class, Dark Archlord, combat power, 418,879. Wang Fuguei, level 53, class, Vowed Angel, combat power, 426,855. Xiaoling, level 53, class, Dawn Vowbringer, combat power, 424,577. Li Mingho, level 51, class, Moonshadow Star Hero, combat power, 405,875. Gu Qian, level 65, class, Destroyer, combat power, 515,789. When everyone finished reading the results, the room erupted in shock. Holy crap. Not only did they all pass the test, even the one with the lowest combat power, they even scored over 400,000. That's insane. Each of them possesses combat power beyond their current level. Where on earth did Instructor Chung find these peerless geniuses? Since when did Xian Nation become so rich in talent? Are they all seriously going to pass? At this moment, no one could believe their own eyes. Even Gu Zizhen, who had remained skeptical, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He even suspected the combat power tester was broken. Cheng Qianma glanced at the crowd below the stage, and finally showed a faint smile. Even though he publicly pressured the members of the Eternal Apex squad just now, in truth, he wasn't worried at all that anyone would fail the test. Others might be shocked, but Cheng knew Huang Tian and the others like the back of his hand, so this outcome was expected. Come on. These people are all future candidates to reach the pinnacle of their professions. This kind of result was completely natural. If they didn't pass, that would have been strange. Even though Gu Qian was the only exception, at level 65, he had enough to get by. Very good. Looks like none of you have been slacking off lately. Next up, Phase 2 of the test, Endless Challenge, Chapter 646, Cheng Qianma's Pressure Tactics, Motivational Plan. See that square-shaped machine over there? You'll take the test in order again. Then, each of you will enter a void space. Inside, you'll face endless waves of attacks. For this round, my requirement is 30 minutes, and the number of cleared waves must be no less. Additionally, since Gu Qianli is at a higher level, his requirement is increased to 20 waves. Likewise, if anyone fails to meet the standard, just obediently go home. Cheng Qianma pointed into the distance and said calmly. Although Huang Tian and the others looked unfazed, showing no fear at all, the members of Flame Dragon's soul below the stage all widened their eyes. They finally realized that Cheng Qianma had been using his own standards from the past to evaluate everyone. Although the second stage only requires 15 waves, which is 5 less than his own back then, it's still an extremely high requirement. You have to know, the previous standard for new recruits in Flame Dragon's soul was only to last 10 minutes and clear no more than 8 waves. If members of Eternal Peak can actually pass, then their strength is truly astonishing. At the same time, Cheng Qianma didn't lower the bar for Gu Qian just because they were old acquaintances. He directly raised the requirement to match his own past standard. This clearly shows he has no personal. A few minutes later, Huang Tian was the first to step into the square machine. His consciousness quickly entered the void space. Instructor Cheng, where did you find these monsters? I'm starting to feel like Flame Dragon Soul's recruitment work has been quite incompetent. Gu Zizhen's attitude had completely changed by now. Based on what he had seen, he believed most of the people Cheng Qianma brought would likely pass the team assessment. So what concerned him now was Cheng Qianma's outrageous talent scouting ability. Why is even that so monstrous? So he asked in a teasing tone. Cheng Qianma thought to himself, these monsters were already recruited into my team before they ever made a name for themselves. How could you possibly have found them? Luck. Just luck. Cheng Qianma responded with a perfunctory smile. Gu Zizhen looked at his indifferent expression and couldn't help but get angry. He thought if Cheng Qianma had only found 1 or 2 peerless geniuses, that would still be understandable. But he found 7 of them in one go, and they were all unbelievably talented. What kind of heaven-defying luck would it take to achieve that? At this point, he even started to suspect that Cheng Qianma was the legendary child of fortune. All the good things seemed to fall right. As time passed by minute after minute, half an hour later, Huang Tian woke up smoothly. At the same time, the square machine also started reporting the results. Huang Tian, level 52, class, Sword God, duration, 30 minutes, repelled 16 waves of enemy attacks. When everyone heard his results, they all looked at him with envy. Because such performance was enough to prove that his true strength was fully aligned with his combat power rating, not a bit of it exaggerated. With that, No one questioned his ability anymore. Old Mo. My score's not bad, right? Hehe. As soon as Huang Tian woke up, he ran over to Cheng Qianma bragging. Though Cheng Qianma was genuinely happy for him, he didn't show it. Instead, he said sternly, in Soul of the Yanlong, hierarchy is strict. When addressing superiors, you are required to wear goggles or a plant mask. If you want others to respect you the same way, then climb your way up. The same goes for everyone here. Connections won't help you. Everything is based on strength and merit. Huang Tian had just spoken, without thinking it through. Now he seemed to sense the disapproving stares from the crowd, because the members of Soul of the Yanlong resented how disrespectful he was being to Cheng Qianma, who had made such great contributions. Even though his tone was flippant, it didn't mean he lacked manners. After realizing he had said the wrong thing, he sincerely apologized. Got it. Instructor Cheng, I'll be more careful from now on. In fact, Cheng Qianma didn't do this to throw his weight around. He wanted Huang Tian to quickly integrate into Flame Dragon's soul. After all, his personality is carefree, and he often causes trouble. He also tends to speak without a filter. If he wasn't given a little warning, he could easily cause conflicts later on. So, this was a way to remind him not to get too full of himself. After Huang Tian finished his assessment, Lin Ruashi and the other 6 members also entered the void space one by one. In the blink of an eye, over 2 hours passed. At this point, only Gu Qian hadn't completed the second stage, although it was taking a while. Every member of Flame Dragon's soul sat up straight in the audience. Their eyes were fixed unblinkingly on the square machine. At that moment, someone inside it was feeling particularly conflicted. That person was Lu Chengyan, who at first disliked Cheng Qianma, but later became one of his biggest admirers. He used to think he was exceptionally talented, until he met Cheng Qianma, and realized that there's always someone better. There's always a higher sky. Even so, he never thought he was inferior to others. Cheng Qianma was just too much of a monster. But today, he realized how foolish and childish his past thoughts had been. He finally understood that Cheng Qianma wasn't the only monster in this world. The ones out there now were just as terrifying. So, after this second wave of reflection, the last bit of pride and arrogance in Lu Chengyan's heart was gone. He decided to focus on improving himself from now on, and do his best to catch up with these geniuses. Actually, he wasn't the only one feeling this way. Many others did too. The other young members of Flame Dragon's Soul also quietly made up their minds to work harder. Cheng Qianma's motivational plan was finally bearing fruit. Over 10 minutes later, when Gu Qian stepped out of the square machine, all the results for Eternal Apex's members were finally revealed. At that moment, everyone looked at the team's report card in utter shock, because the results were just that impressive. Chapter 647. Sorry. In Soul of the Yanlong, Lin Ruashi, level 52, Bayana Battle God. Duration, 30 minutes. Repelled 16 waves of enemy attacks. Wei Sheng, level 52, Dark Demon Emperor. Duration, 30 minutes. Repelled 17 waves of enemy attacks. Wang Fuguwei, level 53, Crimson Angel. Duration, 30 minutes. Repelled 18 waves of enemy attacks. Xiaoling, level 53, Oathkeeper of Dawn. Duration, 30 minutes. Repelled 18 waves of enemy attacks. Li Mingho, level 51, Moonshadow Starweaver. Duration, 30 minutes. Repelled 16 waves of enemy attacks. Gu Qian, level 65, Destroyer. Duration, 30 minutes. Repelled 20 waves of enemy attacks. Aside from Huang Tian, whose score came out first, the remaining 6 all passed the test, and their performances were excellent. Calling it a perfect score report wouldn't be an exaggeration. Among the 6, Wei Xing and Li Mingho's results stood out the most. One of them, also level 52, endured one more enemy wave than both Lin Ruashi and Huang Tian. The other, despite being the lowest level, still matched the 16-wave benchmark. Both of them showed power beyond their current levels, which made Cheng Qianma very pleased. Of course, what we mean by beyond current level already surpasses others of the same class and level. Cheng Qianma instinctively compared them against each other internally. After all, comparing peerless talents to normal players is meaningless. Even if you win, there's no sense of achievement. Only when geniuses are compared to each other can it truly prove something. If you really compare them with outsiders, each and every one of Lin Ruashi's team would be considered top-tier monsters. Huang Tian, you little brat, you're no good. Daddy beat you this time. Better work harder from now on. Don't let Daddy look down on you. Wei Xing and Huang Tian have had several one-on-one father-son duels. Both have won and lost some, so neither is willing to admit defeat. They both call each other son. Today, Wei Xing's results barely edged out Huang Tian's. Naturally, he wouldn't miss this perfect, so he immediately opened his mouth to mock him. But Huang Tian wasn't the type to take it. When it comes to trash talk, he bows to no one. Enduring Wei Xing's taunts in silence was worse than death for him, so he quickly started to organize a comeback. He was ready to fire back, but then caught a glimpse of Cheng Qianma's friendly gaze, and instantly the words he was about to say were swallowed right back down. Only Wei Sheng, who had his back to Cheng Qianma, had no idea what was happening. He was still looking smug and proud. But the next second, what Cheng Qianma said made him feel like he'd fallen into an ice pit. Foreigner. Seems like you're pretty confident in your skills. How about this? The third stage is actual combat. My original plan was to select 7 opponents, for each of you from Flame Dragon's Soul, but seeing how smug and confident you are, I've decided to change that. Everyone else will proceed as planned, but your opponent will be me. It's been a while since we sparred. Let's use this to reconnect. The moment he said that, Huang Tian, but fortunately, he managed to hold it in with sheer willpower, though his body, uncontrollably, was trembling at a weird frequency. The rest of Eternal Apex's members didn't react as dramatically as Huang Tian, but they all smiled. They all thought Wei Xing really went overboard showing off this time, and ended up digging his own grave. Meanwhile, the members of Soul of the Yanlong below the stage looked at Wei Xing with pity. If it were up to them to choose, even if they had to fight several Soul of the Yanlong members alone, they would never choose that freak Qing Qianma. Who knows what bizarre tricks he might pull out next? Old Mo. No, wait. Coach Chung, you said it yourself earlier. Soul of the Yanlong always values absolute fairness. We're all newcomers here. How can you openly break the rules? Wei Xing, object with my real name. Please don't mess around. Right now, Wei Xing wished he could slap himself. Why did he have to show off earlier? He could have waited until the team test was over. There'd be plenty of chances to mock Huang Tian then. But now look what happened. While everyone else gets to fight Soul of the Yanlong members, he has to face that ancient monster. What if he doesn't hold back and eliminates me on the spot? By then, won't I never be able to lift my head in front of Huang Tian again? For Wei Xing, not being able to join Soul of the Yanlong wasn't nearly as bad as having Huang Tian trample all over him and being unable to fight back. That's the kind of guy he was. He cared about face. So now he immediately protested. But Cheng Qianma just listened and said teasingly, breaking the rules? Sorry. I represent the rules. Fair or unfair, that's not up to you. It depends on my attitude. Come on, I'll go easy on you. Cheng Qianma said the scariest words in the most casual tone. And yet the members of Flame Dragon's Soul below didn't find anything wrong with it. On the contrary, they thought it was natural. This just showed how terrifyingly high Cheng Qianma's status in Flame Dragon's Soul had become. At the same time, in the minds of the members, images of Cheng Qianma mocking enemy nations with a bloodthirsty smile suddenly resurfaced. It sent chills down their spines. Goosebumps broke out all over them. Some even started to feel sorry for Wei Xing. No. MOG. Wait. I mean, MO Lord. Spare me, please. I still want to live a few more years. Wei Xing was now filled with regret and pleaded repeatedly. But Cheng Qianmo remained unmoved. After carefully selecting opponents, he assigned each of the remaining 6 members of Eternal Peak an opponent for the third stage combat test. Then, he dragged Wei Xing to an open area. Come on. It's time for us to begin. Chapter 648. That unique silver weapon of yours, it's still usable? Did you hear? Yesterday, Instructor Chung brought back 7 people and made them all take the recruitment test. What's crazy is, all 7 of them actually passed. No way, seriously? A 100% pass rate. That's insane. Right. And what's more, their recruitment test requirements were absolutely brutal, and the requirements for their recruitment test were all absolutely insane. From what I've heard, in the final real combat test yesterday, a guy named Wei Xing fought against Coach Chung. He got his face swollen from the beating. Damn. That guy's guts are something else. He actually dared to go up against Coach Chung? Mad respect, he's got guts. Early this morning, another group of Soul of the Yanlong members returned to headquarters, and the moment they got back, they heard their teammates buzzing about yesterday's team entry test. Now in Soul of the Yanlong, pretty much everyone already knows about the Eternal Apex group. Each one of them is an outstanding genius. At the same time, everyone greatly admired Cheng Qianma, because not only is he fair and selfless, he enforces the rules impartially, and has a terrifyingly sharp eye for talent. Without a doubt, with the addition of Huang Tian and the others, Soul of the Yanlong has not only improved in strength, but also developed a more competitive atmosphere. It's a great thing for everyone. However, Cheng Qianma didn't know any of this. After settling the Eternal Apex team in, he was called out for tea early in the morning by Qin Feiyu. At the moment, he was sitting in Qin Feiyu's office, sipping fine Longjing tea. This tea, you can't buy it no matter how much money you have. Only a few old guys like us, who trade on seniority, can beg for a little bit. The rest of it has already been split among the higher-ups. Go on, have a taste and see what you think. Qin Feiyu smiled warmly as he brewed a pot of tea for Cheng Qianma. Cheng Qianma took a small sip and nodded repeatedly right away. This special edition Longjing tea really did have a unique flavor. Do you know why I specifically called you here today? Qin Feiyu asked with a grin. Cheng Qianma thought for a moment, then answered. After thinking for a moment, Cheng Qianma responded. Elder Qin's not trying to ask me for more people again, is he? Let me say this first. My abilities are limited. There are only so many good seedlings. If you want more, I'm not the one to come to. Qin Feiyu couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Although Cheng Qianma had guessed his intentions, he hadn't expected Cheng Qianma to speak so bluntly. He didn't even try to be polite, or at least fake concern by saying he'd keep an eye out. Not a word of that. His honesty left Qin Feiyu both amused and helpless. Sometimes, I really don't know if you're just clueless, or pretending to be. At least let me finish speaking, before rejecting me, okay? Jumping in like that makes me lose face. Though Qin Feiyu was complaining about Cheng Qianma, there wasn't a hint of annoyance on his face. On the contrary, he really liked Cheng Qianma's straightforward personality. That kind of interaction was much simpler and more efficient. Okay, my bad. Elder Qin, please continue. I'm listening. Cheng Qianma awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Of course I know talented people are hard to find, and I also know your time is extremely valuable. You can't possibly stay in Flame Dragon Soul for long. I heard you've been working on education reform in the Xia Nation's University Development Alliance. They say the brand new textbooks were all written by you alone. Qin Feiyu asked with a half smile. At that moment, Cheng Qianma finally understood what Qin Feiyu really wanted from him, so he got straight to the point. Elder Qin, are you asking me to a reform training program specifically for Soul of the Yanlong? Qin Feiyu has always preferred talking to smart people, and Cheng Qianma clearly belongs to the smartest kind, so talking to him is both easy and efficient. He nodded with a smile and continued speaking. Exactly. And I want the standards of this training program to be higher, preferably 20% higher than the current average across the whole team. If the results are good, and everyone keeps up, we'll raise the bar even further. As for reform costs, don't worry. My budget has no ceiling. Everything will be covered by the Management Association headquarters. Just go ahead and use the best possible conditions. Of course, I won't let you do this for free. If you have any requests, feel free to bring them up. After listening to Qin Feiyu, Cheng Qianma finally understood his ambition. He wasn't content with keeping Xia Nation at the top of the Eastern Zone. He wanted to one day lead Xia Nation beyond the Eastern Zone and into the ranks of the world's strongest. This goal perfectly aligned with Cheng Qianma's own ideals. So, Cheng Qianma had no reason to refuse. No problem. Leave it to me. As long as I get a full set of detailed information on all Soul of the Yanlong members within a week, I can provide a very rigorous training plan. Cheng Qianma replied with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu's eyes lit up. He had originally thought that Cheng Qianma might need a month or two to complete the reform proposal, but he didn't expect such efficiency to finish everything within a week. Good. Very good. The detailed information. I'll have someone deliver it to you tomorrow. If you need anything. As long as it's within my ability, I'll do my best to help you. Qin Feiyu was in a very good mood, so he took the initiative to offer Cheng Qianma a reward. Cheng Qianma hadn't expected any reward at first. After all, even if Qin Feiyu hadn't mentioned it, he would have done it eventually anyway. But then he thought it over. There actually was something he needed help with, so he slowly said, I need to upgrade my weapon, but I'm still missing a few key materials. Elder Qin, do you think? Qin Feiyu was surprised when he heard that. That unique silver weapon of yours, it can still be upgraded? Chapter 649. Qin Feiyu's shock was genuine. Yeah, it can still be upgraded. It just takes a ton of rare materials. Cheng Qianma scratched his head a bit sheepishly. After hearing that, Qin Feiyu's interest in the weapon instantly grew stronger. Show me the stats. Let me take a look. If it had been anyone else making this request, Cheng Qianma wouldn't have hesitated. He would have flat out refused. After all, the Flowlight Thousand Blade Fan was the core weapon that let him use skills from all classes smoothly. He'd never show it lightly. But on one hand, Elder Qin had helped him out of danger many times, and on the other hand, he was also the guardian of the Xia Nation. With his power and status, he wouldn't have any bad intentions, and might even offer valuable advice. So, Cheng Qianma generously revealed the attributes of the Flowlight Thousand Blade Fan. Since it was just the two of them in the room, there was no worry about anyone peeking. Very soon, when Qin Feiyu finished reading the attributes of the Flowing Light Thousand Blade Fan, an extremely vivid expression appeared on his face. This ridiculous piece of work. You really created it all by yourself? Qin Feiyu knew Cheng Qianma well, so he was very aware of his forging abilities. But even so, he still found it hard to believe that a weapon this monstrously overpowered could have been forged by a 20-year-old young man. If it really was, not just Xia's blacksmiths, but the whole world's smiths would go crazy. They'd all cry themselves to sleep. Cheng Qianma thought for a moment, then replied a bit sheepishly. Actually, the blueprint for this weapon wasn't done by me alone. When I was younger, I happened to meet two legendary masters, Yi and Su. I was fortunate enough to study under them for a while. The original concept for the Flowing Light Thousand Blade Fan was actually created by those two masters. I was just standing on the shoulders of giants and made some minor adjustments to the materials. Just thinking about those two masters from his previous life left Cheng Qianma with a mix of emotions. If this world had traces of them too, it would be such a beautiful thing. There were far too many legends about them. Now, all Cheng Qianma could do was leave their mark on this world of Blue Star in his own way. After listening to Cheng Qianma's explanation, Qin Feiyu's eyes lit up. I didn't know Xia Nation had such legendary masters. Where are they living now? I'd like to visit them in person. Chung Qianma knew that Teacher Qin wanted to pay them a visit, and possibly convince them to come out of seclusion. After all, Xia Nation was in dire need of strong support. With the help of those two, countless people would benefit. But at this moment, Chung Qianma could only scratch his nose awkwardly. Then said, "Those two elders treat fame and fortune like dirt, and are used to a secluded life. They don't wish to be disturbed by the outside world." Chung Qianma thought to himself, if it were possible, I'd want to invite the two of them out myself. If that happened, Xia Nation would rise instantly. The problem is, I just can't do it. So in the end, he could only cover it up with a well-meaning lie. Qin Feiyu looked a little disappointed at first when he heard this, but quickly returned to normal. He sighed softly, and said, "Forget it. Since the two great experts are unwilling to reveal anything, I won't force it either. But luckily, I have you. That alone makes this trip to Xia Nation worth it. Now tell me, what materials are you missing? With my connections and influence, I should be able to help you get them." Letting go of unrealistic hopes, Qin Feiyu finally steered the conversation back on track. As one of the top figures in Xia Nation, he naturally had confidence in solving Chung Qianma's material problem. In fact, that was exactly what Chung Qianma was counting on. Otherwise, with his personality, he wouldn't have asked for help so directly. My weapon is currently at stage 2. To upgrade it to stage 3, I need 1 main material and 5 secondary materials. The main material is prickle crystal iron. Among the secondary ones, I already have azure vine and black heaven silk. The remaining 3 are flameflow earth, sunset mystic stone, and void sand. After hearing Chung Qianma list his needs, Qin Feiyu, who had been so confident, suddenly widened his eyes. He even thought his ears were playing tricks on him. Are you sure you're just upgrading a unique weapon and not forging a legendary divine artifact? Forget the main material. Even any one of those secondary materials could be used to forge an excellent weapon on its own. And you're just upgrading your weapon. Yet you need this many rare materials? And that last one, void sand. I've never even heard of it. Now Qin Feiyu finally understood why the Flowlight Thousand Blade fan was so extraordinary. To think it could have such terrifying stats. Chung Qianma's extravagance was completely beyond his imagination. Now he really felt like he'd been slapped in the face. He'd just said he could help Chung Qianma with materials, and now he couldn't even identify them all. It was a little awkward. Chung Qianma seemed to pick up on Qin Feiyu's thoughts, so he chose to keep quiet and didn't press any further. After a long while, Qin Feiyu finally spoke after some thought. Although Liantu and Remnant Sun Mystic Stone are incredibly rare, especially since the Remnant Sun Mystic Stone is produced in a territory that belongs to another country, I'll figure something out. I can still help you get your hands on them. As for the final material, void sand, there I'm truly out of options. Chung Qianma was surprised after hearing that. He hadn't expected the Remnant Sun Mystic Stone to be located outside of Xia Nation. No wonder he hadn't found any clues about it earlier. This was clearly different from how things were in his past life. Seeing Chung Qianma, Qin Feiyu assumed he was disappointed. So he changed his tone and said, "While I don't know where to find void sand, I can introduce you to someone." But Chung Qianma's silence was not due to disappointment at all. He was already extremely grateful that Qin Feiyu could help him get 2 of the materials. There was no way he wasn't satisfied. In fact, he had already planned to slowly investigate the whereabouts of void sand on his own. He hadn't expected Qin Feiyu to turn around and give him a glimmer of hope. "Who is it?" Chung Qianma asked eagerly, full of anticipation. Seeing how impatient Chung Qianma looked, a certain person's image immediately appeared in Qin Feiyu's mind. Then, with a teasing smirk, he said, "A very interesting man." Chapter 650. Full Team Special Training. Clearing the Heart. It had already been a week since Chung Qianma's private discussion with Qin Feiyu. During this week, Chung Qianma worked based on Soul of the Yanlong's real situation. He developed an entirely new training program. At the same time, Qin Feiyu used his connections to actually help him obtain Flameflow Earth and Sunset Mystic Stone. These 2 materials were extremely rare. Although Chung Qianma didn't say much, he was deeply grateful in his heart. He made up his mind to never let Elder Qin down. Later, he issued special training orders to all members of the Eternal Peak Squad, demanding that they undergo an unprecedented hellish training program in Flame Dragon's Soul. If they couldn't reach captain level, they weren't allowed to return to Eternal City. As for Gu Qian, because of his special circumstances, his only hope in life was to step into the 4th advancement. So Chung Qianma used this opportunity to handpick 4 elite warriors from within Flame Dragon's Soul who were level 65 and above. Together with Gu Qian, they would form a special dungeon raiding team. During this time, they would be exempt from all other tasks. This setup was entirely designed by Chung Qianma. So in a way, this was a pilot program within Flame Dragon's Soul. If it proved effective, it could be promoted on a large scale later. When Gu Qian learned about Chung Qianma's plan, he was almost overwhelmed with joy. At the same time, he was incredibly thankful for everything Chung Qianma had done for him. Such a luxurious setup. He never even dared to dream of it before. You have to understand, the higher a person's level, the rarer they become. And their status and influence increase as well. Most awakened beings above level 60 have a hard time finding peers at similar levels. After all, they need to maintain their status and personal networks. There are far too many responsibilities on their shoulders. Only the members of Flame Dragon's Soul are completely independent from any faction in the lower nation. They don't have to worry about outside matters. That's the only reason they could be gathered. But most of the members, there's a mandatory battle merit requirement every month. If you don't meet it, you'll face punishments of varying degrees. If Chung Qianma didn't currently hold overwhelming prestige and wasn't so closely tied to Qin Feiyu, Soul of the Yanlong would never have had the boldness to exempt the upgrade squad from their merit tasks. After arranging everything, Chung Qianmo returned alone to Divine Domain. After all, Lin Ruashi would be staying with Soul of the Yanlong for a while, whether public or private. She needed to report back safely. At the same time, it had been a long time since she last visited. There were some matters to address. At exactly 2 p.m., Chung Qianma appeared punctually at the gate of Divine Domain University. The moment she appeared, she immediately caused a stir throughout the entire campus. In no time at all, a large crowd of students surged toward the gate. With the full restructuring of Xia's university system, the status of Divine Domain University had risen significantly. Although it still hadn't returned to its former glory, in terms of overall strength, it had successfully made it back into the top 10 in Xia Nation. Now that Cloud Tyrant Academy was in decline, it wouldn't be long before Divine Domain University once again reached the summit. As she looked at all the junior students around her, Chung Qianma politely greeted people as she walked. She knew these people were the future of Xia Nation, so she felt it was necessary to set a proper example for them to follow. Thus, she didn't put on airs. Wherever Chung Qianma passed by, cheers erupted from both sides of the road. Now, the name Chung Qianma held irreplaceable significance in the hearts of Xia's younger generation. Every one of them regarded Chung Qianma as a lifelong role model to learn from. Soon, a familiar face appeared before Chung Qianma. It was none other than Lei Junjie, the director of academic affairs at Divine Domain University. Looking at the radiant Chung Qianma, Lei Junjie was filled with emotion. Just a year ago, even in her wildest dreams, she would never have imagined Chung Qianma could grow this fast. At that moment, she was smiling faintly at Chung Qianma. Then she spoke gently. Principal Lin has been waiting in the office for quite some time now. You should go. Chung Qianma nodded slightly in response, then waved to the juniors behind him. Everyone, keep working hard. The future of the lower nation depends on you. I've got things to do, so I'll be heading off now. With that, Chung Qianma's figure gradually disappeared into the crowd, but the cheers behind her didn't die down in the slightest. In fact, they only grew louder. Lei Junjie watched Chung Qianma and joked, "That guy's influence is terrifying now." Among the students, who knows, maybe even Principal Lin doesn't speak as effectively as she does. 10 minutes later, Chung Qianma appeared in Lin Zhao's office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Chung Qianma gave a quick update on Lin Ruashi's current situation. Lin Zhao chuckled and said, "You really didn't have to report back to me in person. Leaving Ruashi in your hands. This old man has no worries at all." Chung Qianma was no fool. There was no way she didn't understand the deeper meaning in Lin Zhao's words. She scratched her head, a bit embarrassed, then smoothly shifted the topic. "This time I came back. It wasn't just to report on Ruashi's condition. I also have some good news that I wanted to share with you." The moment Lin Zhao heard good news, he immediately perked up. He quickly adjusted his posture to listen. "I recently returned to the Apocalypse continent and successfully persuaded President Fan. I've now fully absorbed the Divine Realm Guild into Eternal Peak." As soon as Chung Qianma finished speaking, Lin Zhao's face immediately showed a trace of concern. His voice trembled slightly as he said, "That child has let go." Chung Qianma smiled and nodded in response. She knew that although Fan Hanyu hadn't said it outright, his willingness to bring his whole family to join her meant he no longer held grudges over what happened back then. It was just that he couldn't bring himself to say it openly, so he never voiced it. From the tone Lin Zhao had just spoken in, she had always treated Fan Hanyu like her own child. After all, Fan Hanyu was around the same age as her son. Good. I'm glad you're back. Now my last regret is resolved. Thank you." Unconsciously, Lin Zhao's eyes had already become moist. Chapter 651, Miasma Swamp. The mysterious man Ashi. After informing Lin Zhao that the Divine Domain Guild had merged into Eternal Apex, Chung Qianma only stayed one night at Divine Domain University. She spent the entire night reviewing and organizing the current academic plans of the university. After all, the university was developing rapidly now, and the old plans were falling behind. Early the next morning, she didn't linger for long, but instead returned directly to the continent of Apocalypse, because now, she needed to find someone who could help her locate Void Sand. Old Qin had been rather cryptic earlier, telling her to look for someone named Ashi. But the problem was, she'd already been stuck in this cursed place for 3 whole days. Forget finding the person who could even tolerate a place like this. Just like Chung Qianma was grumbling aloud, she had been searching for 3 days in a place called Misty Swamp. She was very familiar with Misty Swamp. It was a level 55 average zone on the map. The temperature there stayed above 45 degrees Celsius year-round, and the humidity was extremely high. Just walking around inside would make your entire body soaked. It was extremely unpleasant. If Chung Qianma didn't have such high endurance, she would have given up long ago. To make things worse, Although the temperature dropped at night, a bunch of strange things would suddenly appear. Miasma that can move freely. Miasma is far more dangerous than heat and humidity. If an awakened one inhales too much of it, they'll develop a debuff called rot. Rot causes the skin to crack and itch all over. Even worse, the debuff lasts for an astonishing 6 hours. At first glance, this debuff may not seem harmful, just some physical discomfort. No big deal, right? But the problem is, due to the constant dampness and heat in the miasma swamp, it's swarming with all sorts of poisonous insects. To them, the cracked skin of an awakened one is the most delicious feast, so the moment they catch a whiff, they'll swarm over. It's absolutely terrifying. Facing such a hostile environment, Chung Qianma couldn't understand how someone named Ash. Although the miasma swamp is large, she wasn't exactly slow. In 3 days, she'd basically searched every area. So where was Ash? Could Elder Qin's intel be wrong? Or maybe Ash just wasn't home? No matter how she looked at it, Chung Qianma didn't believe this place was livable for humans, so she began considering other possibilities. But just then, a silver-banded snake slithered past not far from her. Then something surprising happened. After crawling for several seconds, the snake's body began to distort, as if light itself was bending around it. No, something's off ahead. Chung Qianma's expression turned serious at the discovery. She immediately ran in the direction the snake was heading. A few seconds later, it felt like her body had passed through a doorway. The scenery around her suddenly changed. She had been in a hot and humid forest. Now she was in a peaceful village, filled with birdsong and blooming flowers. Seeing this, Chung Qianma's eyes narrowed sharply. Even someone as experienced as her couldn't help but feel shocked deep inside. Where is this? Just as Chung Qianma was still wondering, a cheerful voice rang out not far away. A friend from afar has come. Is that not a joy? You must be Chung Qianma. Chung Qianma looked toward the voice and saw a thin middle-aged man drinking tea in a small pavilion. Then her expression shifted in surprise, because that man was none other than the Ashi she had been searching for. But beyond that, what surprised her even more was that Ashi looked no older than 40 years old. Yet he was a level 73 fourth-tier powerhouse, a genius like Chung Qianma suddenly found herself very interested in Ashi, but Ashi seemed to have read her thoughts and chuckled as he said, "You're surprised I look so young, aren't you? Hee. Sometimes appearances are far from reality, just like how you wandered the miasma swamp for 3 days straight, before finally discovering this refractive door. You walked past it at least 5 times, but never noticed. Come sit. The longjing I have here is 10 times better than old Qin's." After hearing that, Chung Qianma felt like she had just grasped something, but the feeling passed in a flash. She could only sigh and step into the pavilion. "Here, have a sip." Ashi pushed a teacup with a faint look of anticipation on his face. "Give it a taste. See if the flavor isn't way stronger." Chung Qianma recalled how Qin Feiyu had described Ashi, saying he was an interesting person. Now she finally understood the meaning behind those words. Originally not expecting much, Chung Qianma took a small sip and immediately sensed a powerful, fragrant freshness. Good tea. Chung Qianma couldn't help but praise loudly. It was only then she realized. So Ash wasn't bragging after all. The Longjing tea here was indeed many times better than what she'd had at Elder Qin's place. Just this small detail alone made her all the more hopeful of finding void sand. Because as far as she knew, Elder Qin's tea was a special national-grade supply from Xian Nation, absolutely top-tier in quality. Normal people couldn't even dream of tasting it. Yet Ash had tea that was not only better, but much better. That meant her influence was beyond imagination. She finally understood why Elder Qin sent her to find Ash. Ash, hearing Chung Qianma's praise, immediately revealed a proud expression, as if she had just defeated Qin Feiyu himself. Seeing she was in a good mood, Chung Qianma struck while the iron was hot. "Senior Ash, have you ever heard of void sand?" The next second, Ash's smiling face immediately froze, replaced by an odd expression. Chapter 652. God, it feels great to be rich. What do you need void sand for? Most people would never use something like that, Ash asked with a strange look. Chung Qianma lit up the moment she heard that. So Elder Qin had been right. Ash really did know about void sand. "To be honest, Senior, I needed to upgrade a weapon. And void sand is one of the required secondary materials." By now, Chung Qianma clearly understood Ash wasn't just any ordinary person, so she didn't beat around the bush. She chose to speak plainly. Not that she liked going in circles anyway. Ash was a little surprised when she heard that. "Do you even know the value of void sand? And you're just using it as a secondary material? Don't tell me you're forging a legendary divine weapon." Truthfully, Chung Qianma only knew void sand's value in her previous life. It was indeed a rare upgrade material, but not exactly unattainable. However, after transmigrating to this world, a lot of rules had changed. So she honestly couldn't say. She still understood void sand very well. "I know it must be extremely valuable, but without it, my weapon can't advance to the 3rd stage. So please, Senior, guide me." As soon as Ashi heard that weapons had stages, his eyes lit up instantly. Then, with great interest, he asked, "What level of forging are you at?" Chung Qianma wasn't blind. Of course she understood what that look of anticipation meant. She was delighted inside. She wasn't afraid of the work, just afraid Ashy wouldn't be interested. I'm currently an advanced forger, Chung Qianma answered truthfully. Ashy's face instantly lit up with joy, and he pulled a blueprint out of his pocket. Here, take a look at this blueprint first. Without even asking if Chung Qianma agreed, Ashy shoved the blueprint into her hands. Chung Qianma but still examined it carefully. A few minutes later, a strange expression appeared on her face. Such a complex and high-level forging blueprint. Where had Ashy gotten it? At the same time, she finally understood Ashy's true intention. Senior, you want me to forge this unique parrot weapon for you? Ashy nodded quickly, his eyes full of eager anticipation. I've shown this blueprint to many high-level blacksmiths, but they were all damn useless. Forget forging it. They couldn't even understand the blueprint. The materials I've prepared have piled up into mountains. I've been wasting years for nothing. So, with your skill, can you forge it? Chung Qianma had already examined the difficulty level was indeed very high. It was perfectly normal for average advanced blacksmiths to not understand it. If they could understand it, that would be the strange part. In fact, you could even say, this blueprint for the unique parrot weapon, even if given to a grandmaster blacksmith, they'd barely be able to understand it. Actually forging it successfully would not only take an immense amount of time, but would also carry an extremely high chance of failure. And precisely because the blueprint is so complex, the materials the parrot requires aren't just varied. They're also needed in large quantities. What's even more frustrating is, Ash just casually said the materials were piling up like mountains. That means her wealth must be absolutely insane. If anyone else had said something like that, Chung Qianma probably would have just sneered in disbelief. If it were Asura, he might actually believe it. After all, the refractive gate they just passed through clearly looked expensive, and the environment they were in now was completely different from the miasma-filled swamp outside. It had to be Asura's doing again. Someone capable of such feats, and even personally recommended by Elder Qin, couldn't possibly be poor. So in Chung Qianma's view, Asura had his reasons for stockpiling so many forging materials. After all, forging weapons carries a high failure rate. If the forging fails, all materials will be wasted. If he could collect more materials now, he could ensure the item on the blueprint would be successfully crafted with 100% certainty. Anyway, he had prepared multiple sets of materials. If forging failed, he could just try again. Maybe this is what a truly wealthy life looks like. If money can solve it, then it's not really a problem, like mountains of materials, easily handled with cash. But the problems that money can't solve, those are the real headaches. Like how to find a master with top-tier forging skills. Asura, who had been frustrated for a long time, seemed to see hope again today. That's why he had a look of anticipation. But what Chung Qianma said next left him a little disappointed. Senior, I can understand the blueprint, but my current forging level isn't high enough to perfectly craft the item on the blueprint. I must reach the level of a grandmaster blacksmith. I'm sorry, I probably won't be able to help. Although Chung Qianma really wanted to help. After all, if he could get Asura to owe him then the problem with the Taishu killer would be easy to handle. For someone like Asura, a favor was incredibly valuable. But the problem is, Chung Qianma's current forging level is indeed not enough. He couldn't possibly deceive Asura just to get what he wants. Such a dirty trick is something he would never do. So in the end, he could only tell the truth. However, at that moment, Asura burst into laughter. I thought it was something serious. Aren't you already an advanced blacksmith? If your level isn't enough, then train. I've got tons of materials here anyway. If it's still not enough, I'll have someone deliver more. You don't have to worry about materials. Train however you want. I'll cover all the costs. Hope you reach Grandmaster Blacksmith soon. Asura said the most extravagant in the calmest tone. Chung Qianma couldn't help but laugh helplessly. He just wanted to sigh. Being rich feels so damn good. Chapter 653. Come on. Let me show you something nice. Chung Qianma originally thought he already counted as a rich person, but compared to Asura, he was still far behind. As everyone knows, blacksmithing is one of the most expensive life sub-professions. For a regular high-level blacksmith to reach grandmaster level, even without considering talent for enlightenment, just maxing out the experience requires an uncountable amount of rare materials. Otherwise, high-level blacksmiths on the market wouldn't be so rare. They're made with cold hard cash. But in Asura's case, money to him was like something he could throw away on a whim. Even though he had only just met Chung Qianma for less than 5 minutes, he was already willing to give him a mountain of materials to support him in training up to Grandmaster Blacksmith. Such bold and carefree character, it truly defied logic. It was hard to comprehend, but he went ahead and did it anyway. Now Chung Qianma finally understood why Elder Qin called Asura an interesting man. Since you're being so generous, senior, it would be rude of me to decline, but there's still one problem. What problem? Go on, tell me. Seeing that Chung Qianma had accepted his request, Asura was in great spirits. She felt like her luck over the past few years had truly been awful, but now it finally felt like her hardships were over. The unique weapon on the blueprint finally had a chance to see the light of day again. Even if I max out my experience as a high-level blacksmith, I'll still need to return to the blacksmith guild to take the trial. Senior, the nearest capital city from here is quite a distance away, so I'm afraid I'll need you to wait a little longer. Although Chung Qianma was confident he wouldn't get stuck at the Grandmaster threshold, he still needed to return to the blacksmith guild in the main city to advance. That was something no one could change, even with Qingdai, whose flight speed was far superior to a normal mount. The miasma swamp was just too remote. Even traveling to the nearest major city would take at least a full week round trip. Chung Qianma knew Asura was itching with anticipation, hoping to get the finished weapon soon, so he asked for more time to patiently wait. But to his surprise, after hearing that, Asura responded with a teasing smile. That's not a problem at all. Come, let me show you something cool. Soon after, Asura led Chung Qianma to a stone monument. Then with a wave of his hand, the monument burst into a dazzling light. This is a private teleportation gate. Even the sharp-tongued and composed Tan Thien Mac is utterly shocked at this moment. Asu's old friend has once again exceeded his expectations. Portals are generally divided into two types. The first and most common type is called a guild portal. Back when the nightmare descended, the portal connecting to the Vanba Guild belonged to this type. Guild portals can only be set up within a stronghold and cannot be placed elsewhere. Thus, they inherently have severe geographical limitations. The second type is the extremely rare private portal. These belong to individuals and have no restrictions. They can connect to anywhere you want, as long as both ends of the portal remain intact. But precisely because private portals are more effective, their cost far exceeds that of guild portals. A conservative estimate places the value of a single private portal at over 20 million gold coins. So, Asu is truly a wealthy man in every sense. You're right. This is my private portal. Its other end connects to the advanced main city, Sun Lam City. When you need to advance to Master Blacksmith, you can simply teleport there. Asu said calmly. Tan Thien Mac nodded after listening. Since Asu had prepared everything perfectly, he had no worries left. In that case, I'll give it my all. Tan Thien Mac has always been very composed. Though he agreed to Asu's request, he didn't mention a word about the Taihu shark. Such magnanimity and perspective made Asu feel very comfortable. He sighed inwardly. This one is truly teachable. Of course, I won't let you help for nothing. The Taihu shark is extremely precious, but I know someone who possesses it. As long as you help me craft the silver weapon from the blueprint, I'll take care of getting the Taihu shark for you. Asu patted his chest confidently. His expression was full of confidence. Chung Qianma believed he wasn't lying, so he cupped his hands and took his leave. He was determined to raise his forging level to the maximum as fast as possible. About 10 minutes later, Asura brought him to an incredibly luxurious blacksmith shop. Not only was it fully equipped with all kinds of tools, but every item was of top quality. If any blacksmith saw the setup of this workshop, they'd probably drool on the spot. The materials are in the back hall. None of them are locked. Use whatever you need. Take anything you want. I won't get in the way of your leveling. I'll leave your meals in the front hall every day. If you're hungry, just come out and eat. With that, Asura turned and left the workshop without looking back. He wasn't the least bit worried that Chung Qianma would secretly pocket rare materials. That kind of unconditional trust made Chung Qianma feel at ease. Truly an extraordinary man. All right then, time to get started. Chung Qianma smiled faintly as he watched Asura walk away, then headed into the back hall to select materials. He began his journey of advancement. But what he didn't know was, after Asura left the workshop, the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Qin Fei Yu, I've repaid your favor. From now on, don't come bothering me again. Chapter 654, The Soul of Sparrow Bane. Maxed out In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. During those 10 days, aside from eating and sleeping, Chung Qianma was entirely holed up in the workshop to level up faster as a high-level blacksmith. He even limited himself to just 5 hours of sleep per day. Now, his forging grind was finally nearing its end. Only a tiny bit more, and he would qualify for the Grandmaster Blacksmith Certification Test. At that moment, Chung Qianma's hammer was striking the iron billet at incredible speed. The temperature of the furnace beside him also reached a staggering 850 degrees, 998, 999, 1000. Done. After striking 1000 times in a row, the iron billet on the spike finally reached perfection. At this moment, it looked like a long and slender thorn. Heated up, Chung Qianma decisively placed the iron billet into the furnace at 850 degrees. Then he took a red crystal from the materials box and tossed it in. Make or break. In an instant, the red crystal melted and turned into countless glowing streams that perfectly fused into the iron billet. Soon, the tip of the thorn changed from gray to a blood-red color. Even heat ripples floated along its surface. It's done. Excitement flashed in Chung Qianma's eyes. The final difficult step had been overcome. Only the last step remained before completion, quenching. Chung Qianma pulled the newly forged thorn out of the furnace and placed it into cool water to quench it. With a sharp sizzle, The thorn's temperature began dropping rapidly. Steam burst out in large amounts, filling the entire room with thick smoke. 2 minutes later, the quenching was complete, and a message appeared in front of Chung Qianma. Congratulations, successfully forged unique silver weapon. Soul of Chuexia. Gained 50,000 forging experience. Congratulations, current forging EXP has reached 5,000/5,000 max value. In your forging technique, you may now take the promotion exam. Soul of Chuexia. Grade. Unique. Silver. Weapon type. Two-handed. Base damage. 320. Attack speed. 1.2. The lower the number, the faster it is. Plus 30 strength. Plus 25 agility. Plus 20 spirit. Plus 15 constitution. Durability. Never wears out. Item level. Level 90. Effect 1. Increases battle mage rune cap by 3 and boosts rune damage by 20%. Effect 2. Increases attack speed by 15% and crit rate by 10%. Effect 3. Reduces combo count needed to upgrade to medium and large runes by 30%. After reading the stats of the Soul of Sparrowbane, a bright smile finally appeared on Chung Qianma's face. Compared to maxing out his forging experience, successfully crafting the Soul of Sparrowbane made him even happier. He lightly swung the Soul of Sparrowbane. Instantly, a piercing sound sliced through the air. He smiled slightly. Since I'll never see that senior again, then let your weapon be reborn once more. With the addition of Flame Rune Essence, the new version of Soul of Sparrowbane was significantly stronger than before. I'll find someone worthy of wielding the Soul of Sparrowbane. Its legendary reputation as a silver-tier weapon must live on. Chung Qianma stored the Soul of Sparrowbane in his spatial inventory, then turned to look behind him. At that moment, the workshop was filled with all kinds of weapons and equipment. They weren't just piled up like mountains. They also had astounding stats. Every single one of them was a product of Chung Qianma's painstaking effort. Any one of them could sell for a fortune at an auction. They could easily fetch a sky-high price. Yet he only took the Soul of Exorcism for himself, leaving all other items in the blacksmith forge. Soon, he stepped out of the forge where he had spent 10 full days, feeling the warm sunlight and breathing in the fresh air. Tan Thien Mac felt incredibly refreshed. At that moment, someone slowly approached from a distance. In just 10 days, you maxed out your forging experience? Asu said. Though he doesn't know much about forging, he has met many master blacksmiths over the years, so he knows that gaining forging experience is an extremely slow process. If Tan Thien Mac really maxed out his advanced blacksmith experience in just 10 days, there are only two possibilities. First, before he started, he was already very close to leveling up, allowing him to fill the remaining experience in just 10 days. Second, the items he forged were of exceptionally high quality, resulting in far more experience per forge than an average blacksmith would earn. Asu's intuition told him that Tan Thien Mac was likely the latter. As expected, I did max it out, but the materials used were quite substantial. Also, I'll cover the related costs and pay you back later. Tan Thien Mac felt that being able to level up his forging for free was already an immense advantage. After all, he had accumulated a whopping 500,000 experience points. If the consumed materials were converted to gold coins, it would be an astronomical figure. So, he didn't want to take further advantage of Asu. Thus, he only took the Soul of Exorcism and insisted on paying for it. As for the remaining items, he considered them compensation for Asura. But when Asura heard that, he burst out laughing. Are you looking down on me, kid? Forget the stuff in the forge. It's barely worth anything. Even if it was valuable, I wouldn't take it. As long as you can successfully forge the item on the blueprint, that'll be the best reward. You've worked hard these past days too. I've prepared a room for you, just ahead on the right. Rest well for a day. You can head to Shanlin City tomorrow, no rush. After saying that, Asura had no intention of checking the forge, and simply left with a smile. His casual generosity was truly admirable. It really does feel awkward to take someone's help. I've got to do my best forging this time. Chung Qianma smiled faintly, and also headed toward the resting room. Chapter 655, Mountain Water Manor. Young girl Anu. After a full night of rest, the fatigue Chung Qianma had built up from several days of intense work was finally gone. Early the next morning, she actively sought out Asura and told him she was ready. The reason for her enthusiasm was partly because she still had a lot to do and needed to finish Asura's request early so she could move on to other matters. On the other hand, Chung Qianma wasn't someone who took kindness for granted. She didn't want to keep Asura waiting too long. After all, he had given her the best and plenty of respect when dealing with others. What people should avoid most is accepting others' goodwill without conscience. And Chung Qianma was not that kind of person, so she wanted to show her sincerity. I noticed the storage item you're using is a bit outdated. Here, take this. This is the highest quality storage item. Its space is larger than your previous stone tablet. The finished products forged in the blacksmith forge have also been packed for you. Wishing you a smooth journey this time, Asu said with a smile, handing an exquisitely crafted storage item to Tan Thien Mac. Tan Thien Mac initially wanted to refuse, as he had already received many benefits. However, knowing Asu's temperament, he knew refusal was futile, so he accepted it. Asu briefly explained. the precautions for using the private portal, then waved his hand grandly. The next second, the teleportation tablet erupted in dazzling light. At the same time, ripples appeared in the surrounding space, as if it were distorting. I've granted you access to use it. When you return, you can freely enter and exit the portal. Go ahead. I'll be here waiting for your good news, Asura said with a cheerful smile. Tonthian Mac didn't say much in response, only nodding slightly in acknowledgement, before slowly stepping into the glowing portal. Soon, he noticed the surrounding space severely distorting. His body felt as if it were in a temporal tunnel. A few seconds later, a flash of white light appeared before his eyes, and Tonthian Mac found himself in a small house. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. May I ask if Master Ton has arrived? I am Ano, the Master's maid, here to specifically welcome you. Tonthian Mac heard a young woman's voice from outside, and a strange expression crossed his face. Soon, he slowly pushed open the door of the house, and saw Ano in person. Ano was a beautiful young woman, about 23 or 24, standing around 1.70 meters tall. Fair skin, paired with large Kazlan-like eyes, made her look vibrant and radiant. Even more surprising, Anu's level wasn't low either. She had already reached level 42. For someone her age, to possess such strength, she clearly had extraordinary talent. But Chung Qianma was puzzled. Why would a genius girl like her willingly serve as Asure's maid? Yet while Chung Qianma was observing Anu was also observing her. Yesterday, Anu received orders from Asura to arrange Chung Qianma's daily care and to obey her instructions unconditionally. All of this was to help Chung Qianma focus on the Grandmaster Blacksmith trial. Though Asura always acted like a rich, carefree playboy, she was actually very detail-oriented and had remarkably high emotional intelligence. Anu had spent years at Asura's side. She was well-connected. Many people enjoyed being friends with her. Even someone as introverted as Chung Qianma felt at ease around her. That alone said a lot. As Asura's trusted aide, Anu clearly understood her master's temperament and standards. For her to treat someone so seriously, they had to be among the few elites on the entire Apocalypse continent. So Anu originally thought, Chung Qianma must be someone important, at least a fourth-tier powerhouse. But when she saw her in person, she found out Chung Qianma was even younger than her. Her mind was instantly filled with questions. She's really quite handsome. Looks like she's a few years younger than me. Yet she's already reached level 54? No wonder the master favors her so much. Anu gave Chung Qianma a discreet glance and made a preliminary judgment in her heart. Chung Qianma had no idea what Anu was thinking. She even wondered if Asura had some peculiar tastes, so she didn't press the issue. Instead, she got straight to the point. Am I already inside Maple Forest City? After stepping out of the small cabin, Chung Qianma saw himself in a spacious courtyard. Based on her knowledge of Asura, this estate most likely also belonged to her. That's why he asked. Mr. Chung is correct. This Mountain View estate is indeed one of the properties the lady owns. However, the lady owns many properties, spread across almost every main city, so she rarely stays here, only comes occasionally to rest a few days. Usually, I'm the one in charge of all affairs here. Anu answered respectfully, and the admiration in her eyes for Asura was completely unconcealed. Chung Qianma noticed Anu's expression, and his face turned a bit strange. All right, got it. Where is the Blacksmith Association in Maple Forest City? I have some important matters to handle. After hearing that, Anu felt a bit confused. Chung Qianma was clearly a combat-type awakener. Why would she go to the Blacksmith Association? Was she planning to find someone to forge a weapon? Though she had doubts, Anu didn't voice them. She initially intended to just tell Chung Qianma the location, but on second thought, her mistress had told her to serve Chung Qianma well, so she replied enthusiastically. The Blacksmith Association is located in the northeast corner of Maple Forest City. Mr. Chung, allow me to take you there. Chung Qianma knew that as a high-level main city, Maple Forest City must be enormous. And since this was his first visit, just knowing the rough direction of the association probably wouldn't be enough, so he gladly accepted Anu's offer. After all, having a local guide would save a lot of trouble. Very soon, the two of them slowly walked out of the estate, heading toward the northeast corner of Maple Forest City. However, Chung Qianma didn't realize that the decision she had just made was going to bring her a bit of trouble. Chapter 656. Maple Cauldron Rises. Frog in a Well. Maple Forest City, one of the few high-tier cities on the Apocalypse continent, was truly massive in scale, far beyond what Linghua City could compare to. As Chung Qianma walked, she looked around. She estimated that Maple Forest City was at least 3 times larger than Linghua. At this moment, she was glad she didn't come alone to find the Blacksmith Guild. Otherwise, she might have wasted a ton of time. Although Anu silently led the way up front, Chung Qianma noticed one thing. Many passers-by along the street seemed to recognize Anu, and their gazes were filled with admiration and envy. Just a simple maid, yet she was this well-known in Maple Forest City. Was it because of her beauty, or something else? Chung Qianma was a bit surprised. Many questions popped into her mind. In the blink of an eye, 30 minutes had passed. Anu led Chung Qianma to a grayish-red building. Even without being told, Chung Qianma already knew they'd arrived, because hanging above the entrance was the distinctive emblem of the Blacksmith Guild. Miss Chung, we're here. Anu sweetly pointed toward the guild's front gate. Just as Ching Qianma was about to speak, a person slowly walked out from within the blacksmith guild. Miss Anu, what wind blows you here today? Come, please come inside. A young man around the same age as Anu greeted her warmly and eagerly. But Anu completely ignored him. Instead, she turned and said to Ching Qianma, Miss Chung, please. Only then did the young man notice the person behind Anu. Standing there was Ching Qianma. Once he got a good look at Ching Qianma's face, his expression darkened immediately. Miss Anu, who is this person? Anu chuckled. Best not to ask what you shouldn't. Don't say I didn't warn you. Such a vague response naturally made the young man feel humiliated, so he said unhappily, I, Liao Chingfeng, am the youngest ever member of the Maple Forest City Blacksmith Association. If someone wants to enter the association, of course I have the right to inquire. As Liao Chengfeng said these words, he looked extremely proud, and he especially emphasized, youngest ever member. In fact, when facing ordinary people, he did have the right to show off, because he was only 27 years old, and had already reached the level of an advanced blacksmith. At the same time, within the industry, he had earned considerable recognition. In the field of forging, his talent was already considered exceptional. The Maple Forest Blacksmith Association had high hopes for him. They hoped that within 10 years, he could break through to the Grandmaster level, becoming the 5th Grandmaster level blacksmith. After Ji Jiangwen in the Xia Nation, the fact that the Maple Forest Blacksmith Association was willing to promote him to full membership early was proof of that. This was the source of Liao Chengfeng's great confidence, because he had already surpassed the vast majority of his peers. Liao Chengfeng originally thought that introducing his impressive background would make the man behind Anu back off. But after hearing it, Cheng Qianmo remained completely unfazed, not even the slightest emotional reaction. This made Liao Chengfeng instantly irritated. People he didn't know before would usually be shocked by his reputation. He immediately greeted them with a smile. After all, no one wanted to offend a blacksmith with great potential. Let's go, Cheng Qianma said calmly. Given his status and position, he didn't need to explain anything to someone like that. Anu, of course, knew that Liao Chengfeng was interested in her, but she felt absolutely nothing for him. To be honest, a mere high-level blacksmith, with her perspective, didn't seem impressive at all. Just another relatively young craftsman, nothing more. But out of curiosity about Cheng Qianma, she didn't explain anything earlier. She wanted to see how Cheng Qianma would handle the situation. Who would have thought? Cheng Qianma didn't even glance at Liao Chengfeng the entire time. Such cold indifference was even more extreme than her own. Although Anu didn't know what Cheng Qianma was thinking, she couldn't help but want to laugh. Now that she understood Cheng Qianma didn't want to explain, she simply nodded and continued leading the way. Just like that, the two of them completely ignored Liao Chengfeng and slowly walked into the blacksmith guild of Windbell City. Liao Chengfeng had never been humiliated like this before. His face instantly darkened. Humph. I want to see just who the hell you really are. Liao Chengfeng had originally planned to head out, but now he changed his mind and returned to the blacksmith guild. A few minutes later, Anu led Ching Qianma to the administrative office of the blacksmith guild. Along the way, they drew the attention of many blacksmiths, because Liao Chengfeng was following closely behind them. What's up with Commissioner Liao today? He looks like he just ate something nasty. No way. There aren't many people in Windbell City who can make him feel that humiliated. Humph. Didn't you see who's standing next to Miss Anu? Is that a handsome young man standing there? Isn't it obvious? TSK. Looks like we're in for a good show today. Cheng Qianma wasn't deaf. Of course she heard the crowd murmuring, but she didn't care at all. After arriving at the front office, she nodded slightly to Anu in thanks. From here on out, she could handle things on her own. Anu respectfully bowed slightly and obediently stood aside. Seeing this scene, Liao Chengfeng, standing not far away, was overwhelmed with jealousy. He had never seen Miss Anu be this obedient to anyone. At this moment, he was so furious, he wished he could slap Cheng Qianma to death. In truth, Cheng Qianma was a bit speechless too. Of course she understood what Liao Chengfeng was thinking, but she didn't want to bother with this frog in a well. Very soon, she turned to the front desk staff and said calmly, "Hello? May I ask if I can take the assessment now?" At that moment, the staff member instinctively glanced toward Liao Chengfeng in the distance. Chapter 657. Could it be? You want to take the Grandmaster level exam? Under normal circumstances, the staff would have surely said yes. But seeing Liao Chengfeng winking at her, she immediately got the message. In order not to offend this newly appointed member, she had no choice but to say, "I'm sorry, sir. At our blacksmith association, today's assessment slots are full. Please come again another day." Liao Chengfeng was quite satisfied with the response. She was very pleased. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. But upon hearing that, Cheng Qianma's expression instantly darkened. She didn't like stirring up trouble, but that didn't mean she feared it. Now that someone was deliberately making things difficult, she had no reason to back down. The next second, her words left the entire room in stunned silence. Oh, all slots are full. Looks like the blacksmith guild in Maple Forest City is quite the popular place, Cheng Qianma said with a calm sneer. However, the receptionist wasn't some pushover to be stationed at the front desk. She had seen all sorts of people. Her reactions were quick. Besides, with Liao Chengfeng backing her up now, her confidence had grown significantly. In fact, she thought Cheng Qianma was just trying to show off in front of Anu, that she was making a scene on purpose. Because anyone who knew anything about forging would know, you don't need an exam to become a mid-level blacksmith. As long as you've learned the appropriate skill book, you get promoted automatically. But for high-level blacksmiths, it's different. In addition to maxing out experience, you also need to pass the guild's exam. In the receptionist's mind, Cheng Qianma was obviously talking about the high-level blacksmith promotion exam. The slots were full, or maybe she just came at the wrong time. Wasn't that completely normal? Did Cheng Qianma think the blacksmith guild was run by her family, that she could take the test whenever she pleased? As for the Grandmaster level exam, that never even crossed her mind. After all, there were only 4 Grandmaster blacksmiths in the entire Xia nation. Cheng Qianma was so young. How could she possibly be applying for that level? So the receptionist slowly explained. It seems the honored guest was right. Our blacksmith guild in Maple Forest City is indeed always bustling with applicants. I believe I don't need to explain. You can see it for yourself. Today's slots for the advanced blacksmith assessment are indeed full. Please come early. The staff thought her response was airtight and would completely shut Cheng Qianma down, who knew Cheng Qianma wasn't angry at all. In fact, she even said mockingly, "When did I say I was here for the advanced blacksmith exam?" The whole place was shocked by those words, because everyone understood that Cheng Qianma was implying she was here for the Grandmaster exam. The news was so explosive that even Anu and Liao Chengfeng looked completely stunned. Anu never imagined that Cheng Qianma was not only strong in combat, but also incredibly skilled in forging. Wouldn't that make her an extremely rare dual-specialized awakener, and a top-level genius in both fields to boot? At that moment, she finally understood why her master valued Cheng Qianma so highly. Liao Chengfeng, on the other hand, couldn't believe his ears. He had always thought his own forging talent was already among the best of his generation, but now this man in front of him was not only younger than him, but possibly even more talented. Such a harsh truth was hard to accept. What a joke. Even bragging has its limits, okay? You're only in your early 20s. Becoming an advanced blacksmith is already a miracle, and now you want to take the Grandmaster exam? Liao Qingfeng's words instantly stirred agreement from nearby blacksmiths. If Cheng Qianma was really already an advanced blacksmith and had reached the threshold of Grandmaster, then what did that make them? Had all those years of life been wasted on a dog? So regardless of the truth, they were all mentally resistant to Cheng Qianma. After all, no one wants to see a very young and very talented person succeed. It just makes everyone else look dumb. So, none of them believed Cheng Qianma's claim. But Cheng Qianma couldn't care less. She directly pulled out the badge representing an advanced blacksmith. When the crowd saw it, he could hardly believe his own eyes. Previously, Liao Chengfeng being promoted to high-level blacksmith at the age of 27 was already considered an unprecedented achievement. Who would have thought Cheng Qianma had achieved the same, and was 6 or 7 years younger? That instantly dimmed Liao Chengfeng's genius aura. His expression turned extremely unpleasant. Just as he was about to cause more trouble, footsteps could be heard slowly descending the guild's stairs. Moments later, an elderly man with graying hair appeared in the hall. The next second, everyone bowed respectfully. In unison, they greeted President Luo. Even the proud Liao Chengfeng was no exception. President Luo's full name was Luo Chifa. He was the president of the Blacksmith Guild in Shanlan City, and ranked among the top 3 strongest high-level blacksmiths. He had already caught wind of the situation upstairs, that a young man downstairs was arrogantly claiming he wanted to take the Grandmaster exam, so he came down immediately to check it out. To be honest, he didn't believe it one bit. He himself had been stuck at the high-level rank for 8 years, and still hadn't touched the threshold of Grandmaster. How could someone barely in their 20s possibly succeed? So he came downstairs with a rather grim expression. Liao Chengfeng lit up upon seeing the guild president arrive. He immediately ran over to greet him with respect. "President Luo, that brat over there. He's claiming to apply for the Grandmaster exam. I suspect he's just here to cause trouble, and insulting the integrity of our guilds. I suggest punishing him, to make an example out of him." Luo Chifan nodded slightly at those words, clearly agreeing with Liao Chengfeng's suggestion. Seeing that, Liao Chengfeng's smile grew even wider. He was already imagining the scene of Cheng Qianma being stripped of her blacksmith title. However, the moment Luo Chifa saw Cheng Qianma's face, he suddenly froze. The next second, he actually rushed over in a jog. Everyone was stunned by what they saw. As for Liao Chengfeng, he was dumbstruck on the spot. Author's note: college entrance exams tomorrow. Wishing all exam candidates great results. May your future be bright, and you get into your dream school. Good luck. Chapter 658. Liao Chengfeng, do you realize your mistake? Everyone, did I see that right? President Luo actually went to greet that person himself. Oh my god. That guy looks so young. Who on earth is he? President Luo is ranked just below the 4 Grandmaster blacksmiths in Xia Nation, and yet he's being this humble? Liao Chengfeng thought he could put this guy in his, but he totally kicked a steel plate. He's in deep trouble now. Seeing Luo Qifa's exaggerated reaction, the crowd broke into wild discussion. Now everyone was dying of curiosity about Cheng Qianma's identity. Liao Chengfeng's body actually started trembling uncontrollably because he knew he had messed up massively. Even he knew full well what kind of temper President Luo had. With his current status on the Tianqi continent, most people had to give him face. But on the flip side, the number of people he'd actively give face to was extremely small. As a rising star of the Maple Forest City Blacksmith Association, Liao Chengfeng often accompanied Luo Qifa and had the privilege to overhear a few conversations. Anyone whom Luo Qifa treated with such respect was definitely a powerful figure, and yet this young man barely in his 20s had also earned that respect. Liao Chengfeng even vaguely felt that Luo Qifa was treating himself as a subordinate in welcoming Cheng Qianma. Such humility was absolutely unbelievable. Now he was completely panicking. I am Luo Qifa, president of the Maple Forest City Blacksmith Association, here to greet Elder Cheng. Luo Qifa bowed respectfully as he spoke. As soon as he said this, it was an absolutely dazzling scene. On one hand, everyone was shocked that someone as young as Cheng Qianma had already attained the rank of elder. That made her far more impressive than Liao Chengfeng. In the entire history of Xia Nation, there had never been a 20-year-old elder. Without a doubt, Cheng Qianma had made history. On the other hand, Luo Qifa's act of voluntarily introducing himself was completely incomprehensible. Even though everyone now knew that Cheng Qianma held an elder's rank, Luo Qifa, as a regional guild president, still held a higher position. Even so, he still proactively humbled himself before someone younger and lower ranked. Such behavior was rather intriguing. In that moment, many clever minds were already buzzing with speculation. President Luo is being too courteous. Although Cheng Qianma didn't know Luo Qifa personally, she played along without hesitation, because she knew Luo Qifa surely knew about her connection to Jiang Wen. He might have even heard that Jiang Wenliang's promotion to Grandmaster was largely thanks to her. Otherwise, there's no way he would have lowered himself publicly like that, without sufficient benefit. Someone like Luo Qifa, a guild president, would never have done something so shameful. Not at all. This is only proper. Elder Cheng, to what the honor of your visit today? And also, how has Master Jiang been lately? The sly old fox Luo Qifa had actually already overheard Cheng Qianma's bold declaration earlier. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come down in such a sour mood. But once he saw it was Cheng Qianma speaking, his attitude did a complete 180, and he acted as if he knew nothing about the prior exchange, deliberately asking the question again. The crowd, unaware of the truth, immediately stood in respect upon hearing the name Master Jiang, and were also shocked to learn that Cheng Qianma had such a close relationship with Jiang Wenliang. You have to understand, Jiang Wenliang is currently the 4th Grandmaster level blacksmith in Xia Nation, a figure of extremely high status. Countless people try to curry favor with him every single day. No matter how they looked at it, they couldn't understand what Cheng Qianma had that was worthy of Jiang Wenliang's attention. Was he Jiang Wenliang's illegitimate son, or maybe his disciple? Although no one could figure it out right away. Everyone, including Liao Chengfeng, at least understood why Luo Qifa had been so humble, because it didn't matter what Cheng Qianma's relationship with Jiang Wenliang was. As long as it was good, that was enough. I didn't come here for anything particularly important today, just wanted to apply for the exam. Cheng Qianma didn't respond to questions about Jiang Wenliang's status, because he didn't know either. Luo Qifa was just being polite earlier. In fact, compared to Jiang Wenliang, he valued Cheng Qianma himself more. After all, what advanced blacksmith didn't want to become a grandmaster? So even if Luo Qifa couldn't prove that Jiang Wenliang rose in rank because of Cheng Qianma, as long as there was a sliver of hope, he wanted to try, because that was his biggest dream in life. And to achieve that, he continued to curry favor with Cheng Qianma. Your willingness to come take the exam is a great honor for our humble association. No one had ever seen Luo Qifa be this friendly. Everyone looked stunned. But Cheng Qianma gave a half smile and said, what a pity. Your association is just too amazing. Even the Grandmaster exam slots are all used up. Truly eye-opening. At this rate, you all might surpass the Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association. Cheng Qianma's words seemed like a casual mention of Tianfeng City, but in truth, it carried deeper meaning. Because the Blacksmith Guild in Tianfeng City currently holds the top spot in all of Xia Nation, and now that Jiang Wenliang is overseeing it, its position is even more solid. And Cheng Qianma's words just now, the implication was obvious. She was mocking the Maple Forest City Blacksmith Guild's disorderly management, and how they bully outsiders under their big name. Each and every one of them blindly arrogant and inflated with pride. If they didn't start reflecting soon, before long, they'd no longer even show respect to Tianfeng City. After hearing this, Luo Qifa's face turned pale, then green. He had never been ridiculed like this before. But he also knew this entire incident was Liao Chengfeng's fault to begin with. If it had been an ordinary person stirring up trouble, he could have easily suppressed it. But the one calling them out was Chung Qianma. There was no way he could simply brush it aside, and so, in the end, he was forced to turn to Liao Qingfeng. Luo Qifa voiced his reproach. Liao Qingfeng, do you admit your guilt? Luo Qifa shouted loudly. Chapter 659. Luo Qifa's rage. Risking his career. President Luo. You can't just listen to one side of the story. It was wrong of me to target him, but was he blameless? If everyone were like him, spouting nonsense, and we all had to carry it out, wouldn't that be a huge waste of manpower? Moreover, it's a show of contempt for our blacksmith association. Becoming a grandmaster is not so easily achieved. Knowing that without fighting back, his future would be ruined, Liao Qingfeng struck back decisively. This time, Luo Qifa didn't refute his accusations. Instead, he took the opportunity to point out Chung Qianma's flaws. After all, the majority of people thought the same way as he did. They didn't believe Chung Qianma could touch the threshold of grandmaster level, let alone advance to it. So it didn't take long for others to echo his view. Liao Qingfeng saw his plan working, and his tense mood finally eased a bit. But Luo Qifa's expression looked very strange now. He didn't stop Liao Qingfeng from retaliating. He even seemed somewhat indulgent. It wasn't to slap Chung Qianma's face, but rather to verify whether Luo Qifa truly was a grandmaster-level giant, capable of helping others grasp the grandmaster threshold. After all, he still valued Liao Qingfeng's potential. If Chung Qianma turned out to be unworthy of his reputation, and he had made the wrong judgment, wouldn't that be a major loss? If this got out, he'd instantly become a laughingstock. So to be safe, he chose to stand aside and let Liao Qingfeng turn into a blazing fire. Go train with Chung Qianma. Let's see if he truly stands the test of fire. And the best way to prove his ability is, of course, to personally take the Grandmaster level exam. Chung Qianma's forging skills. As long as we can see his forging skills with our own eyes, everything will be clear. By then, how to deal with Liao Qingfeng can be decided based on the results. Either way, he won't be at a disadvantage. So he said nothing for now. Instead, he quietly waited for Chung Qianma's response. However, Chung Qianma narrowed his eyes slightly, seeing right through Luo Qifa's intentions. He couldn't help but sneer. This man wants benefits, but refuses to offer anything substantial. He thinks he can butter me up with words and take advantage of me? That's not going to work. Chung Qianma didn't enjoy dealing with schemers like Luo Qifa, so he chose not to waste time. He cut to the chase and bluntly said, "What if I pass? Would that prove that your Maple Forest City Blacksmith Association is blind, that you bully your customers?" That was a heavy accusation, and it gave Luo Qifa no room to save face. Luo Qifa never imagined that even after humbling himself entirely, just a brief moment of silence would cause Chung Qianma's attitude to change so drastically. It made him quite angry. As the saying goes, even a clay figurine has some fire in it, but he thought Chung Qianma was showing him kindness was wasted, so he responded coldly. "No problem. If you really pass the exam, say whatever you want. I, Luo Qifa, will accept it. But what if you fail?" Since we're already tearing off the mask, Luo Qifa no longer held back. If we're betting, there has to be a wager. He was practically putting the rest of his career on the line. Chung Qianma had to offer something of equal value. Chung Qianma smiled faintly. She spoke very calmly. "If I lose, I'll never touch forging again in this lifetime, and I'll withdraw from the Blacksmith Association." As soon as she said that, the entire crowd was in an uproar. After all, Chung Qianma was a high-level blacksmith at just 20 years old. Her potential far surpassed Luo Qifa's. Many believed that, as long as she kept working hard, with a bit of luck, even if she failed to advance now, she would still likely become a Grandmaster-level blacksmith one day. That's one of the top-tier professions in the lower nation. So, after hearing her wager, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. Luo Qifa, on the other hand, nodded in satisfaction. It was clear, he accepted Chung Qianma's wager as equal to his own terms. Liao Qingfeng, who stood to the side, had been through a roller coaster of emotions in just a few minutes. A moment ago, she thought she was doomed. Who knew even President Luo would be angered by Chung Qianma? So now she felt that with the president backing her up, there was basically nothing to fear. Naturally, a smile returned to her face. Right now, the only person in the room standing unconditionally with Chung Qianma was probably Anu alone. Although she also couldn't quite understand Chung Qianma's actions, out of kindness, she gently tugged at Chung Qianma's sleeve and softly said, "Mr. Chung, shouldn't you reconsider this? There's so much working against you. That old man named Luo, he probably doesn't have many years left. How can his career be compared to yours?" Even though Anu tried her best many nearby still heard her. When they heard phrases like old man and nearing the grave, they couldn't help but laugh. After all, no one in the entire Fenglin city dared describe Luo Qifa like that. And Luo Qifa wasn't deaf either. He naturally understood what had happened, but because of the power behind Anu, he could only swallow his anger. Chung Qianma knew Anu was kindly reminding him, so he gently shook his head and said, "It's not your fault." Then he stepped forward in front of everyone and shouted to Luo Qifa, "I officially apply to take the Grandmaster level forging exam." Chapter 660. Offering flowers to Buddha. Crab release plan. Once the bet was set, Luo Qifa also accepted Cheng Qianma's application for the Grandmaster exam. At the moment, Cheng Qianma was led alone to a blacksmith shop. Inside, piles of materials were stacked like mountains. The Grandmaster level test could be seen as easy or incredibly difficult. You're free to use any of the materials in this room, but within one day, you must forge the strongest piece of equipment or weapon you can create. If the quality reaches epic level, and the item level exceeds 90, you pass. After stating the rules, Luo Qifa left the blacksmith shop. Now that he was essentially Cheng Qianma's rival, he only needed to explain the basic rules. As for other details, he had no obligation to share them. Next, he returned to the blacksmith hall and started a live broadcast. He claimed it was for transparency, fairness, justice, openness, and so on. All just high-sounding reasons. In truth, he wanted people from his association to learn by watching. In his view, even if Cheng Qianma couldn't become a grandmaster, his skill was still top tier. Letting everyone observe could do no harm. And if someone could learn even one, that would be a huge win. He even ordered the guild hall closed to keep the event from leaking out. Any blacksmith not present today would simply be out of luck. At the moment, including Liao Chengfeng and others, almost everyone showed an excited expression. After all, this was a Grandmaster level examination. With their status, it was nearly impossible to witness such a thing. Now that they had the chance, they naturally had to seize it. Right now, only Anu looked down on this group of blacksmiths. A bunch of useless fools. All they know is playing tricks. Go for it, Mr. Cheng. Smack them in the face hard. Anu shouted in her heart. After carefully observing the smithy, Cheng Qianma immediately noticed the cameras on the wall. Dogs will be dogs, always trying to take advantage. Well then, since the Grandmaster test doesn't limit materials, I'll just borrow the flowers to offer the Buddha and help out Senior A. Sure, save some money. With a plan forming in his mind, Cheng Qianma's face immediately showed a playful smile. According to his original plan, he wasn't going to use the complex blueprint A. Sure had given him. But now that he had made an enemy of Luo Qifa, and there were no limits on materials, he naturally opted for a two birds, one stone approach. Let Luo Qifa bleed a little, and return Asura a favor in the process. Epic grade equipment, plus an item level over 90. These competition conditions were too easy. Since I'm making him bleed, might as well go big. 24 hours. I can make the most of it. What's an unattainable goal to other senior blacksmiths means nothing to Cheng Qianma. Just yesterday, the Sparrow Fiend Soul he casually forged had already met the advancement criteria. So what he was thinking about now was not how to pass the Grandmaster test, but how to make Luo Qifa bleed profusely, losing both the battle and the bride. Very soon, Cheng Qianma quietly closed his eyes. Various blueprints began to surface in his mind. The viewers in front of the screen saw this, and immediately showed puzzled expressions. They didn't understand why Cheng Qianma hadn't started yet. Did he decide to take the exam without even having an idea of what to make? But no one knew that the reason Cheng Qianma had been zoning out for so long was because he had grand ambitions. Preparations were complete. It was time to begin. After a long time, Cheng Qianma suddenly opened his eyes. Then he walked over to the materials section to start selecting. Before anyone realized, 30 minutes had passed, but he still hadn't returned to the smelting area. The audience was starting to get impatient. Damn it. What on earth is he making? He's been picking materials for 30 whole minutes. Seriously? Is he trying to forge a divine weapon, or what? Why else would he need so many materials? Is he forging equipment without even using a blueprint? That's way too unconventional. Humph. Maybe he's already given up. For most people taking the Grandmaster level exam, they only come after being thoroughly prepared, like deciding what kind of equipment would meet the passing criteria. They would even calculate how many materials they'd need exactly. Everything would be planned in advance. That way, they can save a lot of time on site and allow more room for error. So they wouldn't need to spend time thinking during material selection. They could just pull out a checklist or rely on memory and grab everything directly. The whole process usually doesn't take more than 5, but Cheng Qianma, it had already been a full 30 minutes, and he was still wandering around the materials section like shopping. Finally, he had gathered all the materials. Now he could start working. At the 34-minute mark, Cheng Qianma finally finished selecting his materials. At that moment, the entire audience looked utterly shocked. Luo Qifa himself looked like he wanted to kill someone, because Cheng Qianma alone had taken away almost 2/3 of the materials in the entire section. Though the Grandmaster exam allowed unlimited access to materials, but nothing this outrageous had ever happened before. Even if a blacksmith was crafting the most material-consuming gear among all professions, it would, at most, use 1/10 of the total materials. So Cheng Qianma's actions, in Luo Qifa's eyes, were no different from banditry. This brat is taking revenge on me on purpose. Damn it. Just wait till I deal with you later. Luo Qifa was now furious. If it weren't for the crowd surrounding him, he might have rushed in right away. To Cheng Qianma, the materials in the smithy were worthless. They were just tools to pass the test. But to Luo Qifa and the entire Fenglin City Blacksmith Association, they were hard-earned and paid in real gold and silver. If Cheng Qianmo really burned through more than half the inventory alone, the whole association would have to tighten their belts for a while. At least until the president figured out a way to fix the finances. Just as Luo Chifa fumed in anger, a sudden outcry came from the crowd. What the hell is that? Chapter 661. 6 tasks at once. Madman or genius? What on earth is he forging to need so many materials? By normal standards, his base iron blank material was already 5 times over the limit. And what's more outrageous, even the lowest quality of those materials was excellent grade. Isn't that too extravagant? Damn. Did he come to the Fonglin City Blacksmith Association to stock up? The reason everyone was so shocked was that Cheng Qianma had consumed so many rare materials just to make the base iron blank. His behavior seemed excessively wasteful, which made people very uncomfortable. Everyone thought he was doing it out of spite, using the advancement exam as an excuse to squander the public materials of the Fonglin City Association. President Luo Chifa's face turned ashen. He wanted nothing more than to rush into the smithy and drag Cheng Qianma out. Unfortunately, once the Grandmaster promotion exam begins, no one is allowed to interfere. This is a rule agreed upon by all blacksmith associations in Xia Nation. So now, Luo Chifa could only stand by and watch helplessly as Cheng Qianma continued. They used up their materials, but were completely helpless. On screen, Cheng Qianma appeared to be alternating between thinking and adding materials. He looked extremely focused. After over 10 minutes, he finally finished adding all the materials. Good. The preliminary preparation for project number 1 is complete. While it's heating up and fusing, I can move on to the next steps. Cheng Qianma placed the iron billet materials from Asura into the furnace to heat. Since the materials were abundant and of high quality, the fusion process would take quite a while. To boost efficiency, he slowly walked toward another furnace and lit it up to raise the temperature. When the crowd saw this on the big screen, they were all stunned. They couldn't believe their eyes. Is this for real? He actually lit up 2 furnaces at once. Is he trying to multitask? This kind of forging is unheard of. Wait, isn't the Grandmaster level exam requirement just to create 1 qualifying piece of equipment? Why is he making things harder for himself? Maybe he's feeling unsure, so he prepared a backup plan in secret. If the first one fails, he can immediately switch. When people saw Cheng Qianma light up 2 furnaces simultaneously, they all showed looks of disdain and pity. They thought he was being reckless. If it were just for fun, multitasking wouldn't matter. At worst, he'd only waste some materials. But Cheng Qianma was taking the Grandmaster exam today. The standards for the final product were extremely high. If he fails this time, he'll have to wait at least 3 years before getting another chance. So many people couldn't understand his actions. There was a golden opportunity right in front of him, yet he didn't seem to cherish it at all. If someone else were taking the exam, they would have done their homework and taken it extremely seriously. They would never be as careless as Cheng Qianma, as if they were just taking a simple school test. Of course, Cheng Qianma knew his actions were being broadcast live the whole time. He wasn't controlling 2 furnaces just to show off. He had his own reasons. In fact, his true goal was far more than just operating 2 furnaces at once. It was actually 6 furnaces. As time ticked by, after successfully igniting the 2nd furnace, he didn't stop. He continued to light the 3rd, then the 4th. The viewers were completely stunned. They had already thought handling 2 furnaces was crazy enough. Little did they know Cheng Qianma's plan was even crazier. When the 6th furnace was ignited, everyone was left in shock. 2 furnaces was barely understandable, but 6 at once was completely off the charts. He must be insane. He's actually trying to forge 6 iron blanks simultaneously? I guarantee he's doomed to fail this Grandmaster promotion. This is absurd. If he actually pulls this off, what's the point of us forging anymore? Might as well all go home and sell sweet potatoes. I don't think he ever planned to pass in the first place. He probably just came to drain our association stock. That's entirely possible. What a shameless move. If he succeeds, I'll swallow an iron blank. As everyone watched Cheng Qianma perform one shocking action after another on the big screen, they all began to voice their outrage. Meanwhile, Liao Qingfeng secretly smiled with delight. He even subconsciously glanced at Anu, wanting to see her reaction, because based on how things looked now, Cheng Qianma was clearly digging his own grave. But soon, he was disappointed. Not only did Anu not look worried, there was even a hint of admiration in her eyes. This made Liao Qingfeng furious again. He clenched his fists tightly. Oomph. One man forging 6 iron blanks at once. Let's see how you meet your end. Liao Qingfeng glared hard at the big screen. He also began cursing silently in his heart, but every little move he made was clearly seen by Luo Chifa. Luo Chifa shook his head in disappointment. He thought to himself, this kid may have talent in forging and design, but he's immature mentally and still lusts after beauty. It'll be hard for him to achieve greatness in the future. Sigh. What a pity. After giving a fair assessment of Liao Qingfeng, Luo Chifa shifted his gaze back to Cheng Qianma. He really wanted to see what this arrogant genius could ultimately produce. There's a fine line between genius and madness. Which one are you? Chapter 662. Why are you all staring at me? I'm watching too, damn it. The reason Cheng Qianma lit 6 furnaces at once wasn't to show off, but simply because he didn't want to waste time and wanted to ruthlessly rip Luo Chifa off. His whole forging plan wasn't just to forge a silver weapon for Master A. He wanted to take advantage of the unlimited material supply to also create weapons for the other 5 members of Eternal Peak Squad. Such a bold and crazy move could only be pulled off by someone who had countless silver-tier weapon blueprints memorized in his mind like he did. Otherwise, just trying to design that many on the spot would make his brain explode. In fact, aside from freeloading on the materials, Cheng Qianma had another motive: to mislead the observers. After all, he knew full well that all his movements were being watched by outsiders. If he only forged one weapon, someone with high aptitude might figure out some of his techniques just by closely observing and analyzing. But by forging 6 weapons at once, the complexity of the process increased exponentially, which meant the difficulty for other blacksmiths trying to steal his methods also multiplied. In fact, all Cheng Qianma had to do was slightly disrupt the process. The crafting sequence of the 6 weapons would drastically alter the entire forging process. He didn't want mediocre people picking up scraps of his technique and going around bragging and deceiving others. If someone could still make sense of it under such extreme circumstances, they'd be a genius among geniuses. For someone like that, Cheng Qianma would be willing to share a few techniques. In this semi-open demonstration, Cheng Qianma's forging speed gradually increased. At first, many blacksmiths were watching intently, their eyes lighting up at what they saw. Some even began to doubt themselves, thinking Cheng Qianma might actually pull off the feat of forging 6 items at once. But as time passed, and Cheng Qianma's process grew more complex, many started frowning. The ones with weaker foundations could no longer follow what was happening. This sparked yet another heated That technique Cheng Qianma just used, did anyone understand it? How did he mix Tuyu stone with Songyan wood? How did he pull that off? How was he managing 6 furnaces simultaneously without a blueprint, without error, especially the weapon in the first furnace? Its complexity is beyond anything I've seen in my life. The forging difficulty is insane. Did Cheng Qianma intentionally rearrange the forging sequence? The more I look, the less I understand. Exactly. So you all feel the same way? I thought it was just me. After a round of discussion, everyone subconsciously turned their gaze to Luo Chifa. After all, not only was he directly involved, he was also the most skilled blacksmith present. Everyone wanted to hear his explanation, but what they didn't know was Luo Chifa's back was already soaked in sweat. Now, facing the crowd's expectant gazes, Luo Chifa really wanted to say, "Why the hell are you looking at me? I don't understand a damn thing either. One man forging 6 unique weapons at once, and with almost 0 errors so far. Is this even humanly possible? If I had that kind of skill, I'd have become a grandmaster long ago, not stuck here like this." Right now, Luo Chifa was feeling. It could be summed up in one sentence. That is, I didn't understand a thing, but I was completely blown away. He truly couldn't understand Cheng Qianma's overall operation. He could only make out bits and pieces of steps, but that didn't stop him from recognizing Cheng Qianma's incredibly high forging level. And even though the Grandmaster level exam was still far from being over, Luo Chifa had already started to feel uneasy. Damn it. Could he really pull off something this outrageous? If he becomes the 5th Grandmaster level Forge Master, his status within the Blacksmith Association would instantly skyrocket to the top. He might even surpass a few of the current veterans. At that point, who would still be able to keep him in check? Even Luo Chifa himself didn't realize that he had already unconsciously started imagining a future where Cheng Qianma became a Grandmaster Forge Master, just as he had feared. If Cheng Qianma really passed and reached the Grandmaster level, his position in the Blacksmith Association would rise without limit. Unstoppable. It's not even impossible that he might surpass the current Grandmasters. Not at all. The root of Luo Chifa's thoughts lay in the overwhelming advantages Cheng Qianma possessed. On one hand, Cheng Qianma was only in his early 20s. Compared to the other Grandmaster-level Forge Masters, who were already close to the grave, he had an unimaginable advantage. Reaching Grandmaster level at such a young age, who knows what terrifying heights his forging skills could reach in the future? Everyone knows that in the world of blacksmiths, experience is a key technical metric, and because of his age advantage, as time passes, the experience he accumulates will surpass everyone's imagination, so everyone will naturally want to befriend him. There's no doubt about that. And on the other hand, among the current 4 Grandmaster Forge Masters, one of them already had a very close relationship with him. If they were to form an alliance, they'd wield tremendous influence together. This was an advantage that not even the other 3 Grandmaster Blacksmiths could possess. And the more Luo Chifa thought about it, the more goosebumps he got. He didn't even dare to keep thinking. At this moment, he could only stare blankly at the big screen, his expression full of complex emotions. A Grandmaster at 20. Damn it. This world really has all kinds of monsters. Chapter 663. I don't believe it. Your forging skill. As time went on, before they knew it, most of the day had passed. Although the audience in the blacksmith hall were already starving, not a single person left. Everyone kept their eyes glued to the big screen. The footage on the screen was like watching a goddess emerge from prison. It had an irresistible allure. Even though the majority of people couldn't understand Cheng Qianma's logic, that didn't stop them from staring and trying to study it. After witnessing Cheng Qianma's flawless performance, they gradually began to realize just how terrifying he was in the art of forging. Now everyone believed that today might be the only chance in their lives to witness a live Grandmaster-level forging performance. Even if they couldn't understand it, they still wanted to etch every image into their minds, so they could slowly study it again and again later. With that kind of mindset, no one was willing to leave, even if it meant going hungry. After all, the gates of Fenglin City's Blacksmith Association had already been sealed by Luo Chifa. If someone went out for food, there was no guarantee they'd be let back in, and if they left and missed a key moment in Cheng Qianma's forging, they'd regret it for life. He really is amazing. No. I refuse to accept this. We're all young people. Why is he so much better than me? Liao Qingfeng, overwhelmed by frustration, was speaking with venom in his voice now, but even so, his tone was still full of resentment. Because in the past, he had been the beloved prodigy admired by all. No matter where he went, he would naturally become the center of attention. But now, with the arrival of Cheng Qianma, everything had changed. Not only did people stop paying attention to him, even the talent he had once been so proud of was nothing compared to Cheng Qianma's. Such a sharp contrast was something he simply couldn't accept. Someone who sat in the clouds for too long can't bear falling to the ground. That's why his expression now was both twisted and borderline hysterical. His voice had been so loud just now that many people had turned to look at him. The way people looked at Liao Qingfeng now was no longer one of respect. Some even wore amused expressions, as if watching a show. Liao Qingfeng no longer cared what others thought. He could barely hold himself together. All he could do was stare at the big screen, silently praying for Cheng Qianma to mess up. Time passed quickly. It was already approaching midnight. It had now been 20 hours since Cheng Qianma began the Grandmaster-level exam. Though the audience was tired and hungry, not a single person had left. Because no one could understand Cheng Qianma's forging process, they couldn't estimate the correct forging moment either. So they had no choice but to wait patiently for the exact moment he began forging. At the moment, aside from the unique silver weapon, he was forging for Master A, which was still unstable due to complex materials. The iron billets for the other 5 weapons had basically stabilized and taken shape. It was time to begin shaping them. Seeing that the timing was just right, Cheng Qianma opened furnace number 2 because that one had been heated earliest. Its progress was the fastest. After removing the iron billet, he picked up the hammer and began striking furiously. Clang, clang, clang. As the hammer repeatedly struck the iron blank, its shape gradually took form, like a one-handed. This weapon was one Cheng Qianma was forging specifically for Huang Tian. He hoped that brat wouldn't burst into tears on seeing the sword. Cheng Qianma smiled faintly, and the speed of his hammering grew faster and faster. His advantage as a dual-class wielder was fully demonstrated in this moment. Even if a regular senior blacksmith had the same level of skill as him, they still couldn't achieve this kind of power and frequency because they couldn't possibly possess over 300 points in both strength and agility. Only a freak like Cheng Qianma, a dual-trained monster, could enjoy such an overwhelming advantage. So right now, the blacksmiths watching from outside were completely dumbfounded. It was understandable they didn't get his earlier work. It wasn't very visual, and no one explained the key points. But now Cheng Qianma was forging out in the open, right in front of everyone, without hiding anything. If they still couldn't grasp what was happening, they might as well go home and grow sweet potatoes, because they didn't deserve to eat from this profession. At this moment, each strike of the hammer felt like it landed on everyone's heart. They couldn't comprehend the storm-like intensity of Cheng Qianma's strikes. Every strike was not only extremely powerful, but incredibly fast, yet shockingly accurate. They watched the sword-shaped blank take shape visibly before their eyes, and the shock in their hearts was indescribable. Cheng Qianma's forging speed was more than 10 times that of a senior blacksmith. This was a forging technique they could never achieve in their lifetime. Some of the less mentally resilient forge masters were already beginning to feel unsettled. The feeling was both frustrating and depressing. Cheng Qianma's display felt like it had opened a door to a whole new world, but the door was locked, and the key to that door was something most forge masters would never find in their lifetime. A sense of despair began to fill the hall of the Blacksmith Association. No one had expected that the members of Maple Forest City's Blacksmith Association, who had planned to learn by watching, would not only fail to learn anything, but would end up realizing the vast gap between their talent and Cheng Qianma's. Many fell into serious self-doubt. As the chairman, Luo Chifa looked at the crowd's pained expressions with mixed feelings in his heart. In his opinion, the only way to heal everyone's mental wounds now was for Cheng Qianma to make a mistake or fail, so people could see that he, too, had flaws as a human, instead of being some all-powerful deity. I don't believe it. That your forging has reached a godlike realm. Luo Chifa clenched his fists unconsciously. Chapter 664. A historic feat. Group fire stoking. As Cheng Qianma continued hammering, the sword billet on the anvil had fully formed. just like when he forged the soul of Queller before. He threw the sword billet along with a rare material back into the furnace. The blacksmiths watching from outside were completely confused. What was that refining material he just tossed in? Did anyone see clearly? Nope. He moved too fast. Who would have thought that even with the sword billet complete, he could still add more refining material? I only saw that the material was a piece of blue metal, but what exactly it was, I have no idea. Ugh, it's driving me nuts. That technique just now was only half revealed again. This brat was hiding his true skill too well. Chung Qianma's forging process completely exceeded everyone's expectations. He added materials so quickly that almost no one could clearly see what he had just done. Not even Luo Qifa, the most skilled blacksmith present. A few minutes later, furnace number 2 in front of Chung Qianma suddenly erupted with fierce fire serpents. Seeing this, the crowd was shocked. Because out-of-control flames usually indicated a forging failure, Liao Qingfeng, who had looked utterly hopeless earlier, suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. A smile returned to his face. Blow up, blow up, blow up. It's over, right? Judging by the flame color, the furnace temperature had to be over 1,500 degrees Celsius. Let's see. How are you going to cool it down now? Even though Liao Chengfeng's forging skills couldn't compare to Chung Qianma's, his judgment was still sharp. He could tell at a glance. If Chung Qianma didn't lower the temperature immediately, the hard-earned embryo inside the furnace would slowly melt away and could never take shape again. But cooling down a furnace from over 1,500 degrees Celsius quickly was no easy feat. That's why he thought there was still a chance to turn the tables. As long as Chung Qianma failed this forging, he would be forced to leave the forging world forever. Then Liao Chengfeng would remain the brightest star. But his smugness didn't last long. His proud face quickly turned into one of utter misery, because without doing anything at all, the furnace's temperature dropped on its own within 5 seconds. And judging by the flame's color, it had already dropped into a very safe range. This miracle once again shattered everyone's understanding. After a long while, more and more people started to realize the secret behind Chung Qianma's cooling method must have been that additional piece of forged material he sneaked in. But no one could figure out exactly what kind of material it was. He instantly felt unbearably uncomfortable, as if thousands of ants were crawling all over his body. Of course, Chung Qianma had no intention of explaining anything to anyone. He was deliberately trying to leave everyone hanging. He wanted them to itch with curiosity. Double blue gold really was useful, but the ratio must not exceed 28 grams per kilogram. Otherwise, it would suppress the flame's temperature and even damage the internal structure of the alloy. It's about time. The unique silver weapon should be ready to come out. Sensing a change in the sword billet and seeing it had reached the required condition, Chung Yuxuan pulled it out decisively. A single-handed sword with blue and white inlay appeared before the eyes of many spectators. Everyone was eager to see the result of Chung Qianma's quenching process. After all, only once a weapon is quenched can its attributes be revealed. But Chung Qianma didn't rush to complete the final step of the forging process. Instead, he slowly moved to furnace number 1 and continued working. A few minutes later, he went to furnace number 3 to add more materials. And so, as the seconds ticked by, Chung Qianma went on to forge 5 more weapons in succession, with only half an hour left in the Grandmaster level exam. Furnace number 1 suddenly unleashed a heat more intense than ever before. Ash's weapon was indeed extremely complex. Forging it cost several times the energy compared to the others. But it was finally about to be completed. Chung Qianma tossed in a piece of pre-prepared metal into the furnace. In the next second, the violent flames within instantly calmed down. 5 minutes later, Chung Yuxuan finally retrieved Ash's silver weapon. Now, there were 6 unique, unquenched silver weapons arranged before him. A one-handed sword, a staff, a dagger. Not bad at all. The Eternal Peak Squad would finally have a unique silver weapon for each member, and there was even a special lock-type weapon forged specifically for Ash. Only one step remained. Looking at the weapons before him, Chung Qianma showed a hint of anticipation. To be honest, this was his first time forging 6 unique silver weapons at once. Only he truly knew how difficult it was. But to freeload more materials, Chung Qianma really gave it his all. The reason he didn't finish them one by one, but instead paused all weapons right before the final quenching step, was to avoid the risk that passing the Grandmaster level test might be triggered just by finishing one weapon. Otherwise, Luo Qifa could forcibly stop the rest of his forging process. So his only option was to finish all the forging work at once, leaving only the final step, and at the very end, perform an unprecedented mass quenching. By the time he passed the Grandmaster level assessment, all the weapons would already be fully completed. Even if Luo Qifa was furious, he wouldn't have the right to pursue any consequences. To pull off this feat, Chung Qianma had voluntarily taken on a super high difficulty forging challenge, and now, he was just one step away from success. Let's go. It's time to make history. Chung Qianma smiled slightly, with a powerful wave of his right hand. The next moment, all 6 weapons on the table fell into the pool before him. Today was destined to be a day remembered in the history of Xia Nation, because Chung Qianma was about to make history. forging 6 unique weapons at once, and quenching them all together. Very soon, as the weapons touched the water, a stunning phenomenon appeared in the smithy, and the audience watching all fell into a petrified state. Chapter 665, Perfect Craftsmanship, Promotion to Grandmaster Blacksmith. Those strange tremors and flashes of light, just now, were they the legendary forging omens? That's right, they definitely were. I was lucky enough to see. So that means, Cheng Qianma actually forged all 6 unique weapons, successfully? Not only did 6 omens appear in a row just now, but each one was different. That's insane. Damn. This guy is a total freak. Even while multitasking sixfold, he made no mistakes. He's not leaving a chance for any other blacksmith to breathe. Right now, the spectators outside, even if they couldn't see the result directly, could tell by the signs that not only had Cheng Qianma passed the Grandmaster trial, he had also succeeded in forging 6 unique weapons simultaneously, and even achieved the feat of forging 6 unique weapons at once, and the terrifying record of all of them being successful. At this moment, Cheng Qianma had no idea that the outside world had erupted because of him. Once all 6 unique parrot weapons were successfully quenched, a long stream of notifications finally appeared before him. Congratulations. Successfully forged the unique parrot one-handed sword. **** Warlike Ice Rain ***. Congratulations. Successfully forged the unique parrot staff. Congratulations. Successfully forged the unique parrot dagger. ***. Wind of Shadow ***. Gained 50,000 forging experience. Congratulations. Successfully forged the unique parrot staff. ***. Bloom of Life ***. Gained 50,000 forging experience. Congratulations. Successfully forged the unique parrot shield. ***. Wall of Size ***. Gained 50,000 forging experience. Congratulations. Successfully forged the unique parrot chain. ***. Chain of Contract ***. Gained 150,000 forging experience. Congratulations. Successfully passed the Grandmaster level forging exam. Current EXP 400,000 unknown. Looking at the flood of messages on screen, a smile appeared on Cheng Qianma's face. Hard work truly pays off. All 6 unique parrot weapons were finally completed. This forging session was exhausting. Next time, I'll take it one piece at a time. Also, after reaching Grandmaster level, the forging EXP bar disappeared? Interesting. Cheng Qianma let out a soft chuckle, and casually checked the stats of Warlike Ice Rain. ***. Warlike Ice Rain ***. Rarity, Unique Parrot. Weapon type, one-handed. Base damage, 350. Attack speed, 1.4. Lower number equals faster. Plus 3 strength. Plus 25 agility. Plus 10 spirit. Plus 20 constitution. Durability, never wears out. Item level, 90. Equipment effect 1. Increases divine sword technique. By adding 5 more piercing swords for 10,000 swords return to 1. Equipment effect 2. Increases penetration rate by 15%, and grants a 15% chance to reduce the enemy's movement speed by 20%. Equipment effect 3. Reduces cooldown of all sword techniques by 10%, and increases movement speed by 10%. The attributes of Warlike Ice Rain are way better than Huang Tian's past weapon. It's basically a complete tier upgrade. As his big brother, I think I've done right by him. I wonder what kind of expression he'll make when he sees this weapon's stats. Cheng Qianma was very satisfied with Warlike Ice Rain's attributes. It proved that he hadn't messed up the material mix. He then proceeded to check the rest of the unique silver weapons. Each of these weapons, no matter which one, have been carefully designed and adjusted based on the characteristics of its owner, on the same level as the Battle Furnace Ice Rain. Only Asura's contract chain, Cheng Qianma, didn't make any modifications. It was fully restored 100% according to the blueprint, but precisely because of that, due to the blueprint's complexity, the final product's attributes are slightly superior to the other 5 unique silver weapons. Its item level reached a staggering 95. Mission accomplished. He finally completed Senior Asura's commission. Surely, with an item level of 95, that should pass the review with flying colors, right? Cheng Qianma smiled slightly, then stored all 6 weapons into his spatial inventory. At this point, his Grandmaster level assessment was a complete success. He became the 5th Grandmaster level forging master in Lower Nation history. At the same time, the outer hall was already filled with intense discussions. Everyone was utterly stunned by Cheng Qianma's forging prowess. He actually succeeded. A Grandmaster level blacksmith in his 20s? My goodness. That's terrifying. Not only did Cheng Qianma forge 6 unique silver weapons in one go, he succeeded with all of them. With such outrageous forging skill, no one even had the will to challenge him. Now President Luo is done for. Not only did he end his career early, he also offended a Grandmaster level blacksmith. Exactly. His prized student, Liao Chengfeng, is also done for. Women truly are the root of calamity. Listening to all the chatter, Luo Qifa and Liao Chengfeng looked ashen. The two of them now looked like walking corpses, quietly awaiting Cheng Qianma's judgment. Even if you gave them 10,000 guts now, they wouldn't dare to run. At this moment, Cheng Qianma had successfully advanced to Grandmaster level. His fame would now soar sky high. As long as he's willing, just a casual remark would have countless powerful people lining up to help him capture the two. So, the two of them felt, rather than being humiliated again, it was better to face the harsh reality. Better a short pain than a long one. 5 minutes later, when Cheng Qianmo reappeared in the blacksmith hall, his expression was still calm and composed, as if becoming a grandmaster blacksmith wasn't anything worth boasting about. But the atmosphere at the scene was completely different. Everyone's feelings were extremely complicated. They were happy that the country now had a young grandmaster blacksmith, and felt proud. But, because Cheng Qianma's forging talent was simply monstrous, they also felt somewhat hopeless. Sometimes, the comparison between people can be the cruelest thing. At that moment, everyone in the blacksmith hall realized just how terrifying the word gap could be. While everyone stayed silent and dared not speak, Anu, smiling brightly, ran to Cheng Qianma's side. Mr. Cheng, you're seriously amazing. Congratulations on becoming the 5th Grandmaster Blacksmith of Xian Nation. These people seriously judged you with blind eyes. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of the well. The young girl, Anu's ruthless mockery, felt like a sharp blade, piercing into everyone's hearts. Just as Anu said, they had underestimated Cheng Qianma's potential, and overestimated. At the root of it, they had been on their high horses for too long, and were blindly overconfident. After hearing all that, Cheng Qianma shook his head helplessly. With his status, naturally, he couldn't be bothered to argue with these people. Just as he was about to say something, a long-lost voice rang in his ears. Chapter 666. System Upgrade LV9, a terrifying perk. Congratulations. Due to the host advancing to Grandmaster level blacksmith, the conversion system has been upgraded to LV9. 4 conversion slots unlocked, along with a new life skill exclusive passive, Replication. Replication, passive, LV1. When the host successfully crafts any item, there is a 5% chance to replicate an identical item with the same stats. All current passives upgraded to LV9. Critical rate, passive, LV9. Increases base crit rate by 34%. Adds 2% bonus crit rate. Basic attack speed, passive, LV9. Increases base attack speed by 24%. Adds 2% bonus attack speed. Brutal strike, passive, LV9. Increases crit damage by 36%. Adds 2% bonus crit damage. Ultimate Chi Shield, passive, LV9. When using martial artist type skills, has a 17% chance to trigger an ultimate Chi Shield. Centered on the user, generates a massive Chi barrier that renders all allies inside invincible. After a set duration, or number of hits, it disappears. Default duration, 5 seconds. Gain plus 1 second duration, per 80 spirit points. Plus 2% activation chance, plus 3 seconds duration. Rapid cooldown, passive, LV9. When using any skill, has a 10% chance to reset all skill cooldowns. Cooldown between triggers, 12 hours. Cooldown reduced by 10 hours. Plus 5% trigger chance. Magic Reflection, passive, LV9. Activates a protective barrier that reflects all magic. Lasts 10 seconds. Ineffective against targets 32 levels above you. Trigger cooldown, 2 minutes. Cooldown reduced by 1 minute. Level gap increased by 2. Divine Sword Technique. Myriad Swords Return. Passive, LV9. When using sword type skills, there is a 10% chance to trigger Myriad Swords Return. At least 30 piercing cloud swords will be generated to attack enemies. Their power scales with strength. The number scales with agility. Trigger chance increased by 5%. Piercing cloud sword count increased by 10. Blood Sword Beyond, passive, LV9. When using warrior type skills, there is a 10% chance to trigger. Bloodlust Monarch releases, consumes 50% of current HP. Generates a blood chi tornado, which attacks enemies and absorbs their blood. Number of hits, 50 times. Range, 30 meters. Lifesteal amount, 60% of damage dealt. Blood tornado movement can be manually controlled. Trigger chance increased by 5%. Additional 10 hits. Attack range increased by 10 meters. 5 divine kicks. Passive, LV9. When using fighter type skills, there is a 10% chance to trigger. Releases inner power post soul activation, causing enemies in front to be stunned for 1 second, and pulling them close. Then gathers all body strength to deliver the most powerful low kick. Power scales with double strength. Trigger chance increased by 5%. Stun duration reduced to 0.5 seconds. Glyph Evolution. Fusion passive, LV9. All generated glyphs automatically evolve into new forms, greatly enhancing their power. Evolved glyphs will possess the buff effects of all glyph types, and the glyph limit is 23. Glyph limit increased by 8 PS. It's been 114 pages since the last summary. This time, I removed the basic skill upgrades. To avoid people saying I'm padding the word count again, mainly wrote about passives that upgraded from LVE to LV9, since the effects differ quite a bit. Seeing all the skills upgraded to level 9, and the detailed effect of the replication passive, Cheng Qianmo revealed a joyful smile. Why couldn't this replication passive have come earlier? A 5% chance to duplicate a finished product. That's absolutely broken. I just forged 6 unique silver weapons. Even if just one got duplicated, I'd make a massive fortune. Damn it. This passive is basically forcing me not to slack off anymore. I have to craft more high-end items. As for the 4 new conversion slots granted by the system, Cheng Qianma didn't care too much. After all, her current strength was already reaching the pinnacle of the lower nation. For the time being, there were no enemies who could threaten her. But the appearance of the replication passive sparked a surge of excitement in her. Just imagine, as the replication passive levels up, its activation chance would also rise. By then, whether Cheng Qianma was crafting equipment or concocting high-quality potions, there would be a decent chance to produce 2 items with just 1 set of materials. The economic value behind this is simply immeasurable. As the saying goes, rarity makes value. The more high-end a product is, the harder it is to make. But for someone like Cheng Qianma, with great skill in replication, none of that was an issue. Without a doubt, in the near future, her hands would create a massive batch of ultra-high-quality items. This would bring a significant boost to the expansion of Eternal Pinnacle. Just as Cheng Qianma finished confirming all her upgrade rewards, her thoughts were pulled back to reality by a sudden pitiful wail. I failed to recognize your greatness. I offended Master Cheng earlier. I deserve to die 10,000 deaths. Please be merciful. Don't stoop to my level. Please spare a lowly one like me. One person, for the sake of his future, shamelessly threw himself to the ground in front of everyone and kneeled with a thud. At the same moment, all blacksmith associations within Xi'an Nation experienced unusual activity. Chapter 667. Jiang Wenliang's shock. Xi'an Nation Blacksmith Association. Tianfeng City Blacksmith Association. Reporting to President Jiang. Just now, a message came through. All of our blacksmith association's spiritual conduits experienced a brief, simultaneous tremor 3 minutes ago. Then I contacted the blacksmith associations in 2 nearby main cities and found they experienced the same phenomenon. A man in his early 30s said respectfully. The President Jiang he mentioned was none other than Cheng Qianma's old acquaintance, Jiang Wenliang. Is that true? Excellent. I didn't expect that in Xia's forging world, another Grandmaster blacksmith would appear so soon. Jiang Wenliang's face immediately lit up with excitement. He didn't feel at all threatened by his own status. Currently, the Blacksmith Association lags far behind the Life Profession Association, by more than just a little. As the current leading figure in the blacksmithing field, he naturally hopes more talents will emerge in his domain. That way, not only can blacksmith status in society rise, but they can also contribute to the nation. For someone to cause anomalies in 3 blacksmith associations at once, he must be nearby. Let me see who this astonishingly brilliant person is, who has become the 5th Grandmaster Blacksmith of Xi'an Nation. Although when Jiang Wenliang advanced to Grandmaster himself, there were some strange phenomena around him too. They were limited to only his city. The terrifying scene just described by his subordinate was far beyond anything he had caused. Logically speaking, the stronger the anomaly caused during promotion, the greater the innate talent. So at this moment, Jiang Wenliang was extremely curious. Who could possibly possess such terrifying potential? Could it be that brat? Jiang Wenliang walked toward a certain room, while pondering the situation. Although his mind, almost reflexively, thought of someone who might fit the conditions, he quickly dismissed the idea. It probably wasn't him. It probably isn't him. On one hand, his current status was prestigious. He had far too many responsibilities. Not to mention, he had to manage a large guild. Where would he find time to practice forging? On the other hand, his guild headquarters was in the Linghua City area, more than 1,000 miles from Tianfeng City. Even if there was an anomaly, it couldn't reach that far. So it had to be a low-key genius nearby. Finally soaring after years of silent patience. After analyzing the situation, Jiang Wenliang dismissed his earlier assumption. A few minutes later, he entered a private room inside the guild alone. There was nothing inside, except for an ancient book. On its cover, written in gilded text, were the words, Summer Nation Blacksmith Association Registry. There was only one copy of this book in the entire nation. Though it didn't have any magical powers, it contained data for all registered blacksmiths in Summer Nation's official records, and the information inside updated. Because of this feature, it was stored in the Tianfeng City branch, widely recognized as the strongest blacksmith division. Holding it meant taking on the responsibility of revitalizing the forging world. At that moment, with anticipation in his heart, Jiang Wenliang slowly opened the registry. He then immediately flipped to the sections for Yuhua City and Flying City blacksmith guilds. Those were the 2 cities his subordinates mentioned, where similar anomalies had occurred. But before long, Jiang Wenliang furrowed his brows. He had searched thoroughly and still couldn't find any Grandmaster-level blacksmiths from those branches. That's odd. There's none. Could it be even farther away? Following this train of thought, Jiang Wenliang widened the search scope. At the same time, his mood grew more tense. Because the wider the anomaly's range, the greater the potential of the Grandmaster-level blacksmith behind it. There were countless cities large and small across Summer Nation, and nearly every one had its own blacksmith guild. So even if Zhang Wenliang focused only on the stronger cities, he would still need to spend a great deal of time. A few minutes later, he still hadn't found the 5th Grandmaster Blacksmith. At the same time, his expression began to grow increasingly strange. What's going on? I've already expanded the search range to 1/5 of Xia's territory, and still haven't found that Grandmaster Blacksmith. Could it be that the anomaly from his advancement spread across the entire Xia nation? With mixed feelings, Zhang Wenliang continued searching. After quite a while, when his gaze landed on the words Fengling City, his left eyelid twitched several times. There's an old saying in Xia, left eye twitch brings fortune, right eye twitch brings disaster. Coincidentally, his left eyelid twitched like mad just as he saw Fengling City, which started. No way. Could it really be Fengling City? If the 5th Grandmaster was truly promoted in that city, then his talent is simply terrifying. While Zhang Wenliang marveled at the thought, a map of Xia Nation formed in his mind. Fengling City and Tianfeng City are located in the south and north respectively. For the anomaly to spread from Fengling all the way to Tianfeng, meant it had covered the entire Xia Nation. So his amazement was justified. Alright then. Let me see whether he's really in that city. As Zhang Wenliang opened the information on Fengling City's Blacksmith Association, a look of uncontainable joy appeared on his face. Damn, it's actually him. Chapter 668. Bringing in 2 people. Zhang Lao spreads the word. Of course, Qing Qianma had no idea that Zhang Wenliang, thousands of miles away, had already used special means to learn of his successful promotion to Grandmaster Blacksmith. Right now, he was being swarmed by excited blacksmiths. All previous disdain had completely vanished, replaced by endless fervor and admiration. Qing Qianma was now the 5th Grandmaster Blacksmith of Xia Nation, and unbelievably young. Such a person undoubtedly had a bright future. No blacksmith present dared to offend him anymore, let alone President Luo, who had previously bet against him, and was now about to resign out of shame. He had withdrawn from the public eye ever since, so everyone's flattery became even more unrestrained. Some even belittled Luo Qifa to elevate Qing Qianma's status, such as the bluntness of human nature. Had Qing Qianma failed earlier in the trial, everyone would have shown a completely different face. Having experienced human nature fully, Qing Qianma didn't take their words to heart. Now he needed to deal with Liao Qingfeng. Do you still want to survive in this field? Qing Qianma asked with a faint smile. Liao Qingfeng's ashen face immediately regained color upon hearing Qing Qianma speak. Yes. Please, Master Qing, be merciful. I'm willing to pay the price. To show his sincerity and remorse, Liao Qingfeng knocked his head against the floor several times. Given Qing Qianma's current status, he really didn't need to fuss over someone as minor as Liao Qingfeng. So he calmly said, you want to keep working? Fine. First, work at my guild for 5 years. During that time, you won't earn a single coin. The guild will only cover your food and lodging. After 5 years, you're free to go. Hearing this 5-year indentured contract, no one got upset. They were actually envious. They wished they could take Liao Qingfeng's place and work for Qing Qianma. Liao Qingfeng wasn't a fool. He saw a rare opportunity. No kidding. He would be working for the youngest Grandmaster Blacksmith in history for 5 years. As long as Qing Qianma was in a good mood, even the smallest guidance would benefit Liao Qingfeng immensely. As the saying goes, those close to the water enjoy the moon first. It was a privilege others could only dream of. That's why everyone looked so envious just now. Understanding all this, Liao Qingfeng's gloom instantly vanished. He kowtowed with sincere gratitude. Thank you, Master Qing. I will work hard and not let you down. In truth, there were 2 reasons why Qing Qianma made this decision. First, with his rising power and status, his mindset had already changed. If it had been the old him, he might have given Liao Qingfeng a harsh lesson, but now he wouldn't. When the difference in status becomes too great, there's often no need to respond to many things. Clearly, even though Liao Qingfeng had decent forging talent, he still wasn't on the same level as Qing Qianma. Secondly, Qing Qianma also wanted to see what would become of this arrogant young prodigy. After spending 5 years training at a post, would there be any surprises? In any case, he left him to his own fate. Whether he succeeded or failed, it would cost Qing Qianma nothing. However, what Qing Qianma didn't know was that this spontaneous change of heart today would change Liao Qingfeng's life forever. After receiving Qing Qianma's instructions, Liao Qingfeng immediately went to pack his things, intending to depart the same day. Today had been the most thrilling day of his life. He had thought his future was headed for total ruin. Now that he had grasped this lifeline, he had to give it his all. So without caring what others thought, he dashed out of the blacksmith hall. After settling Liao Qingfeng's matter, Qing Qianma turned his gaze toward Luo Qifa nearby. Luo Qifa let out a sigh and bowed solemnly. Greetings, Grandmaster Qing. I, Luo, accept my loss willingly. I will submit my resignation tomorrow, and never again set foot in the forging world. The blacksmiths who had gathered to watch shook their heads after hearing Luo Qifa's words. In their eyes, even if Luo Qifa was a branch leader, he had offended the rising star, Qing Qianma. There would be no future for him. So calmly, to preserve the last shred of dignity was the best choice. At least he could leave with some grace. However, upon hearing this, Chung Qianma laughed. Since President Luo is set on resigning, I won't stop you then. However, there's still a vacancy in my forge. I wonder if you'd be interested in putting your skills to use there? The entire hall was stunned at those words. No one had expected that Chung Qianma not only spared Luo Qifa, but even seemed to be recruiting him. Such boldness and generosity truly earned admiration. Luo Qifa was in a daze. Though he had said he would resign, he clearly hadn't wanted to deep down. After all, his forging skill ranked among the top 3 senior blacksmiths in Summer Nation. He still had hopes of reaching the legendary Grandmaster. With such a promising future, how could he possibly give it all up willingly? So, when Chung Qianma extended an olive branch, he accepted immediately without hesitation to show his gratitude. Luo Qifa, despite his age, bowed deeply at nearly a 90-degree angle. Chung Qianma gave a slight nod. Today was more than just a promotion. He had also recruited 2 highly skilled blacksmiths, a true double celebration. Just then, a young man appeared at the door of the blacksmith hall. When he saw Chung Qianma, he immediately ran over excitedly. Greetings, Master Chung. Master Zhang asked me to deliver a message. He said he'll arrive tomorrow, and he's bringing a grand gift for you. So he hopes you won't leave just yet. Please stay at least one more day in Maple Forest City. Originally, Chung Qianma planned to return today to report to Asura, but Jiang Wenliang not only sent someone with a message, he also promised a surprise gift. Naturally, this sparked Chung Qianma's curiosity. Well then, what kind of treat are you bringing me? Chapter 669, Jiang Wenliang's Grand Gesture. A witnessed moment. After receiving Jiang Wenliang's invitation, Chung Qianma naturally stayed an extra day. That night, at a news firm insistence, he spent the night at Mountain Water Manor. The next day, at exactly 3 p.m., a group of blacksmiths arrived at Fenglin City, covered in dust. Leading them was none other than Jiang Wenliang, whom Chung Qianma hadn't seen in days. Soon as agreed, Jiang Wenliang brought his men to Shanshui Manor. When he saw Chung Qianma, he was filled with emotion. Good kid. It hasn't been that long, and you've already reached the Grandmaster level. You truly live up to your name. Jiang Wenliang clapped Chung Qianma's shoulder firmly, expressing his heartfelt admiration, thinking back to their first meeting in a shabby blacksmith shop in the novice village. And now both of them had become Grandmaster blacksmiths. It felt surreal to him, almost like a dream. It's no exaggeration to say, Chung Qianma was the greatest benefactor of his life. From the moment he met him, Jiang Wenliang's fate took a drastic turn, shifting from a downward spiral to an upward rise, eventually reaching the pinnacle of forging. Jiang Wenliang knew deep down that if he hadn't met Chung Qianma, he would probably still be stuck in that novice village blacksmith shop, living a life in obscurity, let alone becoming a Grandmaster blacksmith. He wouldn't even have cleared his name of the false accusations from back then. Memories surged in his heart, making the corners of his eyes damp. He felt the road he had walked was just too hard. The blacksmiths behind him also showed looks of admiration when they saw Chung Qianma. Before today, they had only heard rumors about Chung Qianma's ruthless feats, but now that they saw him in person and felt how young he was, they could clearly sense just how weighty the name Chung Qianma had become in the forging world, and they could also better grasp how terrifying his talent truly was. It was just luck, nothing worth mentioning, Chung Qianma said, with a slightly embarrassed wave of his hand. Chung Qianma waved his hand a bit shyly. He wasn't used to being stared at by so many people. Seeing this, Jiang Wenliang quickly said, "You're really humble, huh? A Grandmaster at just 20 years old, not just in Summer Nation, but in the whole world there's no one like that. You're the pride of Summer Nation." What Jiang Wenliang said contained not a trace of flattery. It was genuine admiration from the heart. If someone else had achieved the same at Chung Qianma's age, they would have been so arrogant, they'd forget their own name. That's why Jiang Wenliang believed that someone like Chung Qianma, who was both humble and capable, was the true future of Summer Nation. Old Jiang, stop buttering me up. Let's get to the point. Didn't you say you had a surprise for me? Where is it? Chung Qianma and Jiang Wenliang were old acquaintances, so their conversation was naturally relaxed and casual. Jiang Wenliang also enjoyed this kind of easygoing exchange, so with a cheerful chuckle, he stepped aside and pointed to a row of blacksmiths standing behind him. Here are over 80 genius blacksmiths I've personally selected. Their ranks are all at the senior blacksmith level, and they're all still young. The oldest among them is only 38 years old. I'm letting them all join your eternal pinnacle. Would you call that a surprise? This group of talented blacksmiths were handpicked by Jiang Wenliang after becoming president of the Tianfeng City branch. He'd been planning this in secret for over half a year. It took a long time to build this team. Most of the blacksmiths didn't even know why they had come here. They just followed Jiang Wenliang's orders and came along the whole way. Only at this moment did they finally understand the mission. They were here to join Chung Qianma's guild. Now, Chung Qianma's name in Xia's forging world is like that of a god. Being able to join his ranks is the dream of every blacksmith. But ordinary people have no access to Chung Qianma, let alone a way to join him. So when they heard Jiang Wenliang's words, every blacksmith excitedly shouted, "This is a once-in-a-lifetime blessing." How could they not be overjoyed? Even Cheng Qianma hadn't expected that Jiang Wenliang would be so generous as to send 80 talented blacksmiths in one go. "While I'd be happy to accept them," he said, "this move might not be appropriate. Sending them away like this, won't it cut off Tianfeng City's future? And the leadership of the Blacksmith Association might not be so secure anymore. I don't want to be blamed for that." Cheng Qianma waved his hand, signaling his refusal of Jiang Wenliang's goodwill. Eternal Peak is expanding rapidly, and indeed lacks high-level blacksmiths, but he didn't want to grow his power at the expense of a friend. So he firmly chose to refuse. After hearing this, Jiang Wenliang knew Cheng Qianma had misunderstood, but still felt a wave of warmth in his heart, because Cheng Qianma's firm refusal proved that he hadn't misjudged the man. "Don't be so quick to refuse," he said. "I'm not done speaking yet. This time, for this trip, I spent a fortune to rent a special African transport, just to bring them here this fast. If this is all I'm giving you, it'd make me seem stingy. Take a look at what this is." Jiang Wenliang said casually, but the words were shockingly bold. If he weren't a grandmaster blacksmith, how could he casually pull together a full team of high-level blacksmith prodigies? If this level of generosity is considered small, then there probably aren't many in Xia Nation more generous than him. Cheng Qianma looked at the booklet Jiang Wenliang handed him. His face instantly showed a puzzled expression. It seemed Jiang Wenliang had already expected this reaction, so he gave a simple explanation about the handbook's function and its symbolic meaning. After listening, Cheng Qianma's eyes immediately sharpened. He finally realized what Jiang Wenliang's real surprise was. "You want me to take over as president of Tianfeng branch?" Cheng Qianma asked seriously. But Jiang Wenliang just smiled and shook his head. Then a flash of brilliance appeared in his eyes. "Not just president of the Tianfeng branch, but leader of the entire Summer Nation's blacksmith guilds, and if possible, go complete an unprecedented feat." After he said that, Jiang Wenliang's eyes filled with hope. He wanted to witness the birth of a miracle. Chapter 670. Preparing for a larger-scale merger. After hearing Jiang Wenliang's words, Cheng Qianma finally realized the weight of this registry. At the same time, he hadn't expected Jiang Wenliang to be this invested in his unification effort. He had secretly been preparing for nearly half a year behind the scenes. And from the fact he came to him personally today, it was clear Jiang Wenliang had long made up his mind that once Cheng Qianma reached Grandmaster level, he would relinquish the president's seat at Tianfeng City. Such overwhelming support proved one thing. Jiang Wenliang had always treated Cheng Qianma like his closest family, with not a shred of selfishness. After all, he himself was also a Grandmaster-level blacksmith, and his connections in the forging world far surpassed Cheng Qianma's. To give that up so willingly took immense courage. Very few people could do what he had done. "Old Jiang, if you're giving me the president's position, where will you go next?" Cheng Qianma asked solemnly. Jiang Wenliang just smiled gently and patted him on the shoulder. "What now? This old man gave you the guild leader title, and you won't even take me in? Give me a bite to eat. I heard your Eternal Peak is doing spectacularly these days, and you're asking where I'm going? To be a blacksmith at your place. Just give me a place to stay, and don't yell at me too much," Jiang Wenliang said, as casually as ever. Something completely unprecedented. A Grandmaster blacksmith with a bright future ahead of him was actually asking to forge weapons at Cheng Qianma's base. If word of this got out, it would definitely cause a huge stir and provoke envy from many top guilds, because if you count it up, Eternal Peak, a mere level 8 guild, now had 2 blacksmiths and 1 herbalist, totaling 3 Grandmaster-level experts. Such a luxurious lineup is something even level 10 guilds couldn't pull off, but Cheng Qianma had done it effortlessly. Even the usually quiet Anu felt incredibly emotional at this moment. He felt like he had just witnessed the birth of history. So this is the man Master has taken interest in? He really does have godlike means. Anu now felt that the achievements this young man had made left his peers in the dust by entire dimensions. Even he, who always had high standards, now couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration for Cheng Qianma. Cheng Qianma hadn't expected Jiang Wenliang to be so carefree, and said awkwardly, "If Elder Jiang wants to come, then of course we'll welcome you with open arms. It's just that doing this won't the Blacksmith Association talk behind your back?" Cheng Qianma was happy to accept Jiang Wenliang. After all, with his addition, Eternal Peak's forging power would grow tremendously. But he didn't want Jiang Wenliang to help him. At the cost of sparking misunderstandings, Jiang Wenliang raised an eyebrow after hearing this, and showed a rather disdainful expression. "I didn't sell myself to anyone. I'll go wherever I damn well please. What can they say about it? Besides, aren't you planning to merge the 2 major associations? I think now is the perfect time. With your current identity and status, you can easily use the excuse of a celebration, and invite all the major guild leaders to Eternal Peak. Then you to force the 2 associations to merge. As for how to make it all happen, this old man hasn't figured it out yet, but I have full faith in your ability." When Jiang Wenliang said that, he was expressing boundless trust in Cheng Qianma. If it were anyone else, He would never have proposed such an outrageous idea, trying to single-handedly invite every branch president from the two major associations of the lower nation was practically impossible, but Cheng Qianma's influence now had reached the absolute peak of the lower nation. So Jiang Wenliang had every reason to believe this could actually work. In fact, Jiang Wenliang's proposal was something Cheng Qianma had vaguely envisioned before. It was just that the timing hadn't been right. So nothing was ever formalized. Now that he had just become a grandmaster blacksmith, it was the perfect time to host a major celebration, just like Jiang Wenliang had done back then. What's more, he had close ties with other major factions. This event could be done on an even larger scale. So after thinking it over, Cheng Qianma nodded in agreement. Alright then, since things have come this far, let's go big. I'll send out invitations to all sides and gather them in Eternal City. Once the two major guilds officially merge, I'll have them establish the headquarters in Eternal Pinnacle. In today's lower nation, only Cheng Qianmo would have the guts to speak such audacious words. If the new organization's headquarters were truly set in Eternal Pinnacle instead of a major city, Eternal Pinnacle would gain unimaginable benefits. At that point, Cheng Qianmo would be one solid step closer to making Eternal Pinnacle the holy land of all life professions in the lower nation. As long as this plan was perfectly executed, Cheng Qianmo wouldn't even need to manage it personally. Eternal Pinnacle would naturally attract endless traffic. After hearing Cheng Qianma's ambition, Jiang Wenliang's face also revealed deep anticipation. His face also revealed boundless anticipation. You young folks really know how to play the game. That move was absolutely smooth and flawless. Looks like Eternal Peak is bound to flourish whether we want it or not. And so, the two hottest Grandmaster-level figures today set the tone for the future of Xia's life profession reforms. It's easy to imagine that before long, Eternal Peak's reputation would surpass all the major cities, becoming a place not just personal, but of remarkable and unmatched prestige. Chapter 671. The Bold Master. Generous Rewards. Jiang Wenliang and Cheng Qianma stayed up late last night talking in Master A's Shanshui manner. They thoroughly discussed the upcoming merger plan and tentatively set the celebration for 1 month from now. After all, Cheng Qianmo wanted a grand-scale event and would need more time to contact various factions. He also had to prepare strategies in advance on how to persuade the attending branch presidents. Early the next morning, Jiang Wenliang led the team of blacksmith prodigies toward Eternal City. But Cheng Qianma didn't go with him. Instead, he used a private portal to return to Master A's hidden residence. As soon as he stepped out of the portal, Master A was already waiting for him, with a faint smile on his face. You've worked hard this time. Come, have a cup of tea and rest a bit. In good spirits, Master A grabbed Cheng Qianma and led him to his small pavilion, then poured him a pot of top-quality Longjing tea. From Cheng Qianma's calm and composed expression, Master A already knew he had most likely passed his advancement trial. Although Master A eagerly wanted Cheng Qianma to craft a weapon for him soon, he also figured that after such a trial, he must be mentally and physically exhausted. So just to be safe, Asura decided to let him rest well for the night and forge again tomorrow. After sipping the tea lightly, Cheng Qianma seemed to read Asura's intentions, so he teased, Senior Asura, don't you want to ask me something? Asura smiled. He said confidently, I believe in your ability. There's nothing I need to ask. You've returned so calmly. You must have passed the Grandmaster assessment. Congratulations on becoming the 5th Grandmaster Blacksmith in Summer Nation history. There's no rush to craft the weapon. Let's talk about it tomorrow. As their relationship grew closer, Asura's tone also became more relaxed. Even though this was only their second meeting, they spoke like longtime friends. It was truly amusing. Seeing he couldn't poke fun at Asura, Cheng Qianma simply gave up. He then slowly reached into his storage realm and pulled out a forged weapon. It was none other than the unique weapon Asura had longed for, the contract chain. In the next second, Asura's eyes burst with unprecedented light. You already forged it? Where did you get the materials? Though Asura was thrilled, he was also deeply curious where Cheng Qianma had found the materials. Cheng Qianma smiled, as if he had already expected Asura to react this way. So he briefly recounted the story of his time at the Windbell City Blacksmith Association. More than 10 minutes later, Asura gasped sharply. Goodness gracious, you're brutal. You actually forged 6 unique weapons in one go. Didn't you clean out their entire association's inventory? Master A seemed to greatly admire Cheng Qianma's way of handling things. Even his tone of voice was filled with excitement. He didn't use up everything. About 3/4 of the materials, I'd say. Mission accomplished. This extremely difficult contract lock chain has been successfully forged. Cheng Qianma spoke calmly, as if he had done something completely trivial. As the craftsman, the name lock chain came from the blueprint Master A provided, so he made no changes to it and engraved it exactly as it was. That's the most basic form of respect for the client. Master A excitedly accepted the contract lock chain and nodded with satisfaction. He was very pleased with how Cheng Qianma handled things. A few minutes later, after checking the stats of the contract lock chain, He couldn't hide the joy on his face. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. Truly worthy of being the greatest forging genius in our nation's history. You not only flawlessly crafted the contract blockchain, you even applied some minor enhancements. A level 95 item. That says it all. Since you helped me save a lot of materials, I can't let you walk away with nothing. Here, take this. Hugging the contract blockchain tightly, Master somehow suddenly had two more items in his hands. One was a piece of equipment, and the other was a book radiating an ancient aura. Then, without caring if Chung Qianma would accept it or not, he forced them into his hands. Chung Qianma knew he couldn't fight back. This was Master A's goodwill, so he didn't refuse. When he checked the properties of the two items, a strange expression appeared on his face. An epic-level helmet, plus a top-tier experience tome. That's an insanely generous reward. Chung Qianma knew Master A was very wealthy, but all he did was forge one weapon. And he got two extremely rare treasures in return. Generous was no longer enough to describe Master A, treating money like dirt, huh? This little gift is nothing. It's what you deserve. Hurry up and use it. Don't waste time. Asura had always been eccentric. If someone didn't suit his taste, he wouldn't even waste words on them. But if he felt a connection, he never held back his goodwill. Clearly, Chung Qianma had earned his approval. So when he gave rewards, it was like giving away candy. Chung Qianma wasn't a rigid man either. Seeing how firm Asura was, he simply accepted the gift without fuss. Then Asura slowly spoke again. Almost forgot the main event. This is the void silks you asked for. As he finished, Asura handed Chung Qianma a translucent gold-and-silver square grain. There were stars swirling inside the grain. Seeing it, Chung Qianma froze a little. Didn't Asura say earlier that the void silks were with a friend of his? Asura seemed to catch Chung Qianma's confusion and gave a small smile. Haven't you heard the meme? I have a friend. Chung Qianma couldn't help but laugh. So that friend was Asura himself. Chapter 672. The goods are here, ready to show their power. After receiving Asura's generosity, Chung Qianma had another discussion with him. Chung Qianma hoped that at the grand celebration a month from now, Asura could help him bolster the event. After all, the stronger the combined forces at that time, the greater the chance of merging the two associations. After hearing Chung Qianma's bold vision, even Asura, seasoned by great challenges, had to admit that Chung Qianma's courage was remarkable. The Life Profession Association and the Blacksmith Association have long held grudges. If Chung Qianma could successfully unite them, his historical legacy would undoubtedly soar to the heavens. If anyone else had invited Asura to attend, he wouldn't have even considered it. But Chung Qianma's temperament suited him perfectly. Moreover, this plan would bring immense benefits to the entire Xia kingdom, with no downsides whatsoever. After some thought, Asura felt that both publicly and privately, he should lend a hand. So, he not only readily agreed to support, but also promised to give Chung Qianma a surprise at the event. After some more pleasantries, Chung Qianma expressed his gratitude and prepared to leave Asura's residence. Before he left, Asura suddenly stopped him. Did you know that Wa Kingdom recently issued a kill order against you? Chung Qianma didn't show any particular surprise upon hearing this, because, in his view, during the last hunting operation, he had dealt a devastating blow to Wa Kingdom's younger generation. Given the vengeful nature of Wa Kingdom, how could they not retaliate? So, Chung Qianma wasn't surprised at all. Since he dared to act back then, he had already prepared himself mentally. Seeing that Chung Qianma showed no emotional reaction to the news, Asura nodded. He felt that only someone like Chung Qianma, who could remain calm no matter the challenge, could go far in the future. Regardless of the difficulties faced, he could always stay composed. Although they issued a kill order, fortunately, they can't act too openly. After all, on the surface, countries worldwide prohibit mutual killing, so they can only secretly offer bounties to assassins from various countries. From what I know, the reward they're offering this time is quite extravagant. It probably won't be long before assassins from all over the world will come. They will secretly infiltrate our country. You'd better prepare in advance. Asura knows that Chung Qianma is extremely important to Xia country now. No mistakes can be afforded. So he issues a serious reminder at this moment. He doesn't want the most outstanding genius of Xia country in nearly a century to fall victim to an enemy's sneak attack. Alright, I understand. Thank you, Senior Asura, for the reminder. I've got it under control. Chung Qianma knows that Asura is always resourceful. The information he provides must be accurate, so he slightly clasps his hands to express his gratitude. Asura still seems somewhat uneasy, so he takes out a token from his pocket and hands it to Chung Qianma. Take this. It allows you to freely use my private teleportation portal and stay in contact with me at any time. If you encounter any trouble in the future, just come to me. The token given by Asura is clearly his personal keepsake. If he didn't fully trust Chung Qianma, he would never give it out so easily. With this token in hand, it means that no matter what difficulties Chung Qianma faces, he can seek help from Asura. You should know, Asura is not only immensely wealthy, with extensive connections, but he is also a fourth-rank powerhouse himself. Therefore, the value of this token even surpasses the two rewards Asura previously gave. Chung Qianma is not a pedantic person. He naturally understands Asura's good intentions, so he readily accepts the token and slightly clasps his hands to show his gratitude. He knows that Asura has become another important benefit. If there's a chance in the future, he will surely repay him. After some small talk, he takes the token and slowly leaves the miasma swamp. Xiao Qingqing, let's go. Cheng Qianma summoned Qing Dai. Man and dragon soared through the skies. He first activated the Advanced Experience book. A dazzling golden light instantly burst from his body. Congratulations. Successfully absorbed Advanced Experience book. Gained 25 million experience points. Congratulations. Level successfully increased to 55. In an instant, Cheng Qianma not only reached level 55, he was even less than 7 million XP away from level 56. This trip out not only gathered all the upgrade materials for the glimmering 1000-blade umbrella, but also earned him over a level's worth of experience. Not bad at all. Now let me take a look at the stats of the epic helmet. Earlier in front of Asura, Cheng Qianma was, of course, too embarrassed to examine it in detail. Now that he had some alone time, he naturally wanted a closer look. The item revealed. Quality, epic. Armor type. Grants 50 armor. Plus 18 agility. Plus 15 strength. Plus 9 spirit. Plus 12 constitution. Durability. 150/150. Item level, 80. Required level, 50. Class restriction, none. Equipped effect, grants active skill, Eye of Dongxi. Eye of Insight can expose a randomly generated weakness in the enemy. Cooldown, 3 minutes. When Cheng Qianma saw the full stats of Dongxi Domeo, a smile instantly appeared on his face. Senior Asura really is generous. He actually gave me such an extremely rare class-free item. An item with a broken skill like Eye of Dongxi could just be handed over casually. The world of the rich. I truly don't understand it. Class-free equipment is precious, precisely because it has no class restrictions. Any awakened being can use it. And with so many classes in the Apocalypse continent, so regardless of its attribute bias, this type of equipment will always suit a certain class. What's more, this epic level equipment also comes with a bug level skill that reveals enemy weak points. Naturally, it's even more precious. Next, it's time to think about how to use the 4 recent transformation slots. Cheng Qianma's mind began to work quickly. A confident smile soon appeared. Let's start with that skill. Chapter 673. 2 brand new passives. Overflowing wind attributes. Although I have many passives, I'm still lacking in crowd control abilities, and I'm also short of a large-scale damaging skill. So I'll convert the 4 new transformation slots into 2 corresponding ultimate moves. Cheng Qianma was already very powerful, but he had a clear understanding of his own strengths. For single target burst damage, he had Martial God's Kick, a skill that could be considered bug tier. On the defensive side, he also had the blood-draining Blood Boundary Beyond, and the invincible ultimate face shield. But when it came to crowd control and area damage, he still fell short. Even with skills like Sword Mastery and Myriad Swords Return, which under passive boosts, could unleash an astonishing number of sword waves. Those sword waves were still single-target attacks, hitting only one enemy at a time, no matter how many there were. For group damage output, they were far inferior to mage-type area spells. You have to understand, powerful mage classes can unleash world-shattering damage in the late game. Once they finish casting, they can strike all enemies within a certain range, and there's no upper limit to the number of targets. If the timing is right, they can dish out massive damage with ease. So, after much consideration, Cheng Qianma decided to convert the 4 transformation slots into 2 ultimate moves. The first transformation skill, I'll use it to convert the Ice Calamity Master's 3rd advancement ultimate, Emergency Troop Domain. Emergency Troop Domain. The Ice Calamity Master can release -50°C freezing energy and spray it within a 30-meter range directly ahead. When the target is hit by the freezing energy, they will be instantly frozen. They will also take minor frost damage for 3 seconds. System, I want to convert Emergency Troop Domain. Cheng Qianma firmly stated his choice. When Cheng Qianma saw the passive version of Emergency Troop Domain, a smile appeared on his face. The conversion system really lives up to its godlike name. The passive version of not only increases the attack range, but also boosts damage and duration. With -80°C freezing energy, its power surpasses Yamaner's Frost Impact. Moreover, the freezing energy can assist Frost Impact. The freezing energy can assist Frost Impact. The freezing energy can assist Frost Impact. Not only increases attack range, but also boosts damage and duration. With -80°C freezing energy, its power is much stronger than Yamaner's Frost Impact. If I can find the right angle on the battlefield, I could even control a large number of enemy troops by myself. Cheng Qianma didn't care that Emergency Troop Domain only had a 5% trigger chance. That's because it's currently only level 1. Once the conversion system levels up, its effect will improve drastically again. Perfect. The new Emergency Troop Domain not only has powerful crowd control effects, but can also act as a semi-AoE damage skill. Next, I'll convert another passive. That way I won't need to worry about AoE abilities for now. System. Next I want to convert the ultimate of Candlewind. Gale Maelstrom. Gale Maelstrom. Candlewind channels a storm of wind centered on himself. Once charging is complete, he can turn the wind into a wind tornado and direct it anywhere within a 30-meter radius. The wind tornado forcibly pulls in all enemies within 10 meters and deals massive wind-type damage to them. Base duration, for seconds. For each second of charging, the duration increases by 1 second. Maximum charge time, 3 seconds. System. Upon hearing Chung Qianma's request, it emits a ding sound again. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully converted the Swift Soldier domain into a passive skill. 260. 7 minutes and 31 seconds, LV1. Windstorm Havoc. Passive. Level 1. When using wind-based magic, there is a 5% chance to trigger. The Candlewind wielder can center themselves and gather ferocious wind power. Once charging is complete, the wind power can be transformed into a wind tornado and directed to any location within a 40-meter radius. The wind tornado can forcibly pull in all enemies within 15 meters and deal ultra-radiant wind attribute damage to them. Base duration, for seconds. For each second of charging, the duration increases by 1 second. Maximum charge time, for seconds. Ultra-radiant wind attribute damage. When Chung Qianma saw the Windstorm Havoc passive, he felt a bit surprised. It wasn't because the passive version of Windstorm Havoc had significantly improved effects compared to the original skill that astonished him. Rather, it was the first time he saw a skill description use the term ultra-radiant to describe damage. On the Tianqi continent, magic-based profession skills generally have higher output than physical professions. This is their professional advantage, unchanging. But even the most powerful magic skills would only be labeled as dealing massive damage. You should know, such skills are already the ceiling of damage output. But for Chung Qianma, a skill with ultra-radiant damage suddenly appeared. This clearly holds epic-making significance. There's no suitable target right now, or I'd really want to test the strength of this so-called ultra-radiant damage. Looks like I'll have to find another opportunity later. Chung Qianma smiled. To test the true power of an AoE magic skill, you obviously need a large number of enemies. Otherwise, it's like using a sledgehammer to kill a fly. Completely meaningless. Besides, he didn't want to expose his trump card too early, so he suppressed his curiosity and waited for the right moment. Alright. I almost forgot something. Let's hope Lebengsi isn't too stingy. Chung Qianma slowly pulled out a delicate wooden box from his spatial storage ring. It was a gift from Lebengsi, former leader of Storm City's Dark Brotherhood, given to win Chung Qianma over. Later on, Chung Qianma got too busy and completely forgot about it. Now that it came back to mind, a slight curve appeared at the corner of his lips. Chapter 674. A God-tier exclusive skill, Shapeshift. Lebengsi wanted me to become the Dark Brotherhood's chief assassin. He probably wouldn't be too stingy. With hopeful anticipation, Chung Qianma slowly opened the delicate wooden box. The next second, a dazzling light burst out from within the box. Congratulations. You've successfully obtained the Chief Assassin's exclusive skill book, Shapeshift. Shapeshift. The Chief Assassin can freely change their body shape and appearance. Duration, 72 hours. Cooldown, 1 week. Only assassins of D rank or higher can use this skill. When Chung Qianma saw the effect of Shapeshift, a strange expression appeared on his face. So the Chief Assassin had such an overpowered skill. If body and appearance can change, can gender be changed too? Or maybe some other places? Can they be enhanced? At that moment, inside Chung Qianma's mind, a flood of AV title names and storylines popped up involuntarily. It's not that he's perverted. Anyone who sees the effects of body morphing would probably can't help but let their imagination run wild. Men, you know, have these little pleasures. Totally normal. Whatever. Let's give it a try. Feeling a bit eager, Chung Qianma doesn't care that he's currently riding on Qing Dai's neck. With lightning speed, faster than a bell-ringing thief, he masters body morphing, and the next second, a golden glint flashes. Holy cow, this skill's effects are borderline perverse. After Chung Qianma uses body morphing, a brand new character customization panel appears before him. This panel lists over 100 adjustable parameters, like height, weight, physical features, and so on. Any parameter you can think of can be freely tweaked here. What's even crazier is that Chung Qianma's casual joke actually came true, because he saw a gender option. My gosh, it's actually free gender swapping. Now I finally understand why this skill requires a D-tier assassin or higher to learn. Otherwise, this continent would be crawling with gender-bending freaks. Some weirdos with odd fetishes might not even care about being assassins, and would still barge into the Dark Brotherhood just to try it. Chung Qianma now feels a chill down his spine. He has no interest in free gender swapping. He only tries tweaking his body within the male parameters. This face of mine, worthy of a legendary idol, doesn't need any changes. Let's just test the body modification effects. Since Chung Qianma's body was enhanced by the Azure Dragon's blessing, his height is already close to 2 meters. So, to thoroughly test the effects of body morphing, he reduces his height to around 1.7 meters, a fairly average male height. At the same time, he changes his muscular physique into a lean, wiry frame. After pressing the confirm button, An astonishing scene unfolds. His body was actually changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 seconds, he looked like a completely different person. This transformation effect is insanely powerful. Paired with the eye-concealing effect of the chief assassin outfit, probably no one could recognize me. Little Ching Ching. Do you still recognize me? Cheng Qianma patted Qing Dai's neck with a half-smile. Qing Dai turned her head and was instantly shocked. Master, what happened to your body? That tall and mighty handsome man turned into a tiny dwarf. Cheng Qianma just wanted to tease Qing Dai a little, but who knew he'd end up being called a tiny dwarf? He almost blacked out from frustration. In Qing Dai's eyes, Cheng Qianma had shrunk by 30 centimeters instantly. His muscles were completely gone, like a balloon that lost its air, skinny like a horse's gallbladder. With such drastic contrast, calling him a tiny dwarf wasn't even that much of an exaggeration. Haha, this is a god-tier skill I just learned. Now I can use it to trick people. At this moment, Cheng Qianma wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, he looked excited, because in his eyes, shapeshift was a skill with immense strategic value. You have to know, whether in terms of status or reputation, he was now one of the top figures in the lower nations, and there were plenty of foreigners who saw him as a thorn in their side, wishing for nothing more than to kill him. In such a situation where countless eyes were on him, he couldn't act however he pleased. But with shapeshift, everything Cheng Qianma would gain far more flexibility to adapt to any situation. Shapeshift would help him create many special opportunities. Nice. Since Lebengsi fell for it so easily, then in the upcoming Assassin Tournament, I'll help him make a glorious showing. When Cheng Qianma left Wind and Rain City last time, Lebengsi had reminded him to be sure to return to the city 3 months later. Otherwise, he would miss the registration for the Assassin Tournament. As the saying goes, when you take a favor, you owe a favor. Cheng Qianma was never a petty person. Since the gift from Lebengsi was given with sincerity, he naturally planned to return the favor. So whether public or private, he was determined to earn his place in the tournament. And he also wanted to use this opportunity to initiate another plan he had been preparing for a long time. This trip turned out to be a huge harvest. Time to allocate the newly earned free attribute points. I wonder how much my combat power will increase. A look of anticipation appeared on Cheng Qianma's face. Chapter 675, Combat Power Source, a blatant ripoff. Next, I'll assign the newly earned free attribute points. Then I can head home. Cheng Qianma smiled slightly. He first added the 6 free attribute points gained from reaching level 55 into strength. Then he opened his personal status panel. Name, Cheng Qianma. Race, human. Class, 3rd tier spirit possessor. Level, 55 EXP, 11 million/18 million. Strength, 148, plus 220 from equipment. Agility, 210, plus 151 from equipment. Spirit, 126, plus 66 from equipment. Constitution, 120, plus 136 from equipment. HP, 11,155. MP, 6,590. Armor, 800. Same level physical damage reduction, 32.4%. Attack speed bonus, 47.2%. Critical hit rate, 55.9%. Critical damage bonus, 38%. Magic resistance, 20%. Armor penetration, 15%. Ignore resistance, 20%. Magic damage bonus, 20%. Movement speed bonus, 10%. All-type damage bonus, 10%. Magic cooldown reduction, 10%. Mana regeneration. Recovers 8% of total mana every 5 seconds. Awakening talent. X-rank conversion LV9. Combat power evaluation. 683,543. Baptism buff. Basic amplification. Magic blessing. Advanced penetration. Advanced luck. Nightmare blessing. When Cheng Qianma saw his stats had been fully enhanced, and his combat power had successfully surpassed 680,000. A smile immediately spread across his face. This trip to find upgrade materials for the glimmering 1,000-blade umbrella was indeed fruitful. Even without upgrading the weapon yet, his combat power increased by a whole 80,000 points. Once the glimmering 1,000-blade umbrella reaches Phase 3, his strength will undergo another major breakthrough. And the strategic value of shapeshift isn't even reflected in his combat stats, so his true strength is actually much higher than what the panel shows. Right now, even against a regular 4th advancement powerhouse, he could still put up a fight. Such terrifying cross-rank combat ability. Even looking across the entire world, only the top superpowers on Blue Star might have a few geniuses who could slightly compare. As for everyone else, they couldn't even see the dust left by Cheng Qianma's wheels. Time to go home. I wonder how old Fan is doing lately. After confirming all the rewards, Cheng Qianma was eager to return. He rode Qing Dai and headed toward Lingua City, flying full speed ahead. Since the miasma swamp was extremely far from the dark forest, even with Qing Dai's far superior flight speed, it still took 4 full days to reach the destination. When Cheng Qianma saw the outline of Eternal City from the sky, he couldn't help but complain. The territory of the Apocalypse continent is just too massive. Even with my flight speed that leaves everyone else behind, it still takes this long to travel. Others must have it even worse. If only Eternal City could also have a teleportation gate. Ever since he experienced Asura's personal teleportation gate, Cheng Qianma had been itching for one. Unfortunately, he still didn't have enough money to afford a private teleportation gate worth over 20 million. Besides, even if he had money, he had more important things to spend it on, like upgrading the guild to level 9, or even buying out the entire Lingua City region. So for now, he could only look at his empty pockets and sigh softly. A few minutes later, he and the birdcage finally arrived above Eternal City. At that moment, a flicker of shock flashed in Cheng Qianma's eyes. What's going on? I was only gone for about a month. How did Eternal City change so drastically? Cheng Qianma didn't even need to check the guild panel. He could see the changes at a glance. The number of shops inside the city had at least doubled since he left. Even more shocking, there used to be only 4 high-end iron forging shops, and they only occupied a small area in the city. But now, the entire northeast corner of the city was filled with high-end forging shops. A conservative estimate put the number at over 80. Eternal City has changed professions. It should be called the City of Forging now. With confusion in his heart, Cheng Qianma flew into the city. As soon as the people saw him, they erupted into deafening cheers. But Cheng Qianma didn't pay it much attention. All he wanted now was to figure out what had happened in Eternal City while he was away. Just as he was wondering, a few familiar faces slowly approached from the distance. Cheng Qianma focused his gaze. It was Fan Hanyu, Jiang Wenliang, Du Tinglei, and Qin Yongchang. The 4 of them now held very high positions in Eternal Pinnacle. They were essentially the top brass, and the only person worthy of having all 4 greet him was naturally the guild leader of Eternal Pinnacle, Cheng Qianma himself. Well, how do you like the forging team I brought back? Jiang Wenliang, being the closest to Cheng Qianma, was also quite proud of his subordinates. So he spoke up first without hesitation, sounding a little boastful too. At that moment, Cheng Qianma finally understood everything. He immediately opened the guild panel and saw that Eternal City now had 91 high-end forging shops. You have to understand, even in a free trade environment, you still need qualifications to open a relevant shop. For example, to open a high-grade iron slurry shop, you need to be a high-level blacksmith yourself. Otherwise, with Eternal City's foot traffic, how could high-level shops previously have no more than 10? Which proves that most of these newly opened high-grade iron slurry shops are run by Jiang Wenliang's subordinates. After all, each of them is a certified high-level blacksmith. Excellent, really excellent. High-grade iron slurry shops are basically living money printers. With those money printers, Eternal City is finally going to take off, Cheng Qianma said with some excitement. Just then, Fan Hanyu said with a half-smile, "Don't get too excited yet. That was just the appetizer. The real excitement is still to come." Cheng Qianma was stunned. After hearing that, Chapter 676, Evolved Maturity Stage, the terrifying third phase. When Cheng Qianma heard that something more exciting was coming, he instinctively turned to look behind him. That was where Eternal City's core was located. The next second, he finally understood. The world tree had leveled up. Cheng Qianma saw that both the trunk's height and the canopy's coverage range were several times larger than when he last left. It was obvious, a clear sign of evolution. To confirm his suspicion, Cheng Qianma immediately opened the world tree's interface. World tree. Current stage, maturity. Special ability 1. Can secrete 20 units of source of life per day. Special ability 2. Will defend the territory of the base and attack all invading enemies. At the same time, its leaves can block ranged attacks. Special ability 3. Has a certain chance to attract high-level flying creatures to settle nearby. Source of can increase the quality of all base materials by 2 grades. Upgrade duration, 5 years. Feeding materials can accelerate growth. When Cheng Qianma finished reading the stats of the world tree in its mature phase, his face immediately lit up with excitement. Because the mature world tree not only significantly increased the secretion of source of life, but also enhanced its upgrade effect, from raising base material quality by 1 grade to 2 grades. And on top of that, it gained the ability to attract high-level flying creatures. The former could further boost the capabilities of mature flying beasts. Tripled, in fact, their quality far surpasses regular ones. The latter opens up the chance for more guild members to receive high-level flying mounts. Keep in mind, while the emerald hatchling may be rare and powerful, its production rate is simply too low. At 1 egg every 5 days, it can't keep up with Eternal Pinnacle's rapid expansion. And for most people, a high-grade flying mount is already the ultimate goal. They dream of owning one. So the world tree's third ability is truly a blessing in disguise. Just as Cheng Qianma was marveling at it, 3 fiery red birds flew out from the top of the world tree. As the guild leader of Eternal Pinnacle, Cheng Qianma immediately recognized the stats of the red bird. Crimson Luan, SS rank pet, top tier quality. When used as a flying mount, it increases movement speed by 400%. When used as a combat unit, it can assist its master in battle. Its power is equivalent to a level 50 human awakener. The world tree evolved so fast, it actually attracted such high-level creatures like winged wands, and 3 of them at once, no less. They even possessed strength equivalent to third awakening human beings. Right now, Chung Qianma felt happiness had arrived far too suddenly. He had originally thought that the world tree attracting 1 or 2 a month would already be good. Who would have thought? It had just evolved not long ago, and already attracted 3 at once. What an unexpected bonus. Seeing Chung Qianma's astonished expression, Fan Hanyu and the others all chuckled. Old Fan really went all out. He used at least a fifth of our guild's inventory just to feed the world tree. Otherwise, the world tree wouldn't have reached maturity so quickly. On the day it evolved, those 3 winged wands flew over on their own. We were absolutely stunned when we saw it. Old Fan really has incredible foresight, Qin Yongchang said with a cheerful grin. At first, everyone didn't understand Fan Hanyu's decision, thinking the world tree was a bottomless pit. But later on, they were all convinced by his boldness. After Qin Yongchang finished, the others nodded with smiles, showing full agreement. Fan Hanyu, on the other hand, scratched her head a bit awkwardly. Don't flatter this old lady too much. If President Chung hadn't activated the world tree, even a skilled woman can't cook without rice. If anyone deserves credit, it's our president here. The current Fan Hanyu was no longer the arrogant and prideful person from before. She had completely integrated into the eternal Apex family and held deep admiration for Chung Qianma. As soon as she finished speaking, the other leaders also shifted focus and began teasing Chung Qianma. All right. Are you guys all working together now? Trying to bury me in praise, huh? I can't take this. Chung Qianma was never good at handling this kind of attention. He instantly put a stop to everyone's mutual praise session. All right, no more flattery then. Next up, we have something serious to do. Eternal Pinnacle now meets the requirements for an upgrade. It's time for you to level it up. Although Fan Hanyu was the vice guild leader and held the majority of permissions, the right to upgrade the guild was reserved solely for the guild leader. No one else could interfere, so everyone had patiently waited for Chung Qianma's return these past few days. After hearing that, Chung Qianma gave a slight nod. She knew that when she left last time, the material gathering was already over halfway done. The guild was only a few resources short of reaching level 9, and judging by the time, it was indeed time to upgrade, so she wasn't surprised at all. Very quickly, she opened the guild panel. A message box immediately popped up. Congratulations. Eternal Pinnacle now meets the conditions to reach LV9. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Without hesitation, Chung Qianma pressed the upgrade option. The next second, Eternal City's influence once again expanded outward. At the same time, howls echoed across the dark forest surrounding the city. When the guild members inside the city felt the tremors, they all lit up with joy and excitement, because they all knew this was the sign of a guild upgrade. In an instant, cheers echoed throughout the city. Everyone's face was filled with overwhelming joy. Anyone in a rapidly growing guild like Eternal Pinnacle would feel a strong sense of security. After all, who wouldn't want a powerful force to rely on? It was clear. Eternal Pinnacle had already grown into a massive powerhouse, strong enough to shelter its members from any storm, to block out all danger. A few minutes later, the border expansion finally ended. Eternal Pinnacle officially advanced to LV9, securing its place among the top guilds in Xia Nation. But Chung Qianma had no idea. Today's surprises aren't over yet. The real show is still ahead. Chapter 677. Upgrading to a level 9 guild. Annexing Linghua City. After seeing the guild upgrade complete, Chung Qianma opened the guild panel with eager anticipation. The next second, a series of messages appeared before his eyes. Guild name, Eternal Apex. Guild level, 9. Territory name, Eternal City. Guild master, Chung Qianma. Guild member count, 23,984,500. Influence range, 500 square kilometers. Occupied territory, 91% of Linghua City. Subguilds, 12 total, including Divine Realm Guild, level 9. Blood Fiend Guild, level 3. Galaxy Guild, level 5. Ashen Guild, level 4. Special buildings, Emerald Dragon Fong, LV2. World Tree, mature stage, viewable. Special resources, produces 20 units of Source of Life per day. Hatches 1 Emerald Dragon Egg every 5 days. Chance to attract high-level flying creatures to settle. Guild buildings, Advanced Training Hall, Advanced Housing, Guild Warehouse, Guild Quest Board, Merchant Structures, Advanced Blacksmith Shops, times 91, Advanced Herbal Rooms, times 11, Advanced Tannery Houses, times 9, Advanced Engineering Cabins, times 8. Upgrade requirements, 400,000 units of wood, 400,000 units of stone, 200,000 units of mistrock, 160,000 units of metal, 200,000 units of leather, 140,000 units of herbs, 12 million gold coins. Guild member count must exceed 4,000. After Chung Qianma finished browsing all the new guild information, he finally gained a clear understanding of Eternal City's current strength. Looks like Old Fan really knows his stuff. Not only did he, in such a short time, bring the guild's member count up to nearly 2,400, but he also greatly expanded the city's commercial scale. Now, aside from the terrifying scale of blacksmith shops, other support profession industries were also catching up quickly. Chung Qianma now felt that merging with the Divine Domain Guild was a truly wise decision. He knew the guild's prior decline was due to many objections, not something that could be blamed on Fan Hanyu alone. Think about it. Even if Fan Hanyu hadn't fallen out with Ling Xiao, even if the Divine Domain Guild and the university had worked together, could they really have withstood the joint assault of Nightmare's Descent and Cloud Overlord Guild? The answer was clearly no. At that time, the Divine Domain had already waned. Its decline was obvious. Personnel losses were rapidly increasing, and they no longer had the power to dominate the world. The turning point of everything came with Cheng Qianma's sudden rise. With him around, Divine Domain's fate finally had a glimmer of hope again. Now that Eternal Pinnacle had occupied 91% of the Lingua City region, surely the cost to purchase the main city would be significantly reduced. With anticipation, Cheng Qianma opened the Lingua City interface. A line of text instantly popped up. Since Eternal Pinnacle currently occupies 91% of the Lingua City region, you may now purchase full control for only 2 million gold coins. Would you like to proceed? I remember when we were short by 18%. The cost for full control was 12 million, and now we're only short by 9%. Logically it should be, but now it's just 2 million? Could it be that surpassing 90% control triggered some kind of discount for Eternal Pinnacle? The sudden surprise left Cheng Qianma overjoyed. He quickly checked Eternal Pinnacle's current gold reserves, and even after the recent upgrade, they still had over 3 million left. Since there's money left, might as well buy Lingua City outright. With a wave of his hand, Cheng Qianma decisively hit the purchase button. The next second, Lingua City was instantly added to Eternal Pinnacle's territory. From this point on, the entire region centered around Lingua City. Everything now belongs to Cheng Qianma. Congratulations. Since you have taken control of all local forces on the map, you've successfully obtained lordship over Lingua City. Would you like to keep Lingua City as is, or dismantle its walls, and merge it directly into Eternal City? Wait, you can dismantle a city. Now this is getting exciting. Cheng Qianma originally thought that after taking over this area, he would simply gain lordship over Lingua City. In other words, just an additional source of income. But to his surprise, he could actually dismantle Lingua City's walls, which meant every building within the city would be fully absorbed into Eternal City. Since he already had full control of the region, there was no point in maintaining a city within a city. Tear it down. Merge everything into one. Having made his decision, Cheng Qianma decisively hit the dismantle button. The next second, Lingua City's walls vanished entirely and turned into building materials, which were transferred into Eternal Apex's inventory. At the same time, the owners of various shops and auction houses within Lingua City saw a prompt appear before them. They were required to re-sign rental agreements and pay at least 1 year of deposit. Otherwise, they would be forcibly evicted. At that moment, shock filled the faces of every business owner. Because the lessor listed on the contract was no longer Lingua City, but Eternal Apex, written in bold letters, they finally realized Lingua City had been annexed by Eternal Apex. This event had never happened before in Xia Nation's history. In an instant, an uproar erupted throughout Lingua City. At the same time, Cheng Qianma himself was dumbfounded, because under Eternal City's name, there were suddenly hundreds of new property ownership records. All of them were assets from Lingua City. Chapter 678. Aggressively collecting rent. Turning the tables on Eiju. Damn. Eternal Pinnacle is really that badass now. They actually swallowed up Lingua City. That's insane. How did their guild manage that? Forget the rest. Let's talk about this new contract. Why did the rent nearly double? Isn't their guild basically robbing people blind? You raised. So everyone's doing the same thing? Damn it. Their guild is shameless. They're hiking prices just because they can. I object. Same here, I object. Because property rights in the major cities of the Apocalypse continent are lease-based. Shop owners can only rent properties with money. They don't have ownership rights. This setup was the same in Eternal City. So, after Lingua City changed hands, all tenants were required to sign new contracts. And because the rent in these contracts was set according to Eternal City's commercial standards, as a result, the price was nearly twice as high as before. Anyone would be upset if their landlord suddenly doubled the rent. Naturally, this triggered a joint protest among the business owners. However, after Cheng Qianmo read through the new contract terms, he didn't think they were unreasonable, because in his view, commercial spaces in Eternal City were considered blue-chip assets, given Eternal City's current popularity and scale, not to mention its future growth potential. Doing business here was guaranteed to be a profitable investment. If anyone found it too expensive now, they were free to not rent. Soon enough, experienced merchants would be lining up with cash in hand. Eventually, they'd even have to consider whether there were enough converted shops to satisfy the demand from everyone. That's why Cheng Qianma wasn't worried at all about selling the shop spaces. However, at that moment in Lingua City, there are already signs of a united resistance. We can't let Eternal Apex exploit us without reason. Everyone band together. Refuse to sign the new contracts. That's right. As long as we all stand united, they'll be forced under pressure to bring back the original prices. Humph. Short-sighted thinking. We could even use this chance. Alright. Nobody signed anything. Someone took the lead. And now many others were chiming in, saying not to sign any new contracts with Eternal Apex. Some bold individuals even wanted to use this chance to pressure the guild, attempting to lower the rent. At first, everyone seemed fairly united. Not a single person signed a contract. But when Chung Chinma saw that after several minutes, no one had made a move, a sly smile crept onto his face. Not signing, huh? No problem. Just don't regret it later. With Chung Chinma's intelligence, it was easy for him to figure out what those shop owners were thinking. But he didn't care. Soon after, he casually picked 5 or 6 shops from the list of recovered properties and instantly revoked their ownership rights. They would no longer be rented to the previous tenants. This sudden counterattack instantly triggered several screams from deep within Linghua City. Damn it. My shop. These shops have been reclaimed. They acted so decisively. Damn it. Even the iron paste shop I worked so hard to build is gone. Which bastard said we should unite and boycott? I've run this herbal store for nearly 8 years. Now it's just gone like that. Is Eternal Pinnacle trying to go against all merchants? Because these shop owners were loud about it, the news quickly spread across Linghua City. Now a lot of people started to panic, especially those who've been rooted in their shops had built up a reputation. With a stable customer base, their income was solid. Even if rent doubled, they could still afford it. They'd just earn a little less. So after thinking it over, they decided to quietly sign the contract. After all, earning less is better than earning nothing. If they really angered Eternal Pinnacle and had their shop rights revoked, then all their years of building would go down the drain. Moreover, these profitable shop owners had better foresight than others. They knew following a rising force like Eternal Pinnacle wouldn't turn out worse than before, so more and more people quickly gave in. A few minutes later, the list in Chung Chinma. A smile finally. Looks like there are still some smart people. They know who to follow to make money. As for the rest of those idiots, if they still don't get it, then I'll just give them what they want. In Chung Chinma's eyes, rather than wasting these rare shop slots on useless people, it's better to reclaim them himself, then reassign them to more capable merchants. That way, he'd make even more. So he sped up the process of reclaiming shops. Now the merchants of Linghua City could no longer sit still. Everyone went crazy, rushing to sign the new contracts in hand, terrified that Chung Chinma's blade would come down on them the very next second. At this moment, the merchants' mental defenses in the city were finally shattered by Chung Chinma's ruthlessness. Then, within just 4 minutes, all the merchants whose properties hadn't been reclaimed yet signed the new contracts with doubled rent. This time, since everyone who signed had to pay 1 year's rent in advance, Eternal City received a huge amount of gold. Although Fan Hanyu and the others didn't understand what Chung Chinma had just done, when they saw the guild's balance drop from over 3 million to 1 million, then instantly surged to over 4.3 million, they were all dumbfounded. Chung Chinma smiled slightly and briefly explained his operation. Everyone expressed their admiration after hearing it. After the rent collection was complete, Chung Chinma opened the building menu. He wanted to see whether any new buildings appeared after the guild was upgraded to level 9. The next second, his face lit up with joy. This is Chapter 679, Unique Building. Birth of the Tree Realm. After the guild reached level 9, it actually unlocked the right to build a guild teleportation gate. What a blessing in a time of need. When Chung Chinma saw the new building, guild teleportation gate, his eyes lit up with excitement. He had long hoped that his residence could have a teleportation gate for long-distance travel. Now that his wish had finally come true, he couldn't hide his joy. Then, he carefully read through the information related to the guild teleportation gate. Guild teleportation gate. Upon first use, the guild leader can set 1 destination for free. Additional destinations require extra gold to unlock. All destinations must be located within a main city, otherwise they can't be set. The guild teleportation gate remains inactive by default and cannot be used. Each activation costs 2 million gold coins. It can remain active for 1 day. After checking the guild portal's stats, it's clearly a bit inferior to a private portal. Just the daily usage fee of 2 million. Most guilds can't afford it. No wonder Nightmare Descends and Cloud Tyrant kept delaying large-scale attacks. Turns out maintaining the portal continuously was just too costly. Chung Chinma, who had been excited earlier, immediately calmed down after studying the portal's attributes. What he wanted was something like Asura's portal, with no limit on users and unrestricted access at any time, not one that costs a fortune and can only be open for a short while. The former allows 24/7 access, keeping Eternal Pinnacle at peak mobility, but the latter is only useful when launching an external assault, because during such times, the portal must be active. But outside of wartime, guild members are scattered all over. When the portal is inactive, no one can use it at all. So with such a high cost, most high-level guilds only use the guild portal as a strategic weapon. They don't keep it open during peacetime. Although Eternal Pinnacle is generating strong income now, their reserves were just depleted. There hasn't been enough time to build them back up. Naturally, they can't afford this kind of expense. so Chung Qianma felt a little disappointed. Oh well. Better to have one than none. Luckily, construction doesn't cost anything, just build it first. Once they're wealthier in the future, they can afford to keep it open longer. Chung Qianma's mindset was decent. He adjusted his mood quickly. Soon after, he set the initial location of the guild portal, right in the center of Eternal City. That is, right next to the World Tree. The main reason for doing this, it's because next to the World Tree is the safest spot in the entire Eternal City. It guarantees the guild teleportation gate won't be hit by enemy long-range artillery during wartime. This is the spot. After confirming the location, Chung Qianma pressed the confirm button. The next second, a 3-meter-tall arched silhouette gradually appeared. 3 minutes later, the silhouette fully materialized. The Eternal Peaks Guild teleportation gate was officially completed. But at that moment, the crown of the World Tree suddenly burst with a dazzling green light. Then the ground began to quake. This sudden phenomenon caught Chung Qianma, Fan Hanyu, and the others off guard. What's going on? When the Divine Realm Guild built their teleportation gate, there wasn't any phenomenon like this. As far as I know, no other guilds experienced it either. Fan Hanyu had once been the leader of a level 9 guild, so she naturally knew about teleportation gate mechanics. But everything before her eyes now, she had never seen it, so she looked visibly surprised. At that moment, Chung Qianma silently gazed at the World Tree. She didn't say a word. A sense of anticipation suddenly rose in her heart. Is there a surprise? Chung Qianma stared in eager anticipation. A few seconds later, cracks began to form on the ground beneath the gate. Then countless roots emerged from the soil. What followed was an astonishing scene. The roots started attaching themselves to the teleportation gate and began pulling it down. Fan Hanyu suddenly exclaimed, "The World Tree is trying to eat the teleportation gate. What the hell is this?" At that moment, Chung Qianma's heart began to race wildly. She felt like her theory might actually be coming true. Come on, let me see what interesting thing happens next. After the teleportation gate was forcibly pulled into the crack, the ground began to heal. In less than a minute, it returned to normal, as if nothing had ever happened. Everyone widened their eyes at the sight. They couldn't understand what just happened, but at that moment, the trunk of the World Tree cast a bright green projection toward the location where the guild portal had been. The next second, a gate made of trees, flowers, and grass appeared. At the same time, a message appeared in front of Chung Qianma. Congratulations, the World Tree has fused with the guild portal to create a unique structure. The Tree Realm, a new type of portal powered by the World Tree, can be opened bidirectionally, without any cost. However, during this time, the World Tree's required nutrients will increase. Please ensure adequate nutrition supply. Current number of available Tree Realm nodes, 5. When the World Tree evolves again, more nodes can be added. The moment the message disappeared, 5 green seeds suddenly appeared in Chung Qianma's hands. Tree Realm can remain open continuously, without consuming any money. Awesome. Even the usually composed Chung Qianma was overjoyed at this moment. He never expected the World Tree to have such terrifying hidden abilities. Chapter 680, Tree Realm Seeds. The net is born. What kind of structure is that? It really looks like some kind of portal. Could it be that because of the World Tree's power, our guild portal transformed? I've roamed the Apocalypse continent for years, but today truly opened my eyes. Fan Hanyu and the other big shots couldn't help but marvel at the Tree Realm. With their experience, it wasn't hard to see that the tree-shaped arch before them was definitely something extraordinary. Very soon, everyone turned their eyes to Chung Qianma in unison. Everyone was hoping he could give an explanation. This tree-shaped arch is called the Tree Realm. It's a unique building, an upgraded version of the guild teleportation gate. It can stay open bidirectionally and doesn't consume any gold. Chung Qianma gave a simple explanation of Tree Realm's abilities. After hearing it, everyone looked utterly shocked. Especially Fan Hanyu, who exclaimed excitedly, "Heaven bless our eternal peak. With the Tree Realm, our guild will not only gain exceptional mobility, but also significantly improve members' safety. As for nutrients, just feed it more materials. We need to upgrade it anyway. With it in our guild, we'll soar to new heights in no time." Fan Hanyu, with his rich experience, immediately recognized the Tree Realm's power. In his view, Eternal Peak's biggest current advantage was having a lot of high-level craftsmen. Their production capability was massive, but those outputs were just goods. To convert them into gold, they needed to trade with External Awakened. That would take a lot of time. It couldn't be done overnight. So, the fact that Tree Realm only consumes nutrients, and not gold, was practically like getting it for free. Right now, I can set up 5 teleportation nodes. What do you think? How should we distribute them? Chung Qianma now was no longer fighting alone. Under his command were many capable and reliable talents. So naturally, he was willing to hear their thoughts. After hearing the details, everyone began to share their opinions. The most agreed upon suggestion was to place the teleportation nodes in distant high-level main cities as much as possible. That would maximize the advantage. After all, in close-range battles, members of Eternal Pinnacle can easily gather and launch an attack. Only expeditions would make use of the tree realm's instant teleportation. Just imagine, if Eternal Pinnacle had unlimited teleportation power, once they go to war with other guilds, their logistical capabilities would be terrifying. It's a kind of advantage others can't even dream of. After listening to everyone's thoughts, Chung Qianma nodded slightly. His thinking aligned with theirs. He then took out 5 seeds and handed them to Fan Hanyu. The method to activate tree realm teleportation nodes was very simple. Just find a safe patch of land in the target city and plant a tree realm seed there. The seed will grow into an ordinary tree. Only when the teleportation function is activated will it project the tree realm. After hearing this, everyone drew in a sharp breath. They realized how absurdly well hidden the tree realm subportals were. You have to know, most guild subportals are closely watched and defended, because once war breaks out, they're easy targets for destruction. But the tree realm subportals are just ordinary trees in peacetime. Naturally, enemies wouldn't think they could be used for long-distance teleportation, so they wouldn't attack them. In this way, as long as Eternal Pinnacle rents a courtyard in the city and plants the tree realm seed, it's basically foolproof. Because even if they're attacked, Eternal Pinnacle's elites can instantly teleport in to support, and they won't come alone, they'll come in droves. After a round of discussion, everyone selected 5 major cities. Then Fan Hanyu summoned his trusted aides and secretly dispatched them in 5 directions with tree realm seeds. Everyone, this time I returned to announce an important plan. I'll need you all to put in more effort going forward. After the tree realm distribution was settled, Chung Qianma suddenly changed the subject. Everyone looked curious at once. Knowing Chung Qianma well, they understood that any plan he came up with wouldn't be ordinary. Seeing their eager expressions, Chung Qianma slowly said, I want to form an intelligence and assassination organization. Everyone was surprised by his words. Isn't the Dark Brotherhood already around? If we need something, can't we just hire them? Zhang Wenliang felt that Eternal Peak was in a rapid growth phase, and all focus should go to base development, so he was the first to raise an objection. The others nodded in agreement, clearly siding with his opinion. Only Fan Hanyu showed a thoughtful expression. Then he chuckled and said, your vision is still too narrow. Our guild's future enemies will only grow stronger. It's not impossible to clash head-on with foreign guilds. The Dark Brotherhood isn't our subordinate organization. Why would they obey us completely? Besides, intelligence and assassination work is extremely confidential. If we rely on outsiders for everything, our guild will have no secrets left. I support the guild leader's idea. Only a kill squad composed of our own people can be used without restraint. As the former guild leader, Fan Hanyu had a much broader perspective than the others, so he was the only one who grasped Chung Qianma's true intention. Old Fan was half right. The organization I plan to build will have an extremely high entry threshold. Its average strength will far surpass the Dark Brotherhood. That's what will make it irreplaceable. As Chung Qianma spoke, an aura of absolute confidence radiated from him. Those who had been hesitant before completely set aside their doubts. Someone curiously asked, what name would Chung Qianma give to this brand new intelligence and assassin organization? Chung Qianma smiled slightly. He already had the answer. The Net. Chapter 681. 2 birds with 1 stone. Chung Qianma's real web. Have you heard? Eternal Pinnacle is publicly recruiting elite assassins. That news has spread everywhere now. How could I not know? They say the benefits they're offering are insanely generous. Is that true? Probably yeah. After all, their guild leader is Chung Qianma. I'm so jealous. If only I had chosen an assassin class. Keep dreaming. Sure, the perks are great, but the requirements are just as extreme. You think any random assassin can join? That's true. Sigh. I'm too envious. After Chung Qianma officially launched the recruitment plan for the net, news quickly spread to all the major cities. Conversations like that now happen every day. The insane benefits everyone talked about were exactly what Chung Qianma used to attract top talent. He promised every assassin who passed the selection process to join the net would receive at least 2 pieces of epic gear. In addition, Eternal Pinnacle would provide generous monthly bonuses. Even crazier, these outrageous benefits, even a single one of them, would be an irresistible temptation, let alone all 3. Of course, Chung Qianma wasn't running a charity. The generous perks he offered weren't for just any random killer. To improve the screening process, he required that applicants be at least level 55. Additionally, they must possess an execution token. With such strict requirements, it basically meant only high-tier assassins from the Dark Brotherhood could qualify. He outright rejected all lower-tier trash. But even so, because the conditions offered by Chung Qianma were so tempting, there were still countless people every day. Even those who didn't meet the criteria, but believed they were exceptionally gifted and might get in through special selection, flocking crazily toward Eternal Peak. In just 10 days, more than 1,000 people came to Eternal City to take the assassin entry test, and that number was still growing at an astonishing rate. Whether or not this recruitment yields many accepted candidates, the advertisement effect alone is already well worth it. Fan Hanyu looked at the long line of people waiting in the city and couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Although he couldn't see the assassins' expressions, since they were all wearing assassin uniforms and face masks, He could read the word shock clearly from their eyes. Today's Eternal City. In terms of construction scale and population flow within the city, completely crushed every other guild at its level. Many of the assassins lining up had traveled from far away. They had known nothing about Eternal Peak before. So now, seeing the city's flourishing prosperity, they were left speechless. They were completely stunned. That was another one of my goals. Even if they can't pass the assassin test, they'll still be dazzled by the abundance of goods in the city. That'll bring us a huge amount of transactions, and further spread the word. Just wait and see. In the coming month, more and more people will come. Even those who aren't assassins will be drawn by Eternal City's booming commerce. We still have some available. You can use this chance to discover more talents. Chung Qianma spoke calmly and confidently, as if everything was already under his control. Everything was firmly within his grasp. After Eternal Pinnacle is upgraded to level 9, the guild's member cap reaches an astonishing 4,500 people. Even after absorbing the remaining members of the God's Domain Guild, there are still over 1,000 vacant spots. Moreover, with his stringent standards, the final number of members recruited for Luoyang is unlikely to exceed 500. Therefore, Chung Qianma also wants to leverage this publicity to simultaneously recruit talent from various industries. This is a brilliant move that kills two birds with one stone. At this moment, Fan Hanyu's admiration for Chung Qianma is like an endless, surging river. She never expected that Chung Qianma's vision could be so far-reaching. By the way, there's something I haven't mentioned before, because the timing wasn't right. Now, I'll tell you alone first. Chung Qianma's tone suddenly shifted, catching Fan Hanyu off guard. What is it? Fan Hanyu immediately showed a serious expression. She knew that what Chung Qianma was about to say must be extremely important. Chung Qianma smiled and said softly, I am the instructor of the Yanlong Soul. As you probably know, in the last hunting operation, I dealt a severe blow to a kingdom. So, they've secretly placed a bounty on me. It won't be long before assassins come to take my life. Chung Qianma said the most terrifying thing, in the calmest tone. Upon hearing this, Fan Hanyu widened her eyes in shock. Such an important matter. And you're so calm about it. If it were anyone else, they'd probably be panicking to death. Now I think I understand. Another reason behind your creation of Luoyang. You plan to pit assassins against assassins. Chung Qianma nodded slightly upon hearing this, and began to explain his thoughts. He established Luoyang not only for the guild's future development, it also serves the purpose of countering enemy spies. After all, the one who understands a killer best can only ever be a killer themselves. Moreover, if we want to carry out secret missions abroad in the future, before the country officially declares war, a killer will always be the ideal profession, because they are the kings of the Dark Night. At the same time, he also wants to seize this opportunity to declare to the entire Blue Star East District that killing me, Chung Qianma, is not that easy. Before seeking revenge, please first weigh your own capabilities. In addition, he also wants to convey an important message, which is that I, Chung Qianma, now possess a terrifying force of killers. Anyone who provokes me will face a terrifying counterattack. After hearing Chung Qianma's complete plan, Fan Hanyu's heart surged with passion. He could almost see Chung Qianma leading a group of elite killers in the future, running rampant in enemy territory. Chapter 682. The Fury of the Dark Brotherhood. Kill order. Have the killers under your command become less active recently? Is it the same for you? I thought it was just my imagination. Of course, it's not an illusion. Hasn't a group called Eternal Pinnacle suddenly emerged recently, recruiting outstanding killers? I've heard about this too. I heard the benefits they offer are outrageously generous. It's clearly a publicity stunt to gain fame. These tactics are so overused. Not necessarily. After all, their leader is the renowned Chung Qianma. So what if it's Chung Qianma? One person's strength doesn't mean the guild is necessarily strong. It's been 20 days since Chung Qianma publicly recruited elite killers. Today, in a secret meeting room in Tianlan City, many big shots have gathered. Tianlan City is not only the headquarters of the Dark Brotherhood, but also a highly prosperous major city. It's a bustling and advanced main hub. Whenever there's a major meeting, many branch leaders gather here. And today, everyone's been thrown into chaos by Chung Qianma's assassin recruitment notice. Many assassins have abandoned their missions to head to Eternal City for the recruitment trials. As a result, the performance of Dark Brotherhood branches has taken a serious hit. So, the branch leaders had no choice but to gather and discuss countermeasures. The heated discussions just now already showed how serious this matter is. Calm down, everyone. You're all branch leaders of major divisions. Why are you all losing your composure at the slightest disruption? This is unacceptable behavior. An elder suddenly slammed the table to express his displeasure. Everyone else immediately went quiet. Obviously, they greatly respected him. That's because the elder was none other than Zhao Tianfeng, Grandmaster of the Dark Brotherhood. He was also a top-tier 4th evolution assassin, immensely powerful. President Zhao, what you said is true, but our guild's activity level has seriously dropped lately. That's also a fact. If Eternal Pinnacle really manages to poach all the top assassins, Our future won't be looking too bright. At that moment, a middle-aged man slightly younger than Zhao Tianfeng spoke anxiously. His full name was Ren Shuesong, president of the Dark Brotherhood in QBV City. The reason Ren Shuesong spoke up despite the pressure was because his branch was located just next to Lingua City, a geographically awkward position. This meant the assassins under him could reach Eternal City faster than anyone else. Like the saying goes, those closest to the water get the moon first. That's exactly what happened here. So naturally, his losses were the most severe of all the branch leaders. So how bad was it exactly? The Dark Brotherhood of QBV City. Their completed assassin missions over the past 2 weeks were less than 1/10 of last month's total. It was absolutely dismal. To say that more than half of their assassins had recently fled to Eternal City wouldn't be an exaggeration, and it was foreseeable that the second half of the month would be even worse. So to avoid becoming a commander without any troops, he had no choice but to speak up despite the awkwardness. Among those present, all the bigwigs knew each other very well. They all understood just how awkward the geographic position of QBV City's Dark Brotherhood was. So naturally, they could sympathize with Ren Shuesong's dilemma. They began echoing his concerns. Everyone knew very well, even without it being said outright, that if this issue wasn't properly handled, in the future, every chapter of the Dark Brotherhood would face massive personnel losses. At the same time, their societal status would decline because of it. After all, the most fearsome assassin organization was being outcompeted by a single guild. Definitely not something they could brag about. So naturally, many guild leaders found this fact unacceptable. They had to speak out. However, there was one person whose feelings at the moment were very different from the rest. It was the guild leader of the Dark Brotherhood in Fenyu City, Lebengxi. Right now, all he felt was like his brain was about to explode. You little troublemaker. Is there anything absurd you won't do? Now you've enraged the whole crowd. Even I can't help you anymore. You're on your own now, kid. Of course, Lebengxi didn't want anything bad to happen to Qing Qianma. After all, he still had high hopes for him. In the upcoming assassin tournament, he hoped to earn back some respect, so he didn't dare reveal that Qing Qianma was his top assassin. He could only sit silently and listen. Humph. We, the Dark Brotherhood, haven't mobilized together in a long time. The world has forgotten how terrifying a legion of assassins can be. Since Eternal Pinnacle is so bold, we don't need to debate whether this is a publicity stunt or not. Let's just launch a counterattack. This time, we'll show the world. You can't just snatch people from the Dark Brotherhood. Zhao Tianfeng wasn't afraid of conflict. He was just frustrated earlier by how easily his subordinates panicked over a small matter. Now that everyone was surprisingly in agreement, as Grandmaster of the Dark Brotherhood, he naturally had to set the tone for full retaliation. Moreover, to prevent similar incidents in the future, he decided to make an example of Eternal Pinnacle. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to put a stop to small fries trying to imitate them. The other branch leaders, upon hearing Zhao Tianfeng's declaration, instantly showed excited expressions. It had been a long time since they'd seen their Grandmaster so serious. In their eyes, Eternal Pinnacle was about to face a bloodbath. Relay my command. The 10 Dark Brotherhood branches nearest to Lingua City are to immediately suspend all assassination missions. For the next month, all assassins from those 10 branches will be tasked with issuing kill orders against Eternal Pinnacle members. I want to see just how long Eternal Pinnacle can hold out. As Zhao Tianfeng said these words, an aura of absolute confidence radiated from him. He believes it won't take long for Eternal Pinnacle to suffer heavy casualties among its members, forcing him to come and sue for peace. When negotiations begin, he will hold absolute control. Understood. We will do our utmost. President Zhu Duofen. They responded in unison, full of excitement. However, they did not know that the decision made at this meeting was an utterly wrong choice. Chapter 683. Full-scale pursuit. On the eve of counterattack, after Zhao Tianfeng issued a kill order against Eternal Pinnacle, the news quickly spread across the Xia Kingdom and Tianxi continent. He wanted all guilds in the Xia Kingdom to understand one thing. The Dark Brotherhood is not something anyone can easily trifle with. In just 3 days, the 10 Dark Brotherhood branches closest to Lingua City completed their assembly. Even though some among them had already joined the Luo network, the total number of participants still exceeded 10,000. Such terrifying strength was comparable to a level 10 guild. Today marks the day the 10 Dark Brotherhood branches officially begin their hunt for Eternal Pinnacle members. Whenever they spot Eternal Pinnacle members in the wild, they will stealthily follow them. And when the right moment arises, they will launch an attack. Extremely insidious. In just half a day, Eternal Pinnacle's guild channel was flooded with distress messages. Guild channel. Brothers, I got ambushed by an unknown assassin. Is anyone near Shinfeng Canyon 293934? Please help. Guild channel. Damn it. I just saw someone stealthily hiding too. Looks like they're about to make a move. Guild channel. Mine's even worse. I'm being tailed by 3 assassins. Guild channel. SOS. SOS. It's an emergency, brothers. Our first squad got trapped in Western Letian. Looking at the flood of guild messages, Fan Hanyu felt like her head was about to explode. She never expected the Dark Brotherhood to go this far. Unable to decide on her own, she had no choice but to seek help from Chung Qianma. But when she pushed open the door to his residence, she was completely stunned. Why are there so many people here? The reason Fan Hanyu was shocked was because inside Chung Qianma's room, not only were core members like Jiang Wenliang present, but also a number of top life skill experts. Such a high-profile gathering was rarely seen, so she immediately sensed something serious was going on. Old Fan, you're just in time. I was just about to send someone to get you. Seeing Fan Hanyu arrive, Chung Qianma immediately smiled. He knew Fan Hanyu was the vice guild leader and had too many tasks to handle daily. To save time, he had planned to gather the others first and then call for Fan Hanyu. Now that she came on her own, it was perfect timing. But when Fan Hanyu saw Chung Qianma's composed expression, she instantly grew anxious. Without even asking why everyone was gathered, she spoke gravely. Guild leader, something major has happened to us. But before she could finish, Chung Qianma calmly raised his hand to interrupt her. Old Fan, don't worry. I already know everything you're going to say. Come, have a seat. I've got something important to announce. Chung Qianma grabbed the confused Fan Hanyu and sat her down on a bench. Then he stepped in front of everyone and began to speak. Since we're all here, let's hold a short meeting. Old Jiang, you go first. After saying that, Chung Qianma stepped aside and motioned for Jiang Wenliang to speak. At that moment, except for a few people, everyone showed a stunned expression. Jiang Wenliang seemed to have anticipated that everyone would react this way, so he gave a smile. My apologies, but since what I'm about to say is highly confidential, I didn't inform everyone in advance. However, now, the time is ripe, so let me explain. Hearing Jiang Wenliang speak so mysteriously, everyone immediately pricked up their ears. A few days ago, after the internal meeting of the Dark Brotherhood, Lu Bunshi, fearing that Chung Qianma would fall into ruin, secretly passed on the details of the meeting. No way around it. Humans are inherently selfish creatures. Hefengyu City is quite far from Linghui City, so it's less affected by the conflict. At the same time, she has a special relationship with Chung Qianma, so she's naturally less resistant to him. In her view, the weakening of other Dark Brotherhood branches is none of her concern. She even hopes the other branches would weaken a bit, because then, her status could rise further. After all, no matter how strong Chung Qianma becomes, he's still her top assassin. She can still benefit from his success. When it comes to mindset and judging the situation, Lu Bunshi has always excelled, so she's very adept at navigating complex matters, playing both sides. Others don't know about her connection with Chung Qianma, so secretly passing information would never arouse suspicion. Secondly, she can use this opportunity to do Chung Qianma a favor, further solidifying their relationship. Thus, she proactively contacted Chung Qianma. Upon receiving the information, Chung Qianma immediately grasped the severity of the situation. To counter this crisis, he quietly summoned Jiang Wenliang and other senior crafting professionals, instructing them to organize their artisans to produce a large quantity of war supplies as quickly as possible, such as various recovery potions, and all sorts of special grenades, high-level armor, as well as flashbangs and more. All of these are excellent tools for countering assassins. You see, the pros and cons of assassin classes are very clear. They have two obvious advantages. First, they can stealth and lurk, ensuring the upper hand in first strikes. Second, their burst damage is extremely high. Their opening combos can often take out at least half of a target's HP. This gives them a strong upper hand in follow-up fights. But their weakness is, once their true form is exposed, their squishy bodies can be easily taken down in one round. Therefore, even someone as strong as Zhao Tianfeng dared not issue a direct assault on Eternal City, because he knew full well assassins are at their deadliest. If it turns into a siege, they'll be in big trouble. With his rich experience, Chung Qianma quickly analyzed the situation and came up with the best counter-strategy. Assassins have high burst. Then prepare guild members with tons of high-grade instant heal potions and high-level armor. That will greatly reduce the assassin's burst effectiveness. Assassins rely on first strikes, then equip guild members with flashbangs and grenades. The former can be used preemptively to force hidden assassins out of stealth. The latter causes stun and AoE control effects, which can reverse the first strike advantage. Anyway, Eternal Pinnacle's current production capacity is amazing. If cost is not a concern, they can mass-produce mountains of supplies in a short time. That's the source of Chung Qianma's confidence. Chapter 684. Chung Qianma's resolve, united as one. After hearing Chung Qianma's plan from Jiang Wenliang, everyone gasped. This counterattack plan might not be overly complex, but to pull it off required immense courage. Because the biggest challenge of the entire plan was manufacturing strategic supplies at all costs. These things were being distributed for free, not earning a single coin. No one knew how long this sudden war would last. If it dragged on for several months, even Eternal City's insane productivity wouldn't be able to keep up. So the decision Chung Qianma made was undoubtedly bold. Guild leader, your plan is perfect. But don't you think it's too risky? If the war drags on too long, our guild's economy might collapse. and if we start to lose ground, there's no telling whether nearby powerful guilds will take advantage of the chaos. Fan Hanyu was, after all, a seasoned veteran, far more experienced than the others. He immediately raised a crucial. This war might involve more than just the Dark Brotherhood. If other guilds wanted to jump in and profit, the difficulty of winning would multiply several times over. As the saying goes, strike when the enemy is weak. Right now Eternal Peak hadn't shown any signs of decline, so everyone was just watching and waiting. But once they start losing to the Dark Brotherhood, things could fall apart fast. So Fan Hanyu's concerns were entirely valid. You don't have to worry about that. I have a plan. Everyone just follow my instructions carefully. I guarantee Eternal Peak will win this war. When Chung Qianmo said these words, his eyes were filled with absolute confidence. That confidence instantly spread to everyone present. Although Fan Hanyu didn't know what Chung Qianmo's trump card was, he chose to give his full support out of trust. After all, in his eyes, Chung Qianmo had already created too many miracles. Seeing everyone's expressions, Chung Qianmo was very pleased. He nodded and said, "Very good. Since the strategy is confirmed, everyone, take your positions. I'll issue a recall order shortly to bring back all guild members scattered outside. You all handle the manpower distribution and begin distributing the prepared war supplies in an orderly fashion. Old Fan, I'm counting on you for this part. I believe in your abilities." As soon as Chung Qianmo said this, Fan Hanyu got a little anxious. She could tell that Chung Qianmo seemed to be planning to leave Eternal City. At such a critical moment, a guild leader leaving the base was a huge taboo. What's more, Chung Qianmo would definitely be the primary target of the Dark Brotherhood. If he were ambushed in the wild, the consequences would be unimaginable. So Fan Hanyu quickly tried to dissuade him. Guild leader, you really can't just run off like this. You're the backbone of Eternal Pinnacle, the spiritual symbol of everyone here. You can't afford even the slightest mistake. If you ask me, it's best for you to stay in Eternal City and oversee the bigger picture. That way, everyone can stay calm and focused. As soon as Fan Hanyu finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. Of course they understood what Chung Qianmo meant to Eternal Pinnacle. As long as he stood firm, there would always be hope for victory. But if he were captured or killed by the enemy, it would deal a devastating blow to the guild's morale. So everyone hoped Chung Qianmo would stay at base and not go wandering around. However, Chung Qianmo was famously stubborn. Once he made a decision, no one could change it. He simply waved his hand and turned them down. Relax, everyone. I know what I'm doing. I'm not heading out on a shopping trip or anything. You'll understand soon enough. Meeting's over. Go distribute supplies quickly. It's time for Eternal Pinnacle to strike back. Seeing Chung Qianmo's firm attitude, everyone knew there was no use arguing, so they dispersed to carry out their duties. Immediately after, Chung Qianmo used his guild leader privileges to send a full channel broadcast. Full channel broadcast. All brothers and sisters out there, return immediately. If you're near a tree realm node, use it to jump directly. The guild is now in full-scale war with the Dark Brotherhood. To ensure everyone's safety, we will distribute combat supplies free of charge. And once they run out, they can keep claiming more. There's no limit. Also, I'm opening a special hunting leaderboard. The top 100 members will receive generous rewards. The top 3 will each be awarded an Emerald Dragon Lure. Do your best, everyone. Let's protect Eternal Peak together. After Chung Qianmo sent the full channel broadcast, the guild chat exploded instantly. Everyone could feel the warmth and support from the guild. At this moment, rewards didn't matter. What mattered was that no one felt like they were fighting alone. Guild channel. Let's go, everyone. Fight for the name of Eternal Peak. No one knows who started it, but soon everyone began spamming the same message. In that moment, under intense pressure, Eternal Peak's sense of unity reached an all-time high. Seeing everyone united and determined, Chung Qianmo was deeply moved. After all, Eternal Peak was like his child, nurtured from nothing, step by step, so he had to protect everyone's safety. Don't worry, everyone. As long as I'm here, Eternal Peak won't fall. It will rise to become the strongest guild in the world. After making this vow to himself, Chung Qianmo quietly left Eternal City. What came next? However, Ranran left for the outside world at this critical moment. Chapter 685. Managing a massive guild of 8,000 members. Have you all heard? Eternal Peak and the Dark Brotherhood have officially gone to war. Who doesn't know that by now? I even saw members of their guild being chased all over the place yesterday. No matter how strong Eternal Peak is, they might be doomed this time. After all, their opponents are assassins who move through the night. No. You're already behind on the news. The latest update is, Eternal Peak has already started to turn things around. A friend of mine is in their guild. He said a large number of assassins have already been repelled. Nonsense. How could a single guild repel? Ever since Eternal Peak and the Dark Brotherhood declared war, every major city in the lower country of the Apocalypse continent has been buzzing with this kind of topic daily. Although some people believe Eternal Peak has started to turn the tide, the vast majority still think Eternal Peak stands no chance. After all, which level 9 guild can withstand a sneak attack from tens of thousands of assassins? From a logical standpoint, Eternal Peak's members are probably getting killed too often to do quests in the wild. In fact, after Chung Qianma decided to distribute a large amount of strategic supplies, Eternal Peak did launch a counterattack. However, the counterattack has just begun, so not many people know about it yet. While everyone believed Chung Qianma would stay in the city to coordinate everything, he quietly slipped out alone to the outside world. Now, his figure surprisingly appeared inside an office at Divine Realm University. And what's even more surprising, aside from Lin Xiao in the office, there were 5 university presidents sitting there. They were Zhong Hongshan from Morin University, Pei Yingguang from Lantian Academy, and Lin Tianxing from Yunlin University, among others. In fact, these schools were the founding members of the original 6 University Alliance. Now, time is of the essence. Since everyone is here, I'll get straight to the point. Given Chung Qianma's current status, there's no need for him to act humble, even when facing these principals. In fact, his identity is already vaguely above theirs, so he chose to be direct and stated his needs. In fact, everyone had already found out through Lin Xiao that Chung Qianma was holding a meeting, and they were quite surprised. After all, everyone knows Chung Qianma has always been incredibly capable. For most things, he can handle them on his own. So, receiving an invitation this time made everyone that something important must be happening. As a result, they all looked at Chung Qianma with solemn expressions, wanting to know what was going on. I'm sure you've heard that my eternal apex was declared war on by the Dark Brotherhood. As soon as Chung Qianma said that, everyone instantly looked like they had figured it out. Then Pei Yingguang, who had always gotten along well with Chung Qianma, joked and said, I knew it. Kid, your troublemaking skills are no worse than those of a tier 4 expert. At first I thought it was fake news, but turns out you're really fighting the Dark Brotherhood. Impressive, youngster. I'm truly impressed. After Pei Yingguang finished, the others also started laughing. They all knew that Pei Yingguang wasn't scolding Chung Qianma, but actually showing a bit of admiration. You flatter me, Elder Pei. Honestly, I had no choice in this matter. It was the Dark Brotherhood who struck first. I was forced to fight back. Chung Qianma let out a soft sigh, his face filled with helplessness. And at that moment, Zhong Hongshan chuckled and said, Come on. Your recruitment campaign almost made people tear their hair out. How could they not go all out? Exactly. If I were with the Dark Brotherhood, I'd do nothing else. My top priority would be to capture you first, letting a monster like you lead the whole operation. There's no way we could win. Thanks to his connection with Qiuling, Lin Tianxing is now much closer to Chung Qianma, so he chimed in jokingly too. This brat. He's as slippery as an eel. You think Xiao Tianfeng could actually catch him? He's not worthy. As a veteran 4th-tier powerhouse, Lin Xiao naturally knows Xiao Tianfeng. If it were someone else going up against Xiao Tianfeng, he wouldn't have said such a thing. But the problem is, no one knows how freakish Chung Qianma is, better than he does. That's why he made his conclusion so confidently. Alright, everyone stop teasing me. I have something serious to say now. Chung Qianma has always been a bit thin-skinned, getting hyped up by a group of principals old enough to be his grandfathers. He really wasn't used to it. So he decisively steered the conversation back on track. Everyone else also understood not to go too far with jokes, and immediately perked up their ears to listen to what Chung Qianma had to say next. If my estimate is right, the Dark Brotherhood has mobilized forces from about 10 branches. The total number exceeds 10,000, and more reinforcements might be added later. Even worse, if other guilds see an opportunity, they might join the attack too. So even though my Eternal Peak has reached level 9 now, the main guild hasn't reached full capacity. Right now, we only have around 4,000 members. Even if we include all the affiliated guilds, our total headcount wouldn't exceed 8,000. Clearly, this level of military strength is a bit stretched thin. When Chung Qianma said this, almost everyone's expression became quite colorful. You call an 8,000-member mega guild stretched thin? Then how the hell are other guilds supposed to survive? Chapter 686, Secret Preparations, Joint Deployment. After hearing about Eternal Apex's current strength, everyone was left utterly speechless. They couldn't believe that Eternal Apex had already reached level 9. How long has it even been? Such an absurd leveling speed, so fast that no one could even begin to comprehend it. What was even more shocking was that his guild had nearly 8,000 members. That's the size of a level 9 guild. Even calling it that is generous. Even the top-tier guilds at best have maybe 1 or 2 subordinate guilds, and their total membership never exceeds 6,000. And that's for the most veteran level 9 guilds, which have already maxed out their main guild capacity. But Chung Qianma's main guild still has room, and yet he's already far ahead of every other guild by a wide margin. That's honestly outrageous. Chung Qianma had no idea what everyone was thinking, so he just kept talking. So I'd like to ask all the principals for a favor. Send some small support squads. Of course, I won't let your efforts go unrewarded. Once the battle is over, I'll provide generous compensation. Chung Qianma has always been pragmatic, so from the start, he never expected the principals to help for free. Because if he did, he'd owe a lot of personal favors, and the outcome wouldn't necessarily be good. After all, who would risk their life unconditionally for someone else? It's not like everyone's a saint. As the saying goes, no effort without gain. If you want others to give it their all, you need to show enough sincerity. Even if the relationship is good, But the partnership currently only extends to off-campus teaching activities. Business is business. Even blood brothers settle accounts. So from the very beginning, Chung Chien-ma laid all the conditions out on the table. Unfortunately, despite all his calculations, he misjudged how important he had become to everyone. Everyone knew that without Chung Chien-ma, there was no way they could have achieved such rocket-speed development. So, Zhong Hongshan and Pei Yingguang, who had the closest ties to Chung Chien-ma, spoke up first. What are you saying? We're allies, aren't we? Since we're allies, if one of us is in trouble, the rest should give full support. What do you take us old guys for? A bunch of opportunists? Pei Yingguang said in mock annoyance. Zhong Hongshan also quickly added, what Elder Pei said is absolutely right. I can't speak for the others, but if it's you, Chung Chien-ma, in trouble, Morin University will do everything we can to help. Talking money just hurts the relationship. There's no need. Zhong Hongshan was who would have thought? He was originally Chung Chien-ma's archrival, and Morin University had suffered heavy losses at Chung Chien-ma's hands. And yet now, he had become one of his most reliable teammates. Now, among the 5 presidents present, the 2 strongest schools had already made their stance clear. The other 3 schools naturally started to lean in the same direction. Just then, Lin Tianxing said with a cheerful grin, Chung Chien-ma, we may have met a bit late, but our student Qiuling has mentioned you many times before, has mentioned you many times. He's been working under you and has grown very quickly. I'm truly pleased. So no matter what, please allow me to express my gratitude this time. Lin Xiao had been silent until now. He wasn't surprised that Zhong Hongshan and Pei Yingguang readily agreed. After all, these 2 schools are Eternal Apex and Xinyu University's closest allies. Back then, they faced immense public pressure when they formed an alliance with Xinyu University. So compared to the other schools, they're fundamentally different. But Lin Tianxing's quick response this time did catch him by surprise. Old fox, you really do have some vision. Lin Xiao smiled and patted Shanyang Lake, silently sighing to himself. And it seemed Lin Tianxing also sensed Lin Xiao's gaze. So he smiled slightly. Truthfully, he'd been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. Even though he knew that Chung Chien-ma only invited members of the 6-school alliance today, which was already a sign of respect toward Yunlin University. Compared to Moulin University and Blue Sky Academy, Yunlin University was still a bit more distant. So in order to further strengthen his collaboration with Chung Chien-ma, he not only had to express his stance, but also show enough goodwill. Once the sly old fox Lin Tianxing also voiced his support, there was no more suspense about support from the 5 schools. The remaining 2 principals weren't fools either. They knew that if they wanted better development, they had to firmly tie themselves to Chung Chien-ma's ship. So they also and even stated they'd send troops with no need for compensation. This result was completely beyond Chung Chien-ma's expectations. Even though he had only invited the principals of the 6-school alliance, he did have his own motives. After all, he was relatively close to these people, much closer than to the newly expanded alliance. So it would be easier to get support for the plan from them, and also ensure the plan wouldn't leak. But what he didn't expect at all was that this group of principals would trust him so much to go into battle on my behalf without asking for anything in return. That left him with mixed emotions. Oh well, since everyone is so resolute, I'll graciously accept your goodwill, but even if you don't want any reward, I'll still compensate you. Once this is over, each school can select 500. I'll personally help you build a super strong awakened team. Also, in the future, all Eternal Peaks exclusive items will be fully accessible to all of you. After hearing Chung Chien-ma's promise, everyone's eyes lit up. Chapter 687. What they didn't realize was, when it comes to Chung Chien-ma, money or other resources aren't what the principals care about. After all, their guilds are strong too. They don't lack resources, but when it comes to cultivating top talent, that's something they'd never turn down. They all knew Chung Chien-ma very well by now, and how terrifying his ability to train people was. Getting him, someone so busy, to offer training personally, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So everyone got visibly excited. Even the 2 principals who were less close to Chung Chien-ma felt like they had struck gold. They saw it as a golden opportunity. Once it was clear that the plan was finalized, Zhong Hongshan smiled and asked, how many members should each of our guilds send? As soon as he said that, everyone turned their eyes to Chung Chien-ma. They all wanted to hear his answer. After thinking for a moment, Chung Chien-ma held up one finger. 1,000 from each guild. A total of 5,000 will be enough. That number took everyone by surprise. After all, everyone had agreed with Chung Chien-ma's earlier analysis. If things took a turn for the worst in battle, even a combined force of 5,000 from 5 guilds might not be enough. Because, don't forget, Chung Chien-ma wasn't just fighting a single guild. He was fighting against one of the largest top-tier assassin organizations on the Apocalypse continent. They even thought some might join in at the last minute. So originally they believed that to ensure victory, Chung Chien-ma would ask each guild for at least 2,000 to 3,000 members. Who would have thought that after all that effort, he ended up asking for just 1,000? No one saw that coming. Do you think because we're not asking for money, you feel embarrassed to ask? After all this, what good is such a small amount of support? Since we agreed to help, of course we won't hold back. Just speak your mind freely. Let me make a statement here. Even if you want Blue Sky Academy to fully mobilize, we can make it happen. At that moment, Pei Yingguang not only shared the same opinion as Zhong Hongshan, but he was also the only one present who had a life-or-death bond with Ling Xiao. He thought Qing Qianma was just too polite to ask, so he gave a bold promise. Bear in mind, Blue Sky Academy's current strength ranks 3rd in the Xia Nation, right behind Yunba High School and Yunlin University. So when he said, Blue Sky Academy could go all out, that was an unprecedented show of support. As expected, as soon as he finished speaking, the other principals all looked visibly shocked, and Ling Xiao gave him a grateful look. Given their relationship, some things didn't need to be spoken, just one glance could say it all. Seeing that Pei Yingguang had gone all in, Zhong Hongshan gave it some thought, then clenched his teeth and said, Elder Pei is right. Mullen University can also give our full support. You don't have to feel awkward. If you need something, just say it. The other 3 principals seemed to be influenced by the 2 of them as well, and each expressed willingness to contribute more. However, Cheng Qianma simply smiled and shook his head, indicating that it wouldn't be necessary. You're overthinking it, everyone. I'm not actually that thin-skinned of a person. When it's time to be thick-skinned, I absolutely can be. The reason I only asked each guild to send just 1,000 members as support is because there's really no need for more. When it comes to reinforcements for Eternal Peak, you're not the only ones helping. As soon as he said that, all the principals were stunned. Only Ling Xiao reacted a bit better, because he had already vaguely guessed what Qing Qianma's trump card was. That's not exactly a pleasant thing to hear. Our 5 guilds are top-tier trial organizations after all. If we join forces, any power would have to take us seriously, with our backing. You still feel it's not enough? Now I really have to ask, just what kind of backup could be even stronger? Zhong Hongshan said with mock annoyance, teasing Cheng Qianma, but deep down, he was genuinely a little offended. The others present also nodded in agreement. It wasn't that Zhong Hongshan was boasting. The 5 top universities in Xia Nation, when combined, formed an incredibly formidable force. Even the Dark Brotherhood would have to think twice before facing them. And yet, even in such circumstances, Cheng Qianma still claimed he had stronger reinforcements. This naturally aroused everyone's curiosity. Cheng Qianma smiled, thinking to himself that these people here could now be considered part of his inner circle. So naturally, he no longer intended to hold anything back. He spoke with full confidence. My other reinforcements come from the soul of the flame dragon. As soon as he said that, the room turned tense. Zhong Hongshan, who had just been so full of himself, instantly showed an expression of disbelief. Ling Xiao, meanwhile, just looked at the others with a smile, as if to say, you country bumpkins have no eye for talent. How could my future grandson-in-law only be capable of this much? Zhong Hongshan didn't give up, and asked suspiciously, Yanlong Seoul is our Xia Nations. Even though I know there's a good chance you've joined Yanlong Seoul, they're a national-level force. Why would they help you? As soon as Zhong Hongshan said this, the other principals all nodded in agreement, although none of them had received official news that Cheng Qianma had joined Yanlong Seoul. They weren't stupid. Cheng Qianma had previously been personally invited by Gu Zizhen to the Management Association headquarters. With his abilities, joining Yanlong Seoul was only natural. So, no one was surprised to hear he was part of Yanlong Seoul. The issue was, even if he had joined Yanlong Seoul, could he really get them to step in and help? That would take some serious pull. What? Do you own Yanlong Seoul or something? Bear in mind, in the entire history of the Xia Nation, no one has ever single-handedly mobilized national forces. So Zhong Hongshan's doubt was entirely reasonable. At that moment, Ling Xiao got another chance to show off. He proudly said, you may not know this, but Cheng Qianma is now an instructor for Yanlong Seoul. The moment he said this, the room was in shock. Cheng Qianma is actually an instructor for Yanlong Seoul? Chapter 688. Let's see now, who's in favor and who's against. As Ling Xiao said this, his heart was full of pride. For Cheng Qianma to become an instructor at such a young age in Yanlong Seoul, that was absolutely unprecedented. One of the most astonishing achievements. So the approval in his eyes was completely unconcealed. After hearing this explosive news, everyone's minds went completely blank. No matter how much they had calculated, none of them had expected that in such a short time, Cheng Qianma had pulled off multiple rank-ups within the soul of the Flame Dragon. From a new recruit, he had suddenly become an instructor. Now everyone believed what Cheng Qianma had just said. If even an instructor couldn't mobilize the soul of the Flame Dragon, then who could? I'm convinced. Totally convinced. You're incredible, kid. Having the soul of the Flame Dragon as backup, that's definitely stronger than us. I've got nothing to say. Zhong Hongshan was now wearing a bitter smile, his expression clearly awkward. It was obvious that Cheng Qianma's powerful connections had once again exceeded his expectations. The others, meanwhile, burst into laughter. After confirming the reinforcement plans, Cheng Qianma suddenly shifted tone. Actually, the reason I gathered you all here today has to do with something else. After hearing that, everyone thought, don't tell me there's another battle coming? If he ends up provoking another major power, even united, they might not be able to handle it. Given Cheng Qianma's notorious troublemaking style, it really wasn't out of the question. So everyone straightened their backs. and showed strange expressions. Chung Qianma seemed to instantly sense their concern. He smiled and said, "No need to be nervous, everyone. What I'm about to say is actually a piece of great news. All I need is for you to spare some time later and honor Eternal City with a visit." Everyone, who had been immediately sighed in relief upon hearing great news. They were really afraid Chung Qianma was about to stir up yet another big incident. What great news? If something is considered good news coming from you, it can't be anything ordinary. Pei Yingguang looked at Chung Qianma with a faint smile. The others also showed expressions of anticipation. After the battle with the Dark Brotherhood ends, I'll be holding a celebration in Eternal City for my promotion to Grandmaster level Forging Master. I hope you all can come and show your support then. It's scheduled for the 18th of next month. With Chung Qianma's current connections, if he's going to throw a celebration, he has to go all out. Anything less wouldn't match his current prestigious status. The principals present are all top figures in the Xian nation. Getting them all in one place takes tremendous influence. And Chung Qianma just so happens to have that. So he decisively sent out the invitations. But after hearing the news, what everyone focused on wasn't the celebration. It was the shocking news Chung Qianma casually revealed. You're already a Grandmaster Forging Master? Did I hear that right? How old are you? Are you trying to make the rest of us obsolete? At that moment, Zhong Hanshan suddenly felt mentally exhausted. Chung Qianma had thrown one bombshell after another at him. Each one was more explosive than the last, because at his age, achieving Grandmaster is just as difficult as becoming an instructor for Yanlong Soul. So, the others also showed expressions of disbelief. Good, very good. As expected of you. Congratulations on becoming our nation's 5th Grandmaster Forging Master. Let us celebrate you with a glorious victory in the coming battle. At that moment, Ling Xiao was clearly emotional, because Chung Qianma had achieved extraordinary results in both combat and auxiliary professions. Not only is it worthy of being recorded in Xian Nation's history, it's a remarkable achievement. Even across the entire world of Blue Star, he saw in Chung Qianma the hope for the revival of Xian Nation. That's right, let's use this great battle to build your reputation. When the time comes, no one will ever dare have wicked thoughts toward Eternal Peak again. From now on, Eternal Peak will rank among the top guilds in the lower country. Pei Yingguang spoke excitedly, clearly thrilled to witness history in the making. He was genuinely happy to be part of it. The others also felt their blood surge with passion. Who wouldn't want to be part of history? But just then, Chung Qianma cleared his throat and interrupted everyone's discussions. Actually, there's still something I haven't said. In fact, this celebration banquet is just a cover. I intend to use this opportunity to merge the Life Profession Association and the Blacksmith Association. From this day forward, there will be only one life profession organization in the lower regions of Apocalypse Continent, and its headquarters will be located in Eternal City. The moment those words came out, the once lively conference room instantly fell silent. Everyone's hair stood on end from what Chung Qianma had just said. Each of them felt a chill from his bold and daring move. At the same time, they were all shocked by Chung Qianma's insane ambition. Sigh, I really am getting old. I can't keep up with young people these days. Oh well. If you've got the guts to do it, then let's go crazy with you. I'd like to see who dares oppose this merger plan. Ling Xiao spoke with a wild look in his eyes, as a powerful aura burst from his body. Chapter 689. As long as I'm around, no one will dare cause trouble. After reaching an agreement with Pei Yingguang and the others, Chung Qianma left Divine Realm University. He now had to quietly enter the Management Association headquarters to carry out the final step of the Shadow Source plan. When the scorching sun was high, Chung Qianma quietly arrived at number 01 East Avenue, Imperial Capital. This was the headquarters of the Xian Nation Management Association. He's here. He's arrived. Are you confident? Yes. Gu Zizhen was now welcoming Chung Qianma at the Management Association's front gate for the 3rd time. But each time, his emotions had been different, though the two exchanged only a few simple words of greeting. The deeper meaning behind them was already crystal clear. Given Gu Zizhen's capabilities, it's clear that Eternal City is facing tough times lately, but he believed that Chung Qianma would eventually turn the tide. Elder Qin has been waiting for you. You should go in quickly. I won't walk you in. You already know the place well enough anyway. I'll be waiting for your good news. Gu Zizhen waved with a smile on his face, watching Chung Qianma leave. At the same time, he was filled with anticipation. A few minutes later, Chung Qianma arrived at Qin Feiyu's office. Take a seat. No need to be so formal. Qin Feiyu, just like last time, poured a pot of fine Longjing tea for Chung Qianma. As he poured the tea, he said there's still no better Longjing to drink, though it sounded casual. His words carried a deeper meaning, and Chung Qianma wasn't dense. He understood Elder Qin perfectly, so he calmly responded, the taste is quite nice. Qin Feiyu smiled and nodded. As long as you've tasted it, that person isn't exactly easy to deal with. You came here this time because of the Dark Brotherhood matter. Do you need me to step in? Qin Feiyu took a sip of tea, smiling faintly as he spoke. Chung Qianma shook his head at once. Of course, he trusted Elder Qin's power. As long as the Elder was willing to act, even if Xiao Tianfeng had 100 lives, he wouldn't dare continue attacking Eternal Apex. But that kind of resolution wasn't what Qin Qianma wanted. He wanted to use this opportunity to gain even more benefits. Oh, so you've already come up with a solution? Let's hear it. Qin Feiyu asked, quite intrigued. I've already united 6 major universities to form an allied force. Now, I just need one final trump card. So I came here specifically to explain the situation to you. Although Cheng Qianma, as an instructor of Yanlong Soul, technically had the right to request their support, he could always use some excuse like a training mission anyway. He could have gone ahead and done it directly. No one would have found fault with it, but he didn't take that route. Instead, he chose to speak to Elder Qin first. He did so out of respect for the elder. After all, he was the current leader of Xian Nation. He had the right to know the full picture. At the same time, Cheng Qianma also wanted to hear his opinion. Not bad. Still remembered to give this old man a heads up. You're an instructor of the Flame Dragon Soul, and you've made outstanding contributions to Xian Nation. This little matter is nothing. Just go ahead and, with me around, no one in the upper levels of the Management Association will dare make things difficult for you. Qin Feiyu calmly set the tone. To others, the Dark Brotherhood might be a force to be reckoned with, but in Qin Feiyu's eyes, they were nothing special. With his current status in Xian Nation, whatever he said essentially became the final word. No one could object. If he said no one would trouble Cheng Qianma, then it would be so. That was the authority of the strongest in Xian Nation. Cheng Qianma nodded gratefully after hearing that. After all, ever since he arrived in this world, Elder Qin had helped him many times, but he still felt he hadn't done anything truly worthy in return. So all he could do was keep growing stronger, hoping to one day repay Qin Feiyu and help stabilize Xian Nation. But still, you'd better make this look clean. Otherwise, it could stir up negative commentary afterward. Qin Feiyu suddenly changed tone, as if hinting at something. Cheng Qianma wasn't dense. He understood immediately. He knew that mobilizing the Flame Dragon Soul's power was technically bending the rules a bit. Qin Feiyu could be accused of favoritism or giving him an unfair advantage. If under those circumstances, he failed to decisively defeat the Dark Brotherhood, it would spark a wave of controversial public opinion, potentially manipulated by schemers, and ultimately damage the reputation of the Flame Dragon Soul in Xian Nation. This was something Qin Feiyu absolutely didn't want to see. He needed a Yanlong Soul that appeared invincible to the public, not a worthless organization that couldn't even handle a measly Dark Brotherhood. So he specifically reminded Cheng Qianma to handle this matter beautifully, so no one would have anything to criticize. Qin Feiyu smiled confidently. As long as Yanlong Soul was involved, he was 100% sure he could toy with the Dark Brotherhood as he pleased. He said slowly, "You can rest assured, Elder Qin, with Yanlong's soul in my hands, its reputation will not be tarnished." Upon hearing this, Qin Feiyu laughed with satisfaction. He knew Cheng Qianma had understood his message. Go on, handle this matter quickly. If you do it well, I'll prepare a great gift for you. Qin Feiyu said with meaningful intent. Chapter 690. I want the Dark Brotherhood to disappear completely. What do you think Instructor Chung gathered us for? Must be something important. Otherwise he wouldn't have asked for full attendance. Haha, I'm already getting excited. Same here. I still remember fighting alongside Instructor Chung last time. It was epic. That scene is still vivid in my mind. So cool. While the members of Yanlong Soul were having lively discussions, Li Wenxuan and Cheng Qianma walked into the Hall of Glory together. It had been 2 days since Cheng Qianma and Qin Feiyu reached an agreement. Although the situation in Eternal City remained tense, Cheng Qianma didn't rush into action. As the saying goes, a sharp blade won't delay chopping wood. If he wanted to gather enough force, he needed to give Yanlong Soul members on outside missions enough time to return. After all, Yanlong Soul was built on elite strength. They never had a large number of members. Even with their rapid recent growth, they still had just over 300 members in total. Otherwise, in his rush to return for the battle, Cheng Qianma bringing back over 100 people stationed at HQ would have been completely pointless. What he needed was a fully equipped elite combat unit, capable of striking swiftly and decisively to crush the enemy's core force. Only then could he achieve a truly unexpected victory. Silence, everyone. Instructor Chung has something to say. While Cheng Qianma was away from the Flame Dragon Soul, training had been handled by Li Wenxuan. So now it was also him giving the announcement. In the next moment, everyone instantly went silent. It was very effective. However, as Cheng Qianma scanned the crowd, he noticed Huang Tian, whom he hadn't seen in days, still making goofy faces at him. You rascal. Still as wild as ever. I wonder what kind of reaction they'll have to the surprise I prepared for them. Cheng Qianma muttered inwardly, then cleared his throat. This made everyone even more curious. I've returned this time to lead you all on a very special mission. I hope you'll give your full cooperation and deliver excellent results. Don't worry, as per tradition, group missions of this scale always come with hefty rewards, so go all in and complete your tasks fearlessly. There will be plenty of benefits. As soon as he said that, everyone was not only excited, but also full of anticipation. After all, many had long wanted to go on a thrilling adventure under Cheng Qianma's lead. In addition, there were quite a few who had missed out on the hunting plan earlier, due to being slightly underpowered. They now looked forward to fighting side by side with a living legend. They wanted to witness firsthand just how powerful the most brilliant genius in Xian Nation's history really was. And so, at this moment, everyone's faces were filled with anticipation and eagerness. Seeing that the atmosphere was building nicely, Cheng Qianma continued speaking. I've named this collective mission Dispel the Darkness. As members of Yanlong Soul, you are duty-bound to purge all darkness from Xian Nation. Create a pure and safe land for everyone. The moment he said this, everyone present felt their blood boil. Dispel the darkness. Even just the name sounded incredibly inspiring. But unlike the others who were fired up, Li Wenxuan, who stood beside Cheng Qianma, had a strange look on his face. As a senior member of Yanlong Soul, he had already known the real situation. After all, Qin Feiyu had issued an internal memo, so when he looked at Cheng Qianma now, his expression was different. Damn. This guy really has a silver tongue. Yanlong Soul was obviously going to help clear the path for his guild, and he still managed to make it sound so noble and righteous. Dispel the darkness? And what exactly is darkness? He might as well tattoo Dark Brotherhood across his forehead. Damn it. If I had his thick skin and that level of eloquence, I'd probably be a commissioner by now. Although Li Wenxuan was roasting Cheng Qianma in his mind, he didn't dislike him. In fact, he was more than happy to help. After the last hunting mission, his gratitude toward Cheng Qianma was beyond words. If not for him, Yanlong Soul's fate might not have been much better than the Sakura team from Waguo. So, even if there was a bit of selfish intent in Cheng Qianma's mission, he was still willing to give it his all. In his eyes, a prodigy like Cheng Qianma, someone who could impact the fate of the nation, was worth any effort to win over. Helping out once was nothing. If it could make Cheng Qianma even stronger, he'd even personally go deal with Zhao Tianfeng. At that moment, Cheng Qianma had no idea what Li Wenxuan was thinking. He raised his hand slightly. He signaled everyone to quiet down. Then he continued speaking. Tomorrow at exactly 8 a.m., everyone must arrive at the teleportation gate on time. For this mission, I'll be leading the team personally. Everyone must follow orders completely. Do you have confidence? As soon as Cheng Qianma said this, the crowd immediately responded in unison. Yes, we do. Long live the flame dragon soul. Seeing everyone's response, Cheng Qianma was very satisfied. He then signaled to adjourn the meeting and told everyone to go prepare. At that moment, Li Wenxuan spoke with a sly smile. You sure are clever, kid. Not only did you use the mission theme to fire everyone up, you even promised them rewards. Why didn't I know this mission had rewards? With that, Cheng Qianma felt a bit embarrassed. He instinctively rubbed his nose and said slowly, Instructor Li, you really underestimate me. Even if the flame dragon soul has no reward plan, I, Cheng Qianma, will provide them myself. Is that not allowed? In your eyes, am I just a capitalist who hands out empty promises? Li Wenxuan didn't reply, but the look on his face clearly said he believed that. That left Cheng Qianma feeling speechless. Damn it, I'm such a generous guy. I've always treated money like dirt. So when did I become a master of empty promises in others' eyes? Whose fault is this really? Seeing Cheng Qianma's awkward expression, Li Wenxuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Alright, enough joking. Let's talk business. This time your move was pretty major. If Zhao Tianfeng knew what kind of terrifying lineup he was about to face, he'd probably regret it to his core. After the battle is won, how do you plan to deal with the Dark Brotherhood? Li Wenxuan was eager to know. Cheng Qianma had spent so much effort and network just to defeat the Dark Brotherhood. What was he truly aiming to? So he asked bluntly. Cheng Qianma simply smiled and replied domineeringly, I want the Dark Brotherhood to change their name. Chapter 691. The Dark Brotherhood sends reinforcements again and falls into Lu Xiaoyu. There's a Let's see where you can run now. Why not just surrender? Maybe we'll let you live. A man in black sneered as he spoke mockingly, and on his face was a trace of lecherous bloodlust. At that moment, Lu Xiaoyu, Guan Shuai, and Su Hanhai, the three of them, had been forced into a dead end by a group of men in black. They were the ones who had once participated in the Xian Nation University tournament with Cheng Qianma. Later, attracted by Cheng Qianma, they all joined Eternal Apex. Now that Eternal Apex was at war with the Dark Brotherhood, as guild members, they naturally became targets too. They had barely left the main city for a mission when a group of men in black suddenly appeared behind them. It was obvious. These were assassins from the Dark Brotherhood. Though it hadn't been long, they had leveled up from the 40s to level 50. But even so, they still couldn't withstand the siege from this group of black-clad enemies. And the sleazy-looking man in black, not only was he a Red Street assassin from the Dark Brotherhood, but he was also level 54. And on top of that, he used to know Lu Xiaoyu. Mao Zongyu, what the hell are you? TCH. Lu Xiaoyu clutched her chest, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth. But her face still carried a trace of disdain. Although she and Mao Zongyu graduated from the same high school, they were never on good terms. As the school beauty back then, Lu Xiaoyu was wildly popular among the boys, and Mao Zongyu was the most obsessive of her admirers. Throughout high school, he confessed to her multiple times, but each time, he was coldly rejected, because in Lu Xiaoyu's eyes, he was just a talented troublemaker. Now that he had the upper hand in power, Mao Zongyu naturally. So when war broke out between the Dark Brotherhood and Eternal Peak, he led 6 or 7 of his trusted followers straight for Lu Xiaoyu. And after 2 days of covert tracking, they finally cornered Lu Xiaoyu and her 2 companions. Are you deaf? Xiaoyu made herself very clear. You're not even worthy, trash. Get lost. Su Hanhai, who had long harbored feelings for Lu Xiaoyu, didn't hold back at all. Even in a dire situation, he stood up to speak for her, in his eyes. Even if he had to die, he wouldn't allow these scumbags to defile the goddess in his heart. So he slowly stepped in front of Lu Xiaoyu and shielded her. Next to him, the younger Guan Shuai also showed a look of resolve. TSK. So it's a pair of tragic lovers, huh? I'm not worthy. Then what kind of trash are you? Just a measly level 50 nobody. How dare you talk to me like that? Whether it was out of jealousy or just to show off his dominance. Mao Zongyu didn't hesitate. He launched 3 throwing knives at Su Hanhai. This was one of the assassin class's signature moves, and given the 4-level gap between them, so Su Hanhai didn't react in time and got hit instantly. With a muffled grunt, he staggered 2 steps back. Seriously? You dare act tough in front of a girl? Kid, you're way too weak. Mao Zongyu mocked, blood on his face. His teammates behind him also burst into arrogant laughter. Sister Xiaoyu, they're going way too far. I'm going to fight them to the end. Guan Shuai, being younger, couldn't tolerate such blatant mockery. His blood pressure was visibly rising. In reality, before being forced into this dead end, the 3 of them had already used their combat supplies to deal significant damage to Mao Zongyu. Had been startled for a moment, but unfortunately, the difference in numbers was too great. Even so, it was hard to turn the tide. And situations like this were now occurring daily across the Apocalypse continent. After all, Eternal Apex was still at a clear numerical disadvantage against the combined forces of the 10 Dark Brotherhood guilds, even with superior equipment. It couldn't make up for such a huge gap, so in recent battles, Eternal Apex only gained the upper hand briefly. After unleashing a large supply of combat resources and using surprise tactics, Eternal Apex's strategies were still able to recover some ground. However, as time passed, the Dark Brotherhood continued to send in reinforcements. The total number of participating subguilds had now reached 13, with over 13,000 members combined. This scale of an assault lineup has already exceeded half of the entire strength of the Dark Brotherhood. It's extremely excessive. This shows just how determined Zhao Tianfeng is to take down Eternal Peak. How determined exactly? In this extreme situation, Eternal Peak finally started to falter. They were gradually being pushed back. After all, the enemy numbers already exceed theirs by more than 1.6 times. No one could easily reverse the tide under such an overwhelming disadvantage. So now public opinion outside generally doesn't believe Eternal Peak can win. In fact, 2 level 9 guilds based in Xiangling Hell of Linghua City have already started having evil thoughts. They're urgently calling back their members, getting ready to take a piece of the pie. It's no exaggeration to say, Eternal Peak is now in a very dangerous position. Collapse could happen. Fan Hanyu and many other top members were as anxious as ants on a hot pan every day, completely overwhelmed. They were doing everything they could just to hold out until Cheng Qianmo returned. He was their last hope. Guan Shuai, don't act rashly. They have 7 more people than we do. We don't stand a chance if we fight head-on. Please don't do something foolish. Lu Xiaoyu saw that Guan Shuai wanted to rush out and attack, and quickly stopped him. In fact, she was feeling a bit guilty inside. If it hadn't been for Mao Zongyu targeting her, Su Hanhai and Guan Shuai would never have ended up in such a tragic state. So she wanted to save the lives of both of them. Little brother, you better listen to your sister Xiaoyu. Don't throw your life away. Otherwise, I can't promise. You'll die with a whole body. Mao Zongyu's blatant mockery once again made his teammates burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and the others fell deeper into despair. Chapter 692. A turn of events. The dawn arrives. Guan Shuai, being young and hot-headed, couldn't take provocation well. His face turned red with anger. He spoke indignantly. All you know is ganging up on the weak. What else can you do? In our first clash, just now, we beat you so badly. Have you forgotten already? Without the numbers advantage, you're nothing but crap. At this moment, Guan Shuai felt utterly humiliated. The anger in his heart was beyond words. TSK. I love ganging up on people. What can you do about it? Who told your Eternal Peak to mess with our Dark Brotherhood? Besides, with your strength, you think you can win in a fair fight? You're really clueless about your own worth. Huh? In Mao Ziyu's eyes, the 3 in front of him were already dead men. So, he was more than willing to toy with them a bit more before they died. That way, he could get revenge for being rejected by Lu Xiaoyu back then. Lu Xiaoyu was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see his 2 friends die such a tragic death. So after a brief mental struggle, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll surrender. But you must promise to let them go. As soon as he said that, Mao Ziyu's eyes immediately lit up. At the same time, in his mind, some rather exciting images had already begun to appear. No problem. Put on these handcuffs. Walk over here by yourself, and I'll let the 2 of them go. Mao Ziyu finished speaking. He threw a pair of silver handcuffs toward Lu Xiaoyu, while a glint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. But his teammate beside him warned solemnly. Captain Mao, this isn't a good idea. The orders from above are to kill without hesitation everyone from Eternal Pinnacle. If you really let them go, it could cause problems. Mao Ziyu smirked, whispering with disdain. Are you guys brainless? Am I that stupid? Once Lu Xiaoyu comes over, everyone will attack immediately. They've lost their healer, so they have no fighting strength. At this, his teammates instantly showed thoughtful expressions, their faces also revealing rather sinister smirks. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu herself was unaware of the gravity of the situation, but she had no choice. The weak always get crushed. It's the same everywhere. Sister Xiaoyu, you absolutely can't go. They won't keep their promises, and we're not willing to make pointless sacrifices. At worst, we'll all die together, lose a few levels, we'll just grind them back later. Though Guan Shui usually has a slick tongue, when it comes to matters of principle, he sees things clearly. Not to mention whether he's willing to let Lu Xiaoyu sacrifice herself to buy a chance for his own survival. He doesn't believe for a second that Mao Zongyu would honor his promise. So he was the first to step up and oppose Lu Xiaoyu's surrender. Su Hanhai was also anxious now. He didn't want his goddess to be defiled by these shameless scoundrels. He hurriedly tried to stop him. Guan Shui is right. If we live, we live together. If we die together. Even if we die, we'll take some of them down with us. We can't let them off so easily. At this moment, Lu Xiaoyu was deeply moved. The two beside him were willing to face death together with him. But precisely because of that, he didn't want to drag the innocent down with him. When others offer kindness, he feels the need to return it in kind. That was his principle in life. Even though he knew full well that surrendering to Mao Ziyu might not guarantee their safety. As long as there was a sliver of hope, he was willing to try. Don't be stupid, you two. You don't have to die with me. Once I go over there, find your chance and run. No matter what, don't look back. Don't worry about me. As soon as Lu Xiaoyu finished speaking, he resolutely put on the handcuffs and walked toward Mao Ziyu. He was fully prepared to sacrifice himself. No, you can't go. Su Hanhai and Guan Shui shouted in unison. A wave of sorrow washed over the two of them. Meanwhile, a smug grin crept across Mao Ziyu's face. He felt as if a long-awaited grudge had been avenged. Very soon, Lu Xiaoyu stood before him. He said with some disdain, I'm here. Now keep your promise. At that moment, Mao Ziyu didn't get angry at Lu Xiaoyu's attitude. In the past, he wanted Lu Xiaoyu's heart, as well as his body. But after all these years, his mindset had changed. Now he only needed the body. So no matter what Lu Xiaoyu, no matter how much disdain they showed, he didn't care. As long as he could vent years of pent-up resentment, nothing else mattered. Wait till you feel the power of my club, and see if you can still talk tough. Mao Zongyu thought to himself, then said with a mocking tone. The joke from back then is now in my hands. Don't even think about killing yourself to escape. Also, you didn't really think I'd let them go, did you? No way. No way. Attack now, everyone. Leave no one alive. At his command, the black-clad figures behind Mao Zongyu charged forward. Lu Xiaoyu's face turned deathly pale. She turned back and shouted in despair. Don't worry about me. Run. Otherwise, I'll hate you forever. Those Su Hanhai and Guan Shui watched the black-clad figures rushing toward them. They were unwilling to leave, but after hearing Lu Xiaoyu's desperate plea, they gave in. Otherwise, Lu Xiaoyu's sacrifice would be meaningless. Mao Zongyu, you wait. One day I'll kill you. Su Hanhai roared with near-feral rage. Then, with Guan Shui, attempted a desperate breakout from the side, but they were vastly outnumbered. At an absolute disadvantage. In less than 5 minutes, the black-clad figures had them surrounded. This time, they had no escape. Bullying the weak with power. You're shameless. Lu Xiaoyu roared in despair, a tear sliding down her cheek. Seeing this, Mao Zongyu, he said with a twisted grin. You blame me for being shameless, just because you're weak? Using power to bully others. That's my skill. Do you have it? Cry. Cry harder. Otherwise, it won't be as fun later. However, Mao Ziyu's smug laughter didn't last long. From the distant sky, a disdainful voice rang out. Who said he doesn't? You think you're worthy? Mao Ziyu and the others, upon hearing this, immediately turned around. The next second, they were scared out of their wits. Meanwhile, Lu Xiaoyu and the others saw a glimmer of hope. Chapter 693, The Return of the Handsome One. In the face of crisis, you're Cheng Qianma. How could you possibly be here? Though Mao Ziyu had never met Cheng Qianma, he had heard of Eternal Peak's Emerald Dragon Squad. At this moment, right above him, 7 giant dragons were lined up in formation, and leading the front was an overwhelming azure dragon. Even Mao Ziyu, no matter how dull, knew the one riding the azure dragon had to be Cheng Qianma. But he couldn't understand. With Eternal Peak's forces stretched so thin, why wasn't Cheng Qianma at Eternal City commanding? What was he doing here? Even more baffling, he had brought his core team along with him. That made even less sense. So, it was no wonder that Mao Ziyu had just shown such a look of utter disbelief. He was just unlucky. He can't blame anyone else. This time, Cheng Qianma came out to get reinforcements. After all, several days had already been lost. He was in urgent need of information on the current battle situation. So, with the Flame Dragon Soul, and reinforcements from the Sixth School Alliance. After returning to the continent of Revelation, he immediately set out with the Eternal Peak team's core members, and Gu Qian. They took the lead. After all, they all had Emerald WIRM mounts, which gave them a much greater movement speed than others. There was no way they could wait for the whole group, but coincidentally, the place where Mao Zongyu was blocking Lu Xiaoyu and the others happened to be right on their way back to Eternal City, and that's how the earlier scene happened. President, save Lu Xiaoyu first. At this moment, Su Hanhai, disregarding his own safety, begged Qing Qianma to save Lu Xiaoyu first. After all, he's currently in Mao Zongyu's hands, and his life could be in danger at any time, whereas he and Guan Shui could still hold out for a while. After hearing that, Qing Qianma smiled and nodded, signaling him not to worry. Such a calm demeanor made Mao Zongyu extremely annoyed. What the hell? Lu Xiaoyu is still under my control. No matter how strong you are, Qing Qianma, you can't just rescue someone as you please. That's looking down on me too much. So Mao Zongyu said angrily, I admit I can't beat you, but I have a hostage in my hands now. I'll give you a piece of advice. If you want Lu Xiaoyu to live, let us go. Although Mao Zongyu was upset with Qing Qianma's calmness just now, he wasn't foolish. Whether it was Qing Qianma or the core members behind him, they were all He only had 10 people on his side. They were even outnumbered by 1. And with inferior individual he wasn't foolish enough to face Qing Qianma head-on. So he quickly suggested exchanging Lu Xiaoyu for the safety of his own people. However, Qing Qianma just sneered in disdain. You want to trade a hostage for your pathetic lives? Keep dreaming. As soon as Qing Qianma finished speaking, his body instantly vanished from atop the Azure Dragon. The next second, he suddenly appeared right behind Mao Ziyu. Turns out he had just used the spatial step warp skill to teleport. Bah! Mao Ziyu gasped in shock, trying to say something. But just as he uttered the first sound, a sharp pain surged from his back. Qing Qianma had landed a powerful kick to his lower back, sending him flying several dozen meters. The black-clad men attacking Su Hanhai and Guan Shui nearby were completely stunned by what they saw. It was their first time witnessing Qing Qianma's power, so they froze in place. At that moment, Huang Tian and the others dove from the sky on their emerald baby dragons. Each one locked onto a target and grabbed the stunned idiots, lifting them into the air. In just one strike, Eternal Peak's squad had already taken full control. Their strength was truly terrifying. Those arrogant bullies who had relied on numbers were now completely outmatched. Kill them all. Qing Qianma didn't waste words. He decisively gave the execution order. He was never one to show mercy to his enemies. Thank you for saving us, guild leader. Lu Xiaoyu was overwhelmed with emotion after being rescued. He recalled the first time he met Qing Qianma. Cheng's level had actually been 7 levels below his, but now, he was already 5 levels higher than Lu Xiaoyu. And in terms of true power, the difference was vast beyond comparison. So even if he harbored some feelings for Qing Qianma, he didn't dare express them, because whether in strength or status, the gap between them was too great. So great that he didn't even have the courage to speak his mind. They were simply from 2 different worlds. And so, all his thoughts turned into a single heartfelt thank you. Qing Qianma naturally had no idea what Lu Xiaoyu was thinking. He made his move simply to protect his guild member. How is the current situation of our guild? Qing Qianma asked the question he most wanted an answer to. After quickly adjusting his emotions, Lu Xiaoyu's face turned serious. President, the current situation is grim. The Dark Brotherhood has added troops from 3 more branches. There are just too many of them. Their total numbers have now surpassed 13,000. We're having a hard time holding the line. Many of our brothers and sisters are in a sorry state. Please think of something fast. Qing Qianma wasn't surprised after hearing this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to call for reinforcements. Don't worry. The Dark Brotherhood's good days end today. Soon, they'll understand what it means when disaster strikes. As Qing Qianma spoke these words, a powerful aura burst forth from his body. Chapter 694. 2 level, 9 guilds join the battle. You must. Grand Guild Master. We've had a string of victories recently. We currently hold a decisive advantage. Eternal Peaks members. Their activity range has already been reduced by more than half. At this rate, it won't be long before they're forced to retreat to just the Lingwei City region. Today marks the second full assembly of the Dark Brotherhood since the war with Eternal Peak began. At the meeting just now, a branch commander was reporting their recent achievements. As he said, while Qing Qianma had been away from the front lines, the Dark Brotherhood had reinforced their troops again and now held the upper hand. Now, Eternal Peaks members face heavy restrictions whether training or doing missions, because whenever they step into the wild, they're immediately targeted by a group of men in black. This makes them feel unsafe doing anything. As a result, their efficiency has dropped drastically. After hearing the report, Xiao Tianfeng smiled in satisfaction. Very good. We must strike while the iron is hot. We must strike while the iron is hot. Completely crush Eternal Peak. I want to see if Qing Qianma still dares to recruit assassins. At that moment, all the vice guild leaders except for Lebengxi were visibly delighted. In their eyes, this battle was a great victory. The Dark Brotherhood had successfully used Qing Qianma, who was recently in the spotlight, as a stepping stone. As a result, they greatly elevated their social standing and prestige. It was easy to foresee that in the near future, no foolish guild would dare to mess with the Dark Brotherhood again. At the same time, more outstanding talents would willingly join the Dark Brotherhood. It was a perfect win-win, so every one of them was in high spirits. Only Lebengsi felt extremely anxious. If Chung Qianma were completely defeated here, his previous investments would all go down the drain. That was something he couldn't accept, so he silently prayed in his heart, hoping Chung Qianma could hold out, even though he no longer hoped for a comeback. He just didn't want Chung to be utterly destroyed. Just then, Zhao Tianfeng said something that made Lebengsi completely despair. What's the status of the 2 level 9 guilds that expressed interest before? Zhao Tianfeng asked in a cheerful tone. Just yesterday, 2 top-tier guilds near the Linghua city area had proactively contacted him and expressed willingness to help out. For Zhao Tianfeng, who aimed to completely crush Chung Qianma, this was amazing news. After all, the Dark Brotherhood's strength was always in the wilderness. Sending these assassins to storm a city was clearly a poor use of their power, but having these guilds join the fight, that changed everything. Both sides had something to gain, with no real conflict of interest, so he readily agreed. In his mind, as long as the 2 level 9 guilds joined in the fight, the downfall of Eternal Peak is just around the corner. Grand Guildmaster, reporting in. The Maple Forest Guild and the Smoke Extinguish Guild have finished assembling. They should already be on their way to Eternal Peak now. Judging by the location of their guild bases, they should be ready to begin the siege in less than 2 days. President Feng, who was reporting, sounded rather excited, because with the help of these 2 guilds, Maple Forest and Smoke Extinguish, the pressure on his command would instantly be relieved. Once the siege begins, Eternal Peak will fall into a pincer attack. Then, his assassins would be freed up to achieve even more. And as long as this battle is won, it would be a great merit for him. So how could he not be happy? You've done well with this matter. Pass on my orders. Once they begin the siege, we must do everything we can to hold off the guild members outside. That way, they won't be able to return to defend. Even if Chung Qianma has heaven-defying skills, this time he'll have to bow down. With Zhao Tianfeng's command, all the guild presidents lit up with anticipation. It was as if they could already see Chung Qianma coming to beg for mercy. To them, he was just a hot-blooded young celebrity from Xia Nation. These people were mere commoners. They had no real concept of nationhood. So being able to force Xia's most famous rising star into such a desperate state made them feel proud. Watching all the excited expressions of the guild leaders, Lebengsi was deeply concerned. He could accept Chung Qianma losing this battle, but he would never allow him to lose everything. Because he had no idea whether Chung Qianma could withstand such a heavy blow. If he collapsed because of this, all of Lebengsi's plans would be ruined. So after some thought, Lebengsi decided to secretly send another message to let Chung Qianma prepare early. Kid, this is as much as I can do to help you. You must hold on. Lebengsi shouted this final thought in his heart, yet none of those present could have guessed that Chung Qianma's terrifying reinforcements had already split up and set off. It wouldn't be long now. He would be giving the Dark Brotherhood and the 2 level 9 guilds a truly massive gift. Chapter 695. Damn, that's scary. Old fan, we've got trouble. According to the scouts report, 2 powerful forces are rapidly heading our way. At most, in less than half a day, they'll be right at our doorstep. Although Jiang Wenliang isn't a combat class, he's one of the top Grandmaster blacksmiths in Xia Nation. That's why Chung Qianma appointed him as a vice guild leader. During the time Chung Qianma wasn't at headquarters, he helped Fan Hanyu shoulder many responsibilities daily. Otherwise, no matter how capable Fan Hanyu was, the pressure would have crushed him physically. At that moment, he had just received word from the scout and rushed over to report. Upon hearing it, Fan Hanyu's face turned grave. As expected, someone couldn't hold back. If other guilds are also eyeing a piece of the pie, we might really be in danger this time. Jiang Wenliang had always trusted Fan Hanyu's judgment, so he immediately asked nervously, "Are we just going to keep getting beaten like this? Isn't there any other way?" Fan Hanyu shook his head. If there really were a better way, he would have used it long ago. Why else would he keep holding on this long? Eternal Peak had already been fighting under intense pressure for nearly a week. Just defending against hidden assassins took far more mental energy than usual, and now, 2 additional strong factions had joined the enemy. Even with Eternal Peak's strength, they were powerless to do anything. This felt just like when he faced the Nightmare's Descent alliance with the Yunba Guild. In fact, the enemy this time was even stronger, so strong that it was suffocating. The only thing Fan Hanyu could do now was to shrink their operational range and defend Eternal City at all costs. As long as they could hold out until Chung Qianmo returned. Then there's still hope. But if we can't hold on, then the name, Eternal Peak, might disappear into the river of history. Right now we've hit rock bottom. I've already done everything I possibly could. All that's left is to hope the president returns soon. If he doesn't make it back in time, then we must be prepared to live or die with Eternal City. When Fan Hanyu said these words, his tone was especially solemn. In truth, he had already prepared for the worst, because in his view, the current enemy's strength was simply beyond unreasonable. Not only did they have nearly 13,000 members from the Dark Brotherhood, they were also joined by 2 level 9 guilds. Adding it all up, the enemy forces totaled at least 8. This wasn't a battle that a level 9 guild like Eternal Peak could handle. Even a level 10 guild wouldn't stand a chance. So he felt that even if Chung Qianma had great connections, there was no way he could rally strong help in just 1 week. What's more, people are often realistic. When you're riding high, everyone's willing to help. But once you hit rock bottom, they'll start weighing pros and cons. That's why he was already ready to fight to the death. However, just then, 8 black dots appeared in the distant sky. And shortly after, the sound of dragon roars rang out. Seeing this, Jiang Wenliang's face lit up with joy, because he was very familiar with the dragon's cry just now. It was the call of an emerald temptation dragon. President Fan is back. We still have hope. Jiang Wenliang shouted excitedly, reinvigorated. All the gloom he had felt was completely swept away. But Fan Hanyu glanced up at the sky, and gave a bitter smile with a shake of his head. He scanned around the dark dots carefully, and found no other reinforcements. Despair instantly flooded his heart. Old Fan, why aren't you happy? Chung Qianma asked, stepping in at the right moment. Don't we still have a shot at turning this around? Jiang Wenliang, after all, wasn't a guild leader. His thinking was a lot simpler than Fan Hanyu's, so he had yet to grasp how serious the situation really was. President Chung has returned safely, and I'm naturally delighted. But the reinforcements are only a small Eternal Pinnacle squad. It's tough. Fan Hanyu let out a soft sigh, a trace of sorrow flickering in his eyes. In his view, the Eternal Pinnacle squad is indeed very strong. Every member has the ability to fight above their level, something he had personally experienced back when he was with the Shinyu Guild. But the problem is, their numbers are too few. No matter how strong they are, can one person really take on 1,000? The answer is clearly no. So Fan Hanyu believed that even if Chung Qianma has returned, he can't turn the tide of the battle. At this moment, Jiang Wenliang finally realized something, and began sighing repeatedly. Not long after, Chung Qianma and his group finally flew into the city. When he saw the troubled expressions on Jiang Wenliang and Fan Hanyu's faces, he instantly understood their concerns. So, with a half-smile, he teased, "Why do you two look so glum? Are you not happy to see us back?" At these words, Jiang Wenliang immediately replied, "How could we not welcome you? It's just that the current war situation is extremely dire. How could we be in high spirits? In just a few hours, 2 guilds will join forces to attack the city. How could we possibly hold them off?" Jiang Wenliang had assumed that upon hearing the current situation, Chung Qianma would show a grave expression. But to his surprise, after listening, he acted as if nothing was wrong, still calm and composed. This made Jiang Wenliang and Fan Hanyu feel a bit anxious. "Why aren't you panicking at all, kid? Now, 2 level 9 guilds are joining forces to attack. They're clearly determined to win. This time, they've mobilized at least 5,000 people. Our Eternal Pinnacle, at least a third of our members. They're trapped in the wild by the Dark Brotherhood and can't return to defend. With just this few people, how are we supposed to defend the city? You better think of something fast." Jiang Wenliang was impatient by nature. He always said whatever was on his mind. So, seeing that Chung Qianma wasn't worried at all, he immediately spoke up about the situation. But Chung Qianma just smiled after hearing it, and suddenly asked in return, "Who said this is all the people we've got?" That line came out of nowhere, leaving Jiang Wenliang and Fan Hanyu confused. "We may be old, but our eyes are still sharp. Huang Tian and the others may be strong, but how much of a difference can they make? Even if you add Gu Qian to the mix, you're still just an elite team of 8, and that's supposed to stop 2 level 9 guilds joining forces? You're kidding me." Jiang Wenliang felt that Chung Qianma was trying to fool him, so he responded with obvious irritation. But Fan Hanyu, standing nearby, was staring intently at Chung Qianma. It was as if he'd noticed something. "President, have you already made preparations? Tell us." Fan Hanyu asked eagerly. Chung Qianma had just been joking to lighten the heavy mood. But now that Fan Hanyu asked directly, he naturally had no reason to keep hiding it. After briefly explaining his plan, both Jiang Wenliang and Fan Hanyu's eyes widened in shock. Then one of them exclaimed, "Holy crap! That terrifying?" Chapters. What the hell is that creature? A divine dragon? As the sun set, a loud commotion suddenly erupted from deep inside the dark forest. The allied forces of Windchime and Smoke Extinguish guilds had been marching hard for hours, and finally arrived outside Eternal City. This time, they've deployed a combined force of over 5,500 players. Both sides have committed nearly half of their main combat forces. Now their bases are left with only a small number of combat personnel, while the rest are non-combat crafters. This clearly shows how determined they are to crush Eternal Pinnacle. "Brother Yin Fei, we had an agreement. After this, we split all the spoils evenly. Don't back out at the last minute. A man in his 50s said with a half-smile. He was Li Kaiyu, the president of the Fengling Guild, a level 68 awakened player. And the brother Yin Fei he mentioned was even stronger, at the same level as Fan Hanyu, an astonishing level 69, practically 1 foot, into the 4th awakening realm. As the president of the Yami Guild, brother Yin Fei had long coveted Eternal Pinnacle's commercial prowess. After all, his base was right next to the Lingwei City region, naturally suffering significant negative impacts. So, taking advantage of the Dark Brotherhood's assault, he decisively teamed up with Li Kaiyu's Fengling Guild to strike, aiming to devour the fat prize that is Eternal Pinnacle. I, Yin Fei, am a man of my word. Since we've reached an agreement, I'll strictly abide by it. Rest assured. This proactive attack is guaranteed to be a sure win. The reason Yin Fei was so confident was his close relationship with Rin Shuesong, the president of the Kuei City Dark Brotherhood. Both hailed from the same map, so they frequently exchanged information. This time, he had already learned that Eternal Pinnacle had been battered by 13 Dark Brotherhood branches. That's why he dared to launch this attack, hoping to claim a share of the spoils. Li Kaiyu, knowing of his close ties with the Dark Brotherhood, was convinced of the information's accuracy and thus readily agreed. Otherwise, given Eternal Pinnacle's current reputation, he still needed to carefully weigh things. But after getting brother Yin Fei's assurance, a smile finally appeared on his face. As far as I know, Eternal Peak's commercial prowess is absolutely terrifying. Otherwise, the income of our 2 guilds wouldn't have dropped by 40 to 50% recently. As long as we devour them this time, we'll surely gain immense wealth. They could have just lived peacefully, but they had to provoke the Dark Brotherhood. They brought this upon themselves. When Li Kaiyu mentioned the income drop, a killing aura unconsciously radiated from him. As the saying goes, cutting off someone's income is like killing their parents. Having his money taken away by it was something he couldn't tolerate. That's why he took this battle extremely seriously and brought most of his eternal life forces. Ain't that the truth? With the strength of the Dark Brotherhood, even a level 10 guild wouldn't dare mess with them, let alone Eternal Peak. They were completely overestimating themselves. So arrogant and clueless. But in the end, it's us who get to profit from it. Not a bad ending, I'd say. At this moment, Yin Feixiong was in high spirits, confident as ever. He already considered Eternal Peak stockpiles as something in his pocket. More than 10 minutes later, the allied forces of the 2 guilds finally emerged from the dark forest. When they saw the tall and majestic walls of Eternal City, they couldn't help but click their tongues. Damn it. We're all level 9 guilds here. Eternal Peak only just got promoted recently, so how the hell are they this rich? That guild leader of theirs, Chung Chin, he doesn't deserve this kind of power. We're in for a treat this time. Li Kaiyu's feelings were mixed right now. 70% shock, 20% dissatisfaction, and 91% excitement. However, in his view, he was about to take a big fat bite. That alone eased a lot of his frustration. Truly fortunate. And extremely so. According to insider intel, they currently have fewer than 3,000 people inside the city. We have a clear numbers advantage. So as long as we push a bit harder, we'll take down this grand city in no time. Yin Feixiong had an insider planted by Rin Shuesong, so he had detailed knowledge of Eternal Peak's forces. That was the source of his confidence. At that moment, the greed in his eyes was laid bare without restraint. A few minutes later, a massive army of over 5,000 troops arrived at the gates of Eternal City. The sight of their forces pressing in was overwhelmingly oppressive. Yin Feixiong and Li Kaiyu each led their own aerial troops, hovering arrogantly in the sky, completely ignoring the city's long-range defenses. Listen up inside the city. This is your last chance to surrender. If you refuse to open the gates, don't blame us for being merciless. Yin Feixiong believed victory was in the bag, so even his tone sounded smug. Of course, he never expected Eternal Peak to just open the gates and surrender, but to humiliate them in public. That was something he truly enjoyed. So before the battle even started, he threw out a few extra taunts. However, right at that moment, a flock of flying creatures burst out from within the city, and the next second, a deafening dragon's roar shook the heavens. In an instant, an enormous 8-meter-long azure dragon soared into the sky, hovering high above, like a divine being. And then, every flying mount belonging to the 2 guilds, and all the flying mounts of the 2 major guilds, everyone began trembling uncontrollably. Fear appeared on their faces. Yin Feixiong and Li Kaiyu both narrowed their eyes at the same time, their expressions full of disbelief. What's going on? What the hell is that creature? A divine dragon. Chapter 697 terrifying defensive firepower astonishing poison The divine dragon Yin Feixiong and Li Kaiyu spoke of was none other than the incredibly powerful Qing Dai. When Cheng Qianma and Qing Dai, man and dragon, took to the skies, not only did the Eternal Peak team rise up with them, but they were followed by a small squad, few in number, but with equally impressive flying mounts. These were none other than Eternal Peak's Sky Patrol unit. Their mounts were either emerald wormlings or scarlet lawn birds, all incredibly cool looking. Though the battle had yet to begin, the members of Windchime and Smoke Extinguish guilds were already stunned speechless. After all, who wouldn't want to ride such flashy and powerful flying mounts? Looks like Eternal Peak really is absurdly rich. We definitely made the right choice by striking. Although Li Kaiyu was shocked at first, he was soon overtaken by greed. In his eyes, even if Eternal Peak had a fairly strong aerial unit, there were just too few of them. How could a dozen or so people fight hundreds? So he figured, the stronger Eternal Peak's hardware and power looked now, the better it was for them. Because that meant, their spoils after winning would be even greater. That makes sense. Our siege numbers far exceed theirs. We can't let them show us up. All units, hear my command. Begin the assault immediately. Yan Feixiong completely agreed with Li Kaiyu and immediately gave the order to attack. He didn't want to give Cheng Qianma any more time to prepare. Soon, Windchime and Smoke Extinguish guilds, a total of over 5,000 siege troops immediately launched their operation. Portable siege equipment unfolded one after another on the spot. It was a truly spectacular sight. The two of them had done their homework for this day. Not only did they bring the majority of their combat forces, they also prepared a massive amount of siege machinery. All of this was to break through the walls of Eternal City as quickly as possible and let the main forces rush in to loot and pillage. But just then, Cheng Qianma in the sky showed no panic whatsoever. On the contrary, he wore a faint smile. A mere 5,000 troops. Think they can take down my Eternal City? What a ridiculous fantasy. Everyone, prepare to fire. All units, open fire immediately. With Cheng Qianma's command, a huge number of long-range awakened fighters on the city walls, along with the city's ranged defense weapons, began counterattacking. Suddenly, a barrage of magic and artillery launched wildly from within the city. Boom, boom, boom. After the first exchange of fire, the two sides were evenly matched. This left Yan Feixiong and Li Kaiyu completely shocked. Why is their defensive firepower this strong? And what's the deal with all these crazy grenades and bombs? Also, why does it seem like their defender numbers are off? Yan Feixiong knew that roughly a third of Eternal Peak's members were trapped on other maps by the Dark Brotherhood. So he immediately noticed something odd about the number of defenders on the city wall. At the same time, once again, he was reminded of Eternal Peak's immense wealth. He had fought veteran level 9 guilds before, but never had he seen a guild like Eternal Peak that threw out all kinds of bombs and grenades like they were free. Such a no-holds-barred defense strategy was utterly mind-blowing. In truth, Eternal Peak's number of defenders far exceeded their current official guild member count. That's because Eternal City now housed a massive number of civilian workers. They didn't take up guild slots. Yet they could join the defense by throwing long-range weapons. That's why Yan Feixiong saw people packed all over the walls. However, Cheng Qianma wasn't about to explain all that. He took advantage of the moment and immediately commanded the long-range squads behind him to strike. Everyone move in. I'll handle the control. As Huang shouted, Qingdai raised its massive head. It let out a deafening dragon roar into the sky. At that very moment, the Eternal Peak Squad and the Sky Patrol launched a joint assault. In the next second, all flying mounts from the two guilds fell into a state of panic, completely unable to engage in normal combat. Some of the weaker mounts were even so terrified they plummeted to the ground. At this moment, the bloodline suppression from the Azure Dragon showed its terrifying power. After training for several months at Soul of the Rock Dragon, Huang Tian, Lin Ruoxi, and others had clearly improved their strength and gained rich battlefield experience. They wielded uniquely crafted weapons tailored by Cheng Qianma himself and charged through enemy lines like an unstoppable force. It was as if no one could stop them. In an instant, the sky was filled with screams of agony. Am I seeing things? Each of them is wielding a unique weapon, and the attributes are ridiculously powerful. How the hell did they pull this off? When did weapons become so common? Li Kaiyu couldn't believe his eyes. In just a few rounds, Huang Tian, Lin Ruoxi, and the others had already torn multiple squads apart. Sure, part of that was due to the mounts being affected by fear, but the people riding them were completely fine, so their crushing defeat could only be explained by an overwhelming difference in strength. That's why Li Kaiyu's expression turned horrified. And just then, Yan Feixiong suddenly remembered something, and his face instantly turned pale. There were rumors that Cheng Qianma had just advanced to Grandmaster level forging, and it turned out to be true. Otherwise, how could so many weapons exist? Only now did Yan Feixiong realize how terrifying Cheng Qianma truly was. Because according to the timeline of the rumor, Cheng Qianma hadn't been promoted for very long. Yet in such a short time, he'd already forged this many custom weapons. That was simply astonishing. His once confident expression gradually darkened. Little did he know, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. Chapter 698 Rapid Troop Domain. Soul Reaping Chains Perfect. Don't panic, Yin Xiong. Even if we didn't gain air superiority, we still have overwhelming numbers. So as long as we stay steady and push forward, we can still achieve final victory. Li Kaiyu saw that Yin Feixiong had almost lost his composure from what he'd just witnessed, so he quickly tried to calm him down. Otherwise, if Yin Feixiong lost his nerve, the upcoming battle won't be easy. Fortunately, Yin Feixiong had excellent emotional control. After hearing Li Kaiyu's words, he quickly calmed himself down. That's right. In the end, siege warfare is all about ground strength. There's no need to force a fight in their area of advantage. That would be pure foolishness. Since our flying mounts can't perform effectively, then we'll stop relying on them. Everyone, hear my command. Intensify the siege. Though members of the two guilds had been frightened by what just happened in the sky, they knew they still had the numbers advantage, so morale did not collapse. After receiving Yin Feixiong's order, they accelerated the siege effort. Everyone wanted to storm Eternal City as soon as possible and earn enough battle merits. They had been eyeing the wealth of their enemies for quite some time. But there was no way Cheng Qianmo would let them have their way. He immediately dove down from the sky on Qingdai. As soon as he entered attack range, he launched a ferocious assault on the ground below. Chanting Frost Sword, as the most basic single-target frost spell, Frost Sword has a very short chant time, only 1.5 seconds. But facing countless enemies on the ground, what use is a single-target attack? When Yin Feixiong saw Cheng Qianmo's casting motion, a puzzled expression immediately appeared on his face. What is he doing? He's chanting Frost Sword against an army of thousands? Such ridiculous behavior. He must be out of his mind. Although Yin Feixiong couldn't understand Cheng Qianmo's actions at all, he was quite happy to see it happen. After all, no matter how strong Cheng Qianmo was, a single target spell could only hit one person at a time. By the time he killed off a few ground troops, Eternal City would already have fallen, so a disdainful smile slowly formed on his face. However, that smile only lasted a few seconds. After several people were hit by Cheng Qianmo's Frost Sword, a shocking scene occurred. At this moment, he was riding on Qingdai's back and facing the city wall. In an instant, his weapon, the Liuguang Thousand Blade Scatter in staff form, suddenly burst out with a dazzling blue glow. A chilling cold erupted from his body in an instant. It's over. It's over. It's over. Countless ice crystals suddenly shot out in front of Cheng Qianmo, launching an indiscriminate attack within 40 meters ahead. The next second, countless engineers from the two major guilds were not only frozen into ice statues, but also started losing health rapidly. This is the Ice Calamity Mage's third stage ultimate, emergency troop domain. But he's a freelancer. How could he possibly know this skill? Seeing Cheng Qianmo's incredible performance, both Yin Feixiong and Li Kaiyu showed looks of disbelief. They couldn't understand how Cheng Qianmo had done it. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Finally, it's my time to shine. The Sky Scout Weixing truly lived up to the name of top Eagle Soldier. As soon as he saw a group of ice statues appear below him, he immediately abandoned his current target. He immediately shifted his direction toward the ground. Soon after, he raised his unique silver weapon, Soul Locking Hand, high into the air. Struggle. In the abyss of snow and darkness. Suffer. In the hell of hatred and vengeance. Soul Lock. With ruthless hands, Weixing unleashed his third-tier ultimate skill as the Dark Demon Emperor. Soul Lock is a dark element area of effect skill with tremendous destructive power. It drags all enemies within a 20-meter radius into eternal darkness. Not only do they lose all power instantly, for a full 8 seconds, they also suffer massive dark element damage. What's more outrageous, even after the skill ends, each enemy is afflicted with a debuff called Life Corrosion. Any awakened struck by Life Corrosion suffers 500 true damage every 3 seconds, ignoring all defenses. It lasts for a total of 18 seconds. That means the debuff alone guarantees at least 3,000 damage dealt. So the group killing power of Soul Lock is nothing short of terrifying. However, with great power comes a price. Despite its insane damage, Soul Lock requires a long cast time of 4.5 seconds. Without an ideal casting opportunity, Weixing rarely manages to use it. It usually has to be set up with crowd control skills, or timed with teammate support, to even have a chance at landing Soul Lock successfully. And Cheng Qianmo was clearly his best partner ever. The freezing effect of the emergency troops domain lasted a ridiculous 5 seconds, perfectly covering Soul Lock's entire casting time, which gave Lu Weixing the perfect window to strike. Very soon, just as the frozen statues were about to thaw, the awakened who had just been hit had already lost a considerable chunk of HP due to the ice field. Thinking they had escaped danger, they were thrown right back into hell. A massive shadow quickly spread across the ground, sweeping through them in an instant too fast for the eye to follow. In a flash, screams of pure terror filled the air. They had gone completely blind. Even more terrifying, their already low health started to drop at lightning speed. Agonized cries echoed all around. Many of the awakened who were about to reach the city wall, having lost their vision, they immediately turned into headless flies, crashing around aimlessly. Some, out of extreme panic, even began blindly unleashing their skills. Due to their blindness, they couldn't ensure accuracy at all, so friendly fire incidents began to spread. At this moment, Weixing, relying on his own strength alone, completely disrupted the engineering plans of the two major guilds. However, the defenders of Eternal City were no pushovers either. After seeing Chung Qianma control a large group of enemies, they too began chanting powerful. And now, the cooldowns had just finished. Soon after, countless multicolored magical curtains flew out from the walls, as if blotting out the sky. This terrifying scene left Yin Feixiong and Li Kaiyu pale with fright. Chapter 699. Just you. You're not worthy of matching our guild leader. Where on earth did Chung Qianma find this group of monsters? They're completely overwhelming our people. Looking at his heavily damaged subordinates, Yin Feixiong couldn't help but roar in rage. Just now, thanks to the flawless coordination between Chung Qianma and Wei Shen, they instantly wiped out a large number of engineering personnel, and the ranged magic cast from the city walls also dealt devastating results while kicking them when they were down. At this moment, not a single member of the two guilds had touched the city wall, yet they had already lost more than a quarter of their forces. Such an outrageous casualty ratio left both Yin Feixiong and Li Kaiyu dumbfounded. As veteran leaders of level 9 guilds, they had experienced countless guild wars, but never had they encountered such a ridiculous opponent like Eternal Apex. They made trade-offs between economy and combat power. After all, a guild has a member limit. They couldn't endlessly recruit talent, and obtaining resources wasn't easy either. It was hard to achieve excellence in both aspects. So compromises had to be made, but Eternal Apex was different. They advanced in both economy and combat strength simultaneously, reaching a level far beyond other guilds of the same tier. For a guild that had just reached level 9 a few months ago, this was nothing short of a miracle. So both Yin Feixiong and Li Kaiyu now felt immense fear. They had originally hoped to win through sheer numbers. Not only had they already personally caused the deaths of over 1,000 people, but the momentum hadn't stopped at all. Now they were truly panicking. Damn it. Eternal Apex's strength is just insane. Having one freak like Chung Qianma was already enough of a headache. Now there were suddenly 6 or 7 more. Youths just as terrifying as him. Where the hell did these monsters even come from? Why couldn't our guild recruit any of them? Yin Feixiong was both heartbroken and jealous. He was heartbroken that the resources he painstakingly built up were just wiped out by a quarter in one go. He deeply resented Chung Qianma for not only recruiting freaks like Wei Shen, but getting 5 or 6 of them at once. And beyond that, what made him even more uneasy and frustrated was the age of this core team. They were ridiculously young. The average age wasn't even 23, which meant each and every one of them had a strong chance of reaching tier 4. That's a dream most people chase their whole lives. And yet these kids could achieve it so easily. The comparison was brutal. Yin Feixiong felt his fury rush to his head, and instantly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Beside him, Li Kaiyu looked equally pale. Did I choose the wrong side? At that moment, a seed of fear was suddenly planted deep in his heart, and it was already starting to take root and grow. I'm not backing down. Chung Qianma, I'll deal with you myself. Yin Feixiong, overwhelmed with frustration, refused to accept defeat at Chung Qianma's hands. After a brief moment of thought, he decided to launch a decapitation strike. In his view, the root of Eternal Apex's overwhelming strength was all because of Chung. So if he could just take him out, Eternal Apex would surely fall into chaos. Their morale would crumble. At that point, winning would be a piece of cake. So, without hesitation, he charged forward. However, not long after, someone suddenly blocked his path. Just you. You think you're worthy to challenge our president? Are you even qualified? Pass me first, then talk. The one who suddenly stepped in to block him was none other than Gu Qian, who had undergone intense leveling. His current level had reached an astonishing 67, not far from the legendary Fourth Awakening. If it were a year ago, he wouldn't have dared to imagine that he could gain 2 levels in just a few months. But Chung Qianma had created those conditions for him, so his heart was filled with gratitude. When Yin Feixiong saw Gu Qian's level, his face instantly turned ashen. He couldn't understand why someone as powerful as Gu Qian would willingly serve under Chung Qianma. With your strength, you could easily take the position of president in a major guild. Chung Qianma isn't even level 60. Why would you follow him? Don't you feel stifled? Being under someone else's command, isn't it better to be the boss yourself? Unwilling to give up, Yin Feixiong not only switched to persuasion mode, but also laced his words with attempts to sow discord. He hoped that by elevating Gu Qian's status, he could sway him. After all, he thought, who would willingly follow someone less powerful than themselves? So he was quite confident in his pitch. However, upon hearing this, Gu Qian didn't waver in the slightest. Instead, he gave a faint, mocking smile. The world of geniuses is beyond your comprehension. Since your vision is so narrow, there's no need for further explanation. Enough talk. Let's fight. Bring it on. Gu Qian couldn't be bothered to explain anything to Yin Feixiong. As soon as he finished speaking, he made his move. Meanwhile, Li Kaiyu, realizing no one was guarding him, smirked smugly. At most, you can hold off Yin Feixiong, but who's going to stop me? Chung Qianma, prepare to die. With that, Li Kaiyu charged straight toward Chung Qianma. But after just a few steps, he suddenly heard a desperate shout from behind.
The next second, both he and Yan Feixiu, who was still fighting Gu Qian, froze in shock. They both wore expressions of utter disbelief, because they had just heard a terrifying piece of news.
Chapter 700. Reinforcements arrive. Home base gets robbed. President Yin, bad news. We just received word from our base. A large group of outsiders is launching a siege. The garrison says they can only hold for a few hours at most. They're requesting reinforcements. Yin Feixiong panicked the moment he heard the report. He never expected that while he was confidently trying to take Eternal City, his home base would be robbed. Why didn't you say so earlier? Who are the enemies? How many of them are there? Yin Feixiong was especially agitated because on this mission, he had brought most of his combat forces. Now at his base, there were only a few fighters left. The rest were non-combatant life profession players. So frankly speaking, this sudden attack hit him right in his weak spot. The enemy seems to be an allied force. Their total number exceeds 2,500. The staff member reporting the situation couldn't stop trembling. He knew very well what it meant to have a 2,500-man siege team show up at HQ. It meant disaster, so he spoke in a very low voice, afraid of further upsetting Yin Feixiong. But no matter how composed Yin Feixiong was, he couldn't hold it in anymore. He roared almost hysterically. How can they possibly hold for hours against a 2,500-man siege force? That's complete bullshit. Right after Yin Feixiong vented, Li Kaiyu's expression also changed. He had also received news that his base was under attack. Even if the two of them were fools, they could guess at this point. These two sudden siege teams had to be related to Qingqianma. Otherwise, what kind of ridiculous coincidence is that? You have to know, the Wind Bell and Smoke Extinguish guilds were both at the top of their respective territories. Although unlike Eternal Apex, they hadn't achieved full unification of a region. They had absorbed a couple of vassal guilds, so controlling more than half the region wasn't a problem. So even if they were lacking defenders in their cities, other guilds on the same map didn't dare make a move either. They were afraid their sneaky plan would backfire badly. If they angered the two major guilds, they might get hit from both sides. And because they figured that out, Yin Feixiong and Li Kaiyu showed complex emotions on their faces. The forces attacking both our bases. You brought impressive work. At this moment, Yin Feixiong was like a wilted banana. Even if he wanted to harden up, he couldn't. So as he spoke, his tone subconsciously softened. Knowing he couldn't counterattack, his whole mindset had shifted drastically. He had started off ambitious, aiming to conquer Eternal City. Now he just wanted to give up and lie flat. If I had known it'd come to this, why bother in the first place? You lost the bet in this battle. Cheng Qianma replied calmly to him. As long as the Sixth School Alliance agreed to join the battle, victory was guaranteed. So from the very beginning, he had no worries at all. Even when he acted personally just now, it was just because his hands were itching for action. At this point, whether Yin Feixiong and Li Kaiyu wanted to admit it or not, Eternal City was unbreakable. And judging by the current situation, they couldn't even reach the city walls without difficulty. So to minimize losses further, after some discussion, they could only ask Cheng Qianma to accept peace talks. This time, it's true that the two of us got blinded by profit, but the main problem was underestimating you. Since our judgment was wrong, we'll accept the consequences. We admit defeat. So tell us, what are your terms for a truce? At least Yin Feixiong knew when to back down. He surrendered even faster than the Garu Kingdom. Right now, for him, the best outcome would be to pay compensation, to quell Cheng Qianma's anger. Of course, if they wanted to resolve today's grudge, the amount wouldn't be small, so the two of them were mentally prepared to take a big hit. However, what Cheng Qianma said next not only startled them, but also made them furious. You want to negotiate? No problem. Starting today, your two guilds will become vassals of Eternal Apex. Then we'll consider it. Otherwise, judging by the current battle situation, Cheng Qianma was clearly holding the upper hand in the negotiations. He didn't need any negotiating skills. Just stating his demands was enough. That was the confidence of the victor. So he deliberately didn't finish his sentence, openly showing his threatening stance. If the two guilds truly wanted to negotiate and keep surviving, then they must join Eternal Apex. There was no room for discussion. But Li Kaiyu, who had long been displeased with Cheng Qianma, finally couldn't hold back anymore. You're completely delusional. Out of your damn mind. We are all rated guilds. Why should we join you? We absolutely reject this demand. Yin Feixiong, who was already against the idea, also voiced his support after hearing Li Kaiyu's outburst. Both of them had been guild leaders for over a decade. There's no way they'd go back to being grunts. That would be worse than death for them. So the atmosphere suddenly turned tense. The situation had become extremely serious. Oh, you refuse. Then all of you can die. There's nothing left to discuss. Cheng Qianma still spoke with a calm expression, and after hearing that, Li Kaiyu flew into a rage. She thought Cheng Qianma was being way too arrogant. Don't get too cocky. The Dark Brotherhood hasn't fallen yet, has it? We can't beat you today, so we'll retreat. What? Are you going to chase us to the ends of the earth? Just don't let us catch a chance next time. Brother Yin, let's fall back. Seeing Cheng Qianma's outrageous demands, the two of them completely tore off their masks. In their minds, as long as the Dark Brotherhood was still around, there was still hope of turning the tables, so they refused to compromise. But just then, Cheng Qianma suddenly chuckled. Author's note. Chapter 700. Throwing flowers. That was not easy at all. Chapter 701. Zhao Tianfeng. I wonder if you're... The Dark Brotherhood. They might not be down yet, but they're probably struggling just to stay afloat. A playful smile spread across Cheng Qianma's face. After hearing that, Yan Feixiong and Li Kaiyu both stopped in their tracks. A sense of unease began to creep over them. Could something have happened to the Dark? No, that's impossible. I don't believe it. If this had been a few hours earlier, Yan Feixiong would have never believed it. Not in a million. But ever since Cheng Qianma showed up, everything changed. He had done too many unbelievable things. Things that made people believe in his power. So, when Yin saw Cheng Qianma's confident face again, even though he said he didn't believe it, he was starting to waver deep down. Suddenly, he remembered something. Then, he reached into his coat. He pulled out something that looked like a walkie-talkie, then started fiddling with it randomly for a few seconds. It was clear. He was trying to contact someone. However, no matter how hard he tried, no one on the other end picked up. This kind of situation, he had never encountered before. So Yan Feixiong's heart sank halfway down already, because this meant the other party might really have been captured, which was why they couldn't respond normally. However, just as Yan Feixiong was about to give up, on the last attempt, he finally got through. At that moment, a terrified voice came through the other end of the terminal. Old Yan, get over here and help. Our branch is surrounded by a group of masked elites. Since your siege isn't under much pressure, once you take Eternal City, hurry back and help us. Otherwise, we won't hold out for long. Yan Feixiong, who had hoped for reinforcements, now completely sank into despair, because he suddenly realized that the person he had placed all his hopes in, Shuesong, was in an even worse situation. At that moment, he finally understood one thing. He and the Dark Brotherhood had provoked a massive monster as their enemy. How is this even possible? Where did he get so many reinforcements? He even managed to break into the Dark Brotherhood's branch. After hearing Rin Shuesong's cry for help, Li Kaiyu was utterly shaken. Right now, he desperately wanted to know where exactly Cheng Qianma had found such backup. In truth, after leading his main force back to the Apocalypse continent, Cheng Qianma developed a detailed battle plan based on everyone's strengths. Among them, the Six School Alliance had the largest number of troops, but their average individual strength was lower. Their average combat strength was relatively lower. Although Yanlong Seoul had few members, every one of them was one of the top geniuses in Xia Nation. They could all fight across levels on average. So, Cheng Qianma sent the Six School Alliance in two directions. They attacked the bases of the Fenglin and Yanmi guilds separately. That's how Yan Feixiong and his crew ended up getting their homes raided mid-battle. As for Yanlong Seoul, they coordinated with Eternal Peak's newly formed net unit. Together, they split into 13 squads. Their mission this time was to strike all branches of the Dark Brotherhood that had attacked Eternal Peak. Cheng Qianma knew that the Dark Brotherhood had deployed nearly all of its available assassins to target Eternal Peak, which meant their branch locations would be poorly. He calculated that the Dark Brotherhood would never expect a flank attack striking at their base, so he decisively dispatched a mixed force of Yanlong Seoul and net unit to attack all 13 branch outposts directly. In the end, Cheng Qianma's bold move paid off big time. Not only did the Six School Alliance take down the bases of Fenglin and Yami Guild successfully, the joint forces of Yanlong Seoul and Net Unit also seized control of all 13 Dark Brotherhood branches. At this point, Cheng Qianma, with his own strength, managed to pull off a miraculous comeback in an extremely disadvantageous situation. From here on, he held all the cards. He could play it any way he liked, holding absolute advantage in negotiations. Seeing the tide had turned against him, Yan Feixiong, after much inner conflict, ultimately gave in. He knew that if he didn't surrender now, then his Yami Guild would only face two outcomes: either fight to the death, only to be completely wiped out by Cheng Qianma's forces at the foot of Eternal City, or flee on the spot and be hunted down relentlessly by Eternal Peak's members. Looking at those two options, Yami Guild was doomed either way. So, Yan Feixiong had no choice but to surrender. Sigh, I give up. The smoke extinguished. I hope President Cheng will treat our members kindly. Please, call off the attack. To show his sincerity, Yan Feixiong actually half knelt down while speaking. At this moment, his surrender was truly heartfelt, and when Li Kaiyu saw this, he was dumbfounded. He never imagined that Yan Feixiong, the instigator of today's attack, would be the first to defect. Wasn't that just selling him out? So without even thinking, he too quickly knelt down, afraid of angering Cheng Qianma. Our Fenglin Guild is also willing to submit. President Cheng, please have mercy. Please spare our guild members. As if trying to show more devotion than Yan Feixiong, Li Kaiyu bowed his head even lower, by quite a bit more. And when Yan Feixiong saw that from the corner of his eye, he cried out shameless, then lowered his head even more. The two of them ended up competing in humility, which was honestly a bit ridiculous. Seeing this scene, Cheng Qianma was speechless but amused. Still, he was in an excellent mood, because two of the minor problems had now been dealt with. Only one major problem remained: the Dark Brotherhood. Zhao Tianfeng, I wonder if you're panicking now. Cheng Qianma's lips curled into a slight smile. Chapter 702. 3 guests cleaned out. The largest faction of the Dark Brotherhood. Tianlan City. The Dark Brotherhood headquarters. Guildmaster's office. Xiao Tianfeng had been in an excellent mood the past few days, because under his orders, ever since the Dark Brotherhood reinforced their troops, Eternal Apex's downfall came swiftly. He believed it wouldn't take long. Eternal Peak would collapse. Because the 2 top-level guilds, Fenglin and Yanmi, had already set out, but just as he was lounging comfortably on the sofa, urgent knocking suddenly came from outside the door. Asterisk knock 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 asterisk. The intense knocking seemed to be a sign of something bad. Get in here. Xiao Tianfeng shouted irritably, barely holding back his anger. The next second, the door burst open with a bang. A man covered in sweat rushed in, his face full of panic. Report, Guildmaster. We have a serious problem. Xiao Tianfeng's face instantly darkened when he heard that. He believed the Dark Brotherhood was in a great position right now. How could there possibly be bad news? So he said impatiently, "You'd better think carefully before you speak." Xiao Tianfeng had always been ruthless, so his threats were never sugar-coated. The staff member immediately felt chills all over after hearing that, but knowing how urgent the situation was. Even though he was terrified, he could only grit his teeth and continue reporting. If he delayed a matter this serious, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Guildmaster, I'm truly sorry. I really didn't want to disturb your rest, but the situation is just too urgent. You had to know. That's why I rushed over as fast as I could. We just received confirmed intel. All 13 branches, including QBV City, have been taken over by Eternal Peak. When Xiao Tianfeng heard this, his pupils suddenly shrank. He stood up from the sofa in disbelief. Say that again, goddammit. If that intel is wrong, I'll kill you myself. Blinded by fury, Xiao Tianfeng grabbed the staff member by the collar and roared. The staffer was frozen in fear, but his survival instinct forced him to repeat the report. Of course, he had confirmed the intel before coming to report. Otherwise, even if he had 1,000,000 lives, he wouldn't dare joke around with the Guildmaster. This is absolutely true. I wouldn't dare make something like this up. As of now, 13 sub-guild leaders have been captured alive. Cheng Qianma just sent word. If you want them back, you must come to Eternal City to talk in person. Next, please give your further instructions. The staff had just risked his life to deliver that last bit of the report. Cheng Qianma's messenger was completely stunned, because he knew the content of his report was not only unbelievable, but also deeply humiliating to the Dark Brotherhood. Afraid of incurring Xiao Tianfeng's wrath, he just lowered his head silently, not daring to say another word. At that moment, in Xiao Tianfeng's office, it was deathly quiet. You could hear a pin drop. But precisely because of that, it reflected just how shocked Xiao Tianfeng was. What a bunch of useless trash. When this is over, they can all get the hell out. Well done, Cheng Qianma. I truly underestimated you this time. Heh. But how naive. Fine then, let me come meet you in person. After all, Xiao Tianfeng was a 4th-tier powerhouse. His perspective on things was much broader than most people's. In his view, although Eternal Apex had scored a temp, it meant little. At best, it was only short-term, because they lacked top-tier. They couldn't possibly shake the foundation of the Dark Brotherhood. Xiao Tianfeng didn't feel bad at all about the 13 captured sub-guild leaders, because none of them had reached 4th tier level. There's an old saying on the Apocalypse continent, anyone below 4th tier is just an ant, and this moment was the perfect example of that. Xiao Tianfeng believed, even in this battle, with 13 branch leaders of the Dark Brotherhood captured, it still wasn't enough to negotiate as equals with Cheng Qianma. Branch leaders below 4th advancement. If they're gone, they're gone. Just replace them with new ones later. Anyone can be a guild leader. Besides, Xiao Tianfeng thought if all those leaders were captured by Cheng Qianma, they must have lacked competence. Even if they hadn't been captured, he had planned to replace them anyway. Therefore, he should actually thank Cheng Qianma for helping him clean house. Xiao Tianfeng had just eliminated a batch of useless leaders. So, in his extreme confidence, he had no intention of making any compromises at the negotiation table, partly out of personal pride as a 4th advancement powerhouse, but also to preserve the dignity of the Dark Brotherhood. He would never allow the top assassin organization on the Tianqi continent to apologize to a private guild. Pass on my orders. Summon the 3 parlors. Tell them to accompany me to Eternal City tomorrow. I'd like to see if they can withstand the wrath of 4th. The 3 parlors Xiao Tianfeng referred to were 3 top-tier 4th advancement assassins he had hired with high salaries. These 3 were powerful enough to stand above most others, but Xiao Tianfeng had offered them a staggering reward to keep them around. They were the Dark Brotherhood's ultimate trump card. Wanna fight me? You're still too green. Although Xiao Tianfeng acknowledged Cheng Qianma's talent, he didn't believe he was on equal footing with the Dark Brotherhood. So right now, there was a hint of disdain on his face. But what he didn't know was, going to Eternal City personally would be the biggest mistake of his life. In Chapter 2003, during the large-scale internal restructuring, after Yan Feixiong and Li Kaiyu surrendered, Eternal Peak reached an unprecedented scale. You should know that both Fenglin and Yami guilds had their own vassal guilds. Their surrender meant those subordinate guilds also became Eternal Peak's vassals. In other words, The administrative ranks of these vassals had been raised, from serving under two major guilds to standing as equals. In short, Eternal Peak had effectively absorbed two top-tier guilds. They became slightly lower-ranked vassal guilds. As a result, let alone guilds of the same tier, their strength was now no longer even on the same level as Eternal Apex. Even actual major guilds now flinch at the sight of Eternal Apex. If we include all of Eternal Apex's vassal guilds at this point, their total headcount has exceeded 18,000. That's more than double the 8,000 they had before the war started. From this, it's clear that after defeating the two major guilds, Cheng Tianma gained incredible benefits. Now that the boss has fully absorbed Wind Bell and Smoke Extinguish, he's probably going to be busy for a while. Sure, Jian, you'll have to work a bit harder. Do your best on the integration work. It won't be long before we qualify as a Tier 10 guild. The integration work that Cheng Tianmo referred to mainly focused on three aspects. First, after successfully absorbing two Tier 9 guilds, he naturally needed to transfer most of their inventory to Eternal Apex's main warehouse. With the wealth of these two veteran Tier 9 guilds, Cheng Tianma collecting both their assets made qualifying for a Tier 10 guild more than achievable. He was confident there would even be surplus. Otherwise, those two guilds wouldn't be worthy of their names. Second, although Eternal Apex now had over a dozen vassal guilds, and it looked impressive, in reality, many of them were just small filler guilds. For example, the first guild Cheng Tianma wiped out, Xiaxia, was only Tier 3, yet it still occupied a vassal slot. On paper, it had the same administrative standing as Feng Lin and Smoke Extinguish, also classified as a vassal guild. That was rather awkward. A small guild with just a few hundred people and poor infrastructure. How could it be compared to a 4,500-member Tier 9 guild? Obviously, it couldn't. At first, when Eternal Apex wasn't yet strong, these issues didn't really show. But now, the situation had completely changed. Eternal Apex had become a regional powerhouse spanning 3 maps. Its sphere of influence had long surpassed the Linhua City region. Not to mention, its strength was already on the level of a Tier 10 guild. So in order to manage such a large organization effectively, Cheng Tianma he needed to remove unnecessary structures. As part of this integration process, he would directly dissolve some useless vassal guilds and merge their members into other guilds. This would greatly improve the operational efficiency of Eternal Peak. Thirdly, Cheng Tianma had suddenly gained over 10,000 new members, and Eternal Peak still had over 1,000 vacant positions unfilled. Plus, it had been a long time since the last internal assessment, so he decided to take this opportunity to organize a large-scale reward-based selection within the main guild and all its vassals. Any vassal member who performs well in this selection will not only receive prizes, but also be promoted to the main guild with great benefits. On the other hand, if a main guild member underperforms, they will be kicked out. Cheng Tianma didn't want veteran members to become arrogant and overly self-important. He believed Eternal Peak represented top-tier combat power in the world, so he didn't grant any special privileges to old members. Everything was based on strength. He believed that with Eternal Peak's current prestige and generous rewards, everyone would enthusiastically participate. At the same time, the fair competition rules would win public support. This way, he could win hearts quickly and ease any tensions. It would also give the Eternal Peak headquarters a major boost in strength, truly killing two birds with one stone. Don't worry, President Cheng, leave this matter to me. The orders have already been passed down. Both Eternal Peak Guild and the main HQ will carry out internal selection and eliminate part of the candidates. 3 days later, those who advance will come to Eternal City to continue the competition. Those brats have been on their high horses for too long. They need pressure. Otherwise, they'll forget who they even are. Fan Hanyu had always been traditional. If he hadn't met a freak like Cheng Tianma, his mindset probably wouldn't have changed. He'd still be an old fossil. But as the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. Even though he was more open-minded now, some views still hadn't shifted. So when he heard Cheng Tianma propose an internal selection competition, he immediately raised both hands in support. After all, he had always believed that only the strong deserve to enjoy superior treatment and benefits. The weak should quietly keep working harder. After hearing Fan Hanyu's arrangement, Cheng Tianma nodded in satisfaction. But very quickly, he suddenly remembered something. Now that Wind Bell and Smoke Extinguish have been absorbed by me, their guild teleportation gates should be usable at my discretion too, right? As soon as that thought came to mind, a smile appeared on Cheng Tianma's face, and even a look of anticipation. Chapter 704. Multi-node linkage toward a super guild. To verify the sudden inspiration in his heart, Cheng Tianma opened the guild panel and quickly switched to the subpages of the two major guilds. Very soon, the corners of his mouth began to curl up. As expected of two veteran guilds, they really had quite a few teleportation nodes. Each guild had an average of more than 15 nodes. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough money to keep them open 24/7. Otherwise, they wouldn't have surrendered so hastily earlier. Cheng Tianma understood that probably in this world, only Eternal Apex could use its numerical advantage to keep all teleportation gates active at all times. So he fully understood why Yan Feixiong and Li Kaiyu, upon learning their base was taken, would immediately surrender. After all, they couldn't just fly back instantly to help. Instead of putting up a useless fight, it was better to surrender on their own terms. At the very least, they could preserve as much of their fighting force as possible. And now, it was time to witness a miracle. Chung Qianma smiled slightly, casually linked the guild master permissions of Eternal Apex and Smoke Extinguish, then used Smoke Extinguish's main teleportation gate. An astonishing scene unfolded. As soon as the teleportation node appeared, a dazzling light burst from the world tree's canopy. Then a wave of green energy instantly engulfed the teleportation node. The scene was exactly the same as when the tree realm was born. As expected, looks like my guess was right. As a vassal of Eternal Apex, the Smoke Extinguish Guild could also be affected by the world tree. That means, all teleportation nodes inside Eternal City could be converted into tree realm nodes. Chung Qianma looked at the tree realm forming before him, his heart filled with joy, because he knew very clearly, even if he had control over Fenglin and Yami, the two top-tier guilds, they were still located near Linghua City. If transportation wasn't convenient, his ability to control them would be much weaker. Not to mention, those two guilds weren't any weaker than Eternal Peak. Who knows what tricks they might pull in the future. But with the arrival of the tree realm, all potential threats vanished. If those two guilds made any moves in the future, he could instantly send people through the tree realm to suppress them. More importantly, with the tree realm, he didn't have to worry about vassal guild bases being sneak attacked by enemy forces. He had no intention of being defeated by the same tactics. A few minutes quickly passed. After the new tree realm was born, Fan Hanyu's face lit up with surprise. President, this tree realm connects to the teleportation nodes of the vassal guilds. Though experienced, Fan Hanyu didn't know exactly where this tree realm connected to, but with one glance, he could tell that it definitely linked Eternal City to one of the vassal guilds. So he instantly understood Chung Qianma's intention. That's right. From now on, getting to Yami Guild's base will take just a moment. Chung Qianma smiled and nodded. Then, following the same model, he set up teleportation nodes for all vassal guilds that were capable of portal activation, all within Eternal City. And those nodes were all converted into tree realms. Thus, all the core bases within Eternal Peak were now fully interconnected. If they ever faced a powerful invasion again, they'd be able to support each other at any time. Nice. Very nice. I was just worrying about this exact issue. You really do have all the answers. Solved it in an instant. And the tree realm doesn't cost a dime. Now we can ensure the safety of all our vassal guild bases. Fan Hanyu looked at the tree realm nodes one by one, his joy completely written across his face. She had never even dreamed that one day she would be managing a guild this massive. So now she was also very glad that the Divine Realm Guild this time planned carefully. Just dissolve all those vassal guilds with no development potential. No need to feel bad. Later, help the mid-sized vassal guilds level up sooner, so they can also unlock teleportation gates. By then, no matter what kind of powerful enemy shows up, they'll have to face the full defensive power of Eternal Apex. Let's see who has the guts for that. As he spoke, Chung Qianma exuded absolute confidence. Eternal Apex had gradually become an unbreakable whole under his leadership. More importantly, his method allowed the guild's strength to break past conventional limits. After all, no matter how high a guild's level is, there's always a member cap. No matter how powerful a single guild is, it has a ceiling. But under Chung Qianma's management, Eternal Apex was heading toward a path with no power limits. From now on, anyone thinking of challenging them better think twice about whether they're strong enough. Don't worry, President. I'll call the vassal guild leaders together for a meeting soon, and Eternal Apex's main guild will allocate some resources to them. They definitely won't become a burden. You can rest assured. Fan Hanyu fully understood how comprehensive and secure Chung Qianma's thinking was, so he immediately gave his full support. At the same time, he was thrilled, because as far as he knew, there had never been anything like this on the Apocalypse continent. Such a uniquely massive guild. Other large guilds also had vassals, but most just treated them as cash cows. They grew the main guild by draining the vassals dry. But Chung Qianma's management strategy was completely different. To help the vassals integrate into the main guild as a unified whole, he was even willing to reverse the flow of resources to support their infrastructure. Such a strategy was bold and unprecedented. Of course, to make this vision a reality, the main guild had to own teleportation gates that didn't require gold to operate. Tree-built ones. Otherwise, it was all just talk. No guild could afford the gold cost to keep all vassal teleportation gates running 24 hours a day. Not even a tier 10 guild, but Eternal Apex could. That was the source of Chung Qianma's confidence. Although Eternal Peak was already quite powerful and had essentially risen to the top of all guilds in the lower nation, he was still not satisfied. He wanted to build the largest mega guild in the history of the Tianqi continent, an ultra-powerful organization that transcended current power limits. Chapter 705. A grand welcome from 4 top-tier powerhouses. 2 days later, on the outskirts of Linghua City, 4 powerful awakeners were flying toward Eternal City on their elite mounts. One of them, an elder looking to be in his 60s, was teasing Zhao Tianfeng as they flew. Old Zhao. Who would have thought you'd have such a pitiful day too? Needing all 3 of us guest elders to step in. Even if you win this time, it won't sound good when word gets out. The elderly man's name was Chun Tianxia. He was a powerhouse at level 71. The two guest elders beside him were also no slouches, both at the 4th advancement level. They were the very 3 guest elders Zhao Tianfeng hired with a heavy price. Reputation? It's worthless. Besides, how many of us in this line of work have a good reputation anyway? What matters most is profit. Everything else is bullshit. Though Zhao Tianfeng claimed not to care about his reputation, in truth, he was helpless about the situation. If it weren't for Cheng Qianma and Eternal Peak being so powerful, far beyond his expectations, he would have never resorted to mobilizing all the Dark Brotherhood's 4th advancement experts. Such a humiliating move. If there were any other option, he wouldn't have chosen this last resort. Old Zhao's got a point. In this world, top-tier combat power is everything. Those who haven't reached 4th advancement don't even get a say, even if Eternal Peak has the upper hand now. Once we arrive, they'll have to cough everything back up obediently. At this moment, another old man surnamed Wang spoke proudly. In his view, even if the 4 of them couldn't crush Eternal Peak outright, they could at least put them under extreme pressure. No guild leader would dare offend 4 4th advancement powerhouses at once, and still try to fight back head-on. After all, their guild members would eventually need to leave the base to train and do quests. They couldn't hide in the guild forever. If things really broke down between both sides, being targeted by a 4th-tier assassin wasn't something ordinary players could handle. So he believed once the 4 of them arrived at Eternal City, whether Cheng Qianmao wanted to negotiate or not, he would have to, and would even have to make some promises. Otherwise, they wouldn't let it go. Old Wang was right. This time I'm going to make Eternal Apex understand the principle that anyone below 4th tier is an ant. Zhao Tianfeng growled viciously. As the Grand Guild Master of the Dark Brotherhood, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? Right now, he hated Cheng Qianma to his very core. Though he couldn't outright kill him, he had to regain his pride somehow. Otherwise, the anger in his heart would never subside. The others, being guest elders of the Dark Brotherhood, naturally understood Zhao Tianfeng's feelings. After all, if they wanted to keep receiving hype, they couldn't let the Dark Brotherhood fall. So they all nodded, indicating they'd give it their all. An hour later, they rode their flying mounts, and finally passed through the vast shadowed forest. When they saw the enormous city of Eternal Apex, they all gasped in shock. Old Zhao, your crushing defeat doesn't seem all that unjust now. I've never seen such an absurd Tier 9 guild. Then it was Chun Tiansheng, well-traveled and experienced, who, upon seeing Eternal Apex's scale, couldn't help but admit its strength. The other guest elders were also inwardly stunned. Clearly, none of them had expected Eternal Apex to be this prosperous. Isn't their strength actually a good thing for us? The stronger they are, the more we can demand later. The elder surnamed Wang bluntly voiced his thoughts. After all, from what he knew, Eternal Apex currently only had one vice president named Fan with the highest rank, just half a step into 4th tier. That level of strength couldn't handle all 4 of them combined. So Elder Wang's tone was extremely impolite. You could even say that if the 4 of them joined forces, even a Tier 10 guild would have to show them respect. Everyone nodded slightly in agreement after hearing his words. However, at the same time, a small meeting was being held inside the Eternal City conference room. If Zhao Tianfeng and his group could see the luxury lineup inside, they definitely wouldn't be smiling so smugly. Because aside from Cheng Qianma and Fan Hanyu, top-tier combatants like Gu Qian and the Eternal Peak team were also present. There were also Lin Xiao, Pei Yingguang, Zhong Hongshan, and others. Even the presidents of the 6 School Alliance were all there. Cheng Qianma smiled and said, "Welcome everyone. Thank you for coming. On behalf of Eternal Peak, I offer our sincerest gratitude." Lin Xiao immediately spoke up with a teasing tone. "You little brat, we know your game. You think us old guys don't get it? You invited us here under the guise of a celebration, just to use us as muscle, right? You're really stingy." As soon as he said that, the other presidents all burst out laughing. There wasn't a trace of nervousness among them. It's true the Dark Brotherhood had 4 4th advancement powerhouses, but Eternal Peak's side wasn't weak either. Not to mention Lin Xiao and Pei Yingguang, both seasoned top-tier 4th advancement experts. The other presidents, plus Fan Hanyu and Gu Qi, were all high-level combatants averaging over level 65. On top of that, they had Cheng Qianma, whose strength rivaled even 4th advancement experts. And don't forget, he also had Qingdai, whose power matched that of a level 65 awakened human. So in terms of overall strength, Eternal Peak had no reason to fear. In fact, their total power may have even surpassed the Dark Brotherhood. So this is how stingy you all think I am. Cheng Qianmo rubbed his nose awkwardly. Everyone nodded right away after hearing that, clearly agreeing with that impression. Seeing this, Cheng Qianmo's eyes darkened. He thought to himself, "Man, I've got it rough. Not a shred of a decent reputation." But right then, Zhang Wenliang burst through the conference room door, visibly excited. "Good news. They're really here." Everyone in the room exchanged amused glances. Chapter 706. Give me a chance to negotiate ***. Do you even deserve it? Listen up, Eternal Peak. You've got 5 minutes to bring Cheng Qianma out here. Otherwise, don't blame me for what happens next. Zhao Tianfeng shouted coldly as he rode his salt finch. From his perspective, holding back was already mercy. Calling out Cheng Qianma was already the greatest courtesy shown to Eternal Peak. If it had been any other opponent, he wouldn't have said a word in advance. he'd have just attacked, standing behind him. The three guest elders were all cold-faced, exuding murderous aura. When Eternal Peak members saw Zhao Tianfeng and the others' levels, their faces changed dramatically. They couldn't believe they were witnessing such a scene in their lifetime. The banners of 4 fourth advancement powerhouses. Instantly, chaos broke out in Eternal City. Everyone, fighters and civilians alike, rushed to find shelter, afraid the 4 would launch a sudden attack. With that kind of power, they could be gone in a flash. At that moment, a dragon's roar echoed from the city center. When Eternal Peak's members saw Cheng Qianma rise into the air with his group, they finally calmed down. It was all thanks to the godlike image Cheng Qianma had built in their hearts. If it were any other guild leader stepping out, even at level 50+, it wouldn't have helped at all. After all, beneath 4th advancement, all are ants. Forget level 50+. Even 60+ would make no difference. I heard you were looking for me. Cheng Qianma sat calmly atop Qingdai, showing not the slightest trace of fear. Behind him, the Eternal Peak team, along with Fan Hanyu and Gu Qian, were equally composed. This made Zhao Tianfeng and the others look puzzled. Why were they so calm in front of 4 fourth advancement experts? Did they not understand the situation? Or did they have something up their sleeves? Chen Tiansheng, standing behind Zhao Tianfeng, was especially puzzled. He'd heard rumors about Cheng Qianma before, that he was extremely arrogant. But now seeing him in person, he didn't even flinch at the sight of 4th advancement powerhouses. That made Chen Tiansheng and the others visibly annoyed. After all, wherever a 4th advancement expert went, they were the center of attention. Such prestige came from their overwhelming power. No one could defy that. Logically speaking, a mere 3rd advancement expert, when faced with 4 4th advancement elites at his doorstep, should be in full panic mode. So why was Cheng Qianma acting like nothing happened? Before arriving at Eternal City, Zhao Tianfeng and the others had imagined many scenarios, but not once did they expect this one. Cheng Qianma didn't see it coming at all. This instantly made the atmosphere awkward. Even Zhao Tianfeng didn't know how to respond. Fortunately, the furious elder, surnamed Wang, spoke up for him. You little brat, even in our presence, you're still so arrogant. Looks like if we don't teach you a lesson, you'll forget who you are. Elder Wang had thought that after his threat, Cheng Qianma would show some restraint, but instead of flinching, he raised his right hand and gestured for him to come. Normally, only someone with utter contempt would use such a gesture. Cheng Qianma was being completely outrageous. Insolent brat. Just as Elder Wang, fuming with rage, was about to act, he was suddenly stopped by Zhao Tianfeng beside him. Wang Difu, calm down. That kid is using reverse psychology. Don't fall into his trap. In Zhao Tianfeng's eyes, although Wang Difu was indeed strong, charging alone into enemy ranks wasn't exactly a wise move. No matter what, there were still 2 level 60+ awakeners on the other side, and Fan Hanyu was nearly at 4th advancement. If Wang Difu did charge in, with Cheng Qianma holding home field advantage, things could get seriously out of hand. Zhao Tianfeng believed that, if they were going to fight, they should attack together as 4. That way, no matter what tricks Cheng Qianma tried, he'd have no chance of winning. Still, before things escalated, he hoped they could talk first. Wang Difu had acted impulsively just now, wanting to take matters into his own hands, but now that Zhao Tianfeng stopped him, he quickly calmed down. He realized charging in alone probably wouldn't end well. So he stayed silent, so young, yet already so calculating, truly cunning and shrewd. Zhao Tianfeng said with a half-smile. After hearing that, Cheng Qianma simply shrugged. I'm not one for pointless talk. Since we're already here, let's get straight to the point. Right now, although Eternal Peak has gained some advantage, you still lack peak power. If you don't want Eternal Peak members to get killed one by one in the future, I suggest you back off a little. If you know what's good for you, return all 13 branches you've taken. Then maybe I'll give you a chance to negotiate. Otherwise. While Zhao Tianfeng was saying this, he looked extremely confident. The threat in his tone was undeniably obvious. In his view, everything he said was logically sound. At the moment, Eternal Peak doesn't have a single 4th-tier expert. That's their biggest weakness. The 4 of them. Though it might be difficult to take Eternal City by force, if they went all out, they could easily carry out large-scale assassinations on Eternal Peak members. There'd be no problem with that. The 4 of them striking together would be way more powerful than those assassins from before. Taking down one rookie after another would be effortless. So once they begin their hunt, Eternal Peak members would constantly be living in fear, too afraid to even go out to train. Think about it. Who would dare take on missions, knowing they've made enemies of 4th-tier experts? Obviously no one. Even if this might seem underhanded, Zhao Tianfeng didn't care. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, who needs justification for killing? However, after hearing all this, Cheng Qianma didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed, a chance to negotiate. Do you think you're qualified? The moment he said that, everyone's expression changed. The entire crowd's expression changed. Chapter 707. The True Power of Eternal Apex. Zhao Tianfeng. After hearing Cheng Qianma's reply, Zhao Tianfeng could hardly believe his ears. He couldn't understand where Cheng Qianma's arrogance was coming from. He's gone mad, Chen Tianxing said in disbelief. The other guest elders also couldn't comprehend it. Losing face, Zhao Tianfeng laughed in anger. Fine, fine, fine. You ignore the path to heaven and insist on barging into hell. I hope you won't regret it. Today, we'll hold back a little. As soon as Zhao Tianfeng finished speaking, he signaled the 3 guest elders with his eyes, telling them to move together. The 3 of them quickly mounted their flying mounts and charged toward Cheng Qianma. Though they knew they couldn't take Eternal City, killing Cheng Qianma on the battlefield wouldn't be hard. But just then, a strange sound came from within the city. The next second, a crimson rock soared into the sky. And Zhao Tianfeng and the others who were charging ahead froze upon seeing the person riding it. Their pupils contracted, and their faces filled with shock. Ling Xiao, weren't you gravely ill? At this moment, Zhao Tianfeng's heart was in complete turmoil. Not only did he know Ling Xiao, he also knew that over the years, Ling Xiao's health had deteriorated, and he was no longer the warrior he once was. Otherwise, there's no way he would have been so arrogant, knowing that Cheng Qianma was from Divine Domain University, back in his prime. Ling Xiao was a champion across all of Xian Nation, but today, Ling Xiao looked flushed with health. Even his once white hair had strands of black returning. How the hell is that a sign of being on death's door? Isn't that more like turning back time? Zhao Tianfeng could never have imagined that Ling Xiao had already been healed by the Pinnacle brand recovery potion developed by Cheng Qianma. That's why the situation has turned out like this. Zhao Tianfeng, after all these years, your temper is still as foul as ever. If you want to kill Cheng Qianma today, you'll have to step over my dead body. As soon as the words fell, Ling Xiao's body, 161.00, spiritual, true, suddenly radiated an overwhelming. Zhao Tianfeng's eyes narrowed. And in just a fleeting moment, they felt Ling Xiao's immense power. But even so, Zhao Tianfeng didn't panic, because no matter how strong Ling Xiao was, he was still just one person. With the 4 of them working together, victory was assured. So, with a sneer, he said, I admit, in a one-on-one fight, none of us here is your match. But this isn't a duel. You alone think you can stop all 4 of us? That's nothing but a pipe dream. Let's take him down together. Today it's a 2-for-1 deal. Zhao Tianfeng roared, charging forward again, while the 3 guest elders behind him showed excited expressions. They all knew of Ling Xiao's legendary reputation from years past, so defeating him today would be a golden opportunity to make a name for themselves. They couldn't miss it. But at that moment, a strange bird call echoed from the distance. Then, a hearty voice chuckled lightly. Who said he's alone? Are you treating us old-timers like air? In the next second, black flying snakes, yellow ichthyosaurs, and other flying beasts soared into the sky, led by Pei Guang. The other 5 headmasters made a grand appearance. Seeing this, the expressions of Zhao Tianfeng and his 3 companions were worse than if they'd eaten dirt. The shock in their hearts was beyond measure. He actually brought so many reinforcements. How is that possible? Why would all these big shots give Cheng Qianma any face? Looking now at the luxurious lineup, led by Ling Xiao and Pei Guang, both 4th advancement powerhouses, Zhao Tianfeng and the others all halted their charge. Their earlier arrogance and pride had completely vanished, replaced entirely by overwhelming shock. Are you kidding? Right now, Cheng Qianma's side is almost on par with theirs in top strength, let alone the fact that the city still had plenty of defense troops and long-range cannons. How could the 4 of them possibly continue charging forward? Wouldn't that be suicide? Zhao Tianfeng, this is the intel you gathered? If I had known they had such powerful reinforcements, even if you doubled the price of hiring me, I still wouldn't have gotten involved. What the hell were you doing? The previously arrogant Wang Difu was now panicking. He was always the type who bullied the weak and feared the strong, only ever liked to fight when he had the upper hand. So when the situation turned against them, he immediately started questioning. He even began to feel the urge to retreat. After all, Cheng Qianma now possessed strength no weaker than theirs. All their previous plans were based on having absolute superiority in top-tier combat power, but now all of those assumptions had become a joke. Cheng Qianma had no need to obey or fear them anymore. After hearing Wang Difu's accusations, the other 2 guest elders also looked displeased. They all felt Zhao Tianfeng had failed to gather accurate intel in advance, and dragged them down with him. Wang Difu, stop talking shit after the fact. Could you have possibly imagined that a mere level 50-something guild leader could summon so many top-tier powerhouses? Not to mention, who could have guessed that Ling Xiao, sick for over a decade, would not only recover, but even seem reborn? Zhao Tianfeng felt extremely wrong. He believed no one in his position could have predicted this outcome, because it was simply beyond belief. Sure enough, Wang Difu was instantly left. Even now, he still felt everything before his eyes was unreal, like he was in a dream. Ling Xiao stepping in was somewhat understandable. After all, he was the president of Divine Domain University, and Cheng Qianma was a student there. But for people like Pei Guang and Zhong Hanshan to step in too, that was hard to believe. These were the leaders of top-tier universities in Xian Nation. After all, They had countless matters to deal with every day, but now they were willing to drop everything just to stand up for Cheng Qianma. What kind of influence must he have? Zhao Tianfeng and the others simply couldn't comprehend it. After a brief moment of thought, Zhao Tianfeng gritted his teeth, cupped his fists, and said, Senior Ling Xiao, there might be some misunderstanding here. We're willing to withdraw immediately. We won't bring up anything from before again. Zhao Tianfeng's meaning was clear. He was willing to give up all the benefits Cheng Qianma had taken previously. He was ready to abandon everything and agree to unconditional peace. But just as he thought Ling Xiao would respond with a decision, Ling Xiao simply turned and smiled at Cheng Qianma. The other principals also shifted their gaze toward him. Impossible. Were Ling Xiao and the others actually waiting on Cheng Qianma's decision? Did even fourth-tier powerhouses need to follow his lead? Seeing this scene, Zhao Tianfeng completely lost it. He finally understood something. From beginning to end, the one in control of everything was Cheng Qianma, a so-called level 50-something third-tier weakling in his eyes. Chapter 708. Whoever offends Eternal Peak, even from afar, must be eliminated. There's no room for negotiation. Whoever offends Eternal Peak, even from afar, must be eliminated. All of you go die. Without the slightest hesitation, Cheng Qianma gave the kill order. Unlike when he absorbed Wind Bell and eliminated 2 major guilds before, in his eyes, the value of those 2 guilds far exceeded that of these 4 arrogant fourth-tier. It's not that he didn't respect the strength of fourth-tier experts. On the continent of Tianqi, no nation would overlook such power. But Cheng Qianma had always disliked having unstable elements within his own ranks. And Zhao Tianfeng's group was exactly that. Their levels were high and their power immense. There was no way they'd show the same respect toward Cheng Qianma that the guild members did. At the same time, Cheng Qianma made it's a blood feud with them. Not something that can be resolved easily. Even if Zhao Tianfeng and his group pretend to surrender or offer to join, Cheng Qianma would never trust them. Who knows if they'd stab him in the back. At a critical moment, since their loyalty can't be guaranteed, Cheng Qianma would rather not use them. Thus, to eliminate future threats, he must eradicate them completely, forcing them all to drop 4 levels and suffer severe physical damage. This way, given Zhao Tianfeng's group, who are around 60 years old on average, returning to their peak in this lifetime would be nearly impossible without extraordinary opportunities. And as they age, their fate will be like that of Ling Xiao, who suffered from a hidden ailment, or even worse. At the same time, Cheng Qianma wants to use this opportunity to make Zhao Tianfeng's group a stepping stone. Defeating them would signal eternal pinnacles rise to the ranks of the nation's top guilds. When that happens, even those plotting attacks would think twice. Everything Cheng Qianma has done is to create an ideal growth environment for Eternal Pinnacle, and now he's just one step away from achieving that goal, wiping out Zhao Tianfeng and his 4 companions. They could hardly believe their ears. He didn't even hesitate for a second. We're evenly matched, at least. What gives him the right to do this? Zhao Tianfeng couldn't comprehend Cheng Qianma's actions. He thought Cheng Qianma must have lost his mind to recklessly make an enemy of him. Fine. Since I've exhausted all reason, and you remain unmoved, let's fight. Don't think having allies guarantees your victory. We're still evenly matched. It's still too early to say who will win. The outcome is far from certain. Zhao Tianfeng and the others knew this battle was unavoidable, so they decisively made their move. Ling Xiao, Pei Yingguang, and the others were quick to respond, rushing in just as fast. Zhao Tianfeng dared to attack, because on Cheng Qianma's side, there were only 2 fourth-tier experts by name. As for the other principals, as well as Fan Hanyu and Gu Qian, they were all awakened at level 60-something, though these people were certainly strong. Defeating 2 fourth-tier experts wouldn't be easy at all. As for the members of the Eternal Peak squad, he didn't take them seriously at all. A bunch of trash, not even at level 60, not even worth discussing. That's why Zhao Tianfeng confidently believed his side still had a chance of winning, perhaps even a better chance than Eternal Peak. And in fact, the current battle situation was exactly as he had analyzed. He and Chen Tiansheng were the strongest on his side, and they were fighting the strongest from the opposing side, Ling Xiao and Pei Yingguang. Though Ling Xiao was the strongest among everyone, defeating him quickly was still a tall order. So for the time being, neither side had the upper hand. As for the other 2 guest elders, they were engaged in a fierce fight with Fan Hanyu and the others. Compared to half-step 4th-tier fighters, true 4th-tier experts had a huge advantage. They could use 4th-tier ultimate skills, and the power of those ultimate skills was on a completely different level from 3rd-tier abilities. So gradually, Fan Hanyu's group began to fall behind. This clearly showed there was indeed a fundamental gap between 3rd-tier and 4th-tier power. Even if the difference was just 1 tier, the power gap was still significant. Using the corner of his eye, he spotted 2 teammates. After gaining the upper hand, a smile once again appeared on Zhao Tianfeng's face as he attacked. He spoke slowly to Ling Xiao. You may have more people, but you're still lacking 2 tier 4 powerhouses. Barring any surprises, it won't take long for Wang Difu and the others to win. Zhao Tianfeng originally wanted to show off in front of Ling Xiao, a veteran powerhouse. But after hearing him out, Ling Xiao wasn't angry at all. Instead, he looked at him like he was an idiot. You're just as foolish as you were back then. Is that all you see? Just these few people? Times have long changed, and your perspective is outdated. Open your eyes and take another good look at this world. As soon as Zhao Tianfeng heard Ling Xiao's words, he immediately felt a surge of anger. He thought Ling Xiao was just putting on airs, acting all mysterious, even though Eternal Peak was clearly losing. What gave him the right to be so arrogant? But in the next second, he suddenly heard screams coming from the distance, and when he turned to look, his mind went completely blank. How is this possible? Chapter 709. Sorry. Eternal Peak doesn't take in trash. The reason Zhao Tianfeng was left speechless for a long time was because Cheng Qianma and the Eternal Peak squad had also joined the battle. And even more outrageous was the fact that the fight had only lasted a few minutes. Yet Wang Difu and another rational elder were already being pushed back. As for Wang Difu himself, he was being single-handedly forced into retreat by Cheng Qianma, looking utterly pathetic. You have to understand, even if Wang Difu was the weakest among the four on Zhao Tianfeng's side, he was still a level 71 4th-tier expert, far beyond what these under 4th-tier rookies could compare to, let alone Cheng Qianma, who was only level 55. But the problem was, neither he nor Huang Tian, nor Lin Ruoxi and the others were ordinary people. Each of them had at least moon-tier combat potential, while Wang Difu's strength was merely at level 71 combat capability. Cheng Qianma, on the other hand, was terrifying. His true strength had long surpassed the early 4th-tier level. That's why he could completely suppress Wang Difu without mercy. How can you be this strong? After being struck again by Cheng Qianma, Wang Difu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with disbelief. His confidence was now completely shattered. Even fear had crept in, because Cheng Qianma had far too many techniques, so many he couldn't keep up. There were still so many things in this world. Die. Azure Dragon Phantom, Martial God's Power Kick, with Cheng Qianma. He had never even considered Wang Difu a real threat. He was done wasting words. He decided to end the fight right then and there. Suddenly, behind him appeared an Azure Dragon Phantom identical to Qing Dai. In an instant, all his damage was boosted by 20%, and all of his skill cooldowns were reduced by 30%. Martial God's Power Kick, already a high-damage 3rd-tier ultimate, was now pushed to its peak. Azure Dragon Phantom, you're actually the captain of Flame Dragon's soul? This can't be real. No matter how dense Wang Difu was, he now understood that Cheng Qianma was part of Flame Dragon's soul, and for someone his age to be captain, that was simply unbelievable. That's why he was so shaken. But even now that he knew the truth, but it was too late to change anything. Cheng Yuxuan rode Qing Dai and stayed close to Wang Difu. Then she struck him squarely with a kick. In the next second, Wang Difu's HP was instantly wiped out. Then he and his mount dropped like a kite with its string cut and crashed hard into the ground. Boom. With a thunderous crash, a 5-meter-wide crater was left on the ground. The entire battlefield fell silent. Zhao Tianfeng and the others were shaken by Wang Difu's death. They still couldn't understand how a dignified Tier 4 powerhouse was defeated head-on by Cheng Qianma. Even more shocking, the whole thing took less than 5 minutes. Such terrifying efficiency was unmatched on the battlefield. It was beyond belief. This is what you meant when you said times have changed. Zhao Tianfeng was overwhelmed with bitterness. He felt something inside him shatter in that moment. Ling Xiao looked at the dejected Zhao Tianfeng with deep emotion. Once upon a time, when he first met Cheng Qianma, he was just as shocked as Zhao Tianfeng. He had watched Cheng Qianma grow over time. From a weakling not even at Tier 2, into a monster capable of solo-killing Tier 4s over 10 levels. What pleased him even more was that such a rare and brilliant talent might very well become his future grandson-in-law. In this world, one iron rule always applies. Those who fall behind will be beaten. If you can't keep up with the times, then disappear in its raging currents. It's time to end this. With a soft sigh, Ling Xiao unleashed his full power. The aura of a top-level Tier 4 at level 75 swept across the battlefield. He no longer intended to drag this out with Zhao Tianfeng. Tiger howled Divine Fist. He threw a punch straight ahead, instantly altering the colors of heaven and earth. In a flash, 4 tigers of different colors emerged at once and unleashed deafening roars. White Tiger Dance Princess, Black Tiger Gale Princess, Tiger King Fist, Great Tiger Whirlwind Fist. Tiger Roar Divine Fist is a powerful single-target skill composed of 4 consecutive strikes. First punch, second punch, third punch, fourth punch. When all 4 punches landed on Zhao Tianfeng's chest, every rib in his body shattered instantly. In that moment, his body deflated like a punctured balloon. At the same time, his eyes first showed disbelief, then turned into deep regret and unwillingness. If the heavens gave Zhao Tianfeng one more chance to choose, he would never choose to make Cheng Qianma his enemy. He might even go to any lengths to win him over. But unfortunately, this world has no gods to save him. nor does it sell regret pills. So all he could do now was slowly close his eyes and walk toward the end of his life. Run. Don't hesitate. After seeing Zhao Tianfeng get killed by a single punch from Ling Xiao, Chen Tiansheng was instantly terrified, now that 2 of his teammates had died in a row and were completely crushed. How could he dare keep fighting? So, even if he had to endure pain, he had to escape quickly, and shouted for the only remaining guest elder to flee as well. But Cheng Qianma had already prepared to eliminate them all. The last remaining rational elder was surrounded by Fan Hanyu, Gu Qian, and the others. There was no way to escape. President Chun, it was our fault this time. I'm willing to pay any price. Please, just spare my life. I'll even leave the Dark Brotherhood and join your eternal peak. In order to survive, Chen Tiansheng had completely thrown away his pride and dignity in his mind. If he could just lower himself and become Cheng Qianma's subordinate, he might still survive. After all, who would turn down a 4th-tier expert? Unfortunately, Cheng Qianma was no ordinary person. And ordinary 4th-tier experts, in his eyes, you're nothing. Now you're thinking of surrendering and joining? Sorry. Eternal Peak doesn't accept trash, let alone the defeated. Go to hell. Cheng Qianma said with a mocking grin. Chapter 710. Starting tomorrow, I want the world to belong only to the web. As Cheng Qianma shouted, go to hell, Chen Tianxing fell into total despair. Soon, under the pincer attack of Cheng Qianma and Ling Xiao, his life came to an end. Not far away, the last tier, 4 powerhouse of the Dark Brotherhood, was also beaten to death by the group. With that, the 4 heavenly kings of the Dark Brotherhood, led by Zhao Tianfeng, were all annihilated. Eternal Peak achieved an unprecedented victory. Now, with just a few words, Cheng Qianma could decide the fate of a tier 4 powerhouse. It was clear just how terrifying his power and influence had become. Most people couldn't even imagine such authority. Being held by a young man who was only tier 3, have the perimeters been secured? Cheng Qianma smiled faintly at Fan Hanyu. Leave it to me. We've stationed several hundred people around the area, and they're all strong. No matter how powerful Zhao Tianfeng's group is, they won't be able to escape our encirclement, especially in a weakened, resurrected state. I'll have them captured shortly, and await further orders. Fan Hanyu showed an expression of extreme excitement. Today was the proudest day of his life. He had never even dreamed that he'd get the chance to defeat 4 tier 4 powerhouses, let alone have people guarding their corpses. After today, news of the Dark Brotherhood's total collapse would spread across all of Xi'an Nation. By then, Eternal Peak's fame would reach new heights, and as the vice president, he would naturally bask in the glory. Cheng Qianma nodded in great satisfaction. In fact, today's entire situation had been in his control from the very start. Because of the mole, Lu Bunshi, fearing that Cheng Qianma might fall, someone secretly leaked crucial internal information to him through personal channels. Zhao Tianfeng might never know in his lifetime that Cheng Qianma had seen through his meticulous plan completely. Even more so, he didn't know he had raised a traitor, one who sold out the entire Dark Brotherhood. That's why Cheng Qianma had long prepared to stand guard over Zhao Tianfeng's corpse. Now came the final step of his plan. Forcing Zhao Tianfeng to disband the Dark Brotherhood and be reborn under the name Net. Very good. We'll wait in the conference room for your good news. Also, everyone who earned merits in this battle must receive their rewards according to my original plan. Not a single mistake is allowed. I don't want the brothers who fought for the guild to be disappointed. Don't worry about the cost. Zhao Tianfeng will provide sufficient compensation. After saying that, Cheng Qianma led Ling Xiao and slowly toward the conference room. Meanwhile, Fan Hanyu, visibly emotional, headed toward his objective near Eternal City. More than 20 minutes later, as expected, Zhao Tianfeng and the others were all escorted to Eternal City's conference room. When they stepped through the doors, they almost burst into tears, because in the past, they never even had the chance to set foot in Eternal City, and thus had no idea how powerful it really was. But now, being escorted in as prisoners, they witnessed the splendor of the inner city, as well as the terrifying presence of the World Tree and Emerald Dragon Fawn. If he had known all of this earlier, even if he didn't know Cheng Qianma had called for fearsome reinforcements, Zhao Tianfeng would have definitely reconsidered. But now it was too late. The battle was lost. They had been captured alive, and had no more bargaining power. All they could do was accept whatever punishment Cheng Qianma gave. How was the journey, President Zhao? Cheng Qianma asked with a half-smile. His words were like a knife twisting in the heart. Zhao Tianfeng let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. President Cheng, impressive move. I've lived quite a few years already. I've seen all kinds of so-called geniuses, but a prodigy like you is something I've never encountered. I didn't lose this battle unjustly. Zhao Tianfeng wasn't flattering Cheng Qianma to save his own life. These were heartfelt words. After his last death, he had already dropped 4 levels, falling below level 70. As a 4th-tier powerhouse, at his age, such a loss is nearly impossible to recover from. Having endured such a setback, he had nothing left to fear. With little hope left in this lifetime, he adopted the mindset of to the victor go the spoils, and his attitude relaxed significantly. He shed his previous biases and evaluated Cheng Qianma and Eternal Pinnacle fairly. Honestly, a prodigy like Chung Qianma truly surpassed his understanding. So, he acknowledged what Ling Xiao had said before. He was old and could no longer keep up with the times. The future belonged to talents like Chung Qianma. President Zhao. You've finally seen the light. Not bad, not bad. Do you know why I've brought you all here? Chung Qianma glanced at the four kings, a faint, enigmatic smile on his face. Zhao Tianfeng and the others fell silent, knowing their fate would be grim. After a long pause, Zhao Tianfeng said with a complex expression, President Chung, are you seeking compensation from the Dark Brotherhood? At these words, Chung Tiansheng and the others nearby immediately showed hopeful expressions. In their view, if Chung Qianma was willing to accept payment, they might still have a chance to survive, avoiding being repeatedly killed and sent back to the spirit realm. And so, the three of them stared directly at Chung Qianma, eager to receive a clear answer. But after hearing them out, Chung Qianma simply gave a faint smile. Compensation? You really underestimate my appetite. The Dark Brotherhood is to be disbanded immediately and absorbed under my exclusive assassin organization, Net. Starting tomorrow, I want Net to be the only assassin guild in this world. When Zhao Tianfeng and the others heard Chung Qianma's firm demand, their minds went completely blank. Chapter 711 forceful suppression the Dark Brotherhood disbands You want me to disband the Dark Brotherhood? That's absolutely impossible. I won't agree. At this moment, Zhao Tianfeng was so agitated, his expression became distorted, and veins bulged on his forehead. He couldn't bear becoming the sinner of the Dark Brotherhood. If the guild really disbanded in his hands, then the name Zhao Tianfeng would be etched onto a pillar of shame for all eternity, never to be redeemed. Having already passed his 60s, and even fallen to the level of a pseudo-fourth-tier expert, his future was bleak. He no longer hoped to make history, nor to wield absolute power. Having lost all hope, all he wanted now was to live peacefully until retirement, to stay away from the world of killing and conflict, and slowly fade away. That's why he couldn't possibly accept Chung Qianma's outrageous demand. Otherwise, he'd go down in history as a disgrace. But Chung Qianma simply sneered after hearing that. You really think you're still in any position to negotiate with me? Right now, not only are the 4 of you Dark Brotherhood leaders in my hands, but also 13 branch leaders, all locked in the Eternal City's water prison. Your guild's elite power has already been crippled. Does it even matter whether you disband now? As Chung Qianma spoke those words, his eyes radiated unwavering confidence. Just as he said, the Dark Brotherhood now exists in name only. If he wanted to, he could send all these top-tier members back to the Soul Register anytime, turning them into cripples. At that point, the leaderless Dark Brotherhood would collapse instantly. Chung Qianma firmly believed that if it came to that, a massive exodus of registered assassins would follow. So he wasn't negotiating with Zhao Tianfeng. He was giving commands. After a long silence, Zhao Tianfeng let out a soft sigh, feeling like he had suddenly aged. He knew full well that everything Chung Qianma said was true. He also knew that if this group couldn't return safely, the Dark Brotherhood would become an empty shell. But he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that a century-old organization would be destroyed by his own hands. Now he was filled with regret. Regret for why he ever lost his mind and provoked this monster Chung Qianma. And if I refuse? What will you do? Still unwilling to give in, Zhao Tianfeng asked with a sliver of hope. Chung Qianma smiled at his question and made a throat-slitting gesture. Clearly, if Zhao Tianfeng remained stubborn, he would have no problem killing all these top members, then wiping out the Dark Brotherhood completely and forcing a merger. Seeing Chung Qianma's firm stance, Zhao Tianfeng fell into despair. But the 3 people behind him had a completely different attitude. Old Zhao, why are you still holding out without us? The Dark Brotherhood's fate makes no difference anymore. If you agree to President Cheng's terms now, at least we can still live. After all, Chun Tiansheng and the others were just guest elders. To put it bluntly, they were high-paid top-tier experts, so their sense of belonging to the brotherhood was far weaker than Zhao Tianfeng's, the guild president. Thus, seeing Chung Qianma willing to let them live, they quickly chose to switch sides. In their eyes, it didn't matter who led the Dark Brotherhood in the future. What mattered was that they wouldn't become useless cripples. Chung Qianma sneered inwardly at the sight. This was exactly why he looked down on these 4th-tier experts. Their mindset and vision were far too narrow. Aside from having decent strength, they had nothing remarkable. Instead of wasting time trying to win over these arrogant, stubborn old men, Chung Qianma would much rather invest in nurturing the younger, ambitious generation of captains. The idea of letting a tiger return to the mountain never even crossed his mind. He knew very well that these cowards would never dare go against Eternal Peak again, especially after this battle had severely crippled them. They'd need years to recover, if ever. As for returning to the top, at their age, it would be impossible without Chung Qianma's help. That's why he was so confident. Though he looked down on them, he didn't show it on his face. After all, he still needed the three of them to act as his spokesman. After a long silence, Zhao Tianfeng finally made the hardest decision of his life. For the sake of survival, he ultimately compromised. I'm willing to disband the Dark Brotherhood and merge them into net. The moment those words left his mouth, Zhao Tianfeng's lifelong principles crumbled with them. For the rest of his life, he was doomed to mediocrity. And in that moment, good. Congratulations on making the right decision. Next, hand over the guild president title to Lebingxi from Storm City. The rest is no longer your concern. Once everything is settled, I'll let you all go. After seeing his plan succeed, Cheng Qianma finally mentioned Lebingxi by name. The fact that he waited until now was already very generous. Had he been more selfish, he probably would have exposed Lebingxi earlier, just to shake Zhao Tianfeng's mental state. After all, Cheng Qianma and him weren't particularly close, and the reason Lebingxi leaked information in the first place wasn't out of concern for Cheng Qianma's safety, but because he feared he wouldn't get his reward from the Assassin Grand Tournament if Cheng Qianma lost. Their relationship was purely transactional, completely devoid of emotional connection. But Lu Bunxi never expected that Cheng Qianma would be so ruthless today and outright disband the Dark Brotherhood. Zhao Tianfeng wasn't a fool either. When he heard Lu Bunxi's name, he instantly understood everything. Though he gave a self-deprecating smile, he said nothing more, because he knew he no longer had the right to speak. After everything was finally over, Cheng Qianma stood by the window of the conference room, gazing into the distance. The Real show was about to begin. I'm looking forward to the celebration. Chapter 712. A perfect reform. 1 arrow, 3 hawks. Have you guys heard that the Dark Brotherhood disbanded? Is it true or just a rumor? Absolutely true. My buddy was part of that organization. Yesterday, not only was it fully disbanded, but it was forcibly merged into a group called the Web. The Web? What the heck is that? What on earth happened? You seriously didn't know? Even the entire Dark Brotherhood leadership was wiped out by Eternal Peak. No way. I remember Zhao Tianfeng was a tier 4 powerhouse. So what? Eternal Peak is now so strong. They don't even care about tier 4s anymore. Today, across the lower regions of Tianxi continent, countless people were discussing similar topics. Because yesterday, the entire Dark Brotherhood received a shocking announcement. Zhao Tianfeng had voluntarily stepped down and passed the guild president title to Lu Bunxi. The first thing Lu Bunxi did after taking charge was to announce the disbanding of the Dark Brotherhood and its merger into Eternal Peak's organization, the Web. He would temporarily act as the Web's interim leader and answer only to Cheng Qianma. At first, many assassins were deeply shocked upon hearing the news, because they never imagined a day when their organization would be gone just like that. At the same time, they weren't exactly thrilled about joining the Web. After all, on the surface, they felt the Web wasn't much different from the Dark Brotherhood besides the leader. There weren't any substantial changes otherwise. After all, it was still an assassin organization. Could changing the name really make any difference? So many people initially considered taking this opportunity to change their way of life. But when Lebingxi announced the brand new rules and structure of net, as well as its systematic design, a large number of assassins instantly gave up the idea of leaving. Why? Because under the new system, Eternal Peak offered too much. So much that they couldn't refuse. In the past, the Dark Brotherhood operated on a simple logic. Assassins could take on missions of varying difficulty based on their level, and the difficulty of the mission directly determined the size of the reward. The Dark Brotherhood essentially functioned as a brokerage agency, taking a cut from every mission reward based on a set percentage. In this way, if assassins wanted to earn more money, they had to keep improving their rank and fame, because only then would they qualify to take on missions with outrageous payouts. However, at the same time, the higher the reward, the more the guild would take in commission. Although this system wasn't exactly assassin-friendly, the Dark Brotherhood had a monopoly on mission distribution. Put simply, assassins were like food delivery riders in the real world, while the clients posting missions, awakened ones, were like customers wanting errands run. If assassins wanted a steady flow, they had no choice but to join the Dark Brotherhood platform. There was no alternative. And if awakened ones wanted to find top-tier assassins that fit their criteria, they also had to pay a price, and a portion of their fees as commission. So, neither side could avoid the Dark Brotherhood. They had to quietly accept its terms. That was the massive monopoly effect in the assassin industry. But with the rise of net, everything changed. First of all, from net, any assassin registered with net, no matter what mission they take, won't receive material rewards. Instead, they'll earn contribution points. As for the client's mission requirements and mechanics, those remain the same as before. However, the difference is, the rewards and service fees they offer now go entirely to Eternal Peak. For the clients, it doesn't matter whether they pay the assassin or the organization. It's all the same, as long as the task they issue gets completed successfully. Therefore, Cheng Qianma wasn't worried at all that the clients would have any objections. So what can the contribution points in the assassin's hands actually be used for? This major change essentially turned them into peripheral members of Eternal Peak. In other words, the assassins from the net can enjoy the same benefits as Eternal Peak Guild members, without counting against the guild's member limit. What Chung Chinma came up with is just as brilliant as when he once recruited a large number of peripheral life class workers under the guise of training. You should know that the Dark Brotherhood alone has over 30,000 ranked assassins. Even if Chung Chinma can convert only 40 to 50% of them, Eternal Peak's combat power will soar. After all, he can freely issue tasks that benefit Eternal Peak. This is the terrifying power of holding pricing rights. In doing so, he both increases the assassin's income and gains enormous wealth by absorbing all the profits from the customers. More importantly, it allows a large number of assassins to consume Eternal Peak's often overflowing inventory, greatly stimulating internal demand. From now on, life class professionals in Eternal City no longer have to worry about their superior goods piling up due to production outpacing consumption. So it's no exaggeration to say, this reform by Chung Chinma is a brilliant move that hits 3 targets with 1 arrow. It's truly epic-making. If other guilds want to build a similar organization to snatch Chung Chinma's business, it's nearly impossible, because there's a huge and difficult prerequisite to this new reform, without which it simply can't stand. That is, other guilds must also, like Eternal Peak, have access to a massive and abundant inventory at all times, to meet the needs of numerous assassins. Otherwise, the contribution points in the hands of the assassins will be no better than waste paper if they can't exchange them for useful items. And naturally, they wouldn't continue taking on tasks, working for others for nothing. So the most perfect aspect of Chung Chinma's reform lies in its inimitability. Currently in the entire Xia Nation, only Eternal Peak, with its massive number of high-level life class professionals and explosive productivity, can pull this off. Chapter 713. The net's insane expansion, secret operatives deployed. 6 days later, Eternal City. Chairman Chung, report. Currently, the total number of assassins who have joined the net exceeds 20,000. Of these, 573 are members directly affiliated with Eternal Peak's main base. The rest are registered assassins. Based on my estimate, within the next week, many assassins who are still observing will likely change their minds and also choose to join the net. I believe the final number will likely exceed 25,000. At that moment, Lu Bunchi proudly reported his work to Chung Chinma. But unlike before, their roles had undergone a huge transformation. Lu Bunchi was once Chung Chinma's direct superior. After all, Chung Chinma used to be his top assassin. But now, Chung Chinma has become his direct superior. Because after Lebengsi became the interim leader of the net organization, he decisively chose to join the highly promising Eternal Apex. Although at the time, his motive was to win the top Bo Lu prize of the Assassin Tournament V by recruiting Chung Chinma. Now that the Dark Brotherhood has disbanded, the Assassin Tournament V has naturally lost its meaning. However, he doesn't feel like he lost anything. On the contrary, he feels like it was a huge win, because Lebengsi never expected that he'd one day become the guild president, even if only temporarily. Still, it was a dream come true. What's more, judging by Chung Chinma's terrifying talent and strength, following him is absolutely a guaranteed profit. Lebengsi even thinks that meeting Chung Chinma might be the greatest fortune of his life. So, after switching work environments, his work attitude has been extremely enthusiastic, because he wants to make a good impression on Chung Chinma. 25,000 people. Everyone heard that loud and clear, right? After hearing Lebengsi's report, Chung Chinma nodded with great satisfaction. Then he turned his gaze to the people on his right. They were none other than the life class profession group, led by Jiang Wenliang. Got it. You finally helped us solve a long-standing headache. From now on, we can finally use the source of life without restraint, without worrying about wasting it. Jiang Wenliang responded with some excitement. The joy on his face was completely unhidden. The issue he mentioned was that Eternal Apex had long been in a strange state where production exceeded consumption. Normally, everyone else consumes far more than they produce. But in Eternal Apex, it's the opposite. There's so much stuff it can't all be sold. It's truly enviable. That's why he didn't dare to fully lift restrictions and allow his subordinates to use the source of life freely to craft items. After all, whether it's converted into equipment or other items, if they remain unsold for too long, they'll face depreciation or even the risk of being destroyed. Jiang Wenliang, ever thrifty, would never allow such wasteful behavior. So he always used the source of life in fixed, measured amounts. But Chung Chinma solved a major problem for him, and now he could finally use the source of life without restraint. Moreover, he needed to find ways to continuously improve the quality of the finished products. Only then could he boost the assassin's enthusiasm for trading items, creating a virtuous cycle. A potential customer base of 25,000 people. Jiang Wenliang wouldn't let this opportunity slip away. Get ready. Once the celebration ends the day after tomorrow, we'll expand again. I'll need even stronger lifestyle craftsmen then, Chung Chinma said calmly and confidently. He seemed still unsatisfied with Eternal Pinnacle's current state, aiming to push further. Hearing his demands, Zhang Wenliang was overjoyed. In the entire Tianqi continent, who valued lifestyle craftsmen the most? In his view, it had to be Cheng Qianma, so he was eager to work for him. After all, a boss this good might never come again if he missed this chance. He also knew that Cheng Qianma was about to undertake something as significant as dismantling the Dark Brotherhood. Thus, he had to give his all. Lu Bunshi, help me issue a permanent task next. The task is to monitor the Linghua City area long-term. Report any anomalies immediately. This task can be issued for 2,000 slots at once, with a reward of 100 contribution points per day, effective indefinitely. Oh, and if someone provides critical information, they'll get an extra 1,000 contribution points. In just a few words, Cheng Qianma issued 2,000 tasks, exuding absolute authority. This meant that soon, 2,000 assassins would be mobilized, willingly became a permanent covert scout for Eternal Apex. After all, a daily salary of 100 contribution points, plus 1,000 contribution points for providing key intel, as a bonus, is extremely tempting in the eyes of assassins. But for him, it was just moving his lips. He didn't pay any extra cost. He simply handed out some contribution points, and instantly gathered a bunch of helpers. And those contribution points also serve as catalysts for stimulating internal demand. So from Cheng Qianma's perspective, he basically lost nothing. Once the net started running at full capacity, Cheng Qianma had turned himself into a money printing machine. However many helpers he wanted, he just printed contribution points and handed them out. As long as Eternal Apex's productivity kept up, he could freely issue any task, without worrying about being unable to pay the rewards. It was practically a taste of financial freedom. Right now, Eternal City produces 20 units of the Source of Life daily, and the Source of Life can crudely and effectively enhance material quality, thereby improving the quality of finished goods. So the cost for Eternal City to produce high-end items was unbelievably low. At the same time, its terrifying productivity further amplified the usefulness of the Source of Life. As a result, the items circulating within Eternal Apex were top quality and dirt cheap. Outsiders looked on with envy and resentment. Assassins like these only needed to work hard for half a month to earn a piece of supreme quality equipment. That's a kind of benefit unimaginable outside. That's why Cheng Qianma was so confident that the 2,000 missions he issued would soon be snatched up by the assassins. But everyone thought he issued these covert scout missions to maintain routine safety around Eternal City. But in reality, Cheng Qianma had a deeper intention. Now that everything is ready, let me see. When will you arrive? Chapter 714. The first wave of enemies has infiltrated the national border. Damn, what a godforsaken dump. And it's so damn far. If it weren't for the generous reward, who the hell would come to a place like this where not even birds shit? A middle-aged man with a distinct wagyu complained with clear disgust. Behind him was a large group of awakeners dressed in black. Judging by their outfits, they were all ninjas from Wagyu. Tanaka-kun, Xiaogua has always been relatively underdeveloped. Don't expect too much. You can't use Wagyu's standards to judge Xiaogua. That would be a bit unfair to them. A masked man wearing a face covering said calmly and indifferently. This masked man was named Masato Shiraishi. He was a level 75 fourth transition awakener. And the man he just mentioned, Tanaka Shinosuke, was even stronger, having reached level 76. The two of them were not only powerful, but also top-tier assassins of Wagyu. Ever since Wagyu issued the kill order, it caused a major stir across all the nations of the Nanxing Eastern. Many assassins, lured by the massive rewards, mobilized every skill they had, and traveled long distances to Xiaogua. They tried every means possible to cross Xiaogua's border. Masato Shiraishi and Tanaka Shinosuke were, of course, no exception. After all, no one could resist the temptation of having Wagyu help them do anything they wanted. But aside from pursuing profit like other assassins, they had one more motivation: revenge. After all, Cheng Qianma had once led Soul of Flame Dragon and nearly wiped out the Sakura squad. That humiliation caused Wagyu to lose face completely, so they wanted to use this opportunity to eliminate Cheng Qianma in secret. To achieve this goal, they even brought a group of top-tier ninjas with an average level over 65 as reinforcements. In their opinion, with that kind of power, killing Cheng Qianma head-on would be no problem at all. After over a month of long-distance travel, they had engaged in several stealth battles, and finally managed to sneak into the border of Xian Nation. At the same time, along the way, they also observed many of Xian Nation's but those bases were not only weak, their cities were also small in scale. Compared to the average level of guilds in Wu Nation, they could even be called pathetically small. Besides, Tanaka Shinosuke and his group were only looking for Cheng Qianma, and happened to observe some guild bases along the way. Naturally, they might not have seen the stronger guilds, so using what they saw to judge the overall strength of Xian Nation was premature. That's why Tanaka Shinosuke showed such a disdainful expression. It was actually quite normal. There's no helping it. People used to eating fine food will naturally find it hard to stomach coarse grains again. And currently, Wu Nation's superiority over Xian Nation is obvious and across the board. Even with a monstrous genius like Chung Qianma, trying to reverse decades of decline, let alone surpass them, is far from something that can be done overnight, unless a major upheaval occurs. Even Chung Qianma couldn't instantly turn Xia Nation's decline around. It could only be done step by step, through steady development. As they say, you can't eat hot tofu if you're too impatient. Shiraishi-kun, what you said makes some sense. We spent over a month on the road. Not sure if we arrived early or not. That brat Chung Qianma. Could he have already been killed? Then wouldn't this whole trip be a waste? Tanaka Shinnosuk said with some concern. Hearing that, Masato Shiraishi couldn't help but chuckle. He thought that even though Tanaka Shinnosuk was stronger than him, his brain wasn't exactly sharp. If Chung Qianma had already been killed by foreign assassins, the news would have spread to every country in the Nanjing Eastern District by now. There's no way they wouldn't have heard about it. So, in Masato Shiraishi's view, Tanaka Shinnosuk had just asked a completely dumb question. Still, even though he mocked him in his heart, he didn't say it out loud. In fact, on their entire journey, their division of roles had been very clear. Masato Shiraishi acted as the strategist and advisor, while Tanaka Shinnosuk served as the muscle. Their personalities, in many ways, complemented each other. Working together, they could achieve twice the results with half the effort. Don't worry, Tanaka-kun. Our Wagyu is closest to Xiagua, and we didn't waste much time on the road. So chances are, we're among the first to arrive inside Xiagua's borders. Besides, we haven't heard a single rumor or disturbance along the way. Chung Qianma is definitely still alive. Masato Shiraishi explained patiently, worried that the simple-minded, muscle-brained Tanaka Shinnosuk might not understand. That's good. If we came here for nothing, I'd be able to hold back my temper. Let's get going quickly, before anything unexpected happens. Tanaka Shinnosuk didn't say it outright, but his words carried obvious killing intent. He was absolutely determined to claim the reward for killing Chung Qianma. However, neither Tanaka Shinnosuk nor the rest of the Wagyu people realized, from this very moment on, a shift was beginning to occur in the balance of national fate that had long stood between Xiagua and Wagyu. For many years, the scale, once heavily tilted toward the Wagyu side, actually began to shift back, starting to lean towards Xia Nation. And once this execution order incident concludes, a new weight will suddenly be added to Xia Nation's side, completely breaking the former balance. National fortune will begin flowing back to Xia Nation. Chapter 715. The terrifying true guild behind the scenes. The day before the celebration in Eternal City. Tomorrow will be for the Eternal Apex and its source of strength. Because guild leader Chung Qianma has invited heroes from all over the land to gather in Eternal City to celebrate his own promotion to the 5th Grandmaster and Forgemaster of Xia Nation. With his current fame and prestige in Xia Nation, everyone invited will surely attend. No one wants to offend Chung Qianma over something so minor. At the same time, many people want to use this chance to get closer to him. After all, the name Chung Qianma is a golden brand now. Everyone wants to be associated with him. So many who didn't even receive an invitation are planning to head to Eternal City on their own. In their eyes, even taking a chance is worth it. If they somehow manage to connect with Eternal Apex, it could be a one-step rise to the top. Therefore, even though most think their chances are slim, they still head over with great enthusiasm. This is the influence Chung Qianma has built in Xia Nation through a series of efforts on behalf of Eternal Apex. Old fan, do you know what special changes happen when a guild reaches level 10? Chung Qianma asked with a faint smile. Fan Hanyu gave a helpless expression after hearing that. A level 10 guild is considered the pinnacle of all guilds in Xia Nation. Currently, across the entire country, there are only 5 such guilds. Because the number is so small, and their management is extremely strict, I've never personally seen one. But there is one thing I'm sure of. When a guild reaches level 10, it will at least unlock a unique random building. As for other more detailed features, that, I can't say for certain. Fan Hanyu spoke with considerable caution. She didn't make blind guesses based on rumors, but only stated what she could personally confirm. As she said, there are currently only 5 level 10 guilds in Xiagua. They are considered the pinnacle of the nation's guilds. The difference between a level 10 and a level 9 guild, even though it's just one level, is far more significant than it seems. In fact, the gap between level 10 and level 9 is greater than the gap between level 9 and level 1. Take just the guild member limit as an example. The difference is staggering. Using Eternal Peak as an example, if you only count the core guild members and not the subsidiary guilds, the maximum number is 4,500, but a level 10 guild's maximum is as high as 20,000. That's several times more in numbers. For any guild, the more members it has, the stronger it naturally becomes. So without exaggeration, even if all the level 9 guilds in Xiagua joined forces, they still couldn't beat the combined might of the 5 level 10 guilds. Of course, this conclusion doesn't account for Eternal Peak, because under Chung Qianma's leadership, it has become the most terrifying kind in Xiagua's history. Even before this, it had already completely surpassed the standard of any level 9 guild, leaving them far behind in the dust. Now that the net has successfully replaced the Dark Brotherhood and is operating efficiently with large numbers of assassins, Eternal Peak's true power is likely approaching that of a level 10 guild. At most, it's only a step behind. So Chung Qianma's Eternal Peak, after all the refining and development, has become a fearsome force. This force, even top-tier 4th transition powerhouses, absolutely cannot ignore. Otherwise, they'll end up like Zhao Tianfeng and the others, a unique random structure. Now I'm a bit curious. The reason Chung Qianma asked Fan Hanyu, it's not that he doesn't know guild-related information. On the contrary, if we're talking about the entire Blue Star world, there's no one who understands more than he does. The answer is naturally, no one. It's just that some changes occurred in the guild system, rendering a lot of his past life experience invalid. So he wanted to compare it with the knowledge in his mind, to see if there were any differences in his previous life, when a guild reached level 10. Based on the terrain of the base location, the guild leader had the right to select certain unique buildings. But unexpectedly, on the Apocalypse continent, it had been in Chung Qianma's view, this kind of change was not very friendly. What if a useless, or even counterproductive building was rolled? That would be a huge loss. So he felt that the previous life system was more reasonable. When Fan Hanyu heard Chung Qianma's words, he immediately showed a strange expression. He thought to himself, the guild still lacked some materials before it could reach level 10. And yet you're already imagining the future? Aren't you moving a bit too fast? Still, even though Fan Hanyu was grumbling inside, he didn't dare say it out loud, partly because of his position. No matter where you are, when does a second-in-command casually question the boss? Unless he wants to get himself kicked out. And with Fan Hanyu's level of emotional intelligence, he naturally wouldn't do something so stupid. On the other hand, there were countless past examples proving that anyone who questioned Chung Qianma had a 99% chance of getting slapped in the face. As for the remaining 0.1%, apparently, no one had ever encountered it. So Fan Hanyu had developed a habit by now. Whenever Chung Qianma made a decision, he would carefully analyze it, trying to figure out the true intention behind it. That's exactly what a top-tier deputy should do, even if Fan Hanyu didn't say it. Her little thoughts were seen through by Chung Qianma at a glance. After all, when humans feel doubtful, their eyes can't lie, and Chung Qianma was always keen at observing. So upon noticing Fan Hanyu's unusual behavior, he chuckled lightly and said, "Do you think I'm being too optimistic? Heh. You'll find out tomorrow." With that, Chung Qianma flashed a deeply enigmatic expression. Chapter 716, Gathering of Forces. Representatives from the two major associations arrive. On the day of the celebration, an Eternal Pinnacle had prepared extensively for Chung Qianma's celebration. Whether they received an invitation or not, people arrived early today, perhaps to show their sincerity, or to leave a good impression on Eternal Pinnacle. In any case, most chose to arrive several hours early, at Eternal City. Likewise, today was a long-awaited day for Eternal Pinnacle's members. After all, the star of the celebration was their deeply revered and admired guild leader. So, no matter how important their other tasks were, any guild members lingering outside hurried back in advance. This showed their commitment. Even members of all vassal guilds under Eternal Pinnacle gathered in Eternal City, with the backing of several realms. These branch leaders had no fear of sudden enemy attacks on their bases, because at the slightest hint of trouble, a massive wave of reinforcements would arrive instantly via the realms. Moreover, Lingyue City had been turned by Chung Qianma into an impenetrable fortress, and with over 2,000 hidden sentries monitoring the wilds daily, who would dare defy the world's wrath? That would be like lighting a lantern in a latrine, courting disaster. So, these branch free of any psychological pressure. As per the original plan, the celebration would officially begin at 12 o'clock noon today, when Chung Qianma would take the stage to receive his award, and then hold a grand celebration. Although the whole process seemed a bit cliché, even Chung Qianma himself found it a bit distasteful. But in order to find a proper reason to gather everyone smoothly, he had no choice. Just 2 hours before the celebration started, a special group arrived at Eternal City. They were all dressed in luxurious clothing, clearly people of wealth. I heard that Qin Yongchang previously turned down our invitation, just so he could stay in this city. An elderly man with graying hair spoke with a complicated expression. He was Xing Siyuan, current president of the Life Professions Association, and also a veteran grandmaster and herbalist. What's even more surprising is, like Chung Qianma, he didn't specialize in only one craft. He had achievements in other fields as well. Aside from his unrivaled skills in alchemy, Xing Siyuan was also an advanced blacksmith. So in the hearts of life profession players, he was practically a godlike figure. After all, both herbalism and blacksmithing are extremely difficult professions to master, and either one alone costs a fortune to level up. Let alone training in both. Poor players can't even afford one, much less both at the same time. That's why Xing Siyuan's status as a dual master is incredibly prestigious. Some even boldly predicted in the past that if Xing Siyuan ever became a grandmaster blacksmith too, he would be completely unmatched in the life professions world, and there might even be a chance for the Blacksmith Association to be revived. But reaching Grandmaster level in 2 professions is no easy task, so that prediction lingered for years, without ever showing signs of coming true. In terms of seniority, Xing Siyuan could definitely be considered Qin Yongchang's senior. After Qin Yongchang successfully became a Grandmaster herbalist, he once personally invited him to return to work at the Life Professions Association headquarters. But Qin Yongchang refused the offer, which surprised Xing Siyuan greatly. So when he saw the prosperity of Eternal City just now, he couldn't help but sigh with mixed emotions. After hearing Xing Siyuan's question, another slightly younger elderly man beside him chuckled and replied, "That's right. It's because he now serves as director of the technology department of Eternal City, and we're unwilling to leave." Just as the old man finished speaking, a middle-aged man appeared behind him. If Cheng Qianma were present at the scene, he would have been very surprised, because the middle-aged man was none other than an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in days. Gao Jin, branch president of the Thunder City Life Profession Association, and the elder who had just spoken was none other than his master, Ma Feixiang. Ma Feixiang was both a founding elder of the Life Profession Association and a master-level leather craftsman, holding very high status within the association. Moreover, because of his connection to Gao Jin, he paid more attention to Eternal Peak than others did. Thus, just after Xing Siyuan had sighed in admiration, he immediately picked up the conversation. This Eternal City is indeed prosperous, and there are many life profession workers here. But given Qin Yongchang's master-level skills, being only the head of the technical department here is truly a waste of his talent. That Qing Qianma, does he not know how to use people properly? A master from our Life Profession Association, treated with such little regard? With Qin Yongchang's current strength and status, even if he didn't return to the headquarters, he could easily become a vice president in any guild he chose. Sigh. Sometimes, I really think his brain might have a problem. Otherwise, how could he not tell good from bad? Xing Siyuan said with clear frustration. It was obvious. Judging by his tone, he had high hopes for Qin Yongchang's future, but felt that staying in Eternal City was a complete waste of talent. Therefore, in the end, he could only vent his resentment onto Qing Qianma. However, Ma Feixiang standing nearby made no comment. His eyes were constantly scanning the surrounding environment. No one knew what he was thinking. At that moment, another group arrived at Eternal City, and when Xing Siyuan recognized who they were, his expression immediately changed. Chapter 717. The current state of the 2 associations. Top-tier power. Xing Siyuan watched the approaching team slowly enter the city, his face instantly turning ashen. The sudden drastic change in his was because the team entering the city belonged to his arch-rival, the Blacksmith Association. The elderly leader of the Blacksmith Association, upon seeing him, provocatively waved his hand. Such an unusual scene was rarely seen before, because the overall strength of the Blacksmith Association was significantly lower than that of the Life Profession Association. How could a weaker party dare to openly provoke a stronger one? But this incident not only happened vividly, but even the usually assertive Xing Siyuan did not retaliate on the spot. This indicated that, deep down, he was somewhat lacking in confidence. The root cause of this situation stemmed from his earlier disregard for propriety, when he launched into a lengthy tirade, harshly criticizing Eternal Pinnacle and Cheng Qianma. At that time, Xing Siyuan, driven by the pressure of the situation and consumed by anxiety, couldn't help but voice his opinions. Otherwise, given his status and position, how many things could make him lose composure like that? In the Tianqi continent, the Life Profession Association, in every aspect, firmly outclassed the Blacksmith Association, especially in terms of scale. They held an absolute advantage. However, when it came to top-tier power, their advantage was not as pronounced, and one could even say it was somewhat embarrassing. Before Jiang Wenliang had advanced to Grandmaster level blacksmithing, the Blacksmith Association had 3 Grandmaster level masters, while the Life Profession Association had fewer. This disparity in top-tier talent, even after combining all branches, there were only 5. Later, with Jiang Wenliang's advancement, the gap instantly narrowed to just 1. This made Xing Siyuan extremely furious. After all, the Life Profession Association's population base was several times that of the Blacksmith Association, yet in terms of high-end Grandmaster-level masters, they were only ahead by 1. Such a result, in Xing Siyuan's eyes, was simply unacceptable no matter what. The 2 major associations had been rivals for a long time, and fierce competitiveness was deeply ingrained in their members. As the head of the Life Profession Association, how could Xing Siyuan possibly allow this situation to continue? If one day, the number of grandmasters on both sides became equal, he would become a laughingstock, mocked daily by the Blacksmith Association, saying that even with so many branches combined, they still couldn't match a single lineage. Such a consequence was something Xing Siyuan absolutely could not accept, so he immediately issued an order to spare no expense, to cultivate a new grandmaster, even if it cost a fortune. He considered it acceptable. This clearly showed how desperately Xing Siyuan did not want to lose to the Blacksmith Association. Unfortunately, The threshold for becoming a grand was simply too high. No amount of money thrown at it could guarantee success. In the following months, the Life Profession Association poured in massive manpower and resources, selecting several highly promising senior craftsmen, but not a single one managed to break through. This made Xing Siyuan extremely frustrated, to the point that he angrily cursed them all as worthless wastes, who only knew how to squander precious materials. Over time, as there was no return, even after a long period of effort, no matter how wealthy the Life Professions Association was, even if Xing Siyuan was its top leader, he still couldn't afford to squander money endlessly. In the end, Xing Siyuan succumbed to public pressure and had no choice but to terminate this never-ending money-burning project. At the same time, he became increasingly anxious. After all, he had wasted several months, yet nothing had changed. But not long afterward, he suddenly became elated, because he received great news. Qin Yongchang had successfully advanced to Grandmaster Herbalist. This meant the Life Professions Association had regained its 2 Grandmaster lead, so this sudden good news left Xing Siyuan overjoyed. As a result, he immediately issued an invitation to Qin Yongchang in the name of the president, asking him to return to work at the headquarters, and even promising him a seat among the elders. Confident as ever, he thought Qin Yongchang would agree immediately. After all, on the Apocalypse continent, every Life Profession player's ultimate dream was to become a top figure at the headquarters. But to Xing Siyuan's complete surprise, Qin Yongchang not only rejected his kind offer, he didn't even give a proper reason. Although this left him furious, he also knew that forced loyalty leads nowhere, and the association was currently in need of talent. So he had no choice but to withdraw the offer and adopt a slow, persuasive strategy. The problem was, no matter how much the Life Professions Association showed care and kindness, even offering all kinds of highly tempting benefits, Qin Yongchang remained unmoved. Such an odd situation left Xing Siyuan completely baffled. Later, news spread that Cheng Qianma had successfully advanced to become the 5th Grandmaster Blacksmith of the Blacksmith Association. At that point, Xing Siyuan finally went completely mad, because with Cheng Qianma's sudden rise, the gap between the number of Grandmasters in the Blacksmith Association and the Life Profession Association was once again reduced to just 1, and Qin Yongchang was even working under Cheng Qianma. How could Xing Siyuan possibly stay calm? As for the Blacksmith Association, the reason they had just openly provoked him was also because of Cheng Qianma. They believed that the reason Cheng Qianma was holding a celebration was because he had advanced to Grandmaster-level blacksmith. Thus, they instinctively thought the Blacksmith Association deserved some host-like recognition. Naturally, they held the upper hand during their stare-down with Xing Siyuan. Xing Siyuan, long time no see. You're still alive? The elder who had just provoked him continued to press the attack without mercy, and in his gaze, there was even a hint of smugness. As if to say, your Life Profession Association is no good. In the past 6 months, our Blacksmith Association produced 2 Grandmasters, and Cheng Qianma is even the youngest Grandmaster in history. His future prospects are... What does your Life Profession Association have to compete with us? The elder's arrogant attitude also represented the collective thoughts of the Blacksmith Association members. Luo Jingxian, since you're not dead, how could I bear to die? Don't act like a petty official waving a chicken feather like a command token. You should know very well what kind of state the Blacksmith Association is really in. Since Xing Siyuan was being attacked directly, he naturally wouldn't show weakness. He immediately retaliated. But just as Luo Jingxian was about to launch his next attack, a broadcast suddenly sounded from within Eternal City, and after hearing the announcement, both men revealed puzzled expressions. Chapter 718. Cheng Qianma's Display of Power. A deliberate warning. Chairman Cheng Qianma invites the honored guests from the Life Profession Association and the Blacksmith Association to step into the lounge for a short rest. After hearing the broadcast, Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian both looked slightly surprised, but their mindsets were completely different. Because Xing Siyuan had never even met Cheng Qianma in person, this visit to the lounge was probably just a formality. It didn't hold any special significance, but Luo Jingxian saw things very differently. After all, he believed that between him and Cheng Qianma, there was Jiang Wenliang acting as a bridge, and just that connection alone was a huge advantage Xing Siyuan couldn't compare to. Not to mention, the theme of this celebration was to honor Cheng Qianma's promotion to Grandmaster and Forge Master. So of course, the Blacksmith Association shared in the glory. That's why he felt being invited to rest in the lounge in advance was completely natural. Xing Siyuan was likely just a courtesy inclusion. There was a fundamental difference. As a result, a sense of superiority seemed to come from nowhere, and made him feel quite smug in front of Xing Siyuan. After all, after being suppressed for so long, an opportunity like today was incredibly rare. So Luo Jingxian was especially sensitive. 10 minutes later, under the guidance of the staff, the two led their respective groups to the lounge. But at that moment, the 2 men, who had suddenly shared the same look for once, both of their faces were ashen. They were even somewhat angry. According to their expectations, they thought Xing Qianma would assign them to separate lounges. After all, the poor relationship between the two associations was common knowledge. But looking now, Xing Qianma not only placed them in the same room, even their seats were arranged side by side. Anyone could tell, this was clearly done on purpose. So both Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian looked extremely displeased. They both felt they hadn't been shown proper respect, especially Luo Jingxian. His reaction was even stronger. Unbelievable. Today is a celebration for our blacksmithing field. We've welcomed the birth of a new grandmaster. How can I stay with this bunch of clueless idiots? Together? Is there some mistake? Though Luo Jingxian was displeased, he didn't dare point fingers directly. After all, Cheng Qianma's current status and position are extremely high. So high that even a grandmaster-level expert would need to think twice before speaking. However, seeing Luo Jingshuan's brazen mockery, Xing Siyuan naturally wouldn't back down. After all, the person he was targeting was Luo Jingxian, and it had nothing to do with Eternal Peak. So, he didn't need to hold back. But just as he was about to retaliate, the staff member's next words made both sides fall into deep thought. That's right. This is President Cheng's own decision. We wouldn't dare make such a call on our own. Please wait a moment. He said he'll be here soon. The staff member didn't offer much explanation, and quickly left the lounge after speaking. At this moment, Xing Siyuan narrowed his eyes, constantly speculating about Cheng Qianma's true intentions. He deliberately put our two groups together. Could he really be planning to push that matter? Choosing such a critical moment, he's really gone to great lengths. At this thought, Xing Siyuan instantly felt a strong sense of crisis. If he didn't lack a proper excuse, he'd even want to leave Eternal City on the spot. As a veteran Grandmaster-level blacksmith of the Blacksmith Association, Luo Jingxian was no fool either. He too sensed the scent of danger. It seems this kid wants to use his momentum from being promoted to Grandmaster to broker a merger between our two groups, if he can offer suitable terms. It's not entirely off the table, but the final outcome must favor us. Otherwise, it's a no-go. The Blacksmith Association is, after all, the weaker party, so Luo Jingxian has certain demands for a merger, without any promises or benefits. Being absorbed outright by the Life Profession Association is something he'd never agree to. Now, since both sides have learned, this lounge was specially arranged by Cheng Qianma, they could no longer say much. After all, he's currently in the spotlight, and also the host. So they could only suppress their excitement, and instruct their people to sit down. For a moment, the lounge became very quiet. The atmosphere was neither side knew what to say. They could only silently. However, the Cheng Qianma that the staff mentioned was supposed to arrive soon, but Cheng Qianma had not yet shown up. More than 10 minutes had passed, and there was still no sign of movement at the door. At this point, the expressions of Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian became even more displeased. Clearly, this was another sign of being snubbed. During this time, members of both sides repeatedly wanted to get up and confront someone, but they were all stopped. Because Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian, even now, could not gauge Cheng Qianma's true intentions. Their earlier assumptions were, after all, just guesses, and it was widely rumored that his temper was very unpredictable, often erupting in anger over trivial matters. So neither wanted to be the first to stand out. But Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian kept furrowing their brows as time ticked by second, until a full half-hour had passed. Cheng Qianma finally arrived, fashionably late. Of course, this wasn't him being late, but rather a deliberate act. He wanted to cool down the two major associations and give them a show of authority, to put them in their place. Sorry, everyone. I was held up by some matters. You haven't been waiting too long, have you? As soon as Cheng Qianma appeared at the lounge door, he began his performance. As soon as he spoke, he squinted his eyes and scanned the crowd, carefully observed their reactions. Then, an aura of authority filled the entire lounge. Everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 719. In Eternal City, I call the shots. Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian had previously considered many possibilities, but never expected Cheng Qianma to be so blunt right from the start. Both sides were, after all, guests, and their leaders were Grandmaster-level experts, with significant social standing. But not only did Cheng Qianma deliberately put them in the same room, he was now acting so domineering. No matter how good their tempers were, their emotions were now on the verge of erupting. However, at that moment, whether intentional or not, Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian finally calmed down from their earlier confident and arrogant state. They gradually adjusted their mindset, realizing their place. They understood that Eternal City was Cheng Qianma's territory, not their home base. Only someone as overwhelmingly powerful and prestigious as Cheng Qianma could afford to handle them so casually in any other place. With the strength of their two associations, they would never tolerate such humiliation. Grandmaster-level experts are treated with utmost respect wherever they go, getting whatever they want. But in front of Cheng Qianma, they had to bow down, whether they liked it or not, because they knew that no matter how skilled they were in their craft, they were merely artisans with no combat ability. But Chung Qianma was not only a grandmaster-level blacksmith, like them, he was also an incredibly formidable, third-tier warrior. This was a fundamental difference between them. Someone like Chung Qianma was a true expert among experts, and Chung Qianma was a true expert among experts, and Chung Qianma was a true expert among experts. However, the reason why powerful awakened individuals like Chung Qianma treat them with courtesy is because they seek something from them. After all, these awakened are not proficient in life professions, but Chung Qianma has no such need. So naturally, he speaks with much greater confidence. He could even use forceful intimidation like just now, without worrying about offending anyone. In front of him, Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian had no room for arrogance whatsoever. Even if they were trampled ruthlessly underfoot, they could not resist at all. This is the terror of a dual cultivation of combat and life professions. Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian finally confirmed that Chung Qianma truly intended to merge the two associations. Otherwise, his attitude would not have been so aggressive. Thus, even knowing he was talking nonsense, they could only grit their teeth and deny it. After all, they didn't want to meet a miserable end in Eternal City. Seeing that neither of them said anything, Chung Qianma felt very satisfied. At this moment, his show of force was a complete success. Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian had realized who the true master here was. Everyone knows I'm very busy today, so I won't waste time. I'll get straight to the point. The reason I invited you here today is mainly to handle one matter. That is to resolve the decades-long feud between the Life Profession Association and the Blacksmith Association. We are all part of the lower nation, and you should know that continued division is detrimental to the country's development. Therefore, taking advantage of today's joyous occasion, I want to act as a mediator and have the two of you reconcile. After Chung Qianma finished speaking, he looked at the two of them meaningfully. His speech was delivered very skillfully, without explicitly mentioning merging, while invoking the greater national good to back himself up. This placed him on the moral high ground from the very start, essentially making him invincible. If Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian refused on the spot, it would mean they were opposing the national interest. Thus, this move was quite a psychological blow. In fact, it didn't require an exceptionally clever mind to think of such a tactic. Many people could have come up with it, but to dare to say it bluntly, right in front of Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian, and make them seriously consider it, was not something just any random person could do. The one making the proposal not only needs great courage, but also formidable influence in speech, to force the two into responding. Otherwise, given the current influence of the two associations in the Xia Kingdom, they could easily ignore whatever Chung Qianma says. As expected, even though Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian were clearly reluctant, neither of them refused on the spot, but they only responded with some perfunctory remarks, trying to brush Chung Qianma off. But Chung Qianma came prepared. He wasn't that easy to fool. He spoke up decisively. You're all smart people, so don't play games. I'm standing right here today, waiting for a straight answer. Yes or no? Chung Qianma wasn't one to beat around the bush, so he chose to go straight to the point. This instantly threw the two into deep thought. Faced with such direct pressure from Chung Qianma, they were at a loss. Seeing them hesitate, Chung Qianma remained calm. He quietly stood aside and watched. Since without an answer today, no one here would be leaving the City of Eternity. After a long silence, Luo Jingxian cautiously asked, "What is Jiang Wenliang's stance usually?" That question carried two meanings. First, Luo Jingxian wanted to confirm the opinion of the fourth Grandmaster and Forge Master of the Xia Kingdom. If he didn't support Chung Qianma, there might still be room to maneuver regarding the merger. After all, the majority were against it. Second, he also wanted to subtly use Jiang Wenliang's name to imply a closer tie between the Forging Association and Chung Qianma, compared to the Lifestyle Professions Association. If a merger really had to happen, there should be preferential treatment in return. But Xing Siyuan wasn't foolish either. He immediately understood Luo Jingxuan's intent to avoid being overshadowed by the Forging Association. Even though he barely knew Qin Yongchang, he still brought him up. I'd like to ask as well, what Qin Yongchang meant was that each side now had a Grandmaster-level acquaintance. After hearing their inquiry, Chung Qianma smiled confidently. Naturally, they would both unconditionally agree. In Eternal City, I am the one in charge of everything. As soon as he said this, Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxuan's pupils instantly contracted. They simultaneously sensed a dangerous aura from Chung Qianma's words. Chapter 720. The new organization abolishes the council system, and I will concurrently assume leadership. Since Jiang Wenliang also agrees, perhaps we can have a talk. Seeing how domineering Chung Qianma was, Luo Jingxian realized that by this point, there was no longer any room to refuse negotiations. Thus, he decisively chose to act first. He said they could talk. This way, whether things succeeded or not, he wouldn't offend Chung Qianma too much. Xing Siyuan was also unwilling to fall behind, stating that he too was willing to talk. He didn't want to create any unpleasantness with Chung Qianma over merely stating a position. After all, in his view, merging the two major associations was not something that could happen overnight. Just negotiating mutually acceptable terms might require a dozen meetings, with no progress whatsoever. Such a scenario was entirely possible. Thus, he wasn't worried at all. Perhaps by dragging things out, Cheng Qianmo would give up on his own. However, they both overestimated their own importance and underestimated Cheng Qianmo's ability to get things done. Very soon, they would have to pay a heavy price for agreeing so readily. Very well. Since both of you feel the same, then let us formally begin the merger process. As soon as he said this, Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian both showed looks of shock. They even wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. Peace talks. Peace talks. We have to talk first. How did you skip the talking part and jump straight to merging? At this point, Luo Jingxian was getting a bit anxious. President Cheng, aren't we being too hasty? Even if we are to merge, shouldn't we at least discuss first the organizational structure after the merger and the number of high-level seats on both sides? Right after Luo Jingxian finished, surprisingly, Xing Siyuan, who rarely agreed with him, also voiced support. Clearly, they were in complete agreement on this matter. In their eyes, the biggest obstacle to the merger was the division of future decision-making power. In other words, how the new organization would determine its direction in the future, and how many voting rights each side would hold. As things stood, both major associations and the Forging Association used a parliamentary system. Whenever major disagreements arose, the top leaders would vote to make a decision. Although the president had an extra vote, it was still a democratic process overall. It was precisely this system that made both Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian very concerned about the number of seats for each side, because that represented how much power they would have in the future. However, Cheng Qianmo had never considered a parliamentary system. He didn't even take their views into account, so he calmly countered. Oh, so that's what you want? Then why don't each of you say how many high-level seats you need? This counter-question instantly caught them off guard. They had assumed that since Cheng Qianmo initiated the merger, he would at least have a basic proposal. That way they could suggest some revisions and see if both parties could accept it. But to their surprise, Cheng Qianmo came with nothing, and even threw the question back at them. That made both Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian a bit annoyed. They thought Cheng Qianmo was being far too careless. But complaints aside, neither of them spoke their true thoughts. After some thought, Luo Jingxian slowly spoke up. As far as I know, currently, whether it's the Life Profession Association or our Blacksmith Association, both adopt a council system. Although we don't have a so-called headquarters, whenever important decisions need to be made, all branch presidents will gather to vote. So, in essence, it's the same. If I remember correctly, the headquarters of the Life Profession Association consists of only the president, elders, and committee members who have voting rights. Branch presidents without entry into the upper echelon also have no voting rights. At the same time, the number of people in these three classes usually doesn't exceed 20. If we truly want to merge, we would most likely follow the same mechanism. Don't be fooled by how Luo Jingxian usually belittles the Life Profession Association verbally. In reality, he knows their operational mechanisms like the back of his hand. Therefore, even Xing Siyuan slightly nodded, in agreement after hearing it. Then according to your plan, how should the number of senior positions be distributed? Cheng Qianmo asked with a half-smile. Luo Jingxian thought Cheng Qianmo accepted his idea. So after thinking for a while, he said lightly, although the size of our Blacksmith Association is not as large as the Life Profession Association, among all life professions, blacksmiths hold the highest status. That's beyond dispute. So based on a senior management team of 20 people, we should at least have 8 seats. However, the moment Xing Siyuan, who had agreed earlier, heard Luo Jingxian's outlandish demand, he immediately cursed aloud. Many of his companions also voiced their anger. What kind of joke are you playing? We have so many life professions. Even if blacksmiths have a slightly higher status, how could you possibly occupy 40% of the votes? What about the other life profession masters? Are they just supposed to be senior technicians? Watching you finish voting, why not just split it evenly? When it came to core interests, Xing Siyuan finally showed his true colors. What he said was quite blunt, even bordering on harsh. However, Luo Jingxian wasn't someone to be messed with either. He immediately fought back. If it weren't for President Cheng's sake, I really would have demanded half the seats. Xing Siyuan, you're really talking nonsense without thinking. How many Grandmasters does the Lifestyle Professions Association even have? Your Grandmaster count is just one more than ours. What gives you the right to ask for so many votes? As soon as he said that, Xing Siyuan was visibly flustered. The number of Grandmasters really was his big... But even so, there was no way he would agree to give Luo Jingxian that many seats. Otherwise, the others would revolt. After all, in terms of numbers, the Lifestyle Professions Association was 5 to 6 times larger than the Forging Association. But just as the two were arguing intensely, Cheng Qianmo slapped the table. In my opinion, since you two can't come to an agreement, and neither can convince the other, then stop arguing. The new organization will abandon the parliamentary system, and I will serve as the Grand President. The moment those words fell, the room instantly fell into dead silence. Chapter 721. All of you can leave. Pretend I didn't say anything. Abolish the parliamentary system? You as Grand President? Absolutely impossible. Xing Siyuan had considered that Cheng Qianmo might want some benefit for trying to push the merger through. After all, who would be so kind as to meddle in other people's business? But the issue was, he never expected Chung Qianma's ambition to be this great, to outright demand the top position of the new organization. Such a crazy idea. In his eyes, simply outrageous. At this moment, even Luo Jingxian, who was relatively close to Chung Qianma, showed a strong look of. He thought to himself, he hadn't even reaped any benefits yet, and now someone was swooping in to snatch them. Being from the same faction is nothing special. Oh. It seems you have some objections. Chung Qianma wasn't angry just because his demand was immediately rejected. On the contrary, he remained very calm, as if everything was within his grasp. President Chung. It's not about objections. Your demand is simply too outrageous. Nobody wants the merged association to become a dictatorship under one person's word. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if we agree, our brothers in the associations would never agree. You'd better give up on that idea. Although Luo Jingxian was extremely opposed inside, he didn't express it too bluntly. After all, he didn't want to ruin his relationship with Chung Qianma over this matter. Luo Jingxian is right. Our two associations have stood firm on the Tianqi continent for decades. Since their inception, they've adopted a council system. That's what keeps things fair. Therefore, your demand is something we absolutely cannot accept. Why don't we renegotiate another plan? Perhaps realizing that his earlier tone was a bit aggressive, Xing Siyuan's words softened significantly. In fact, to avoid displeasing Chung Qianma, he even proactively suggested renegotiating a suitable plan, instead of storming off. Being willing to go this far was already his biggest compromise. If demands went any further, even if it meant offending Chung Qianma, he would have to refuse, because he had to protect the interests of all life profession members. At this moment, Luo Jingxian also actively nodded, indicating willingness to renegotiate a plan. He too didn't want to fall out with Chung Qianma. This is my only plan. There is no room for negotiation. Whether you agree or not, you must agree. Seeing that everything was laid bare, Chung Qianma no longer intended to waste time with pleasantries or pointless talk. He chose to get straight to the point. Such a forceful attitude left both Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian shocked and furious. They even started wondering if Chung Qianma had lost his mind. Who forces a merger without listening to others' opinions? How is that any different from robbery? Since President Chung insists on this, then I'll just say it plainly. If you insist on abolishing the parliamentary system and becoming the Grand President, I cannot agree to this plan. Even a clay figure has a temper. Xing Siyuan felt that he had already backed down several times and given Chung Qianma plenty of face, but Chung showed no sincerity at all. Since that's the case, he lost his patience too. But Chung Qianma didn't get angry. Instead, he laughed. Then he looked deeply at Luo Jingxian. Now all the other members of both associations turned their eyes toward him. Suddenly, all the pressure in the room focused on Luo Jingxian. He felt countless eyes watching him. Sweat instantly rolled down his forehead and cheeks, because he knew that what he said next would be crucial. After a long pause, Luo Jingxian finally made a difficult decision. In a rare moment, he sided with Xing Siyuan. Sorry, President Chung. We of the Forging Association also cannot comply with this. Luo Jingxian didn't want to become the villain of the Forging Association, so he had no choice but to reject Chung Qianma's unreasonable demand. Now the entire room fell into an awkward silence. Yet Chung Qianma's expression remained completely calm, just as composed as before. Since neither of you are willing, then the big gift I had prepared for the new leadership won't be given out, I suppose. So be it. Forget it then. You can all leave now. Pretend I never said anything. After speaking, Chung Qianma showed no sign of staying. He turned and left. Everyone in the room was stunned in that instant. Was that it? He didn't even try to negotiate further? Also, what exactly is the great gift for the leadership? At this moment, countless question marks popped up in everyone's mind. They had no idea what trick Chung Qianma was playing. Because by normal logic, his attitude just now had clearly been very forceful. Moreover, although Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian had rejected his plan, they had both expressed willingness to continue negotiations. Under such circumstances, Chung Qianma could have continued the discussion, at least gaining some advantage. Yet now he simply walked away. Who leaves a negotiation without even trying to bargain? It was just too strange. The quick-thinking Luo Jingxian watched Chung Qianma's receding figure, and suddenly had countless thoughts flash through his mind. Especially when he recalled the words great gift for the leadership. He felt incredibly curious. Could he have prepared something extraordinary? Otherwise, why would he have been so aggressive just now? Luo Jingxian immediately made up his mind. He quickly rushed to block Chung Qianma and stop him. President Chung, don't be in such a hurry to leave. We can still negotiate things properly. What exactly is the great gift you mentioned earlier? We're very curious about it. At this moment, Luo Jingxian no longer looked angry, but was putting on a very friendly and cooperative face. Actually, Xing Siyuan was also very curious deep down, but he had kept silent out of pride. Since Luo Jingxian had already stopped Chung Qianma, he naturally said nothing more. After being stopped, a barely noticeable smile flashed across Chung Qianma's lips. Then he turned around and said with a light laugh, if I can help the entire leadership of the new organization take a step forward, would that count as a great gift? What do you think? As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned on the spot. Chapter 722. If I can prove it. How will you let the leadership take a step forward? What do you mean by that? Given Luo Jingxuan's intelligence, it was impossible for him not to understand what it meant. But at this moment, he needed Cheng Qianma to personally spell it out, because this point was very important. After asking the question, everyone present, including himself, felt parched. Even their heartbeats began to quicken uncontrollably, because from what they knew about Cheng Qianma, he was likely about to do something earth-shattering again. What do you mean? Exactly what it sounds like. Everyone can become stronger than before. Cheng Qianma spoke calmly. Yet his words held an irresistible power. No one can resist the desire to improve, especially those with high-level strength, who find it even harder to advance. So everyone was very intrigued by Cheng Qianma's use of the word everyone. How much stronger are we talking? Like someone who's been stuck at advanced Forge Master level for years. Can they improve? Luo Jingxian asked with anticipation. Of course, advancing from advanced to Grandmaster is the bare minimum. It's no big deal. At that moment, Cheng Qianma used the calmest tone to say the most outrageous thing. What do you mean? Advancing to Grandmaster is the bare minimum. Then what does that make all those people stuck for decades? Were all those years of effort just wasted? Upon hearing this, many instinctively wanted to stand up and argue, because Cheng Qianma was clearly being way too arrogant. Even adding up the Grandmasters from both major associations nationwide, there were only 11 total, and yet to him, they seemed no more valuable than common folks, as if one could level up at will. But then again, these words came from Cheng Qianma himself, so no one actually dared to stand up and argue. After all, this young man had already become a Grandmaster-level forging master. In less than a year, he had achieved what others couldn't in a lifetime. Even more insane, he was also an awakened duel specialist with terrifying combat power. His overwhelming talent was like a mountain crushing everyone's spirit, so no one dared to be the first to object. Why? Because Cheng Qianma's achievements were simply too massive, so massive that no one dared oppose him. Then, what about old folks like us who've already reached Grandmaster level? Seeing Luo Jingxian successfully getting on Cheng's good side, Xing Siyuan finally couldn't stay silent. Even though he wasn't sure if Cheng Qianma could really deliver, the temptation was just too great. After all, advancing beyond Grandmaster level was harder than reaching the heavens. So he still asked the question, even unconsciously swallowing nervously. At this moment, everyone's gaze was fixed on Cheng Qianma. They all wanted to know what the final answer was. If helping high-level professionals advance to Grandmaster level was already impressive, then if even Grandmasters could be further promoted, it would be truly unbelievable. Feeling the heated gazes of the crowd, Cheng Qianma smiled slightly. As for Grandmasters, you can forget about advancing for now. As soon as he said this, both Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian showed rather disappointed expressions. Others also looked a bit dejected. But thinking it through, if Cheng Qianma had actually promised it, that would have been even more terrifying. So they quickly adjusted their emotions. However, just then, Cheng Qianma continued smiling. Although you can't advance ranks, your professional skill level can still be improved. What? The two, who had just relaxed, immediately had their emotions stirred up again by Cheng Qianma. They even felt goosebumps all over. Is that true? Luo Jingxian asked excitedly. Even Xing Siyuan leaned forward, showing interest. Although Cheng Qianma didn't say anything, he nodded with a smile. The whole place instantly erupted. It was as if they had just heard the most shocking news of their lives. After a long while, Xing Siyuan gritted his teeth and asked, "Words are cheap. Why should we believe you?" In reality, the moment he asked this, his heart was already wavering. He just hadn't fully made up his mind yet. Thus, he couldn't immediately agree to Cheng Qianma's terms. You can ask Jiang. He should be more convincing than me. Cheng Qianma had long anticipated this doubt, so he gave a reason he had prepared in advance. So the rumors that Jiang Wenliang broke through to Grandmaster level, thanks to your help, were actually true. Since Luo Jingxian was from the Blacksmith Association, he had a clearer understanding of Jiang Wenliang's strength. He had looked into it privately at first, and found that Jiang Wenliang's promotion was indeed suspicious, but he couldn't find the root cause. Until now, when Cheng Qianma admitted it himself, it all finally made sense. Yet Xing Siyuan still cautiously said, even if you can help others reach Grandmaster level, how can you prove you can help us go further? You should know that once anyone in a life profession reaches Grandmaster level, progress becomes nearly impossible. That's the consensus among all Grandmasters. Besides, you only just recently reached Grandmaster level yourself. What makes you the exception? At this moment, Xing Siyuan finally voiced the question that everyone wanted to ask, but didn't dare. In an instant, Cheng Qianma became the center of attention again. Cheng Qianma wasn't angry at all. In fact, he boldly responded, "If I can prove it, then what will you do?" Though stunned by Cheng Qianma's imposing tone, Xing Siyuan still replied without backing down, "If you really can prove it, then our Lifestyle Professions Association will agree to the merger. Why not?" As soon as he said that, the room fell into complete silence. Chapter 78-23. Assassins from Wa Kingdom arrive. Thanks to the hidden scouts, They were discovered an hour before the celebration began. Chung Qianma left the lounge with a satisfied smile. After that, when Xing Xiyuan and Luo Jingxian came out, their expressions were grave. In just half an hour, they had been left shaken by Chung Qianma's words. At that moment, no one knew what they were thinking. But just then, at the edge of the dark forest, a group of uninvited guests arrived, all of them dressed in black from head to toe, radiating a chilling, murderous aura, especially the two at the front. Their entire bodies exuded an overwhelming presence. Damn it. We finally made it to the dark forest. It's so damn far. Tanaka Shinosuke said with some dissatisfaction. Meanwhile, Shiraishi Masato beside him said with a smile, "Our hardship is worth it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have arrived at our destination so quickly. I bet assassins from other countries are still much farther away than us." The reason for Shiraishi Masato's confidence was partly their high traveling efficiency, almost like a forced march. And on the other hand, they had acquired a map from the black market in advance, so they took almost no detours along the way. Thus, he was very confident that theirs was the first assassin team to reach the dark forest. Along the way, we've heard quite a lot about Chung Qianma. Do you think it's all true, Shiraishi-san? Tanaka Shinosuke had gathered a lot of information about Chung Qianma and Eternal City along the way, such as defeating the Dark Brotherhood and successfully advancing to Grandmaster Blacksmith, as well as gathering heroes from all over the world to Eternal City. These rumors had a big impact on him. Thus, he actively asked the smarter Shiraishi Masato for his opinion. I can't say for sure. Judging from the scale of the rumors, I'd say there's about a 60 or 70% chance. Shiraishi Masato had always been cautious, so he dared not jump to conclusions. In fact, his mindset had changed quite a bit compared to when they first set out. At first, he thought Chung Qianma was just a strong and capable warlord. Such a person might be powerful in solo fights, but unable to make a real impact. However, after learning more about Chung Qianma's feats within Xiaogua's borders, his opinion started to change. Based on the current information, Chung Qianma not only had tremendous personal strength, but also led a well-developed guild, originally planning to ambush him secretly in the wild. To claim the reward quickly, Shiraishi Masato now faced many new challenges. First, they had to ensure their team's movements remained undiscovered, or they would lose the element of surprise. Second, they had to take him out in one swift move without giving Chung Qianma any chance to escape. Otherwise, if they startled him and he fled back to his base, things would become very troublesome. After all, their team was small in number, even if everyone was strong. But it's still very difficult to directly conquer a city. If it really comes to that, his desire to claim the rewards alone for our country would fall through. He'd have to wait outside the city for assassins from other countries to collaborate. Obviously, sharing the rewards with others is not what he wants. So Shiraishi Masato's expression is somewhat heavy now. Tanaka Shinichi seems to notice he has something on his mind, and so he asks, "You just said we've seized the initiative. Why are you still so gloomy?" Simple-minded and physically strong, Tanaka Shinichi naturally doesn't think as deeply as Shiraishi Masato. Right now, he's solely focused on quickly dealing with Chung Qianma, then returning home to claim the reward. This hunting mission of ours might not be so easy. You need to be mentally prepared. If something don't act on your own. Shiraishi Masato instructs with great seriousness, while slowly sharing his analysis. Although he knows Tanaka Shinichi is very strong, he also knows he tends to act impulsively, so to avoid any unfortunate incidents, he can only give a heads up in advance. After hearing his explanation, Tanaka Shinichi roughly understands the current situation, and so he pats his chest and says, "Shiraishi-kun, don't worry. As long as we can take down Chung Qianma, I'll follow your lead." Although Tanaka Shinichi is rough around the edges, he has a clear understanding of himself. And he holds Shiraishi Masato in high regard, so he doesn't show any signs of impatience. Being open to advice might be his greatest strength. However, at that moment, Tanaka Shinichi and Shiraishi Masato both narrow their eyes. Who's there? Shiraishi Masato, with lightning speed, fires several shurikens toward the 3 o'clock direction nearby. The shurikens whistle through the air, and the next second, a scream comes from the distance. But due to the complex terrain of the dark forest and the suddenness of the event, Shiraishi Masato's sudden attack doesn't cause fatal damage. So the screams quickly fade. He didn't manage to leave anyone alive. He didn't leave a single one alive. In this remote, deep forest, there were still dozens of kilometers to the outskirts of Eternal City. Yet there were still assassins active here. Could someone have arrived even faster than us? Shiraishi Masato couldn't have. That Chung Qianma had already stationed over 2,000 top assassins as sentries. Such an extravagant move was beyond his imagination. Thus, he instinctively assumed that some assassins from other countries had arrived earlier. Perhaps because their strength was inferior, they fled immediately. It looks like this assassination trip will be anything but peaceful. Shiraishi Masato stared into the distance with a solemn expression. No one knew what he was thinking. However, at the same time, over in Eternal City, Chung Qianma had already received the news. Chapter 724, Terrifying Business Capability. Truly remarkable. When there was still half an hour left before the celebration began, Eternal City was already packed with crowds. Many first-time visitors had even forgotten their original purpose. They were stunned by the prosperity within the city. Even more surprising, the goods sold in Eternal City were not only of much higher quality than those outside, but also included many exclusive items and equipment not available elsewhere. This caused many awakened unfamiliar with Eternal City to go completely crazy. They were frantically shopping, as if racing against time. Even concerns about when the celebration would start were completely forgotten. This showed just how terrifying Eternal Peak's commercial power was. Taking advantage of the time before the celebration, Xing Xiyuan and Luo Jingxian happened to wander around the city. After all, both were life profession experts, and were being asked by Cheng Qianma to merge. Naturally, they were very concerned about Eternal City's business capabilities. This was an important parameter related to their future development, so they had to investigate carefully. Initially, neither of them had high expectations. From what they knew, Eternal City had only been established recently. Most guild leaders would focus on member training and defensive strength first. Otherwise, even with prosperous commerce, without protection, it would be easily destroyed by enemies, and all previous efforts would go to waste. Moreover, they knew Eternal City was developing very quickly, which usually meant unstable foundations. Thus, they thought Eternal City's rapid growth was likely due to plundering. In other words, sustaining war through war. Otherwise, through normal farming methods. Eternal City could never have developed so fast. So in their minds, Eternal City was likely an unstable and shaky establishment. But after each of them observed from different angles for a few minutes, their minds went completely blank. They each dismissed all their previous assumptions, because Eternal City not only had far more shops than any other level 9 guild. Even the skill level of technicians across all professions far exceeded the average. This was in no way a sign of instability. Even a level 10 guild might not reach such an absurd standard. Though the two were in different locations now, they were both impressed by Cheng Qianma's incredible methods. From this moment on, they finally began to feel some positive anticipation toward the merger. At the same time, Tanaka Shinosuke and Baishir Masato's elite assassin squad was finally emerging from the dark forest. Baishir-kun, I don't get it. Why would anyone build a city in such an inaccessible location? Even if they did, shouldn't they at least clear the surrounding forest and open up a proper path? How can a base attract people or develop commerce like this? Based on our Wagyuo's standards for settlements, this so-called Eternal City clearly doesn't meet the mark. If I were to shop for supplies, this place wouldn't be my first choice. Tanaka Shinosuke began critiquing Eternal City based on Wagyuo's business environment and the typical characteristics of settlement development. In his mind, anything that didn't match Wagyuo's standards was considered backward, so his evaluation of Eternal City at the moment was not high. In fact, it was very low. First of all, in terms of transportation convenience, it clearly failed. As for everything else, he subconsciously assumed it wouldn't be great either. Each country has its own circumstances. Tanaka-kun, you need to adjust your way of thinking. Sure, Xiaohua may be weak, but you can't always look at everything through Wagyuo's standards. If you do, aside from Peacock Nation and Goryo, is there any place in the eastern zone of Blue Star that would even catch your eye? Baishir Masato said calmly. Though he didn't think highly of Xiaohua either, he wasn't blindly worshipping Wagyuo like Tanaka Shinosuke. However, Tanaka Shinosuke, who had previously agreed with Shiraishi Masato's opinions, actually shook his head this time. He countered somewhat unhappily. Just as you said, if a country isn't even worthy of my attention, what's the point of changing for it? Just like how an elephant has no need to care about an ant's feelings. In my eyes, I only pay attention to people and things worthy of it. Weak countries like Xiaohua aren't even worthy of me adjusting my mindset. Tanaka Shinosuke spoke with great confidence. Clearly, he strongly believed in his own views. Even Shiraishi Masato felt slightly moved by this brute's reasoning. But just then, both of their expressions changed dramatically. Everyone get down. Don't make a sound. Shiraishi Masato reacted extremely quickly, immediately issuing the order in a very low voice. Everyone immediately lay flat on the ground, as if they had turned into stone statues. In the next second, a giant crimson rock flew over them. And the owner of this rock was none other than Lin Xiao, the principal of Xinyu University. The reason Shiraishi Masato had panicked so much earlier was because of the overwhelming strength emanating from Lin Xiao. Even he had to treat it seriously. As far as I know, there aren't many fourth advancement powerhouses in Xiaohua, not even a But today we not only saw one with our own eyes, his strength was extremely formidable. I wonder whether our luck is good or bad. Shiraishi Masato watched Lin Xiao's departing figure, thinking to himself instinctively, but not long after, his eyes widened. Because Lin Xiao's flight path was exactly the same as theirs, he's heading to Eternal City too. Shiraishi Masato was instantly alarmed. Author's note, sorry about yesterday. My child is almost 50 days old, but the jaundice hasn't dropped below 8 yet. Recently, he entered the fussy second month stage. Every day is exhausting. I had to go to the hospital yesterday, so I got delayed. Really didn't have time to write. I just posted a short comment on a whim. Not sure how many people saw it. So let me clarify here. I'll try not to take any more breaks. 3 chapters per day, consistently. Chapter 725. Baishir Masato's analysis. The key to not losing. Baishir Kuan, the awakened who just flew over our heads, was likely one of Xiaohua's top experts. Good thing you reacted quickly and warned us in advance. Otherwise, our presence might have really been exposed. Though Tanaka Shinosuke isn't afraid of Lin Zhao's sudden appearance, he was still worried that the group of level 60-plus ninjas with him might get discovered. That's why he praised Baishir Masato for his quick reaction. However, at this moment, Baishir Masato didn't feel pleased by Tanaka Shinosuke's compliment, because he noticed that Lin Zhao's direction was exactly the same as theirs, which meant there were likely 3 possible explanations. First, Lin Zhao, like them, was an enemy going to Eternal City to cause trouble for Cheng Qianma. Second, Lin Zhao was actually Cheng Qianma's friend and was heading there to visit him. Third, Lin Zhao didn't know Cheng Qianma at all and had just happened to pass by. But no matter how hard Baishir Masato thought, he couldn't figure out which possibility was most likely, because to him, none of them really made sense. For example, the first possibility, if Lin Zhao was going for revenge, how could he go alone? No matter how powerful he is, it's impossible to take on an entire city by himself. As for the second possibility, Lin Zhao isn't just powerful, he also looks at least decades older than Cheng Qianma. How could they possibly be friends? Sure, there are age gap friendships in this world. However, there are prerequisites for building friendships across generations. Older, stronger veteran powerhouses would never treat a young good-for-nothing as a brother. It simply doesn't make logical sense. Thus, Shiraishi Masato felt the second possibility was unlikely. Thinking it over, he believed the third possibility was the most likely. Lin Zhao had just happened to pass by. Everyone, stay cautious. After all, we are in unfamiliar territory, surrounded by enemies. Even if their strength is low, sheer numbers are a threat, so we must maintain absolute stealth. Remaining hidden is currently our greatest trump card. Taking the opportunity, Shiraishi Masato once again warned everyone, but just as he finished speaking, another roar came from the sky behind them. The next second, it felt like deja vu. Shiraishi Masato immediately said, "Everyone, stay silent and absolutely still. Another powerhouse is coming." Everyone wasn't stupid, although they were puzzled, wondering why they were seeing 2 Xiahua powerhouses in one day. For safety's sake, they chose to obey unconditionally. After all, nothing was more important than their own lives. In fact, the second Xiahua top powerhouse Shiraishi Masato saw was none other than Pei Yingguang, the principal of Lantian Academy. Just like Lin Zhao, he had been specially invited by Cheng Qianma to serve as a guest and professional judge. 2 minutes later, watching Pei Yingguang disappear into the sky, Shiraishi Masato was extremely confused. As the core strategist of the team, he naturally had to think even more cautiously. With Pei Yingguang's appearance, the third possibility he previously favored was instantly shaken. When only one powerhouse appeared suddenly, it could still be explained as coincidence. But when the second one appeared, the whole matter became rather suspicious. As the saying goes, let me see exactly who these people. But before Shiraishi Masato could finish, the sound of wings flapping once again echoed across the sky. Immediately after, a gray serpent dragon, 10 meters long, swiftly streaked across the sky. Now, neither Shiraishi Masato nor Tanaka Shinichi could remain calm, because the person riding the gray serpent dragon was actually a 4th-turn powerhouse. In less than 10 minutes, they had consecutively encountered 3 4th-turn powerhouses for the relatively weak Xia Kingdom. This was simply an unimaginable event. Now it was basically certain that the appearance of these 3 was definitely not a coincidence. And most likely, they're heading for Eternal City. Baishir Masato said with a serious expression. He had already ruled out the last possibility just now. Next, he needed to consider what relationship these 3 4th advancement experts had with Cheng Qianma. Baishir Kuan, when you and I were around level 50, could we have made connections with 3 4th advancement experts? And they aren't even newly advanced ones. Even Tanaka Shinizuke, who wasn't usually very perceptive, noticed the problem. After hearing this, Baishir Masato decisively shook his head. Even though Wu Nation's overall strength far surpassed that of Xian Nation, and they had a lot more 4th advancement experts. Even so, relative to the total population, the proportion was still extremely small. Thus, the social status of 4th advancement experts in Wu Nation was also very high. Therefore, making friends with 3 4th advancement experts at around level 50 was such an outrageous thing that even geniuses as outstanding as themselves wouldn't dare to dream about it, let alone a mere person from Xian Nation. Thus, they both unknowingly leaned toward the first possibility. Cheng Qianma's enemies had come for him. After all, the difference between the power of 1 4th advancement expert and 3 was huge, and the next few minutes only strengthened their belief, because several more groups appeared in the sky. Although not all of them were 4th advancement experts, their average level was above 68. Other than being fewer in number compared to Wu Nation's top elites, their average strength was even greater. Thus, Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinazuki were now almost convinced that Qing Qianma had gotten into serious trouble. Otherwise, they couldn't even imagine how someone barely in his early 20s, who hadn't even reached level 60, could have so many strong and powerful figures as friends. If that really were the case, their worldview would probably shatter on the spot. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Let's sneak closer to Eternal City later. If they truly are Qing Qianma's enemies, maybe we can take advantage of the chaos and kill him, even if, worst case scenario, they turn out to be Qing Qianma's friends. As long as we don't reveal ourselves, there won't be any danger, Baishir Masato said excitedly. At this moment, he felt as if he was already invincible. Chapter 726. No sign of the future top-tier guilds. 10 minutes before the celebration began in Eternal City, a large stage had been set up in the northwest corner of Eternal City. Strangely enough, to the right of the award stage, there was actually a furnace. The seats around the stage were already filled. All of them were influential figures invited to the event. They were looking forward to Qing Qianma's appearance, and were also curious about the purpose of the furnace. Brother Xing, why do you look so gloomy? You even look a bit on edge. Luo Jingxian teased Xing Siyuan with a very playful tone. The reason the two of them sat together was naturally due to a special arrangement by Qing Qianma. After all, in his eyes, these two would eventually be working together, so building rapport early couldn't hurt. If it were any other time, with Xing Siyuan's personality of not backing down, he would have definitely snapped back at Luo Jingxuan's sarcasm. But now, he had no intention to retaliate. Instead, he replied with a grim tone. At a time like this, you still have the mood to mock me? Haven't you noticed Eternal City's commercial strength? It's extremely powerful. If our two associations mess up, Qing Qianma might really end up absorbing us by force. Xing Siyuan represents the Life Professions Association, which is much larger in scale than the Blacksmith Association, so the pressure on him is also significantly greater. Perhaps that's the burden of a bigger family and business. Oh, is that all? Eternal City's commercial prowess, isn't that a good thing? Whether we join or not still depends on Qing Qianma's performance. If he can't prove himself to us, then even if Eternal City's commerce is #1 in the nation, so what? On the flip side, if we really do join Eternal Apex, wouldn't a stronger commercial atmosphere be even better? Maybe it's because the responsibility Luo Jingxian bears is much lighter than Xing Siyuan's. Plus, Jiang Wenliang is now serving as vice president at Eternal Peak. Even if the two associations merge, the Blacksmith Association's future will surely be bright. After all, they have acquaintances among the leadership. Thus, his attitude was clearly much more relaxed, and he naturally saw things more clearly than Xing Siyuan. This is what they call choosing chaos by observing the stars. Xing Siyuan's core judgment had been shaken by Eternal City's prosperity, causing significant bias in his decisions. Sigh, that's true. I understand it all, but the problem is, if we really collectively join Eternal Peak, it will surely cause a huge uproar. By then, Eternal City's commercial growth will surely leap to become #1 in the country. After all, since ancient times, no guild has ever managed to control all life-related side professions. But this also carries a huge risk of attracting the jealousy of the actual guilds. If Eternal Peak doesn't have enough strength to defend itself, how will they handle powerful enemies in the future? We might just have joined, only to soon face another reorganization, or even risk dissolution. At this moment, even though Xing Siyuan felt Luo Jingxuan's analysis made a lot of sense, all of it was based on the premise that no external enemies would appear. Once an uncontrollable enemy showed up, all assumptions would become meaningless. He knew that he and Luo Jingxian were now in the same boat. If one prospers, both prosper. If one falls, both fall. So, contrary to his usual nature, he spoke honestly from the heart, expressing his greatest concern. As expected, Luo Jingxian, who had only been thinking about benefits, immediately changed his expression. After hearing Xing Siyuan's analysis, he finally realized he had oversimplified things. Considering the help our two merged associations would provide, the actual guilds really might get jealous. After all, who could resist such terrifying earning power? As a top-tier blacksmith, Luo Jingxian naturally understood the value of high-level life profession players, how easy it is to make money. So for a guild, the ability to generate profit directly correlates with the number of high-level professionals. That's also why he firmly believes, once the two major associations become part of a new group led directly by Qing Qianma, it will inevitably provoke a reaction from the actual guilds. Once the logic became clear, Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian both felt uneasy, because based on reality, whether they accept the merger or not, they'll end up offending someone. If they don't accept it, they'd be rejecting the most talented newcomer in Xian Nation. But if they accept, it might trigger a series of disastrous consequences. So at this moment, both of their moods plummeted. They couldn't see a way forward, but just then, they suddenly heard a wave of loud cheers from the crowd. At first, they thought the star of the event, Qing Qianma, had arrived, but when they looked up, They were instantly shocked. Author's note. 3 chapters completed today. I'll continue working hard to deliver 3 updates daily. Thank you all for your understanding and support. Chapter 727. A shining debut. An uninvited guest arrives. That elderly man. Could it be Principal Ling Xiao? He actually put everything aside and came here in person. Not only Xing Xiyuan and Luo Jingxian were shocked, other unaware invited guests and bystanders also found it unbelievable. At the same time, they were extremely excited. After all, it's rare to see a 4th-tier powerhouse in person, let alone a veteran top-tier one like Ling Xiao. But the crowd's astonishment wasn't over. This was just the beginning. If Ling Xiao's appearance was still understandable, since Cheng Qianma was a student of Divine Domain University, a principal backing an outstanding student wasn't exactly something unreasonable. Moreover, Cheng Qianma is now the spiritual pillar of the younger generation at Divine Domain University. Of course he deserves such special treatment. But what happened in the next few minutes left everyone dumbfounded. Because soon after, yet another group appeared, led by Pei Yingguang and other powerful figures. The majority of the awakened at the scene didn't have heaven-defying connections like Cheng Qianma, so they had basically never witnessed such an unbelievable spectacle. The cheers across the venue grew louder and louder. Am I dreaming? How could I be seeing so many top-tier 4th advancement experts today? Even more absurdly, they too sat down in the VIP seats. Could it be that all of them were invited by Cheng Qianma? How is that possible? Even though Xing Xiyuan had roamed the world for many years and seen all kinds of strange events, the scene before him now still exceeded his comprehension. He couldn't understand how Cheng Qianma managed to invite so many top figures. Meanwhile, Luo Jingxian was also staring wide-eyed, unable to utter a word for a long time. Actually, it wasn't their fault. Although Cheng Qianma held a high status in the Xiaohua educational circle, he kept a very low profile. This was a deliberate decision made by Ling Xiao and the others to protect him. Moreover, they usually stayed long-term in the Skydome continent, so they naturally had no way of knowing how terrifying Cheng Qianma's connections in the outside world were. Maybe we were wrong from the very beginning. And terribly wrong. Cheng Qianma's true trump cards were 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than we ever imagined. The problems we worried about had already been solved by him long ago. At this moment, all of Luo Jingshuan's doubts finally disappeared completely. Now, he only wanted to know what method Cheng Qianma would use to make the 2 associations merge willingly. After hearing this, Xing Xiyuan also rarely nodded in agreement. Everyone was silenced by the astonishing scene before them. Time ticked away. Once Ling Xiao and the other big shots were all seated, Jiang Wenliang, the host, finally appeared. When the crowd saw a renowned Grandmaster and Dao Severing Master was merely serving as a host in Eternal City, everyone wore looks of shock. This made it clear just how terrifying Eternal Apex's foundations truly were. Jiang Wenliang smiled as he looked around, then made a downward pressing gesture, signaling everyone to quiet down. In an instant, the once noisy venue fell completely silent. To make the audience so obedient, it was, of course, due to the presence of several 4th-tier top powerhouses keeping order. Otherwise, relying on just a single gesture to silence the entire crowd, even Jiang Wenliang couldn't have pulled it off. Welcome, everyone, to Eternal City today. As the host and vice president, I represent all of Eternal Apex to express our deepest gratitude. Jiang Wenliang's opening remarks were short and fluent, immediately drawing thunderous applause among Eternal Apex's leadership. His oratory skills were the best. If it had been Cheng Qianma himself, or the stiff old-fashioned Fan Hanyu instead, the effect would have been far less impressive. Next, Jiang Wenliang kept it brief. Unlike traditional award ceremonies, he didn't give a lengthy, cliché-filled speech. In just 2 minutes, he began to cue Cheng Qianma's entrance. Up next, please welcome the president of Eternal Apex, Cheng Qianma, to the stage. As soon as Jiang Wenliang finished speaking, the cheers from the crowd instantly reached a climax. This was the result of Cheng Qianma's personal efforts. Now he had a tremendously renowned name in both Xia Nation and the Tianqi continent. He was no longer the obscure, foundationless weakling he once was. Now standing behind him, it was an aura so chilling it made one's blood run cold. Suddenly, a dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, echoing from the distant sky. The next second, Cheng Qianma appeared in everyone's sight, riding on Qing Dai. He then unfolded the flowing light thousand-blade umbrella and activated the hovering stance. After gracefully gliding through the air for some distance, he landed steadily in the very center of the stage. These smooth and elegant moves had actually been strongly requested by Jiang Wenliang and the others. But Cheng Qianma, wanting to better enhance Eternal Peak's public image, had no choice but to cooperate. And as it turned out, his entrance just now was absolutely stunning. Everyone in the audience wore expressions of both shock and envy. Many people thought that if heaven gave them a chance to shine as brightly as Cheng Qianma did today, no matter the price, they would gladly pay it. From this, it was clear just how overwhelming Cheng Qianma's current momentum was. However, looking at the excitement all around, he still felt somewhat uncomfortable. No matter how much mental preparation deep down, he could never truly accept this kind of showy behavior. Sigh, I'm really not suited for occasions where I have to show off like this, Chung Qianma said with a helpless, bitter smile. Yet just at that moment, a group of uninvited guests finally arrived outside the city. Chapter 728. A fatal mistake in sneaking into the inner city. Bai Shikuan, why do I feel like something's not right? If those fourth advancement experts earlier were Chung Qianma's enemies, they should have already taken action by now. Why is it that even after we snuck this close, there's still no sign of any unusual commotion? This doesn't look like they're here to cause trouble at all. Even with Tanaka Shinazuki's usually careless nature, he could now tell that something was wrong. Things didn't seem to be going in the direction they had expected. Clearly, Baishir Masato's previous judgment was flawed. At the moment, these fourth-tier powerhouses were not only unlikely to be Chung Qianma's enemies, they might even be his allies. As a result, such a massive reversal was something he couldn't immediately accept. Standing beside him, Baishir Masato naturally knew he had miscalculated. Not only was his face dark with shame, there was also a trace of fear in his heart. Just how absurdly high was Chung Qianma's status in Xi'an Nation right now? Otherwise, how could he have such terrifying influence? It was only at this moment that Baishir Masato realized, whether it was himself or Tanaka Shinji, they had both made a fatal mistake, and that was failing to thoroughly investigate Chung Qianma's background and connections beforehand. And all of this stemmed from their blind optimism about the situation and their underestimation of Chung Qianma. But on the other hand, you couldn't entirely blame the two of them. After all, they had deployed two level 75 plus top-tier 4th-tier assassins and brought along a 30-man elite ninja squad to assist. Such a luxurious lineup, just to kill a level 55 awakened one. No matter how you looked at it, it was clearly an overkill setup. To be honest, that was already showing a great... If it had been anyone else, they wouldn't have taken them that seriously. So, before departing from Wano Nation, the two of them were extremely confident that as long as it was within Blue Star's territory, no third-tier powerhouse could possibly survive such power. But the problem was, strictly speaking, Chung Qianma wasn't exactly someone from within Blue Star's scope, and his strength was far beyond that of other awakened ones at the same level, which is why both Baishir made a fundamental error in judgment. It's not entirely unjust. If anyone's to blame, it's Chung Qianma for being too freakish. So freakish that normal logic can't explain him. Tianzhongwan, let's activate the secret technique and climb the wall together. Everyone else, stay in stealth mode on the spot. No one moves without my orders. The secret technique Baishir Zhongren mentioned is the unique ninjutsu of Japan's ninja clan, completely unattainable by other nations. This stealth ninjutsu not only lasts exceptionally long, far surpassing typical assassin classes, but its concealment effect is also significantly stronger. Unless facing an opponent 10 levels higher, even standing right next to the target, it's hard to be. Thus, Japan's ninjas, even across the entire Blue Star, are considered top-tier assassins, firmly in the first echelon. Tianzhong Shintaiji understood Baishir Zhongren's plan. Though he was very confident in his own strength, he didn't dare expose himself openly. After all, several fourth-rank wall climbers had just appeared. No problem. Let's climb the wall slowly along the edge. We definitely won't be noticed. No sooner said than done. The two immediately activated their stealth ninjutsu, then began climbing up along the wall's base. 2 minutes later, they cautiously reached the top of the wall, but at that moment, they found the wall completely deserted. Strange. Such a large city. Why is the defense so empty? I initially thought Eternal Peak's defense was just unconventional, employing some unique strategy. Who would have thought a critical spot like the wall would have no guards at all? Aren't they afraid of a sudden enemy attack? Tianzhong Shintaiji said, puzzled, after scanning the surroundings. In most people's eyes, whether a guild is weak or strong, the city wall is absolutely a place to station heavy troops. Otherwise, if the enemy sends a group of stealth awakeners, like Tianzhong Shintaiji, sneaking up the wall, and then opening the gate from the inside, the entire city's defense would be utterly meaningless. The enemy could swiftly breach the inner city with minimal effort. The consequences would be unimaginable. Even someone as experienced as Tanaka Shinazuki was now feeling completely lost. He didn't know if Chung Qianma was truly this careless, or if it was due to some special circumstances that such a huge oversight occurred. But no matter the reason, this was a mistake that shouldn't have happened. It's probably because today is a very special occasion, and there are no guilds nearby that pose a threat to Eternal Apex. So the guards unconsciously let their guard down and sneaked off to watch the celebration. Such undisciplined behavior would be punishable by seppuku in our Wano nation. Absolutely disgraceful. Baishir Masato had already heard along the way that today was a grand celebration for Chung Qianma, being promoted to a Grandmaster level Dao-severing master, so it was very easy for him to deduce that Eternal City's defenses were stretched thin. He even felt a bit of regret that he only brought an assassin squad. If he had brought a team of powerful Wano Awakeners, even without too many of them, they could have easily taken Eternal City by now. You lucky brat. You only made it this far. Because you grew up in Xian Nation's pressure-free environment. That's why you're so carefree. If this had happened in our Wano Nation, a mistake this fatal would have brought total destruction. I'm starting to wonder how you even got this far. Did you have powerful figures helping you along the way? Baishir Masato looked at the scene before him, and his evaluation of Chung Qianma unconsciously dropped by a lot. He even believed Chung Qianma had only made it this far, either because of insane luck, or because the rest of Xian Nation's guilds were complete trash. Let's sneak into the city and take a look. If the defenses are still weak, it might not be impossible to kill him instantly, Baishir Masato said with an excited look, and Tanaka Shinizuka smiled and nodded in agreement. The two of them then moved forward under the cover of stealth ninja techniques. They slowly crept toward the main stage of the celebration. Chapter 78-29. The most dangerous place is often the safest. Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinizuka were not only extremely strong, but also highly skilled in stealth ninjutsu, so it only took them 7 or 8 minutes to silently reach the side of the main stage unnoticed. At this moment, when they saw Ling Xiao and the others in the front row, their faces instantly changed. Although they had anticipated this, they had still clung to a sliver of hope. Until this moment, they finally gave up all unrealistic fantasies. So those top-tier 4th advancement experts really were honored guests invited by Chung Qianma. Why? Baishir-kun, I don't get it. Tanaka Shinizuka, still in stealth mode, looked at Baishir Masato with a face full of indignation. Since they were in a team, even with stealth ninjutsu activated, they could still see each other. Honestly, I don't understand it either. Maybe he's the illegitimate son of some top powerhouse from Xian Nation. That's why all these 4th advancement experts are giving him face. Even Baishir Masato felt that what he said sounded ridiculous, but he really couldn't come up with a better explanation. At this point, he subconsciously compared Chung Qianma's status to that of a prince of the Dao Empire. Then what should we do next? Slowly move closer. Wait for the right moment to strike simultaneously. Make it a one-hit kill. Tanaka Shinizuka was rather impatient by nature. Since they had already gotten so close to Chung Qianma, he naturally didn't want to leave empty-handed. Moreover, he was the strongest among all present, even if his attack exposed his identity. As long as he acted fast enough, he had absolute confidence that he could catch all the big shots here off guard, and thus retreat under a hail of gunfire. The only problem now was that they had to ensure they succeeded with a single blow, killing Chung Qianma instantly. Otherwise, if they got stalled, they'd end up paying a heavy price. So he looked at Baishir Masato with great anticipation. No, that's too reckless. That elder, named Ling Xiao, is only one level lower than you. Our stealth ninjutsu may work against others, but might not fool his senses. If we want to ensure a one-hit kill on Chung Qianma, we have to get close enough. But Ling Xiao is seated at the very center of the VIP section, the closest spot to Chung Qianma. So if we try to strike forcefully, he really might detect us in advance. It's too dangerous. Baishir Masato had always been a quick thinker, so he immediately pointed out the flaw in Tanaka Shinizuka's plan. He had no desire to be discovered mid-stealth, and then swarmed by the crowd. We can't just keep watching forever, right? Although Tanaka Shinizuka found Baishir's reasoning sound, he still couldn't help but ask for a solution. After all, he was determined to claim the massive bounty offered by Wano if their comrades back home found out that they got within 30 meters of Chung Qianma, yet returned empty-handed out of fear. They'd be ridiculed for life. So he was eager to hear Baishir Masato's plan. Heh. Their celebration has to end eventually, right? We'll just wait until it's over to strike. Wouldn't that solve everything? Baishir Masato didn't believe these 4th-tier powerhouses would stay in Eternal City permanently. There's an old saying in Xia, the most dangerous place is often the safest. No one knows our whereabouts. We have complete initiative. Baishir Masato said calmly with a chuckle. He knew that 4th-tier powerhouses in any nation were big shots with endless responsibilities. They wouldn't linger long. So he was certain that once the celebration ended, Ling Xiao and the others would leave, and at that point, wouldn't the two of them be free to do whatever they wanted to Chung Qianma? Sure enough, Tanaka Shinizuka immediately broke into an excited smile upon hearing this. You're still the clever one. Such a simple plan. I can't believe I didn't think of that. That's right. All we need to do is wait quietly, and we'll surely remain undefeated. Today, Chung Qianma must die. After discussing their strategy, the two of them quietly moved to the right side of the VIP seats. From there, they could avoid Ling Xiao's detection and still have a clear view of Chung Qianma's every move. If a perfect opportunity arose, they wouldn't mind striking forcibly and then quickly retreating. At this moment, Chung Qianma, of course, he had just finished reading the speech that Jiang Wenliang had prepared for him. Damn it. I swear I'll never do this kind of thing again. Even fighting bosses wasn't this exhausting. Chung Qianma grumbled furiously in his heart. Then, just as everyone thought the celebration would proceed according to the usual schedule, a faint, almost imperceptible look of shock flashed in Chung Qianma's eyes. He cleared his throat and solemnly said, Everyone, there's something I need to announce next. Please listen carefully. As soon as he said that, the previously lively venue immediately fell silent. Everyone was very curious about what could be important enough for Chung Qianma. to announce at such a grand occasion. At that moment, Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian both broke out into a cold sweat. They seemed to have sensed the coming danger in advance, and their hearts jumped to their throats. This brat isn't planning to stir up trouble publicly, is he? The merger of the two associations is such a major event, and the deal isn't even finalized yet, and you dare to announce it in front of everyone. Are you insane? However, no matter how hard they prayed, it was useless. What Cheng Qianma said next made them feel like they had fallen into an ice cave, and caused an uproar throughout the entire venue. Chapter 730. A peerless and unmatched weapon. Absolutely arrogant. Today, since you're all here, I'd like to ask you all to bear witness. Next, I plan to upgrade a peerless weapon on the spot. Although Cheng Qianma was very confident that this move alone would completely win over Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian, he still chose not to mention the merger of the two associations directly in front of everyone just yet. After all, he hadn't talked to the two about it beforehand. This was to leave them some buffer time and not add to their psychological burden, so it would be easier for them to accept it. He believed that by Phase 3, Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian would definitely see what truly mattered. By then, it wouldn't be him trying to forcefully absorb the two associations, but rather them begging Cheng Qianma to let them join. As soon as Cheng Qianma finished speaking, he confidently swept his gaze across the audience, and at that moment, excited murmurs instantly spread among the crowd. They finally understood the purpose of the furnace on the side of the stage. So Cheng Qianma had planned this all along, as expected of Master Cheng, just promoted and already putting on a thrilling show. For a weapon to be called peerless and unmatched by Cheng Qianma sounds a little self-aggrandizing. Why don't other grandmasters boast about their work like that? Does that mean his skill surpasses all other grandmasters? Exactly. I think he's just using this opportunity as the host to promote Eternal Apex and sneak in a bit of advertising. After all, no one would dare question him on the spot. You're underestimating Master Cheng too much. With his skill and reputation, would he really stoop to such cheap tricks? Don't be ridiculous. Although most people truly trusted Cheng, there were still a few who felt using a phrase as bold as peerless was more for show. They thought using such an exaggerated phrase was just plain arrogant. Although he was already the youngest grandmaster, compared to other veteran grandmasters, he was undoubtedly lacking in experience. Others had spent decades building their reputations in their fields, yet remained so low-key. Why did he become so arrogant so quickly? As a result, there were some unpleasant murmurs among the crowd. Even Tanaka Shinizuki and Baishir Masato, hiding nearby, showed looks of disbelief. This kid is acting way too full of himself. He just stepped into the grandmaster realm, and already doesn't know his place. Even master craftsmen with extreme dedication to their craft would never dare claim their works were peerless, yet he said it so bluntly. He truly has no sense of shame. People say Xia Nation folk are known for humility, but it seems that's just a rumor. Boastful and arrogant. Doesn't he know there's an old Xia saying, there are always people better than you, and heavens beyond the heavens? Tanaka Shinizuki, deeply proud of his homeland. He felt that Cheng Qianma, so young, was acting far too arrogant and reckless, so much so that he even used a Xia proverb to mock him. Don't rush it. Let him keep putting on his act. Whether he's a real deal or a fraud, we'll see soon enough. If the quality later doesn't live up to the peerless claim, someone will naturally call him out. We just need to sit back and enjoy the show. Baishir Masato never expected that while waiting for a chance to strike, he would get to see such a good show. He very much looked forward to Cheng Qianma crashing and burning on the spot, because right now, Cheng Qianma was beginning to attain a near-mythical status among Xia Nation's youth. If he continued to remain flawless, it might ignite an era of fierce ambition among Xia Nation's young generation. And for Wokaku, that would definitely not be good news. After all, Xia Nation's population base was massive. If the right opportunity came along, they truly might rise dramatically. So deep down, Baishir Masato truly hoped that Cheng Qianma would fail spectacularly in front of everyone, shattering his invincible halo. By then, Wokaku could continue to rest easy for hundreds of years to come. However, Cheng Qianma didn't care about what others thought. He only wanted to focus on doing his job properly, and successfully upgrade the flowing light 1000-blade umbrella to stage 3. The outcome would soon reveal itself naturally. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked toward the forge on the left side of the stage. That move startled both Tanaka Shinizuki and Baishir Masato, because they were less than 10 meters away from the furnace. So based on Cheng Qianma's level, he probably wouldn't detect them even if they didn't move. But to be safe, Baishir Masato still pulled Tanaka Shinizuki back a few steps, to a relatively safe distance. To ensure the assassination plan would be foolproof later, he was being extremely cautious. However, no one noticed that the moment Cheng Qianma stepped off his gaze casually swept to the side, and a faint, barely noticeable smile flashed across his face. A minute later, Cheng Qianma silently approached the furnace and placed his weapon, the Flowlight 1000-blade fan, on the table. Then he made a move that shocked everyone present. He actually set the furnace temperature directly to 2000 degrees Celsius. What kind of metal could possibly withstand such insane heat? Has he gone mad? As the only other Grandmaster-level blacksmith present, Luo Jingxian shouted in disbelief. Chapter 731. Mystic Sky Thread. From the immortal nation of Wu. Facing everyone's doubts, Cheng Qianma simply smiled. His mental fortitude was incredible, and he wasn't emotionally affected at all. Even though some people spoke rather rudely, he didn't take it to heart. He continued working at his own pace. Come on. In his past life, he was one of the top blacksmiths, with unbelievably rich experience. The people of this world couldn't even begin to imagine it. The temperature finally stabilized. Old rocket. Sorry for the trouble for now. Cheng Qianma patted the Flowlight 1000-blade fan in his hand, and softly spoke to it like an old friend. Then he placed the Flowlight 1000-blade fan into the furnace set at a scorching 2000 degrees Celsius. In an instant, sparks flew in all directions. At such an extreme temperature, the once dazzling Flowlight 1000-blade fan began melting into a clear gold-silver liquid before everyone's eyes. Everyone who witnessed this couldn't help but feel regret. They even felt more heartbroken than Cheng Qianma himself, because ever since Cheng Qianma rose to fame, his ever-changing had naturally attracted much attention. Many had taken this weapon as a key research subject. Some even went as far as to secretly try copying the Flowing Light 1000-blade umbrella's abilities out of envy. But since they couldn't grasp the core techniques, every single one of them ended in failure. Worse yet, due to various unforeseen issues, their forges even exploded, causing serious losses. Over time, no one dared to attempt replicating the Flowing Light 1000-blade umbrella anymore. They couldn't afford to lose their materials and their forges with it. But precisely because they seeing Cheng Qianma decisively melt it down just now left them stunned. No blacksmith had ever succeeded in forging at 2000 degrees Celsius. Even though upgrading a weapon was slightly easier than creating one from scratch, it still wasn't enough. Insiders all knew how high the quality of the Flowing Light 1000-blade umbrella was. It was leagues beyond ordinary unique weapons, which meant the difficulty of upgrading it was also sky-high. At this moment, they all felt like Cheng Qianma had taken a flawless weapon and personally sent it to its grave. Cries of regret erupted from the crowd. At the same time, they also felt a tremendous wealth gap from Cheng Qianma's utterly calm expression. What they saw as priceless treasures. To Cheng Qianma, it was just a regular weapon, nothing particularly worth fussing over. I don't know forging techniques myself, but I do know a grandmaster blacksmith from our Wokaku. He once said that to make a good weapon, the furnace temperature must never exceed 1500 degrees Celsius. Otherwise, no matter how good the materials are, they'll be. Looks like this Cheng Qianma kid is destined to fail, Baisher Masato said confidently. Tanaka Shinazuki thought for a moment and asked, the Grandmaster Blacksmith you mentioned, is it Master Daisho? Baisher Masato smiled and nodded. In fact, the title Immortal was a special honor granted by the Wokaku royal family, an extremely rare distinction. Only those who had become Grandmasters in Wokaku, and who embodied the ultimate craftsman's spirit, could earn this title. It was something every Wokaku artisan dreamed of achieving. The Master Daisho Tanaka mentioned just now, whose full name was Daishomaru, was ranked among the top 3 Grandmaster blacksmiths in Wokaku. His forging skills were extremely advanced. People lined up daily asking him to forge gear, with waitlists that could stretch for dozens of appointments. That's why Baisher Masato firmly believed that Cheng Qianma was destined to mess up this time. But Cheng Qianma had no idea that his top-tier forging technique was deemed worthless by the 2 hidden Wano assassins due to a single comment from a Wano immortal. His eyes remained fixed on the furnace. A few minutes later, the Flowlight 1000-blade fan had completely disappeared. It had all turned into molten metal. Seeing this, Luo Jingxian spoke in anguish. That kid is really wasting a treasure. He doesn't know how to appreciate it. If he didn't want that weapon, he could have given it to old Fu to study. But now it's just a puddle of liquid. Such a waste. Clearly, even a Grandmaster-level blacksmith like Luo Jingxian couldn't make sense of Cheng Qianma's actions. He only felt that a perfect, unique silver weapon had just been destroyed. But just then, Cheng Qianma didn't show any panic. Instead, a confident smile appeared on his face. The materials of the Flowlight 1000-blade fan were fully melted. It was almost time to add the new material. Next, right in front of everyone, he took out an item from his spatial storage ring. The next second, Luo Jingxian, who had been devastated just moments before, immediately froze mid-thought, and his expression turned to pure shock. Oh my god, that's Mystic Sky Thread. He actually found such a rare material as the core component. No wonder he dared to use 2000 degrees Celsius heat to completely melt down that unique silver weapon. Luo Jingxian felt his throat go dry. As a Grandmaster blacksmith, the moment he saw the Mystic Sky Thread, he finally began to understand Cheng Qianma's true intent. But next to him, Xing Xiyuan, though also a Grandmaster, knew nothing about blacksmithing. So he had no idea what Luo Jingxian was yelling about. Luo Jingxuan's curiosity made him rarely take the initiative to ask, what exactly is Mystic Sky Thread? Did Cheng Qianma just pull off something incredible again? Luo Jingxian, after listening, instinctively analyzed. Shantian silk has exceptional adhesive properties and is extremely resistant to high temperatures. Experimental data suggests this material's heat resistance limit may approach 3,000 degrees Celsius, although no one has tried it yet. Using it as an adhesive, Chung Qianma likely had this in mind, which is why he set the furnace directly to 2,000 degrees Celsius. Even Xing Xiyuan, an outsider, after learning about Shantian silk's properties, knew this material was absolutely priceless, so he couldn't help but admire Chung Qianma a bit. Are we getting old? Compared to Chung Qianma, we lack any sharpness. Xing Xiyuan looked at the 20-year-old Chung Qianma on stage, murmuring to himself. At that moment, Luo Jingxian, standing nearby, suddenly shouted again, because Chung Qianma started pulling more items from his spatial storage ring. Chapter 732. The ultimate phenomenon of soul-shocking beam. Why is he pulling out more stuff? Isn't Shantian silk qualified enough as the main material? After seeing Chung Qianma prepare to pull out more materials, Luo Jingxian was immediately shocked. In his view, using Shantian silk as the main material was already extravagant. After all, this stuff is hard to come by, basically in a state of being priceless. Even he, up to now, had only seen Shantian silk once at an auction. But later, due to its outrageous price, he withdrew from the bidding, so Chung Qianma's actions seemed unbelievable to him. However, a few seconds later, Chung Qianma's table was filled with several more materials, each one still incredibly valuable. My goodness. Sangmu Vine, Luyan Soil, Qinyang's Secret Stone. These are all extremely rare top-tier materials. He actually got them all at once. How did he manage that? After witnessing Chung Qianma's astonishing material reserves, Luo Jingxian started to feel somewhat numb. He knew the items on the table. It's not something you can buy just with money. Even if others have it, they might not be willing to sell. Now he finally understood how terrifying it is to be a dual cultivator who excels in both combat and life professions. Other high-level life professionals, if they can't get the materials they want from auctions or other channels, they basically have to give up. But Chung Qianma, as a powerful dual cultivator, can go out and get them himself. That's the fundamental difference. He's not restricted by material availability. This is an advantage unimaginable to single-path life professionals. Just when Luo Jingxian thought Chung Qianma had finished preparing everything, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait a minute, he's still taking out something else. What kind of material is that? It's not only crystal clear, it even seems to contain flowing starlight. If even Luo Jingxian can't recognize it, then it's definitely something Chung Qianma obtained with great effort. The Taishu sand I got from Asura. Though this thing is used as a forging material, its rarity is the highest. Right now, not a single one of the thousands here recognizes it. This item seems to contain the power of the stars. It must be incredibly valuable. It seems we've underestimated this guy's methods. Watching Chung Qianma silently place 5 extremely rare. Even Baisher Zhengren had to admit his prowess. If it were an ordinary third-rank awakener, let alone collecting all 5 materials, even getting one would be a stretch. The atmosphere in the room now has been driven to a fever pitch by Chung Qianma's astonishing resources. Everyone wants to know what Chung Qianma, with all these rare materials, will do with the radiant 1,000 blades, now molten in the furnace. All conditions are met. It's time to begin. Chung Qianma gave a faint smile, then tossed the mysterious sky silk into the blazing furnace. In an instant, a massive fire serpent erupted from the furnace's mouth. The audience felt a terrifying force of flames. Chung Qianma focused intently, quickly extending his right hand to manipulate the mysterious sky silk in midair. A few seconds later, a miraculous scene unfolded. The mysterious sky silk was completely unaffected by the 2,000 degrees Celsius heat, standing firm in the furnace. Yet, countless fine threads sprouted from its main body, and these threads perfectly enveloped the molten radiant 1,000 blades. Seeing this, Luo Jingxian was especially excited. Genius. This guy is truly an unprecedented forging genius. Not only does he have bold, imaginative ideas, but his execution is also remarkably precise. To become a grandmaster-level forger at such a young age, he's absolutely the real deal. After witnessing Chung Qianma's masterful techniques, Luo Jingxian finally let out a sigh of admiration. He was thoroughly convinced. And the others present, whether the high-ranking members of the Six Schools group, led by Ling Xiao, or Baisher Zhengrun, and others observing in secret, all showed expressions of disbelief. Clearly, Chung Qianma once again shattered the public's preconceptions. He successfully proved himself. Very good. The fusion process is going smoothly. Next is to add other axe materials. Begin. After confirming that Shantian silk had fully wrapped the liquid-flowing light blade powder, Chung Qianma added materials in proper sequence, according to the optimal timing: azure vine, drifting smoke soil, and the duskfall mystic stone. In that instant, the 3 materials instantly turned into star-like sparks of different colors in the furnace. Then they were fully absorbed by the Shantian silk. In the next second, everyone's weapons in the room suddenly began to shake violently. Even the 2 hidden warriors from Wa country were no exception. They instinctively clutched their weapons tightly, cold sweat instantly forming on their foreheads. Damn it! What is this phenomenon? Why have I never seen anything like this in Wa country? The weapon he's forging is actually resonating with everyone else's weapons? Afraid of being exposed, the two held their weapons tightly to suppress the tremors, while speaking in utter shock. Luckily, the entire room was engulfed in the deafening noise of the vibrations, so they remained unnoticed. Luo Jingxian, the one most knowledgeable about firearms, unexpectedly stood up from his seat involuntarily. This is soul shock resonance, the most legendary of all forging phenomena. But the problem is, he just started forging. Luo Jingxian has been forging all his life, and he has never seen anything so absurd, so he shouted out uncontrollably. However, this was only the beginning of the miracle. Chapter 733, Baishir Masato's Shock and Gamble for Survival. What just happened? Just now, for a split second, I felt like I lost control of my weapon. Xing Xiyuan asked Luo Jingxian, horrified and confused. After the commotion caused by Cheng Qianma, he had long forgotten about Cheng Qianma entirely. Now, he only wanted to know what that terrifying scene had truly meant. That phenomenon just now was called soul shock resonance. It is one of the most advanced forging phenomena in our entire field. It is said that if a weapon surpassing all present ones is about to be born, such a strange phenomenon would occur. Now it seems, Cheng Qianma's claim of forging a peerless weapon was not just empty talk. If the upgrade succeeds this time, he will most likely pull it off. At this moment, Luo Jingxuan's shock was countless times greater than anyone else's. As the saying goes, outsiders watch the excitement, while insiders see the craft. Among all those present, only he, another Grandmaster-level blacksmith, could understand Cheng Qianma's terrifying skills. I had only heard before that when a peerless weapon is completed, it would cause a soul-shaking phenomenon, yet he managed to trigger it right at the start. If he succeeds in upgrading the weapon, how powerful will it become? Could he really possess forging skills beyond Grandmaster level? How could that be possible? After witnessing Cheng Qianma's terrifying forging skills, Luo Jingxian finally began to understand where his earlier confidence came from. Meanwhile, a remarkable change also occurred in his mindset, because no blacksmith could pass up the chance to learn such exquisite techniques, not even a Grandmaster-level blacksmith. Come on, show me the making. The forging work had only just begun. The real difficulty would start after all materials were added. If you can truly succeed, I would even pay to join your eternal pinnacle. Now Luo Jingxian only felt parched, eager to witness all of Cheng Qianma's forging techniques. He knew clearly in his heart, if the Liuguang Thousand Blade Scatter could truly reach the third stage, then Cheng Qianma would undoubtedly surpass all blacksmiths in Xia country. And what shame would there be in following him then? On the contrary, this would be the greatest opportunity of his life. Thus he had already secretly made up his mind. As long as Cheng Qianma could successfully upgrade the weapon, he would immediately agree to the merger plan. Meanwhile, Cheng Qianma was fully focused on the mixed materials by the furnace, thus completely unaware of what others were thinking. Very good. The first 4 axe materials have been fully fused. Next is to add the Taishu sand. Seeing the timing was right, Cheng Qianma silently added the Taishu sand into the furnace. In the next second, countless starlight energies surged into the flowing light blade powder wrapped in Xiantian silk. Gradually, the starlight transformed into light blue floating vessels, continuously swirling in the air. It looked incredibly beautiful, and this scene stunned everyone present. Although they didn't know what void sand was, just by looking at it, they could tell these light blue floating vessels would massively boost the final weapon. This is insane. Why didn't our Wa country master smiths ever dare to forge like this before? Did this brat discover a whole new forging technique? Even Tanaka Shinosuke, who always looked down on people from lesser nations, now looked shaken. Though he didn't understand forging, he wasn't an idiot. Cheng Qianma's current forging techniques were obviously on an exceptional level, so even his unshakable confidence began to falter. But at that moment, Baishir Masato, who had been silent until now, spoke up solemnly. Tanaka-jun, this guy is not only terrifying in combat strength, but now also possesses such fearsome forging skills. This means he'll soon be crafting terrifying weapons and gear tailored for countless powerhouses from lesser nations. We must not let him continue to grow. Are you willing to bet everything for the Great Wa Empire? After hearing Baishir Masato's words, Tanaka Shinosuke asked with some confusion, bet what? Our lives, for our nation. If Cheng Qianma succeeds in forging, then no matter the cost, we must strike with everything we've got, even if it means death. Are you willing? Baishir Masato looked gravely at Tanaka Shinosuke, hoping for a serious answer. He had already made up his mind to sacrifice himself for the greater cause, to stop Cheng Qianma's rise at any cost. Because on the continent of Tianqi, once an awakened reaches level 50 or higher, dying even once carries a heavy toll. So with this attack, he wanted to send a message to all the nations of the world, that Cheng Qianma must never be allowed to rise. Otherwise, all nations across Blue Star's east would face unimaginable danger. At that point, more and more foreign powerhouses would come to assassinate Cheng Qianma, severely hindering his growth. And that was his ultimate goal. After some thought, Tianzhong Shen's Haiji gritted his teeth and said, Why wouldn't I dare? We've honed our skills. Not just to fight for a better future for ourselves, but also to serve our country, right? Chang Qianma will surely be Japan's greatest enemy in the future. Of course, I'm willing to take him down. Besides, with our strength, as long as we act decisively and retreat immediately, we may not die here. I'm in. As Tianzhong Shenhaiji spoke these words, his expression was particularly resolute. Though he was greedy for wealth, he also had his own principles and life creed. As long as it was for Japan's sake, he was willing to give anything. Bai Shi Zhengren, hearing this firm response, smiled with great satisfaction. Good. Worthy of being Japan's top powerhouse. You've got vision. But we don't need to act rashly. He might not even succeed. Let's keep watching. Bai Shi Zhengren wasn't foolish either. He knew acting now would be unwise. If Chang Qianma fails his forging later, and turns out to be a forger who's all show and no substance, while we strike prematurely, wouldn't we be throwing away the lives of two top-tier experts for nothing? So, he decided to keep waiting for the right moment. Meanwhile, Chang Qianma, completely unaware, finally completed the fusion of the 5 forging materials. Only the most critical step remained, adding the main material, primordial refined iron. It's your turn to shine. Chang Qianma gave a faint smile, exuding intense confidence. Chapter 734. Perfect Fusion. The strongest weapon in history. Just as the entire audience thought Chang Qianma had finished fusing all the materials and was ready to start forging, Chang Qianma unexpectedly, he pulled out from the spatial storage ring a pitch-black piece of ore. When Luo Jingxian saw the ore clearly, he was completely stunned. Wait, this is UNC refined iron. Could it be? This time, Luo Jingxian could no longer stay calm. His shocked exclamation was incredibly loud, so loud that everyone within 20 meters could hear it clearly. Everyone knew what UNC refined iron was, but seeing Chang Qianma continue to pull out more items, they subconsciously realized UNC refined iron is a precious material with extremely low availability. It can significantly enhance a weapon's attributes and durability, and can only be used as the primary material. The reason I was shocked just now was because I misjudged Chang Qianma's forging technique. I originally thought he was using Xiantian silk as the primary material, with the other 4 materials as auxiliaries. That was already an outrageous, high-difficulty forging combination. But this time, Luo Jingxian finally realized the true primary material was UNC refined iron. UNC refined iron, with the other 4 materials as auxiliaries. That was already an outrageous, high-difficulty forging combination. But now it seems my perspective and vision were too narrow. All along he was using UNC refined iron as the primary material, and the other 5 rare materials were all auxiliaries. This is too extravagant, too insane. At this point, Luo Jingxian felt himself looking at Chang Qianma. It's like watching a god at work, who upgrades a weapon using 6 rare materials all at once. Among these materials, any single one, if sold at an auction, could fetch at least tens of thousands of pounds in value, if not more. This shows just how terrifying the weapon Chang Qianma is. After hearing Luo Jingxuan's explanation, the crowd was visibly shocked. They were all stunned by Chang Qianma's audacity, even Bai Shi Zhengren and Tianzhong Shenhaiji, observing in secret, found it unbelievable. At the same time, it strengthened their resolve to eliminate Chang Qianma. Completely immersed in his forging, Chang Qianma didn't hear the noisy chatter behind him. He seemed to have entered a separate realm. Scene transition. Primordial magnetic crystal iron, decompose, form the main body of the new weapon. With a loud shout, Chang Qianma decisively tossed the primordial magnetic crystal iron into the furnace. The next second, the primordial magnetic crystal iron instantly shattered into countless black fragments, then began reassembling at an astonishing speed. Just as Chang Qianma had said, its reassembled shape was the original form of the radiant thousand blades umbrella. An umbrella. Even more astonishing, the mysterious sky silk, which had enveloped all the rare auxiliary materials, was drawn out again by the unique magnetic force of the primordial magnetic crystal iron, unraveling completely. Then, the 2 materials triggered some kind of miraculous chemical reaction, beginning to attract each other. This completed the perfect fusion of the 6 rare materials. Seeing this, Luo Jingxuan's eyes gleamed, his voice trembling with excitement as he spoke. A true prodigy. He managed to combine primordial magnetic crystal iron and mysterious sky silk, 2 completely unrelated materials, into one. This boundless imagination is simply superhuman. I'm certain, if this weapon is forged successfully, it would surely become the most powerful unique military weapon in Xia Kingdom's history. Luo Jingxian had now let go of all distracting thoughts. In his eyes, there was only Chang Qianma and the weapon forming inside the furnace. As one of Xia Kingdom's top Grandmaster-level blacksmiths, he now only wanted to witness a miracle. 10 minutes later, under the strong pull of the primal essence iron, Xiantian silk drew all the rare materials into the core of the flowing light blade powder. The most difficult part of the forging process had finally been overcome. Perfect fusion. Achieved. Shoo. Chang Qianma waved his right hand, pulling the newly formed flowing light blade powder metal core straight out of the blazing furnace. Next, he picked up a massive hammer and began striking at astonishing speed, with over 350 strength points enhancing him. Every blow he landed was unimaginably powerful. Even scarier, his strikes were perfectly precise, without a hint of error. Bang! 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 The whole venue was dead silent. All they could hear were the loud thuds of his hammer. Luo Jingxuan's eyes sharpened at the sight, and goosebumps covered his body. So this is the terror of a dual cultivator. No wonder his forging level is so high. Just the strength behind his hammer strikes. That alone was a power he could never reach in his entire life. This weapon, within all of Xia Kingdom. No, in the entire Blue Star world, only Cheng Qianmao could have forged it. After witnessing Cheng Qianmao's godlike forging skills, Luo Jingxian was completely convinced. With his vision and experience, he didn't even need to see the rest. He already knew that the weapon in Cheng Qianmao's hand would definitely be upgraded successfully, and so he made his decision. He would join Eternal Pinnacle. In his mind, not following a terrifying forge master like Cheng Qianmao would be absolutely insane. Let's just submit. Follow this madman. There's no downside, no matter what you think. I've decided to join anyway. For some reason. After making his decision, Luo Jingxian actually tried to persuade Xing Siyuan. And Xing Siyuan wasn't stupid. Although he didn't understand forging, he could tell from Luo Jingxuan's reactions how terrifying Cheng Qianmao was. As the saying goes, your enemies know you best. Having fought against Luo Jingxian all his life, he naturally knew how high Luo Jingxuan's standards were, and how outrageous his demands were. Yet Cheng Qianmao could make him, like a rookie blacksmith, sigh in admiration again and again. He must possess astonishing skill. Thinking back further, to how Qin Yongchang suddenly advanced to Grandmaster level everything clicked into place. I think the same. Xing Siyuan smiled slightly, but at that moment, where Cheng Qianmao was standing, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. Then an unprecedented beam of light shot straight into the sky. Chapter 735. A surge of energy to the heavens. Heaven and earth changed color. What just happened? An explosion? Damn. How does forging look like a bomb explosion? Wait. Why does my weapon feel like it's losing control? Crap. Mine too. Just after hearing the loud bang, everyone noticed their weapons seemed to start thrashing uncontrollably. This phenomenon was even more absurd than the previous soul-shaking effect. Brother Luo, what's happening now? Why do I feel like, if people don't hold their weapons tight, they're about to fly out of their hands? Since he had already decided to join Eternal Pinnacle, Xing Siyuan was now considered part of the same. At the same time, he also felt grateful for Luo Jingxuan's kind reminder earlier, so now his tone had noticeably softened. Luo Jingxian, however, looked completely bewildered at this moment. Clearly, everything in front of him had exceeded his understanding. I don't know either. But most likely, it's some kind of phenomenon never seen before. From this alone, you could tell just how terrifyingly high the quality of Cheng Qianmao's weapon in progress truly was. Calling it the king of all weapons would be no exaggeration. Even though Luo Jingxian had never seen such a phenomenon before, he still gave a fairly reasonable assessment, based on his vast experience. Xing Siyuan nodded slightly after hearing that. He figured Luo Jingxian probably wasn't wrong. At that same moment, on an open area not far away, two others were also clutching their weapons, drenched in sweat. What the hell is happening? My weapon feels like it's being sucked apart. Although Tanaka Shinosuke was deeply shaken inside, he didn't dare raise his voice, which made it all the more stifling. Baisher Masato next to him wasn't in a much better state. It's most likely Cheng Qianmao's doing. I can't imagine anyone else with this kind of terrifying ability. I'm really starting to feel like attacking early, as Cheng Qianmao's abilities became more and more monstrous. The killing intent in Baisher Masato's heart only grew stronger. He could barely wait for Cheng Qianmao to finish forging. He wanted to strike him down immediately, but just as he hesitated, Cheng Qianmao had already made the decision for him. What happened next would become a memory none of them would ever forget. To celebrate the near completion of my weapon upgrade, let's set off some fireworks to liven the mood. Just as he finished speaking, Cheng Qianmao raised his left hand high, then waved it with a flourish. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded by his sudden and baffling announcement. Just as confusion filled the air, a row of people had somehow appeared atop the distant city wall. Moments later, countless elemental orbs launched from the wall toward the stage. Seeing the sky filled with these rapidly flying orbs, everyone instinctively panicked. Holy crap, those things look like bombs. Cheng Qianmao isn't planning to blow us all up, is he? Oh no, it really looks like it. Has he defected to the enemy? No way, I'm out of here. See you all later. Due to the elemental spheres in the sky, looking eerily like some kind of bomb, the unaware crowd was pushed to the peak of panic. Some cowards even fled the crowd directly, sprinting far away. Tianzhong Shintaiji, standing on the open ground to Cheng Qianmao's right, narrowed his eyes. This is bad. Those things look like flash grenades. Has he discovered us? As a top-tier 4th-rank powerhouse, Qianzhong Shinzhaiji had exceptional eyesight. He instantly recognized what the elemental spheres were. Bai Shizhengrun, though shocked, still analyzed calmly. Don't panic. With our strength, combined with Japan's special stealth ninjutsu, ordinary flash grenades won't work unless they land precisely at our feet. Besides, we didn't leak any information this time. We traveled along hidden routes the entire way. How could he have known in advance? Hearing Bai Shizhengrun's words, Qianzhong Shinzhaiji's anxious heart calmed slightly. He quickly thought it over and felt it made sense. But the next second, the sky within a 1-kilometer radius erupted in blinding light. The two, who had just relaxed, simultaneously showed expressions of disbelief, because after the intense white light flashed, they were revealed. In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in chaos. Ling Xiao and other major figures stood up simultaneously, showing expressions of utter shock. Only Cheng Qianma alone wore a subtle, knowing smile, as if he had planned everything in advance. When friends come from afar, is it not a joy? Since you both have come, then stay here together. Flowing light blade powder. Activate. 10,000 energies, rise. As Cheng Qianma's final hammer strike landed, the newly forged flowing light blade powder suddenly shot into the sky. Immediately after, everyone's already restless weapons began to fly uncontrollably into the air as well. In that moment, countless weapons floated midair, darkening the sky and shaking the earth. Chapter 736. Pinnacle Craftsmanship. Quality guaranteed. Right after the new flowing light blade powder ascended, everyone's weapons followed it into the sky. Even the two top-tier Wa country experts who had just revealed themselves were unable to stop it. They could only watch their weapons fly off. At this moment, the entire scene plunged into chaos. No one understood why their weapons had suddenly lost control and soared into the sky, nor why on such a joyous day two enemy nation 4th-tier experts had appeared in Eternal City. Even more absurd, those two had been standing less than 30 meters away this whole time. It was simply unbelievable. You two came all this way, such effort. As a hospitable man, I, Cheng Qianma, insist you both stay. As the only one aware of the full truth, Cheng Qianma looked calmly at Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinosuke. Truthfully, even he hadn't known how things would unfold this far. It all started with a covert report. Back then, the two Wa country masters had secretly led a group of ninjas into Xia Kingdom territory. Because they moved with great caution, they were hardly noticed along the way. And even if they were, those people were instantly silenced with lightning-fast strikes. The victims didn't even know what had happened to them. That made their infiltration extremely covert. But what they never expected was that when Cheng Qianma first learned he was wanted abroad, he had already begun preparing countermeasures. Whether it was the establishment of the net or deploying 2,000 covert scouts, it had all been. Later, by a twist of fate, Tanaka Shinokai and the others were discovered by a top-level assassin over level 60. Bai Shizhengrun had never expected Cheng Qianma to set up such an outrageous plan. Moreover, their sudden strike at the time hadn't completely killed that scout, so the information eventually reached Cheng Qianma's ears. At that point, Cheng Qianma temporarily changed his plan. While recalling all the scouts, he also withdrew all the guards from the city walls. He replaced the guards with invisible scouts to monitor Tanaka Shinokai and the others' every move, using their own method against them. He successfully let them into the city, but to be honest, there was an element of gambling in this, because after the two Yamato experts entered the city, they would surely stay hidden. With their strength and experience, if they didn't want to be discovered, they would almost face no danger. Among everyone present, only Ling Xiao, who was level 75, had a real chance of spotting them. With this in mind, Cheng Qianma deliberately arranged for Ling Xiao to sit in the center of the first row of the VIP seats. That spot placed him closest for maximum protection, to prevent a sudden fatal attack from the two Yamato powerhouses. Reality proved that Cheng Qianma's arrangement was very effective. Just a few minutes ago, Tanaka Shinokai and Bai Shizhengrun had avoided getting too close to Ling Xiao, out of fear. This further improved Ling Xiao's safety, allowing Cheng Qianma to successfully execute a series of follow-up operations, until finally, when the time was right, he played his trump card. Mass flash bombs, and forced the two faraway guests out of the shadows. This is impossible. Flash bombs exploding in midair. How could they pull us out of stealth ninjutsu? I don't believe it. Bai Shizhengrun, suffering mental shock at this moment, said in complete disbelief. With his strength and experience, he naturally couldn't have made a misjudgment. Ordinary flash bombs indeed couldn't expose top-tier 4th-stage assassins, but the preparations Cheng Qianma made were hardly ordinary. There are many bizarre things in this world. Like the peak-grade flash bomb in my hand, it can reveal all targets within a 50-meter radius unconditionally. As Cheng Qianma spoke, he pulled out an identical flash grenade from his pocket, casually tossing it up and down with a mocking smirk. The flash grenade in his hand, a Pinnacle brand model, was so insanely effective because it had been enhanced by the source of life. Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinosuke had neither seen the source of life before, nor heard of the popular saying in the lower nations. If it's made by Pinnacle, it must be premium. So it was understandable they couldn't grasp it right away. A tool this absurdly powerful, tailored to counter assassins, was a product exclusive to Eternal Pinnacle, impossible for others to replicate. What? After hearing Chung Qianma's explanation, Baishar Masato's eyes narrowed, the world around him spinning in disbelief. Of all the scenarios he'd calculated, this was the one he hadn't. Humph. None of you have weapons now. And you can't even cast many skills. How exactly do you plan to keep the two of us here, just because you outnumber us? Tanaka Shinosuke, for once, said something clever. Noticing Baishar Masato was shaken, he immediately launched a verbal counterattack, then raised his right hand, preparing to summon his flying mount. As he said, nearly all awakened individuals required weapons to activate their skills. Now that everyone's weapons had been seized, it ironically gave the two of them a chance to escape. After hearing Tanaka Shinosuke's analysis, Baishar Masato finally snapped back to reality. You're right. Your tactics are indeed impressive. We'll admit defeat this time. But as Xia Kingdom folks say, the green mountains remain, and the flowing rivers never cease. Once we escape, we'll rally assassins from other nations, and come back to repaint your so-called Eternal City. Baishar Masato smiled as he raised his hand. The next second, a giant white and black flying beast. They suddenly appeared on the ground. However, just as the two prepared to mount their birds and make a dashing escape, Chung Qianma and Ling Xiao exchanged a glance and smiled together. Their smiles were dazzling. Chapter 737. Divine Hand. The monarch descends. Who said skills must be cast using weapons? Have you forgotten my class? Ling Xiao looked at Baishar Zhengren with a faint smile, his body radiating a powerful fighting spirit. Meanwhile, Baishar Zhengren's previously smug face immediately twisted into an expression worse than swallowing feces. Damn it. He's a martial saint. Baishar Zhengren gritted out Ling Xiao's class title, one word at a time. The drastic shift in his expression was because martial saint was one of the few classes that could unleash skills, even without weapons. Because the class was built on mastering unarmed martial arts, even without weapons, their fists could still fight, only with slightly lower attack power. But that was still 100 times better than being defenseless, unable to use any skills. Thus at this moment, even if Ling Xiao unleashed Tiger Howl Divine Fist barehanded, he could make the two Yamato powerhouses suffer badly. Even if you can use skills, so what? You're still just one man. Do you really think you can capture the two of us barehanded? Dream on. Baishar Kuan, let's go. Although Tanaka Shinosuke was reckless, his combat intuition was exceptionally sharp. In his eyes, Ling Xiao alone was not enough to stop both him and Baishar Zhengren. Thus, he immediately shouted for Baishar Zhengren to leave. However, at that moment, Chung Qianma, not far away, finally spoke up. It seems I've been too low-key all this time, to the point of having no presence at all. Chung Qianma's meaning was clear. He intended to join Ling Xiao in taking action, but Tianzhong Shintaiji, instead of getting angry, laughed, showing a look of disdain. You? A mere level 55 junior, daring to try and stop us from leaving? That's utterly laughable. As soon as Tianzhong Shintaiji finished speaking, he leaped onto his flying mount. Baishar Zhengren, sharing the same thought, didn't take Chung Qianma seriously either, and quickly followed suit. At that moment, Ling Xiao, not far away, roared arrogantly. Wanna leave? It won't be that easy. Martial Tyrant Yellow Spring. As his words fell, he moved at a speed barely visible to the naked eye, throwing a fierce punch into the air. The massive force of the punch uprooted every tree within a 100-meter radius, creating an extraordinarily dramatic effect. At the same time, this punch greatly disrupted the airflow, making it impossible for the two flying mounts to take off for the moment. Without your weapon, your power is significantly reduced. If you were in your normal state, we might have feared this punch somewhat, but now, aside from temporarily disrupting the airflow, it can't cause any real damage. Baishar Zhengren and Tianzhong Shintaiji, though temporarily grounded, were not completely stripped of their combat ability. They had just used their astonishing reflexes to control their mounts and dodge Ling Xiao's attack. In their eyes, Ling Xiao, without his weapon, was like a tiger with its teeth pulled. Nothing to fear. Not a threat at all. As soon as the airflow stabilizes, it will be their time to escape. But at that moment, the radiant 1,000 blades in the sky erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, and the countless weapons also in the air began to tremble simultaneously. The next second, a scene unforgettable to everyone present unfolded. These weapons seemed to come alive, all tilting at a 45-degree angle toward the radiant 1,000 blades at the highest point. It was clearly the posture of vassals paying homage to their king. Seeing this, the crowd's eyes widened, unable to believe that what they were witnessing was real. Even the two Japanese powerhouses showed expressions of disbelief. It's finally done. Chung Qianma gave a faint smile. Immediately after, a long string of information appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, you have successfully upgraded the radiant. Due to the perfect fusion of materials and their exceptional quality, you have obtained a unique suffix, Monarch. Monarch suffix, when fighting enemies. It can suppress 20% of the attribute bonuses of enemy weapons. Congratulations! For successfully crafting a unique item of level 120, you have earned the exclusive Forger title of the Apocalypse continent, Hand of God. Hand of God. Forgers with this title unconditionally increase the attributes of all forged items by 30%. Congratulations! For successfully crafting a weapon of item level 120, you have received a special reward, Moon Spirit Treasure Chest X1. Due to the Monarch Radiant 1000 Blades currently being in an unsharpened state, all attributes are sealed by 50%. Please unseal it by defeating creatures above level 70. After reading all the information, Chung Chinma immediately showed an expression of wild joy. He had never expected that just upgrading the flowing light blade powder would earn him such terrifying rewards. You have to understand, even in his previous life, there had never been such things. So even someone as mentally strong as him was extremely excited at this moment. All that hard work finally paid off. Looks like my efforts weren't in vain. After reaching phase 3, the flowing light blade powder's item level reached 120. This was undoubtedly the strongest weapon in Xia Kingdom's history. Without question, at this moment, Chung Qianma was overflowing with pride. He had both the right and the ability to declare that the weapon in his hand was the undisputed king of all weapons. Even when viewed on a global scale, it was undoubtedly a top-tier T0 level item. Next, let me take a look at the attributes of flowing light blade powder, King's Point. With anticipation in his heart, he slowly opened the weapon panel, and in the next second, he finally revealed an extremely satisfied expression. Chapter 78:38. A weapon beyond generations. Divine grade military weapon. Flowing light blade powder, King's Point. Phase 3. Unsharpened. Quality. Unique. Win. Weapon type. One-handed. Base damage. 650. Bonus. Plus 130. Note. Bonus in parentheses from Hand of God effect. Total stats equals base plus bonus. Attack speed. 1.4. Attack interval reduced by 0.1. The smaller the number, the faster the speed. Plus 30 strength. Extra bonus plus 6. Plus 30 agility. Extra bonus plus 6. Plus 30 spirit. Extra bonus plus 6. Plus 30 constitution. Extra bonus plus 6. Durability. Never wears out. Item level. 120. Equipment effect 1. Can seamlessly switch between 9 forms. One-handed sword. Machine gun. War spear. Staff. Gauntlets. Shield. Dagger. Cross. Scythe. Equipment effect 2. Activates flying scythe and winged forms. Flying scythe form can latch onto any target within 50 meters. For rapid movement. Winged form allows free flight for 3 minutes. Cooldown time. 6 minutes. Equipment effect 3. Comes with passive skill. King's Might. Reduces all enemy weapon attributes by 20%. Equipment effect 4. Comes with passive skill. Divine Hand. Increases weapon attributes by 20%. Worthy of being a divine weapon with an item level of 120. Not only have the attributes massively increased, but even the special effects have evolved significantly. This is what a true king's weapon should be. It transcends an entire era. After reviewing the attributes of the King Tier Liuguang, 1000 Blade Scatter, the upgrade and the Divine Hand bonus were both direct and overwhelming. The new King Tier Liuguang 1000 Blade Scatter had more than doubled its attributes compared to its second stage form. Even more terrifying was the evolution of its special effects. With the addition of the cross and scythe forms, Chung Qianma had now completed the full weapon set for all classes on Apocalypse Continent. From now on, his solo class could truly achieve seamless access to all class skills. Next, the original grappling hook now had 2 forms, suspension and wing. The former greatly increased launch range and came with a 2-second crowd control effect. The latter upgraded its gliding feature into actual flight. This was intelligent flight. Finally, the King's Might passive was capable of significantly reducing enemy attack power. For any level of awakened individual, a 20% weapon attribute reduction was no joke. Every skill's bonus is directly tied to weapon stats. If the weapon's attributes are weakened, then so are all skill bonuses, since every skill's bonus scales with weapon attributes. Weakened weapon stats mean weaker skills overall. Just look at how much weaker Ling Zhao's skills became after he lost his weapon, and you'll understand how important it is. So let's be clear. Just the King's Might trait alone is enough to crush all weapons of the same tier. Humph. This weapon may have ridiculous attributes, but right now it's all show and no substance. Its actual power is only half the panel value, since the system says you can unlock its edge by killing any creature over level 70. Don't these 2 foreigners count? Let's try it. I'll use you to unlock it. Chung Qianma no longer cared whether the 2 foreigners qualified as level 70 plus creatures. The word creature alone was enough for him to decide to strike. Keep in mind, he was just a level 55 awakened, and yet he made this decision. It was utterly insane. Insanity beyond imagination. Just as Chung Qianma made his deadly decision, the countless weapons floating in the sky finally began to descend, returning to the hands of their rightful owners. Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinizuke immediately lit up with joy. Even though your weapon got upgraded, ours just returned as well. You had the advantage just now, and still couldn't land a real attack. Now let's see. How will you stop the two of us from leaving? We'll be leaving now, but we'll definitely meet again soon. Baishir Zhengrun, having retrieved his weapon, immediately felt as if he had escaped death. To be honest, for a moment just now, he truly thought he and Tanaka Shinosuke wouldn't make it out alive today. He even briefly regretted why he had made such a reckless decision earlier. Wouldn't it have been better to just stay hidden outside the city? He could have silently waited for Chung Qianma to leave and ambushed him then. Or he could have waited for reinforcements from other nations to arrive slowly. Fortunately, it turned out to be a false alarm. Now that he had returned to peak condition, he could take advantage of the other's unstable footing and slip away quietly. But just then, Chung Qianma, wielding the King Tier Liuguang Thousand Blade Scatter, smiled very happily. Don't think that just because you got your gear back, you can rest easy. This year, none of you are leaving. Urgent troop domain. As soon as Chung Qianma spoke, he switched the King Tier Liuguang Thousand Blade Scatter into staff form. In an instant, the form of the King Tier Liuguang Thousand Blade Scatter changed at an astonishing speed. Changes occurred in less than 0.5 seconds. The transformation was completed smoothly. It was at least twice as fast as before. Seeing this scene, Baishir Masato was initially startled. After all, it was his first time seeing a weapon that could freely transform. But he quickly calmed down. Because no matter what, he was a level 75, 4th advancement powerhouse. There was an insurmountable level gap between him and Chung Qianma. So how could he possibly be afraid? Just as he was about to use a skill to block the extreme cold domain, he suddenly turned into a stone statue, frozen in place. What? How is this possible? My skill damage has dropped so much. What the hell is going on? At this moment, Baishir Masato finally fell into panic. Chapter 739. Capturing 2 enemy nation assassins alive. Submitting to the human race. As the emergency troop domain unfolded, within a 40-meter range in front of Chung Qianma, a sharp army front instantly appeared. The 2 strong warriors from the Wokaku, Japanese nation, who had been planning to escape, were still stunned by the sudden drop in weapon attributes. Thus, they failed to react in time, and were struck instantly, in the next second. Both of them, with desperate looks, were turned into ice sculptures. Take care of them together. I want them alive. Chung Qianma waved his hand. Then a large number of Eternal Peak combatants, led by Huang Tian and others, swarmed forward. With his current status, he didn't need to personally take action. He only needed to set the framework, or lay the groundwork. As for the remaining tasks, there were plenty of outstanding talents to complete them for him. That was the advantage of having a force of his own. Moreover, this is the Eternal Peak's base after all, and with everyone back in place, their martial vigor is at its peak. The 2 frozen awakened from the Wokaku Empire, no matter how strong they were, couldn't withstand this many attacks. So in just a few seconds, their HP was completely drained. In the end, they were captured using a special trap, and with that, 2 top assassins of Wokaku became prisoners under Chung Qianma's command. Take them away and assign heavy guards to watch over them carefully. I'll make great use of them soon. Chung Qianma gave the order with a calm smile, then slowly walked onto the stage. At this moment, in the hearts of all outsiders, a storm of emotions was surging. First, Chung Qianma forged a divine weapon in public, triggering an unprecedented phenomenon. Then, 2 elite enemies from rival nations fell into Eternal City's trap and were captured alive. Everyone felt that everything happening today was far too unbelievable. So they were still in shock. Unable to fully process it all, Chung Qianma couldn't help but smile faintly. Then his gaze suddenly shifted to the VIP section, toward La Jingxian and the Hang Siyuan officer. His intent was crystal clear. Soon after, La Jingxian spoke excitedly. Everyone quiet down. I have something important to announce. The moment he said that, he immediately brought everyone's focus back. But everyone understood. At such a critical moment, what was La Jingxian going to say? Meanwhile, the Hang Siyuan officer realized that La Jingxian had taken the chance to flatter Chung Qianma first, so he anxiously chimed in. Yes, everyone please be quiet. I also have something important to announce. La Jingxuan's sudden declaration left everyone even more confused. Now, with the addition of a criminal officer, everyone became even more puzzled. At this moment, only veterans like Ling Xiao seemed to understand something. Thus, they all showed expressions of surprise. Old Lin, it looks like Chung Qianma is about to accomplish something incredible again. At this rate, it won't be long before we can retire. From now on, it will be the world of top geniuses like them. Pei Yingguang looked at Chung Qianma, who stood confidently on the stage, feeling deeply emotional. Then, instinctively, he shifted his gaze to where Huang Tian and the others were. A look of relief appeared on his face. Obviously, the top geniuses he mentioned referred to Chung Qianma and the core members of the Eternal Peak team. Each member of this squad could stand on their own. as a peerless genius. Based on their current achievements, these geniuses have already surpassed Pei Yingguang and Lin Xiao in their youth. That's why Pei Yingguang felt so emotional and gratified. Afterward, principals like Lin Xiao and Lin Tiansheng also gazed warmly at their students, all expressing agreement. The growth rate of these outstanding talents had far exceeded their expectations. They had left their peers far behind. So far behind that they couldn't even catch the duck. Everyone knew that without Cheng Qianma's sudden emergence, no matter how much potential these geniuses had, they wouldn't have been able to realize their talents so early. Some might have even faded into obscurity over time. Therefore, the growth rate of these geniuses would continue to silently rise. After a while, once the scene completely quieted down, Luo Jingxian finally made the most important decision of his life. I, Luo Jingxian, on behalf of all members of the Xian Nation Blacksmith Association, hereby pledge allegiance to Eternal Peak from this day forward. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap exploding in the crowd. The previously quiet scene immediately turned restless, because no one could believe it, that a prestigious top-tier guild of Xiagua would be willing to become a subordinate to Eternal Peak. At that moment, the Hangxiuan officer spoke up competitively. On behalf of all members of Xiagua's Life Profession Guild, I officially pledge allegiance to Eternal Peak from today onward, with no regrets, perhaps to show his resolve and distinguish himself from La Jingxian. The Hangxiuan officer even added those final 4 words, with no regrets. That finally pushed everyone's emotions over the edge. The entire venue erupted in chaos, because not only was the Life Profession Guild far larger than the Blacksmith Guild, but more importantly, with the addition of both these major guilds, the power and wealth Eternal Peak now held were simply beyond description. All the visiting outsiders now had only one thought in mind. That is, Eternal Peak, with just today's events alone, had catapulted itself into the top guilds of Xiagua. They had accomplished an unprecedented leap, and mind you, they haven't even reached level 10 yet, and they're already this monstrous. Given time, once Eternal Peak actually hits level 10, they'll undoubtedly surpass every guild in Xiagua. No one doubted that. So, the outsiders present already had a premonition that a storm which would determine Xiagua's future was about to unfold. After hearing the pledges from the Hangxiuan officer and La Jingxian, Cheng Qianma smiled and nodded. Then he stood at the center of the stage, hands behind his back, and boldly declared, "Welcome to you both. I hereby announce, from this moment on, the Life Profession Guild and the Blacksmith Guild shall cease to exist. In their place, a new organization shall rise, called the Artisan Guild, and I, Cheng Qianma, will serve as its first Grand President." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole place erupted. Chapter 740. Sudden proposal from a level 10 guild. Abolish the 2 major associations and establish a new Artisans Guild. Cheng Qianma is about to completely change the landscape of Xian Nation. My God, this is way too exciting. I just came here to watch the show today, and ended up witnessing an unprecedented moment in history. From Cheng Qianma's calm expression just now, it seemed he had already privately exchanged opinions with the leaders of the 2 associations. Today, I am completely convinced. So there really are people in this world who can win over both major associations at once. From today onward, the name of Eternal Peak will surely spread throughout Xian Nation. After hearing about Cheng Qianma's reform measures, everyone completely lost their minds, because he single-handedly ended a century-long conflict between the 2 associations. At the same time, he also turned these 2 massive forces from independent organizations into private ones. This meant that from now on, all life professionals in Xian Nation would have to obey Eternal Peak. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to get promoted. From this moment on, Cheng Qianma finally fulfilled his original promise to turn Eternal Peak into the sacred ground for all life professions in Xian Nation. Alright, today's celebration ends here. Thank you all for coming. Everyone is free to leave now. We will be holding an internal meeting and won't be hosting guests anymore. If you have any matters, feel free to leave at any time. Or if you want to explore Eternal City, you are welcome to do so. Cheng Qianma had always been decisive and efficient. So after speaking, he immediately prepared to leave with his people. After all, he still had many matters to handle next. Just as he nodded toward Ling Xiao and the others, an unpleasant voice came from not far away. Wait a minute. Isn't what you're doing a bit too much? If the 2 associations really disband and become private organizations under Eternal Peak, wouldn't that mean that in the future, Eternal Peak would have total control over the Apocalypse continent? To put it bluntly, if you wanted to manipulate prices at will in the future, or unfairly block members of other guilds from advancing in life professions, wouldn't it just take a word from you? Is such a monopoly even lawful? Is it fair to other guilds? And did you report this to the Management Association in advance? Everyone turned toward the voice and found that the person raising objections under immense pressure was a middle-aged man who looked about 40 or 50. His words were impassioned and carried a powerful presence, igniting heated discussions on the scene once again, even more intense than before. Originally, everyone was just shocked by Cheng Qianma's unprecedented feat, without deeply considering the stakes involved. But after hearing the middle-aged man's questions, they suddenly realized and began to voice their criticisms, with the number of protesters slowly growing. But at that moment, Fan Hanyu, who had been silent, suddenly burst out cursing. Hong Gaoya, shut your mouth. This is an internal matter of Eternal Pinnacle. It's not for your Zhangqiong guild to meddle in. Hearing this, even Cheng Qianma showed a slightly puzzled expression. It wasn't that he hadn't considered that someone would oppose the merger of the two associations, but he didn't expect the person vocally opposing it would be someone Fan Hanyu knew. While he was puzzled, Luo Jingxian, who was thoroughly convinced by Cheng Qianma, immediately showed his loyalty. This guy named Hong Gaoya is the vice president of the Zhangqiong Guild, and the Zhangqiong Guild is one of the 5 top-tier guilds in Xia country. It seems he came here quietly today, originally to spy on our guild's secrets, but instead, he witnessed a historic moment, and couldn't help but speak out to stir up the crowd's emotions. After hearing this, Cheng Qianma instantly formed his own judgment. But Hong Gaoya kept criticizing. The merger of the two associations to form the Craftsman Association was essentially disrupting the interests of all top-tier guilds in Xia country. Others aren't fools. They naturally know that if Eternal Pinnacle is allowed to holding the life and death power over all lifestyle craftsmen, Eternal Pinnacle could, in a very short time, leap to become the strongest guild in Xia country. In such a situation, this is absolutely something the 5 level 10 guilds absolutely do not want to see. That's why Hong Gaoya is speaking up under immense pressure, even risking his life to raise objections. Hong Gaoya was trying to stir up public emotions, to rally them against Eternal Peak. The criminal officer, seeing a chance to show loyalty, was once again beaten to the punch by Luo Jingxian. Thus he immediately spoke sweetly to Hong Gaoya. This was a voluntary decision by our two associations. President Cheng's talent in the life professions was evident to everyone just now. Following him is a blessing for all life professionals. Why would we need the approval of the Management Association? After saying this, the criminal officer was very satisfied with his performance. He made it clear that neither he nor Luo Jingxian was coerced or bribed by Cheng Qianma, and at the same time, he used Cheng Qianma's top-notch life profession skills to counter Hong Gaoya's doubts. In his view, no life professional in Xia Nation could surpass Cheng Qianma's abilities. So his words just now would be undeniable even if the emperor himself showed up. As expected, Hong Gaoya was briefly overwhelmed after being refuted, but as the vice president of a real guild, how could he surrender so easily? His next words pinned a label on Eternal Peak that was almost unbearable, and the emotions of all outsiders present were stirred to the extreme. Chapter 741. Starting today, Eternal Peak faces tremendous pressure. Hong Gaoya not only did not retreat, but instead stepped forward, exuding strong confidence. At this moment, he fully displayed the presence of a vice president of a real guild. It's not that I look down on you two, but the two associations are not your personal playgrounds. Do you really think that just because you're a grandmaster, you can decide the fate of both associations? Are the other grandmasters all dead? Don't they need to voice their opinions? Even if we take a step back, even if all grandmasters agreed, it would still require authorization from the Management Association, because once your current actions lead to a malignant monopoly, it could shake the very foundation of Xia Nation. Moreover, not long ago you already absorbed the Dark Brotherhood. This already reeks of monopolization. Now it's even getting worse. Without making a sound, you've seized control of both the assassin and life profession fields in our country. What exactly are you trying to do? Are you playing dumb on purpose? Are you completely ignoring our nation's highest authority? Hong Gaoya truly lives up to being a vice president of a top guild. He not only thinks fast, but also has a razor-sharp tongue. His rebuttal this time hit a critical point directly. He slapped a nearly unbearable label on Eternal Peak, shaking the foundation of the nation. No guild in any country can afford to be accused of that, because once that label sticks, it's traitors, capitalists, vampires, and all sorts of nasty things. And once those labels appear, they're hard to shake off. He also masterfully used those 4 words to stir the blood of many outsiders. These passionate youths would never allow someone to become an oligarch above the nation. The atmosphere in the entire venue instantly dropped to freezing point. Public opinion immediately swung 180 degrees in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Fan Hanyu and the others looked incredibly grim. Meanwhile, Hong Gaoya wore a smug expression. From the looks on everyone's faces, he knew his provocation had not only succeeded, but had done so brilliantly. If this matter couldn't be properly resolved today, Cheng Qianma's grand promotion would become completely meaningless. Instead of gaining reputation and prestige, it would turn into a major backlash, because people would think he was using power to oppress others, taking advantage to exploit the common folk. Once that stereotype took root, Cheng Qianma would find himself on the back foot. After all, most people aren't generous enough to think the best of others. They'd easily judge Cheng Qianma and Eternal Peak through a biased lens. Outrageous. This is infuriating. That Hong Gaoya is blatantly slandering us. After that barrage from Hong Gaoya, Fan Hanyu was so angry his nose nearly twisted out of shape, but for the moment, He couldn't find a suitable rebuttal, because no matter what, Cheng Qianma had indeed unified the two associations and the Dark Brotherhood under his banner, giving him true monopolistic power. And human nature is often the most unreliable thing. When others are envious, they will always assume the worst of you. They will never try to understand. Thus, no matter how they tried to explain now, it would seem pale and powerless, and no one would listen. At this moment, Fan Hanyu never imagined that after Eternal Peak easily defeated provocations from enemy nation powerhouses, they would stumble at the hands of their own people. Such an ironic situation. How could it not make him furious? Old Lin. This Hong Dawi isn't simple, and he's truly capable. Ordinary people wouldn't have such quick reactions, quickly seizing the key points and stirring up the emotions of others. Now Eternal Peak is facing a huge crisis. Should we step up and say something? We can't just leave Cheng Qianma alone to face such overwhelming public pressure. He's still young and has an incredibly bright future. If he gets branded with some extremely malicious labels, it might end badly. Pei Yingguang watched the situation spiral out of control and immediately turned to Ling Xiao with a worried inquiry. In his view, Cheng Qianma's growth trajectory was simply too fast. So fast it was unimaginable, but it also took away too many people's vested interests, making it easy for schemers to exploit. And Hong Gaoi was clearly a schemer with both strength and background, extremely difficult to deal with. At this moment, even principals like Lin Tiansheng also nodded slightly in agreement. They too did not wish for Cheng Qianma to encounter trouble. After all, everyone now. We're all in the same boat now. If one thrives, all thrive. If one falls, all fall. But Ling Xiao, standing to the side, had a Don't panic. I believe, before stirring up all these events, that guy must have thought it all through. With a brain like his, there's no way he didn't consider public opinion, and there's no way he didn't expect others to take advantage of it. So from here on out, let's just sit back and enjoy the show. I trust his ability. Ling Xiao stroked his goatee, smiling calmly and confidently. In his eyes, Cheng Qianma had extremely high judgment, so he wasn't worried at all that Cheng Qianma would stumble over this matter. He remained completely at ease. Pei Yingguang and the others knew Ling Xiao understood Cheng Qianma very well, so they could only and gave up the idea of stepping forward. Cheng Qianma was indeed under immense public pressure, but he wasn't flustered in the slightest. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a mocking grin. Hong Gaoya, just now you accused me of planning a monopoly? Then let me make it clear to you now. From this day forth, Eternal Peak will indeed monopolize. However, we'll only exclude your Sky Guild. From now on, the Artisan Guild and the Net Organization will not accept any missions from the Sky Guild. What can you do about it? Satisfied now? The moment he said that, the entire place was in an uproar. Chapter 742. A new visitor. Gu Zizhen arrives. You? How dare you? Eternal Peak, huh? Now they're completely swollen with arrogance. Since when did the Awakener organization become a private entity? Do you really think the Apocalypse continent is ruled solely by Eternal Peak? The Management Association will absolutely not allow this to happen. I'll personally file a complaint tomorrow. Hong Gaoya never expected Cheng Qianma's reaction to be so aggressive, and was instantly furious. At the same time, he truly intended to go to the Management Association to impeach Eternal Peak's domineering behavior. In his view, such monopolistic behavior would surely not be tolerated by the Management Association. Otherwise, the existence of Eternal Peak would seriously disrupt the order of the Apocalypse continent. With Hong Gaoya's strong opposition, the crowd also responded enthusiastically. Many people expressed their support for the Sky Guild, not wanting Eternal Peak to completely control the lifeline of all life professions. In the end, what everyone feared most was Cheng Qianma manipulating prices at will and using his power to maliciously suppress his opponents. If such means succeeded, Eternal Peak would instantly become the most transcendent force in Xi'an Nation, naturally drawing fierce resistance. But just then, laughter suddenly came from the distant sky. Who said Eternal Peak was acting autocratically? I'd like to see who's throwing false accusations today. Upon hearing the laughter, Hong Gaoya didn't care who it was. His face immediately darkened. He felt that now any random nobody dared to stand up and question. Thus, he said fiercely, I'd like to see who dares to publicly support Eternal Peak's malicious monopoly. Support them, and you'll be enemies with the Sky Guild. Hong Gaoya's words were extremely resolute and unusually confident. After all, the Sky Guild ranked firmly among the nation's top 3. Not an organization an average guild could provoke. But just then, when the crowd followed the voice and looked up, everyone showed expressions of utter shock. All attention immediately shifted to the sky above. What Cheng Qianma just said was completely forgotten. Some even called out in disbelief. He's Commissioner Gu Zizhen from the Guild Management Association HQ. They actually sent someone. When everyone recognized who had arrived, countless thoughts surged in their minds. Anyone with a brain could tell. For Gu Zizhen to appear at such a critical moment and say what he just said clearly meant he was siding with Cheng Qianma. And given that his status was that of a commissioner, who could possibly argue now? Sure enough, Hong Gaoya, who had just been so aggressive, suddenly looked like a deflated balloon. He stared at Gu Zizhen in disbelief, his heart in utter turmoil. How could this be? Commissioner Gu Zizhen is actually supporting Cheng Qianma's actions? Is this just his personal view, or does it represent the HQ's official? In that moment, a flood of thoughts raced through Hong Gaoi's mind, but he couldn't settle on anything. What shocked him even more was just how close Cheng Qianma seemed to such a high-ranking figure. If he hadn't seen it himself today, he never would have believed it. As Gu Zizhen slowly descended into the city, Hong Gaoi, though inwardly frustrated, still managed to put on a humble front. Why? Because he didn't dare gamble on whether Gu Zizhen was carrying out a higher directive. Blindly confronting him would have been a very unwise move. After all, no one wants to go against the guild association. As the vice president of Zaikenkiang Guild, Hong Gaoi had met Commissioner Gu before. To ease the awkwardness, he could only bite the bullet and greet Gu Zizhen with forced friendliness. But Gu Zizhen only gave a slight nod, without saying much. Clearly, it was not a gesture of goodwill. Seeing this unfold, everyone showed looks of surprise. Even a fool could tell that Gu Zizhen was standing up for Cheng Qianma, deliberately giving Hong Gaoi a hard slap in the face. However, even though Hong Gaoi was about to explode with anger, he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction, because he still couldn't be sure who exactly Gu Zizhen was representing this time. Congratulations on becoming Xia Nation's 5th Grandmaster level blacksmith, and congratulations on swiftly crushing 2 enemy nations' 4th-tier powerhouses. That's a major achievement. I'll make sure to report your merits to Elder Qin later. Although Gu Zizhen said these words lightly, for him, it was casual, but for the listeners, it was profound. Upon hearing the name Elder Qin, Hong Gaoi's eyebrows involuntarily twitched. He was becoming more and more suspicious that Gu Zizhen came prepared. However, unlike Hong Gaoi's confused and shocked expression, Cheng Qianma looked rather amused and helpless. Only now did he realize that Gu Zizhen had been here for a while, secretly observing everything, capturing foreign enemies. It's everyone's duty. There's nothing worth bragging about. I believe that any Xia Nation wolf, with blood and strength, would act without hesitation. Cheng Qianma, speaking calmly, politely declined Gu Zizhen's offer to report his merit. Meanwhile, the spectators not far away showed puzzled expressions. This was a rare opportunity to be acknowledged by Elder Qin, something others might never encounter in a lifetime. Yet he voluntarily gave it up. Did he get his brain slammed by a door? Well said. If the younger generation of Xia Nation all had your sense of duty, there would be no worries about achieving great things. I sincerely hope our nation can have more talents like you. Xia Nation will always be proud of you. Gu Zizhen was not just sincerely praising him, he was also publicly endorsing Cheng Qianma. His words immediately elevated Cheng Qianma to a national symbol, and more importantly, his comments were a heavy slap in Hong Gaoi's face. Sure enough, Hong Gaoi's face now turned as black as charcoal. He had reached the limit of his endurance. He gritted his teeth and spoke the sharpest words. Commissioner Gu, I must disagree. A so-called talent like Cheng Qianma is now trying to monopolize multiple fields in Xiaogua. This is already seriously disrupting social order. I wonder whether the guild association was aware of this beforehand, and how it plans to handle it. When Hong Gaoi mentioned the word talent, it sounded like he wanted to tear Cheng Qianma apart. He tossed the ball directly to Gu Zizhen, forcing him to respond publicly. But Gu Zizhen's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his expression turned icy cold. Chapter 743. Breaking all. Did I say you could leave? Oh. Then why don't you tell me? How should it be handled? Gu Zizhen didn't answer Hong Gaoi's question directly. Instead, he responded with a counter-question. This actually made Hong Gaoi secretly pleased. If he didn't dare answer directly, then most likely he wasn't here representing HQ. He must have come on his own behalf. Otherwise, he could have just given me a straight response. Humph. Let's see how you get out of this. Hong Gaoi thought smugly to himself. In truth, his guess wasn't far off. Gu Zizhen had indeed come at Qin Feiyu's request to offer congratulations, but he didn't arrive under the official banner of the Guild Association. Doing so would have been too overt, and would likely have provoked resistance. But to anyone paying attention, it was obvious that Cheng Qianma had close ties with the Guild Association, and that alone was enough, because even if others were jealous and wanted trouble, they'd think twice before acting. At the end of the day, the goal was to elevate Cheng Qianma and Eternal Peak's social status. But even Qin Feiyu, despite his influence, couldn't have foreseen that things would spiral this wildly today. First, 2 top experts from rival nations launched a surprise attack. Then Cheng Qianma announced the merger of 2 major guilds, and now a vice president of a level 10 guild incited public outcry. So Gu Zizhen wasn't acting under any official directive from higher-ups. His earlier support of Cheng Qianma was purely personal, but he wasn't one to be trifled with. Naturally, his tone showed no hint of backing down. That's why he threw the question right back at Hong Gaoi, wanting him to respond. Since Commissioner Gu has spoken, I'll take the liberty to offer my humble opinion. Hong Gaoi thought to himself, since he had already offended Gu Zizhen in this matter, his worries had lessened considerably. As long as it wasn't a direct order from the top, there was still room for negotiation. He still firmly believed that the upper echelon of Xia Nation would never allow Cheng Qianma to march toward becoming an oligarch, because that would be far too dangerous. In any country, such a thing was absolutely impossible. Moreover, The Sky Guild's connections and influence were significant, and they also had ties within the management association. They were not a force that could be easily suppressed. So although he spoke humbly about offering a humble opinion, there was no trace of humility in his attitude. In my view, for the future stability of Xi'an Nation, not only should his attempt to merge the two associations be stopped, but he must also be ordered to disband the Luo Net organization and restore the Dark Brotherhood. Only then can all awakeners grow in a truly fair environment, without being manipulated by any guild, without abuse of power for personal gain. Hong Gaoi's words were extremely blunt and directly hit the core issue. If he succeeded, all of Cheng Qianma's efforts during this time would be completely wasted, and he would be branded as an ambitious schemer. More critically, he would also offend a large number of ordinary awakeners, suffering a major loss. Thus, this outcome was something Eternal Peak absolutely could not accept. Thus, Fan Hanyu couldn't help but curse out loud again. Hong Gaoi, you old fox, you finally showed your true colors. What does the Luo Net have to do with today's events? You even want to intensify the suppression? You're pushing things too far. Now it wasn't just Fan Hanyu. Even the other high-ranking members of Eternal Peak showed their anger. But the more furious they got, the more delighted Hong Gaoi felt, because this meant he had pinpointed the core issue and truly struck at Eternal Peak's weakness. Although the net organization incident didn't happen today, its nature was identical to what was happening now. Our Xiagua absolutely cannot allow private forces to control such vast social resources. Look at the 5 top-tier official guilds. Did they ever do this? And what makes Eternal Peak think you're worthy? Hong Gaoi's rebuttal was still sharp as ever. He shifted tactics again, bringing the official guilds into the argument. In his reasoning, even the 5 most powerful guilds in Xiagua never pulled something this outrageous. And Eternal Peak, just a level 9 guild, dared to have such wild ambition. That wasn't just overconfidence. It was full-blown arrogance. As expected, his argument immediately resonated with the crowd. They thought Eternal Peak had risen too fast, to the point it looked down on everyone. Faced with Hong Gaoi's aggressive stance, even Gu Zizhen found himself momentarily unsure how to respond. After all, on the surface, Hong Gaoi's reasoning did seem logical. Without the right counterpoint, it would be hard to win the crowd over. Unfortunately, Cheng Qianma was not one for debates. He preferred direct and simple action. Can't understand plain words, can you? My decision won't change for anyone. What's Sky Guild anyway? You think you're qualified to question me? What if I don't agree? What will you do? Cheng Qianma stared coldly at Hong Gaoi, clearly not taking him seriously at all. Those words immediately ignited the entire venue. No one could believe what they just heard. He actually dared to curse out the Sky Guild, one of Xiaogua's top 3 powers. Wasn't he afraid of triggering catastrophic consequences? Humph. Today's just too insane. Let the 2 guilds duke it out already. Let's see who punches harder. Hong Gaoi's face turned green with rage. It was clear, this feud would end in battle. The onlookers watching the drama, they were loving the chaos. The crowd began to jeer and stir. After all, it was a battle between deities. None of their business. They were just here to watch the show. Meanwhile, Hong Gaoi was furious beyond belief. Very well. Fine indeed. You must pay the price for your remarks, just now. Let's see who laughs last. We'll wait and see. After speaking, Hong Gaoi prepared to leave. He knew today's matter could no longer be resolved through words. He decided that once he returned, Cheng Qianma would pay a heavy price. But just then, Cheng Qianma sneered coldly. Did I say you could leave? In the next second, his figure vanished. Chapter 744. Defeating the enemy in one move. The mysterious box from the Elder, Cheng Qianma, appeared in front of Hong Gaoi at lightning speed, blocking his path. Although Hong Gaoi never expected Cheng Qianma to strike so decisively in front of everyone, he was still a 4th advancement powerhouse, so he didn't panic much. Instead, he said disdainfully, "What? Are you planning to kill me in public? Even if I give you the chance? Do you even have the ability?" Hong Gaoi said this while adjusting his collar arrogantly. His expression was full of pride. In his mind, even though he had only won because of overwhelming numbers. After all, even a 4th advancement powerhouse couldn't withstand a siege. However, in the next second, his proud face froze in shock. Because at a speed faster than the eye could catch, Cheng Qianma's General King's light flow blade pierced into his thigh. How is this possible? I'm 17 levels higher than him, yet I couldn't even see his attack trajectory. The mind of Hong Gaoi, a level 72 powerhouse, went completely blank. Only now did he realize Cheng Qianma had been hiding his true strength all along, and he possessed terrifying cross-level combat ability. Since you've already decided to start a fight, from this moment onward, we are enemies. You might as well join those 2 Wokuka guys and cool off in Eternal Peak's water prison for a while, Cheng Qianma said coldly. Hong Gaoi instinctively tried to resist, but he was no match at all. Because he suddenly realized his weapon's attributes had inexplicably been weakened by 20%, it left him completely stunned. No. What did you do? It wasn't until this moment that he realized why those 2 Wogwa warriors had that grim expression earlier. Take him away. Cheng Qianma coldly issued the order. Immediately, a group of Eternal Peak members dragged Hong Gaoi away. It wasn't that Chung Qianma lacked the power to kill him. After all, he had originally planned to use the Wugwa experts as an example, but a last-minute change in plans meant the weapon hadn't been tested yet. Besides, keeping Hong Gaoi alive was more useful than a corpse. So for now, he would be imprisoned. The audience below, seeing a powerful fourth tier awakened, taken down in just a few moves by Chung Qianma, all showed expressions of utter disbelief. Now the venue was dead silent. No one dared to raise objections anymore. In a world where the strong devour the weak, the best way to silence critics was to display overwhelming strength. And clearly, Chung Qianma had done just that with ease. At that moment, even Gu Zizhen in the distance felt deeply shaken, though he already held Chung Qianma in high regard. He hadn't expected that in such a short time, Chung Qianma's strength had reached such an unimaginable level. Even a fourth tier awakened could be easily defeated. That was why he wore such an expression. You have to understand, even if Hong Gaoi was one of the weaker among fourth tier awakened, he was still a genuine fourth tier awakened warrior. The gap in power between a fourth tier and a third tier was like night and day. But Chung Qianma had crossed that chasm with ease. How could anyone not be shocked? Kid, are you even human? I'm starting to doubt if I can even beat you now, Gu Zizhen said with a wry smile. But Chung Qianma just calmly smiled. Until we fight, nothing is certain. If anyone else had said that, Gu Zizhen might have slapped them on the spot. After all, a mere level 55 awakened, daring to provoke a fourth tier, that would be laughably arrogant. But coming from Chung Qianma, he had to take it seriously. He didn't even dare respond directly, because judging from past results, he was truly afraid of being humiliated. That would have been utterly shameful. You handled this matter a bit too forcefully. I'm afraid more than just the Sky Guild will cause trouble. Are you really ready to face off alone against many top guilds? Do you need me to report to Elder Qin if he steps in? Resolving this matter shouldn't be difficult. Based on what Gu Zizhen knew about Chung Qianma, he absolutely didn't believe Chung Qianma would walk the path of an oligarch. After all, someone who could stand alone against the entire eastern district of Blue Star for the Yanlong Soul couldn't possibly do anything that would harm his own country. Thus, he wasn't just offering friendly advice, but genuinely wanted to help. However, Chung Qianma confidently waved his hand, indicating no need. This matter isn't as... A mountain hermit has his own tricks. No need for you to worry. Although Gu Zizhen didn't know where Chung Qianma's confidence came from, his instincts told him Chung Qianma wasn't bluffing. Thus, after adjusting his mood, he asked with a half-smile, "Since you're so confident, then I'm at ease. Now take a guess. Why do you think I came here today?" Upon hearing this, Chung Qianma already had an answer in mind, because earlier, Elder Qin had already hinted at it. Please thank Elder Qin for his generosity, Chung Qianma said with a teasing smile. Gu Zizhen, meanwhile, showed a rather helpless expression, as if saying, "Well, that's no fun." Then he took out an ancient-looking mysterious box from his coat and handed it over to Chung Qianma with a hint of envy. With his extraordinary perception, Chung Qianma immediately caught that fleeting expression, and so he began to look forward to it. Soon after, when he opened the box, his face showed an utterly shocked expression. This is Chapter 745, 3 Gifts, Void Battlefield Invitation. Elder Qin must really think highly of me to have given me this thing. When Chung Qianma saw what was inside the mysterious box, he immediately showed a helpless expression. Even Gu Zizhen curiously leaned in to take a look, since even he didn't know what Elder Qin had asked him to deliver. Then, his expression turned quite strange as he looked at Chung Qianma. Congratulations. Looks like we'll be colleagues from now on. The reason Gu Zizhen said that was because the box contained 3 items in total, and one of them was the badge of a guild association headquarters commissioner. Since Qin Feiyu gave him that token, it meant that from this moment on, Chung Qianma's identity would rise from instructor of Yanlong Soul to a commissioner of the guild association headquarters, officially stepping into the upper echelons of Xiaoguo's power pyramid. Even more astonishingly, he was now the youngest commissioner in the history of the guild association. Elder Qin is putting too much pressure on me. I really don't know whether I should accept this. At that moment, Chung Qianma spoke with a bitter smile, because he knew that once he accepted the badge, he'd be thrust straight into the spotlight. After all, who could accept a young man barely in his 20s, rising to the core of Xiaoguo's political power? And he was also the only high-ranking official who hadn't even reached 4th tier, making it even harder for people to accept. Beyond that, Eternal Peak had already become the center of controversy. Due to the merger of the 2 guilds, he didn't want to stir up even more conflict. So at that moment, Chung Qianma, very unusually, hesitated. But Gu Zizhen chuckled and said, "Since the main goals of the 2 merged guilds This committee badge was personally entrusted to me by Elder Qin to deliver to you. This matter surely represents his will. With his presence, there won't likely be any major disturbances within the management association. Just accept this honor with peace of mind. You are worthy of it. Gu Zizhen was never a petty person. At the same time, he understood what Cheng Qianma meant for the Xia nation. So upon learning that Cheng Qianma would become his colleague, he felt not the slightest displeasure, but instead sincerely felt happy for him. If the Xia nation could have more outstanding talents like Cheng Qianma, he would welcome more colleagues. Such was his breadth of mind as a top leader of the Xia nation. Perhaps Elder Qin had already foreseen that I would offend many people by merging the two associations. That's why he specifically granted me this committee position, to instill some apprehension in those who are envious. The help he has given me is truly immense. I don't even know how I could repay him in the future. Cheng Qianma, always quick-witted, instantly guessed Elder Qin's true intention. He couldn't help but sigh. After hearing this, Gu Zizhen recalled the expression on Qin Feiyu's face when he handed him the mysterious box. It made perfect sense now. Since that's the case, you should accept Elder Qin's goodwill all the more. Don't let trivial matters delay your advancement. At this moment, Gu Zizhen finally understood just how important Cheng Qianma was in Qin Feiyu's mind. For the top figure of the Xia nation to expose himself like this, Cheng Qianma's importance was self-evident. However, Cheng Qianma merely smiled mysteriously at this moment. I can accept the committee badge, but I'll just take Elder Qin's goodwill to heart. As for the Zhangqiong Guild matter, I can handle it myself. Cheng Qianma spoke with an expression of extreme confidence. Clearly, in his eyes, the so-called 5 major tier, 10 guilds, weren't anything remarkable. Although Gu Zizhen felt somewhat startled, he deeply trusted Cheng Qianma in his heart. Thus, he said no more. After all, as long as Cheng Qianma accepted the committee badge, his mission would be considered complete. He could give a proper report upon returning. Next, Cheng Qianma turned his gaze toward the second item inside the mysterious box. It was an exquisitely crafted invitation. Invitation to the 16th Void Battlefield Tournament. Cheng Qianma looked at the title on the invitation and murmured to himself. Soon, he showed a puzzled expression, because he had no idea what the invitation was for. But the considerate Gu Zizhen noticed his confusion right away, so he let out a laugh. Just think of the Void Battlefield as something similar to the hunting program. The former is a battle between people, while the latter is against beasts. Now I see why Elder Qin so easily gave away the association member badge. Turns out he had deeper intentions behind it. Gu Zizhen knew Cheng Qianma didn't understand the importance of the invitation, so he began explaining it in detail. The Void Battlefield started 80 years ago, which was the 20th year after the Void Rift opened. Since then, it has been held every 5 years. To date, there have been 15 sessions. Once the Void Battlefield opens, each nation can send a team of 10 to compete. After intense battles, the final champion is decided. The top-ranked teams not only receive incredible rewards, but also bring great fortune to their countries. That's why every country places great importance on the event, even more than the hunting program. But unlike the hunting program, which has no cap on numbers, the Void Battlefield, limited to 10 participants per country, is more unpredictable. Also, those over level 70 or 4th class cannot enter. So to win, countries must send their elite of elites. And that's the important task Qin Feiyu is entrusting to Cheng Qianma. After hearing Gu Zizhen's detailed explanation, Cheng Qianma suddenly felt the invitation had become significantly heavier in his hand. Because this was a matter of national fortune for Xiagua, after a moment of reflection, Cheng Qianma subconsciously asked, "What's the best ranking Xiagua has ever achieved?" Hearing the question, Gu Zizhen immediately looked embarrassed. 31st place. Cheng Qianma instantly felt a wave of dismay. Chapter 746. Forming your own team and healthy competition. Actually, before asking the question, Cheng Qianma had already braced himself mentally, given Xiaogua's past strength. He thought they'd at least rank in the top 20. He never imagined they'd only be in 31st place. That truly surprised him. Gu Zizhen seemed to notice his confusion, so he slowly said, "The A Void Battlefield, due to restrictions on level and strength, is far more difficult than the hunting plan. Moreover, it is a global competition. The opponents are several times stronger, let alone ranking 31st. We only ranked 36th last time, almost falling out of the top 40. The more Gu Zizhen spoke, the more bitter he felt. The more he spoke, the more painful it became. Although both the hunting plan and the Void Battlefield are organized by country, the number of participants in the former is much higher than in the latter. This ensures a lot of fault tolerance, so it's not easy to face total annihilation. Moreover, large team competitions require less individual strength compared to 10-member elite teams. Not to mention that in the hunting plan, the main enemies for each country are monsters. Although monsters are strong, their overall quality is inferior to humans. Even if you can't defeat them, you can still find a place to hide. That way, the losses wouldn't be too great. But in the latter case, it's a battle between humans. Every match is a brutal fight, and the number of participants is strictly limited to 10. This undoubtedly makes it much harder for weaker countries to achieve good results. As the saying goes, the strong remain strong, and the weak remain weak. In such an environment, unless weaker countries encounter special opportunities, it's almost impossible for them to turn the tables, because with weak strength, they can't win rewards or national fortune, thus falling into a vicious cycle of becoming weaker. Moreover, the range of opponents in the Void battlefield has expanded from the eastern district of Blue Star to the entire Blue Star. You should know, even a country as strong as ours can barely be considered a gatekeeper for the global top 10. We often can't even make it into the top 10. Therefore, it's understandable that Xia Nation's performance is much worse than in the hunting plan. After hearing all this, he immediately showed a serious expression. Previously, since he hadn't interacted with countries outside the eastern zone of Blue Star, he focused most of his attention on one nation. It wasn't until now that he realized Xiagua's national strength was still too weak, so weak that on a global scale, they were considered below average at best. According to the calendar, this year marks the 10th cycle of the Void battlefield. But how much time is left? Cheng Qianma did a quick calculation. He knew there wasn't much time left. With less than 6 months remaining, things were very tight. It's not that Gu Zizhen didn't believe in Cheng Qianma's abilities, but the mission Qin Feiyu gave him was not only difficult, but also time-sensitive. Because of that, he didn't have high hopes that Cheng Qianma could turn the tide. When Cheng Qianma heard there were only 6 months left, his face instantly filled with even more black lines. Given the importance of the Void battlefield, surely every country had cultivated a level cap team in advance. If that's the case, then the difficulty was truly high. With Cheng Qianma's sharp mind, it wasn't hard to imagine. Since the Void battlefield is held every 5 years, nations would surely raise elite battlefield teams capped at level 70. These individuals might already have the strength of 4th-tier warriors, but to compete for first place, they patiently waited for the tournament to open, because only by doing that could their countries have a chance at a better ranking. After Cheng Qianma voiced his guess, Gu Zizhen helplessly nodded. It's exactly as you said. Every country has its own elite training team. As for our Xiagua, our participants have always been selected from the soul of Flame Dragon. Right now, there's a team that has been preparing for 5 years. They usually don't take part in the daily tasks of the Flame Dragon group. When he heard that Xiagua already had a team in preparation, Cheng Qianma's expression immediately turned strange. He was even starting to regret accepting Elder Qin's committee badge, because this thing was a real hot potato. Old Qin sure knows how to pose a challenge. Since Xia country already has a team prepared for the competition, and they've been working together for almost 4.5 years, why come to me? He can't possibly expect me to go there and kick out one of the team members at the last minute. Those people have spent so many years of their youth. Would they agree to that? Cheng Qianma gave a wry and helpless smile. Gu Zizhen, after hearing this, thoughtfully said, "You might have misunderstood the situation. Based on my understanding of Old Qin, it's very unlikely that he would have you do something so tasteless. Most likely he wants you to form a brand new team to compete with them in a healthy way, and the winner will represent Xia country in the competition." In fact, Gu Zizhen's analysis was spot on. Although Qin Feiyu didn't say it outright, he indeed wanted Cheng Qianma to build his own team, because he knew Cheng Qianma was surrounded by a group of extremely talented individuals, talents he had personally discovered and nurtured. Therefore, Qin Feiyu believed that once Cheng Qianmo reassembled a team he was familiar with, having the two teams engage in healthy competition was the best choice. Otherwise, as Cheng Qianmo feared, kicking out a training team member at the last minute would immediately trigger dissatisfaction among the others, severely undermining team unity. That was not something Qin Feiyu wanted to see. He had always regarded Cheng Qianmo as a backup option. If it worked, great. If not, it wasn't a big deal, since the training team could still be the fallback. After all, he knew the time he had left for Cheng Qianmo was really too short. So short that this task was nearly impossible for anyone to accomplish. If he hadn't seen Cheng Qianmo create miracles time and again, and if he weren't truly out of options, he wouldn't have made things so difficult for Cheng Qianma. This was both his helplessness and a tragedy for Xia country. There were simply too few talents. After learning the full situation, Cheng Qianma's expression turned serious. He knew this task would not be easy, but when his gaze shifted to the third item, his expression changed again. Chapter 747. The third special building. Forest Hall. What is this? A building blueprint. The reason Cheng Qianma showed a strange expression was because the third item Elder Qin gave him was merely a scroll of building plans. Such a reward left him unsure of its value for a moment. But when Gu Zizhen saw the color of the blueprint, his expression turned astonished. This must be an extremely rare special building blueprint scroll. Elder Qin is really generous. Based on past practices, unless one made great contributions to Xiagua, they would never receive such a crazy reward. As a senior member of the Management Association, Gu Zizhen naturally recognized its value. Scrolls of different quality often have different border colors. The reason he said, "This scroll is a special building blueprint," was because the entire border was red. That indicates the highest quality. Quick, open it. Let's see what kind of special building it is. Gu Zizhen, visibly excited, urged Cheng Qianma to open the scroll immediately. He also wanted to see what masterpiece Elder Qin had bestowed, but upon hearing that, Chung Qianma didn't seem particularly excited. After all, Eternal City already had Emerald Dragon Cliff and the World Tree as special buildings. Such a lineup already left other guilds far behind. So his anticipation wasn't that high. But soon after opening the scroll, he broke into a joyous expression. Blueprint, Hall of Life. Current quality, special building. Special ability 1. Grants all guild members a permanent 30% EXP boost. Applies to quests, dungeon challenges, monster farming, and more. Special ability 2. The Hall of Life has 10 slots that can be assigned to 10 additional guild members. Provides a 50% experience bonus. Special ability 3. A certain chance to attract soul bodies to reside. Construction resources. 100,000 units of wood, 100,000 units of stone, 80,000 units of stone mist, 50,000 units of metal, 60,000 units of leather, 60,000 units of herbs, 2 million gold coins. Number of buildings, 1. Notes. The experience bonus effect is only effective for awakeners below level 70. Hall of Living Beings. Damn. Even Chung Qianma, who had seen all kinds of storms, at this moment, couldn't help cursing out loud after seeing the attributes of the Hall of Living Beings, because these attributes were simply too incredible, and for his current situation. It was like receiving help in a snowstorm. Standing nearby, Gu Zizhen was also stunned, although he had many guesses in his mind just now, thinking that if Old Qin could provide a building that increases resources, it would already be extremely generous. But who would have thought that it turned out to be the rarest type, an experience-related special building? You have to know, in the Apocalypse continent, all awakeners who wanted to level up faster had only one path, consuming experience books. Take Chung Qianma for example. Due to his immense strength and favorable opportunities, he had already consumed several books. But even so, the total number was not high, because experience books were not only extremely rare to obtain, but the experience value they provided was also very limited. Therefore, the vast majority of people, in their entire lives, might never obtain even one. As a result, the Hall of Sentient Beings, which grants a collective experience boost to all guild members, becomes extremely precious. Gu Zizhen even suspects now that this blueprint for the Hall of Sentient Beings was recently acquired by Qin Feiyu at great cost. Otherwise, given Xia country's current dire situation, he would have brought it out years ago. After all, this ridiculously powerful special building will significantly increase the training speed of guild members, thereby indirectly helping Xia country rapidly enhance its strength. However, from this blueprint, Gu Zizhen also discerned the high hopes Qin Feiyu has for Chung Qianma. It seems Elder Qin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought out such a precious architectural blueprint. Those 10 special experience boost slots must be tailor-made for your team. In Gu Zizhen's view, although the talent of Eternal Pinnacle's team members is terrifyingly high, their current average level is still too low. Only around level 53, with such strength, let alone competing on the void battlefield against other countries. Even defeating Xia country's training team would be a stretch, but with the appearance of the Hall of Sentient, its 80% experience boost could give Eternal Pinnacle's team the possibility to sprint toward level 70 within half a year. So he believes this is Qin Feiyu's well-intentioned effort. Indeed, Elder Qin has really gone all out this time. Now I can only risk everything to lead those little rascals and charge forward. Otherwise, I'd truly let down the expectations of that old man. At this moment, Chung Qianma had countless words he wanted to say, but he swallowed them back, because he knew that no matter how much he said in gratitude, it would be meaningless. Only by leading the Eternal Peak team to achieve brilliant results would be the best repayment to Old Qin. After making up his mind, Chung Qianma decisively activated the blueprint. Although the materials to build the Hall of Living Beings were a bit expensive, far beyond what an ordinary guild could afford, but with Eternal Peak's current foundation, it was really nothing. So he decisively clicked the build button. Not long after, at the center of Eternal City, right next to the World Tree, a solemn and majestic building suddenly rose from the ground. In the next second, the Eternal Peak Guild channel instantly exploded, because everyone saw a prompt for a 30% experience bonus. But just at this moment, a new message appeared in front of Chung Qianma. He immediately showed an ecstatic expression. Chapter 748, Advancing to Hall of Living Flowers. What do you mean by this? Congratulations. Because the Hall of Living Beings was absorbed by the World Tree, it advanced into the Hall of Living Flowers. Hall of Living Flowers. Current quality. Special subsidiary building of the World Tree. Special ability 1. Provides all guild members a permanent 50% experience bonus. Completing quests, challenging secret realms, and monster hunting all enjoy this bonus. Special ability 2. The Hall of Living Flowers can nurture 50 living flowers. Carrying a living can additionally provide guild members with a 100% experience bonus. Special ability 3. There is a 30% chance each day to attract soul bodies to reside. Number of buildings, 1. Important notice. The stunning bonus effect
only applies to awaken below level 70. After Chung Qianma finished reading the message, he didn't even have time to react when the previously constructed Hall of Life by the World Tree suddenly shattered into pieces and was replaced by countless beams of light that flew toward the World Tree's trunk. In the next second, the soil beneath the World Tree sprouted countless vibrant flower buds, which slowly began to bloom. It was clear these were the soul flowers, nurtured by the blooming soul realm. At that moment, all members of Eternal Peak fell into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the guests who hadn't left yet looked completely dumbfounded. They had no idea what had just happened, only that the building that appeared nearby had suddenly collapsed, and then flowers bloomed at the base of the World Tree. The members of Eternal Peak weren't fools. They knew such an insane, stunning bonus must not be disclosed to outsiders without Chung Qianma's permission. So instead of shouting out loud, everyone expressed their excitement through the guild chat channel to avoid leaking any details. So awesome. Guild leader is mighty. Blooming Soul Realm is the best. World Tree is the best. Oh my gosh, am I dreaming? A permanent 50% EXP bonus. Aren't we all about to take off? You're not dreaming. Not only is Eternal Peak taking off, we're flying to a place no one else can even reach. With this terrifying EXP bonus, it looks like I might hit level 50 before turning 35. There's hope now. Even crazier is, our guild can even select 50 elite members. Enjoy a 150% experience bonus. That's a full 1.5 times faster leveling speed. I wonder how the guild leader will set the rules. I really want to be selected. Me too. Everyone must work hard. But no matter how emotional we get, everyone must keep their mouths shut. Don't leak this secret. Otherwise, it will surely cause a huge uproar. Right. Everyone must keep silent. At this moment, the members of Eternal Peak were frantically discussing the terror of the Hall of Living Flowers, while imagining their bright future. More importantly, they unanimously chose to keep silent. They firmly vowed not to spread the terrifying effects of the Hall of Living Flowers. This way, they could develop quietly, and in the future surprise their friends, and even enemies, with an unimaginable shock. Looking at the guild channel being flooded with messages, Chung Qianma was both amused and helpless, but he also felt gratified. Because everyone's enthusiasm had been stirred up, and they felt a strong sense of belonging. To be honest, making a large guild with thousands of members, all feel a sense of belonging, was not an easy task. Normally, as the number of guild members increases, the situation often becomes more chaotic and complicated. No guild leader could guarantee that there wouldn't be any traitors. But what was rare was, at this moment, within Eternal Peak, they had truly achieved it. Everyone was united as one. This was an unprecedented show of cohesion. The World Tree truly deserved to be the #1 special. It could even absorb other similar buildings. It was simply terrifying. Even Chung Qianma, who had seen it all, couldn't help but sigh at this moment. The power of the World Tree. The World Tree in this world is even more terrifying than in the previous life. What on earth happened that made your guild members so incredibly excited? Mind sharing it? Gu Zizhen, who had been observing from the side, thought it over for a long time, but still didn't get it. And driven by intense curiosity, he couldn't help but ask. Chung Qianma, with a teasing tone, replied casually. Want to know? How about joining my Eternal Peak? It's a top secret perk. After hearing that, Gu Zizhen showed a very odd expression. He never expected Chung Qianma would try to rope him in. You've got guts, kid. Even daring to poach someone from the association. Aren't you afraid Elder Qin will come after you? Of course, Gu Zizhen knew Chung Qianma was just joking, so he responded in a playful tone as well. Come on, just kidding. It's nothing really. It's just that the Hall of Life underwent a small change. Chung Qianma said with a soft chuckle. A small change? What really happened? The more Chung Qianma acted mysterious, the more curious Gu Zizhen became. He couldn't help but ask, what change? Hurry up and spill it. I'm dying of curiosity here. Seeing Gu Zizhen's anxious expression, Chung Qianma couldn't help but want to laugh. After all, Gu Zizhen had somewhat been a guide to him, and had helped him quite a lot. So Chung Qianma didn't really see him as an outsider. And in a calm tone, he said, it's a brand new version of the Hall of Life. The EXP bonus went from 30% to 50%. In addition, the 10 extra 50% experience bonus slots were increased to 50 slots and 100%. When Gu Zizhen heard this, he was completely stunned. He felt as if his brain was buzzing, struck by lightning. Such an insane boost. And you call it a small improvement? How are other guilds supposed to survive? But before Gu Zizhen could speak, the blooming living flowers in the distance also gradually stopped. Immediately after, the World Tree's canopy suddenly burst into brilliant lights. Chapter 749, World Tree Evolution. Comprehensive upgrade. After the World Tree's canopy burst into dazzling light, the entire Eternal City started to shake. Because the World Tree was growing wildly, its branches extended at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 minutes, the coverage area of the World Tree had expanded by about 2.5 times. Now, all buildings inside Eternal City were covered under the tree's shade. This meant
that even if a siege war broke out in the future, as long as the world tree stood, the residents inside the city would be safe and sound. More importantly, it would greatly enhance the sense of security for both guild members and visiting merchants, thus further boosting Eternal City's commercial appeal. Seeing the sudden miraculous changes before him, even the always calm Chung Chinma showed a surprised expression, because this was completely unexpected fortune. Soon, after the world tree completed its evolution, a new notification appeared before him. Congratulations! The world tree has successfully absorbed similar buildings and gained enough nutrients. Its level has smoothly advanced to mid-maturity. World tree. Current level. Mid-maturity. Special ability 1. Can secrete 50 units of source of life each day. Special ability 2. It will defend the protected territory and attack any invading enemy. Meanwhile, its sap can block ranged attacks. Special ability 3. Each day, there's a 50% chance to attract at least 2 high-level flying creatures to reside. Source of increases the quality of all basic materials by 3 levels. Lifespan, 10 years. Feeding it high-grade materials can accelerate its growth. Looking at the world tree in mid-growth stage, he instantly showed an expression of sheer delight. These stats are a bit exaggerated. Not only did it instantly double the output of the source of life, it also raised the enhancement effect by another level. Additionally, the probability of attracting high-level flying creatures was quantified and significantly boosted. If luck is on his side, then in no time, the size and power of Eternal Peak's flight squad will see a tremendous leap. For Eternal Peak, which successfully merged 2 major associations and founded the Artisan Association, productivity is about to explode like never before. After all, under his command, a bunch of high-level artisans suddenly joined. But with the rapid increase in production scale comes a fortunate dilemma. The output of source of life won't keep up with production speed. However, thanks to the world tree's evolution, daily production has increased to 50 units. Though it still can't meet the massive demand, it does help fill a huge gap. At least Qing Qianma won't have to worry about a bunch of artisans fretting over the lack of source of life. And he also believes, once those newly joined top artisans realize how valuable the source of life is, they'll probably go crazy over not getting enough. And these artisans came just in time to solve his urgent need. He definitely didn't want to waste such terrifying productivity. More importantly, with the world tree's enhanced ability to attract high-level flying creatures, he would soon have an airstrike force capable of sweeping through every guild in the country. At that point, he would fully control air superiority and gain an overwhelming advantage in any war, something the other guilds couldn't even imagine. What just happened again? Can you explain it? Gu Zizhen was now in a completely numb state. Even his tone sounded a bit harsh. Given his strength as a 4th-tier powerhouse, and his status as a high-ranking official of the Management Association, this was somewhat a loss of composure. But the past few minutes could definitely be considered the most shocking moments of his life. So it wasn't too unreasonable. After all, for anyone to witness such incredible phenomena one after another in such a short time, they would surely feel numb too. Even if another high-ranking figure were here, their reaction might be even more exaggerated than Gu Zizhen's. The information about the world tree involved the core secrets of Eternal Peak. If you really want to know, you must join us. Otherwise, we must apologize. Although Cheng Qianma felt a little embarrassed, considering the bigger picture, he could only politely decline Gu Zizhen's request, because compared to the Hall of Living Flowers earlier, the world tree's core information was much more important. After all, the blueprint for the Hall of Living Beings came from the Management Association. Showing it to Gu Zizhen wasn't a big deal. But the existence of the world tree was the foundation for Eternal Peak's rapid development. It was also one of Cheng Qianma's biggest trump cards. Moreover, the world tree had just undergone another evolution, making its effects even more outrageous. So it was even more impossible to reveal it casually. Even before this, only the core high-ranking members of Eternal Peak were qualified to know the full effects of the world tree, such as Fan Hanyu, Jiang Wenliang, Qin Yongchang, and Du Tianlei. As for the other guild members, only some with excellent memory and absolute trustworthiness among core life crafters were allowed to know about the source of life and its basic functions, but only to that extent. Other more detailed information was completely unknown to them. As for the ordinary guild members, they knew nothing at all. They didn't understand life professions. They only knew that the guild's productivity was insanely high. He could always craft some top-tier equipment and items. That was all. And precisely because of this, even though Gu Zizhen had a good relationship with Cheng Qianma, they ultimately weren't in the same. So out of caution, Cheng Qianma had no choice but to politely decline his request. After hearing Cheng Qianma's response, Gu Zizhen felt a bit awkward. He realized his curiosity had gotten the better of him and made him act somewhat rashly. So he slowly explained, "Sorry, I was out of line. Some things really shouldn't be asked casually." At that moment, not only did he not get angry at being rejected, he actually felt that Cheng Qianma was doing what a guild leader should. Otherwise, Cheng Qianma would seem too careless and not a qualified leader. After adjusting his mood a bit, Gu Zizhen said with a half-smile, "Maybe next time. I hope when we meet again, You can surprise me once more. Farewell. With that, Gu Zizhen casually mounted his flying mount and departed. This trip to Eternal City could be considered a success in fulfilling Qin Feiyu's request. As Cheng Qianma watched him leave, he smiled and muttered, there might indeed be a next time. Episode 750. Gift materials, ready and prepared. After Gu Zizhen's stylish departure, Cheng Qianma also saw off Principal Lin Xiao and several other heads. At the same time, he expressed his gratitude, because without those powerful figures standing by him, the merger of the two major associations wouldn't have gone so smoothly, and applying for those two top assassins from Wagyu wouldn't have been as safe. At the same time, Lin Xiao and the others were also full of confidence in Cheng Qianma and the future of Eternal Peak. They believed it wouldn't be long before the power structure of the lower nation would be completely overturned, and the one driving all of this was none other than Cheng Qianma himself, though most outsiders. Now, everyone was filled with curiosity and longing for Eternal Peak. But unfortunately, Eternal Peak's secrecy was too good. They simply couldn't find any useful information. They could only give up helplessly. At this moment, Cheng Qianma brought Fan Hanyu, Gu Qian, and other Eternal Peak high-ranking members, along with all members of the Eternal Peak squad, to a secret conference room. Next, they had important matters that needed to be discussed. Have the gifts been tallied? Cheng Qianma asked expectantly. The gifts he mentioned were actually the cash gifts collected at today's celebration. The reason Cheng Qianma chose to hold this grand event was not just to gain fame. It was for multiple reasons. First, he could use this opportunity to further expand Eternal Peak's influence on the Apocalypse continent. After all, their current public strength was already approaching that of a level 10 guild. They couldn't remain like before, only influencing a few regions. His ultimate goal was the Sea of Stars. Second, he needed to collect materials to quickly promote Eternal Peak to a level 10 guild. He couldn't just hold a celebration and let a bunch of people freeload and visit his headquarters. Cheng Qianma wasn't that foolish. Moreover, with his current status and position, no one would dare come empty-handed. They would even need to show enough sincerity to build a connection with this rising star of Xia country. Third, he could forge weapons publicly to pressure Xing Xiyuan and Luo Jingxian to fully side with Eternal Peak. And the facts proved that his strategy not only worked well, but was extremely effective. The two powerhouse figures were both impressed by the quality of the Radiant Thousand Blades and successfully joined Eternal Peak's ranks. So overall, today's celebration was a triple win move by Cheng Qianma, and it was an explosive success. What's more, 3 big fish were unexpectedly caught, bringing an unexpected bonus. The numbers are in. The attendees of this celebration were truly generous. Whether invited VIPs or walk-ins, they all gave substantial gift money. Now, our Eternal Peak has successfully gathered all the materials needed for level 10 upgrade. There's even a slight surplus. Fan Hanyu, as vice guild leader, has a crystal clear grasp of guild finances. This is his area of expertise. Only now did he realize the source of Cheng Qianma's confidence. Turns out he had planned from the start to fund the upgrade through gift money. Gotta admit, it was a brilliant move. He was totally impressed. Very well, after the meeting ends, I'll immediately start the upgrade. I wonder, what kind of special building Eternal Peak will get this time? Everyone, after hearing Cheng Qianma's words, revealed looks of anticipation. There had been far too many surprises today, so many that they could barely process it all. Those 2 Wagyu people, and Hong Gaoi, have they been securely guarded? After confirming all upgrade materials were collected, Cheng Qianma immediately moved to the second agenda item. Don't worry, guild leader. I assigned our most elite members to guard them, all highly skilled. Judging by the severely injured condition of the 3, there's no way they're escaping. Although Fan Hanyu, he understood the importance of the 3 prisoners and dared not be careless. After hearing this, Cheng Qianma nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with Fan Hanyu's competence. Then he turned his gaze to the right, where the enforcer and Luo Jingxian were seated. When their eyes met Cheng Qianma's, they both looked a bit uneasy, because Cheng Qianma's performance just now had been far too impressive, and the 2 of them were merely civilian professionals. They basically had no combat ability. Previously, they mostly dealt with non-combat awakeners. So sitting now in front of a group of extremely powerful figures, they felt somewhat restrained. Don't be nervous. Aren't there also a few life crafters present? This guy won't eat you. What are you afraid of? Zhang Wenliang seemed to see through their thoughts and spoke slowly to comfort them. Then Qin Yongchang and Du Tianlei also smiled. They had actually gone through the same experience, so they fully understood the 2's feelings. Hearing these kind and good-natured laughs, Xing Xiyuan and Luo Jingxian immediately relaxed a lot, but Cheng Qianma's next words made them tense again. Chapter 751, Double Sanction. The counterattack begins. Since you 2 have joined, from now on, we are family. And as the guild leader and the first president of the Craftsmen's Association, I have a few tasks to assign, so I hope you 2 can cooperate fully and be diligent and responsible. Of course, the things I promised before will also be fulfilled gradually. When Cheng Qianma said this, His tone carried a hint of seriousness, because Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian had just joined the guild, and everyone was not yet familiar. Thus, he needed to establish his authority, so he could issue orders more effectively. The two weren't fools either. Naturally, they understood the principle of fulfilling their duties in their new positions. Even if they hadn't seen Eternal Peak's terrifying foundation before, they would have still gone all out to complete Cheng Qianma's tasks. Now that they knew how terrifying the world tree was, they dared not slack off even more, because no life crafter could resist the temptation of the source of life. Rest assured, guild leader, since the two of us have decided to join Eternal Peak, then there will definitely be no more quarrels in the future. We do understand the bigger picture. We've got that much awareness. The enforcer patted his chest and made a promise. Luo Jingxian also nodded slightly, indicating he'd let bygones be bygones and work together for Eternal Peak's future. Cheng Qianma was very pleased with their and continued slowly. The first mission is to establish the Artisan Association headquarters in Eternal Peak. Don't worry about the materials. Make it big. Build it to the highest standards. Then I'll personally and conduct a nationwide skills assessment for all life professions. Any life professional who performs well in the assessment can work at the headquarters. In addition, they'll receive full top-tier treatment and benefits. When the enforcer and Luo Jingxian heard Cheng Qianma's words, they both looked shocked and slightly troubled. They had originally thought establishing the Artisan Association was just a matter of changing the name, and wouldn't really change its structure. As long as everyone followed orders, that would be enough. But, until now, they finally realized Cheng Qianma was planning a full-blown reform to select truly outstanding talents. Even more crucial, this assessment had no seniority threshold. Anyone with skill could rise and soar like a phoenix. Once they grasped that critical detail, both men immediately felt a deep respect for Cheng Qianma, because whether on the Tianqi continent or the outside world, the lower nation had always been a place ruled by seniority and hierarchy, so it was common for capable people to be overlooked or even suppressed. This flaw had existed for nearly a century, and no one had ever solved it. Not even the two of them could do it back then. But now with the founding of the Artisan Association, Cheng Qianma was starting off with sweeping reform, which took tremendous courage. After all, if talented people join the HQ, someone else will definitely be excluded, and those left out will surely feel resentment, thus creating unstable factors. And if those who were eliminated had high status, the impact would be even greater. It was precisely because a small move could affect the whole situation that although Xing Siyuan and Luo Jingxian saw the problems earlier, they didn't dare take action. After all, they were afraid of causing turmoil and getting removed from office. Now, probably only someone like Cheng Qianma, who possessed terrifying strength and unfathomable background, could dare to make such a decisive decision without worrying about the consequences. If it were anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have the guts. With great respect for Cheng Qianma, the two of them nodded seriously, expressing their determination to complete the task. However, Xing Siyuan asked in confusion, "Guild leader, forgive my... but I would like to ask, what exactly is the so-called highest standard, to avoid any mistake on their first task after joining?" Xing Siyuan carefully raised the question. Based on 5 times the benefits of your previous headquarters, the top 5% in the final assessment rankings will enter headquarters and enjoy 5 times the benefits. The next top 10% will be assigned to major cities as branch leaders and other important posts, with double benefits. As for the money, go find old Fan for it. He's loaded right now. After speaking, Cheng Qianma glanced at Fan Hanyu half-jokingly. The latter immediately blacked out, feeling like he had been set up. But since this order was given by Cheng Qianma, no matter what Fan Hanyu thought, he would support it fully. Thus, he patted his chest and said, "Don't worry. Eternal Peak is now rich and well-supplied. We have plenty of money. Feel free to carry out your tasks boldly. All financial issues will be covered by me." At this moment, Fan Hanyu truly showed the demeanor and vision of a vice guild leader, seeing how cooperative Fan Hanyu was. Now that the heavy stone weighing on their hearts had finally been lifted, after all, they didn't want to mess up the first task Cheng Qianma had assigned them. The second task, once the Craftsmen's Association officially started operating, immediately issue an order, prohibiting all branch members from having any interaction with members of the Sky Guild. Anyone who violates this order will be expelled from the association, and will never be hired again. Upon hearing this, the big shots present all breathed a sigh of relief. They had originally thought Cheng Qianma's earlier words were just said in anger, but it turned out he meant it for real. If this order was truly enforced, it would definitely provoke a backlash from the Sky Guild. It might even lead to an all-out war. Thus, everyone's expressions turned very serious. However, seeing this scene, Cheng Qianma didn't think there was anything wrong. In fact, he even turned to Luo Wang's acting president, Lu Bunxi, and added, "By the way, Luo Wang should also implement this order internally. They are prohibited from accepting or carrying out. Anyone who violates this will likewise be expelled from Luo Wang and never rehired. Additionally, we will implement a reward system within Eternal Peak. Everyone is encouraged to monitor and report on each other. If someone reports a verified violation, they will be rewarded immediately. As for the reported violators, once confirmed, they will be immediately expelled from the guild. After hearing this series of radical measures from Chung Qianma, everyone felt the pressure. But even more so, they worried that the Sky Guild's retaliation would be especially fierce. Chapter 752, Diverting Hatred, Chung Qianma's Secret Strategy. After issuing the group assessment and the dual sanctions against the Sky Guild, Chung Qianma moved on to the third topic of this meeting. This topic was also related to sanctioning the Sky Guild. Old fan, he said, after the meeting ends, help me spread the word. If the Sky Guild wants to ransom back their vice president, they must show enough sincerity. I'll give them 3 days to consider. Otherwise, they will bear the consequences themselves. After Chung Qianma shared his idea, it wasn't just Fan Hanyu who was shocked. The others also looked surprised. They couldn't understand why Chung Qianma dared to be so bold. You have to know, this time the enemy isn't some trashy guild. It's one of the top 3 level 10 guilds in Xia country. Going against them means facing serious pressure. President, isn't this a bit too ruthless? We still have to deal with the incoming foreign assassins. Why provoke another powerful enemy? If you ask me, we should handle the foreigners first, then figure out how to deal with them. Fan Hanyu was always cautious, so he thought Chung Qianma's approach was too aggressive. Despite the pressure, he voiced his opinion. But Chung Qianma just smiled after hearing him. Foreign assassins are coming. Perfect timing. Why do you think I only gave them 3 days to decide? It's exactly to get them to attack sooner. When the time comes, we hold the city and let them fight each other outside the walls. Wouldn't that be great? Everyone was stunned after hearing that. They never expected things could be played like this. Just as Chung Qianma said, if the Sky Guild really launched an attack, they would definitely encounter. At that point, they would face 2 choices. First, if they want to continue the attack, whether they like it or not, they must defend national interests and fight those foreign assassins. Second, if they really don't want to fight, they can only retreat in disgrace. Either way, Chung Qianma had no intention of sending Eternal City out to engage them head-on. This time, he planned to level the guild up to level 10 first, then invest heavily in defensive upgrades, turning Eternal City into an unprecedented fortress. But right then, Gu Qian, who was rarely serious, suddenly raised a question. Even if those foreign assassins arrive, they are most likely also hiding outside the city. If they discover the Sky Guild people too early and refuse to make a move, wouldn't the fight fail to happen? After hearing Gu Qian's analysis, everyone felt it made perfect sense, so they all turned their eyes toward Chung Qianma, hoping to get clarification. Chung Qianma, however, just smiled confidently. Did you forget? We have the Peak brand flash grenades. At that time, we'll just keep throwing them outside the city. Those hidden assassins won't be able to stay hidden for long. Upon hearing the words Peak brand flash grenades, Gu Qian immediately showed a look of sudden realization, then laughed out loud. Damn, you're ruthless. This way of shifting the hatred really puts the Sky Guild on the roasting fire. Once the foreign assassins reveal themselves, we'll just stir up the crowd a little, or incite public opinion. Even if they don't want to fight, they'll have no choice. Otherwise, they'll be labeled traitors, national traitors. As an old fox who had roamed the world, Gu Qian immediately understood, and he greatly admired Chung Qianma's intention. He felt a deep sense of admiration. Meanwhile, the others were a bit stunned by the back and forth between the two. Is this what it means to be a strategist from the Heart faction? So shameless. But they liked it. For a moment, the secret conference room was filled with laughter. All their worries disappeared completely. Seeing this, Chung Qianma smiled slightly. In fact, he still had a critical backup plan he hadn't mentioned. Heh. Come at me early. Don't make me look down on you. Sky Guild. Chung Qianma thought confidently. After settling the third matter, Chung Qianma suddenly turned his gaze to the criminal court. However, this time, he also glanced at Qin Yongchang. This meeting ends here. Only the criminal court and Qin Yongchang stay behind. Everyone else, go back to your own tasks. Though they were all puzzled by Chung Qianma's actions, they still obediently left the secret meeting room. But before leaving, some of them cast schadenfreude-filled glances at the two, because based on their understanding of Chung Qianma, being singled out was never a good thing. And sure enough, both Xing Xian and Qin Yongchang looked extremely tense, especially Xing Xian. His heart was filled with anxiety, just like a student being held back after school for doing something wrong. A few minutes later, after everyone had left, Chung Qianma glanced at the two with a half smile. Then he slowly said, "No need to be so tense. Relax a bit. I'm not here to criticize you, and certainly not to punish you. On the contrary, I have a secret mission for the two of you." Upon hearing the words secret mission, the heavy weight in their hearts instantly lifted, and they even began to show a hint of excitement. They had thought they had committed some unforgivable mistake. Turns out Chung Qianma had an important task for them. This was a golden chance to earn merit. How could they not seize it? President, don't worry. We will give it our all. We will not fail your trust. Xing Xian was eager to prove himself from the start, so he immediately made a firm promise. And even though Qin Yongchang was close to Chung Qianma, he also pledged to complete the mission no matter what. Seeing the confidence on their faces, Chung Qianma revealed a satisfied smile. Then he waved his right hand, signaling them to come closer. Very quickly, he whispered something into their ears. A A few minutes later, the two were first shocked, then showed strange expressions. Brilliant. Absolutely. This move is ridiculously slick. I surrender. Being your enemy is truly a terrifying thing. After hearing Chung Qianma's whisper, the criminal court let out a heartfelt sigh. Beside him, Qin Yongchang couldn't help but nod repeatedly, clearly expressing agreement. Then, the three of them laughed together. No fourth person knew what had happened. Chapter 753. The terrifying level surge of the Moon's spirit chest. After giving instructions to Xing Xiyuan and Qin Yongchang, only Chung Qianma remained in the secret meeting room. In his hand, he held an extremely exquisite treasure chest. Previously, the highest grade chest he had obtained was called the Star Soul chest. Now, a Moon spirit chest appeared. Interesting. Judging by the names, Star and Moon seem to have some connection. Could it be that above these, there's a chest named after the sun? With 3 parts curiosity and 7 parts expectation, Chung Qianma slowly opened the Moon spirit chest. Immediately, the entire secret meeting room was illuminated by dazzling light. If he wasn't alone in the room, others would have been scared by the terrifying brightness. Good thing I was prepared. I closed my eyes in advance. Otherwise, I might have gone temporarily blind. Just as Chung Qianma muttered to himself, several system messages appeared before his eyes. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained 1x Super Experience Book. It grants 50 million experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained Legendary Grade Special Material. 2x Evolution Stones. Evolution Stones can upgrade any non-unique equipment to legendary quality and lock the item level at 100. After Chung Qianma finished reading all the rewards from the Moon Spirit Chest, he was overwhelmed with ecstatic joy. These rewards are way too ridiculous. Not to mention, the Super Experience Book that instantly grants 50 million experience points. This is insane. Even just 2 Evolution Stones would already be an incredible reward. But to think that upgrading the Flowing Light 1000 Blade Scatter to Stage 3 would bring such an amazing surprise bonus feels so good. Chung Qianma originally thought getting a powerful piece of equipment or item would already be great. But the Moon Spirit Treasure Chest gave him 3 at once. How could he not be thrilled? Whether it's the Super EXP Book or the Evolution Stones, they are all extremely rare top-tier items. Most people might never see them in their life. Based on my current leveling rate, 50 million EXP should be enough for 3 level ups. This is truly a lifesaver. It came at the perfect time. Since Chung Qianma has to participate in the Void Battlefield in half a year, his level is extremely important. But lately, he's been tied up with guild, and his leveling pace has slowed down. So, for him, the Super EXP is the most fitting reward. Come on, let me feel it. The thrill of leveling up 3 times in a flash. Chung Qianma immediately activated the Super EXP Book. A massive surge of energy rushed through his body. Within just a few seconds, 3 bursts of dazzling light erupted from him. Congratulations. Level successfully raised to 56. You gained 6 free attribute points. Congratulations. Level successfully raised to 57. You gained 6 free attribute points. Congratulations. Level successfully raised to 58. You gained 6 free attribute points. Seeing 3 level up notifications in a row, Chung Qianma couldn't stop smiling. Now he had the blessing of the Spirit Flower World. His EXP gain was boosted by a whopping 150%, which meant it was very likely that within 6 months, he could reach level 70. With his potential, his strength by then will become terrifying. It wouldn't even be impossible for him to sweep the Void Battlefield. According to the plan I previously set, the 50 extra experience bonus slots, after giving 1 each to Huang Tian and the others, there were still 53 left. Then we can also include Fan Hanyu and Gu Qian, since they are both almost level 70. If we don't use it now, the Living Flower Realm will become ineffective for them. As for the remaining slots, distribute them according to potential. I believe that in half a year, Eternal Peak will not only have 2 new 4th transition powerhouses, but will also see the emergence of many Awakeners nearing the 4th transition. By then, it will be the strongest era of Eternal Peak. Chung Qianma's eyes were filled with anticipation. As the guild continued to expand, and opponents grew stronger, Chung Qianma knew well that a single person's power was ultimately limited. No matter how strong he was, it was difficult to solve all problems alone. Thus, it was necessary to accelerate talent cultivation, so that more people could stand on their own to share the burden with him. Thus, he generously prepared to distribute all 50 extra experience bonus slots without reservation, not holding anything back. Collective progress was his ultimate goal. Although the Void Battlefield had no age limit, as long as the player hadn't reached the 4th transition, they could participate, but Eternal City still needed powerful guards. Otherwise, it would be unsafe. So for the Void Battlefield team, Gu Qian and Fan Hanyu would not participate. They would stay to defend the city. Then next, I need to find 3 promising young talents and bring them into the new battle team. I'll head to Soul of the Flame Dragon and take a look. It shouldn't disappoint me. Having made up his mind, Chung Qianma picked up 2 evolution stones from the Moon Spirit chest. Next, he needed to think carefully about which equipment to use them on. After pondering for a long time, Chung Qianma's eyes suddenly I'll choose these two pieces of equipment. There should be a surprise. Chapter 754. Total Purification. An unprecedented upgrade. After making his decision, Chung Qianma decisively placed the two purification stones on the Phantom Cloak and Venom Shoulder Pad respectively. The reason he chose to purify these two pieces of equipment was because they both had special equipment effects. Based on his experience with purifying the Traveler's Order, any equipment that was purified had its special effects significantly enhanced. With Chung Qianma's already overwhelming stats, the basic stat boosts on equipment weren't that important anymore, so he aimed to enhance their special effects instead. Let's begin. Let's see what surprise awaits me. Chung Qianma smiled slightly. Very soon, as the purification stones touched the Phantom Cloak and Venom Shoulder, they immediately turned into stardust-like light, merging into the gear at an incredible speed. Within just 3 seconds, the appearance of both pieces of equipment had drastically changed. The once pitch-black Phantom Cloak was now silver, adorned with red magical runes. It looked absolutely stunning. The leather Venom Shoulder Pad had transformed into metal pauldrons, nearly double the size of the original. After the two pieces of gear changed form, 2 new messages appeared in front of Chung Qianma. Congratulations. Phantom Cloak has evolved into Shadow of Nightmare. Congratulations. Venom Shoulder Pad has evolved into Plague Pauldrons. Seeing the new names of his gear, Chung Qianma immediately showed a look of anticipation. Just from the names, the attributes should be amazing. Let me take a closer look. With high expectations, Chung Qianma quietly opened the equipment list. The new attributes of the 2 items immediately caught his eye. Shadow of Nightmare. Legendary quality. Armor type, leather. Armor, 50, plus 7 agility, plus 61 strength. Durability, 240/240. Item level, 100. Class restriction, Shadow of Time. 4th transition, equipment effect 1. Can actively cast the skill, Nightmare Form. Allows the user to enter nightmare state for 5 minutes, during which they cannot be detected, can ignore terrain, and communicate with soul bodies. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Equipment effect 2. Can actively cast the skill, Nightmare Descent. Reduces all attributes resistance of targets within 10 meters directly in front by 30% for 15 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Equipment effect 3. Increases penetration effect by 10%. Disaster Shoulder Armor. Quality. Legendary. Armor type. Chainmail. 260 armor points. Plus 58 agility. Plus 78 strength. Durability. 340/340. Item level. 65 foot. Class restriction. Poison God. 4th transition, equipment effect 1. Can actively cast the skill, Disaster Poison Net. Fires a huge net forward, capturing all targets within range. Captured targets cannot move for 10 seconds and are infused with terrifying disaster toxins. Capture range, 30 meters. Cooldown for minutes. Equipment effect 2. Can actively cast the skill, Disaster Possession. For the next 30 seconds, enter disaster state, causing all attacks to carry disaster poison. Poisoned enemies will suffer a poisoning effect. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Equipment effect 3. Permanently increases poison resistance by 40%. Looking at the 2 pieces of gear and their brand new attributes, the corners of Chung Qianma's lips unconsciously curved upward, just as I expected. These 2 items, after evolving to legendary quality, have incredibly explosive stats, but being able to communicate with soul forms. What kind of effect does that have? What exactly are soul forms? Could they be related to the creatures drawn by the spirit flower world? With that thought, he began looking forward to tomorrow, because then he could finally see what soul forms really were, and what exactly Shadow of Nightmare could do. After both pieces evolved, not only were the original effects enhanced, but they also gained 4 new effects. Whether it's Nightmare Descent or Plague Possession, they're both incredibly powerful skills. Either one could, through special means, greatly enhance my attack power. As for the 2 new passive effects, they're just icing on the cake. It's time to assign my free attribute points and check my current combat power. Feeling fired up, Chung Qianma decisively opened his personal panel, and as usual, he put all 18 free points into strength. Name, Chung Qianma. Race, human. Class, 3rd advancement. 1.08 million/25 million EXP. Strength, 166, plus 335 from equipment. Agility, 210, plus 265 from equipment. Spirit, 126, plus 66 from equipment. Constitution, 120. Equipment adds 136. Health points, 11,485. Mana points, 6,770. Armor value, 1,030. 35.9% physical damage reduction, same level. 47.2% attack speed bonus. 55.9% critical rate. 38% critical damage bonus. 20% magic resistance. 20% penetration. 20% ignore resistance. 20% magic damage bonus. 10% movement speed bonus. 10% all damage bonus. 10% magic cooldown reduction. 40% poison resistance. Mana recovery. Restores 8% of total mana every 5 seconds. Awakening Talent X and Conversion LV9. Combat Power Evaluation. 798,341. Baptism Buff. Primary Amplification. Magic Blessing. Advanced Penetration. Advanced Luck. Nightmare Blessing. When Chung Qianma finished checking his current combat power, he showed a surprised expression. This time, the increase in combat power actually exceeded 110,000. Chapter 755. SSS and Skill Power Aura. It can be said unreservedly that this improvement for Chung Qianma was the highest ever, an increase of 110,000 combat power to ordinary people is equivalent to a gap of at least 10 levels among awakeners, and for Chung Qianma to achieve such an increase, with only 3 attribute points remaining, shows how terrifying. The attributes are after evolving 2 pieces of equipment to legendary quality. Any one of the 2 pieces of equipment alone had attributes equivalent to at least the total of 5 or 6 top-tier equipments. I wonder what kind of level 800,000 combat power puts me at. I guess I'll have to test it gradually over time. Since Chung Qianmo rarely checks on others' progress, he couldn't make an accurate comparison of his true strength. But there was one thing he was sure of. Ordinary 4th-tier powerhouses were definitely no match for him now. And just then, a line of text suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. A look of pleasant surprise instantly appeared on his face. Congratulations, your total strength has exceeded 500 points. Special reward, 1 SSS tier skill book, Strength Aura. Strength Aura increases the strength stat of all party members by 10%. As soon as the notification disappeared, a mystical skill book suddenly appeared in Chung Qianma's hand out of thin air. A 10% strength boost. That affects the entire party? Isn't that a bit overpowered? With my current stats, that's an instant plus 50 strength. Feeling excited, Chung Qianma immediately learned the Strength Aura skill book. The next second, his total strength successfully surpassed the 550-point mark. Unfortunately though, his combat rating didn't go up. It seemed Aura-type skills weren't factored into combat power. In that case, my actual combat power now must have already broken 800,000, and judging by this pattern, I'm just 25 points away from hitting 500 agility. Will I unlock an agility aura next? If so, that would give me even more of an edge in the upcoming Void battlefield. Chung Qianma's eyes gleamed with excitement. Aura-type skills have always been extremely rare because they affect groups instead of individuals, so their impact on team performance is huge. You could say without exaggeration. Just 1 strength aura alone could increase Eternal Apex's squad by at least 20% in real combat power. With personal upgrades complete, it was time to upgrade the guild. Let's see what random features a level 10 guild unlocks. Chung Qianma decisively opened the guild page. A familiar dialog box immediately popped up. Congratulations, Eternal Peak has met all the conditions to upgrade to LV10. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Without hesitation, Chung Qianma pressed the upgrade button. The next second, not only Eternal City, but the entire Lingwei City region shook violently. At that moment, whether outsiders inside the city or people in surrounding areas, all showed panic-stricken expressions. Everyone thought a natural disaster had suddenly struck and fled in panic. However, the members of Eternal Peak were all extremely excited. Because this scene, they had witnessed many times. It symbolized a guild level up, and it was leveling up to the top tier level 10 among lower nations. 7 to 8 minutes later, Eternal Peak's influence covered every corner of the Lingwei City region, and even took a huge step into the neighboring northeastern map. Now, Eternal Peak was truly a colossal force. One guild now controlled almost 1.5 full maps worth of territory. Judging by the commotion, the scope of influence must have expanded significantly. To confirm his thoughts, Chung Qianma decisively reopened the guild page. Guild name, Eternal Peak. Guild level, 10. Base name, Eternal City. Guild leader, Chung Qianma. Guild members, 4, for 95/12/000. Influence area, 900 square kilometers. Occupied regions, Lingwei City, 100%. Flash Plains, 39%. Number of subguilds, 6. PS. Subordinate guilds had been consolidated earlier, so the number was reduced, but the overall strength had increased. Subordinate organizations, Luo Wang, Craftsmen's Association, Special Building, Emerald Dragon Fong, LV2, World Tree, Mid-Growth Phase, Living Flower Realm Special Product, produces 50 units of life, source daily, hatches 1 Emerald Dragon Egg every 5 days. The World Tree has a 50% daily chance to attract high-level flying creatures to settle. The Living Flower Realm has a 30% daily chance. Attract soul forms to come and reside. Guild buildings. Advanced Training Hall. Advanced Residences. Guild Warehouse. Guild Quest Board. Merchant Buildings. Advanced Blacksmith Shop, times 145. Advanced Herbal House, times 68. Advanced Leatherworking House, times 58. Advanced Engineering Cabin, times 61. Upgrade requirements. For million units of wood. 4 million units of stone, 2 million units of bricks, 1.6 million units of metal, 2 million units of leather, 1.4 million units of herbs, 80 million gold coins. Guild must have over 10,000 members. After reading the first half of Eternal Apex's level 10 info, Cheng Qianma felt extremely excited. As expected of a level 10 guild, the boost was massive. The member cap instantly more than doubled, reaching 1,200 people. No wonder between level 9 and level 10 guilds, even though it's only one level apart, their combat power is on completely different tiers. Also, the nearby unexplored zone, Shining Plains, was already 39% under my control. This round of territorial expansion is truly insane. However, as Cheng Qianma kept reading, when he saw the last line of upgrade requirements, his whole expression changed. He even rubbed his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. No way. All the upgrade materials, except for the gold, were multiplied by 10. But the problem is, even 80 million gold coins, while technically not multiplied by 10, was still an astronomical figure. No wonder after all these years, there still hasn't been a level 11 guild. These upgrade requirements are absolutely absurd. Faced with this terrifying list of demands, even Cheng Qianma, with all his wealth, he now fully understands. In this world full of intense internal struggles, gathering so many materials is such a challenging task, but he wasn't intimidated by the immense difficulties. Instead, a surge of passion ignited in his heart. Since no guild has ever reached level 11, I'll be the one to make it happen. Eternal Peak will become the first level 11 guild. Cheng Qianma made a grand decision in his heart. Next up, let's check out the random special building. Chapter 756, The Cat That Loves Eating Weapons. Ominous Courage. When Cheng Qianma opened the building page with anticipation, he immediately showed a surprised expression. What the heck? Random special building. It's actually a blind box. This really depends on luck. Now, in front of Cheng Qianma were a total of 9 blind boxes, and from the outside, these blind boxes looked completely identical. So, it's purely a matter of luck. He wasn't wrong about that. 1 out of 9. This is gonna be tricky. Cheng Qianma frowned. For a moment, he couldn't make a move. After all, the chance to get a free special building only comes once. Every guild leader wants to maximize their gain. After a long while, his eyebrows suddenly twitched slightly. Wait a second, blind boxes, huh? I might not be good at picking them, but there's a little guy who should be really good at this. After saying that, Cheng Qianma opened his storage space and pulled Yujiang out. Meow. At that moment, Yujiang looked like it hadn't fully woken up, letting out a listless meow. Seeing this, Cheng Qianma chuckled and patted its fur. Yujiang, wake up. Help me out, will ya? Cheng Qianma originally thought a gentle nudge would do the trick. Yujiang would probably show some respect, but he merely opened his eyes briefly, glanced at Cheng Qianma, then closed them again. Clearly not too thrilled. If it were anyone else treating Cheng Qianma like that, he would have slapped them on the spot. But Yujiang was different. This little kitten clearly carried an enormous secret. He couldn't be treated like an ordinary pet. Cheng Qianma even believed that Yujiang's status wasn't below that of Qing Dai. So, he patiently said again, "You've been sleeping for so long. Aren't you hungry? I've got plenty of good stuff here. Give it a try." Cheng Qianma figured that no matter what, Yujiang was still a cat. He must have something he liked to eat. As long as he filled Yujiang's belly, everything else would fall into place. So as he spoke, he continuously pulled out items from his storage space. Rare delicacies and high-grade beast meat. He laid them all out one by one. Yujiang only opened his eyes at first to sniff the aroma, then resumed his nap again. Seeing that, Cheng Qianma was actually pleased, not angry, because as long as Yujiang reacted, there was still hope. It was just that these particular items, he simply didn't like them. He doesn't like these? No problem, I'll switch to another batch. Cheng Qianma smiled as he put all the food back, then began selecting something else. This went on for more than 10 minutes, until the ground was covered with all sorts of items. If an outsider had seen this scene, they'd be green with envy, because every single item was extremely valuable, the kind most people could only dream of. At that moment, Yujiang's pupils suddenly contracted. His gaze locked onto a certain item. It was a one-handed sword that Cheng Qianma had forged during a corpse essence trial, and hadn't had time to clean up afterward. Seeing this, Cheng Qianma also showed a shock. Is Yujiang about to eat a weapon? That's a bit outrageous, isn't it? Though he had some doubts, Cheng Qianma, with a probing mindset, placed the one-handed sword in front of Yujiang. The next second, an astonishing scene unfolded. Yujiang grabbed the one-handed sword with its front paws, then suddenly opened its mouth, revealing extremely sharp teeth. With a loud crunch, the blade of the one-handed sword was actually bitten to pieces. Next, in just over 10 seconds, Yujiang completely devoured the one-handed sword. Witnessing this, even the well-versed Cheng Qianma showed an incredulous expression. Is this still a cat? It's actually eating metal. Cheng Qianma had made various guesses earlier, thinking that even if Yujiang didn't eat meat, it might at least eat rare materials or potions. So he laid out various herbal materials and finished potions as a priority. But Yujiang completely ignored them. Left with no choice, Cheng Qianma started trying other categories, but Yujiang still showed no interest. until finally, out of options, he reluctantly pulled out what he thought was the least likely metal and finished weapons. At that point he was almost ready to give up. After all, what cat would chew on metal or stuff like that? But who would have thought? Yu Jiang, this cat, is such a weirdo. Had enough? Still hungry? There's more. Though his mind was filled with 1,000 questions, Cheng Qianma kept pulling out all sorts of metals and weapons from his storage space. Next, Yu Jiang looked as if it had stumbled upon a feast of delicacies. His eyes began to shine brightly, but his gaze was fixed on the finished weapons. He completely ignored the raw materials with utter disdain. This little guy is really picky. Basic materials seemed to have zero appeal to him. He only wanted to eat fully forged high-grade weapons. With that kind of taste, no ordinary person could afford to keep him. Although Cheng Qianma could only smile bitterly, he wasn't stingy at all. Once he figured out Yu Jiang's preferences, he placed all his finished weapons right in front of Yu Jiang, then gestured for him to dig in. With Cheng Qianma's approval, Yu Jiang completely let loose. He started devouring the weapons like crazy. As time passed, watching Yu Jiang feast like a beast, Cheng Qianma got chills down his spine. Could it be this guy isn't a cat at all? Why do I feel like he's a dormant beast yet to awaken? The sound of teeth grinding on metal gave Cheng Qianma goosebumps. Chapter 757. Bloodthirsty Thorns. He'd been tricked. A long while passed, and just as Yu Jiang was happily munching away, Cheng Qianma suddenly made a request. Take a break for a sec. Help me check these 9 blind. Tell me which one is the best. Cheng Qianma knew Yu Jiang was hard to please, so he had to speak up while Yu Jiang was still eating. Otherwise, who knows? After eating his fill, he might just turn and go back to sleep. Seeing the food being taken away, Yu Jiang was a bit annoyed at first. After all, who wouldn't be upset if someone took their food mid-meal? But then he thought, if he kept ignoring Cheng Qianma, he might not get anything else later. So he looked up at the blind boxes. Not long after, he reached out. With his chubby little paw, he pointed to the first position in the 3rd row. Meow. Yu Jiang let out a cry, as if handing in his homework. Upon hearing this, Cheng Qianma fell into deep thought. Was this little guy just fooling me? Well, let's just pick this one. If it weren't for Yu Jiang's unpredictable personality, Cheng Qianma might have believed him immediately. But after thinking it over, he realized that even relying on luck himself might not yield better results than Yu Jiang. So he could only bite the bullet and open the blind box Yu Jiang had pointed to. Very soon, the lid of the blind box was opened. A line of text appeared in front of Cheng Qianma's eyes. Congratulations. You have successfully obtained a random unique building. Bloodthorn. Bloodthorn, a highly defensive building, can be attached to any city wall to block enemy attacks. It can also grow stronger by absorbing blood and reproduce itself. Starts with 100 bloodthorn plants. After reading the bloodthorn's description, Cheng Qianma immediately felt cheated. This thing didn't seem that powerful, and the starting number of plants was so few. How much area could it even cover? Looking at the bag of seeds that appeared in his hand, Cheng Qianma wasn't particularly excited, but Yu Jiang didn't care about that at all. He thought he had completed the task, and it was time to continue eating. Thus, he meowed a few times in succession, urging Cheng Qianma to serve more food. Although Cheng Qianma felt like giving this little brat a lesson, since this kitten was so proud and arrogant, acting as if no one else mattered. But when he Yu Jiang's strange footwork and terrifying speed, he decided to let it go. Even if he wanted to make a move, he probably wouldn't catch him. Might as well just forget it. Just let it be. Looks like it was all for nothing. So he could only smile bitterly and put the high-grade weapons back in front of him again. You better not brush me off, or there won't be any more tasty food next time. Although Cheng Qianma gave up on scolding the little kitten, he couldn't let his tone weaken. Before testing out the bloodthirsty thorns, he still had to lay down some tough words. Upon hearing that, Yu Jiang froze for a second, then quickly nodded his head, as if saying, "Don't worry, I'm not fooling you." Seeing that, Cheng Qianma couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. No matter how you looked at it, this thing really didn't seem like a cat. I'm certain now. It absolutely understands human speech. Alright then, I'll trust you this once. After dropping off a pile of previously forged goods, Cheng Qianma grabbed a bag of seeds and left the secret meeting room. He slowly made his way to the west side of Eternal City's walls, staring up at the massive wall. A feeling of helplessness welled up inside him. With such a massive surface area, a single seed wouldn't even begin to cover much space. Asterisk sigh, asterisk. Guess I'll just try my luck and hope for the best. With little hope in his heart, Cheng Qianma pulled a crimson seed from the bag and gently placed it at the base of the wall. The next second, an incredible scene unfolded. Despite having no nutrients or water whatsoever, the seed began sprouting and rooting rapidly. In just a few seconds, barbed crimson tendrils began climbing up the wall like wild ivy. And even more astonishing, once the bloodthirsty thorns reached the top of the wall, they started spreading out horizontally on both sides. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. As time ticked on, a single bloodthorn was enough to cover at least 1 kilometer of city wall. Seeing this scene, the heavy burden in his heart was finally lifted. Fortunately, the coverage wasn't too small. Based on the current length of Eternal City's walls, 100 bloodthorns could only cover about half the area, but that was already decent. Next, he needed to verify its actual defensive capabilities. Eternal City now covered about 900 square kilometers. Although its shape wasn't exactly regular, the perimeter was roughly around 200 kilometers. Thus, Cheng Qianma's rough estimate was quite accurate. 100 bloodthorns could indeed only cover about half the city wall. However, just as he was preparing to go to the nearby dark forest to capture some monsters for testing, a sharp, piercing noise suddenly erupted within Eternal City. The strange phenomenon gave Cheng Qianma quite a scare. He immediately summoned Qing Dai and soared into the sky to check. In the next second, he saw something terrifying. Chapter 758. Upon flying into the sky, Cheng Qianma discovered the piercing noise was actually coming from the violently. At this moment, the branches on the west side of Eternal City were growing toward the city walls at an unbelievable speed. In just a few seconds, the branches reached the walls. Then, they instantly pierced into the bloodthorn branches. What was happening? The world tree was absorbing the bloodthorns. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Qianma showed a look of astonishment. This situation was notably different from when the living hall was absorbed before. Previously, things were completely decomposed and reconstructed, becoming part of the world tree's substructures. But now, as he had just said, the bloodthorns were being outright devoured. The bloodthorns seemed to realize they were being attacked, and the thorns on their branches visibly grew larger at an astonishing rate. But no matter how they resisted, they could at most scrape off the bark of the world tree, unable to harm its core. Thus, despite resisting fiercely, they were still being slowly absorbed by the world tree. However, seeing the bloodthorn branches constantly shriveling, Cheng Qianmo revealed a surprised expression. The thorns of the bloodthorns could actually cut through the world tree's bark. What kind of monstrous attack power was this? Recalling how Gu Qian had attacked him before, Cheng Qianmo found it utterly unbelievable. It was truly astonishing. You have to understand, Gu Qian once went all out, and still couldn't break through the world tree's defenses. That was a full-force attack from a level 60+ top-tier powerhouse. Its power was naturally immense, which shows just how ridiculously strong the world tree's defense is. But now, these tiny bloodthirsty thorns, though no match for the world tree's attacks, were able to pierce its surface. How could Cheng Qianma not be shocked by that? The attack power of this bloodthorn is even stronger than that of a level 60 awakener. Thinking of this, Cheng Qianma felt both shocked and anxious, because she didn't want this monstrous defensive structure to be completely drained by the world tree. Stop! Stop! Don't absorb it anymore. Worried that the hard-earned super-strong defense would go to waste, Cheng Qianma hurriedly tried to stop it, but the world tree seemed to not hear her at all, continuing to absorb the bloodthorn's vitality relentlessly. Could it be because they are both plants, and the world tree's life form level is higher? Is that why it is devouring so madly? There was no such ridiculous ability in her previous life. Is this considered cannibalism among plants? Knowing she couldn't stop the world tree, Cheng Qianma could only watch helplessly as the bloodthorn was drained dry, turning into countless piles of dust. But just a few seconds later, after the bloodthorn's final bit of vitality was extracted, a miraculous scene unfolded. The branch that had absorbed the bloodthorn's vitality gradually changed from green to red, and sharp thorns sprouted from it. And judging by its size, the world tree's thorns were at least twice as large as the bloodthorns. Judging purely by appearance, they now looked almost identical to the bloodthorn. What's even crazier is that the tips of the branches actually bloomed into bright crimson flowers. Cheng Qianma was stunned by the sight before her. At the same time, a notification popped up. Congratulations! The Tree of Life has successfully devoured the bloodthorn and obtained all of its power, thus completing an evolution. Currently, 0.5% of the Tree of Life's branches have evolved into crimson spikes. Crimson spikes possess tremendous power at both ends of the workshop. They can parasitize onto any building to help defend against external enemies. Moreover, they can grow stronger by absorbing enemy blood and continuously enhance their own abilities, even achieving self-replication. These crimson, beautiful flowers are the legendary crimson spikes. No wonder they are so dazzlingly beautiful. So the world tree even has the ability to devour its own kind. This was truly an unexpected discovery. Looking at the attributes of the crimson spikes, Cheng Qianma immediately revealed an excited expression. Judging from its previous performance and the description of the bloodthorn variant, it was definitely far stronger than the bloodthorn. The former could function on both ends of the workshop simultaneously, which was something the bloodthorn couldn't even come close to. Based on the current data, if the world tree could evolve 0.5% of the bloodthorn variant each time it devoured a single bloodthorn, then if I throw out the remaining 99 of them in my hands, wouldn't that be enough to evolve half of it? Now this is getting interesting. Let me now test your strength. Xiao Qingqing Fire. To further verify the Bloodthorn variant's defensive power, this time Qing Qianma decisively chose Qing Dai to attack, based on her previous performance. Ordinary beasts wouldn't be able to break through its defense. Catching one would only be a waste of time. Qing Dai was now connected to Qing Qianma by blood, and immediately understood her intent. She slowly opened her mouth and began gathering power. Before long, a bolt of lightning suddenly streaked across the sky, and countless arcs of electricity emerged from Qing Dai's mouth. Xiao Qingqing. You've changed attributes. From fire attribute to lightning attribute. This was the first time Qing Qianma had seen her go all out, since Qing Dai evolved from Jade Dragon to Azure Dragon, so he was quite surprised by the change in her attribute. Though Qing Dai was gathering strength and couldn't speak, ever since she gained a humanoid form, she could communicate with Qing Qianma through telepathy, so she answered Qing Qianma's question in her mind. Turns out she had forgotten all her old skills as a Jade Dragon. In their place were entirely new abilities, and the lightning she was gathering now was the signature technique of the Azure Dragon race. Azure Thunder Flash. Azure Thunder Flash channels lightning from the surrounding space and strikes the target with blinding speed. The skill is unavoidable and inflicts triple shock effects immediately after impact. 2 seconds later, Azure Thunder Flash was finally charged. In an instant, a massive thunderbolt struck the west wall of Eternal City. A loud boom echoed. The huge noise startled everyone inside the city. Chapter 759. Emerald Sot's defense is under construction. What the heck? What just happened? We're under attack. Damn it. Was that a thunderclap just now? Aren't you exaggerating a bit? Everyone, get into battle readiness now. Damn, enemies have appeared. Wait a second. Why do I feel like I just saw an Azure Dragon in the sky? Isn't that the guild leader's mount? Oh, it really does seem to be the guild leader. Then it's fine. Everyone, back to your duties. The members of Eternal Peak were initially startled by the commotion caused by Tsang Leishan. They quickly prepared to go into battle mode. But later, some members closer to the west side of the city spotted the Azure Belt in the sky. They immediately stopped everyone. Because they were already used to Qing Qianma frequently causing big commotions, they quickly went back to normal and resumed what they were doing as if nothing had happened. However, no one realized that at this moment, high up in the sky, Qing Qianma had her eyes wide open, wearing a look of utter disbelief. This monstrously powerful skill could only cut off the barbs. The defense of the Crimson Spikes was simply unbelievable. Qing Qianma knew well the Azure Belt's strength, an existence comparable to a human level 65 Awakener. Moreover, Tsang Leishan's attack range wasn't large, basically falling within single target attacks. Thus its power was slightly stronger than Gu Qian's back then. But even so, it still couldn't break through the Crimson Spike's defense. At most, it could leave behind a 3-layer paralysis effect. How could she not be shocked? Now, more than half of Eternal City's defense issues were resolved. Although it still wasn't a 360-degree seamless defense, the effect was already astonishing. I don't believe that Sangxiong Guild, or those foreign assassins, can send over a bunch of level 65 or higher powerhouses against Awakeners below level 65. The Crimson Spikes are practically invincible. Good shows are coming next. Looking at the incredibly sturdy Crimson Spikes, Qing Qianma was extremely excited. She had originally planned to spend a huge amount of resources. There were plans to massively upgrade Eternal City's defense system. But now, with the Bloodthorn variant, there was no longer any need for that. He only needed to focus his efforts on building offensive structures. This saved an enormous amount of resources and money. Although I'm not sure how strong the Bloodthorn variant's attack is, it probably isn't much weaker than its defense. Next, he would feed the remaining 99 Bloodthorns to the World Tree. Let it completely devour them. Then he would begin upgrading the city's offensive structures. With the appearance of the Bloodthorn variant, it had solved a huge headache for Qing Qianma. After fully verifying its abilities, he rode Qing Dai along the city wall, planting a Bloodthorn seed at each corner along the way. This allowed him to manually control the evolution and density of the World Tree, in order to cover the entire Eternal City as much as possible. Although this have the defense density, the overall defense was already ridiculously strong. After all, he could also station people on the wall to intercept intruders, serving as additional defense support. Besides, he didn't believe anyone could fully spread out and mount a 360-degree siege on Eternal City. Time passed quickly. Half an hour later, Qing Qianma finished all the planting tasks. The World Tree also devoured all 99 remaining Bloodthorns. Although Eternal City wasn't completely impenetrable now, it was certainly hard to conquer. It became a nightmare for every engineer. Qing Qianma was very confident about that. Now, reaching level 11 was still a long way off, and a large enemy force was closing in again. Might as well go big this time. He decided to manufacture a batch of high-powered weapons, based on top-tier specs. With that decision made, Qing Qianma rode Qing Dai toward the city's artisan district. There were many engineering shops there, as well as a large number of senior engineers. With the rise in both quantity and quality of Eternal City's craftsmen, Cheng Qianma had completely given up on building directly from blueprints. Structures created from scratch that way were no match for those built by skilled engineers. Holding authority over the Craftsmen's Guild, Cheng Qianma now had access to a large team of elite engineers. As long as materials were sufficient, they could mass-produce top-quality defense weapons in no time. Moreover, he could even use the Source of Life to enhance these weapons, taking their power to the next level. That was an advantage no other guild could possibly possess. Even a level 10 guild wouldn't do, so it must be fully utilized. 10 minutes later, Cheng Qianma slowly landed in the crafting district, and when the engineers here recognized Cheng Qianma, they rushed out of their shops. Eternal Peak is no longer the small guild it once was, as the guild's membership grows day by day. For an ordinary guild member to meet Cheng Qianma face-to-face is definitely not an easy thing, so these engineers were especially seeing everyone's overwhelming excitement. Cheng Qianma waved his hand and gave a warm smile. Everyone calm down. I have a task that needs your help. Hearing there was a task, the engineers immediately lit up with enthusiasm, because this was a great opportunity to prove themselves. After a few minutes, Cheng Qianma explained his needs, and the engineers present collectively gasped, because they were shocked by Cheng Qianma's extravagance. Guild leader, are we really building such terrifying heavy firepower defense weapons? With these specifications, the costs are far from small. A senior engineer, older and highly respected, asked with some concern. After all, even in his entire lifetime, he had never heard of such outrageous construction demands as Cheng Qianma's. After listening, Cheng Qianma didn't explain much. He just chuckled lightly. No need to worry too much. Though the costs are a bit high this time, we'll soon recover the investment. While speaking, Cheng Qianma subconsciously glanced at the distant sky and added in his mind, we might even make a huge profit. Chapter 760, Mass Recruitment, Mysterious Pharmacy. After finalizing the production plan for heavy firepower weapons, Cheng Qianma instructed Jiang Wenliang to fully coordinate with all the city's engineers to produce them, and for the foreseeable future, all of Eternal Peak's resources would be allocated to the engineers, to ensure enough heavy firepower weapons could be produced in the shortest time possible. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During that time, Eternal Apex operated like a highly efficient war machine. Every member of the guild was extremely busy. To deal with the incoming wave of enemies, Cheng Qianma decided to increase surveillance once more. He launched a new round of covert scout recruitment. This time, he planned to double the number of scouts, from 2,000 people straight to 4,000. He knew that intel would be a critical factor in the upcoming battles. As long as he got the information first, he would gain a significant advantage in battle. So he generously issued the recruitment order. Since Eternal Apex was currently rising in both prestige and power, as soon as the recruitment notice went out, top assassins from all over began fighting over the scout slots, especially those who missed out on the first wave of recruitment. Now they were acting like madmen. After all, Eternal Apex was already known for its wealth. No one could resist that kind of temptation. Besides, becoming a covert scout now not only earned assassins a large number of contribution points, there was also an extra perk. They could leave a good impression on Eternal Apex. If they performed well, they might even be specially recruited. And this special recruitment was also part of Cheng Qianma's second strategy, to expand the guild's population. Since Eternal Apex had reached level 10, there were now around 7,000 new slots available. This large-scale expansion still had level restrictions. Anyone below level 60 wasn't even eligible to sign up for the guild entry test. But even with such harsh conditions, a massive number of Awakens still flocked to join every day. All because of two names, Eternal Apex and Cheng Qianma. Their fame in the Xia Kingdom was enormous now, so big that even if the Awakened weren't certain they'd pass, they still believed in Eternal Apex. Because Cheng Qianma of Eternal Apex, his name was synonymous with the guild itself, and Cheng Qianma of Eternal Apex was Eternal Apex. Their fame was so great that even those who thought they had no chance still came to try. After all, in a world where the strong prey on the weak, one misstep could end your life. Who wouldn't want to find a good backer and a solid organization? And clearly, in this day and age, that was Eternal Apex. It was seen as the best choice among many free awakeners. At this moment, Cheng Qianma stood atop the city wall, scanning the area below. She watched the numerous awakeners lining up for assessment. A smile appeared on her face. It seemed that the covert recruitment order and expansion plan were very effective. Now the number of Eternal Peak guild members was increasing at an astonishing rate every day. At this pace, all remaining vacancies would likely be filled within 3 days. It was time to move on to the next phase of the plan. And most likely, the enemies would act soon too. After setting up the general strategy, Cheng Qianma quietly headed to the herbalist district. The layout there was similar to the craftsman district, except engineering shops were replaced by herbal shops and potion stores. With the establishment of the Artisans Guild, Cheng Qianma had divided Eternal City into various sections, based on major life professions. This way, resources could be centralized for unified production. further improving production efficiency. It also made it easier for visitors to find the shops they wanted, greatly enhancing the city's circulation. Looking at the bustling herbalist district, Cheng Qianma couldn't help but smile. Such terrifying foot traffic meant piles of silver coins. Herbalism truly was a massive moneymaker. No one could avoid it. She wondered if those two had... Cheng Qianma smiled faintly and quietly entered a potion store. This potion store wasn't located in the core area of the herbalist district, but tucked away in an inconspicuous corner, oddly enough. While other shops were bustling with activity, this shop was originally closed to customers. Only after Cheng Qianma knocked 9 times did the door slowly open. After she entered, the door was quickly shut again. Adding to the mystery, Cheng Qianma stayed inside for a full 6 hours. By the time she came out, the sky was already dark. When her figure reappeared in the herbalist district, she looked clearly tired. But her face still carried a faint excitement. Instead of going back to rest, she immediately made her way alone to Eternal Peak's water prison. This place officially holds 2 Japanese masters, and Hongawi. As soon as Cheng Qianma entered the water prison, the guild members in charge of guarding bowed respectfully. They didn't expect that at such a late hour, Cheng Qianma would deign to visit this extremely eerie place. In fact, the inspiration for building this water prison came from the Dark Brotherhood of Thunder City. Back then, Aquan, without hesitation, imprisoned a large number of awakened ones in the water prison. Everyone showed expressions of extreme fear. This inspired Cheng Qianma to follow suit, building a water prison in the deepest part of Eternal Peak. Cheng Qianma smiled and nodded to the guild members, signaling them to continue their duties and ignore him. Then he slowly approached the door of a cell, a faint smile on his face. Chapter 761. Do you think you alone can provoke Japan? Cheng Qianma, release us now. Do you really want to single-handedly ignite a war between Japan and Xia? You can't bear the consequences. Tanaka Shinosuke has been in the water prison, tortured alive for 3 days. During this time, the guards in charge only provided 3 meals a day to meet the minimum survival needs. As for any other requests, they ignored them completely. Want to heal their injuries? That was out of the question. Imagine this. Excruciating pain and severe injuries, yet being confined daily in the water prison, with icy water soaking their wounds. It's beyond what any human could endure. Tanaka Shinosuke, a top-tier 4th-ranked Japanese assassin, had never faced such humiliation. So, upon seeing Cheng Qianma's figure, despite being physically and mentally exhausted and in unbearable pain, he still roared in uncontrollable rage. Beside him, Shiraishi Masato was also livid, in a state of extreme anger. To put it bluntly, the past 3 days were the greatest shame of their lives. If word gets out, they could hardly imagine the consequences. So now they could only try to leverage relations between the 2 countries to put pressure on Cheng Qianma, hoping he would consider the bigger picture and let them go. But Cheng Qianma wasn't stupid. Why would he take such a risk? After hearing Tanaka Shinjiro's near-roaring threats, he clicked his tongue in disdain. TSK, 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 trying to scare me? Guess what? 3 days ago, at the moment I acted, what was I thinking? Heh. I advise you to behave yourselves. Cheng Qianma completely ignored Tanaka Shinjiro's threats, showing undisguised disdain on his face. Cheng Qianma, you probably don't realize our status back in Wakoku. When we departed, quite a few people knew about it. If you intend to keep us here for long, they will definitely find out. When that time comes, it won't just be an assassin squad that comes after you. You better think carefully. Tanaka Shinjiro had a fiery temper. When Cheng Qianma told him to behave, he instead doubled down on the pressure. After all, from his perspective, Cheng Qianma was just one person inside the city walls. While Wakoku's overall strength was greater than that of Xi'an Nation, he didn't believe Cheng Qianma would dare go against the world and trigger conflict between 2 nations. Thus, in terms of momentum, he showed no intention of backing down. At that moment, Baishir Masato, who had remained silent until now, also spoke with a grim face. This operation's failure was indeed our miscalculation. There's no denying that. But you shouldn't go too far. After all, the disparity between the 2 nations' strengths, you know it better than we do. We're willing to pay the price. Just name it. Although Baishir Masato was also furious, he was still more composed than Tanaka Shinosuke. So besides applying diplomatic pressure, he also offered to pay a ransom. He figured unless Cheng Qianma was completely reckless, he'd respond to a mix of soft and hard tactics. His attitude should begin to soften. But after hearing them out, a faint gleam flashed in Cheng Qianma's eyes. It was already dark outside, and the water prison was extremely dim. So Tanaka Shinosuke and Baishir Masato didn't notice this subtle expression. He pretended to think for a moment, then slowly said, "You're the smarter one. My price isn't cheap. After all, your worth speaks for itself, so better prepare yourselves mentally." The 2 assassins from Wano listened to Cheng Qianma's words. Though they still felt irritated inside, they forced themselves to hold back their reactions. Even the hot-headed Tanaka Shinosuke suddenly fell silent. As long as Cheng Qianma was willing to negotiate, they had a shot at getting out. Heh. You Xia people have a saying, the winner becomes king, the loser a bandit. I understand that well. Since we lost this time, bleeding a bit more is fair enough. Just say the word. Although Baishir Masato was from Ueno, he was very fond of studying Xia's culture, so when it came to he had some degree of understanding. What he said was both to express his stance and to try and ease tensions with Chung Qianma. After all, what they had now was just a verbal agreement. Their lives were still in his hands. If he changed his mind later, the consequences would be unimaginable. That was the last thing Baishir Masato wanted to see, so his tone had softened noticeably. When Chung Qianma saw this, though he sneered inside, he didn't show it outwardly. He then pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and passed it through the cell bars. Obviously, he came fully prepared, having already drafted the ransom list. In fact, the more thoroughly Chung Qianma prepared, the more hopeful Baishir Masato felt about getting out. During the past 3 days of imprisonment, he carefully analyzed Chung Qianma's motives. He believed no Xian nation citizen would dare openly kill top-tier Wakoku experts, because that would be an extremely serious matter. Such frictions typically only happen in secret. Otherwise, they would face tremendous public pressure. After all, on the surface, Blue Star did not permit humans to kill each other. After long contemplation, he concluded there was only one reason why Chung Qianma hadn't killed them. He wanted money. Thus he had mentally prepared to pay a ransom long ago. However, when he read the ransom list, his barely calmed emotions exploded once again. He even felt like his blood pressure had instantly shot past 200. You're asking an outrageous price. This ransom is absolutely impossible. But before they could finish raging, Chapter 762 arrived. Baishir Masato's shock at the Yujin Pill ransom. The reason Baishir Masato was so furious was because Chung Qianma's ransom list was simply unbelievable. On that list, over 40 types of precious items were detailed, and it was clearly stated that this was only for the ransom of one person. If they both wanted to leave, they would have to pay double. Such an outrageous ransom, although they could technically afford it, since they were both top-tier 4th evolution experts, with impressive wealth. Even so, it would bleed them dry. 10 years of hard work would vanish, just to fill this bottomless pit. That's why Baishir Masato felt Chung Qianma was raising the price outrageously, opening his lion's mouth wide. What did I say earlier? Didn't I tell you to be mentally prepared in advance? To be honest, with your status, you can absolutely afford the price. Now that you're in my hands, you still want to haggle? The ransom Chung Qianma listed is based on the standard for 4th-rank powerhouses, carefully calculated. Thus, the total value is set precisely at an amount you can afford but will feel painful to pay. To put it bluntly, with this ransom, he easily has you both under his thumb. We can afford it, but your price is outrageous. You're showing no sincerity in negotiating. No way. You have to give a discount, or we're done talking. Shiraishi Masato isn't one to compromise easily. He doesn't want his hard-earned fortune to be taken by Chung Qianma for nothing. So he argues fiercely, demanding a discount. At that moment, on Chung Qianma's face, a faint, enigmatic smile briefly appeared. Then, he said solemnly, "How about this? I have a new proposal. Would you like to hear it?" Upon hearing this, Shiraishi Masato was momentarily stunned. He had initially thought Chung Qianma would continue to haggle. But to his surprise, he proposed an entirely different plan. This caught him completely off guard, while also sparking a trace of wariness in his heart. Let's hear it first. Shiraishi Masato responded with a serious expression. Chung Qianma smiled, then took out a golden pill from his pocket. Do you recognize this? Even though the light in the water prison was extremely dim, the golden pill in Chung Qianma's hand still emitted a dazzling glow, illuminating half of the water prison. This sudden phenomenon also alarmed the guards, who hurriedly rushed over to investigate. Chung Qianma shook his head slightly, signaling that there was no problem. Only then did the guard leave with a puzzled look. This is one of Xian Nation's specialties, the Yujin Pill. What are you planning? Baishir Masato, well-versed in Xian Nation's culture, recognized the golden pill at a glance, while Tanaka Shinjiro stood there dumbfounded, completely clueless about what a Yujin Pill was. Rumors said Baishir Masato was knowledgeable about Xian Nation, and now it was clearly proven true. You really do know about the Yujin Pill. Since you know what it is, you must also know its value. If you're willing to pay the ransom listed, I will throw in it. Before heading to the water prison, Chung Qianma had already investigated the identities of the 2 Wakoku men, so after learning Baishir Masato's background, he made a targeted move, specifically bringing out the Yujin Pill as a bargaining chip. Baishir Masato's shocked expression was because the Yujin Pill had extremely powerful effects. As a unique potion from Xian Nation, it not only had incredible healing power, but could also enhance the user's physical constitution. Thus, both Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinjiro, severely injured now, would require months of rest, even with treatment back to fully recover. But with the Yujin Pill, they could fully recover within 3 days, and their bodies might become even stronger, as tough as forged iron. There were even rumors that taking a Yujin Pill gave a good chance of curing unknown lingering ailments. If this golden pill was genuine, then for warriors wounded while exploring the caves, it would be the most precious tonic imaginable. With just one pill, They could not only be fully healed, but even grow stronger in power. How could Baishir Masato possibly stay calm? Though shocked, he couldn't help it. Though shocked, he couldn't show it. He wasn't blinded by desire. Because, even though the appearance and glowing trait of this Wujin pill matched the descriptions exactly, he still couldn't be entirely sure it was genuine. What if Qing Qianma had just whipped up a realistic-looking fake? They'd be at a huge loss. More importantly, he and Qing Qianma were still enemies. If that pill really was authentic, then wouldn't he be aiding the enemy? Things were far more complicated than they seemed. From what I know, this pill hasn't appeared in Xia for many years now. Even if you're a grandmaster, you specialize in forging. Why should I believe you could get your hands on a Wujin pill? Are you trying to tell me you made it yourself? Baishir Masato's final sneer was filled with not only disbelief, but also clear disdain. Granted, Qing Qianma was a rare dual-specialized cultivator, skilled in both combat and forging. But it was still hard to believe that he also had achievements in alchemy. So his eyes were filled with suspicion. Qing Qianma wasn't offended by this. Instead, he calmly pulled out several more golden pills from his pocket. In an instant, the pitch-black water prison lit up like day. Seeing this scene, the two men from Wano showed utter disbelief. Chapter 763. We'll test the pill, that's fine. But you sly fox. Looking at the suddenly illuminated water prison, even though Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinizuki still couldn't confirm its authenticity, they were already stunned. Potent elixirs typically come with special effects. For example, they might affect temperature or alter nearby materials. A Wujin pill that could emit such a terrifying level of brightness clearly had such properties, even if it was fake. No ordinary person could ever forge something like this. So Baishir Masato's resolve began to waver. Sorry to disappoint, but I did make this pill myself. If you don't believe me, then forget it. But my ransom list will not be adjusted. Take your time to consider it. There's plenty of time anyway. Qing Qianma toyed with the Wujin pill in his hand as he prepared to leave. His attitude had remained calm from beginning to end, showing no signs of impatience at all. Yet this series of astonishing actions had already stirred up a storm in Baishir Masato's heart. Could it be that the Wujin pill really came from his hands? Otherwise, where would he get so many high-quality counterfeits? For someone as knowledgeable as Baishir Masato, just by observing the appearance of the Wujin pill, he already believed it 60 to 70%. At this moment, under the influence of his strong survival instinct, his psychological defenses finally collapsed. Seeing Qing Qianma about to leave, he couldn't help but call out, "Please wait, let's talk it over again. I misspoke just now." If there had been any outsiders in the water prison, they would have been shocked to see Baishir Masato voluntarily apologizing. After all, he was a top-tier 4th evolution expert. With such status, even if he made a mistake, he would never apologize to a 3rd evolution awakener. This was a matter of status, not anything else. Yet now, not only did he apologize, but his tone even seemed quite sincere. This showed just how much pressure Qing Qianma had put on him. Seeing Baishir Masato compromise, Qing Qianma, who had his back to them, showed a devilish smile. The big fish had finally taken the bait. What's there left to talk about? You don't even believe that the Wujin pill in my hand is genuine. Since that's the case, why waste time? Knowing he was in an absolutely dominant position, Qing Qianma's attitude became even tougher than before. But Baishir Masato wasn't stupid. He had long anticipated that Qing Qianma would press his advantage. Thus he could only explain, "Now we basically believe you. Please, be magnanimous. Calm down. Harmony brings wealth, right? Don't you agree?" Baishir Masato figured that Qing Qianma was the type who responded better to soft approaches. Thus, he softened his attitude again. Now he could only swallow his bitterness. There were no words left to say. He even wanted to slap himself. After all, who would have thought? Who would have thought Qing Qianma was this powerful? If only they'd been more cautious at the start, or maybe just a bit more polite, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Now all they could do was try to make amends. However, Qing Qianma wasn't buying it, because he heard one word, basically. You said basically? Qing Qianma coldly asked in return. Just then, Tanaka Shinizuki, who'd been silent, couldn't help but speak up defiantly. Isn't it basically true? We're not from Xia. Nor are we alchemists. How can we determine if these Wujin pills are real? What if you tampered with them? To harm us. Although Baishir Masato agreed with Tanaka Shinizuki in his heart, he still wanted to kick him in the face. Was the earlier lesson not painful enough? Even if you want to question him, couldn't you say it in a nicer tone? Do you really not get the situation? Bro, we're still locked up by this guy right now. As for Tanaka Shinizuki, this guy who ruins more than he helps, Baishir Masato could only feel despair. He knew Tanaka Shinizuki was incredibly strong, but his words were often brainless, and his temper worse than anyone's. Clearly, the man hadn't learned a thing. Everything he said just made things worse. At this point, Baishir Masato even regretted ever tagging along with Tanaka Shinizuki on this trip. It was a complete disaster. If only he had stayed home and cuddled his wife instead. But once the words were out, they were like spilled water. Now he could only try his best to clean up the mess. After a quick moment of thought, he added, "How about this? I have a new proposal as well. To show our sincere apology, We're willing to pay not only the full amount listed on the ransom note, but also add 20% on top. When Tanaka Shinizuki heard this, his eyes widened in fury, wearing a look of disbelief. If Baishir Masato hadn't given him a hint, he would have doubted whether this guy had lost his mind. The ransom Chung Qianma originally asked for was already outrageous, yet now he wanted an additional 20%. Was he crazy? In fact, even Chung Qianma himself was a little surprised now. However, he didn't say anything, only waved his hand to signal Baishir Masato to continue. Next, Baishir Masato smiled and said, "Of course, if you want us to pay that much extra ransom, it won't be without conditions. After all, you seem to have plenty of Yujin pills. To put our minds completely at ease, why don't you eat one here and now? The extra ransom we would pay would obviously be worth more than one Yujin pill. As long as the goods are genuine, you would gain a massive amount of rare materials without losing anything. Why not?" After hearing Baishir Masato's words, Tanaka Shinjiro immediately showed a look of sudden realization. If Chung Qianma was really willing to eat it on the spot, then he could truly rest assured. After all, no amount of money was more important than his life, let alone the fact that it was only an extra 20% ransom. He was willing to spend the money to minimize the risk. Thus, he sighed secretly to himself. How clever. However, Chung Qianma, who was extremely confident, raised an eyebrow slightly without showing emotion, then showed a calm smile. "You want me to eat it on the spot? Fine. However, each of you must add one more material." Chapter 764. You think you can frame me that easily? Huh. Although Chung Qianmo raised the price again, the two Wakoku experts, knowing they were at a disadvantage, could only grit their teeth and agree in order to survive. After all, from their perspective, as long as they made it out alive, there would always be a chance to recover what they lost, maybe even double it. Once the agreement was reached, Chung Qianma decisively took out a Wujin pill and swallowed it. In an instant, his skin began to gradually take on a yellow hue. In just a moment, it completely turned bronze. Seeing this, Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinizuki both felt parched, instinctively swallowing nervously, because bronze skin was the best indicator of the Wujin pill's authenticity. If a fake pill could pull this off so convincingly, then that'd be truly terrifying. And even several minutes later, Chung Qianma showed no strange reactions. The two men finally felt completely at ease, convinced the Wujin pills were real. They even felt like this was a blessing in disguise, to be able to buy the legendary Wujin pill from Xia. But excitement aside, Baishir Masato's gaze toward Chung Qianma turned very complicated. This kid's talent was simply monstrous. With him around, Wayno's dominance. Once they got out of here, they had to do something. They absolutely couldn't allow him to grow unchecked. This whole deal could be turned into a story. Although Baishir Masato had already agreed to pay the massive ransom, the murderous intent in his heart had intensified tenfold. As one of Wayno's top experts, he absolutely couldn't let Chung Qianma keep growing without restraint. Otherwise, Wayno would be in grave danger. But how could Chung Qianma not see through his thoughts? He just chose not to call it out. They say heroes are born young. I admit, your talent is terrifying. Even in Wayno, you'd be among the top echelon. It's honestly a waste for someone like you to stay in Xia. Ever thought about changing allegiances? If you're willing to join the great Wayno Empire, I guarantee all your future treatment will be at least double what you have now, maybe even more. Whether sincere or not, Baishir Masato extended an olive branch to Chung Qianma. And seeing this, Tanaka couldn't help but panic a little. But just as he was about to speak, Baishir Masato stopped him. Sorry, I'm not interested. Pay up. I'll personally escort you out. Chung Qianma didn't even hesitate, as he flatly rejected Baishir Masato's attempt to negotiate. Very well. I, Baishir Masato, have already given you your last chance. Since you refuse to accept it, there's nothing more to be said. Baishir Masato muttered inwardly, then opened his spatial storage device. After a while, the two sides finally completed the transaction. Chung Qianmo received a huge amount of high-grade materials, while the two top Wakoku experts gained their freedom and a Yujin pill. Although the Yujin pill was miraculous, it still required 3 days to take full effect. The sooner we take it, the sooner we can recover our full strength. As soon as Baishir Masato finished speaking, he swallowed the Yujin pill on the spot. Tanaka Shinjiro, standing next to him, was equally excited and swallowed his too. Right after that, both of them felt a surge of warm energy rise within them. Their injuries began to slowly heal. At this moment, the deep frustration they felt earlier turned into soaring spirits. As long as they could recover, everything else could be dealt with. Now that the transaction was completed, come with me. Chung Qianma clearly didn't want to tangle with the two Wakoku men any further. So as soon as the transaction ended, he promptly issued an eviction order. Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinjiro were also eager to leave the eerie water prison. Naturally, they were more than willing. They nodded and followed. Soon after, the three of them left the water prison under many watchful eyes. They arrived inside Eternal City's inner area. If it hadn't been nighttime, and most visitors either already left or settled into hotels, there would have been more people on the streets. Otherwise, it definitely would have caused a major sensation. You have to understand, it was Chung Qianma who captured the two Wayno men, and now he's the one releasing them. Such a drastic shift in attitude was bound to raise all kinds of speculation. After all, everyone knew, between Xia and Wayno, for so many years, there had been nearly irreconcilable hatred. Even though there weren't many people on the road, there were still a few outsiders who witnessed the scene. They all looked stunned and confused. Just as Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinizuke mounted their flying mounts, they didn't leave immediately. Baishir Masato even boldly shouted in the sky, without any attempt to hide it. My offer still stands. If you change your mind, you can come find me anytime. This was a great collaboration. Until we meet again. With that, he flew swiftly toward the edge of the city, and in the air, his voice echoed. This scene left all witnesses' minds completely blank. They couldn't believe that this was real. After defeating two powerful warriors from Wagyu, Chung Qianma actually released them personally. What was he thinking? And judging from what Baishir Masato, it seemed that Chung Qianma had reached some kind of secret agreement with Wagyu. In such a sensitive situation, this inevitably fueled wild speculation. Clearly, this was just the beginning of Baishir Masato's counterattack. He wanted to use this scene. 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 Clearly, this was just the beginning of Baishir Masato's counterattack. He wanted to leave in a high-profile manner, to sow discord between Chung Qianma and other awakeners of Xiagua, creating the impression that Chung Qianma might betray them, even selling out his own people for glory. So they left in a very good mood. After all, throwing mud is easy, but washing it off is hard. As the saying goes, rumors spread with a word, but clarification breaks one's legs. Chung Qianma's actions now, combined with their parting remarks, really made it seem impossible for him to clear his name. However, faced with everyone's incredulous expressions, Chung Qianmo remained extremely calm. He silently looked up at the sky. Do you really think you can frame me so easily? Heh. Let's wait and see. Chapter 765, Center of Hostility, An Unprecedented Crisis, Apocalypse Continent, Toxic Mountain Range, Sky Guild Headquarters. Hong Gaoi is truly a useless fool, only capable of causing trouble. We sent him to Eternal Peak to gather information, and he actually got captured alive. The reputation of Sky Guild has been utterly disgraced by him alone. At this moment, inside the Sky Guild conference room, a man in a blue robe was speaking. His face was completely grim. He was none other than the current president of the Firmament Guild, Tajai Du, a level 76 player. Just a few days ago, he received the news that Hong Gaoi had been captured alive, and also found out that members of his guild could no longer access any lifestyle services. Such discriminatory treatment on the continent made him absolutely furious. The culprit, Chung Qianma, and his Eternal Pinnacle Guild were immediately declared mortal enemies by the Firmament Guild to save face. Not only did he make no attempt to rescue Hong Gaoi yesterday, he even dispatched a 5,000-member expedition unit to march straight toward the Dark Forest for a level 10 guild with 12,000 slots. Sending out a 5,000-strong elite force was already an act of full-scale war. The Firmament Guild had been entrenched in Xiagua for many years, ranking solidly among the top 3 guilds. So this elite unit of 5,000 members had an extremely high average level, a staggering level 62. And to ensure absolute success, Tajai Du dispatched 3 4th-tier experts to lead them. That was more than half of his trump cards. Such a massive expedition force, they could easily wipe out any level 9 guild. Therefore, Tajai Du swore to make Chung Qianma pay in blood. However, what he didn't know was Eternal Pinnacle had also leveled up to rank 10, and their guild size was growing rapidly by the day. Even their new member recruitment threshold had risen to an exaggerated level 60, almost matching the Firmament Guild's elite force. The only gap left was in terms of headcount. President Ta, please calm down. This time, Chung Qianma brought it on himself. He has no one else to blame. Our expedition force will reach the Dark Forest in at most 2 days, and with Elder Zhang and the other 2 leading the charge, by then, Chung Qianma will learn the true meaning of regret. The one speaking in agreement was a senior officer of the Firmament Guild, Su Kaiki. He was in an extremely good mood now. Because Hong Gaoi had been captured alive, even if he could return alive, he would no longer be valued by Xue Jirue. Thus, his future would end here. And he himself had a great chance to replace him, becoming one of the new vice presidents. So how could he not be happy now? After hearing Su Kaiki's words, the gloom in Xue Jirue's heart was greatly relieved. Seeing this, the observant Su Kaiki continued speaking further. Besides, I recently heard a shocking piece of news. This news is extremely advantageous for our guild. Upon hearing the words extremely advantageous, Xue Jirue's eyes suddenly lit up. He then asked with great interest. Let's hear it. Su Kaiki knew this was a golden opportunity to show his ability. After organizing his words, he slowly spoke. I recently found out that Cheng Qianma not only personally released 2 powerful warriors from Waguo, but also seemed to have a close relationship with them. Now there are vague rumors circulating outside, saying he might have made secret deals with Waguo. Otherwise, how could he secretly release 2 powerful enemies in the middle of the night? After hearing Su Kaiki's words, Xue Jirue's eyes suddenly sharpened. Then he broke into a smile. Good. Very good. Immediately send people to spread this news widely, and add some embellishments to it. I want to make Cheng Qianma a traitor to Xiagua. Label him as a national traitor. By then, let's see how this so-called rising star faces the overwhelming public condemnation. Sometimes words are more destructive than force. Seeing that his information was appreciated by Xue Jirue, Su Kaiki nodded and agreed happily. He felt that as long as he handled this matter well, the vice president position would likely be his. A bright future was right before him. Meanwhile, more and more dark figures were appearing around Lingwei City recently. These were all foreign assassins who had arrived late. A conservative estimate says more than 20 countries have arrived by now, roughly 2,500 people. Their target is also Cheng Qianma. Meanwhile, Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shino, who had already left Eternal City, didn't take their men very far. They are now secretly stationed on the outskirts of Lingwei City. Both are quietly waiting for their injuries to heal, so they can team up with assassins from other countries to settle the score. At this moment, Eternal Pinnacle is being targeted by 3 different forces. They've become everyone's common enemy. An unprecedented crisis is on the verge of breaking out. Chapter 766, Enemy at the Gates. Where's the president? 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Early this morning, Zhang Wenliang rushed into Eternal Pinnacle's executive conference room. He had originally come looking for Cheng Qianma, only to find that the man himself wasn't there. Only Fan Hanyu was in the room, handling daily affairs. Old Fan, where's the president? Zhang Wenliang asked, somewhat confused. Fan Hanyu put down his pen and looked up, saying, I don't know. He just told me last night that he had something to take care of outside. Is there something urgent? Hearing that Cheng Qianma wasn't in the city, Zhang Wenliang furrowed his brows deeply. He never expected that at such a critical moment, Cheng Qianma would just walk away from it all. Just now, we got a message from the scouts. An hour ago, they spotted the Firmament Guild's expedition force. Even worse, this expedition force is both large in size and high in average level. They're clearly here to lay siege. But the situation took a sharp turn. Now there are all kinds of ugly rumors going around outside. It's infuriating. There must be someone behind the scenes stirring the pot. Let's focus on coming up with countermeasures first. Previously, Zhang Wenliang had been in charge of heavy weaponry development. That task had nearly been completed yesterday. So now, he shifted most of his energy to monitoring the surrounding areas. This mess was already bad enough, but upon closer inspection, it was even more alarming. Not only did they discover numerous enemy forces, but also noticed that public opinion was being manipulated against Eternal Peak. Thus, he wanted to find Cheng Qianma immediately, but no trace of him was found. After listening to Zhang Wenliang's report, Fan Hanyu's expression also turned grim. To be honest, if it really came to a head-on battle, given Eternal Peak's current strength and fortifications, he wasn't afraid of Sky Guild's expedition forces, but the issue of public opinion was giving him a major headache. Sigh. Previously, the president releasing 2 Waguo warriors did bring some unimaginable returns and greatly boosted our territory's development, but the negative impact was equally significant. It almost seems like it wasn't worth the cost. The shout from that person back then was clearly intended to stir up trouble, to incite civil unrest in Xiagua. We have all fallen into his trap. At this point, without a major event, it's nearly impossible to shift public opinion. It's truly worrying. Without the president as the backbone, both Fan Hanyu and Zhang Wenliang were deeply troubled. Trying to remove the traitor label from Cheng Qianma now seemed extremely difficult. For now, they didn't know how to deal with the situation either. For the time being, they could only take it one step at a time. Sigh. Let's just take it as it comes. We can only pray that the president still has a backup plan. Raise the city's war readiness to the highest level. All guild members in the city must be on standby 24/7. Recall all personnel who are currently outside and have them return quickly through the tree realm. A major battle is likely imminent. We must take it seriously. Since we can't solve the public opinion problem for now, Fan Hanyu could only focus on handling internal affairs properly. Even though Cheng Qianma wasn't in the city, he still had to ensure Eternal Pinnacle was always in its best condition for battle. After all, the Firmament Guild's expedition force was no joke. Zhang Wenliang knew this was the only thing he could do for now, so he immediately turned around to issue related orders. Just like that, the entire Eternal City sprang into action. All shops within the city were closed, and from that moment on, no outsiders were allowed in. In just 1 hour, the entire city was cleared out, entering first-level combat readiness. Every guild member, following Cheng Qianma's prior regulations, lined up in order at the guild warehouse to collect battle supplies. Ever since the last major battle against the Dark Brotherhood, Cheng Qianma had implemented strict wartime policies. Before every large-scale battle, every guild member would be given ample resources in case of emergencies. Recently, Eternal Pinnacle had recruited about 2,500 new, awakened players above level 60, bringing total membership to an astounding 7,000. Although these newcomers were quite strong, it was their first time experiencing such generosity, so naturally, they were thrilled. After all, other guilds couldn't possibly have the kind of wealth Eternal Pinnacle had. And even if they did, their guild leaders wouldn't necessarily be willing to distribute resources equally. So, after receiving an ample supply of various potions, and throwable bombs and other tools, they all felt joining Eternal Pinnacle had been the right choice. And just from this small gesture, they could tell Cheng Qianma's vision was staggeringly grand. He was on a completely different level than other guild leaders. As time ticked by, news of Eternal Pinnacle's full lockdown quickly spread. Everyone began to sense that a great battle was about to unfold, but unlike before, this time far fewer bystanders were hoping Eternal Pinnacle would win. Most were simply watching the show, eager for the battle to begin. Some even silently prayed in their hearts. They hoped Eternal Peak would be defeated. There were mainly two reasons behind this situation. First, Cheng Qianma's monopolistic actions had indeed angered many. They felt Eternal Peak was far too overbearing. As the saying goes, the tallest tree in the forest gets the wind. There is never a shortage of jealous people in this world. No one wants others to live better than themselves. Second, many had fallen for the rumors, believing Cheng Qianmo releasing the Waguo warriors was an act of treason. After all, the stronger Waguo became, the more Xiaoguo would suffer. Ordinary people wished for Waguo's downfall, yet Cheng Qianmo, for some hidden agenda, gave up a perfect opportunity. Thus, the current public opinion was extremely unfavorable for Eternal Peak. Meanwhile, Sky Guild's expedition forces were steadily advancing toward the Dark Forest. Based on their marching speed, they would reach the city gates in no more than 2 hours. At this critical moment, Cheng Qianma was not even inside the city. Instead, he appeared somewhere outside the city. Even more surprising, dressed in black, he was mingling with a group of strangers. Chapter 767. The mysterious Waguo man Fujiwara Kono. Somewhere in the Dark Forest near Lingyue City. Fujiwara's group. Is the information you provided really true? Asked a master from Gali named Li Junxue, speaking with a heavy accent, his tone somewhat doubtful. Fujiwara Kono, whom he mentioned, simply smiled, and replied confidently. Absolutely true. I have already investigated it in advance. Eternal Peak's current strength is indeed formidable. Moreover, their president Cheng Qianma seems to have gotten wind of the situation, and is firmly defending the city without stepping out. If we want to force a kill on him, it's very unlikely we'll get the chance. Upon hearing this, Li Junxue slightly furrowed his brows. If he hadn't personally experienced Fujiwara Kono's strength before, and knew he was from Waguo, he would never have believed it. Just half an hour ago, a man dressed in black suddenly appeared in front of his team, blocking their path. Such rude behavior immediately sparked Li Junxue's displeasure. Without further ado, the two ended up fighting. Li Junxue was originally a half-step 4th advancement master at level 70, while Fujiwara Kono hadn't even reached level 60 yet. Faced with such a huge power gap, he originally thought the Wokakum man in front of him had lost his mind for trying to stop the Gali team on his own. He thought he'd win easily, but after fighting for a full 10 minutes, the match was still neck and neck. This gave Li Junxue a huge psychological shock. He never expected Wuguo had progressed this rapidly. Even a random awakened fighter had such terrifying power to fight across levels. In the end, he had to calm down and listen carefully to Fujiwara Kono's intentions. When he heard the news about Eternal Pinnacle from Fujiwara Kono, he was utterly shocked. That was why he asked earlier. Initially, he wanted to strike hard and kill Cheng Qianma on the spot, but now, it was clear he didn't stand a chance. Naturally, he felt a little deflated like a shriveled eggplant. Just then, Fujiwara Kono said with a faint smile, "Brother Li, don't be discouraged. I do have an idea. If you're willing to share the rewards with others, we can absolutely work together." Upon hearing Fujiwara Kono's words, Li Junxue's expression suddenly changed. To become a top assassin in Gaoli, he obviously wasn't stupid. In an instant, he understood what Fujiwara Kono truly meant. They were planning to unite assassins from other countries for a siege. Mr. Fujiwara, did you already suffer a defeat before? That's why you stopped me, isn't it? Li Junxue said with a bitter smile. Fujiwara Kono didn't deny it. He said calmly, "To be honest, I'm not ashamed to admit it. My original plan was to end things quickly, too. But once the fight started, I realized I was wrong. In the end, all the subordinates I brought were wiped out. I was the only one who barely escaped. If I could take the bounty for myself, why would I want to share it with others? But we've come from far away, and we're on Chung Qianma's turf. Ultimately, we are still at a disadvantage. I've already thought it through. In fact, the reward is secondary. The most important thing is to eliminate Chung Qianma as soon as possible. Otherwise, for the strong nations of the Eastern District like us, there will be no good days ahead. As long as we participate in the kill, we will surely make a name for ourselves. Don't you think so, brotherly? After saying this, Fujiwara Kono looked meaningfully at Li Junxue. In fact, before setting out, Li Junxue also had little confidence regarding this assassination mission. He knew his strength was mediocre, not even reaching the 4th advancement. If he competed with assassins from other countries, he would hardly get a share of the prize. However, the reward Waguo offered was too tempting for someone like him, just one step away from the 4th advancement. Thus, with a mindset of giving it a desperate try and trying his luck, he still gathered a group of trusted men and set off at once. In his opinion, only by choosing the strategy of speed, arriving at Eternal City first, and then swiftly striking Chung Qianma down, would he have a chance to claim Waguo's unprecedented bounty. But while the ideal was beautiful, the reality was harsh. By now, he had completely abandoned unrealistic fantasies. Thus, after hearing Fujiwara Kono's analysis, his mindset also relaxed. What he said wasn't wrong. Even if they couldn't claim the bounty, earning a good reputation wouldn't be bad. Perhaps after returning home, the nation might even give him a special reward for participating in the assassination of Chung Qianma. After all, he was a thorn in the side of me. Having thoroughly thought it through, Li Junshue's heart grew calmer. He then said slowly, "How confident are you in persuading others? Trying to unite everyone won't be an easy task." Li Junshui could only speak for himself. He had no sway over the decisions of other nations' assassins, so he asked again. But Fujiwara Kono confidently patted his chest and smiled. "If someone refuses to listen to reason and charges into the city by force, then we'll just sit back and watch the show." I'm not exaggerating. The current Eternal City isn't something just any nobodies can break into. In the end, they'll still have to give in. Trust me. Li Junshui looked at Fujiwara Kono, at that utterly confident face, and couldn't help but recall their recent battle in his mind. For someone that powerful to speak so highly of Eternal Pinnacle's defenses, then this city's strength must truly be extraordinary. Alright, I believe you. So what do we do next? At this moment, Li Junshui fully believed in Fujiwara Kono, and now that Fujiwara Kono had received the answer he wanted, he finally revealed a smile. "We just need to sneak quietly to the edge of the dark forest, and we'll naturally run into the assassin teams from other nations. Leave the rest to me." Fujiwara Kono said casually. Li Junshui nodded slightly in agreement, to show he had no problem with it. But what he didn't know was that the very moment he agreed, a faint golden gleam flashed across Fujiwara Kono's eyes. Author's note. Sorry, I got distracted listening to a J-Cho song just now. It delayed me a bit. Still working hard on the next chapter. Please hang tight. Many thanks. Chapter 768. Hurry up. I'm waiting for your good news. Dark Forest. At the edge. Li Junxue, you were once a veteran assassin in this region, and now you've fallen so low. You've ended up listening to a man from an enemy nation. This Fujiwara Kono, really boosting others' morale, while dampening our own. He exaggerated Eternal City to an unbelievable degree. What a disgrace to our people. And you even believe such ridiculous nonsense. Where's your brain? A master from Peak, with a distinct curry aroma, mocked disdainfully. His team was the first foreign assassin group that Fujiwara encountered after reaching an agreement. However, this attempt to persuade them was not very successful, because the Peacock Nation's assassin team numbered an astonishing 500 people, and each of them was quite strong. They completely ignored Fujiwara Kono's words. "Pakash, I admit you have more people, but General Fujiwara's intentions are good. He has no selfish motives. He simply wants to completely eliminate Chung Qianma. That's why he made this suggestion. If you don't want to listen, then don't listen. There's no need for such ridicule." Peacock Nation and Gali Nation have long been competing for second and third place in the Eastern District of Lanqing. The former wants to solidify its long-standing second-place position, while the latter is determined to drag the former down. With such conflicting national interests at play, the relationship between the two nations' awakened ones was gradually deteriorating. And after being mocked relentlessly by Pakash, Li Junshui naturally wasn't in a good mood either. At this moment, he spoke up in support of Fujiwara Kono, both to ease the tension and to vent his own anger. He wasn't about to let someone from the walk all over him for life. He might not have ulterior motives, but the problem is, he's all alone now. And even if he had them, does he have the ability? Only you Jaolians, always timid and cowardly, would be scared by this kind of nonsense. I've got battle-hardened troops with me. Taking down a brat barely over level 50, that's nothing. If you don't have the guts to go, then just stay here and wait for my good news. When you see me claiming the bounty in Wokaku, don't get jealous. With those words, Pakash turned without a glance back and led his team at full speed toward Eternal City. Before leaving, he even let out an arrogant laugh. In truth, as soon as he saw Li Junshui and the others, he already knew his group was probably among the first squads of assassins to arrive at Eternal City. And on top of that, he had brought a large number of elite fighters. He was well prepared. Naturally, he believed victory was within his grasp. The Wokaka bounty was already waving at him. That's why he brushed off Fujiwara Kono's well-meant advice. He didn't listen to a single word. He only wanted to fight quickly to avoid being targeted by assassins from other countries if delayed. This is truly an unlucky start for us. A complete disaster right from the beginning. Honestly, the team Pakash brought this time was definitely among the top 3 in strength among all the assassin teams. Without his involvement, persuading other nations would be even harder. Seeing Pakash leave, Li Junshui finally voiced his concerns. However, Fujiwara Kono not only showed no worry, but actually laughed. That's not necessarily true. After all, if I only had words, it would be hard to persuade others with mere speech. So someone needs to prove it for me. Clearly, this person named Pakash is the best candidate. At first, Li Junshui didn't understand what Fujiwara Kono meant, but after some thought, he gradually figured it out. It turned out Fujiwara Kono planned to use Pakash's team to attack and kill Chengqianma, thus attracting the attention of other national teams. After realizing this, his opinion of the Wagyuo man rose considerably. At the same time, his respect for Wagyuo also deepened. Wagyuo truly is a land of talent and strategy. There's a reason why their nation has dominated the Eastern District for so many years. It's not without cause. Sigh. I wonder if Gali Nation will ever have the chance to replace them. Just thinking about Fujiwara Kono's prowess made Li Junshui feel a pang of bitterness in his heart. As time ticked by second, assassin teams from various countries have gradually arrived at the Dark Forest. Moreover, their numbers are steadily increasing. In the next half hour, the two of them encountered teams from 8 or 9 countries. The strength of these countries is only considered mid-tier in Blue Star's Eastern District, far from comparable to Goryeo. Naturally, they didn't dare to openly defy Li Junshui's intentions. Coupled with Ting Yuan Heye's forceful actions, anyone who showed defiance was beaten into submission by him. As a result, all these teams agreed to temporarily stand by and avoid blindly attacking. But everyone now wants to know one thing: whether Pakash's team can successfully infiltrate Eternal City and kill Chengqianma. Ting Yuan Heye saw that the plan was progressing smoothly, a faint smile flickering on his lips. He gazed toward Eternal City, thinking to himself, hurry up, I'm waiting for your good news. Chapter 769, Gathering at the City Gates. A grand spectacle is about to unfold, somewhere in the dark forest of Linghua City. Report, Elder. In about 20 minutes, we'll successfully cross the dark forest. By then, we'll reach Eternal City. A black-clad awakened one nervously reported on the road conditions ahead. He was Chi-Ho, tasked by the Sky Guild with scouting. The elder he mentioned, named Zhang Dongjian, is the Sky Guild's top powerhouse, second only to Xue Jirue, and its vice president. For this expedition, he and 2 other leaders are leading the team, giving Xue Jirue great confidence. Excellent. Our journey so far has faced no obstructions. Looks like they already know they're no match for us. They only dare to cower inside the city. Humph. This time, we came fully prepared. Cowering is useless. It's just a slow death. Zhang Dongjian sneered as he gazed into the distance. Then he instinctively... Clearly, his supreme treasure was stored inside. Meanwhile, the other 2 fourth advancement masters were also in good spirits, wearing faint smiles on their faces. After all, Eternal Peak was currently the hottest star-level guild. They were eager to personally destroy it. It was a thrilling feeling. Everyone, listen up. Accelerate again. We must cross the dark forest within 15 minutes. After we triumph this time, everyone will be rewarded. To further boost morale, Zhang Dongjian immediately threw out a tempting promise. Very soon, the 5,000-strong army became incredibly excited. At the same time, they felt this was a golden opportunity to become famous. Who wouldn't want to trample the so-called greatest prodigy of Xiaogua in 100 years under their feet? Thus, everyone unconsciously began to move faster. Seeing this scene, the 3 fourth advancement masters, led by Zhang Dongjian, revealed satisfied smiles. At the same moment, on the other side of the dark forest, another sizable force was quietly advancing, and leading them were none other than Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinojian, who had been released earlier by Chengqianma. It had been 3 full days since they swallowed the black gold pill. Their injuries had now fully healed. However, unfortunately, they hadn't gained the rumored special enhancement effects. Baishir Kuan, is it that we were just unlucky? Or was Chengqianma ridiculously fortunate? Why did his skin immediately turn bronze after swallowing the black gold pill? While we didn't show any reaction at all, Tanaka Shino asked, a bit unwilling to accept it. After all, an epic-grade black gold pill wasn't something you could easily come by. While Baishir Masato also felt a bit disappointed, he remained relatively calm. Everyone has their own fate, and some things just can't be forced. Maybe Chengqianmo really is luckier than us. Otherwise, how else could someone so young achieve so much? Even though we didn't get any special bonuses, at least our injuries were fully healed. So all in all, we didn't lose too badly. After all, we still have the chance for revenge. Instead of retreating home in shame and being mocked by our peers, after hearing Baishir Masato's comfort, Tanaka Shino immediately felt much better inside. He didn't even need to think. He knew that if Chung Qianma had killed him, the public backlash upon his return would have been a complete disaster. His rivals, they definitely wouldn't pass up the chance to exploit it. They'd stir up massive controversy. That kind of outcome was the last thing he wanted to see, so he nodded unconsciously. But shortly after, he asked again, what should we do next? Our last infiltration attempt failed completely. We can't just try the same thing again, right? Tanaka Shino, who had never been good at thinking, always looked to Baishir Masato whenever a situation required thought. This time was no exception, and after having learned his lesson about underestimating Chung Qianma, Baishir Masato had become much more cautious. After thinking carefully for a moment, he spoke with a serious expression. Chung Qianma and his eternal city. Now they've gained some momentum. Ordinary assassin teams, even if they have 4th advancement masters, if they have no more than 3 members. At this point, our only option is to form alliances. We'll have to join forces with assassins from other nations. As for who will be the one to claim Chung Qianma's head, that will depend on individual skills. If any awakeners familiar with Baishir Masato's character were present now, they would be shocked by what he just said. Because his evaluation of Chung Qianma was ridiculously high. Without experiencing firsthand how terrifying Chung Qianma was, no one would have believed it. Well, whatever. We'll probably run into some old acquaintances soon, like Li Junshui from Gali Nation, or Pakash from Peacock Nation. They should be willing to give us some face. But Li Junshui seemed quite confident, so he naturally assumed other nations' assassins would listen to Baishir Masato's suggestion. In fact, Baishir Masato thought the same way. Without relying on Wagyuo's powerful national strength, it would have been almost impossible to unite major nations quickly. In this world, the power to speak has always been proportional to actual strength. There's no doubt about that. And as the strongest country in the southern-eastern district, Wagyuo naturally held the most power. That's right. We should speed up too. Otherwise, those who don't know the truth might beat us there. After saying this, Baishir Masato led his men, rushing toward Eternal City again. It wouldn't be long before all 3 siege forces gathered outside the city, and a grand show was about to begin. Chapter 770. Self-slap. You thought I was helping? 3 kilometers outside Eternal City. We've been waiting for almost half an hour. How much longer do we have to wait? A whole group of us are gathered outside the city, yet no one dares to act. If word gets out about this, it'll be utterly humiliating. Can Fujiwara Kono and Li Junshui really be trusted? I'm starting to seriously doubt it. Li Junshui might still be reliable, but that Fujiwara guy, I'm not so sure. I've never even heard of him before. Since when did Wokaku have such a capable person? It's strange. Did Wokaku really send only him for such a high-stakes bounty? Wait, I heard Pakash from the Peacock Nation already snuck his team into the city. Damn it. Could they be working together to fool us? At this moment, among all the foreign assassins targeting the Wokaku bounty, over 70% had already gathered at the edge of the dark forest. The remaining few countries would likely arrive soon as well, and those who had already arrived, though persuaded by Li Junshui and Fujiwara Kono not to attack recklessly. As time dragged on, they were becoming more and more impatient. Their patience was wearing thin by the minute. Many people had already begun voicing their doubts. Some were even starting to suspect that there might be a hidden agenda. They were wondering if there was a secret plot at play, because Pakash's team from the Peacock Nation was the only one that had entered the city. If Li Junshui and Fujiwara Kono were actually in cahoots with him, deliberately spreading fear, just to stall everyone else, then all the other countries' assassins would have traveled all this way, only to hand over the bounty for free. And so the current sentiment was on the verge of spiraling out of control. In truth, witnessing this situation, even Li Junshui himself had started to feel doubtful. After all, according to Fujiwara Kono's original plan, they would first gather a terrifying force before launching the assault. But now, even though they had already rallied over 70% of forces from various nations, totaling nearly 2,000 people, this force still couldn't guarantee a successful frontal assault on Eternal City. However, the people gathered here were all top assassins, specialized in silent killing. Their average level was much higher than that of ordinary guild members. If they wanted to infiltrate together, they could definitely create chaos within the city, causing widespread panic. There would be no problem with that. Maybe amidst the chaos, they could create an opportunity to kill Chung Qianma. Yet Fujiwara Kono was still sitting firmly and calmly, showing no intention of taking action. This naturally made Li Junshui suspicious. General Fujiwara, everyone is grumbling right now. They are even starting to doubt our intentions. Look at the strength we've gathered. It's already quite impressive. Why are we still not making a move? Compared to before, Li Junshui's tone now was much colder, and his words carried a clear note of resentment. Yet Fujiwara Kono seemed oblivious, still smiling as he said, "Just wait a little longer. The result will come soon." Hearing the word result, everyone's faces immediately, they all felt they had been tricked. Damn you, Fujiwara Kono. You really deceived us. You must have colluded with Peacock Nation, deliberately keeping us here, to create opportunities for Pakash. This debt, we will remember. We'll settle it with you later. After seeing Ting Yuan Heye's indifferent attitude, someone finally couldn't hold back and erupted. They now completely tied Ting Yuan Heye, Li Juanshui, and Pakash, believing they were part of a scam group. So, they angrily declared their intent to leave. However, compared to Ting Yuan Heye's calm demeanor, Li Juanshui instantly felt like he was losing his mind. You'd better explain things clearly to everyone. I don't want to be used as your pawn. At that moment, Li Juanshui's attitude completely shifted, with just one sentence. He distanced himself from Ting Yuan Heye, because he, too, felt manipulated by Ting Yuan Heye. However, just as everyone present hoped Ting Yuan Heye would provide a reasonable explanation, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed from afar. Everyone instinctively gripped their weapons. The next second, shock appeared on everyone's faces. That's Pakash. Why do they look so battered? Could they have been defeated by Cheng Qianma? Someone shouted. And the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, because Pakash's strength, as fellow professionals, was something everyone was well aware of. If even he suffered a crushing defeat, the fate of others who blindly attacked would be hard to predict. 2 minutes later, Pakash, utterly disheveled, stumbled into the dark forest. His original team of 500 had lost nearly a third of its members. Their morale plummeted significantly. Pakash, what happened? A friend acquainted with Pakash asked the question on everyone's mind. Pakash first glanced over the crowd, then fixed his gaze on Ting Yuan Heye. This time, I was careless, and fell into Eternal Pinnacle's ambush. Their guild strength is formidable, far beyond what any single force can confront alone. I regret not listening to it. At this moment, Pakash's hostility toward Fujiwara Kono had largely disappeared. He realized that this loss was due to his own overconfidence and refusal to heed advice. Meanwhile, everyone else who heard was utterly shocked. At the same time, their gazes toward Fujiwara Kono became extremely complicated. Only now did they realize that from beginning to end, Fujiwara Kono's decisions had been correct all along. They had all wrongly blamed him. So, those who had voiced doubts earlier began to apologize one after another. The most embarrassed now was Li Juanshui. His face alternated between pale and flushed, feeling as if he had been slapped hard. But he couldn't bring himself to apologize now, especially after having just fallen out with Fujiwara Kono. Thus, he stood there awkwardly, seeing how quickly everyone switched sides. Fujiwara Kono sneered inwardly. You all think I'm helping? The real show is yet to come. Chapter 771. Questioning identities, the big fish arrives. It's alright. Now that everyone has merged, our chances of victory are much higher. Welcome to the team. While speaking, Fujiwara Kono extended his right hand to Pakash. Pakash glanced at Fujiwara Kono and found his expression genuinely sincere. Thus, he extended his hand too. The two then shook hands firmly. At the same time, everyone praised Fujiwara Kono for his magnanimity. The previous voices of doubt vanished instantly. Only Li Juanshui was left standing awkwardly to the side, looking like a clown. He didn't know what to do. Whether intentional or not, Fujiwara Kono seemed to deliberately ignore him, offering no chance to save face. And now, no one else dared speak up for him either. Thus, the atmosphere became slightly awkward. At that moment, a commotion suddenly came from behind the group. To be honest, Pakash's fate was already quite sad, and everyone's emotions were extremely tense, unable to handle any more disturbances. As a result, everyone gripped their weapons again. But soon after, the tense expressions on their faces immediately relaxed. Some even showed faint excitement, because the commotion came from Shiraishi Masato and Tanaka Shinasuke's team. As renowned assassins from Japan, their reputation preceded them. Everyone believed their arrival would be a significant boost. But unlike the crowd's excitement, Fujiwara Kanzuya's expression was slightly unnatural. Meanwhile, Shiraishi Masato looked visibly confused. Almost all foreign assassins are gathered here, and they seem to have formed a temporary alliance. Who arranged this? After closely observing everyone's expressions, Shiraishi Masato felt a surge of surprise. He never expected someone to have preempted his plan for a coalition. This left him feeling passive and embarrassed. However, the crowd was unaware of his thoughts, only feeling particularly thrilled. Pakash, why are you in such a sorry state? Tanaka Shinasuke, an old acquaintance of Pakash, was the first to voice his question. Pakash gave a bitter smile and briefly recounted his miserable experience. When the two Japanese assassins heard Fujiwara Kanzuya's name, their expressions instantly turned extremely strange, especially Shiraishi Masato, whose vigilance shot to its peak. Who is Fujiwara Kanzuya? Why haven't I heard of him? 1094 foot. Shiraishi Masato racked his brain for a long time, recalling information about the Fujiwara family. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find any details about Fujiwara Kanzuya. This made his expression grow increasingly grave. Tanaka, have you heard of this person? Shiraishi Masato asked quietly. Tanaka Shinasuke studied the man carefully and shook his head. Clearly, He didn't recognize this Japanese man either. At the same time, Li Zhu and Chui, sidelined by the crowd, keenly caught their subtle expressions, and Fujiwara Kanzuya's earlier unease. His eyebrows twitched unconsciously, as a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. Could it be that Shiraishi Masato and the others don't know Fujiwara Kanzuya? Otherwise, why would they be so guarded? Is there something wrong with his identity? Fueled by resentment, Li Zhu and Chui, having pieced things together, decided to act instantly. He no longer cared about the bounty reward, and only wanted to see Fujiwara Kanzuya humiliated. Shiraishi, your country truly is a land of when did another unparalleled genius emerge? Why don't you tell us about this, brother Fujiwara? Li Zhu and Chui's words were clearly. Masato Shiraishi also had serious doubts about Kazuno Fujiwara's identity. He spoke solemnly. Sorry, Tanaka and I don't know him. Also, we aren't aware of any genius named Kazuno in the Fujiwara family. Why don't you introduce yourself? Fujiwara, Koen. Every word Masato Shiraishi spoke conveyed his suspicion toward Kazuno Fujiwara. After speaking, he looked at Kazuno Fujiwara with a hostile expression. Others, sensing the tension, also turned their heads curiously. Facing thousands of eyes, Kazuno Fujiwara showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, he said mockingly, is every Fujiwara in our country supposed to belong to one single family? Or perhaps your memory is so amazing, Masato Shiraishi, that you know every family in our country? I am from the Fujiwara family. Just because you don't know me doesn't mean it's my problem. Besides, I'm here rallying everyone to fight against our enemies. How is that wrong? You're being a little too domineering. These words immediately resonated with many people. Indeed, as he said, our country's population ranks among the top 3 in the Eastern Blue Zone, only behind the Peacock Nation and Summer Nation. Only behind the Peacock Nation and Summer Nation. With such a huge population base, it was perfectly normal for many people to share the same surname. Moreover, whether it was Kazuno Fujiwara's fluent Yamato language, or his appearance, he was indistinguishable from a typical Yamato native. Thus, Masato Shiraishi's suspicion seemed quite baseless. Masato Shiraishi hadn't expected Kazuno Fujiwara to react so quickly. He immediately sneered. Such sophistry. I don't know every family in our country, but I do know all the prominent ones. Then tell us. Which Fujiwara family are you from? Just as Masato Shiraishi raised his doubt again, the sound of synchronized marching suddenly came from the nearby forest. This unexpected development caused every foreign assassin present to change their expressions drastically. Clearly, judging from the footsteps, a large group was rapidly approaching. And since all the foreign assassins were already gathered here, then the owners of these footsteps, of course, they came from the Xia Nation Awakeners. Now, there's only one person who not only feels no tension, but is actually overjoyed. All my delays were worth it. I've finally caught a big fish. Hee. Now it's my showtime. Chapter 772. A passing encounter. Chung Qianma's death is near. This is bad. There's a huge group approaching. By a rough estimate, at least a few thousand people. They're headed straight toward us. They all seem to be members of a Xia Nation guild called Skyfall, and their leaders include 3-tier, 4 powerhouses. As everyone was shaken by the synchronized footsteps, a rear scout came running over anxiously. The very next second, panic swept over the crowd. No one cared about the dispute between Fujiwara Kazuno and Shiraishi Masato anymore. Because if the people in the shadowy forest are exposed, a battle is inevitable. More importantly, Skyfall Guild clearly outnumbers them. And this is their home turf, Xia Nation. They even hold the geographic advantage. If this turns into a war of attrition, the nearby Xia Nation players will definitely flock here. The consequences are unimaginable. That's why, for the first time, these top-tier foreign assassins showed panic. What the hell happened? Why, at this critical moment, is such a large force approaching Eternal City? Are they allies or enemies of Eternal Pinnacle? Could our operation have been leaked? Did Chung Qianma call in reinforcements? Even Shiraishi Masato now had no interest in dealing with Fujiwara Kazuno anymore. In critical moments, he knew how to prioritize. Right now, his only concern was the sudden faction that appeared, and what their relationship was with Eternal Pinnacle. All kinds of speculation swirled in his mind. What should we do now? Tanaka Shinosuke, never one for brains, could only instinctively ask Shiraishi Masato. The others, trusting in Yamato's strength and Masato Shiraishi's infamous cunning, also turned their attention toward him. Although being stared at by so many people put Masato Shiraishi under immense pressure, his mind was racing. After several dozen seconds, he spoke calmly. The best plan now is for each national leader to restrain their subordinates and have everyone enter stealth mode, making sure not to make any noise. As long as we aren't discovered, we can observe the stance of this incoming force. If they are Eternal Peak's allies, then we can only retreat for now and reconsider our strategy. After all, allied forces can't stay in Eternal City permanently. But if their target is also Eternal City, then we can sit back and watch them fight, reap the benefits as fishermen. After they wear each other down, we can step in and clean up, wipe out 2 hostile forces at once. Masato Shiraishi truly lived up to his reputation as a rare master of both strategy and combat. He did not disappoint. Being able to analyze the pros and cons and propose a feasible plan so quickly was truly impressive. After hearing him out, everyone felt a sudden clarity. Shiraishi-kun is right. We are all top-class assassins. Operating from the shadows is our specialty. As long as we stay calm, this crisis might turn into an opportunity, perhaps trying to win over Masato Shiraishi and salvage his own declining position. Lee Jun-choi, who had been humiliated by Kazuno Fujiwara, was the first to step forward in agreement. Soon, more and more people saw the logic. In their view, as long as they followed Masato Shiraishi's plan, their countries would suffer almost no losses, and might even profit greatly. Thus, without much hesitation, the national leaders agreed to his plan, ordering all their subordinates to enter, and they withdrew to the side, hand over the continent. Tung Yunhai, who had just been in the spotlight, also followed the crowd and concealed himself, but no one knew. He was wearing a hidden smile on his face. A few minutes later, the synchronized footsteps grew louder. Soon, a well-trained expeditionary force appeared in the space deliberately cleared by the foreign assassins. At this moment, almost every assassin was holding their breath, not daring to make a move, because in front of this massive army, any mistake might expose them. Thud, thud, thud. Hearing the heavy footsteps, every foreign assassin felt their heart racing. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade, exhilarating. As Shiraishi Masato saw the expressions of the three leading figures, his previously furrowed brows began to relax. He even let out a faint smile, because he noticed the trio of Tier 4 powerhouses looked tense, even a bit angry. Judging by their expressions, they likely weren't allies of Eternal Pinnacle. From my perspective, they seem more like enemies with a deep grudge, here to pick a fight on purpose. Heh. This is divine help. Looks like Chung Qianma's end is near. At this moment, Shiraishi Masato was that the Skyfall Guild expedition was here for revenge, not to help. So in his mind, the scales of victory were tipping, and tipping dramatically. If it weren't for the fact that Tung Yuanha was also unaligned, and currently invisible, Shiraishi Masato would have loved to see his reaction. After all, this guy's identity is a mystery, and his allegiance unclear. If he could see his reaction now, he'd be able to make a clear judgment. But unfortunately, there's no if. Back when everyone activated stealth mode, Tung Yuanha had already distanced himself intentionally. Now, there wasn't even a shadow of him in sight, as time passed second by second. 2 minutes later, half of the 5,000-strong Sky Guild expeditionary force had already passed by, the foreign assassins without any reaction. Just as Masato Shiraishi, Lee Jun-choi, and the other national leaders thought they had successfully hidden and were preparing to enjoy the show, a sudden disturbance arose in the nearby forest. Chapter 773, Sudden Flashbangs. A minor setback. 5 minutes ago, at the edge of the dark forest, the Sky Guild expeditionary force, in an effort to maximize stealth, chose to proceed on foot through the forest, even though many had flying mounts. At that moment, an old man in a blue robe spoke with a hint of displeasure. Old Zhang, don't you think President Shui is making a mountain out of a molehill? He sent out half of our forces in one go, and even made the three of us, all fourth-tier powerhouses, join the march. Such a formation was something we'd only see when battling other top guilds in the past, but now, he's using it against a newly risen guild that barely made a name for itself. Isn't he overestimating them a bit? I even planned a trip out of town. Now all my plans are ruined. The old man in blue was clearly displeased, and the old Zhang he referred to was one of the Sky Guild's 3 fourth-tier powerhouses, Zhang Dongjian. Zhang Dongjian chuckled and replied, Rin Xiefeng, it seems you still haven't fully grasped President Shui's intentions. The reason he dispatched such a massive expeditionary force is because he wants to use overwhelming force to wipe out Eternal Peak. By doing so, very soon, our Sky Guild will ascend to the throne as the strongest guild in the Summer Nation. If the deployed team isn't strong enough and gets stuck in a drawn-out battle, wouldn't that give the other 4 probationary guilds time to react? By then, everyone would be scrambling for Eternal City. The outcome would be unpredictable. The man in blue, Rin Xiefeng, suddenly realized the reasoning after hearing Zhang Dongjian's analysis. So that's how it is. It seems you've really thought this through. That explains everything. Exactly. If we can really steal what Qing Qinma built, our Skyfall Guild will surely rise to the top. Then we better speed up. Otherwise, word will quickly spread to the other probationary guilds. Now that he understood the truth, Rin Xiefeng's frustration instantly vanished, replaced by pure excitement. After all, in a world where strength reigns supreme, who wouldn't want to be the strongest guild in the nation? In fact, Zhang Dongjian himself also believed today was a great opportunity for Skyfall Guild. After all, even though the 5 probationary guilds in Xia Nation have varying levels of strength, the gap isn't all that wide. There isn't one guild that dominates overall, but as long as Skyfall Guild can seize both the web and artisan association that Chung Qianma built, the gap with the other 4 guilds will instantly widen. So when Shui Jirue decided to launch the attack, Zhang Dongjian was At the same time, to eliminate any possible instability, he volunteered to join the battle. Otherwise, with his status and rank, he wouldn't have needed to be here at all. Everyone listen up, pick up the pace. In 10 minutes, we must all make it through the shadowy forest. As long as we take Eternal City today, from now on, our Skyfall Guild will be the undisputed #1 in Xian Nation. The great battle is near. Zhang Dongjian wanted to boost the army's morale, so he delivered a passionate pre-battle speech. Sure enough, when the thousands of guild members heard the phrase #1 in the lower nation, it was like injecting chicken blood. Everyone was filled with excitement, and their marching speed increased significantly. Meanwhile, Masato Shiraishi's group, hidden and observing, clearly heard Zhang Dongjian's words. They too showed excited expressions, because now they could confirm completely that the Sky Guild was here to attack Eternal Peak. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. They could fully leverage the Sky Guild to steal the victory halfway. How could they not be excited? But just at that moment, a blinding flash suddenly erupted nearby. In the next second, many foreign assassins in stealth were exposed by the light. In an instant, the previously peaceful dark forest descended into chaos. Flashbangs. Who the hell threw flashbangs? Masato Shiraishi's side was still relatively safe, having avoided exposure from the flashbangs, but he still showed an expression of disbelief. He had calculated everything except that a flashbang would appear just as the Sky Guild was about to pass by completely, and this flashbang ruined his plan to reap the benefits from the sidelines. However, that first flashbang was only the beginning. In the next few seconds, in multiple locations, blinding flashes erupted one after another. Very quickly, all the foreign assassins were completely exposed before the Sky Guild expeditionary force. At that moment, thousands of eyes met across the battlefield, both sides utterly stunned. What the hell just happened? Everyone's minds were in utter chaos. Everyone immediately formed ranks. Don't lose your composure. Zhang Dongjian, who had been full of confidence, was instantly thrown into panic when thousands of foreign assassins suddenly appeared before him. In that moment, all he could do was steady the troops and be on alert for a surprise attack. As for where the flashbang came from, it wasn't something he could worry about anymore. It was already too late. However, even though both sides were now fully exposed to each other, none of the faction leaders gave the order to attack. So for now, neither side made the first move. Seeing this, Shiraishi Masato felt incredibly annoyed, but managed to stay calm. After all, he and the Skyfall Guild shared a common enemy. As long as a fight didn't break out, there was still room to maneuver. Everyone, don't move. Hear me out first. To avoid any accidents, Shiraishi Masato spoke out decisively. In the next second, all eyes turned to him at once. Yet no one noticed at that moment. Although all the foreign assassins had revealed themselves, there was still one person missing. Chapter 774. Alliance between two sides. A mysterious shadow. So you're the top assassin of Wano, Shiraishi Masato. After hearing Shiraishi Masato speak, Zhang Dongjian felt extremely conflicted. On one hand, he couldn't figure out why he was being targeted by a group of foreign assassins, and the Skyfall Guild's expedition this time had moved with lightning speed. The whole operation was so quick that the other tier 10 guilds hadn't even had time to react yet. So how did these foreign assassins get wind of it in advance and lie in ambush? On the other hand, he was even more confused about what kind of grudge the Skyfall Guild had with these assassins. There's no way they could be helpers Cheng Qianma called in. That would be too ridiculous. At this moment, Zhang Dongjian also realized that starting a fight would bring no benefit. So with a suspicious mind, he signaled his men to stop temporarily. Masato Shiraishi, seeing that Zhang Dongjian didn't order an immediate attack, felt a huge weight lift off his chest, at least for now. Simply put, both sides were still confused and didn't want to fight for no reason. Otherwise, if it turned, they would reap all the benefits. That's right. I am Masato Shiraishi. Since you know me, you should also know my ways. I never make enemies lightly. There's no grudge between us, thus no reason to fight. I'm guessing your Sky Guild traveled all this way to deal with Cheng Qianma, right? If that's the case, then we share the same goal. Masato Shiraishi confidently analyzed. He had now come up with a plan to join forces with the Sky Guild to attack Eternal City. In this way, their chances of victory would be far greater. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dongjian inwardly exclaimed. He was surprised, not because his intentions were seen through, but because from Masato Shiraishi's words, he realized that these foreign top assassins were also here to kill Cheng Qianma. What exactly had Cheng Qianma done to attract so many top assassins? This was absurd. Although shocked inside, Zhang Dongjian didn't show it on his face. He responded calmly. So what if we are? By the time someone reaches his position, they naturally can read between the lines of Masato Shiraishi's words. However, the ones standing before him were foreigners, many of whom were mortal enemies of the lower nation, and countless guild members were watching. Even if he wanted to say something more, he could only swallow it for now. He couldn't make his intentions too obvious. Otherwise, if he left any evidence behind, he'd be drowned in public backlash back home, just like how Cheng Qianma is now seen as a traitor. Since we share the same goal, why not attack the city together? Once it's done, we'll only take 30% of the spoils. The rest can go to your Skyfall guild. Besides that, if, in the future, your guild members encounter ours in the wild, we can try to exercise restraint. What do you think of that? His words caused a stir throughout the crowd. However, both sides had completely different reactions. On the assassin side, a few of the leaders were clearly displeased with Shiraishi Masato making decisions on his own, but they were also very tempted by the resources inside Eternal City. After all, only a few would actually receive the Wano bounty. Most of them were bound to walk away empty-handed. It'd be a wasted trip. But according to Shiraishi Masato's proposal, the inventory in Eternal City was something that could be shared by everyone present. So even if they were upset, they kept quiet. It was a silent approval of Shiraishi Masato's offer. In truth, the only reason Shiraishi dared say such things was because he was confident he could offer enough profit to silence the others. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so bold. As for Zhang Dongjian and the others, their feelings were quite mixed. On one hand, they were somewhat tempted by Shiraishi Masato's offer. After all, gaining a powerful reinforcement out of nowhere meant they could take Eternal City effortlessly. Even the casualty ratio would be low. More importantly, according to Xue Jirui's core plan, the battle had to end as quickly as possible. Only then could they prevent other probationary guilds from joining in. And compared to the inventory of Eternal City, they valued the Web and Artisan Association much more. So getting 70% of the profits wasn't a bad deal at all. But on the other hand, forming a temporary alliance with these foreign assassins, they would be taking on enormous risks. If news leaked, public opinion could instantly devour the Sky Guild. Faced with such terrifying consequences, even Zhang Dongjian didn't dare make promises lightly. Thus for a moment, he didn't know how to respond. Masato Shiraishi, as if seeing through his hesitation, smiled lightly and said, "Rest assured, as long as you're willing to form an alliance, I can guarantee that our side will never leak the information. This matter, only heaven knows, earth knows, you know, and I know. What do you think?" After hearing Masato Shiraishi's promise, Zhang Dongjian finally began to waver, but he still had reservations. As the saying goes, those who are not of our race must have different hearts. What if Masato Shiraishi broke his promise? What if he turned on them? After taking Eternal City, he could easily betray the Sky Guild. In that case, two major Summer Nation guilds would be destroyed by him with ease. No matter what, he was still a Yamato native, a mortal enemy of the Summer Nation. Therefore, Zhang Dongjian still couldn't make up his mind. Seeing Zhang Dongjian's hesitant expression, Masato Shiraishi understood very well that persuading him completely would not be easy. If their positions were reversed, he would also hesitate to make a rash decision. Thus, he decided to intensify his persuasion to fully convince Zhang Dongjian. But just then, the flow of air between heaven and earth suddenly accelerated. In an instant, a tornado grew rapidly at a visible speed, appearing right among the crowd. The next second, everyone saw a dark figure suddenly appear. Chapter 775, Hua Shui's Craving. The true identity of the man in black, right after the tornado had fully formed, was revealed before everyone. He shouted fluently in Wano language, straight toward Shiraishi Masato's side. "Lord Shiraishi, as expected, your plan was thorough. They've fallen for it completely. I secretly released a mass crowd control skill. Charge. Wipe out these Xia Nation traitors." When both sides heard the shout from the man in black, they instantly had completely different reactions. Zhang Dongjian watched as a huge number of his men were swept into the sky by the massive tornado, and was naturally furious. He had already been hesitating about whether to ally with Shiraishi Masato. Now, after seeing they were tricked, he completely lost his patience. Rather than negotiating with these foreign snakes, he'd rather take them down. At least then he'd earn positive recognition from his homeland. As for Eternal Pinnacle, that was now beyond his control. He had to put that aside for now. After all, as the second-in-command of Skyfall Guild, he couldn't just sit and watch his men get attacked and still engage in polite talks. If word of this got out, he'd never be able to lift his head in the mainland again. He'd be drowned by others' ridicule before anything else. So almost instantly, he made his final decision. "All Skyfall Guild members, listen up. Kill these foreigners. Let's win glory for our nation. A mere level 58 trash dares to ambush us? Courting death. Hand over your life." Zhang Dongjian roared furiously as he charged toward the man in black. In just the blink of an eye, he unleashed a massive energy blast. This was his signature move. As a Qi master, having advanced to the second-tier profession of Nian practitioner, the concentrated Nian energy bubble, with a crisp pop, the energy bubble struck the man in black at incredible speed. The latter immediately let out a chilling, blood-curdling scream and was sent flying far away. Lord Shiraishi, avenge me. Our great Yamato Empire must never be trampled by this lower nation trash." After shouting these last words, the black-clad figure disappeared into the crowd. Meanwhile, among the foreign assassin group, everyone was stunned. For a moment, they couldn't make sense of the situation at all, because after the black-clad man appeared, everyone suddenly realized he was none other than the previously arrogant Kazuno Fujiwara. From a Yamato perspective, Looking at Kazuno Fujiwara's actions, his sudden attack could still be considered reasonable. After all, everyone knew there had been long-standing grudges between the lower nation and Yamato. Calling them mortal enemies wasn't an exaggeration, but what was truly strange was the tone Kazuno Fujiwara used. He clearly didn't get along with Masato Shiraishi. How could he be shouting Lord Shiraishi so respectfully? Thus, the assassins from other nations were completely confused about what was happening. Could it be that the hostility between Kazuno Fujiwara and Masato Shiraishi was all just an act? For the sake of this exact moment, that was the only explanation they could come up with. However, while everyone was still confused, Masato Shiraishi himself was livid. He could feel his blood pressure surging uncontrollably, and his anger was about to explode. Because he didn't even know Kazuno Fujiwara personally, let alone arrange for him to ambush the Sky Guild. The whole incident had happened without his knowledge, yet he had been made the scapegoat, with the blame forcibly pinned on him out of nowhere. He was almost out of breath. More importantly, with Tung Yuanha suddenly making a move, his alliance plan was instantly shattered. Now, the group of foreign assassins not only had to guard against Eternal Pinnacle attacking from behind, but also faced the Skyfall Guild head-on in battle. This had turned into a hell-level difficulty battle, completely different from what he had envisioned. But even if he was being framed, he now had no way to explain. Because the person in question, Tung Yuanha, had already been struck away by Zhang Dongjian and vanished from sight. There was no way to prove anything now, and his fluent Wano speech left Shiraishi Masato with no room to argue. So all he could do now was grit his teeth and command his men to engage, trying to minimize their losses. At this point, he could only silently pray that Eternal Pinnacle wouldn't launch a sneak attack from the rear. Otherwise, the consequences would everyone charge. Don't let them think we're weak. Zhang Dongjian is mine. You all go all out, perhaps to stabilize morale, and force others to fight at full strength. Shiraishi Masato had no choice but to speak up first, personally taking. Otherwise, this group of assassins from various countries might fall apart due to differing opinions and be instantly crushed by the enemy. To be fair, his words were surprisingly effective. The leaders from each country knew there was no retreat. They had to follow Wano's team into battle, or risk being wiped out entirely. With Shiraishi Masato holding off the enemy's top dog, the pressure on them was much lighter. Even if they lost, Wano would take the blame. And so, all the foreign assassins sprang into action. Very quickly, the two major factions clashed in the shadowy forest. But just then, 1 kilometer from the battlefield, Tung Yunhye suddenly appeared. Though there was still blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet a smug smile appeared on his face. Damn it! Zhang Dongjian really hits hard. Good thing I brought a bunch of top-grade healing potions. Otherwise, just taking a hit from him with chi still running would have been hard to endure. While complaining, Tung Yunhye pulled out high-quality healing potions from his storage ring. He grumbled as he did so. After downing several bottles in a row, his lost HP was basically restored. At that moment, he suddenly removed his black outfit. If the leaders of both sides could see him now, they would definitely show expressions of disbelief, because he wasn't a Yamato citizen named Tung Yunhye at all, but rather their common enemy, Chung Chinma, the leader of Eternal Peak. Chapter 776. The Truth Revealed. Chung Chinma's plot. Judging from the strength comparison between the two sides, the Sky Guild would likely win by a narrow margin. But since Masato Shiraishi's group had many elite forces, they probably wouldn't suffer major losses. But that wasn't the outcome Chung Chinma wanted. As his health steadily recovered, he began planning his next move. Actually, from Tung Yunhye's sudden appearance to the chaos he stirred up, everything was within Chung Chinma's control. Back when he learned that foreign assassins and the Sky Guild were eyeing Eternal Peak, he had already begun plotting. He first deployed over 1,000 hidden scouts to monitor the entire Lingua City area. Thus, whenever outsiders entered the territory, he could learn about it immediately and act accordingly. Later, he used a newly acquired body-shifting ability to disguise himself as the Yamato genius Tung Yunhye. As for why he chose that name, it was simply to pay tribute to a talented race car driver from his previous life. Later, using this identity, he successfully taking advantage of his connections. Finally, just a few days ago, he entered Eternal City, buying valuable preparation time for Eternal Peak. And through Parka's crushing defeat, he added tremendous credibility to his overall plan. Lastly, by using body transformation, not only could he perfectly change his form, he could also mimic the accent of any nationality. That's how he manipulated the Wano identity setup, and ended up framing Shiraishi Masato. The two sides that were about to ally were forced into fighting instead. Besides that, to avoid raising suspicion, he had Pinnacle Sword fire a massive energy blast to exit the stage, leaving Shiraishi Masato completely humiliated. Unable to explain himself, he silently bore all responsibility, becoming the scapegoat behind the scenes. The entire plan was flawlessly interconnected, executed step by step by Chung Chinma. It was a true tactical masterpiece, brilliantly orchestrated. But if it ended with just Skyfall Guild's victory, without weakening the top foreign forces, that wouldn't be his style. What he truly aimed for was both sides fighting to the death. No winner. both forces suffering massive losses. That way, Eternal Pinnacle could solve a dual crisis without lifting a finger. It would also crush the enemy's morale, so they wouldn't dare attempt a second assassination mission. Heh. Time to add a bit more spice to the show. Otherwise, it'd be too boring. After a brief rest, Chung Qianma's condition returned to peak. He once again cloaked himself and slipped back into the battlefield. A few minutes later, he saw the Skyfall Guild and Foreign Assassin Group locked in a fierce deadlock. This whole thing was a misunderstanding. I don't even know that Fujiwara Kanzuya from earlier. He deliberately sowed discord between us, just to keep us from forming an alliance. Even though Shiraishi Masato was slightly stronger than Zhang Dongjian, he didn't resort to power. Instead, he tried hard to persuade. The reason for this was because he had already analyzed that if the battle truly broke out, the Foreign Assassin Group would definitely not be a match for the Sky Guild. After all, they were too few in number, only half of the Sky Guild's forces. Even if their average level was slightly higher, they couldn't overcome the numbers disadvantage. Therefore, he had to persuade Zhang Dongjian to minimize his side's losses. However, after hearing these words, Zhang Dongjian found it a little amusing. So you're saying, you Yamato people are trying to divide us, so that Eternal Peak can benefit? A Yamato man like him, why would he do that? Has he betrayed his nation? Do you even believe your own words? Zhang Dongjian understood that the Sky Guild was gradually gaining the upper hand. Thus, he didn't believe even a single punctuation mark of Masato Shiraishi's words. He only thought Shiraishi was desperately grasping at straws, trying to shift the blame to Kazuno Fujiwara and stop the fighting. Hearing Zhang Dongjian's scornful rebuttal, Masato Shiraishi was furious, honestly speaking, without strong evidence. Just like Zhang Dongjian had mocked, even he himself felt that his words were unconvincing. Given the relationship between the Summer Nation and Yamato, how could a Yamato citizen possibly help Eternal Peak for no reason? But it was precisely because of this that he couldn't figure it out. Even if Kazuno Fujiwara's identity was questionable, he was still a Yamato citizen. Why would he suddenly attack? What unspeakable motive? Was he hiding behind the scenes? Unfortunately, the culprit had already vanished without a trace. They didn't even know if he was alive or dead. The truth was impossible to uncover. At this point, Masato Shiraishi just wanted to tear Kazuno Fujiwara apart, to vent the anger in his heart. But for now, even if he wanted to find the culprit, but even if he couldn't find the culprit right now, he still needed to keep explaining. Otherwise, he'd be completely out of options. He really would look like a Wano traitor. After all, in my memory, there's no such person in the Fujiwara clan. Everyone here can testify. I was just questioning his identity, and then you all showed up. From my point of view, it looks like you were right all along. He's already been thoroughly turned by Chung Qianma. To make his claim more believable, he deliberately raised his voice, so everyone nearby could hear it. Soon enough, many people began nodding slightly, agreeing that Shiraishi Masato had a point. After all, it was now clear to them that Fujiwara Kanzuya's earlier move wasn't made with good intentions. Seeing this unfold, Zhang Dongjian suddenly felt a jolt inside. With his experience and judgment, it wasn't hard to tell Shiraishi Masato wasn't lying. But the issue was, he didn't understand how Chung Qianma could have convinced someone from Wano. With Chung Qianma's current level, he probably wasn't even qualified to leave Xia Nation. So where would he find a Wano agent to turn? And beyond that, what method did he use to convince someone with a deep blood feud to help their mortal enemy? It made absolutely no sense. Yet just as he was racking his brain, a new wave of screams erupted nearby. Chapter 777. At the mercy of his palm, the invincible lord. Damn it. Who's sniping out here? Who the hell is it? I just lost 2/3 of my HP out of nowhere. No, I don't want to die. Someone help me. I think I just saw a flash of purple shadow. That's right. I saw it too. Just like everyone's shock. On the battlefield, a purple shadow would occasionally appear, ghost-like and eerie. It kept moving around the battlefield's edge. Wherever it went, chaos would follow. Even more strangely, the purple shadow's stance seemed slightly more favorable to the Foreign Assassin Group, although it attacked both sides. Its attack frequency was clearly higher against the Sky Guild. Very soon, the top brass on both sides noticed this strange phenomenon amid the fierce battle. However, even so, none of them dared to stop and intervene. After all, no one could guarantee that if they paused, the opponent wouldn't strike ruthlessly. Thus, the battlefield atmosphere became extremely bizarre. The purple shadow roamed freely among the crowd, doing whatever it wanted, attacking whenever it pleased. Yet neither side could do anything about it. Who was that? Zhang Dongjian was nearly driven crazy, because with the purple shadow's appearance, the Sky Guild, which had been gaining the upper hand, was now slowly losing their advantage. Every so often, a Sky Guild member would be instantly slain by the purple shadow, without even a chance to fight back. He desperately wanted to go help, but Masato Shiraishi would not give him the chance. What exactly was this purple shadow trying to do? Although it attacked both sides, it was clearly targeting the Sky Guild more heavily. Could it be Zhang Dongjian's personal enemy? Thinking of this, Masato Shiraishi's spirits suddenly lifted considerably, because facing Zhang Dongjian's stubbornness, he had been at a complete loss, unable to find any breakthrough. Originally, he thought The foreign assassin group looked headed for defeat. But the sudden appearance of the purple shadow made him see a glimmer of hope again. Even though their side was also under attack, as long as their losses were smaller than Skyfall Guild's, it meant the gap between the two sides would continue to shrink. A comeback wouldn't be impossible. So, even as cries of agony filled the air, he remained unmoved. He even stopped Zhang Dongjian from going to help them. If we've already torn off all pretenses, then let's fight this out properly. You're weaker than me to begin with. If you're distracted, you'll lose even faster. I suggest you stay right here. To keep Zhang Dongjian from leaving, Shiraishi Masato once again resorted to verbal provocation. Infuriating. You Wano bastards are so despicable. So what you just said was clearly all lies. Watching Skyfall Guild members get slaughtered one by one, Zhang Dongjian finally snapped. He no longer cared how Shiraishi Masato had defended himself earlier. He dumped all the blame on him. From here on, blinded by rage and unable to retreat, he could only go all out, fighting Shiraishi Masato to the death. Seeing this unfold, the purple shadow suddenly paused for a second. He seemed genuinely pleased. In reality, he wasn't some enemy of Zhang Dongjian, nor was he some strange creature. He was none other than Cheng Qianma in nightmare form. After evolving his phantom cloak into the shadow of nightmare, his newly acquired nightmare form was far more powerful than the original phantom state, to say nothing of the shadow of nightmare. He also gained a skill that reduced enemy resistances en masse. When cast on enemies, his nightmare form could even attack without fully revealing himself, which already placed it in a whole different league from the phantom state. The purple shadow everyone saw just now was the true form of nightmare mode. In nightmare mode, Cheng Qianma's figure was semi-transparent, flickering in and out. Coupled with his insanely high movement speed, it was nearly impossible for anyone to lock onto him. Thus, he could freely and indiscriminately attack everyone on the battlefield, while others couldn't even touch a hair on him. Nightmare mode is really handy. If only it lasted a bit longer, but even 5 minutes is enough for me to balance both sides' strengths and prevent the Sky Guild from winning too early. Now, prepare to face endless terror. Anyone daring to target Eternal Peak must pay a heavy price. Cheng Qianma smiled slightly inside the purple shadow. No one could see his expression. Soon, he accelerated his attacks, further weakening both the Sky Guild and the foreign assassin. However, this time, to prolong the battle as much as possible, he directed more than 80% of his firepower against the Sky Guild members. Only by doing so could the heavily disadvantaged foreign assassin group stabilize the battlefield, killing even more Sky Guild members. Cries of agony filled the air, and the battlefield quickly turned into a living hell. At this moment, Cheng Qianma had become the unrivaled overlord of the entire battlefield. However, neither Zhang Dongjian nor Masato Shiraishi could have imagined that this battle was completely under Cheng Qianma's absolute control. He toyed with everyone in the palm of his hand. Watching both sides' strengths gradually even out, Cheng Qianma's lips curled up into a smirk. It was time for the final step of his plan. Masato Shiraishi. You don't really think you're about to win, do you? Chapter 778. The center of the Summer Nation. From now on, there would no longer be an unnoticed Cheng Qianma. He had rampaged across the battlefield for a full 5 minutes, releasing countless large-scale group attack skills. Not a single person could pose a threat to him. They could only fall into endless despair. 5 minutes later, after the brutal clashes between both sides and their relentless efforts, Skyfall Guild's fighting force had dropped from 5,000 to about 2,800 members. More than half of them were injured. The casualty rate had once reached nearly 45%. This level of loss drove Zhang Dongjian nearly mad. At this point, he didn't even know how he'd face Xue Jirue when he returned. After all, when he set out, he was brimming with confidence that they would take Eternal Pinnacle, and now, they hadn't even caught sight of the city gates, and the losses were devastating. As for the foreign assassin group, though only 1,700 remained, and they were still at a disadvantage, they had an edge thanks to Shiraishi Masato and other Tier 4 elites, whose strength was superior to that of Skyfall Guild. So overall, the foreign assassin group's situation had improved significantly compared to before the battle. If the fighting continued, there was a real chance they could win the entire war. Seeing this scene, Baishar Masato laughed happily. Though he didn't know why Zing was frantically attacking the Sky Guild, the reason didn't matter, because the scales of victory were tipping more and more in his favor. So he mocked Zhang Dongjian, saying, "There's an old saying in your Xia country. If you knew it would come to this, why did you act that way? If you had cooperated with us from the start, Eternal City would have fallen long ago. However, I'm still willing to give you a chance. If you beg me now, I might consider helping you out." Hearing Baishar Masato's mockery, Zhang Dongjian's face turned cold as ice. He wanted to say something, but hearing the screams, he couldn't bring himself to speak. However, Baishar Masato's smugness didn't last long, because at that moment, Zing suddenly vanished, and in its place appeared a tall, handsome young man. The next second, when everyone saw the young man's face, they were all stunned. Especially Baishar Masato and Zhang Dongjian, who shouted in unison, Cheng Qianmo. No one could have imagined why Cheng Qianmo, the leader of Eternal Peak, would suddenly appear on the battlefield. Yet, despite being stared at by countless eyes, Cheng Qianmo, standing in the heart of enemy territory, showed not the slightest hint of nervousness. Instead, he arrogantly waved his hand, and with utmost swagger. Surprise. Hey everyone, surprised, shocked. When everyone realized the one wreaking havoc on the battlefield, making both sides cry for mercy was Cheng Qianmo, they felt their blood boil. Someone suddenly shouted, Take down Cheng Qianmo, charge. And then, the group closest to Cheng Qianmo. In an instant, everyone attacked simultaneously. Cheng Qianmo stared coldly at the crowd, his face showing clear disdain. The next second, the radiant thousand-blade flow of the military king's codex, in his hand, began to change its form. Soul shock. Earth-splitting slash. A powerful shockwave erupted from Cheng Qianmo's body, stunning everyone within a 5-meter radius. For 4 seconds, all attacks were interrupted. In an instant, then the military king's codex transformed into a one-handed sword. The radiant thousand-blade flow released a thick aura of blood. As the blood aura sank into the ground, it triggered eruptions of real, scorching magma. Though stunned and unable to move, their senses remained intact. They could only watch helplessly as their bodies were consumed by the lava. There was nothing they could do. In the blink of an eye, as the stun effect wore off, those minions who had just threatened to kill Cheng Qianmo were all instantly slain by the earth-splitting slash. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell into sudden silence. Even a pin drop could be heard. Cheng Qianmo's terrifying power left everyone's minds completely blank. Could it be that Tung Yuanhao really defected? Otherwise, how could Cheng Qianmo have arrived at such a precise moment? Since Baishar Masato had already fought Cheng Qianmo personally, he had a clear understanding of his strength, so he wasn't too surprised. What shocked him now was that Cheng Qianmo had really used some method to turn a Yamato genius to his side. If this got out, it would bring utter disgrace to Yamato. After all, in any country, the act of a traitor aiding the enemy is utterly shameful. Even a powerful nation like Yamato is no exception. But as Baishar Masato thought further, since the damage was already done and irreversible, he might as well further smear Cheng Qianmo. You can turn people from our country, then I can smear you in return. Let's see whose tactics are better. Having made up his mind, Baishar Zhengren immediately changed his attitude and said to Cheng Qianmo with a gentle face, Young friend, well done. You actually helped our Dao Empire kill so many members of the Sky Guild. I will personally report your merits to His Majesty the Emperor. The benefits we promised you before won't be reduced by even a fraction. They will be greatly increased. Our Dao Empire never mistreats heroes. When the members of the Sky Guild heard Baishar Zhengren's words, all their expressions changed. Especially the 3/4 advancement experts like Zhang Dongjian, whose faces turned livid. Good for you, Cheng Qianmo. You really defected to the enemy. No wonder you released Baishar Zhengren and Tanaka Shinojian earlier. Turns out it was all part of the plan. How disgraceful for Xiagua to produce someone like you. Truly a disgrace to your family. What genius of Xiagua, huh? Zhang Dongjian, who had suffered heavy losses, was already on the verge of madness. Losing all judgment, coupled with Baishar Zhengren's convincing acting, and the fact that Cheng Qianmo indeed unleashed most of his attacks on the members of the Sky Guild. He didn't think too much, and simply concluded that Cheng Qianmo had truly betrayed them. Instantly, curses filled the sky. Every member of the Sky Guild was seething with rage. Seeing this scene, Baishar Zhengren was extremely satisfied. Now no matter how you try to explain, none of these people will listen to a single word. Soon they will spread everything that happened today. Even if we don't kill you today, so what? From now on, Xiagua will have no place for you. At this moment, under Baishar Zhengren's clever manipulation, Cheng Qianmo was indeed portrayed as a traitor of Xiagua. Chapter 779. Sorry. Here, I am the Absolute. Faced with endless insults, an ordinary person would have broken down mentally by now. But Cheng Qianmo is no ordinary person. He's the true mastermind. So at this moment, he showed not a trace of panic. He glanced mockingly at Baishar Masato and said, Is this your counterattack? You did use your brain a little, but unfortunately, it's useless. With Yamato's pitiful strength, you think I'm worth turning traitor for? The moment Cheng Qianmo finished speaking, the previously noisy battlefield fell into silence. At this moment, members of both factions wore expressions of disbelief. The Sanqiong Guild couldn't tell whether Cheng Qianmo's words were true or false, while the foreign assassin group was shocked by Cheng Qianmo's sheer arrogance. But regardless, Both sides still saw him as a thorn in their side, a deadly enemy. That hadn't changed at all. Chung Qianma. Why are you suddenly turning your back on us? That wasn't your attitude when you let us go. Did you think the price we offered was too low? It's fine. If you think it's too low, we can renegotiate. After all, today you're Yamato's greatest hero. Baishir Masato, trying to further degrade Chung Qianma's status, not only brought up the fact that he had been released safely before, he also deliberately emphasized the words greatest hero. In his view, only 3 people knew the truth about the secret talk in the water prison. He and Tanaka Shin were first captured by Chung Qianma, and then released. That was an undeniable fact. Plenty of people had witnessed it. So he insisted that Chung Qianma had struck a deal with Yamato, and intentionally betrayed the Sancheon Guild. Sure enough, members of the Sancheon Guild began hurling insults again upon hearing this. Chung Qianma, you traitor, get out of Xia Nation. Xia Nation is the country that gave you life and raised you. Is this how you repay it? I really misjudged you, you scum. A guild founded by a traitor isn't worth anything either. Take your people and get out. The Xia Kingdom does not welcome you. Listening to his subordinates' furious curses, Zhang Dongjian's emotions were extremely complicated. On one hand, he was relieved that this unexpected incident had occurred today. With a bit of maneuvering, he could push Chung Qianma into utter ruin. At least that way he could explain their crushing defeat to Xue Zhiruwei. Otherwise, he really had no face to return. On the other hand, after thinking it over, he still couldn't fully believe that Chung Qianma had actually defected to Wuguo. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Baishir Masato's statement seemed rather deliberate, as if he was trying to slander him. Moreover, Chung Qianma had never admitted to it at all. If they had truly wronged him, wouldn't that be falling into Wuguo's counterintelligence trap, causing Xia Kingdom to lose a batch of fighting power for nothing? At this moment, he was caught between personal interests and national interests. If he chose personal interests, he just needed to spread the news that Chung Qianma was a traitor. He wouldn't even need the Sky Union to take action. In no time at all, Eternal Pinnacle would be besieged by all the guilds of Xia Kingdom. No matter how extraordinary Chung Qianma's abilities were, he wouldn't be able to hold out. But if he chose national interests, not only would he be unable to answer to Xue Zhiruwei for such a disastrous result, but the Sky Union would also suffer a severe blow, gradually falling to the bottom tier of actual guilds, forever exiting the stage of world domination. After careful consideration, in the end, personal interests still triumphed over national interests. After all, people are selfish by nature. Very few can truly achieve the supreme realm of sacrificing the self for the greater good. Even though Zhang Dongjian was already a top-tier 4th advancement expert, standing at the pinnacle of Xia Kingdom's power hierarchy, he was still just a man, far from reaching the level of a saint. Thus, he still chose to kick Chung Qianma while he was down, without fully investigating the truth. Kicking someone when they're down. Chung Qianma, one must not be so shameless. What one says doesn't matter. What matters is what one actually does. You just now sided with foreigners, slaughtering your own compatriots. But the facts are set in stone and undeniable. Stop pretending already. I'm embarrassed for you. A disgrace like you. Go to hell with those Yamato scumbags. Having fully made up his mind, Zhang Dongjian said these words, without the slightest shame, truly the peak of shamelessness. But most people didn't know the truth at all, nor could they think that deeply. They would just follow the crowd. So Zhang Dongjian's words effectively labeled Chung Qianma. Even if he wasn't a traitor, there was no room left to deny it. Heh, look at that. This is what your fellow Xia people are like. Rather than standing with them, why not embrace our Yamato nation? All it takes is your word, and no one will be able to kill you today. That's the promise of Yamato. As the cunning old fox he was, Baishir Masato clearly saw but his own scheming ran deeper still. Zhang Dongjian wanted Chung Qianma dead, to remove a powerful rival. But Baishir insisted Chung Qianma stay alive, to disgust the Xia people. After all, Chung Qianma was now basically branded, a confirmed traitor. Even if he didn't die today, Xia Nation would never allow him room to grow. Without protection, he'd eventually become completely isolated. And when Yamato wanted him dead, it would be as easy as crushing an ant. So what he just said was not only a fake offer to win Chung Qianma over, but also a move to further divide him from Xia Nation. At the same time, he turned the tables on Zhang Dongjian, declaring that Chung Qianma's life was protected. Sure enough, the moment he said it, Zhang Dongjian was furious. He never expected Baishir Masato to be so devious, using Chung Qianma's life to spite the Xia people. Just as he was preparing to strike back, Chung Qianma not only laughed, but laughed out loud. Have you two had enough fooling around? You think you are qualified to decide my life and death? Sorry. But here, I am the absolute king. Chung Qianma's extremely arrogant words left the whole venue dead silent. Everyone was baffled as to where his confidence came from, but in the next second, everyone finally understood. Chung Qianma snapped his fingers. Suddenly, bulging veins appeared on Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shin's bodies, their faces twisted in pain. In an instant, both of them fell to their knees from the excruciating pain. The entire venue was thrown into an uproar. Chapter 780. The poisonous black gold pill kills a 4th advancement expert. Baishir Masato, who had thought victory was in his grasp, never expected that he would suddenly be racked with pain all over. What was even more terrifying was that in less than 5 seconds, his health began to drop visibly to the naked eye. What the hell is happening? Why do I feel like my life force is constantly draining? Baishir Masato's face turned beet red as he fought to endure the pain and forced himself to speak. He now looked exactly like a man poisoned to the bone, already beyond salvation. Not far from him, Tanaka Shinji was also showing an expression of extreme pain, clearly not faring any better. At this moment, everyone in the venue was staring at Chung Qianma in utter disbelief. Now even a fool could see that the snap of his fingers had triggered the agony of the two Yamato experts. Do you remember what you ate back then? Chung Qianma didn't explain much. He said just one sentence, then fell silent. In the next second, countless images flashed through Baishir Masato's mind. He instantly realized the truth and erupted into furious curses. That Wujin pill was poisoned. You're despicable. You actually used a dirty trick. With Baishir Masato's intelligence, it wasn't hard to figure out the truth, but it was already too late. He still fell into Chung Qianma's trap. If the Wujin pill was poisoned, then you took it too. Right in front of all of us. So why weren't you poisoned? Tanaka Shin roared furiously, his face twisted. Every word was filled with rage and resentment. After hearing the two Yamato elites speak, the crowd looked confused. They couldn't understand the conversation at all, but when Zhang Dongjian heard the words Wujin pill, he was instantly shocked. What? Wujin pill? That's one of Xian Nation's legendary elixirs. Wasn't Chung Qianma only a grandmaster in forging? How could he possibly refine something like this? What kind of freak is he? The mental shock hit Zhang Dongjian so hard that he practically shouted. Everyone at the scene heard him loud and clear. At that moment, the crowd finally snapped out of it. Everyone had a look of disbelief. And one of the awakened ones, possibly someone connected to a master alchemist, seemed to know something. He immediately shouted. I remember now. Wujin pill is indeed a legendary Xian Nation elixir, but that thing hasn't appeared in decades. How could Chung Qianma refine it? And the last person known to make one was a grandmaster level herbalist, but that elder passed away years ago. Does this mean Chung Qianma has also reached grandmaster level in alchemy? How is that even possible? After hearing the explanation from that awakened one, the crowd began buzzing with chatter. More and more people started recounting legends of the Wujin pill, but the more they discussed it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Because according to tradition, only grandmaster level herbalists are qualified to refine the Wujin pill, and the success rate is extremely low. More importantly, the formula for that pill has been lost. So how did Chung Qianma obtain the lost black gold pill formula? Could he be a disciple of some legendary alchemy master? But the problem is, Chung Qianma not only managed to craft black gold pills, he even modified the formula, adding poison into it, without affecting its medicinal properties. This was simply unimaginable. If Baishir Masato wasn't lying, didn't that mean Chung Qianma's alchemy skills had already surpassed his predecessors? At that moment, everyone was completely baffled. They all turned their eyes to Chung Qianma in unison, seeking a reasonable explanation. However, Chung Qianma completely ignored their eager gazes, full of expectation, and instead turned to Tanaka Shinji, giving him a look as if he were an idiot, and said, Are you Yamato people all brain dead? Whatever I say, you just believe it. I said it was black gold pills, and you ate them without hesitation. If I told you it was a lump of shit, would you have eaten it too? Fools. Chung Qianma's taunting accelerated the flow of poison in Tanaka Shinji's body. Soon, due to the severe stimulation, he died from the poison. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say he was angered to death by Chung Qianma. A once top-tier 4th advancement expert had fallen in such a pathetic manner, making everyone sigh with pity. At this moment, the whole venue plunged into endless deathly silence. Chapter 781, turning the tables instantly and killing Baishir Masato. Following Tanaka Shinji's agonizing death, those around, after hearing the conversation between him and Chung Qianma, finally understood the full story. It turned out that the reason the two Yamato leaders were poisoned was entirely because they fell into Chung Qianma's trap. Although many felt this tactic was somewhat dishonorable, lacking in fair play. However, once they considered the vast level gap between Chung Qianma and the two, as well as the difficulty of crafting a highly toxic, yet deceptively authentic Wujin pill, it was no ordinary feat. So, not only did everyone come to terms with it, they also deeply admired Chung Qianma. More crucially, after Tanaka Shinosuke's death, the previous belief that Chung Qianma was a traitor underwent a significant shift. If he truly were a traitor, why would he kill a top Japanese master? Clearly, there was no need for that. Thus, more and more people believed Chung Qianma had been wrongly accused. Because of this, Zhang Dongjian's face alternated between pale and flushed, utterly embarrassed. The dirtier the accusations he had hurled at Chung Qianma, the more his face stung now. Facing doubts from many guild members, Zhang Dongjian was at a loss for how to respond. Fortunately, the struggling Shiraishi Masato spoke up, drawing everyone's attention back to him. This time I was wrong. Please name your price. How much for the antidote? It can be like the ransom before. As long as it's within my ability to pay. Everything is negotiable. Witnessing his friend's death, Shiraishi Masato's mentality completely collapsed. To survive and avoid dropping 4 levels, falling to the 3rd rank realm, he had now completely set aside his. He was willing to swallow his dignity, publicly offering to pay a hefty sum. 492. 00:14:02 120 underscore. System 00:14:04 to Chung Qianma for the antidote. He even specifically mentioned that as long as the price was within his means, he would accept any cost. As a 4th-rank powerhouse, to humble himself so before a younger opponent seemed utterly unthinkable to the onlookers. Moreover, this act brought immense shame to Japan, but he didn't care about any of that. Baishir Masato no longer had any trace of arrogance. His only thought was to survive, to preserve his level and strength. These were the foundation of his dominance. If he lost all of this, at his age, it would be nearly impossible to climb back to the top. Even if he revived and returned to a country, all the status he had gained would vanish like water flowing east. Faced with such a terrifying loss, national pride was nothing but nonsense, far less important than Baishir Masato's own interests. So he spoke with utmost humility, hoping Chung Qianmo would show mercy and spare him. But after hearing his words, the crowd erupted in shock. No one could have imagined that the once invincible warrior from a country would stoop so shamelessly. But even so, Chung Qianma had no intention of letting him go. Heh. Sorry. This poison has no antidote. You'd better obediently crawl back to your grave. Chung Qianma sneered with a bloodthirsty grin. His words sentenced Baishir Masato to death. No. I don't want to die. You can't do this to me. When Wa country finds out that you killed 2 4th-tier powerhouses, they won't let Xia country off. Such grave consequences. Can you bear them? The despairing Baishir Masato still couldn't accept the reality. With his last ounce of strength, he issued a warning to Chung Qianma. Heh. Whether I can bear it is none of your concern, Chung Qianma said coldly, completely ignoring Baishir Masato's words. In fact, in his eyes, those words were less than nothing, not even worth mentioning. Ha! Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. Let's go to hell together. The next second, in total despair, Baishir Masato clenched his teeth and charged at Chung Qianma in a frenzy. He tried to go out in a blaze, bringing Chung Qianma down with him. But diving into the tiger's den, how could he possibly be Chung Qianma's match? Chung Qianma instantly activated the military king's codex, Radiant Thousand Blade Flow, switching to full armament mode in a flash. In that instant, he unleashed his ultimate defensive move, Concentrated Thought Barrier, with a loud bang. Baishir Masato's full force slammed into the barrier's surface. Not only did it fail to harm but the massive backlash made him vomit blood on the spot. He staggered several steps back, and since Chung Qianma never left loose ends, he seized the moment and launched Thunder Dragon's Surging Sea at the retreating Baishir Masato. In an instant, a Thunder Dragon forged of pure thought force shot forward at lightning speed and devoured Baishir Masato whole, already poisoned, and with barely any health left. There was no way Baishir Masato could withstand Chung Qianma's full-force blow. After a series of agonized screams, his pupils dulled, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. Though Baishir Masato wasn't in peak condition, his level was still far higher. Logically speaking, he was 17 levels above Chung Qianma. By normal standards, Chung Qianma's skills should have been heavily penalized against him, and shouldn't have dealt much fatal damage. Yet Baishir Masato was still killed in a single strike. This proved just how monstrous Chung Qianma's attack power was. Anyone with eyes. So the scene of a Tier 4 powerhouse being instantly killed left everyone present in stunned silence. No one dared say a word. Even their breathing unconsciously grew quieter. However, Chung Qianma didn't see killing Baishir Masato as anything impressive. Based on his current real strength, even if Baishir Masato had been at his peak and uninjured, he was still confident he could win the fight, and it wouldn't even take much effort. He had absolute confidence in that. Watching Baishir Masato slowly collapse, a smile appeared at the corner of Chung Qianma's lips. At this moment, more than half of his plan had succeeded, and just then, a line of text suddenly appeared before his eyes. Chapter 782. Cooperation again. Killing Chung Qianma back to level 1. Congratulations for successfully killing Baishir Masato. This target met the blade unlocking condition. Monarch Point. Flowing Light 1000 Blade Scatter successfully unlocked its blade. Sealed attributes unlocked. Current attributes increased from 50% to 100%. After reading the notification about Monarch Point, Flowing Light 1000 Blade Scatter successfully unlocking its blade, Chung Qianma couldn't help but smile knowingly. Looks like my previous guess was right after all. The so-called killing creatures above level 70. Human awakeners were counted as well. Now my attack power will take a huge leap forward. If it were anyone else at Chung Qianma's level, completing the blade unlocking conditions wouldn't have been easy. After all, trying to kill a creature above level 70 while only level 58 was practically impossible without terrifying cross-level combat ability. For an ordinary person, even after half a year or more, they still might not succeed. Most people would at least need to reach level 65 or higher before they even had a chance. But Cheng Qianma wasn't an ordinary person. In his view, unlocking the blade was just a matter of time. Sure enough, it took less than 10 days for him to complete the task and elevate his strength to a new level. However, as Cheng Qianma was pondering, the murmurs around him pulled his thoughts back to reality. Look over there. Cheng Qianma's weapon seems to be undergoing a slight change. It's true. This looks like a sign that the blade has successfully been unlocked. No way. That insane weapon of his wasn't even fully activated earlier. Then his true strength must have increased even more now. Unreal. This guy's a total freak. Compared to him, everyone else is insignificant. It's absolutely hopeless. I seriously don't want to be his enemy. As one of Xian Nation's top guilds, Sanxiong Guild has many talented members to improve their strength. These members often deal with high-level blacksmiths in daily life. Naturally, they could easily tell that the radiant thousand-blade flow had just completed its sharpening process. But precisely because of this, they understood something even more clearly. Cheng Qianma, already terrifying as he was, had never even shown his full hand. That's why they sighed in awe, amazed at his monstrous power, and gradually, the thought of not wanting to fight him began to rise in everyone's hearts. Seeing his guild members boosting the enemy's morale while killing their own, Zhang Dongjian felt nothing but bitter frustration. He wished he could kick them all out of the guild on the spot, but that thought could only stay in his mind. He couldn't act on it, because even he had to admit deep down, Cheng Qianma really was the most terrifying genius in Xian Nation's history. No matter what outrageous thing he did from now on, it wouldn't come as a surprise. Zhang Dongjian even started regretting. Why didn't he notice Cheng Qianma sooner? Why didn't he make a move earlier? If only they'd eliminated him before he matured, it would have been a blessing for all Tier 10 guilds in Xian Nation. But regrets don't change the past. Too late is still too late. Cheng Qianma had not only established his own momentum, but also gathered a large group of capable subordinates. No matter what Zhang Dongjian tried to do, it would all be meaningless. At this moment, he could only look at Cheng Qianma with a complicated expression, utterly helpless. And with the deaths of the two Yamato masters, the foreign assassin groups completely fell into chaos. Like a group of dragons without a leader, they were all shocked by Cheng Qianma's astonishing methods and terrifying strength. Just then, Li Zunqi, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward. He spoke solemnly to Zhang Dongjian. This boy's talent is monstrous. Everyone can see that clearly. Eternal Pinnacle has now become a complete threat to your Sky Union. If we continue to let him grow, none of us will have good days ahead. I propose that we all work together today to kill him back to level 1. Then shake hands and sign a confidentiality agreement. After all, there was no real hatred between us. We were just used by Cheng Qianma today. Once the confidentiality agreement is signed, no one from either side is allowed to leak this matter in the future. Otherwise, they will end up just like Cheng Qianma. This way, we will all have one less powerful enemy. Why not do it? Zhang Dongjian, what does your Sky Union think? Li Zunqi, being the leader of the Goryeo team, was certainly not without reason. It was just that previously his opponent had been too overwhelming. The ever-hidden Cheng Qianma, constantly suppressing him. He really had no way to fully display his abilities. Moreover, he was overshadowed by Baishir Masato, Yamato's top strategist, making it even harder for him to speak out. But now, with both Baishir Masato and Tanaka Shinji dead, he finally had a chance to show his true capabilities. Thus, he immediately seized Zhang Dongjian's weakness and proposed a collaboration. In his view, as long as Zhang Dongjian agreed, no matter how strong Cheng Qianma was, he would stand no chance. After all, Cheng Qianma was now all alone, completely surrounded by both factions. So when he said those words, he had no reservations whatsoever. You could even call it openly conspiring aloud. Sure enough, Zhang Dongjian also realized how inhuman Cheng Qianma's abilities were. As soon as he finished listening to Li Zunqi, his heart was swayed. The only thing stopping him emotionally now was that no matter what, Cheng Qianma was still a fellow countryman, with Xian Nation's blood running through his veins. If he agreed to Li Zunqi's plan, he would truly become a traitor to his country. After Cheng Qianma decisively slaughtered 2 Yamato tier 4 elites, the fighting on the battlefield had already ceased. At this moment, everyone subconsciously turned their eyes to Zhang Dongjian, waiting to hear his answer. It's no exaggeration to say, in everyone's eyes, his next decision would affect the future of Xian Nation. Chapter 783. Facing 7 tier 4 powerhouses head-on. The king's command. After careful consideration, Zhang Dongjian finally made the most important decision of his life. Cheng Qianma must not be allowed to grow any further. Otherwise, in the future of Blue Stars East, no one would be able to stand against him. Effective immediately, all parties cease fire. All tier 4 powerhouses take action together and eliminate Cheng Qianma swiftly. Anyone who disobeys will be struck down as well. When everyone heard Zhang Dongjian's order, the scene erupted in an uproar. But the reactions of the two factions were completely different. For the foreign assassin groups, they couldn't wait to eliminate Cheng Qianma. Now that Zhang Dongjian had decided to forsake his own, they fully supported him. After all, Cheng Qianma was from Xian Nation. As for the members of Sancheong Guild, their feelings were far more conflicted. Not everyone shared Zhang Dongjin's worldview, one that placed personal interests above all else. Some of them would rather put the future of their nation above everything else. Before setting out, they hadn't yet felt the terror of Cheng Qianma's talent, nor realized his importance to Xia country. So they approached the battle with a normal mindset. After all, in this dog-eat-dog world, if they're not enemies, fighting and killing is just par for the course. But the problem is, Zhang Dongjin now decided to go all out, not only to kill Cheng Qianma, but to grind him back to level 1 through repeated kills, completely destroying Xia country's top genius. This was going too far, especially since he was colluding with foreigners to exterminate a genius from his own country. This was unacceptable to many, but these dissenters were far too few, barely making up 20%, and Zhang Dongjin and Li Zunqi openly declared that anyone who disobeyed orders would meet the same fate as Cheng Qianma. So even those with objections dared to be angry but not to speak out, and could only obediently comply. However, their sense of loyalty to the Sky Guild greatly diminished. Zhang Dongjin glanced at his subordinates and could naturally sense some discontent, but he didn't care. Clearly, in his view, Cheng Qianma's life or death was 100 times more important, 1,000 times more important, than the opinions of these mediocre guild members. As long as Cheng Qianma was reduced to level 1, he could rest easy in the future. Seeing Zhang Dongjin agree so readily, though Li Zunqi inwardly despised the act of eliminating his own country's genius. Since Cheng Qianma was from Xia country, he naturally kept silent. So he nodded slightly and turned his gaze to the remaining 3 4th-tier powerhouses. These 3 4th-tier powerhouses clearly saw the situation and agreed to Li Zunqi's plan without hesitation. Thus, in total, Cheng Qianma now faced 7 4th-tier powerhouses, all at once. 3 from the Sancheong Guild, 4 from the foreign assassin group. Even though their levels weren't as high as the late Baishir Masato or Tanaka Shin, they were still beyond what a Tier 3 awakened could handle. Even Cheng Qianma shouldn't be able to. And yet, facing such terrifying pressure, Cheng Qianma showed not the slightest fear. He looked around and let out an arrogant laugh. You've been plotting all this time, but did you forget one thing? This is Eternal Peak territory. Open your damn eyes and look at what's over there. As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. It came from the direction of Eternal City. He had already contacted Fan Hanyu in secret and ordered him to lead troops out to assist. Hearing the deafening noise, both factions on the battlefield realized Eternal Peak's reinforcement, but the top-tier fighters, led by Zhang Dongjin and Li Zunqi, remained completely unfazed, especially Zhang Dongjin, who sneered and said, just a measly Tier 9 guild? Even if they all come, how many could they possibly be? Sure, we've suffered some losses, but we've also made peace. Now that we've combined forces, even with your home field advantage, what can you really do? Besides, don't tell me you actually think you can hold out against our combined assault before they arrive. That's just laughable. Right after Zhang Dongjin mocked him, Li Zunqi chimed in as well. Zhang Dongjin's right. I admit, your talent is truly terrifying, but you're way too arrogant. Enough talk. Today is your death day. From this moment on, the world will forget that Xia nation ever had a peerless genius named Cheng Qianma, because your name will vanish into the river of history. Everyone attack. As soon as Li Zunqi finished speaking, he charged in first. He had no intention of giving Cheng Qianma any chance to delay. The other 6 4th advancement experts also followed immediately. They all wanted to quickly kill Cheng Qianma before reinforcements could arrive. Once Eternal Pinnacle lost its leader, they would become nothing more than fish on the chopping block, completely powerless. However, seeing so many 4th advancement experts rushing toward him, Cheng Qianma not only showed no fear, but instead was filled with fighting spirit. With just you lot, you dare call me arrogant? My little Qingqing, first love. In the next second, a blue dragon covered in electric arcs soared out from the clouds. A thunderous dragon roar instantly shook heaven and earth. Cheng Qianma leapt with all his might and jumped onto the back of Qing Dai. At this moment, he alone was going to face 7 4th advancement experts head-on. It was truly unprecedented. After today, the name Cheng Qianma would not disappear into the river of history, but would stand firmly on its stage. You 7 will be my stepping stones. As soon as Cheng Qianma's words fell, a blue and a red phantom instantly appeared behind him, wielding the monarch's tome. The flowing light, 1,000 blades scatter. He looked like a monarch descending from the heavens. Chapter 784. Attack is always the best defense. Victory. Watching Cheng Qianma prepare to face 7 4th advancement experts alone, Zhang Dongjin couldn't help but want to laugh. Although he admitted that Cheng Qianma possessed strength far beyond his peers, the fact that he neither retreated nor flinched and even intended to fight head-on seemed a little too arrogant. Thus, while rushing forward, he mocked sarcastically, you little brat. You think you alone can stop the 7 of us? What a joke. Take my Thunderclap Palm first. Thunderclap Palm is a signature move of Tier 4 Mind Awakening users. It can launch an electric-charged palm blast from a very long distance. Anyone hit by it not only suffers massive damage, but also instantly receives 3 stacks of shock. Given Cheng Qianma's current situation of facing 7 enemies alone, if he gets hit with all 3 stacks, he'll take 40% extra damage, meaning he could be killed instantly by their combined strike. So it must be said, Zhang Dongjian's move was indeed well calculated. However, facing Zhang Dongjian's sudden attack, Cheng Qianma didn't panic in the slightest. He didn't even try to dodge, because he had already prepared in advance. 2 blurry shadows, 1 green, 1 red, loomed behind him as proof. Azure Dragon Spirit, activate, Blood Bloom. The next second, Cheng Qianma's body erupted with an overwhelming aura of blood. That blood mist was formed from condensed sandwing force, and looked utterly terrifying. Moments later, the red phantom behind him materialized visibly before everyone's eyes, revealing a hellblood demon with curled ram horns. Even more shocking, blood-red wings, 3 meters. The ominous aura was suffocating. Although Blood Bloom is only a tier 2 mage ultimate skill, it allows the user to inherit the power of the Hellblood demon for 20 seconds. During that time, the user's attack increases by 30% and comes with 50% lifesteal effect. In this situation, this was the smartest move, because avoiding attacks from all tier 4 powerhouses was unrealistic given Cheng Qianma's level, and their damage output was immense. If he focused only on defense, he wouldn't last long. Eventually, he'd die in the depths of the Lantern Cavern. Rather than passive defense, it's better to fight to sustain the fight. With a lifesteal rate as high as 50% and a 20% damage boost from the Blue Dragon Phantom, attacking was always the best form of defense. Moreover, in terms of pure attack power, Cheng Qianma was no weaker than the 7 opponents before him. Thus, he decided not to dodge at all and directly clash with Zhang Dongjian. Gale Stance. Let's really have a good fight. Cheng Qianma instantly activated Gale Stance, maximizing the movement speed of both himself and Qing Dai. Then he flew rapidly toward Zhang Dongjian. 2 seconds later, with a loud boom, although Thunder Palm knocked off nearly 1/3 of Cheng Qianma's HP, Zhang Dongjian's situation was even worse. Cheng Qianma had already closed the distance and was suppressing him madly at close range. In his battle mode, the Monarch Point, flowing light 1,000 blade scatter, continuously stabbed into Zhang Dongjian's body at extreme speed. Sky Strike, Circular 5 Staffs, Rapid Stabs. Though these small skills didn't deal huge damage, the number of colorful rune marks behind Cheng Qianma was visibly increasing. In just a few seconds, he had accumulated over 15 stacks. Moreover, with 50% lifesteal bonus, the health he had lost earlier was quickly restored. At this moment, the other 6 approaching 4th advancement experts were utterly stunned at the sight. Especially Li Zunqi, who shouted in disbelief. Why does he have so many rune marks? Could he have learned some hidden skill? At this moment, no one understood how Cheng Qianma did it. Everyone's head was throbbing painfully. And as the direct victim, Zhang Dongjian felt even more miserable. He could only watch helplessly as Cheng Qianma unleashed a flurry of combos, while he himself was being completely suppressed. Normally, even though Qi masters were not good at close combat, being utterly suppressed by a junior over 10 levels lower was still incredibly out. Moreover, Cheng Qianma's attack speed was simply absurd, no matter how hard Zhang Dongjian struggled. He couldn't escape the barrage of attacks. Thus, Zhang Dong. He could only suppress his anger and wait for his teammates' help. Another 2 seconds passed. Several other 4th-tier experts who were farther away also rushed over riding their flying mounts. Immediately after, 6 completely different high-level skills were launched from their hands simultaneously. Seeing this scene, Zhang Dongjian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Facing such a dangerous situation, Cheng Qianma would surely be forced to interrupt his combo and retreat. After all, no one would dare to keep fighting head-on at this point. In that case, he would be able to escape safely. Kiddo, aren't you going to retreat yet? You've been comboing for so long, but you only managed to chip off 1/4 of my health. I don't know what you're so cocky about. Feeling the situation gradually shifting, Zhang Dongjian, wanting to save face, immediately mocked him. However, after hearing this, Cheng Qianma only smiled, showing no intention of retreating at all. I'm not even having enough fun yet. How could I possibly retreat? You really overestimate yourselves. Just the 6 of you teaming up, thinking you can force me back? Not a chance. As soon as Cheng Qianma finished speaking, the King's Manual, 1,000-blade stream in his hand, instantly switched, at an astonishing speed into Crusader form. At the same time, this was also the first time he had used this form. Sanctified Sword Formation. Activate. Let's see whether you can deal more damage, or I can heal more. In the next second, a massive golden magic circle appeared beneath Cheng Qianma and Qing Dai. An overwhelming and terrifying sacred aura instantly swept across the battlefield. Chapter 785, Terrifying Healing Rate. Not only can it switch forms at will, its speed is also insane. Damn. This modular weapon is a perfect match for a solo player. Truly a match made in heaven. I admit, this weapon is absolutely incredible, but aren't you guys focusing on the wrong thing? Chung Qianma just used high-level skills from both Blood Mage and Paladin. What solo player can do that? Yeah, exactly. That's so true. Ordinary solo players. No wonder he dares to fight to the death without retreating. Turns out he has such a powerful trump card. When everyone saw the king type, flowing light, 1000-blade weapon, and how smoothly it switched forms in an instant, then activated the sacred shield, they were completely stunned. In all their decades of experience, they had never seen such a ridiculously unique silver weapon. Even more terrifying, he finally witnessed firsthand what makes the only high-level solo player so special. At the same time, he also understood why Chung Qianma, at such a young age, is hailed as the most terrifying. Based on his current performance, he definitely has the right to be proud. But unlike the ordinary members who were all shocked, the 6th Fourth Advancement experts who attacked together were also surprised, but still didn't believe that a small sacred shield could withstand their attacks. You have to know, while the sacred shield can heal HP, it's not an instant heal, but a continuous regeneration effect. If it were in a secret realm, or a one-on-one duel, then its healing might be enough. But the problem is, the combined attack power of 6th Fourth Advancement experts is way beyond what the sacred shield can restore, and the damage they deal is all burst damage. There's simply not enough time for the sacred shield to heal Chung Qianma in time. Therefore, the 6th Fourth Tier experts were not particularly worried at this moment. They watched their attacks, about to hit Chung Qianma. Faint smile. However, facing 6 different attacks, Chung Qianma also showed no concern. Standing within the sanctified barrier, he continued to maintain overwhelming pressure and relentlessly attacked Zhang Dongjian. The 15 multicolored runes he had accumulated had now increased to an astonishing 23 runes. Meanwhile, Zhang Dongjian's HP had been suppressed below 50%. Your arrogance ends here. Since you won't retreat, then get ready to be instantly killed. Zhang Dongjian, who had been completely suppressed at close range, was extremely frustrated. But seeing his teammates' attacks approaching, he still managed to throw out a taunt. Perhaps this could ease some of his anger. But very soon, his arrogant tone completely vanished without a trace. It was replaced by overwhelming shock. Bang! 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 After 6 consecutive loud bangs, the joint attack of the 6 fourth tier experts arrived as scheduled. However, Chung Qianma, protected by the sanctified barrier, although his HP instantly dropped into the red zone, recovered more than half in the very next second. Even more ridiculously, because he was still suppressing Zhang Dongjian, his remaining HP was recovering at lightning speed, thanks to the 50% lifesteal effect. Seeing this scene, the entire battlefield erupted into an uproar. Everyone originally thought that Chung Qianma would pay a heavy price for his arrogance, even being instantly killed on the spot. But who would have thought that after his HP roller coastered down, it would immediately surge back up at a shocking speed. This kind of scene clearly went beyond everyone's understanding. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether the 4th advancement attacks had weakened, or Chung Qianma's defense was just insane. No, that's impossible. 6 top-tier experts attacking together. How could it have only shaved off that little HP? And your sacred shield, how could it possibly restore over 4,000 HP in one go? Even if it were the best paladin using it, it probably wouldn't reach that level. How did you do it? Zhang Dongjian had completely fallen into despair. He simply couldn't believe that Chung Qianma had really taken on all 6 teammates' attacks. You have to understand, this wasn't some random weakling's attack. These were 6 elite 4th advancement experts. Even another 4th advancement expert might have been instantly killed just now. But Chung Qianma is only level 58. Not only did he survive, his HP even returned to full in just a few seconds. It was simply unbelievable. In fact, even more shocked than Zhang Dongjian were the 6 attackers themselves. They knew exactly how powerful their skills were, and naturally realized what it meant for Chung Qianma to tank them head-on. So right now, each of them was left in a blank daze. They couldn't comprehend a thing. Their minds had gone completely blank. They simply couldn't make sense of it all. There's no need to explain anything to trash like you. As the saying goes, a return is only proper. Now that preparations are complete, you'll be the first to die. The rest of you can also taste the power of my rainbow sigils. Sigils, fire. With Chung Qianma's furious roar, the 23 rainbow sigils behind him shot out at an imperceptible speed. The 6 fourth advancement experts nearby were each hit by one. The remaining 17 all struck Zhang Dongjian alone. No, this can't be. After being bombarded by the rainbow sigils, Zhang Dongjian's already less than 50% HP was instantly wiped out. Right before his death, he still couldn't believe he was completely crushed by a junior. Thus, he let out the most unwilling wail of his life. Although his 6 teammates hadn't lost much HP, they also showed expressions of disbelief, because they realized that something terrifying was happening to them too. Chapter 786. The whole battlefield was shocked. Reinforcements arrived. His rune blast could inflict 5 types of abnormal damage simultaneously. How is this possible? Seeing himself inflicted with simultaneous debuffs, slow, shock, fire damage, dark attribute damage, and non-attribute damage, each stacked once. Even Li Zunqi, who had seen countless battles, couldn't help but widen his eyes. At the same time, a deep fear rose in his heart. After roaming the Apocalypse continent for years, and being one of Korea's top assassins, he still couldn't understand why Qingqianma's rune blasts were so different from other battle mages. Other battle mages' rune blasts could only inflict one type of abnormal effect based on current attribute, but Qingqianma could apply 5 types at once. This meant that each of his runes contained all the special effects that a battle mage could have. Such an insane effect. How could he not be shocked? If every solo player were as monstrous as Qingqianma, other classes wouldn't even have a chance anymore, because they simply couldn't win. The other 5 4th-tier experts were equally baffled, their panic written all over their faces. However, Li Zunqi and the others did not realize yet that this was just the beginning of their mental collapse. In the next second, when they clearly saw the changes on Qingqianma, their pupils shrank, their hearts trembled in fear. His rune blasts, in addition to all special effects, could even stack all buff bonuses. Damn it! How can other battle mages even keep playing? At this moment, one 4th-tier expert could no longer hold back, and cried out in disbelief. Just as he said, all the battle mages present were utterly stunned. At the same time, a monstrous surge of resentment was rising uncontrollably from within. They had never seen anything this absurd in their lives. A solo player's skills were countless times stronger than the originals. How could that even make sense? These battle mages wanted to say something, to vent their frustration. But the moment they remembered Qingqianma's inhuman strength, a wave of fear instantly swept over them. He had slaughtered Zhang Dongjian, a level 75 player, while only being level 50. Such a terrifying genius. None of them even had the heart to resist. They didn't even dare voice a single doubt aloud, because if they upset Qingqianma, the one who spoke out might get instantly killed. And so, the whole scene fell into dead silence. Members from both major guilds, no matter how upset they were, didn't dare say a word, let alone step in to help. With sheer strength alone, Qingqianma had conquered the entire battlefield. Everyone, don't panic. Even if Qingqianma's sacred shield is amazing, it still has a time limit. And her blood bloom will also disappear in a few seconds. Once she loses the lifesteal effect, her defense will drop drastically. Let's wait a bit longer. She'll be dead soon enough. Li Zunqi was truly a battle-hardened veteran. Her experience was vast, though she still couldn't figure out the origin of Qingqianma's skill mutation. She quickly identified the key point. In truth, Qingqianma dared to tank the attacks of 6 top-tier experts, because he heavily relied on the healing effect of Sacred Shield and the lifesteal bonus from Blood Bloom. The former had a special effect that scaled with both constitution and spirit stats of the awakened. Not only was Qingqianma's equipment incredibly high-end, but his core stats were also insane, far beyond that of any other player. That's how he managed to recover 4,000 HP in a single heal. As for the latter, with a 50% lifesteal rate, combined with his outrageous attack stats, the effect was amplified several-fold, resulting in a terrifying amount of lifesteal. In terms of pure attack power, none of the 4th-tier awakeners present could surpass her. Thus, combining these two factors created the myth of Qingqianma resisting attacks from 6 4th-tier experts, while still maintaining full HP. But precisely because of this, just as Li Zunqi had analyzed, once his 2 major skills went on cooldown, the situation could instantly reverse. Therefore, overall, the crisis facing Qingqianma was still not resolved. Sure enough, after the other 4th-tier experts heard Li Zunqi's analysis, their previously dim eyes lit up instantly. They had merely been overwhelmed by Qingqianma's astonishing performance, momentarily losing their ability to think. But now that their emotions had calmed, it was easy to figure out the crux of the matter. Thus, the 6 4th-tier experts immediately reached a consensus. They stood nearby, maintaining full vigilance, patiently waiting for Qingqianma's skills to go on cooldown. I admit you are terrifyingly strong, but you still lack time to grow. If you had reached 4th-tier awakening, even all of us combined might not be your match. But reality is cruel. We will never give you that time. Once your skill effects disappear, it will be the moment you're just thinking about a peerless genius like Qingqianma dying at her own hands made Li Zunqi uncontrollably excited. At the same time, she felt lucky to have encountered Qingqianma before he reached 4th tier. It wasn't too late. Otherwise, once Qingqianma reached 4th tier, even just hitting level 70, today's outcome would have been completely reversed. A few seconds later, the 2 phantoms behind Qingqianma disappeared one after another, and the glow of the sanctified barrier gradually dimmed. Obviously, it wouldn't be long before the sanctified barrier also entered cooldown. Seeing this scene, Li Zunqi smiled happily. She felt that victory was just around the corner. But at the same time, Qingqianma also laughed. He laughed even louder than her. Did you all forget something? This is my turf. Who said I was alone? The next second, a swarm of red and green flying creatures appeared in everyone's line of sight. Qingqianma's reinforcements had finally arrived. Chapter 787, Turning the Tide with Numbers. Siege 4. As strange screeches echoed from the sky, a swarm of red and green flying creatures, was the first to enter everyone's vision. These creatures were none other than the Eternal Peak Sky Guard, riding both Emerald Young Dragons and Crimson Lawn mounts. These two mount types, in both speed and compatibility, far surpassed normal flying beasts, which is why they arrived on the scene so quickly, to give Chung Qianma immediate support. Old Mo. You're still alive? Looks like we came too late. Huang Tian, known for his sharp tongue, was at the forefront of the Sky Guard. The moment he saw Chung Qianma, he immediately launched a jab. Though he said they should have come later, he charged in faster than anyone else. That was just his way of showing concern. Outsiders would never understand. As he dove in at full speed, the core members of the other Eternal Peak squads quickly followed behind. They weren't intimidated at all by the fact they were up against 4th advancement experts. In fact, they looked excited to fight. It was almost exactly the same aura Chung Qianma had shown earlier. The sight instantly drew gasps from both major factions. What the hell? Is Eternal Peak always this outrageous? Everyone has a high-tier flying mount. When did Emerald Young Dragons and Crimson Wands become so common? It's absolutely unbelievable. Isn't the crazier part the fact that they're all so young? They're all around the same age as Chung Qianma, and yet every single one of them is already nearly level 60 in their early 20s. Is he even letting anyone else live? Damn it. We shouldn't have come all this way to cause trouble for Eternal Peak. This guild is way too terrifying. When everyone saw Huang Tian and the others' levels and gear setup, they were all stunned. Some even felt their first urge to retreat. After all, Eternal Peak didn't just send a handful of reinforcements. The ground in the distance was shaking violently. It was obvious that Eternal Peak's main ground forces were arriving soon. Members of the two guilds weren't idiots. They realized that with the arrival of Eternal Peak's Sky Guard, the entire situation had turned upside down. The scales of victory were tilting back toward Eternal Peak. Enough talk. Get to work. I'll handle Li Zunqi. The remaining 5 are yours to stall. This was the most critical moment of the battle. Naturally, Chung Qianma didn't have time to bicker with Huang Tian. He simply gave out assignments and flew directly toward Li Zunqi. Got it. Leave it to us. I've been holding it in for days. Today I can finally cut loose. Don't worry about us. Wei Xing patted his chest confidently and took charge. Ever since getting a crazy 1.5x experience bonus recently, even lazy guys like him couldn't afford to slack off. Everyone else was grinding levels like maniacs. If he fell behind because he slacked off, he'd lose face big time. So lately Wei Xing was either practicing or on his way to practice. He was practically suffocating from it. But it was exactly this positive competition that caused the Eternal Peak squad's average level to skyrocket. Now that he finally had a chance to unleash, of course Wei Xing wouldn't miss it. By now, he was a completely different person, both in strength and vision. He far surpassed his peers, so he didn't even take seriously these 4th-tier experts who were being toyed with by Chung Qianma. Besides, he wasn't fighting alone. He had plenty of allies around him. Fighting outnumbered enemies was his favorite battle environment, so he was naturally feeling a little excited right now. Of course, he wasn't the only one feeling this way. Other core members like Lin Ruoxi and Li Minghe were also pumped for battle. Not long after, they each, based on their own strengths, what was once 6 4th advancement experts ganging up on Chung Qianma, had quietly flipped around. Now, except for Li Zunqi. Each of the others was surrounded by at least 4 Eternal Peak members. Their expressions were rather complicated. Sure, your reinforcements arrived, but none of them are level 70. If you think numbers alone can suppress 4th advancement experts, then you're way overestimating yourselves. You're too arrogant. What? Do they all have broken power levels like you? I don't buy it. Even seeing their teammates surrounded, Li Zunqi didn't look particularly panicked. After all, the difference between 4th and 3rd advancement was a massive gap. Even if it's just 1 level, the difference in strength is like heaven and earth. No matter how you put it, Chung Qianma is still the greatest genius of the Xia Nation in 100 years. So if he's a bit overpowered, Li Zunqi could at least accept that. But the younger generation of the Xia Nation, they can't all be Chung Qianmos, can they? If they're really all that strong, then what's the point for other nations to keep playing? So in her mind, as long as her teammates quickly wiped out the reinforcements, then grouped up to take down Chung Qianma, they'd still have a good shot at winning. In fact, the other 5 4th advancement experts were thinking the exact same thing. Each one was ready to go all out to kill off the younger enemies in front of them as fast as possible, then rush over to support Li Zunqi. But soon enough, they realized just how wrong they were, and how absurdly wrong. This vanguard led by the Eternal Peak squads, in the battle that followed, actually held their own using numbers alone. They weren't losing ground at all. In fact, the 4th advancement experts, fighting close combat geniuses like Huang Tianyu and Lin Ruoxi, were already starting to struggle. It truly felt like the old days were long gone. Such an outrageous scene immediately caused an uproar. Chapter 788, 1 minute 12. Terrifying elemental clone. Where the hell did this group of monsters come from? When did Xia Nation become so blessed with talents? Watching his teammates getting ganged up by a bunch of young people, while he himself was being crushed by Chung Qianma, Li Zunqi's heart was filled with monstrous waves of shock. Even now, he still couldn't believe what he was seeing. In his eyes, Xia Nation had been weak for years. Just having a monster like Cheng Qianma emerge was already a miracle of fortune. And now, out of nowhere, a whole batch of talents with similar potential appeared. He couldn't believe it. Nor could he understand it. That's why he had such a stunned expression. Seeing Li Zunqi look like he'd seen a ghost, Cheng Qianma let out a cold snort. A bunch of frogs in a well. The times have long since changed. You foreigners still insist on looking down on Xia Nation with arrogance. Of course, you must pay a heavy price. And today is Xia Nation's opportunity to prove itself once again. You'd better obediently become our stepping stone. Elemental clone. Activate. With a loud shout from Cheng Qianma, his body immediately turned into a blur. In an instant, he multiplied from 1 into 12 copies. It felt just like a multi-shadow clone technique. The reason he could split into so many clones was primarily because his main attributes were explosively high. According to the elemental clone effect, every 200 attribute points allowed 1 additional clone on top of the base 5. Cheng Qianma could now create 12 clones at once, meaning his total attributes exceeded 1,400 points. That was an absolute. It even surpassed ordinary level 75 awakeners. That's why Cheng Qianma could fight so effortlessly. Faced with such an unbelievable scene, Li Zunqi's mind went completely blank. He opened his mouth in disbelief. What kind of skill is that? Because Elemental Clone is an extremely rare SSS rank random skill book, it's something you can only stumble upon by chance. So even someone as experienced as Li Zunqi had never seen this skill before. All she could do was cry out in shock. Naturally, Cheng Qianma had no interest in explaining anything. He focused his mind and immediately controlled all the clones, launching an all-angle assault on Li Zunqi. At this point, it was fair to say Cheng Qianma alone was besieging her. In an instant, clones of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth elements each launched attacks of different attributes. Overwhelmed and terrified, Li Zunqi was completely surrounded and unable to escape. All she could do was watch the rainbow-colored attacks fly toward her helplessly. She had no way out. A second later, with a scream, Li Zunqi, who was almost at full HP, was instantly killed by 12 clones. From Cheng Qianma's first strike to her death, not even 10 seconds passed. It was terrifying, and when her corpse hit the ground with a thud, the morale of both major factions collapsed instantly. Countless guild members gave up the fight entirely. They just wanted to escape. But right at that moment, the main Eternal Peak reinforcements led by Gu Qian arrived. When he assessed the battlefield, he immediately showed a puzzled expression. What happened? We just got here. Why are all the enemies running? I haven't even done anything yet, and they're already dropping like flies? No way. I refuse to come all this way for nothing. Otherwise, Lao Fan will hog all the battle credit again. Chase them. Don't let a single one escape. Gu Qian had planned to go all out and show off his skills. But just as he arrived, the enemy started to flee. There was no way he'd accept that outcome. So he immediately gave the order to pursue. He wanted the enemy completely wiped out. And seeing the arrival of the enemy's main force, the remaining 5 4th advancement experts knew it was over. Especially after witnessing how Li Zunqi was insta-killed. It caused them the greatest psychological trauma ever. Thus, they all silently reached a mutual decision. The best plan was to run away. Otherwise, if they got caught, they might end up even worse than Li Zunqi. But now that Cheng Qianma had freed up his hands, how could he let them escape? He shouted toward Gu Qian in the distance. Get over here and help. While my elemental clones are still around, don't let those 5 get away. Since his elemental clones hadn't disappeared yet, Cheng Qianma's words came out of all 12 clones simultaneously, making it sound like a chorus of recorders. Upon hearing Gu Qian finally realized, seeing 12 identical Cheng Qianmos standing there, his vision almost went black. Damn it. Where did this guy learn another terrifying skill? He's already this monstrous, and now he can split it. How are others supposed to survive? But complaints were one thing. Gu Qian dared not say it aloud. On one hand, age aside, he had deeply respected Cheng Qianma ever since their first encounter, after witnessing his terrifying strength firsthand. On the other hand, Li Zunqi's death had proven that Cheng Qianma's strength was far superior. Thus, no matter what, he dared not act rashly. All he could do was smile and reply, got it. Then he rode his emerald young dragon into the sky. Under Cheng Qianma's heavy interception, he quickly caught up with the 5 fleeing 4th-tier experts. Cheng Qianma, let's talk this out. As long as you let us leave, we're willing to negotiate any terms. We guarantee that we will never trouble you or Eternal Peak again. Moreover, whenever we see your people, we'll immediately retreat 3 leagues away. We swear we'll stick to it. After witnessing Cheng Qianma's terrifying strength, the remaining 5 4th-tier experts finally panicked, especially since no one knew how many more reinforcements were on the way. The longer they dragged this out, the less chance they... So, at this moment, another expert from the Firmament Guild, Ren Xiefeng, had no choice but to shamelessly beg Cheng Qianma for mercy. The deaths of Zhang Dongjian and Li Zunqi were still fresh in his mind. He had no desire to follow in their footsteps. However, Chung Qianma showed no intention of relenting. His face was full of disdain. Trash like you think you're worthy of bargaining with me? Just like your fallen comrades. Go welcome your fear in the graveyard. As soon as he said that, all 5 fourth advancement experts turned pale. Chapter 789. Mutual slaughter. None shall leave. You. What did you just say? Graveyard? Welcoming death. What else did you do? Ren Xiefeng wasn't an idiot. He could clearly hear the implications in Chung Qianma's words. He even had a rough guess of what it meant. He just didn't want to believe it. Which is why he lost his composure and blurted it out. And seeing that the battle was already decided, Chung Qianma finally spoke a little more. Don't you think that the reinforcements I brought are too few? Just remember, this is my stronghold. And the rest. To deal a heavier mental blow to the 5 people before him. Chung Qianma deliberately left the sentence unfinished. However, even with just that much revealed, it was enough for them to figure out the truth. You even dispatched a squad to guard the corpses near the graveyard? We brought this on ourselves. The Firmament Guild has no one else to blame but itself. After learning the whole truth, Ren Xiefeng's final mental barrier shattered, because he knew, if Chung Qianma had prepared this elaborate trap beforehand, then there was no way he'd leave anyone alive. Just as he said. The Firmament Guild's crushing defeat today, there was no one else to blame. He could only blame himself for being overconfident. He thought that as one of the top 3 veteran guilds in Xian Nation, they could easily crush Eternal Peak. They even boasted about completely destroying Chung Qianma, bringing him back down to level 1. And the result? They came here full of confidence. But didn't even get, and instead, were slaughtered by Chung Qianma. It was a complete backfire. They had only hurt themselves. Ren Xiefeng, who had fallen into utter despair, knew there was no chance of survival. Suddenly, his eyes turned blood red. His emotions became extremely agitated. Meanwhile, his 4 teammates became incredibly panicked. You? What are you doing? Calm down. Don't self-destruct. Please, are you crazy? We don't want to die. The remaining 4 4th-tier experts completely lost their composure, because they realized from Ren Xiefeng's movements that he intended to die with honor, to preserve his last shred of dignity. But the problem was, once an Awakener self-destructed, it would cause terrifying area damage. The higher the Awakener's level, the more devastating the explosion. If Ren Xiefeng really went through with it, with his level 74 power, everyone within a kilometer radius would be affected, not to mention the teammates standing right next to him. Thus, all 4 of them desperately pleaded with him. However, Ren Xiefeng was already in a crazed state, completely unable to hear any reasoning. Massive waves of energy began surging from his body. It wouldn't be long before he completed his self-destruction, but just at that moment, Paka Stone from the Peacock Nation suddenly shouted, "You forced me to do this. Don't blame me. I just want to survive." As soon as Pakash said that, he plunged his weapon into Ren Xiefeng's heart. To stop Ren Xiefeng from detonating at close range, he had no choice but to strike first. Just moments ago, they were comrades fighting side by side. But now, they were killing each other to survive. The irony was unbearable. After the sneak attack, Pakash suddenly pulled out a scroll. Magic circles began appearing beneath his feet. It was clear, this was some kind of extremely rare life-saving item. One that could temporarily create a teleportation array for escape. Now driven into a corner. Just to survive, he had no choice but to use his final trump card. Mountains remain green. Rivers will still flow. I lost today, that's all. But we'll meet again. Once I get back safely, the Peacock Nation will never let you off. The losses of today, I'll make you pay tenfold in the future. Right before he left, Pakash, who hated Chung Qianma to the core, couldn't help but throw out some threats, trying to salvage some dignity. But Chung Qianma didn't even respond to the trash talk. He simply shook his head, muttering to himself. Sigh. This is the cruelty of reality. When life is on the line, some people will do anything to survive, completely without shame. Whatever. It's time to end this farce. Trying to escape using a temporary teleport array? Did I say you could leave? Get back here. As soon as Chung Qianma's voice fell, his hands moved at lightning speed, transforming his flowing light thousand-blade scatter weapon into its flying scythe form. Then, he swung the flying scythe fiercely, instantly wrapping it around Pakash. In that instant, Paka Stone, who thought he could safely escape, panicked instantly. You? What are you trying to do? You can't. You? Before he could finish his sentence, Chung Qianma yanked back the flying scythe with force. In the next second, Paka Stone's body was pulled off the temporary teleportation array. At the same time, a beam of light flashed across. This meant that at the last second before teleportation, Chung Qianma had dragged him back, and because of this accident, his life would soon come to an end. Since you dared to oppose Eternal Peak, you must pay a sufficient price. Since you're here, you might as well stay. Hopefully in your next life, you'll have a chance to become an Awakener again. Having completely lost his patience, Chung Qianma finally decided to end the battle. With those words, he pronounced the death sentence for all members of the Sanxiong Guild and the foreign assassin group. In the next second, the massive Eternal swallowed them whole. This time, the 2 major factions' offensive was not only cleverly dismantled by Chung Qianma's strategy, but also cost them dearly. Humph. The fall of the Sancheong Guild was just the opening act. Very soon, I will dominate the peak of all guilds in Xia Nation. Chapter 790. Mad 8-Piece, the last battle in the nation. As cries of agony echoed continuously, the Sancheong Guild and the foreign assassin group were gradually wiped out by Eternal Peak, with the Sky Guard suppressing the field. Even those who tried to escape couldn't outrun the Emerald Young Dragons and Crimson Wan Birds. Thus, after just over 10 minutes, nearly all the awakened ones who tried to flee were killed on the battlefield. Only a lucky few managed to escape thanks to rare life-saving items. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, the graveyard was also in chaos. Fan Hanyu, who had been sent by Cheng Qianma in advance, was leading a group in a brutal slaughter of newly revived, seeing the 4th advancement experts. Instantly overwhelmed by countless skills, right after reviving made Fan Hanyu thrilled. After all, she herself was just one step away from reaching the 4th advancement. Yet now she was able to wipe out 7 4th advancement experts. How could she not be overjoyed? Even the guild members guarding the area felt like the whole thing was unreal. Before today, none of them ever imagined they'd ever get the chance to kill a 4th advancement expert. So now, everyone's blood was boiling. They felt an indescribable thrill. Not long after, Cheng Qianma suddenly appeared in the sky, riding Qingdai. Fan Hanyu immediately clasped her hands and bowed, showing utmost respect to her. This was supposed to be a brutal war, given how aggressively the two forces came in. Yet not only did Cheng Qianma resolve it easily, he also achieved an overwhelming victory. Such tactics and strategy earned her deep admiration, so she humbled herself even more than usual. But Cheng Qianma didn't care much for formalities. After landing, he casually waved his hand, signaling Fan Hanyu not to be so formal. Then he calmly asked, "You've been guarding corpses half the day. The hall must be decent, huh?" When Fan Hanyu heard the word hall, her eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Reporting, Guildmaster. Thanks to our continued efforts, we've already seized a large amount of high-quality gear. It won't be long now. Those 4th-tier experts are about to be completely stripped by us. When Fan Hanyu mentioned stripped just now, she was actually referring to repeatedly killing the enemies to make them constantly drop their equipment. Although on the Apocalypse continent, the drop rate for non-Red Abyss Awakeners was not very high. Under normal circumstances, it was only about 10% to 15%, but a low probability couldn't withstand a large number of deaths. Take Zhang Dongjian, who was first killed by Cheng Qianma. Over the past 10 minutes or so, he had died 11 times in a row. Now not only had his level dropped to 31, but most of his equipment had fallen off too. Even the gear that hadn't dropped yet could no longer be equipped due to his level being too low. Thus they were rendered useless. As a result, he had completely become a cripple. There was no chance for him to recover. The other 4th-tier experts who revived from the graveyard weren't much better off. They too had been mostly stripped. You have to understand, the equipment of veteran 4th-tier experts, both in terms of attributes and market, was extremely high. These looted spoils, even if not sold, could still significantly boost the top combat strength of Eternal Peak. Therefore, when Fan Hanyu made her report just now, she sounded particularly excited. After all, among the loot, there were a few pieces even she found mouth-watering. Very good. Hurry up and strip them completely. Later on, we still have one last important thing to do, Cheng Qianma said calmly. And when Fan Hanyu heard the last 2 words, she sharply caught on to something. She gazed thoughtfully at Cheng Qianma and asked expectantly, "Is our civil war finally coming to an end?" The civil war Fan Hanyu referred to was Eternal Peak's campaign within the Xia Nation. With the Firmament Guild's crushing defeat, they would undoubtedly exit the stage of history, and Eternal Peak, now the hottest guild in Xia, would surely be seen by the remaining 4 major guilds as a thorn in their side. An enemy to eliminate. Chances are, after witnessing Eternal Peak's terrifying strength, those guilds would band together and launch a fierce attack again, trying to stop Cheng Qianma's rise. So, what Cheng Qianma had just referred to as the final task was most likely this very war. If Eternal Peak could win once more, they would undoubtedly rise to the very top of Xia Nation. From that point on, there would be no rivals left in the country. Eternal Peak would rightfully become the undisputed number 1. And if Eternal Peak succeeded, their next step would undoubtedly be expanding abroad. Their campaigns would extend across the entire Eastern Blue Zone, maybe even the whole world. Fan Hanyu had always dreamed of stepping outside the country, to show the world that Xia was no longer weak, that it was no longer a nation to be trampled on. This had always been her greatest wish. So now, she eagerly awaited Cheng Qianma's reply. Of course Cheng Qianma saw through her thoughts, and he smiled and nodded. You guessed right. Once we deal with the remaining 4 major guilds, Eternal Peak will indeed begin expanding overseas. Dual dominance or not, our vision has always been bigger than that. But before that, I want to successfully absorb all 4 level 10 guilds, and elevate Eternal Peak to the legendary level 11. After saying that, a boundless confidence shone in Cheng Qianma's eyes. Chapter 791. If you've got the guts, then by all means, try me. Because the Firmament Guild's expeditionary force wasn't entirely wiped out, a few messengers managed to escape back. So not long after, Shue received word of the crushing defeat. But after delivering the message, those few immediately quit the guild. Without a moment's hesitation, the Firmament Guild, now humiliated by Eternal Peak, was clearly finished. Whether it could even continue to exist on the Apocalypse continent was uncertain. They had basically lost the ability to hunt down defectors, and deep down, they all knew, surviving this was pure luck. If they didn't cut ties with the guild now, and Chung Qianma came for revenge later, they'd be doomed for sure. So no matter what, they all chose to quit decisively. From now on, they would have nothing more to do with the Firmament Guild. Humans are such pragmatic and selfish creatures. When faced with life and death, concepts like loyalty and a sense of belonging all turn to absolute bullshit. Nothing matters more than staying alive. After reading several resignation notices, Shue legs gave out, and he collapsed into his chair in despair. His face turned paler than it had ever been. They're all dead. That was nearly 70% of the Firmament Guild's forces. The name Firmament Guild, from now on, it'll just be gossip at tea time. It's become a laughingstock across Xia. It's over. It's all over. Not even in his worst nightmares did Shue expect that the expedition led by 3 4th advancement experts would not only be annihilated, but would be corpse-camped back to level 1. That meant the was just an empty shell of a functional guild, with no real combat power. Any of the other major guilds could wipe them out at will. And that's why Shue sat there in a daze, like a man who had gone mad. The guild members who stayed behind instead of joining the expedition immediately exploded in the guild channel after seeing the report. Feelings of disbelief and infinite sorrow surged through everyone's hearts. Many even started considering backing out. They wondered whether they should seize the chance to quit. After all, no one could be sure whether Chung Qianma, after his overwhelming victory, if they left too late, they might regret it for life. Thus, a small group of cowardly members, after a fierce internal struggle, finally pressed the quit button. And their departure was like the last straw crushing Sky Guild. Even many who hadn't intended to quit began to panic. This is human herd mentality, impossible to change. Seeing the chain of quit messages, Shue completely lost his former composure. He now only felt mentally exhausted, as if he had aged over 10 years in an instant. I hate it. I regret it. How did Chung Qianma manage to do this? After letting out a furious roar, waves of negative emotions flooded Shue's mind. He was filled with why was I so foolish back then? Why did I ever provoke Chung Qianma, that damned Demon King? The other 4 guilds hadn't acted. Now they get to win effortlessly. But unfortunately, there is no cure for regret in this world. Victory belongs to kings, and defeat to the vanquished. Since Sky Guild's expedition failed, Shue must bear the consequences. The decline of Sky Guild is the clearest evidence. Just when Shue looked utterly defeated, a new friend request popped up on his friend list. If it had been from an ordinary person, given his current state, he wouldn't have cared. After all, with his home almost gone, who had the mood to make new friends? But when he saw the name on the application, he shot up from his chair. The next second, he muttered complicatedly, "It's actually him? Why would Chung Qianma add me as a friend? Does he want to mock me as a victor?" Shue thought it through carefully, and concluded that must be the only reason. The defeated must endure humiliation. There's nothing more to say. I brought all of this upon myself. After completely letting go of the psychological burden, Shue fell into a state of utter despair and recklessness. With his usual temper, there's no way he would have accepted Chung Qianma's friend request. But now, for some reason, after giving up everything, he seemed to see things differently. Fine. Let's see what he wants to say. With a despondent look, Shue clicked the accept button, and as he did, his lifelong pride and arrogance were utterly crushed by Chung Qianma. Even though he was a mighty level 76 expert, even stronger than Ling Xiao, he felt completely defeated. After all, he was defeated by a young man under level 60. But then, Chung Qianma's message left him utterly stunned. I assume you've heard about the defeat. So, interested in sitting down for a talk? I've got a big project I'd like to discuss with you. Maybe you'll find it interesting. Who knows? After reading Chung Qianma's message, Shue's once lifeless eyes lit up again. He vaguely sensed a deeper meaning behind Chung Qianma's words. But there was still one thing he couldn't quite figure out. so he slowly typed 2 lines. What do you want? Asking to meet me in private? Aren't you afraid I'll take the chance to get revenge? In Xue Jirui's mind, since Cheng Qianma didn't say to meet in Eternal City, that must mean he was suggesting a different meeting place. But without the protection of his guild base, if he wanted to kill Cheng Qianma, it wouldn't be hard at all. That's why he asked. Was Cheng Qianma not afraid of dying? Xue Jirui couldn't understand, but Cheng Qianma's next reply sent chills down his spine. If you have the guts, go ahead and try. Chapter 792. A private meeting about Cheng Qianma's ambition. Half a day later, an old man and a young man appeared in the wilderness of a certain map. They were none other than Cheng Qianma and Xue Jirui. Their current location was exactly at the midpoint between Eternal City and Sky City, as if deliberately chosen beforehand. Since Cheng Qianma was the inviter, the meeting place was naturally up to him. And by choosing such a perfectly centered spot, given the massive difference in level between him and Xue Jirui, it only showed his overwhelming confidence. Otherwise, anyone else would not dare face Xue Jirui alone. At this moment, the two of them sat in a pavilion, sipping tea, as if the previous great battle had never happened. Speak. Why exactly did you invite me here? After asking, Xue Jirui took a sip of the Longjing tea provided by Cheng Qianma. The next second, he felt completely refreshed, an indescribable sense of delight. With his sharp eyes, it wasn't hard to tell that this pot of Longjing tea was no ordinary item. Even a Tier 4 expert might not be able to obtain it. Thus, his curiosity toward Cheng. I'm giving you an opportunity to join Eternal Pinnacle. Cheng Qianma spoke slowly while sipping tea. At this moment, he uttered the most outrageous offer, in the calmest tone. If it had been a few days ago, before the two sides clashed, Xue Jirui would have scoffed at such a request. Sky Guild was one of the top 3 powers in the Xia Kingdom. How could they possibly submit to another? But times change. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. After suffering a disastrous defeat, Sky Guild was practically paralyzed. Its strength had dropped to only 30% of before. Thus, Xue Jirui had completely lost his bargaining power, and invisibly, his momentum weakened as well. Still, even with Sky Guild in decline, he had his own bottom line. Moreover, the one who had caused Sky Guild's downfall was Cheng Qianma himself. How could he possibly join his enemy's guild so easily? They say Cheng Qianma is audacious and reckless. Before, I didn't believe it, but now that I've met him, he truly lives up to his reputation. I don't know where you get the nerve to try and win over your archrival, Xue Jirui said coldly. Clearly, he wasn't interested in Cheng Qianma's proposal, but Cheng Qianma didn't get angry. After taking a sip of tea, he continued, my confidence comes from my plan to eliminate the remaining 4 level 10 guilds, and establish the first ever level 11 guild in the history of the Xian nation. Cheng Qianma's expression radiated confidence, causing Xue Jirui's heart to tremble. In fact, before meeting, he had thought about the possibility that Cheng Qianma was trying to recruit him. After all, even if the Skydome Guild was now depleted of talent, it still had him, a top-tier combatant. Not to mention the guild's treasury was still incredibly wealthy, far beyond anything an 8 or 9 level guild could match. So from his point of view, Cheng Qianma's request to meet didn't seem unreasonable. But what he didn't expect was that Cheng Qianma actually intended to wipe out all the level 10 guilds and build an unprecedented galactic warship of a guild. Anyone can talk big, but actually doing it is a whole different story. Aren't you afraid you'll bite your own tongue bragging like that? Why should I believe your nonsense? From what I can guess, the other 4 guilds must already be gathered, discussing countermeasures after hearing about our battle. Chances are, Eternal Apex's next enemy will be a joint attack by those 4 guilds, facing an assault of that scale. If your Eternal City can withstand it, that would already be a historic miracle, and yet you still dare to brag that you can defeat them? I don't buy it. Xue Jirui's sharp words revealed his complete distrust toward Cheng Qianma. Although Eternal Apex had grown at an absurd pace, even after defeating the Skydome Guild, Xue Jirui still didn't believe that Cheng Qianma could beat a coalition of 4 level 10 guilds. So throughout his speech, his face always carried a trace of disdain. Before your expedition set out, did you ever believe you'd end up like this? Before I sent the invitation, did you believe I'd dare meet with you alone? When a person stays in a well for too long, their vision tends to become narrow. The current apocalypse continent is no longer what you old relics think it is. Cheng Qianmo replied to Xue Jirui in a tone that brooked no argument. At the same time, an aura unique to a ruler completely radiated from his body. Seeing this scene, even the experienced and knowledgeable Xue Jirui couldn't help but feel shocked. This young man didn't seem at all like someone just in his early 20s. His spirit and vision far exceeded his peers. I even feel that he possesses a maturity and composure utterly unmatched for his age, like a monster wearing the skin of a young man. Sensing Cheng Qianma's confidence, Xue Jirui's mindset began to waver for the first time. But even so, it was still not enough to persuade a top expert at level 76. He needed to see some real substance. I admit that I underestimated you before, but with just this, you still can't prove that you have the strength to withstand the combined assault of the 4 major guilds. Do you know the level of the presidents of the top 2 guilds? Both of them are level 77 experts. Even looking across the entire Xia kingdom, they are among the absolute top. Why would I follow you to die? Xue Jirue declared firmly, expressing his view. He simply did not believe Cheng Qianma's nonsense. Yet after hearing this, Cheng Qianma was not angry. Instead, he calmly asked back with great confidence, what if I can prove it? As soon as those words fell, Xue Jirue's heart started pounding, and goosebumps rose all over his body. Chapter 793. The hillbilly enters the city. Xue Jirue's shock. How will you prove it? Just as Xue Jirue spoke, he suddenly felt his mouth dry up. He didn't know why, but at that moment, toward Cheng Qianma, he felt a strange sense of anticipation. What's wrong with me? Could it be that I'm starting to waver inside? Xue Jirue mused inwardly, while looking at Cheng Qianma. Logically, Cheng Qianma had nearly destroyed the Skydome Guild. He should be absolutely furious. Even if he lashed out right now, it would be completely justifiable. But ever since Xue Jirue and Cheng Qianma had been in contact for a while, his thoughts had quietly begun to change. It was as if Cheng Qianma himself had a kind of magnetic charisma worth following. Come with me. You'll see. Cheng Qianma smiled faintly, then summoned his mount, Qing Dai, and soared into the sky. Xue Jirue was confused, but followed with a doubtful expression. To be honest, he couldn't imagine how Cheng Qianma could possibly prove that he had the ability to withstand a joint assault by the 4 level 10 guilds. He was following purely out of curiosity this time. Over 10 minutes later, the 2 of them arrived on the outskirts of a main city. Get down. We're here. As Cheng Qianma spoke, he jumped off Qing Dai's back. Meanwhile, Xue Jirue was still completely confused. He had no idea what was going on. Here. You're planning to prove it here? Are you serious? Although Xue Jirue was grumbling, he still followed Cheng Qianma's instructions and dismounted from his flying beast. Next, Cheng Qianma didn't answer his question directly, instead pointing off into the distance. There stood a towering tree over 10 meters tall, looking absolutely magnificent. Come with me, under the tree. Stay close. After saying that, Cheng Qianma walked forward without looking back. What on earth is he trying to do? Confused, Xue Jirue could only follow. 2 minutes later, Cheng Qianma, smiling, placed his palm on the trunk of a large tree. The next second, a magical scene appeared. At the base of the tree, a circle of dark green magic arrays emerged. When Xue Jirue saw the runes on the array, he cried out uncontrollably. This is your guild's teleportation array. Why is it completely different from other guilds' arrays? Besides, didn't you already win? Why leave the teleportation array active? Isn't this too extravagant? Burning money, huh? But before Xue Jirue could finish his shocked exclamation, he was wrapped in a green light. In a flash of light, he and Cheng Qianma instantly disappeared. In an instant, a powerful force of space-time surged into his body. When he opened his eyes again, he was completely stunned. In front of him was not only a bustling commercial district, but the sheer number of people was overwhelming. Even more shocking, high-level artisans usually hard to find could be seen everywhere here, like common merchants. Looking at the bustling crowds and hearing the noisy shouting of hawkers, Xue Jirue rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He felt a surreal sense of unreality. Could it be? Could this really be Eternal City? This level of prosperity is simply outrageous. No wonder Eternal Pinnacle has developed so rapidly. Now I finally understand. Xue Jirue, as a top expert at level 76, had visited nearly all the top bases within the Xia Kingdom. But none, in terms of crowd density or prosperity, could compare to the Eternal City before his eyes. None of them even came close to half this level. It was truly outrageous. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he never would have believed it, that there was such a ridiculously insane base within Xia Nation. Even a high-level main city would pale in comparison. Welcome to Eternal City. Just as Xue Jirue was reeling in shock, Cheng Qianma's words instantly pulled his thoughts back to reality. But then Xue Jirue coughed several times in a row, clearly trying to hide his embarrassment. After all, he was a dignified 4th-tier expert. That kind of lapse in composure was really disgraceful. He couldn't just act like some hillbilly entering the big city, so he could only try to cover it up. Cheng Qianma looked at his expression and instantly understood everything, so he didn't say anything. After calming himself down a bit, Xue Jirue finally spoke slowly. I really did underestimate you before. If before the war started, I had seen how prosperous Eternal City was. No matter what, I never would have let the Skydome Guild become your enemy. Asterisk sigh. Asterisk. What a shame. I was simply overconfident. Those words from Xue Jirue weren't said to flatter Cheng Qianma. They came from the bottom of his heart. Not a single word was false. Anyone who saw such an insane base would naturally think that Cheng Qianma's methods must be extraordinary. If he could run commerce this insanely well, then in terms of guild strength, there was no doubt either. So now, Xue Jirue deeply regretted it, sighing at fate's cruelty. Join me. And this could all be yours too. Cheng Qianma offered an olive branch once again, sincerely. The reason he went to such lengths to bring Xue Jirue into Eternal City to persuade him wasn't just because of the Skydome Guild's massive inventory. He also needed to recruit top-tier combat power in case of future emergencies. And now, having just lost, and Xue Jirue, who was level 76, was naturally the best choice. Therefore, he was willing to reveal part of his hand to increase his attractiveness. After all, convincing the top experts in Xia Kingdom was no easy task. This point, Cheng Qianma understood very clearly. However, even after seeing the process, Xue Jirue was still hesitant. I admit that your city's commercial development is already #1 in Xia Kingdom, and even across the entire eastern region of Blue Star, you're definitely at the very top. However, turning commercial prosperity into actual combat power requires a lot of time. Your Eternal City has only just begun to rise, and is clearly not strong enough yet. Thus, I still don't believe you can resist the joint attack of the 4 major guilds. After careful analysis, Xue Jirue expressed his thoughts. Cheng Qianma wasn't angry after hearing this. Instead, with a mischievous smile, he pointed at the distant world tree. Whether I have the ability or not, you'll know if you try it yourself. Chapter 794. Breaking all doubts. Successfully recruiting a top expert. What does he mean by that? Does he want me to attack that tree? While thinking this, Xue Jirue lifted his head and looked at the nearby world tree. Previously, his attention had been completely drawn by the bustling commercial district, so he hadn't examined it closely. But after carefully observing it now, he couldn't help but gasp in amazement. My God! This tree is incredibly huge. It's likely a special building of Eternal City. Otherwise, Cheng Qianma wouldn't be so confident. Fine then, I'll give it a try. I really don't believe it. How strong can a big tree's defense be? Xue Jirue first took a deep breath, then drew his weapon. Facing the direction of the world tree, he fiercely thrust his sword. Air-splitting blade slash. Break for me. Xue Jirue shouted loudly. Air-splitting blade slash is the signature skill of the sword soul, allowing long-range attacks with sword energy. Moreover, the attack power of the sword energy is directly proportional to the Awakener's own strength. With Xue Jirue's level 76 strength, his attack power was naturally off the charts. In an instant, a sharp sword energy shot out at a speed barely visible to the naked eye. It flew rapidly. Looking at his masterpiece, Xue Jirue couldn't help but smile. Let's see how you defend against the attack of the air-splitting blade slash. However, Xue Jirue's smug expression didn't last for a few seconds. It instantly turned deathly pale, because the incredibly sharp sword energy hadn't even reached the trunk of the world tree before it was blocked by countless branches. Clang, clang, clang. After a series of collision sounds, these branches merely lost a few leaves. They completely blocked the sword energy produced by the air-splitting blade slash. Seeing this scene, Xue Jirue's mouth dropped open. He showed an expression of, this? What kind of tree is this? My proud attack could only cut off a few leaves? Damn it. The branches of this big tree are absurdly tough, aren't they? Impossible. I don't believe it. After launching the attack, the world tree still hasn't been breached. Xue Jirue himself lost his composure first, the unfortunate him, then unleashed several highly aggressive skills in a row. The effects of these attacks, though much stronger than the void slash, still couldn't fully breach the world tree's defenses. His best achievement was cutting down 20 branches in a row, advancing to within 6 or 7 meters of the world tree's main body. To progress any further was nearly impossible. You must understand, Xue Jirue is a formidable peak 4th-turn powerhouse. Even across the entire Xia Kingdom, his individual strength easily ranks in the top 20, even without using his full power, relying only on ordinary minor skills for attacks. For most people, the power would still be astonishing. Yet, even in this situation, the world tree remained unshaken. This shows just how terrifying its defensive strength is. Does he really need to use his ultimate skills to prove himself? No way. That's too humiliating. Looking at the immovable world tree, Xue Jirue's face turned pale, then flushed red. He was clearly extremely embarrassed. As one of Xia Kingdom's top geniuses, he has always been ahead of the vast majority his entire life. What storms hasn't he weathered? What problems hasn't he solved? But the world tree before him made him feel a sense of powerlessness. He believed that if he were willing to use his ultimate skills, he could definitely break through the world tree's defenses. But for someone of his status to do so would be far too embarrassing. It would feel like using a sledgehammer to crack a walnut. After all, his opponent was just a defensive structure, not some peerless master. So, after much thought, he ultimately chose to give up. I truly admit defeat now. With a miraculous tree like that, you definitely have every right to be proud. My apologies. I take back everything I said before. I'm willing to join Eternal Apex. President Cheng, I look forward to your guidance. After witnessing the terrifying power of the world tree, Xue Jirue's mind was overwhelmed with thoughts. With his intellect, it was obvious. The world tree was likely just one of Cheng Qianma's many hidden cards. Otherwise, with his personality, he would never fully reveal his trump card to an outsider. Shue was certain he wasn't that foolish. If he were truly that foolish, Eternal Apex would never have grown this fast. It would have been swallowed by other guilds already. So after thinking it through, Shue fully let go of his pride and decided to join Eternal Apex. In his view, after the Skydome Guild's devastating defeat, it was already on its last legs. Even if Chung Qianma hadn't extended an olive branch, his chances of rising again were close to zero. The best-case scenario for Skydome Guild would probably be getting absorbed by one of the 4 remaining top guilds. And as for him, he'd either give it all up and wander the world, slowly fading into obscurity, or seek shelter under others, serving as some vice president or minor official, just working under someone else's command. But now, after experiencing Chung Qianma's strength firsthand, he had to make a choice either way, and he'd rather follow Chung Qianma. After all, following the most exceptional genius in Xia Nation's history was nothing shameful. It might even be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Even a fool could now see the potential of Chung Qianma and Eternal Apex. It far exceeded those 4 old-school guilds clinging to tradition, and the Skydome Guild's defeat this time was initiated by him in the first place. He had only himself to blame. No one else was at fault. Chung Qianma merely struck harder at the end, making it a bit hard to swallow emotionally. But looking at it from another perspective, if Shue had handled this matter, he would probably choose to eliminate all future threats. Thus, Shue didn't hesitate for long, and decisively chose to surrender. After hearing Shue words, Chung Qianma immediately smiled. His painstaking efforts had finally recruited a top-tier expert for Eternal Pinnacle, an expert ranked among the top 2 in Xia Kingdom. Welcome to Eternal Pinnacle. I promise you, you'll never regret the decision you made today. Chung Qianma said as he slowly extended his right hand. Shue's earlier embarrassment completely vanished, and the two tightly shook hands. From this day on, Eternal Pinnacle moved a huge step closer to becoming number 1 in Xia Kingdom. Chapter 795, The Era Belonging to Eternal Pinnacle, is about to begin. The next day, at Eternal Pinnacle's secret conference room, everyone quieted down. Let's welcome a new friend, Chung Qianma said with a smile, introducing the newcomer to the top brass of Eternal Pinnacle. When everyone saw the newcomer's face, they were all stunned. They never expected this person to appear in Eternal Pinnacle's conference room. President, you're incredible. Such a bold move. Old Fan has to bow down in admiration. You even managed to recruit the president of Sky Guild. What more can I say? I can only say, absolutely freaking amazing. Fan Hanyu's excitement was because the new friend Chung Qianma introduced was none other than the former enemy guild president, Shue. After wiping out most of the enemy's forces, they still managed to poach the enemy leader. Such a stunning maneuver. Even if he tried his best, Fan Hanyu couldn't. All he could do was shout 666 from the sidelines. However, after expressing his admiration, he realized it was a bit inappropriate. So he quickly turned to Shue and said, "Sorry about that. I got a little too excited just now, and forgot to greet you properly. Now that you've joined Eternal Apex, we're all one big family. Welcome, welcome. A warm welcome." To cover up his own awkwardness, Fan Hanyu forced himself to applaud, but no one followed his lead, making the atmosphere even more awkward. It was like adding insult to injury. Seeing this scene, Shue was left speechless. He never imagined that the vice president of Eternal Apex could be so ridiculous. But he also vaguely sensed that the internal atmosphere, and without any sense of hierarchy, this was extremely rare among top guilds in Xia Nation. As a result, he gradually became aware of Chung Qianma's charisma. After all, without his approval, no one would dare act so casually. If you can't speak properly, shut up. Let someone who can speak handle it. I really can't with you, Chung Qianma said, wearing an expression of having been defeated by Fan Hanyu, his brows even slightly furrowed in disdain. Thankfully, several other senior members quickly stepped in to smooth things over, which helped ease the awkward atmosphere. Alright, let's move on to the first real matter. Old Fan, Old Gu, if you're given ample time to train, how long will it take you to reach 4th tier? Now that Elder Shue is here as a witness, you can train without any hesitation. We urgently need manpower right now, and I need high-level combat strength. Whether you can advance quickly is extremely critical. Chung Qianma's approach to leadership had always been, don't use those you distrust, and don't distrust those you use. Since he had chosen to recruit Shue, he wouldn't treat him like an outsider, just because he used to be an enemy. That's why he immediately entrusted him with the critical task of defending the base. Everyone present was very familiar with Chung, so they weren't surprised by his words. Meanwhile, Shue was filled with emotion. No wonder he was able, in less than 2 years, to build Eternal Pinnacle from scratch into a level 10 guild. His vision and magnanimity were truly astonishing. He actually dared to entrust me, a newcomer, with the vital task of guarding Eternal City right away. Compared to him, I really feel ashamed of myself. The defeat I suffered before truly wasn't undeserved, though the words were casually said. Chung Qianma's intention was clear. Just a few words completely changed Shue's view of him. If before, when Shue agreed to join Eternal Pinnacle, it was mostly with a mindset of mutual benefit, then now, He was sincerely convinced from the bottom of his heart. Chung Qianma's generosity completely shattered the last chains in his heart. Thus, in gratitude, he knew he had to express his loyalty. It was a show of respect for Chung Qianma as president. Everyone rest assured, since I have agreed to join Eternal Pinnacle, any task President Chung assigns me, I will give my all to complete, as long as Xue Jirue guards Eternal Pinnacle. Unless they step over my dead body, not even a mosquito will get through. The moment Xue Jirue finished speaking, an aura unique to a top-tier Tier 4 expert radiated from him, and for the first time, everyone present could feel up close the overwhelming pressure of a level 76 powerhouse. Previously, Eternal Pinnacle already had Chung Qianma, a monstrous genius, at the helm. They also had a large number of outstanding talents as their backbone, and now, they added a top-tier reinforcement ranked among the best in Xia Kingdom. Thus, at this very moment, everyone present truly understood that Eternal Pinnacle was truly about to rise. The era of Eternal Pinnacle is about to begin. Chapter 796. Our goal is the stars and the sea. After hearing Xue Jirue's confident declaration, Fan Hanyu and Gu Qian, who had been hesitant, immediately lit up. In fact, with the appearance of the Spirit Flower Realm, which provided massive experience boosts, they had already wanted to focus on reaching 4th tier, especially Fan Hanyu. She had already reached the threshold of 4th tier, just one step away from reaching level 70. If it weren't for her heavy workload, and the fact that she was responsible and loyal, she would have snuck off to level up long ago. So now, she said excitedly, give me 1 month of closed-door training. With the Spirit Flower Realm bonus, I'll definitely max out my EXP bar. When that time comes, I'll immediately return to Divine Realm University to take the advancement exam. Ever since joining Eternal Apex, Fan Hanyu's feud with Lin Xiao had already been resolved, thanks to Chung Qianma's mediation. As someone from Divine Realm University, it was only natural for her to return to campus for her breakthrough, and she treated this return as the most important event in her life, symbolizing her triumphant comeback. After hearing Fan Hanyu's commitment, Chung Qianma nodded with great satisfaction, as her time to reach level 70 was much shorter than originally anticipated. Meanwhile, Gu Qian scratched his head and said awkwardly, President, I might still need a bit over 2 months to reach level 70. If you need manpower for any important missions, let old Fan go all in first. I'm willing to wait for now, so we won't run short of fighters and mess up your strategy. The moment he said that, everyone present was visibly moved. After all, the Spirit Flower Realm's 150% EXP bonus was an irresistible temptation for anyone. Yet Gu Qian was willing to slow down his leveling and put the guild's interest first. This requires immense perseverance and vision. If it were an ordinary person, with such an incredible leveling boost, they'd probably abandon everything to level up frantically. So, Gu Qian's casual remark instantly earned everyone's respect. No worries. Eternal Pinnacle is now well-equipped and resourceful. We won't miss you alone. Go train with peace of mind. Don't worry about anything else. I look forward to your return as a 4th turn, Chung Qianma said with a smile. These words weren't said to ease Gu Qian's doubts, but came straight from the heart. With Xue Jirue's addition and the legacy of the Sky Guild, Eternal Pinnacle is now at its strongest. So even without Gu Qian, it won't affect the bigger picture. Gu Qian, who had prepared for the worst, after hearing Chung Qianma's response, immediately showed an excited expression. He promptly vowed to give his all to reach level 70 as quickly as possible. After resolving the first issue, Chung Qianma's face showed a relaxed expression. Based on my estimation, most likely a month from now, the remaining 4 major guilds will make their move. We can't just sit and wait. We must prepare in advance. Moving forward, Eternal Pinnacle will enter full combat readiness. Everyone must train diligently to improve their strength. To boost everyone's motivation, I'll set up a challenge race. Members with outstanding results will receive incredible rewards. In Chung Qianma's view, even if the 4 major guilds join forces, their strength may be formidable, but in the face of absolute interests, they're not an unbreakable alliance. It's not an exaggeration to say they each harbor their own schemes. Now, Eternal Pinnacle, having defeated the Sky Guild, has gained tremendous prestige within the Xia Kingdom. In terms of a single guild's combat power, it's unmatched. It ranks among the top 3 in Xia Nation. Anyone who dares to make a move now must first be mentally prepared to accept the consequences of defeat. Even the top-tier legacy guilds are no exception. That's the weight of the name Eternal Apex. Within Xia Nation today, it's no longer that obscure, unknown little guild from before. And beyond that, if the 4 major guilds joined forces, they'd also face another harsh reality. Before going to war, they'd have to agree beforehand how to split the loot if they win. And this plan would need approval from all 4 guilds. Otherwise, with Eternal Apex's massive fortune, even the slightest unfairness in the split could lead to huge financial losses for each guild. It could easily spark internal conflict. After all, who can sit in front of a mountain of gold and watch themselves get the short end? So even if the 4 guilds want to unite, they'll need a lot of time to work out a fair and convincing plan. At the same time, to launch a battle of such massive scale, Just issuing the mobilization orders alone would be a huge and tedious task. Therefore, Chung Chien-ma believed that 30 days should be a relatively safe window. When they heard the words, challenge tournament, everyone looked confused. They had roamed the apocalypse continent for years and only heard of veteran guilds using their authority to exploit their members. But they'd never heard of a guild offering both EXP boosts and additional rewards. Wouldn't that be bleeding money? Was Chung Chien-ma planning to be a philanthropist? So as the vice president, Fan Hanyu couldn't help but react. As soon as she heard Chung Chien-ma's words, President, our guild already provides massive EXP boosts. That's already an insanely generous benefit. Other guilds wouldn't even dare to dream of this. If, on top of that, we also provide tangible rewards, it might be too much of a loss. We currently have nearly 10,000 guild members. Maybe we should reconsider. With the addition of the Sky Guild, Eternal Pinnacle's scale has reached an all-time high. With such a massive size, providing challenge rewards would indeed require significant expenditure. Therefore, Fan Hanyu's concerns are not unreasonable. Soon, several other senior members also expressed their worries. They nodded in agreement, clearly supporting her opinion. Even the newly joined Xue Jirue voiced his opposition, but Chung Chien-ma waved his hand decisively, silencing all objections. Then, with a serious expression, he said, mere short-term gains are nothing to fuss over. Our goal is the vast sea of stars. In the future, I want every member of Eternal Pinnacle to take pride in being part of this guild. I want outsiders to envy us for a lifetime. At these words, the entire room erupted with passion. Chapter 797. Divide and Conquer. Chung Chien-ma's strategy. The guild leader is right. Our vision has been too narrow compared to rapidly boosting. What's a little money? With Eternal Pinnacle's current formidable productivity, it's a negligible cost. I support the guild leader's decision. Gu Qian, feeling his blood surge with excitement, was ignited by Chung Chien-ma's words. He was the first to stand and pledge his support. Then, the other senior members nodded earnestly in agreement. They too were convinced. They were completely won over by Chung Chien-ma's generosity, utterly impressed. Even the newly joined Xue Jirue was deeply moved. Looks like I made the right bet. If this kid is this generous with regular guild members, without the slightest hesitation, then how much more so with his core members? He's the most unexpected and unique person I've ever met in my life. Things just keep getting more interesting. Chung Chien-ma had no idea that a simple act of his had earned the admiration of even someone as powerful as Xue Jirue. His principle was actually very simple. If you want a horse to run, you have to feed it. Human nature is always something both complicated and simple. It's complicated because it changes based on various external factors. And simple because, as long as the reward is big enough, people's nature will move exactly in the direction you want. If it doesn't, it just means the price isn't high enough. As someone who's lived through much, Chung Chien-ma had long since seen through human nature, so he decisively chose the most direct and effective method of motivation: money. Unlike other guilds that made empty promises and talked about dreams, nothing beats actual rewards. When it comes to motivating guild members, Chung Chien-ma believed that once his reward system was announced, the entire guild, since no one objects, then it's settled. After the meeting, I'll personally announce in the guild channel the new reward system for the challenge. Next up, we've got one more thing to take care of. As soon as Chung Chien-ma finished speaking, he turned to Jiang Wenliang. Feeling Chung Chien-ma's intense gaze, Jiang Wenliang suddenly felt uneasy. Guild leader, is there something you need me to do? Don't look at me like that. It feels weird. At these words, everyone burst into laughter. Chung Chien-ma, meanwhile, showed an extremely awkward expression. He hadn't expected his gaze to cause Jiang Wenliang to misunderstand. After coughing a few times to mask his embarrassment, he quickly got to the point. Actually, to disrupt the alliance of the 4 major guilds, or make them allies in name only, there are many methods. I've thought of one. That's the simplest and most effective. That is, differential treatment. If we can make them divided in their intentions, that would be ideal. Upon hearing the words, differential treatment, everyone's eyes lit up. With their experience and wisdom, they instantly grasped Chung Chien-ma's intention. You plan to start with commerce, to sow discord among them. Brilliant. Jiang Wenliang, as the head of commerce, quickly realized this was about leveraging life skills. Based on his understanding, if we selectively blacklist some of the 4 major guilds, while treating others as partners, and offering them substantial benefits, we can quickly spark internal conflict among them. Currently, Eternal Pinnacle holds the power of life and death over all life skills in the Xia Kingdom. If we want to make money, it's an incredibly simple task. Thus, Jiang Wenliang believed that even the top guilds in the Xia Kingdom, even he found it hard to resist such a huge temptation. That's why he exclaimed with such excitement, not bad. Here's my plan. I'll cooperate with the 2nd and last ranked guilds, and then block off the 1st and 4th ranked guilds. As long as one guild is willing to cooperate, the alliance of the 4 top guilds will collapse like a bubble. And at the critical moment, we can even fan the flames, make them turn on each other. Although everyone had grasped Chung Chien-ma's plan, after hearing it again, they were still puzzled. They didn't understand why he specifically chose to single out the second and fourth ranked guilds. Wouldn't choosing other guilds work too? Was there some special reason behind this? While everyone was still confused, Shue Jirue gave a slight smile. What a brilliant strategy of divide and conquer. I'm impressed. The president's insight is terrifyingly sharp, absolutely ruthless. After hearing Shue Jirue's comment, everyone looked even more confused. The impatient Jiang Wenliang quickly urged, Elder Shue, tell us already. Don't keep us in suspense. Seeing the eager looks around him, Shue Jirue slowly began to speak. If I had to guess, the reason President chose the second-ranked guild first. They are constantly trying to pull the first place down and replace them. Moreover, the gap between the four top guilds isn't that big at the moment. As long as we can offer enough benefits, we can give the second place greater hope. And once we successfully win them over, the guild ranked first will immediately feel threatened. Thus, they will start being wary of the second place. Then, the president's strategy of divide and conquer will be successfully achieved. Additionally, by proactively drawing in the last-ranked guild, we can completely apply both kindness and force, thus, greatly improving our chances of success. After all, their strength isn't as good as ours. So in my opinion, this move is simply a stroke of genius. Everyone felt a sense of sudden realization after hearing this. They all showed excited expressions. So this was Cheng Qianma's true goal. At this moment, everyone's eyes towards Cheng Qianma were filled with deep reverence. Once again, Cheng Qianma used a vicious tactic that would greatly discomfort the enemy. Chapter 798. A successful person named Cheng Qianma. At this moment, Cheng Qianma once again used a vicious tactic that would greatly discomfort the enemy. Chapter 798. An unexpected discovery of a mad scheme. Old Shue was right. However, if we want the second-ranked Qingshuang Guild and the fourth-ranked Flowing Years Guild to willingly cooperate with us, it will still take some effort. After all, they're not idiots. Naturally, they understand the principle of pure alliances. Therefore, everyone needs to work hard together from here on out. Cheng Qianma was very satisfied with Shue Jirue's analysis, so he took the opportunity to issue tasks. Next, he planned to take a two-pronged approach. On one hand, he would offer the Qingshuang Guild an irresistible cooperation proposal. He needed to ensure that Cheng Qianma's plan remained extremely low profile. Before being fully confident in crushing the four major guilds, he must not reveal his ambition to dominate the world. On the other hand, he needed to use both kindness and force, forcing the fourth-ranked Flowing Years Guild into alignment. Although Cheng Qianma wasn't completely sure, he could make both guilds bow. As long as he succeeded with one, he could thoroughly collapse the enemy alliance, then break them apart one by one. So his mission objectives remained very clear. He wasn't aiming too high, brimming with confidence. After hearing Cheng Qianma's entire plan, everyone expressed their determination to give it their all. However, right after the meeting ended, just as everyone was about to leave, he asked Ta Jaidu to stay behind. It seemed he had something to ask. Although everyone was a bit puzzled, they knew the workload was heavy, so they quickly left the meeting room. To get back to their tasks, President Cheng, do you have instructions? Ta Jaidu couldn't figure out Cheng Qianma's intent, so he asked with some confusion. I asked you to stay behind, mainly because I need an answer to something. Seeing the always resourceful Cheng Qianma actually needing help with something, Ta Jaidu showed a strange expression. Even someone like you has questions you don't know? No way. Though he was complaining inwardly, Ta Jaidu didn't show it outwardly. He just smiled and nodded. What I want to ask is, have you ever heard of a skill called body shifting? Or rather, have you ever seen someone capable of altering their appearance at will, without leaving any flaws? As soon as he said that, Ta Jaidu's face immediately changed. He seemed to realize something. Wait. Don't tell me that Fujiwara Kanzuya was actually you in disguise? Holy crap. Even someone as composed as Ta Jaidu couldn't help but curse after realizing Cheng Qianma's implication. Even up until just a second ago, he still couldn't figure out why that genius from Wugwa would defect to Eternal Pinnacle. He didn't understand what kind of insane offer Cheng Qianma must have made to make someone from Wugwa with a deep blood feud surrender. But at this moment, he understood everything. If Fujiwara Kanzuya had been Cheng Qianma himself all along, then everything made perfect sense. Seeing Shue Jirue's shocked expression, Cheng Qianma actually felt a bit awkward too. After all, he had successfully used Fujiwara Kanzuya's identity, and Cheng Qianma himself was the one who forced Fujiwara Guild and the foreign assassin groups to slaughter each other. So he just nodded slightly, without saying anything. After receiving a positive response, Shue Jirue instantly blacked out. Feeling like he wanted to die, he had actually lost to such a dirty trick. It was truly despairing. But now that he had already joined Eternal Peak, there was no point in pursuing it. He could only admit that Cheng Qianma played it beautifully, and he willingly conceded defeat. I have heard of this skill before. It should be unique to the Dark Brotherhood. The effect of this skill is so broken. Most people can only alter their physique and hide their information at best, but you can change your appearance and voice, even imitate a foreign accent. This is practically a miracle. As all the mysteries were unraveled, Xue Zhirui became more and more excited as he spoke. The more he spoke, the more unbelievable it sounded. If every top assassin could learn a skill as effective as Cheng Qianma's, then the Dark Brotherhood would be terrifying, because coming up with tactics like sowing discord is not hard at all. The hard part is being able to switch to any identity so flawlessly. At this moment, he couldn't help but think that Cheng Qianma must have stumbled upon some great fortune without realizing it. Otherwise, there would be no other explanation. In fact, he guessed correctly. Cheng Qianma truly hadn't known before. He just had a vague feeling about it, just as expected. My guess was right. Those foreigners back then were all top-tier assassins from their countries. There's no way none of them had ever been a top assassin. If their body shifting worked the same as mine, they could have used the same tricks against me. But the truth is, they didn't. In fact, they were just like Ta Jai Do. They never even considered the possibility. Seems like the body shifting I learned truly has a unique effect. That makes things easier now. After getting a definite answer, a wild plan immediately formed in Cheng Qianma's mind. The corners of his mouth curled up unconsciously. Chapter 799. Crazy Reward Measures. Mad Power. Time passed in a flash, and more than 20 days went by in the blink of an eye. During this time, the name Eternal Pinnacle had completely resounded throughout Xiagua. Now no one dared to treat this rapidly rising guild that expanded like a rocket as an unknown dark horse anymore. Defeating the Sky Guild alone was enough to prove that Eternal Pinnacle was qualified to be one of the top guilds in Xiagua. On paper, their strength even ranked third, and after the total defeat of the foreign assassin group last time, perhaps because they feared Cheng Qianma's power too much, or maybe they were plotting something deeper, for over half a month now, no foreigners had dared to show up in Lingyue City again. Even Wuguo, which suffered the heaviest losses, remained completely silent. No one knew what they were up to. After all, he was training like crazy, just like the other guild members. Since the last executive meeting, he had launched a brand new reward program. According to his plan, there would be a 5-month period, with phased rewards set in place. For example, each month, Eternal Pinnacle would compile the stats of the top 500 members and experience gained within the guild, then rank them in order from highest to lowest. They could all receive various physical rewards. These rewards included rare skill books, high-level equipment, rare materials, and more. Given Eternal Peak's current wealth, this was not an issue at all. In fact, the top 10 every month could even receive a high-grade flying mount, as well as additional experience quota, provided by the Floral World of Life. Under the influence of the Emerald Dragon Fawn, the World Tree, and the Floral World of Life, Eternal Peak now had a considerable daily chance of acquiring a high-level creature. Thus, there was no need to worry about being unable to afford the 10 monthly quotas. There was even a surplus. As for Eternal Peak's current strength, if we don't count their existing assets and only calculate daily income, they could probably firmly hold the top position in Xia country. Even the other 4 long-established top guilds could not compare. This is the manifestation of Eternal Peak's terrifying economic power. As for the additional experience quota provided by the Floral World of Life, Cheng Qianma had so far only assigned it to core members like Huang Tian and Fan Hanyu, as well as senior members like Gu Qian. Thus, there were still quite a few available spots to offer to regular guild members. In addition to the monthly rewards, Cheng Qianma also set up 2 even more terrifying awards. First, after 5 months, the top 3 guild members with the highest accumulated experience gain would each receive a specially crafted weapon made personally by Cheng Qianma. Given Cheng Qianma's current reputation in the forging world, once this news was announced, all guild members went crazy. Before this, only core members of the Eternal Peak Elite Squad could enjoy such insane benefits. But now it was different. Everyone had a fair shot at it. How could they not treasure the opportunity? As a result, each person made up their mind to go all out and strive to win a top-tier martial weapon. Secondly, if anyone could reach level 70 and successfully advance to the 4th class during this period, they would earn a seat among the top executives. This reward was even more tempting than the first one. Just think, Eternal Pinnacle was now widely recognized as the 3rd most powerful guild in Xiagua. Holding a high-ranking position in such a guild meant gaining immense wealth and power, and being admired by countless people. More importantly, it meant getting closer to Cheng Qianma and securing a bright future. This was a reward so extraordinary that nothing else could compare to it. It was the ultimate dream of countless people. So many members of the guild who were close to level 70 swore to themselves to reach it as soon as possible. Once the series of level-up reward policies were announced, every member of Eternal Pinnacle became obsessed with leveling up. Because of their relentless efforts on missions, beast hunts, and so on, the guild's mission completion rate skyrocketed. It more than tripled compared to last month. As a result, the guild warehouse was suddenly filled with a large amount of loot. This was an unexpected bonus from the upgrade incentive. A pleasant surprise indeed. Seeing how hard the guild members were working, how could Chung Qianma and the Eternal Pinnacle Squad allow themselves to fall behind? Over the past 20 days, Chung Qianma tailored personalized training plans for each member based on their strengths. For example, Huang Tian, Lin Ruoxi, and Li Mingho all had strong solo combat abilities, so Chung Qianma specifically assigned them a large number of quest chains to gain massive experience. As for Wei Sheng, being a magic-based class, was more suited for area attacks. Chung Qianma gave him the coordinates of many top-tier outdoor grinding spots, so he could level up by killing monsters. As for members like Qiuling and Wang Fuguwei, who leaned more towards team play, since they weren't good at solo fighting, Chung Qianma had them team up as a perfect healer-tank combo, challenging high-difficulty dungeons every day to level up using high-rated clear bonuses. After arranging everyone else, he adapted flexibly himself, depending on the needs of each stage, sometimes raiding dungeons, sometimes hunting high-level outdoor bosses above his level, or doing other activities. Without a doubt, the leveling plan Chung Qianma specially designed had extremely impressive efficiency. This was also the first time the Eternal Peak team could focus solely on leveling, without worrying about anything else. Thus, in just 20 days, both Chung Qianma and Huang Tian, along with Lin Ruoxi and others, achieved an extraordinary leveling speed. No one could have imagined that in less than a month, the average strength of Eternal Peak would undergo a complete transformation. This was thanks to Chung Qianma's effective incentive measures, and also due to Eternal Peak's abundant resources. Both elements were indispensable. Without either one, this result would not have been possible. However, during this period, it wasn't only Eternal Peak that was busy. The remaining 4 major guilds had also reached a preliminary cooperation agreement, and were undergoing final discussions. An unprecedented storm was about to be born.